In the ancient era, monstrous beasts with formidable claws shattered the stars of the heavens, while the malevolent beings from beyond the realm unleashed their disorienting howls upon the world. From the depths of the dark abyss, demonic entities opened their sinister blood-red eyes, and the ancient deities stirred from their slumber. This is an age of great strife. The formidable warriors of the human race wield their swords to challenge the firmament, standing tall with unwavering resolve among the myriad of celestial races. Chu Jianqiu fortuitously obtained the chaotic heavenly emperor's manual, rising from obscurity to embark on a journey across the myriad realms. With a mere thought, he could shatter the seas of stars, rend the sky asunder, vanquish demons and spirits, or entomb gods and fiends. Gazing down upon the divine realms, who would dare to contest his might? This is the might of the heavenly emperor. Chapter 1. Betrayal. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the autumn breeze danced through the forest. In the Dacian dynasty, outside Tianshui City in Tianshui Prefecture, a figure clad in white darted through the mountain woods, landing gracefully upon a cliff bathed in the crimson glow of dusk. The figure in white was a strikingly handsome youth, around 16 or 17 years of age, adorned with a warm smile. "Brother Jianqiu, you've come." A young girl in a yellow garment stood poised on the cliff, her exquisite, radiant face breaking into a sweet smile upon seeing the youth. Chu Jianqiu, enchanted by the girl's delightful expression, felt a surge of happiness within him. He reached out to caress her lustrous black hair, his tones suffused with affection. "Yower, after today, the threne cold poison within you will be completely eradicated, and then you shall become a celebrated prodigy. Is that truly so?" The girl in yellow exclaimed with delight, her watery eyes shimmering with joy. Moved by her innocence, Chu Jianqiu gently embraced the girl, smiling as he reassured her, "Of course it is true. When have I ever deceived you?" In the embrace of a jade figure, Chu Jianqiu felt an unparalleled sense of happiness at this moment. Although he had paid a tremendous price, he now perceived all his sacrifices as entirely worthwhile. Chu Jianqiu was the young master of the Chu family, one of the 4 prominent families in Tianshui City. From a tender age, he displayed extraordinary talent and possessed formidable cultivation abilities, marking him as an unparalleled prodigy of Tianshui City. At the age of 14, he broke through to the true Qi realm, and shortly thereafter, he awakened a mid-grade, Earth-level bloodline, causing a stir throughout the entire Tianshui prefecture. However, an inexplicable event transpired following that moment. For 3 consecutive years, Chu Jianqiu's cultivation showed no signs of advancement. He became the target of countless doubts and ridicule, witnessing his ascent from a celebrated genius to a fallen figure. Yet, Chu Jianqiu merely smiled at the scorn, for he was acutely aware of the reason behind his stagnation. For the past 3 years, he had been using his own vital blood to heal the girl in the yellow dress, Lu Tianyao, the cherished daughter of the Lu family, one of the 4 great families of Tianshui City. Even though the Lu family was one of the city's elite families, they were powerless against the cold poison afflicting Lu Tianyao, a result of the 3 absolute vain characteristic of her mid-grade profound-level awakening. There existed only one remedy for such poison: the vital blood of a warrior awakened with the 9-yang bloodline. Fortuitously, Chu Jianqiu had awakened the 9-yang bloodline, and not just any, but a mid-grade, Earth-level 9-yang bloodline. The bloodlines awakened by warriors are classified into 4 major tiers: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven, with each tier further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional grades. With the awakening of his mid-grade, earth-level Juyang bloodline, Chu Jianqiu was naturally able to cure Lu Tianyao's chilling poison. However, the essence blood of a martial artist is the culmination of their entire being, and losing it inflicts significant harm upon them. Yet, for the sake of the woman he cherished, Chu Jianqiu did not hesitate to extract his own essence blood. As Lu Tianyao received Chu Jianqiu's blood, the chilling poison gradually dissipated, while the cost for Chu Jianqiu was 3 years of stagnation in his cultivation. "Once your ailment is cured, I shall immediately seek permission from Uncle Lu to marry you. In a month, the grand recruitment competition of the Xianjian sect will commence, and then we shall join the sect together, living as a pair of carefree, celestial lovers," Chu Jianqiu declared, his eyes sparkling with hope for the future. Lu Tianyao felt a blush rise on her cheeks, shyly nodding as she softly murmured, "Everything is up to you, Brother Jianqiu. It's just that these past 3 years have been a hardship for you." Gently, Chu Jianqiu brushed his fingers against Lu Tianyou's delicate nose, playfully chiding, "Why do you speak so politely with me? You deserve a reprimand." The two remained nestled together for a long while. Then, Chu Jianqiu helped Lu Tianyao to her feet and said softly, "It's getting late. Now, I will remove the last trace of the chilling poison from you." Lu Tianyao obediently nodded and seated herself cross-legged on the stone at the cliff's edge. Chu Jianqiu closed his eyes, regulating his breathing as his true energy circulated. Within him, the bloodline surged rapidly in accordance with his internal techniques. His body trembled slightly, and beads of sweat, like pearls, trickled down his forehead as he gritted his teeth, clearly enduring immense pain. Half an hour passed, and a drop of exceptionally pure blood emerged at the tip of Chu Jianqiu's finger, imbued with unparalleled energy. He gently placed this drop of blood, rich in pure yang essence, upon Lu Tianyou's forehead, which absorbed it at a visibly rapid pace. Chu Jianqiu sighed in relief, retreating a few steps, his face pale and his garments completely drenched, nearly collapsing to the ground. After another half hour, Lu Tianyao slowly opened her eyes, rising from the stone, exuding a formidable aura of icy coldness. Witnessing this transformation, Chu Jianqiu felt a heavy weight lift from his heart, joyously exclaiming, "You have finally succeeded." "Indeed, I have finally succeeded." Lu Tianyao spoke softly, her lips parting, yet her voice resembled ancient ice, devoid of warmth. Though Chu Jianqiu found this somewhat peculiar, he attributed it to Lu Tianyao's sudden mastery of the three absolute meridians, believing her temperament had shifted due to the influence of her bloodline. "So you may die now." However, when Lu Tianyao uttered her next words, the smile on Chu Jianqiu's face abruptly froze. He could scarcely believe his ears, forcing a smile as he asked, "What did you just say, Yao?" Hoping it was merely a jest. "I said you can die now." Lu Tianyao replied coldly, her voice devoid of emotion, her gaze frigid and indifferent, looking down upon him with an air of superiority, utterly lacking the gentle demeanor she once possessed. Chu Jianqiu gazed intently at Lu Tianyao for an extended period, ultimately confirming that she was not jesting. The last shred of hope within him was utterly shattered. Observing the transformation in Lu Tianyao, who now appeared as a completely different person, Chu Jianqiu felt a chilling sensation envelop him, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The anguish within him felt as though it were tearing him apart, a torment far exceeding the pain he had endured when expelling his vital essence moments prior. Why? In the depths of his profound suffering, Chu Jianqiu appeared remarkably composed as he earnestly inquired, looking into Lu Tianyao's eyes. "You, a mere mountain peasant, could never be worthy of my noble lineage. Were it not for the need to treat my ailment, I would never stoop to approach you. Over these past 3 years, you have offended me countless times. Even 1,000 deaths would not suffice to alleviate the resentment I harbor." Lu Tianyao replied coldly, her gaze brimming with frost, disdain, and contempt. "So all of this was merely a scheme. My unwavering sacrifices of vital essence over the past 3 years hold no value in your eyes." Chu Jianqiu's heart was laden with bitterness, a tumult of pain, resentment, desolation, and fury coalescing within his chest. Indeed, it was merely a conspiracy. Otherwise, why would you squander your own vital essence to heal me? Lu Tianyao retorted with a sneer. Chu Jianqiu stared at this entirely unfamiliar girl before him. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a grim smile, he declared, "If you wish for my demise, then even if you command the 3 absolute meridians, what of it? Even in my weakened state, can you truly kill me?" Despite having made no progress in his cultivation over the past 3 years, the strength of the true Qi realm still far surpassed that of Lu Tianyao, a martial artist at the 5th level of body refinement. "Add me into the mix." A chilling voice resonated from the nearby woods. Chu Jianqiu's heart jolted. He turned to see a youth clad in purple slowly emerging from the forest. The boy's demeanor was imbued with defiance and icy coldness. It was Ouyang Yuan, the second son of the Tianshui prefecture's governor. Chu Jianqiu instantly recognized him. Upon seeing the purple-clad youth, Lu Tianyao's frosty expression melted away like snow, replaced by a radiant smile. She gleefully rushed toward him, entwining her arm with his as she sweetly called out, "Second young master." Witnessing this scene, Chu Jianqiu felt a tumult of hatred, pain, and anguish within. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Vile creature. Regaining a semblance of calm, Chu Jianqiu swiftly darted towards the cliff's edge. Chu Jianqiu was acutely aware of Ouyang Yuan's formidable strength. Even at his peak, he might not have been a match for him. Given his current dire predicament, the only path to survival lay in escape. Thinking of fleeing? It's too late. Ouyang Yuan's icy shout echoed as he appeared before Chu Jianqiu, delivering a powerful strike to his chest. Chu Jianqiu was sent flying several feet backward, several ribs shattered, blood gushing from his mouth. A wave of terror washed over him. Ouyang Yuan had become a true master of the 6th level of the true Qi realm in just 3 years. Chu Jianqiu was engulfed in boundless despair, falling into their hands, which surely means certain death. Ouyang Yuan approached Chu Jianqiu, his gaze cold and indifferent as he looked down upon the man at his feet. This lineage is truly wasted on a wretched peasant like you. Today, I shall seek a rightful master for it, he declared, placing his palm firmly against Chu Jianqiu's chest. In an instant, Chu Jianqiu felt the awakened 9-yang bloodline within him surge violently toward Ouyang Yuan's hand, causing his own cultivation to plummet. The blood transference technique. A wave of dread washed over Chu Jianqiu. How audacious of Ouyang Yuan to practice such a forbidden art. You treacherous scoundrels, I shall haunt you as a vengeful spirit. Chu Jianqiu seethed with fury, unleashing a torrent of curses. As half an hour elapsed, all of Chu Jianqiu's awakened, mid-tier, earthly bloodline and cultivation had been completely siphoned away by Ouyang Yuan. Now, he lay on the brink of death, utterly reduced to a mere shell of his former self. Ouyang Yuan reveled in the sensation of the 9-yang bloodline coursing through him. Erupting into a triumphant laugh, the culmination of his long-held scheming had finally come to fruition. Originally a mid-tier, earthly bloodline warrior, Ouyang Yuan had awakened the 6-yang bloodline, which paled in comparison to the purity of the 9-yang. Now, having absorbed Chu Jianqiu's bloodline, he would ascend to new heights. Merge! Ouyang Yuan bellowed, as the 6-yang and 9-yang bloodlines within him began to intertwine. After a quarter of an hour, a potent aura radiated from him. The fusion of the two bloodlines elevated his own to the high-tier earthly classification. Ouyang Yuan glanced at Lu Tianyao beside him and smiled softly. The cultivation of Chu Jianqiu is now bestowed upon you. Devote yourself to diligent practice, for in a month's time, the grand recruitment competition of the Xianjian sect will commence. As he spoke, he placed a hand upon Lu Tianyao's back, and her cultivation began to surge wildly, ultimately halting at the 9th level of body refinement. Lu Tianyao's heart swelled with joy, and she beamed. Thank you, second young master. What do you intend to do with this person? Ouyang Yuan inquired, gesturing towards the nearly unconscious Chu Jianqiu on the ground. Lu Tianyao cast a sidelong glance at Chu Jianqiu, her smile sweet and mischievous. To kill him outright would be too merciful. Let him experience the torment of plummeting from the heavens to the depths below. Is that not far more exquisite? With that, she struck down upon Chu Jianqiu's dantian. Chu Jianqiu let out a horrific scream, his vision darkening as he lost consciousness. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled as lightning danced wildly across the heavens. One bolt of lightning rent the skies, striking down upon the unconscious Chu Jianqiu. Within that blinding radiance, a small black tower surged with the lightning into Chu Jianqiu's body. Chapter 2. The Supreme Tower of Chaos. Lu Tianyao, you truly are ruthless. An anguished scream echoed as Chu Jianqiu awoke from his nightmare, his face still etched with profound pain and resentment. As consciousness returned, a searing agony radiated from every part of his body, rendering him nearly paralyzed. Chu Jianqiu fervently wished that all that transpired that night was merely a bad dream, and with the dawn of awakening, everything would revert to its former, blissful state. Yet, the relentless torment coursing through him starkly revealed the harshness of reality. Lu Tianyao had betrayed him, colluding with others to snatch away his awakened bloodline. With clenched fists and bloodshot eyes, an inferno of rage surged within him. He vowed to settle this score with Lu Tianyao and Ouyang Yuan. Master, you are finally awake. I was so frightened. A melodious voice cut through the air, laced with concern. Chu Jianqiu lifted his gaze to see a delicate, charming face before him. Ruhua. How long have I been unconscious? Seeing his loyal maid, Chu Jianqiu felt a slight sense of relief, his taut nerves easing somewhat. It has been a day and a night since Miss Lu brought you back. Lu Tianyao brought me back? Chu Jianqiu was momentarily taken aback. How could this woman possibly exhibit such kindness? Miss Lu entrusted you to the Grand Elder, stating that you had fallen into a trance during your training, rendering your dantian and meridians utterly destroyed, and requested the Grand Elder to care for you diligently. Ru Huan nodded repeatedly, though her voice brimmed with indignation and discontent. A chill coursed through Chu Jianqiu's heart, and he hastily focused his spirit within, only to be met with a chilling revelation. Not only had his awakened bloodline and cultivation been seized, but his dantian had also been rendered useless, leaving his entire meridian network shattered, thus reducing him to a complete cripple. This outcome drove Chu Jianqiu almost to madness. How could this woman, who appeared to possess a remnant of conscience, inflict upon him a fate worse than death? Truly, her heart was as venomous as it was cruel. A torrent of hatred surged within Chu Jianqiu. The loss of his awakened bloodline and cultivation could still allow for a renewed pursuit of power. Even before his bloodline had awakened, he could cultivate with remarkable speed. However, with his dantian destroyed, he was utterly bereft of hope. Ruhua, you may leave for now. Chu Jianqiu forced himself to regain his composure and spoke calmly. Yes, young master. Though Ruhua was filled with concern, she obeyed and exited, leaving Chu Jianqiu alone in the room. A tide of unyielding resentment welled up within him. He was unwilling to surrender so easily. He seated himself in meditation, attempting to circulate his energy and regather the spiritual essence. Yet, the shattered dantian could not retain even a flicker of spiritual energy. Time and again, Chu Jianqiu endeavored, but to no avail. Gritting his teeth, he persisted in his attempts to practice his cultivation techniques, refusing to yield in the slightest. To be condemned to a life as an ordinary person was tantamount to death in his eyes. As long as he drew breath, he would never abandon hope. Pain accompanied by unyielding sweat soaked his garments, yet countless failures did nothing to waver his resolute spirit. The rhythmic sounds of his efforts echoed in the stillness. Chu Jianqiu could scarcely recall how many times he had failed. Just as he was on the brink of numbness from pain, a resounding voice, vast and profound, reverberated through his mind, akin to the tolling of a great bell. Only with an indomitable will shall the divine tower be unveiled. Rise anew from the ashes, and forge the supreme bloodline. The celestial emperor's divine art shall guide you to transcendence. The vast and resounding sound left Chu Jianqiu in a daze. While a powerful force tore at his very soul, he felt a sharp pain within, and was abruptly transported to an unfamiliar realm. The expanse was boundless. At the center stood a towering black spire, exuding an ancient and profound aura, as if it bore the weight of countless ages. Stunned, Chu Jianqiu gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, which transcended all that he had ever known. Another wave of agony surged through his mind as an overwhelming tide of information flooded in. The Chaos Supreme Tower. The Chaos Celestial Emperor's art. Waves of immense knowledge threatened to overwhelm him. Before he could assimilate the astonishing revelations, the Grand Black Tower suddenly resonated with a low hum, releasing a multitude of golden lights that surged into his being. As the golden radiance enveloped him, his shattered dantian began to mend, and his severed meridians reconnected. This remarkable transformation jolted Chu Jianqiu's soul back from the ethereal realm. After a brief moment, his dantian was wholly restored, and the ruptured meridians had reunited. Elation surged within him, almost bringing him to tears. Only upon losing something do we truly appreciate its value. Chu Jianqiu meticulously examined his body. The newly healed dantian was vaster than before, and his meridians had become infinitely more resilient. Yet, this was far from the end. The Chaos Celestial Emperor's art. Refining the Chaos Supreme Bloodline. The Chaos Celestial Emperor's art. Refining the Chaos Supreme Bloodline. A majestic and formidable voice reverberated once more within Chu Jianqiu's mind. Profound and esoteric incantations surged through his consciousness. The Chaos Supreme Bloodline. A jolt of astonishment coursed through Chu Jianqiu's heart. The Supreme Bloodline. This concept transcended the very boundaries of his understanding. In Chu Jianqiu's perception, the bloodlines awakened by warriors were categorized into 4 significant grades: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven, with no mention of a supreme grade bloodline. Earth-grade bloodlines were exceedingly rare, even within the Grand Dacian dynasty, while the existence of heaven-grade bloodlines remained a mystery. The supreme-grade bloodline was an entirely foreign term to Chu Jianqiu. Could it be the legendary immortal bloodline from ancient times? In ancient lore, it was said that above the heaven-grade bloodlines existed an extraordinarily formidable ancient bloodline, one whose power surpassed the imagination of ordinary beings. Any warrior who awakened such a bloodline invariably became a formidable force to be reckoned with. Could this Chaos Supreme Bloodline truly be the fabled immortal bloodline of antiquity? Chu Jianqiu steadied his astonishment and began to cultivate according to the incantations in his mind. Although the Chaos Celestial Emperor technique was profoundly mysterious, Chu Jianqiu's innate comprehension was exceptionally high, and the direct influx into his consciousness made it far easier to grasp than poring over ancient tomes. As the mental technique circulated, Chu Jianqiu sensed a terrifying power gradually awakening deep within his bloodline, akin to an ancient dragon lying in wait, which, upon complete awakening, would possess the capacity to annihilate the heavens and the earth. An hour later, the golden light surging into Chu Jianqiu's body gradually receded. Chu Jianqiu opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and felt the terrifying power that lay dormant deep within his veins. His heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. This was the might of the supreme bloodline. The chaotic celestial emperor technique had refined and absorbed the golden light that surged into his body, restoring his cultivation to the third level of body refinement. Bang! Before Chu Jianqiu could fully process the enormity of this transformation, a resounding crash interrupted his thoughts. He snapped back to reality, gazing at the shattered door. Several figures strode in arrogantly, led by a youth of about 15 or 16 years of age. Chu Jianqiu, I have heard that you have fallen into a state of madness in your cultivation and have become a waste. I have come to see you for myself. Chu He sneered down at the boy seated cross-legged on the bed, his lips curling with scorn. Chu Jianqiu's gaze turned icy. He had anticipated this scene 3 years prior, when his father departed from the family to search for his mother, whom Chu Jianqiu had never met. The faction of the Grand Elder began to covet the position of the family head. Although his father had left the clan, the lingering prestige he had left behind still deterred the Grand Elder's faction from acting rashly. Moreover, despite his stagnant cultivation over the past 3 years, there remained few among the younger generation who could rival him, and many elders continued to support him. Now that his cultivation had been rendered useless, the Grand Elder's faction would undoubtedly be restless. When he heard from Ruohua that Lu Tianyao had handed him over to the Grand Elder and informed him of his status as a waste, Chu Jianqiu had already foreseen the unfolding of this very moment. Since you have become a mere shell of your former self, you are no longer the heir of the Chu family. This estate is no longer your rightful residence. I have come today to request your departure. As Chu He sneered with mockery, a sense of indescribable triumph surged within him. It was a sheer delight to torment this once exalted young master. Get out. Chu Jianqiu coldly uttered a single word in response to Chu He's humiliation. He deemed such an inconsequential character unworthy of his words, a mere side branch of the family, someone who ordinarily would not command any attention. Now that the faction of the Grand Elder had yet to act, it was amusing to see this clown frolicking about. You dare to tell me to leave? Chu He's smile instantly faltered, stunned that this worthless individual would have the audacity to issue such a command. It seemed he had yet to grasp the reality of his situation, still clinging to the illusion of being the esteemed heir of the Chu family. Today, I shall awaken this fool to the truth. Chu He declared fiercely, stepping forward and launching a punch at Chu Jianqiu. A worthless individual devoid of any cultivation dared to be so arrogant. He was determined to force him to his knees, calling him grandpa. As Chu He's fist hurtled toward him, Chu Jianqiu stood his ground, meeting the blow with his own. Boom. The fists collided, and a shockwave surged forth, sending Chu He staggering back several paces. A flicker of alarm crossed his eyes. How could this be? Wasn't Chu Jianqiu supposed to be utterly devoid of power? His dantian shattered? The group that had accompanied Chu He was equally astonished, their hearts beginning to race with disbelief. Initially, they believed that Chu Jianqiu was rendered powerless, which emboldened them to follow Chu He, eager to establish their merit and gain favor with the Grand Elder, hoping for a chance to ascend to the direct lineage. However, if Chu Jianqiu had not truly lost his powers, their days of ease would come to an abrupt end. Should Chu Jianqiu actually have become a mere shell of his former self, few would take notice, even if some elders, recalling their past connections with him, wished to impose penalties. The protection of the Grand Elder would likely deter them from pressing too hard on a worthless individual. Yet, the current situation had far surpassed their expectations. As Chu Jianqiu rose from his bed, he descended gracefully to the ground and advanced a step, delivering a powerful punch. This time, he held nothing back. He was not magnanimous enough to ignore the affront brought upon him, and he intended to impart a profound lesson to these intruders. Chu He gritted his teeth, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. However, sensing the aura emanating from Chu Jianqiu, he noted that it was merely that of a third-level body refiner. While he was not entirely powerless, it was undeniable that his cultivation had drastically diminished. As a fourth-level body refiner himself, he saw no reason to fear him. Regaining his courage, Chu He swung his fist to clash with Chu Jianqiu. Bang! Chu He was sent reeling, crashing against the wall, and a mouthful of blood erupted from him. Shock filled his heart, his eyes wide with incredulity. Was this truly the might of a third-level body refiner? Get lost, Chu Jianqiu commanded coldly. The onlookers hastily assisted Chu He and retreated in disgrace. Before departing, Chu He cast a venomous glance at Chu Jianqiu, yet refrained from uttering any further nonsense. At that moment, he was not Chu Jianqiu's equal. Provoking him would surely lead to dire consequences. As Chu He and his companions exited Chu Jianqiu's chamber, a young man in a green robe silently observed from a nearby corridor, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Chu Jianqiu, watching them leave, fell into deep thought. Although he had triumphed over Chu He today, there was no joy to be found in such a victory. A mere buffoon was hardly a cause for celebration. The true troubles loomed ahead. While Chu He had been defeated, he had also discerned Chu Jianqiu's vulnerabilities, and it was likely that the faction of the Grand Elder would soon strike. With his current level of cultivation, he was woefully unprepared to confront the impending challenges. He resolutely decided that he must elevate his powers swiftly. Clenching his fist, he felt the terrifying force lurking within him, and recalled the moment he had vanquished Chu He. Acutely aware of the sheer magnitude of that power, for the time being, he chose to disregard the torrent of information flooding his mind. It was far too extensive, and to untangle it all would require at least 10 days to half a month. Yet, the urgency of his situation left no room for such indulgence. Without sufficient means of self-preservation, it was likely that the Chu family would soon lose its foothold and even face threats to their very lives. If he were to become utterly incapacitated, it would not be too grievous. The Grand Elder would likely not bother with a useless individual, perhaps allowing him to retain his life. However, his current cultivation had suffered a significant decline, and the Grand Elder would undoubtedly ensure that he would never have the opportunity to rise again, thereby thwarting his schemes for the position of family head. He would inevitably resort to every means possible to stifle him. To ensure his survival, the only path forward was to swiftly enhance his strength. The chaotic Celestial Emperor's art was evidently a formidable asset for his advancement. Just moments ago, he had awakened his chaotic sovereign bloodline through the cultivation of the chaotic Celestial Emperor's art. Yet he had not had the chance to delve further into this profound technique before being interrupted by Chu He. The chaotic Celestial Emperor's art was a method conceived by an ancient powerhouse who, while witnessing the creation of the universe and the evolution of chaos into myriad forms, gained profound insights that led to the attainment of the chaotic Tao. This ancient being existed long before the cosmos was formed, a formidable entity from the primordial chaos, and it was difficult for Chu Jianqiu to fathom the terrifying level of such a presence. The techniques birthed by beings of this caliber were undoubtedly several orders of magnitude superior to those he had previously practiced. Through cultivating this art, the awakening of the chaotic sovereign bloodline had already unveiled the terrifying potential of this technique to Chu Jianqiu. Without wasting any time, he resumed his practice of the chaotic Celestial Emperor's art. As he activated the heart method of the art, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him with frenzied intensity, rushing into his body in a wild torrent, and his aura ascended at a visibly rapid pace. After an hour, Chu Jianqiu opened his eyes, his gaze filled with astonishment. In just this hour of cultivation, he had completely solidified his cultivation at the 3rd level of body refinement. Previously, it had been due to absorbing those golden rays that his cultivation had surged 3 levels in an instant. But now it was purely through the absorption of the world's spiritual energy for his practice. If this pace continues, it is likely that within 6 months, I shall restore my previous cultivation. The chaotic Celestial Emperor technique is indeed formidable. However, under the current circumstances, I cannot afford to wait for half a year. Had I not encountered this fortuitous event, it would have been one thing, but now that fate has smiled upon me, I must strive for my own advancement. Chu Jianqiu took out a body-refining pill and consumed it. Although the cultivation speed of the chaotic Celestial Emperor technique is already astonishing, it is still insufficient. As the pill settled within, a few breaths later, its potent medicinal energy began to radiate throughout my being, surging with vigor. After the duration of an incense stick, I had fully assimilated the pill's energy. A wave of elation surged within me. The dominance and strength of the chaotic royal bloodline continually astonished me. Previously, it would take me at least a day to refine a single body refining pill, and fully digesting it would require no less than 5 days. Each type of pill contains impurities, and while absorbing its medicinal power, one must also allocate time to eliminate these impurities. In the past, I could not consume more than 3 body refining pills in a month, lest the accumulation of impurities outpace my body's ability to expel them, leading to potential harm. But now, Chu Jianqiu clenched his fist. Within mere breaths, I had refined the body refining pill, and in just the duration of an incense stick, I had completely absorbed its medicinal power. This speed surpasses my former capabilities by an immeasurable extent, and astonishingly, the impurities were instantaneously dissolved by the power within my bloodline. This signifies that I can continuously consume pills without any concern for adverse effects. With fervor, I retrieved a handful of body-refining pills, devouring them one by one, akin to savoring sweet confections. Thus, as the heir of the Chu family, he possesses such immense wealth. Each of these body-refining pills is exceedingly valuable. The surging medicinal power swept through his body, and Chu Jianqiu's aura ascended at a visibly rapid pace. However, as he continued to consume the pills, Chu Jianqiu sensed something amiss. To advance from the third to the fourth level of body refinement, merely 5 pills would suffice for a breakthrough. Yet, he had already ingested 15 pills. Although he felt a significant enhancement in his strength, the breakthrough to the 4th level still seemed a distant goal. His dantian resembled a bottomless abyss, voraciously devouring vast amounts of spiritual energy, never satiated. Gritting his teeth, Chu Jianqiu retrieved more body-refining pills and continued to swallow them. Upon consuming 50 pills, a thunderous roar echoed as he finally broke through to the 4th level of body refinement. However, his complexion darkened, and his hands trembled. 50 body-refining pills. This truly underscored his insatiable appetite for such elixirs. Those 50 pills represented all of Chu Jianqiu's current savings. The mere thought of needing 50 pills to achieve a breakthrough to the 4th level of body refinement left him in despair regarding his future cultivation needs. He could hardly fathom the amount of elixirs required, which would likely deplete the entire resources of the Chu family. Yet, the power gained from these 50 body-refining pills was undeniable. Chu Jianqiu clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! The tremendous force shattered the air, unleashing a tempestuous wave that obliterated the furniture within the room. Feeling the potent energy surging within him, Chu Jianqiu estimated that he was now far stronger than an ordinary practitioner at the 6th level of body refinement and could even contend with those at the 7th level. Chu Jianqiu stood with his fists clenched when he noticed Ru Hua entering from outside. The young girl's eyes were red and one side of her face was swollen. Although she had made an effort to conceal it with powder, Chu Jianqiu could still discern the distinct marks left by fingers upon her cheek. "Young master, I have brought the medicine for your injuries," she exclaimed, forcing a smile as she produced a small porcelain vial. Upon seeing Ru Hua in such a state, Chu Jianqiu could easily surmise what had transpired. The girl possessed remarkable fortitude. Despite suffering grievances, she never confided in him, choosing instead to endure her trials in silence, lest she cause him worry. Unfortunately, Ru Hua had only procured the most rudimentary wound ointment. Her small head hung low, on the verge of tears. Had she not restrained herself, she surely would have been weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Chu Jianqiu accepted the porcelain vial, gently tousled Ru Hua's hair, and spoke in a soothing tone, "Do not be saddened. The young master is unharmed." At last, Ru Hua could no longer contain herself, and, with a sudden outburst, she collapsed into Chu Jianqiu's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. He tenderly held her delicate form, offering words of comfort. Observing the inferior wound ointment in his hand, which could hardly be deemed worthy even among the lowest grade of medicinal pills, and the young girl weeping in his arms, Chu Jianqiu's expression hardened. These individuals had truly gone too far. One day, he would ensure they repaid every grievance owed to him. Yet, in that moment, he did not allow his anger to cloud his judgment. His current strength was insufficient for a direct confrontation. For now, he must bide his time and endure. When he amassed enough power, he would reclaim each debt, for strength was paramount. Everything hinged upon strength. In the tranquil confines of his home, Ru Hua was instructed by Chu Jianqiu to remain indoors, with no intention of venturing out. "Do not worry," he reassured her, "it is of no consequence." Despite his severe injury, he made his way towards the pill pavilion, determined that with sufficient medicinal elixirs, he could swiftly elevate his cultivation. As he stepped into the pill pavilion, a mocking voice pierced the air. "Ah, is it not the esteemed young master Chu Jianqiu?" Ignoring the taunt, he continued deeper into the pavilion. Such arrogance from the young master Chu. The voice persisted as a figure clad in purple blocked his path. This figure was a girl of about 15 or 16, her looks passable, yet the derision etched across her face was decidedly off-putting. "What do you want, Chu Jianqiu?" Chu Jianqiu inquired, his brow furrowing with irritation. 3 years prior, she had trailed him like a shadow, only to distance herself when his progress and cultivation stagnated. He harbored no fondness for such a superficial individual. "I merely wish to understand why a worthless individual, with a shattered dantian like yourself, would come to the pill pavilion. Do you truly believe that consuming medicinal pills is of any benefit to you? Even if these pills were fed to a dog, they might yield a spiritual beast. Yet to you, that would simply be a waste." Her laughter echoed mockingly, and the surrounding onlookers joined in, reveling in the spectacle. Chapter 4. Chu Jianqiu narrowed his eyes, a chilling coldness evident in his gaze. He had previously perceived this woman as merely opportunistic. Yet he never anticipated her utter depravity and malevolence. Upon witnessing his misfortune, she immediately sought to exacerbate his plight. Leave, Chu Jianqiu commanded icily. Chu Jianqiu's expression abruptly turned frigid as she retorted, Chu Jianqiu, do you still consider yourself the esteemed young master? A mere waste dares to be so arrogant before me. Truly, you are oblivious to your own mortality. Step aside, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Chu Jianqiu's patience had reached its zenith in the face of her incessant provocations. Lack of courtesy towards me? Chu Jianqiu laughed as if she had heard the most ludicrous jest. Did everyone hear that? This wastrel dares to claim I am uncivil toward him. The onlookers erupted in laughter, their faces adorned with mockery. After all, Chu Jianqiu was a practitioner of the 6th level of body refinement, capable of ending Chu Jianqiu with a mere slap. The audacity of Chu Jianqiu to challenge her was nothing short of absurd. Today, I shall see how you intend to be uncivil toward me. If you desire elixirs, you should kneel and plead like your little maid. Perhaps I might show you mercy and grant you a couple. Chu Jianqiu declared coldly. The maid you speak of is under your thumb. Chu Jianqiu's eyes gleamed with an icy light. Although Ru Hua was his servant, she had attended to him since childhood, and he regarded her as his own sister. Upon witnessing the icy glare in Chu Jianqiu's eyes, Chu Jianqiu could not help but shudder involuntarily, a wave of indignation and embarrassment washing over her. How dare such a worthless individual intimidate her? She vowed that he would be brought to his knees in supplication today. You wretched scoundrel, Chu Jianqiu uttered coldly, his words slicing through the air. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. This audacious man truly possessed remarkable courage. Chu Jianqiu, not only a warrior of the 6th stage of body refinement, but also a direct descendant of the Grand Elder, was being insulted in such a manner. It was a perilous provocation. Her face flushed crimson with fury as she bellowed, You seek death. With that, she unleashed a palm strike aimed at Chu Jianqiu, and the onlookers braced themselves for the inevitable outcome. If this strike landed, it would either spell death for him or leave him bedridden for life. However, the ensuing scene left everyone in stunned silence. With a mere flick of his hand, Chu Jianqiu sent Chu Jianqiu hurtling through the air like tattered cloth, blood spurting from her mouth as she collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Her expression was one of disbelief. Had it not been said that his dantian had been shattered, rendering him a mere husk? How could he still possess such formidable strength? Had he not lost his cultivation? Even if Chu Jianqiu had stagnated in his progress for 3 years, he remained the only member of the younger generation of the Chu family to have broken through to the true Qi realm, far beyond the capabilities of her peers. Chu Jianqiu, what are you doing? How dare you engage in combat within the Dan Pavilion? An elder in charge of the pavilion hurried over, urging those nearby to assist Chu Jianqiu and attend to her injuries. Should anything happen to her, he would bear the tremendous consequences. Could it be that the elder's vision has faded, rendering him oblivious to her initial aggression towards me? Chu Jianqiu spoke coldly. The elder of the pavilion was momentarily at a loss for words. As a mere guardian elder, he had no desire to entangle himself in such conflicts, for mishaps could lead to disastrous consequences. Though the Grand Elder wielded considerable influence, there were numerous elders among the 10 great elders who supported Chu Jianqiu. While he too held the title of elder, as a simple guardian elder of the Pill Pavilion, he was far from being on par with the 10 great elders. Should Chu Jianqiu truly have fallen to the status of a cripple, he would not hesitate to align himself with the Grand Elder, for no one would rally behind a waste. Even if some elders, out of nostalgia for past ties, might spare Chu Jianqiu's life, they would no longer offer him the same support as before. However, the current situation was rather enigmatic. If it were true that Chu Jianqiu's dantian had shattered and rendered him a waste, it was inconceivable that he would still possess such formidable strength. Moreover, the Guardian Elder found it difficult to discern Chu Jianqiu's true capabilities. From the aura he had just emitted, it was evident he was a 4th-level body refinement practitioner. Yet his effortless defeat of Chu Jianqiu suggested an ability at least at the 7th level of body refinement. The Guardian Elder, unable to ascertain Chu Jianqiu's true depth, was reluctant to offend him further. With a slight twitch of his lips, he managed a forced smile and inquired, "May I ask what brings the young master to the Pill Pavilion?" "I have yet to collect this month's pills. I naturally came to retrieve my share," Chu Jianqiu replied indifferently. After gazing at Chu Jianqiu for a moment, the Guardian Elder pondered before producing a vial of pills and handing it over. Chu Jianqiu took the porcelain bottle and cast a glance at its contents, immediately seething with anger. What does the Elder mean by this? Within the bottle lay a mere 6 body refinement pills. Given his previous allocation, he was entitled to receive 3 Qi gathering pills. The difference between the body refinement pills and the Qi gathering pills was as stark as night and day. The former was merely a first-grade elixir, whereas the latter was a second-grade one. The disparity in their efficacy was indeed more than tenfold. The elder of the pavilion forced a smile and explained. Young master is aware that the distribution of pills in the alchemy pavilion is determined by each individual's cultivation level. Previously, as a first-level true Qi realm practitioner, you naturally received Qi-gathering pills, but now, with a cold snort, Chu Jianqiu seized the 6 body refinement pills and turned to leave. The elder's words were not unfounded. The allocation of resources in the Chu family was strictly based on cultivation and status. The family head and the 10 esteemed elders received a monthly supply of pills from the alchemy pavilion commensurate with their cultivation levels, while those from the collateral branches had to exchange merit points for resources. Gazing at the pills in his hand, Chu Jianqiu felt a sense of despair. 6 body refinement pills, even in the past, were insufficient for him to break through to the 5th level of body refinement, let alone now. It was but a drop in the bucket. He had initially hoped to obtain 3 Qi-gathering pills, which, with their potent effects, could have helped him barely achieve the 5th level of body refinement. But now, Chu Jianqiu could not help but slap his forehead in frustration. It seemed he would have to find another way to procure the elixirs. Upon returning to his room, he found that Ru Hua had already tidied up the shattered furniture within. Young master, it is said that Master Chu Han has already petitioned the Elders' Council to compete for the position of the Chu family heir in the clan competition 10 days hence. And the council has given its consent, Ru Hua said, her small face creased with worry. Upon hearing this, Chu Jianqiu was momentarily taken aback, a cold sneer forming within his heart. So, the faction of the Grand Elder can no longer contain their ambitions. Chu Jianqiu was acutely aware of the cunning nature of those old geezers in the Elders' Council. Despite the apparent support he currently enjoys from many elders, should he truly be rendered a waste, the majority of those old fellows would swiftly shift their allegiance to the Grand Elder's side. The news of his shattered dantian and his transformation into a useless being had already spread like wildfire. However, those old-timers would not easily accept such claims without first-hand verification. The impending battle in 10 days is of utmost significance. If he were to be defeated by Chu Han, there would be no place left for him within the Chu family. At that point, even if the Grand Elder were to conspire against his life, as long as it was not overtly blatant, most of those elders would likely turn a blind eye. Chapter 5. The inheritance of the myriad source flow symbol array 10 days. Such a short span of time remains. Chu Jianqiu recognized the urgency of the situation. He must find a way to enhance his strength within this limited time frame. Chu Han was not to be compared to the likes of Chu He and Chu Jianqiu. As the Grand Elder's direct descendant, Chu Han was a formidable warrior at the 9th level of body refinement, possessing extraordinary power. Before he was incapacitated by Lu Tianyao, Chu Han was only second to him among the younger generation of the Chu family. At present, with his current capabilities, he was far from being a match for Chu Han. Ruffling Ru Hua's hair, he smiled reassuringly. Do not fret, the young master has his own methods. You may step outside for now. I must commence my training. With a soft acknowledgement, Ru Hua obediently exited the room. Chu Jianqiu sat cross-legged on the bed, contemplating how to swiftly enhance his prowess. At present, there were only 2 avenues to elevate his strength. One was to cultivate more formidable martial skills, and the other was to advance his cultivation level. Regarding martial techniques, Chu Jianqiu had already thoroughly studied the Chu family's martial arts. His own skills were comparable to those of Chu Han. As for advancing his cultivation, this required a substantial amount of elixirs. He realized he had yet to explore the Chaos Supreme Tower residing in his sea of consciousness. He had witnessed the formidable power of both the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's art and the Chaos Supreme Bloodline. It was reasonable to assume that the Chaos Supreme Tower was no ordinary artifact, and it might harbor resources to aid in his growth. With a flicker of thought, Chu Jianqiu's spirit entered his sea of consciousness, where the ancient and towering structure loomed majestically. This was the first time he scrutinized the tower with intent. During his previous encounter, he had been abruptly pulled away before he could examine it closely, leaving him unaware of its true nature. Upon careful observation, he noted that while the immense black tower exuded an air of timeless grandeur, its surface was marred by numerous fissures, resembling a dilapidated edifice long neglected, poised to collapse at any moment. Approaching the base of the tower, he gently pushed open the door and stepped inside. The sight that greeted him within was nothing short of breathtaking. Streams of luminous energy danced and swirled within the tower, coalescing into profoundly intricate runes, while the ground was adorned with an array of exceedingly complex formations, the inheritance of myriad source flow formations. As this scene unfolded before him, a surge of corresponding knowledge flooded into Chu Jianqiu's mind. The symbol array, a profound and intricate discipline of the Tianwu continent, stands as a pinnacle of esoteric knowledge. The array master is revered as one of the most esteemed professions within this realm. Everything in the martial world of the Tianwu continent is inextricably linked to symbol arrays. When an artisan forges magical artifacts, they rely on arrays. The very formation of these treasures necessitates the engraving of runes. Alchemy is inextricably bound to symbol arrays. During cultivation, one must configure a spirit-gathering array to harness ethereal energies. The defenses of a sect require the establishment of formidable protective arrays. When fire is needed, one calls upon the fire rune. For water, the water rune is summoned. To soar through the skies or traverse the earth, the celestial and earthly runes are essential. Symbol arrays serve to manifest the grand mechanisms of nature, embodying a profound mastery of creation. Before him, the swirling lights represent powerful legacies of symbol arrays. Chu Jianqiu's gaze fixated on the luminous runes, meticulously examining each one. Fire rune, water rune, wind rune, swift movement rune, illusion array, confusion array, flame array, pill array. When Chu Jianqiu's eyes fell upon a particular formation, his heart surged with astonishment. The pill array, a method to concoct elixirs through arrays, allows one to simply cast ingredients into the formation, whereupon the pills are autonomously refined. Witnessing this array, Chu Jianqiu experienced a tumult of shock and exhilaration. Such an array is indeed inconceivably formidable. If this knowledge were to spread, would not all alchemists face obsolescence? Conventional arrays merely assist alchemists in managing flames. They can never replace the meticulous art of pill crafting. Every step in alchemy, from controlling temperature to measuring ingredient proportions, profoundly influences the success of the concoction. Chu Jianqiu had never encountered an array capable of autonomously refining pills. To what terrifying extent does this array truly extend? Chu Jianqiu immediately approached the formation and began to meticulously study it. The array runes he had previously encountered were not what he currently needed, so he did not invest time in them. However, this Danfu formation, if mastered, would grant him an abundance of elixirs to consume. With sufficient medicinal pills, figures such as Chu Han, Lu Tianyao, and Ouyang Yuan, along with the Grand Elder, would pose no challenge at all. Chu Jianqiu devoted himself entirely to the Danfu formation, exerting every ounce of his energy in research. The principles involved in the Danfu formation were exceedingly complex, requiring adjustments based on various recipes, ratios, and temperatures. The arrangement of the Danfu formation varied for the crafting of different elixirs. The Danfu formation here merely served as a general outline. Specific adaptations for particular elixirs would necessitate a formation master to tailor the setup according to the circumstances. Nevertheless, this Danfu formation contained thousands of examples that could be directly utilized. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Chu Jianqiu let out a long sigh. Having managed to grasp the arrangement method for the body refining pills formation, albeit just barely. The intricacies of this Danfu formation were immense, and it was naturally beyond his capacity to master the entire framework in such a brief period. He focused solely on one case for crafting the body refining pill, which was significantly easier than comprehending the entirety of the formation. However, even mastering the arrangement for just one type of elixir drained a considerable amount of his mental energy, leaving him utterly fatigued. Exiting the space within the tower, the overwhelming weariness made him yearn for deep slumber, yet the urgency of time permitted him no moment of respite. A day has now passed, leaving him with only 9 days remaining. He has mastered the formation for refining the body-fortifying pill, and the recipe is available at the Chu clan's alchemy pavilion. What remains is merely the ingredients for the body-fortifying pill. The herbal materials for alchemy can be easily procured from the Alchemist Guild in Tianshui City. However, Chu Jianqiu currently possesses no funds, unable to afford even half a stock of herbs. Truly, a lack of money can thwart even the most heroic of men. Rubbing his head in contemplation, Chu Jianqiu pondered for a while, concluding that he must first create a few talismans to sell. After much deliberation, he selected a rune from within the tower. This rune was infinitely simpler than the pill formation, and he learned it with little effort. Having grasped the principles of talisman crafting, he now faced the challenge of acquiring the materials to draw them. With his pockets empty, he found himself compelled to sell the 6 body-fortifying pills he had just received from the alchemy pavilion to afford the necessary supplies. The inheritance of talisman formations within the chaotic Supreme Tower is remarkably formidable. Once comprehended, it can be swiftly applied. Chu Jianqiu wasted only a few sheets of talisman paper before successfully crafting his first talisman. This was the simplest first-tier talisman, the strengthening talisman, which can temporarily double a warrior's strength. Chapter 6. Lu Gaoyang at the Wantu commercial firm. in the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, Chu Jianqiu, carrying over 10 crafted talismans, intended to rent a stall for their sale. Although these talismans could be directly sold to the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, the price would not be as favorable as retailing them himself, since the pavilion would inevitably seek to profit from the transaction. Given his current financial straits, he could not afford to let those profits slip away. Talismans are highly sought after in the Tianwu continent, and Chu Jianqiu felt no apprehension regarding their sales. Although Chu Jianqiu effortlessly drew the spiritual talisman, it was the formidable legacy of the talisman array within the Supreme Chaos Tower, coupled with his exceptional comprehension, that enabled him to grasp the intricacies of talisman drawing in such a fleeting moment. For others, merely embarking on the path would entail an indeterminate duration of time. From the initial stages to successfully crafting the first talisman, those of prodigious talent might require at least 6 months, while those with lesser aptitude could take 2 to 3 years, or even longer, to achieve success. The realm of talisman arrays is intricate and profound, demanding even greater innate talent and insight than the arts of alchemy or artifact forging. It is said that among 100,000 individuals, there may not emerge even a single talisman master, resulting in an acute scarcity of such practitioners across the Tianwu continent. Talisman masters are typically categorized into talismanists and array masters, as only a select few gifted individuals possess the ability to master both talismans and formations simultaneously. Most specialize in one discipline alone. Each talisman master is regarded as a coveted asset by various factions within the Spirit Talisman Pavilion. The number of individuals selling spiritual talismans is few, while the throngs of buyers are overwhelming. The Wanwu Merchant Group stands as the largest commercial entity in the Great Qian Dynasty, conducting business throughout the entire realm, with branches established in every county. The scope of the Wanwu Merchant Group's dealings is extensive, encompassing spiritual talismans, formations, elixirs, magical artifacts, and martial techniques. Virtually every trade within the martial world finds representation through this enterprise. Young Master Chu, does this strength-enhancing talisman truly double one's power? In the wake of establishing his stall, Chu Jianqiu was soon approached by his first customer, a rugged man with a resolute countenance and a touch of simplicity. However, the expression on his face clearly conveyed a sense of skepticism regarding the efficacy of the strength-enhancing talisman. However, this is hardly surprising. The effect of a first-tier enhancement talisman typically amplifies strength by about 30%. An increase of 50% is exceedingly rare, and anything beyond that is only achievable by a second-tier talisman master. As for a talisman that doubles one's strength, such an artifact has never been witnessed in Tianshui County. Previously, Chu Jianqiu had devoted himself solely to cultivation, possessing scant knowledge of talisman arrays prior to acquiring the Chaos Supreme Tower. Now, however, all his understanding of talisman arrays stems from the insights gleaned within the tower. He remains oblivious to the extraordinary nature of the talisman arrays contained therein. Any single array, even the most rudimentary, would send shockwaves through the talisman world of the Great Qian Dynasty. Naturally, a doubling of strength is within the realm of possibility. A sense of puzzlement filled Chu Jianqiu's heart. As this was his inaugural attempt at crafting a talisman, his technique remained unrefined, resulting in effects that fell short of expectations. He harbored concerns that these enhancement talismans might go unsold due to their perceived lack of potency. Yet, observing the man's reaction, it seemed instead that the enhancement was too formidable for him to believe. How audacious to claim a doubling of strength. Even Master Yang would not dare make such a boast. Here stands the esteemed young master of the Chu family, once the foremost genius of Tianshui County, now reduced to engaging in such deceptive undertakings following the shattering of his dantian and the loss of his cultivation. Truly, a lamentable fall from grace. A youth clad in brocade, twirling a folding fan, sauntered over with an air of arrogance, flanked by several sycophantic followers. Chu Jianqiu's gaze turned icy. It was Lu Gaoyong, the brother of Lu Tianyao. Chu Jianqiu currently harbors no fondness for the Lu family. The mere sight of them incites his ire, especially when it concerns Lu Tianyao's brother. He had yet to seek trouble with the Lu family, yet their members approached him uninvited. Lu Gaoyong possesses considerable talent in the art of talisman crafting, having been apprenticed to an elder at the Lingfu Pavilion from a young age. He has now gained a modest reputation as a first-rate talisman master in Tianshui City. Zhao Cheng, you truly are a corner dog. Desperate and reckless enough to believe in the talismans drawn by this waste, Lu Gaoyong scoffed. This fool is not even a martial artist, devoid of any true energy within. How could he possibly craft a talisman? And a strength-enhancing talisman that purportedly doubles one's power? Huh, you amuse me to no end. Lu Gaoyang regarded Chu Jianqiu with derision, his laughter echoing with contempt and mockery. What is this? The esteemed young master of the Chu family has fallen to such depths. Reduced to a life of deceit and trickery? If you are truly in need of money, perhaps you should kneel and offer me a few respectful bows. I might show you mercy and grant you a handful of spirit stones. Indeed, a few bows are far easier than concocting a talisman that claims to amplify strength. Bow before our young master, and spirit stones shall be yours. What a lucrative bargain. The peril of selling counterfeit talismans is substantial, and it appears that even fabricating a plausible lie eludes this one, as his transparent fabrications could hardly deceive anyone. It seems that after the young master of the Chu family rendered himself incapable, his wits have similarly diminished. The sycophants surrounding him joined in the raucous laughter, immediately drawing the attention of those nearby. After all, one was once the most talented individual in Tianshui City, while the other was a renowned first-grade talisman master. Neither of them could be considered insignificant. The spectacle was undeniably captivating. Recently, rumors had circulated that this former prodigy of Tianshui City had suffered a shattered dantian, rendering him a cripple. Most people regarded this sensational gossip with skepticism. After all, Chu Jianqiu had once held the title of the greatest talent in Tianshui City. The notion that he could suddenly become a cripple due to a misstep in cultivation seemed utterly implausible. Today would provide an opportunity to discern the truth behind these rumors. What a pack of mad dogs barking here! Chu Jianqiu exclaimed impatiently. He held no regard for the likes of Lu Gaoyang, whom he considered mere clowns. The true threats to him were figures like the Grand Elder and Ouyang Yuan. Of course, Lu Tianyao, who had mastered the 3 absolute veins and acquired his entire cultivation, also posed a significant threat. Time was of the essence for him. He had no inclination to engage with Lu Gaoyang and his ilk. Were it not for the strict prohibition against violence within the Wanwu Merchants Guild, he would have long since silenced the fool before him with a single strike to spare himself the incessant noise. Lu Gaoyang's laughter faltered, as if he had been grasped by the throat like a goose. What had this waste just called him? A mad dog? Lu Gaoyang's fury ignited instantly. Being publicly insulted as a mad dog by a cripple was an unbearable humiliation. You seek death, Lu Gaoyang seethed, launching a punch towards Chu Jianqiu in a fit of rage. Chapter 7. A single blow. Chu Jianqiu let out a cold smile. It was indeed a fortunate circumstance that Lu Gaoyang was willing to take action. Such a fool. Chu Jianqiu pondered how he had managed to survive until now. Even at the height of his prowess, Chu Jianqiu would never dare to disrupt the rules of the Wanwu Trading Company. In the face of such a colossal entity, the 4 great families of Tianshui City appeared as mere jesters. The Wanwu Trading Company has never shown leniency towards those who dare to violate its rules. To challenge the regulations of the Wanwu Trading Company is tantamount to defying its authority. Now that Lu Gaoyang had made the first move, Chu Jianqiu felt no need for restraint. He would collect interest on the debt Lu Tianyao owed him from Lu Gaoyang. Boom! Chu Jianqiu unleashed a powerful punch, channeling all his strength into it, employing the yellow-grade upper-tier martial technique, the mountain splitter fist. Martial techniques are categorized into 4 grades: yellow, mysterious, earth, and heaven, each of which is further divided into inferior, average, superior, and exceptional tiers. The mountain splitter fist is a remarkable yellow-grade upper-tier technique, renowned for its unyielding ferocity, standing out even among the elite of its grade, and rivaling some exceptional yellow-grade techniques. Chu Jianqiu had long mastered this technique to perfection. Previously, during his confrontation with Chu Jianqiu, he had held back, as they were of the same clan. He did not wish to escalate matters before fully severing ties. A mere lesson would suffice. However, when it came to Lu Gaoyang, Chu Jianqiu harbored no intention of showing mercy. He unleashed his full might from the very outset. The enmity between him and the Lu family was profound and irreconcilable, and a life-and-death battle was inevitable. There was no need for hesitation. When Lu Gaoyang encountered Chu Jianqiu's audacity to confront him, a cold sneer crept into his heart. This fool. Did he truly believe he was still the unrivaled prodigy of Tianshui City? It was a perilous misjudgment. However, as their fists collided, Lu Gaoyang was met with an overwhelming force akin to a tidal wave, causing profound alarm to surge within him. What on earth was happening? Yet, even as he sensed the impending danger, it was too late to evade. With a sharp crack, his arm shattered into several pieces, contorting grotesquely like twisted dough, and he was sent hurtling backward like a marionette with severed strings. Lu Gaoyang's astonishment reached its zenith. How could this be? Hadn't his sister claimed that this worthless wretch had a shattered dantian and had lost all cultivation? How could he possibly possess such formidable strength? The onlookers were momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Was it not said that Chu Jianqiu's dantian was broken and his powers extinguished? What, then, was this spectacle? If one were to assert that the rumors were false, the reality of Chu Jianqiu's cultivation level, merely at the 4th stage of body refinement, seemed to contradict itself, as he had just sent a 6th-stage body refiner flying with a single punch. Was the young master of the Chu family deliberately concealing his true abilities? Though Lu Gaoyang had been struck back by that fateful blow, Chu Jianqiu had no intention of sparing him. In a flash, he advanced, delivering a devastating punch aimed at Lu Gaoyang's chest. Should this blow connect, Lu Gaoyang would not only face death, but would be rendered utterly incapacitated. Meanwhile, Lu Gaoyang's sycophants stood utterly stupefied by the sudden turn of events, frozen in place, unable to grasp the unfolding situation. Even if they had begun to comprehend, fear rendered them too intimidated to act. In the scenario where Chu Jianqiu is deemed a mere waste, they would still dare to mock him, seeking the thrill of tormenting this fallen genius. However, should Chu Jianqiu's cultivation remain intact, even with tenfold courage, they would not dare to lay a finger on him. The formidable reputation of the foremost genius of Tianshui City is not to be underestimated. Crushing them would be akin to squashing a few ants underfoot. Stop! A furious shout erupted as a figure swiftly advanced towards Chu Jianqiu. Before the palm could make contact, Chu Jianqiu already sensed the terrifying power it harbored. He dared not confront it head-on and swiftly activated his phantasmal movement technique to retreat. Yet, the pursuer had no intention of letting Chu Jianqiu escape easily. Following him like a shadow, Chu Jianqiu understood all too well that with his current cultivation, he was no match for this individual. If the engagement continued, within 3 moves, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injury at the hands of this person. Thus, he hastily called out, "Hold on." The figure halted, and the onlookers finally discerned the identity of the newcomer, a stern-faced elder clad in gray robes. Upon recognizing this elder, the crowd's hearts tightened. It was Liang Jiushan, the law enforcement elder of the Spirit Talisman Pavilion. Now, both Chu Jianqiu and Lu Gaoyang were in grave peril. Liang Jiushan was known for his unyielding and impartial nature, showing no mercy to those who dared to violate the rules of the Wanwu Trading Company. "What do you have to say for yourself?" Liang Jiushan inquired with a solemn expression. Had it not been for his relatively favorable impression of the former genius of Tianshui City, he would have swiftly incapacitated anyone daring enough to disrupt the regulations of the Wanwu Trading Company, leaving no room for debate. "Why does Elder Liang strike at me without discerning right from wrong?" Chu Jianqiu responded with neither humility nor arrogance. "Without discerning right from wrong, you acted first within the Spirit Talisman's Pavilion, and you dare to assert that I am unjust." Liang Jiushan's fury ignited instantaneously. Elder Liang, too, must ascertain who initiated the conflict, right? Chu Jianqiu felt a twinge of helplessness. Although Liang Jiushan was principled, his temper was exceedingly volatile. Liang Jiushan paused, bewildered, and questioned. "Was it not you who struck first?" In the heat of the moment, he instinctively assumed that Chu Jianqiu had been the aggressor. Given the circumstances, Lu Gaoyang was no match for Chu Jianqiu, rendering the situation a one-sided affair. Who would be foolish enough to provoke an opponent in clear disregard of the rules of the Wanwu Trading House when they knew they were outclassed? "It was Lu Gaoyang who attacked me first. This was witnessed by all," Chu Jianqiu replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Liang Jiushan summoned a disciple from the Spirit Talisman's Pavilion and inquired sternly, what transpired just now? Should Chu Jianqiu dare to deceive him, he would ensure that the consequences of such treachery were felt deeply. The disciple, unwilling to conceal the truth, relayed the events as they had unfolded. After listening to the report, Liang Jiushan's expression turned frigid. Lu Gaoyang, being a disciple of Elder Chang Gaochen, could not be oblivious to the regulations of the Wanwu Trading House. Thus, his transgression was compounded by his awareness of the law. Observing Liang Jiushan's grim countenance, Lu Gaoyang felt a surge of panic, momentarily forgetting his grievous injuries, and hastily exclaimed, "Law enforcement elder, he was selling counterfeit talismans in the Spirit Talisman's Pavilion," prompting me to act. Upon hearing these words, Liang Jiushan's eyes instantly shimmered with a fierce glint, and his gaze towards Chu Jianqiu was laced with a hint of murderous intent. Selling counterfeit talismans at the Lingfu Pavilion is a grave offense that severely tarnishes its reputation, and the pavilion has always maintained a zero-tolerance policy towards such matters. "You haven't even examined my talismans. How can you ascertain that they are fraudulent?" Chu Jianqiu replied calmly, showing no signs of unease despite Liang Jiushan's piercing stare. Chapter 8. The gamble, a talisman that doubles the enhancement power. Such an audacious claim. Even if your talismans are genuine, this is an extreme form of deception. Such deceitful conduct cannot be tolerated by the Lingfu Pavilion. Before Liang Jiushan could voice his response, a cold voice interjected. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Gaoyang exclaimed joyfully, "Master." The arrival was none other than Lu Gaoyang's master, Chang Gaochen. Alarmed by reports of the situation, he hurried over, fearing that the elder Liang might recklessly harm his prized disciple. Upon witnessing Lu Gaoyang's woeful state, Chang Gaochen's anger ignited as he cast a chilling glance at Chu Jianqiu. "You, young man, are incredibly audacious. Not only do you sell counterfeit talismans at the Lingfu Pavilion, but you also dare to inflict harm. Do you truly believe that the Lingfu Pavilion is devoid of capable individuals? Elder Chang, you are so certain that my talismans cannot achieve a doubling effect." Chu Jianqiu stood his ground, meeting Chang Gaochen's icy gaze with composure. "You should weigh your own merits before making such claims." Chang Gaochen retorted with a sneer. Utterly unconvinced that Chu Jianqiu could accomplish such a feat, the individual surnamed Chu had never been heard of in relation to the study of talismanic arrays. It was uncertain whether this young man could even craft a talisman, let alone produce one with such remarkable effects. A talisman that could double the amplification of force. Such a person was nowhere to be found in the entirety of Tianshui County. Given this, Elder Chang, do you dare to wager with me? Chu Jianqiu said with a faint smile. What shall we wager? Elder Chang Gaochen, observing Chu Jianqiu's confident demeanor, felt a surge of interest, eager to see what tricks this young man might unveil. The charges of selling counterfeit talismans and engaging in combat within the Talisman Pavilion had already sealed Chu Jianqiu's fate today. If the head of the Chu family, Chu Xiangtian, were still in Tianshui City, perhaps there would be some hesitation. However, with Chu Xiangtian absent for 3 years and his fate uncertain, and given the internal strife within the Chu family, who would still fear this nominal young master? Moreover, the recent rumors of Chu Jianqiu's fall from grace had spread like wildfire. While it appeared that the gossip was somewhat exaggerated, it remained a fact that his cultivation had indeed plummeted. Otherwise, Lu Gaoyang's injury would not have been as severe as losing an arm. If my amplification talisman fails to produce a doubling effect, I, Chu Jianqiu, shall submit to Elder Chang's judgment. However, should my amplification talisman succeed, I propose that Elder Chang compensates me with 300 body refining pills. The onlookers could not help but gasp in astonishment. This fellow certainly had an insatiable appetite. 300 body refining pills. Even a true energy realm expert would likely feel a pang of reluctance at such a price. If your enhancement talisman truly can double one's strength, then what would it matter if I were to offer you 500 body refining pills? Lang Gaochen remarked nonchalantly. For a deceased individual, what significance do promises hold, when the crux lies in whether they possess the life to seize them? Very well, it is settled. Chu Jianqiu replied with a smile, inwardly delighted, as if a pillow had been provided to him while he was dozing off. He was in dire need of a substantial quantity of body refining pills, and now they had come knocking at his door. Liang Jiushan did not intervene in their wager. He was intrigued to see whether this young man truly possessed the capability he claimed. Should Chu Jianqiu indeed succeed in crafting a talisman that amplifies strength by a factor of 2, it would undoubtedly send ripples through the talisman formation community of Tianshui County. Although Liang Jiushan harbored doubts regarding Chu Jianqiu's ability to forge such a high-tier spiritual talisman, after all, even Yang Zhenhai, the head of the Talisman Pavilion, could not achieve this feat. The power of a talisman is primarily influenced by 2 aspects: its rank and the quality of its core. The rank of a talisman generally determines the level of strength it can enhance. For instance, a first-tier enhancement talisman only augments the strength of body refining realm warriors, while its effect on those in the true Qi realm and above is negligible. Only a second-tier enhancement talisman can impact warriors in the true Qi realm. The quality of the talisman's core dictates the efficacy of the enhancement. Even for a first-tier enhancement talisman, a talisman with a high-quality core will yield a greater amplification effect, whereas one with a lower quality core will result in a lesser effect. The quality of the core is classified into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite. The factors that influence the core's quality include the talisman's runes and the craftsmanship employed in its creation. The enhancement talisman, despite being of the same category, varies in potency depending on the intricacies of the inscriptions etched upon it. Talisman crafted from rudimentary symbols are inevitably of inferior quality, while those forged from sophisticated runes, even if the crafting technique is not particularly refined, will yield talismans of superior caliber. The mastery of talisman crafting is a reflection of the artisan's prowess. The familiarity with the runes and a profound comprehension of their meanings directly influence the potency of a talisman. Thus, a talisman master of high rank may not necessarily produce talismans of elevated quality. Their rank merely attests to their capacity to create talismans of that particular tier. A second-tier talisman master may indeed forge second-tier talismans, yet without access to superior low-tier runes, they cannot produce high-caliber first-tier talismans. Therefore, the secrets of runes are often closely guarded among talisman artisans. Chu Jianqiu grasped the talisman and accompanied Chu Jianqiu to the talisman testing apparatus situated in the heart of the first floor of the talisman pavilion. This apparatus is designed to assess the efficacy of talismans for those engaged in buying and selling at the pavilion. News of the impending duel between Chu Jianqiu and Chu Jianqiu had spread throughout the pavilion, drawing a crowd that surrounded the testing apparatus, creating a scene of intense anticipation. Chu Jianqiu, with a sardonic smile, fixed his gaze upon Chu Jianqiu, eager to witness how the latter would navigate the situation. Chu Jianqiu, returning a subtle smile, retrieved an enhancement talisman and, under the scrutinizing and mocking gazes of the onlookers, tossed it into the testing apparatus. Name of the spirit rune. Strength amplification rune grade of the spirit rune. First tier quality of the rune core. Superior effect of the spirit rune. Doubles strength gazing at the luminous inscriptions on the rune testing device. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. It was indeed true. This individual strength amplification rune could genuinely double one's power. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. Chu Jianqiu stared at the rows of golden characters displayed on the testing apparatus. Never before had he perceived these words as so glaringly vivid. Lu Gaoyong, in a frenzy, incessantly murmured to himself, "Impossible, this cannot be real." What he had initially deemed a mere weakling, ripe for exploitation, was now demonstrating not only overwhelming strength, but also an extraordinary talent for rune crafting that overshadowed the entire Tianshui County. The genius who had once stood atop the world 3 years prior seemed to have returned in this moment, radiating brilliance as ever. Chapter 9. First-rank rune master. This cannot be real. He must have employed some deceitful means, or perhaps the testing device is malfunctioning today. How could a discarded individual with a shattered dantian possibly forge runes? Lu Gaoyong suddenly erupted, pointing frantically at Chu Jianqiu, shouting, "Useless fool. You're nothing but a source of embarrassment." In a fit of rage and humiliation, Chu Jianqiu struck Lu Gaoyong across the face. The force of the blow, fueled by his anger, was uncontrolled, sending Lu Gaoyong sprawling, blood and teeth erupting from his mouth. His eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Lu Gaoyong not only incurred a loss of 500 body refining pills, but also suffered humiliation in front of so many witnesses. Now, he dares to question the measurement instrument of the Spirit Rune Pavilion. To doubt the accuracy of the Spirit Rune Pavilion's device is tantamount to slapping the pavilion's face. Such repercussions are beyond the capacity of even Chu Jianqiu to bear, let alone a mere first-tier rune master like himself. It would be prudent to swiftly incapacitate him with a single strike to prevent further chaos. Liang Jiushan was equally astonished. This young man had indeed managed to forge such potent runes. It seemed that an extraordinary rune master was about to emerge in Tianshui County. Sometimes, the essence of a rune is a more profound indication of a master level in rune crafting. A high-ranking rune master merely signifies a higher level of power and a broader range of techniques at their disposal. Yet this does not necessarily reflect their true mastery of the art. The grade of a rune's essence is a more accurate measure of a rune master's potential. As it stands, there appears to be no one in Tianshui County capable of producing runes with a superior grade essence. Liang Jiushan's earlier anger towards Chu Jianqiu for his outburst at the Spirit Rune Pavilion had dissipated, leaving only astonishment and joy in its wake. "Young man, would you be interested in joining the Spirit Rune Pavilion?" Liang Jiushan's typically stern demeanor melted away, replaced by a beaming smile. Chu Jianqiu was taken aback. This unexpected invitation caught him off guard. He had come to the Spirit Rune Pavilion solely to sell runes for profit, having amassed enough spirit stones to purchase body refining pills, and had never considered the prospect of joining the pavilion. "Young man, what are you hesitating for? As long as you join the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, you will enjoy comprehensive discounts on the materials for talisman crafting here, and the pavilion will impose no restrictions on you. You may pursue your interests freely." A resonant voice echoed at that moment. The crowd turned toward the source of the sound and beheld a towering figure approaching. It was the pavilion master. Yang Jiushan, Chu Jianqiu, and the members of the Spirit Talisman Pavilion all bowed in unison. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. They had not anticipated that even Yang Jinhai, the pavilion master, would be involved in this matter. The pavilion master was known for his elusive nature, rarely making appearances, and few in Tianshui City were acquainted with him. Chu Jianqiu had never laid eyes on Yang Jinhai before. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu Jianqiu agreed. Gaining the status of the Spirit Talisman Pavilion provided a layer of security. At the very least, the Liu family would think twice before attempting to harm him overtly. The Spirit Talisman Pavilion is, in fact, a branch of the Tianshi Alliance on the Tianwu continent. This alliance was established by a collective of talisman masters for the purpose of facilitating communication and rating assessments among themselves, rather than functioning as a rigid sect. Furthermore, the relationship between the Spirit Talisman Pavilion and the Wanwu commercial firm is one of collaboration, not subordination. Upon hearing Chu Jianqiu's acceptance, Yang Jinhai erupted into hearty laughter. Filled with joy, he held high expectations for this young man who had already crafted superior talismans at such a tender age. And he was genuinely curious about the heights this young talent might ultimately reach. Should Chu Jianqiu truly shine brilliantly in the realm of talisman formations in the future, he would not only bring honor to himself, but also elevate the status of Tianshui County, no longer looked down upon by the old-timers of the imperial city. Go on, lad, Yang Jinhai exclaimed, tossing a token to Chu Jianqiu. Upon receiving the token, Chu Jianqiu was taken aback. The front of the token was intricately engraved with an enigmatic talisman formation, while the back bore a small rune. Even with his limited prior knowledge of talisman formations, Chu Jianqiu recognized this as the identity token of a talisman master. The formation on the front was the emblem of the Talisman Alliance, and the rune on the reverse signified a first-tier talisman master. A second-tier talisman master would bear 2 runes, while a formation master would have an entire formation engraved on the back. Typically, to gain the Talisman Alliance's recognition, a talisman master must undergo rigorous assessments to obtain this identity token. Furthermore, for a talisman master to earn public acknowledgement of their abilities, possessing this token is essential. Chu Jianqiu was astonished that Yang Jinhai so readily bestowed upon him the token of a first-tier talisman master. His gaze towards Yang Jinhai, filled with confusion and inquiry. Yang Jinhai chuckled heartily, saying, "You've already crafted a first-tier spiritual talisman with a superior quality talisman core. What need is there for assessments? I myself can no longer create such talismans. If assessments were necessary, it would imply that I am also unworthy of this first-tier talisman master token." Upon hearing Yang Jinhai's explanation, Chu Jianqiu felt reassured and accepted the token. He then turned to Elder Chong Gaotzen, smilingly asking, "Elder Chong, when shall I receive my 500 body refining pills?" Upon hearing Yang Jinhai's words, Yang Jinhai was momentarily taken aback and turned to Chong Gaochen, inquiring, "Old Chong, when did you owe this young lad any body refining pills? This is quite unbecoming of you. As a distinguished second-grade talisman master, you should not stoop to settling debts with a junior." Chong Gaochen's face turned a shade of iron gray. His lips trembled as he attempted to offer an explanation, but was too ashamed to voice it. Ultimately, it was Liang Jioshan who provided an explanation to Yang Jinhai. After listening, Yang Jinhai erupted into hearty laughter, patting Chong Gaochen on the shoulder. "Old Chang, one must accept the consequences of their wagers. Since you have already lost, you are obliged to compensate him with 500 body refining pills as per your agreement." With Yang Jinhai's pronouncement, Chong Gaochen found himself unable to evade the debt. With a heart heavy as if bleeding, he obediently produced the 500 body refining pills. At that moment, Chong Gaochen could not help but resent his own indiscretion. He had originally wagered 300 body refining pills. Yet his loose tongue had added an additional 200. 500 body refining pills constituted a significant fortune, even for a powerful practitioner of true qi. Once he had produced the pills, Chong Gaochen felt too humiliated to remain any longer. He hastily lifted the crestfallen Lu Gaoyang and made his exit. Remaining would only invite further scrutiny from Liang Jioshan regarding Lu Gaoyang's recent misdeeds, which would likely result in even greater losses for him. Although Lu Gaoyang had indeed caused him considerable trouble, he was still his disciple, and given his close ties with the Lu family, he could not allow Lu Gaoyang to be punished by Liang Jioshan. With Liang Jioshan's notoriously stern demeanor, it was clear that the matter concerning Lu Gaoyang would not be resolved easily. Thus, seizing the opportunity before the situation escalated further, Chong Gaochen swiftly departed with Lu Gaoyang in tow. Chapter 10. Breaking Through Two Realms. Tianshui City, Lu family. "Sister, you must help me seek revenge." Lu Gaoyang, his body wrapped in bandages, implored Lu Tianyao, his expression one of profound despair. Lu Tianyao remained silent, her face an icy mask. "Yaoer, did you not claim that the scion of the Chu family had been rendered powerless by your hand? What has transpired now? Could it be that your execution was lacking?" The head of the Lu family, Lu Shushi, observed his son's wretched state, a flicker of concealed anger in his eyes. "I acted personally and took precautions, inspecting multiple times to ensure his dantian was utterly shattered, transferring all his cultivation to myself. How could he possibly still possess any power?" Lu Tianyao shook her head, her brows slightly furrowed. The news brought back by Lu Gaoyang was so astonishing that she found it hard to believe. A mere waste, whom she had rendered powerless. had effortlessly inflicted grave injuries upon Lu Gaoyong, who was at the 6th level of body refinement. Even more shocking was that he had become a first-tier talisman master, crafting a superior talisman that no one in Tianshui County could replicate. Each piece of this extraordinary news instilled a sense of unease within Lu Tianyao. Yet she quickly regained her composure. According to Lu Gaoyong, Chu Jianqiu was currently merely at the 4th level of body refinement. Although she was unaware of the fortuitous events that had allowed him to restore his dantian and resume his cultivation, his current level posed no real threat. She resolved to intensify her training, aiming to break through to the true Qi realm in preparation for the impending recruitment competition of the Xinjian sect. Chu Jianqiu was nothing more than an insignificant insect now, hardly deserving of her time and energy. As long as she becomes a disciple of the Xinjian sect, it will be effortless for her to extinguish Chu Jianqiu. At that time, even the Spirit Talisman Pavilion would be reluctant to oppose a disciple of the Xinjian sect over a mere first-grade talisman master. In his chamber, Chu Jianqiu frantically consumed body-refining pills. As each pill entered his stomach, it was refined by his newly awakened supreme bloodline. He fervently operated the chaotic Heavenly Emperor technique, transforming the immense medicinal power into streams of true energy that surged into his dantian. Yet, his dantian resembled an abyss, seemingly insatiable. Chu Jianqiu swallowed one body-refining pill after another, and upon consuming the 100th, a tremendous aura erupted from him, finally allowing him to break through to the 5th level of body refining. However, he felt no joy at this breakthrough. Gazing at his vast dantian, his expression darkened. How much true energy would it take to fill this? A typical warrior at the 5th level of body refining possesses a dantian of merely 10 zhang in circumference. Yet Chu Jianqiu's dantian now spanned an astonishing 10 li. The 5th level of body refining represents a significant watershed in the realm. Before reaching this level, a warrior's true energy merely expands the dantian without entering the meridians. Upon attaining the 5th level, the expansion of the dantian ceases. One must fill the dantian with true energy to smoothly advance to the 6th level. For ordinary warriors, the progression from the 5th to the 6th level is considered the easiest step in the body refining realm, but for Chu Jianqiu, it is undoubtedly the most arduous challenge. How many body refining pills would it require to fill a dantian of 10 li, had it not been for the timely support of Chang Gaoqin? The prospect of breaking through to the 6th level of body refinement would have been shrouded in uncertainty for many years to come. Chu Jianqiu fiercely grasped the bag filled with body refining pills, opening his mouth wide to pour the pills directly inside. An hour passed, and as he gazed at the now empty bag, his eyes turned crimson. 500 body refining pills, a full 500, had vanished in the blink of an eye. Just moments ago, Chu Jianqiu had been affluent beyond measure, yet in an instant, he found himself destitute. However, after consuming another 400 body refining pills, his vast dantian finally brimmed, enabling him to successfully ascend to the 6th level of body refinement. As the vital energy filled his dantian, it began to flow through the meridians surrounding his body. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Jianqiu resumed his meditative practice. 5 days had elapsed, and half of the time allotted for the clan competition had already passed, leaving him with precious little time. He must seize every fleeting moment to cultivate. Yet, it wasn't long before Chu Jianqiu opened his eyes, staring at his dantian, which had once again turned barren. He was on the verge of madness. Just moments ago, he had barely opened a single meridian, and in doing so, he had expended nearly all the vital energy stored within his dantian. Although the recovery of his vital energy during the second replenishment was exponentially faster than the first, it would still take several days, and time was the one commodity he could least afford. It seemed that this flawed technique was compelling him to tread a singular path of relentless toil in pursuit of wealth. As night descended, Chu Jianqiu had no choice but to wait until dawn to devise a new plan. He hurriedly returned with the 500 body refining pills from Chang Gaoqin. Having not yet had the opportunity to sell the more than 10 strength-enhancing talismans he had previously crafted, he had initially believed that these 500 pills would be more than sufficient to allow him to break through to the 7th layer of body refinement. With the unparalleled Chaos Celestial Emperor technique, reaching this level would enable him to face Chu Han without fear. Even if he were to falter, he would still maintain an unassailable position. However, to his dismay, the 500 body refining pills were merely adequate for him to ascend to the 6th layer of body refinement. The disparity in power between the 6th and 7th layers is profound. To move from the 6th to the 7th layer, one must unblock 4 meridians within their body, allowing the true energy to circulate. The human body comprises 20 meridians, categorized into 12 primary channels and 8 extraordinary vessels. By unblocking the 12 primary channels, one can strive for the true energy realm. As for the 8 extraordinary vessels, only a select few exceptionally gifted martial artists can unblock 1 or 2, while it remains exceedingly difficult for ordinary practitioners. Among the 12 primary channels, every 4 channels form a circulation. After reaching the 6th layer, one must unblock 4 meridians to ascend to the next realm. The circulation of true energy within the body is far more powerful than mere flow through a single meridian. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Chu Jianqiu activated the Chaos Celestial Emperor technique, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge wildly, gradually forming a spiritual storm that poured into his body. This rate of absorption and refinement of spiritual energy far surpassed that of ordinary practitioners. Yet, even with such a rapid intake of spiritual energy, it would be impossible to fill his vast and boundless dantian in less than 2 or 3 days. As Chu Jianqiu observed the true energy within his dantian gradually filling, he could not help but feel a sense of helplessness akin to wanting to weep without tears. Such a formidable cultivation technique, while extraordinary, was not always a blessing, just as he was wholly engrossed in his practice. A faint sound suddenly emanated from the courtyard outside his window. The noise was exceedingly subtle, and had it not been for the heightened sensitivity of his senses acquired through mastering the Chaos Celestial Emperor technique, he might not have noticed it at all. Chapter 11. Testing the waters. Immediately, a sense of vigilance arose within Chu Jianqiu, who would venture into his abode at such a late hour, and so stealthily at that. In these precarious times, he dared not relax his guard for even a moment. A soft click echoed as the window was slowly pushed open, and a figure cloaked in black silently glided into the room. The instant this figure crossed the threshold, a fierce gust of wind struck him, causing him to startle and hastily evade. Yet, in his haste, he was still struck by a powerful punch to the shoulder, eliciting a sharp pain that made him break out in a cold sweat. Without hesitation, Chu Jianqiu launched an immediate counterattack as the intruder entered the room. He held no reservations against those who approached him with such furtiveness. A fierce battle ensued in the confined space. To his astonishment, the assailant possessed an 8th level of body refinement. Chu Jianqiu felt a jolt of alarm in his heart. Had he not yet broken through to the 6th level, he might indeed have found himself at a disadvantage. The intruder, too, was taken aback by Chu Jianqiu's strength, having initially assumed him to be merely at the 4th level of body refinement, only to discover that he was, in fact, at the 6th level, a remarkable concealment of his true prowess. Moreover, what vexed him further was the fact that, despite being at the 8th level of body refinement, he appeared to gain no advantage against the subordinate at the 6th level. The two engaged in a fierce battle within the confines of the small room, leaving the newly acquired furniture in utter disarray. After half an hour, the cloaked figure in black, bloodied and disheveled, fled in a state of desperation, having nearly dismantled Chu Jianqiu's quarters. Observing the escaping figure, Chu Jianqiu made no attempt to pursue, his gaze revealing an enigmatic expression. In truth, he had withheld some of his strength during the earlier confrontation, refraining from exerting his full capabilities. Had he unleashed his true power, the adversary would not have escaped so easily. Chu Jianqiu held no interest in taking the man's life. It was essential to leave someone behind to relay the message to the unseen forces regarding his abilities. Through the recent skirmish, Chu Jianqiu gained a clearer understanding of his current prowess. He felt confident against opponents at the 8th level of body refinement and believed he could barely triumph over an average practitioner at the 9th level. However, facing Chu Han posed no chance of victory whatsoever. Before his incapacitation, Chu Han had been the foremost expert among the younger generation of the Chu family. Although his talent did not quite match Chu Jianqiu's, he would not underestimate this opponent. After the cloaked figure departed from Chu Jianqiu's residence, the prying eyes that had been lurking in the shadows also retreated. Old 5, what do you think this young man is up to? I increasingly find him perplexing. Is it truly a significant decline in his cultivation, or is he merely feigning it? An elderly man clad in gray addressed his companion, an old man in blue, as they stood atop a rooftop, gazing intently at the residence of Chu Jianqiu. They had both witnessed the recent clash between Chu Jianqiu and the masked figure in black. The blue-clad elder remained silent. It would be sheer folly to still regard Chu Jianqiu as a mere cripple with a shattered dantian. How could a so-called invalid, with a broken dantian and devoid of any cultivation, compel a martial artist at the 8th level of body refinement to flee in disarray? What remained uncertain was whether Chu Jianqiu's cultivation had indeed diminished. Upon his return, many believed him to be irreparably damaged. Yet, he subsequently defeated Chu He, followed by consecutive victories over Chu Jiayue and Lu Gaoyang, and now he had even bested a martial artist at the 8th level of body refinement. Throughout these encounters, Chu Jianqiu had exhibited prowess at the 3rd, 4th, and 6th levels of body refinement, leading to considerable confusion among the onlookers. They found themselves at a loss to ascertain the true extent of his capabilities, questioning whether he had truly suffered a decline or if, in fact, he had not fallen at all. They failed to consider that Chu Jianqiu might have begun anew, painstakingly rebuilding his cultivation from scratch. In their eyes, achieving the 6th level of body refinement in such a brief span was utterly implausible. Should this all be merely a testament to Chu Jianqiu's strategies? The implications would be terrifying. A young man with such profound mastery over his vital energy, coupled with a formidable mindset, compelled those contemplating opposition against him to deliberate carefully on their stance. The consequences of misjudging this position could be unfathomable. How? The young man in the blue robe gazed at the severely injured figure of the masked man in black before him, his brow furrowing slightly as he inquired in a deep voice. The masked man recounted the events that had transpired. After listening intently, the young man pondered for a considerable time, ultimately exhaling a sigh of relief. Following Chu Jianqiu's consecutive victories over Chu Jianqiu and Lu Gaoyang, an unsettling feeling had begun to gnaw at him, for the depth of Chu Jianqiu's capabilities remained elusive. The ease with which he had vanquished both opponents with a single strike left them unable to gauge his true strength. To thoroughly ascertain Chu Jianqiu's abilities in preparation for the clan competition in 5 days, the young man dispatched his personal bodyguard to probe further. According to the masked man's account, although Chu Jianqiu had concealed much of his strength during his previous victories, his cultivation had indeed suffered a significant decline, no longer resembling his former prowess. Based on the skirmish between Chu Jianqiu and the masked man, it appeared that while Chu Jianqiu was not without strength, he was still far from being an equal adversary. The young man could defeat the masked man in less than 3 moves. Yet Chu Jianqiu had managed to engage him for half an hour. Despite the impressive feat of overcoming an opponent of the 8th level of body refinement with his own 6th level, his current power remained insufficient to instill fear. A proud and triumphant smile crept across the young man's lips. In 5 days, the position of the Chu family's young master would soon change hands. After enduring years of being overshadowed by Chu Jianqiu, the moment to finally rise and assert himself had arrived. The young man in the azure robe was entirely unperturbed by the prospect of Chu Jianqiu pursuing him again. Given Chu Jianqiu's current predicament, his defeat would spell certain demise, leaving him with no viable escape. Early the next morning, Chu Jianqiu arrived at the Spirit Talisman Pavilion with the talismans he had previously crafted. This time, he was met with a much warmer reception at the pavilion, for he was now regarded as one of their own, having attained recognition as a first-class talisman master. In the realm of Tianwu, a talisman master commands respect from various factions wherever he may roam. Following a notification from the attending disciples, Liang Jiushan personally came forth to receive Chu Jianqiu, arranging for him the finest stall and waiving the rental fee for this occasion. Given his current financial straits, every little saving mattered, and with the Spirit Talisman Pavilion's gracious hospitality, he felt it would be impolite to decline. Chapter 12. Selling talismans. As soon as Chu Jianqiu set up his stall, a figure approached him eagerly. "Young Master Chu, we have awaited your arrival," exclaimed a voice filled with delight. Upon lifting his gaze, he recognized the man who had been the first to express interest in purchasing talismans the previous day, Zhao Cheng. "What is the price of the strength amplification talisman, young Master Chu?" Zhao Cheng inquired, his impatience evident. After obtaining the body refinement pill from Chang Gaochen, Chu Jianqiu had departed hastily, leaving no time for further discussion. Zhao Cheng had waited an entire day at the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, hoping to encounter Chu Jianqiu once more. And fortune favored him today. The strength amplification talisman, capable of doubling one's power, could very well determine the course of his life or death. Hence, his urgency was entirely understandable. Chu Jianqiu was momentarily taken aback. In his haste to sell talismans, he had not contemplated the price at all. After a prolonged pause of contemplation, and reflecting on the events of the previous day, he realized that his understanding of the talisman array in Tianshui County had significantly improved. Surprisingly, the high-grade talismans crafted with superior talisman cores had become the finest quality available in Tianshui County. Most talismans produced by ordinary talisman masters were merely of inferior quality, with only a handful achieving the standard of medium-grade cores. Currently, the market price for strength-enhancing talismans was 10 spirit stones each. Yet these talismans were predominantly of the inferior grade, amplifying strength by a mere 20 to 30%. Which paled in comparison to his own talismans that offered a 100% enhancement. 30 spirit stones, or I can accept the equivalent in body tempering pills. Chu Jianqiu ventured hesitantly, acutely aware of his audacity, as this price was 3 times higher than that of the strength-enhancing talismans available in the market. In the realm of martial artists, transactions were primarily conducted using spirit stones as currency, rendering gold and silver from the mundane world virtually worthless, akin to scrap metal. Only spirit stones held true value in the world of martial practitioners. These stones, rich in spiritual energy, served dual purposes. They not only expedited one's cultivation process, but also acted as a vital energy source for driving magical artifacts. The applications of spirit stones were exceedingly vast in the martial realm, as they were essential for alchemy, artifact forging, and the creation of talismans and arrays. Spirit stones were classified into 9 grades based on the concentration of spiritual energy they contained, and the exchange rate between spirit stones and body-tempering pills was generally 1-to-1, with one spirit stone being able to procure a single body-tempering pill. Although the gold and silver of the mundane world may hold little value for martial artists, if one were to draw a comparison, a single spirit stone is equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver. Jianqiu, upon hearing this, was filled with delight and promptly produced 60 spirit stones to purchase 2 strength-enhancing talismans. These talismans could double one's power and could prove to be life-saving in critical moments. In the midst of combat, a sudden surge in strength could deliver an unimaginable shock to one's adversary. Despite his outward calm, he was inwardly anxious. Currently, in Tianshui City, only Chu Jianqiu possessed the ability to craft talismans that could amplify strength. Even if Chu Jianqiu demanded exorbitant prices, Jianqiu had no choice but to endure the pain of being overcharged. To his astonishment, however, Chu Jianqiu offered such a reasonable price. Observing Jianqiu's eagerness, a flicker of suspicion crossed Chu Jianqiu's eyes. Could it be that his price was too low? Yet he dismissed the thought. Selling a strength-enhancing talisman for 30 spirit stones far exceeded his expectations. The production cost of such a talisman was less than half a spirit stone, and he was already reaping considerable profits. Jianqiu, did you not claim that you would engage in a life-and-death duel with me today on the martial arts platform? Why are you hiding like a turtle within the talisman's pavilion? At that moment, a loud shout echoed from outside. Upon hearing this exclamation, Jianqiu's expression darkened as he strode purposefully toward the exit. Chu Jianqiu felt a twinge of curiosity about what had prompted this man to commit to a life-and-death duel with another. In the Wanwu commercial house, fighting was strictly prohibited. Save for one location, the martial arts platform. Conflicts among warriors are a common occurrence. Daily battles unfold upon the martial arena of the Wanwu commercial house. However, life-and-death duels are a rarity. Once a life-and-death match is agreed upon at the arena, only one can emerge victorious, with no room for compromise. Although Chu Jianqiu felt a tinge of curiosity, he refrained from joining the fray. At this moment, nothing held greater significance than the pursuit of profit. Subsequently, while Chu Jianqiu managed to sell a few spiritual talismans, the sales were dishearteningly poor. The main issue remained that few believed his power-enhancing talismans could genuinely double one's strength. Most of those purchasing his talismans were merely individuals who had witnessed the testing results on the measuring device the previous day. A sense of frustration brewed within Chu Jianqiu. For such bleak sales prospects were far from promising. If this continued, he would scarcely sell any talismans in a day, leaving him with little time to spare. An hour passed, and Chu Jianqiu's talisman business remained dismally stagnant. Just as he contemplated giving up and selling his talismans in bulk to the talisman pavilion, a tumultuous crowd suddenly surged in from outside. Where is young Master Chu? I seek the power-enhancing talisman that can double my strength. Look, young Master Chu is over there. Hurry. The crowd clamored, pressing eagerly toward Chu Jianqiu. Young Master Chu, I want 3 power-enhancing talismans. I demand 5. Hey, don't shove. I was here first. If you push me again and disrupt my purchase, I shall challenge you to a life-and-death duel. In a moment of bewilderment, Chu Jianqiu found himself utterly perplexed by the scene before him. Just moments ago, business had been dismal, with nary a soul interested. Yet now a throng of eager buyers clamored for talismans. However, he did not allow the sudden influx of customers to cloud his judgment. He was determined to ascertain the reason behind this unexpected turn of events. After all, should this be a ruse intended to ensnare him, it would spell trouble. Through diligent inquiry, Chu Jianqiu eventually unraveled the mystery. It transpired that a demon hunter named Jianqiu had slain the notorious bully Fan Huan on the combat platform. Jianqiu was the leader of a demon hunting team that had long suffered under the tyranny of Fan Huan's group. Fan Huan was infamous among demon hunters for repeatedly plundering the spoils of others. During a previous hunt, he had nearly annihilated Jianqiu's team, leaving only a scant few to escape the treacherous Beast Mountain. Driven by a thirst for vengeance for his fallen comrades, Jianqiu, in a fit of rage, challenged Fan Huan to a life-and-death duel on the combat platform. Yet, few placed their faith in Zhao Cheng's victory. For Fan Huan was widely recognized as a formidable expert among demon hunters, having reached the pinnacle of body refinement at the 8th level. In contrast, Zhao Cheng was merely a mid-level practitioner of the same realm. Chapter 13. A profitable venture as the two prepared for their fateful duel. The Wanwu Commercial Bank opened its betting odds, with nearly everyone wagering on Fan Huan's triumph, albeit with pitifully low odds. Only Zhao Cheng, before stepping onto the platform, staked his entire fortune on himself. The outcome of the duel between the two individuals surprised many. At the outset, Zhao Cheng was indeed overwhelmed by Fan Huan, but ultimately, Zhao Cheng employed a talisman that unexpectedly doubled his strength. Fan Huan, confident of his victory, had relaxed his guard against Zhao Cheng. Caught off guard, he was struck severely by Zhao Cheng. Although Fan Huan possessed greater strength than Zhao Cheng, it was not to the extent of a doubling, and being suddenly hit with such force rendered the ensuing battle devoid of suspense. Zhao Cheng launched a desperate counterattack, ultimately turning the tide and vanquishing his mortal enemy. This unexpected result left many in disbelief, as most had wagered on Fan Huan's victory, resulting in considerable losses. Conversely, Zhao Cheng emerged from this battle with substantial gains. For the odds at the gambling houses were an astonishing 50-1. This confrontation left the gamblers in disarray, and naturally, many were curious about the means by which Zhao Cheng had so dramatically augmented his power. After numerous inquiries, the secret of the strength-enhancing talisman, which could double one's power, was finally unveiled. Such a talisman could serve as a life-saving trump card. Zhao Cheng's experience exemplifies this. Without that talisman to amplify his strength, he would have perished at Fan Huan's hands, never to have avenged his life-and-death grudge while also reaping significant rewards. Typically, martial artists show little interest in strength-enhancing talismans, as most only provide an increase of 20 to 30% in power, with only a rare few capable of offering a 50% enhancement. While an enhancement of 20 to 30% in strength holds some merit, it proves rather negligible in life-and-death situations. Conversely, a talisman that doubles one's strength can bring about a profound transformation. Sometimes, such a talisman can be the difference between life and death. Upon hearing the odds of 1 to 50, Chu Jianqiu's eyes immediately glistened with fervor. Had he placed a wager just moments ago, the potential earnings would have sufficed for him to break through to the 9th level of body refinement, rendering his current toil of selling talismans unnecessary. Nevertheless, he merely entertained this thought without dwelling on it too intently, for without a clear understanding of Zhao Cheng and Fan Huan's capabilities, even his confidence in his talismans did not guarantee victory in betting. Chu Jianqiu had a limited supply of talismans, and within moments, a dozen strength-enhancing talismans were sold out. Those who missed the opportunity lamented their misfortune, wishing they had been swifter in their pursuit. Young Master Chu, do you have any more of these strength-enhancing talismans? I am willing to pay double the price. I will offer 3 times the price. I will pay quadruple. The scene erupted into chaos once more. They believed that Chu Jianqiu's talismans were already priced modestly, and even at 2 or 3 times the cost, such effective talismans were well within their acceptance. With great satisfaction, Chu Jianqiu gathered the spirit stones he had acquired, amassing over 400 within the span of mere moments. 400 spirit stones equate to over 400 body refinement pills, sufficient to open another meridian. Truly, being a talisman master is a lucrative endeavor, and Chu Jianqiu couldn't help but reflect on this with a sense of gratitude. Cough, cough. Everyone, please refrain from arguing. I still have a limited stock of enhancement talismans here. As long as you possess the funds, acquiring the talismans is not an issue. Chu Jianqiu cleared his throat twice and spoke with an air of nonchalance. Everyone should return and prepare your money. You may come back at this time tomorrow. After tidying up his stall, Chu Jianqiu slung a large bag of spirit stones over his shoulder and departed, intending to exchange these spirit stones for materials to craft talismans and body-refining pills. Upon hearing that Chu Jianqiu still had enhancement talismans in stock, the crowd was instantly filled with joy and hurried back to gather their funds, eager to purchase as many of these life-saving items as possible the following day. After all, who could ever have too many of such invaluable treasures? No one knew how long it would take before Chu Jianqiu could concoct another batch. It is important to note that talisman masters do not always succeed in crafting talismans, and the process demands a significant investment of time and effort. If one were to lag behind, who could say how long it would be until the next batch of enhancement talismans became available? Chu Jianqiu procured materials for 100 enhancement talismans from the Talisman Pavilion, and then visited the Dan Pavilion of the Wandu Merchant Guild to purchase over 300 body-refining pills. Upon returning to his residence, Chu Jianqiu began an intense and relentless endeavor to craft talismans day and night. Failure was simply not an option. For other talisman masters, no matter how skilled, achieving a 100% success rate in crafting talismans was impossible. However, for Chu Jianqiu, who possessed the profound legacy of the myriad source talisman arrays, he had only experienced a few setbacks at the very beginning. Thereafter, he had not faltered again. As the quantity of talismans he crafted increased, Chu Jianqiu's proficiency in talisman creation soared at an astonishing pace, and his speed in producing talismans surged rapidly. However, after refining 50 power-enhancing talismans, Chu Jianqiu suddenly sensed that something was amiss. As his crafting techniques became increasingly proficient, each talisman he produced now reached the pinnacle of quality. These power-enhancing talismans amplified strength by more than double. The finest among them could potentially augment strength by 3 to 4 times. While talismans that doubled one's strength were already astonishing, those capable of tripling or quadrupling it would evoke reactions far beyond mere astonishment. Such talismans, far exceeding the norm, would inevitably arouse suspicion in others. An enhancement that surpasses the ordinary by a single tier could be attributed to innate talent. However, once one strays beyond the bounds of the typical, it will certainly invite scrutiny and covetousness, leading others to question whether he has acquired some extraordinary treasure or legacy. Throughout the long history of the Tianwu continent, many warriors have soared to greatness through serendipitous opportunities, yet countless others have perished in their ascent, their legacies snatched away, transformed into the fortunes of others. Those who fell midway were often unable to conceal their brilliance during their weaker days, becoming too remarkable and drawing attention to their hidden fortunes, thus incurring deadly repercussions. After careful consideration, Chu Jianqiu concealed the exceptional power-enhancing talismans and, in his subsequent crafting endeavors, regulated the quality of the talismans to a superior level. After a sleepless day and night of tireless refinement, he finally completed 100 power-enhancing talismans. The speed at which he crafted spiritual talismans was sufficient to overshadow all talisman masters of the Great Qian dynasty. Even the revered Talisman King, acknowledged within the realm of talisman arrays, could not match Chu Jianqiu in terms of both the speed and success rate of talisman creation. Chapter 14. The seventh layer of body refinement, holding 50 superior-grade talisman cores for strength-enhancing talismans. Chu Jianqiu arrived at the talisman pavilion. By this time, the area designated for yesterday's stall was already teeming with people. The densely packed throng nearly filled the entire first floor of the talisman pavilion, prompting the management to deploy a significant number of staff to maintain order. The news of Zhao Cheng's victory over Fan Huan using the strength-enhancing talismans had spread like wildfire throughout Tinshui City. After a day and a night, almost everyone in the city was aware that Chu Jianqiu could forge talismans capable of doubling one's strength, and astonishingly, these talismans were remarkably affordable, priced at merely 30 spirit stones. While 30 spirit stones constituted a considerable sum for an average martial artist, the efficacy of such strength-enhancing talismans made it entirely worthwhile. Comparing it to the previous prices of similar talismans, although the inferior-grade strength-enhancing talismans were inexpensive, those crafted from medium-grade cores, which could augment strength by 50 to 60%, were sold for nearly 40 spirit stones. Chu Jianqiu's pricing was indeed a testament to integrity within the industry. He was equally astonished by the overwhelming crowd before him, never anticipating such a turnout. Clearly, the 50 strength-enhancing talismans would be far from sufficient to meet the demand. Young Master Chu has arrived. Young Master Chu, I have brought the money. I wish to purchase 5 strength-enhancing talismans. I want 10. I desire 20. My dear, do not overstep your bounds. You have requested 20 items. How are we to divide them? I am affluent, and I indulge myself. What business is it of yours? Such arrogance. We shall meet on the martial stage shortly. If we must meet, I fear you not. As Chu Jianqiu made his entrance, the crowd below erupted into chaos even before the sales commenced, nearly leading to a physical confrontation. Liang Jiushan stepped forward to maintain order, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. This young man certainly knows how to create a stir, and each commotion he incites leaves Liang with a headache. Yang Zhenhai sat in a corner on the second floor, observing the scene with amusement. Chu Jianqiu's antics were significantly enhancing the reputation of the Spirit Talisman's Pavilion. It was indeed a remarkably astute decision to recruit this young man. Young Pavilion Master, what is happening below? Inquired a stunning young lady in a blue gown, her complexion as fair as snow, as she gazed curiously at the tumult. That young man is selling strength-enhancing talismans, replied Yang Zhenhai with a grin. But why such a frenzy over mere strength-enhancing talismans? The young lady pondered, her curiosity piqued. For such talismans are quite ordinary. Miss Xia, you may not be aware that the young man is offering top-grade talismans for strength enhancement, capable of doubling one's strength. Yang Jinhai remarked with pride, feeling a swell of honor in his chest. What? Top-grade strength-enhancing talismans. The maiden in verdant robes was visibly taken aback. Even in the imperial capital, there were scant few artificers capable of crafting superior-grade talisman cores. Yet here, in this remote backwater county, such exceptional talent was to be found. Prefect Yang, she inquired, what is the provenance of this lad? A scion of the Chu clan, once the most prodigious talent in the Tianshui county. Chu Jianqiu surveyed the chaotic throng, a touch of apprehension creeping over him. Please, one at a time, there's no need to jostle. He entreated as he dispensed the talismans. Liang Jioshan, wary of potential mishaps arising from the unruly crowd, was compelled to intervene, subduing a couple of individuals who flouted the queue. Only then did order prevail. The 50 strength-augmenting talismans were swiftly depleted, leaving those who missed out crestfallen. Young Master Chu, when will the next batch of these talismans be available? They inquired with earnest anticipation. Chu Jianqiu, pocketing the newly acquired 1,500 spirit stones, was inwardly jubilant. He had initially feared that his pricing was excessive, but judging by the demand, it seemed his talismans possessed even greater potential value. Regardless, he mused, casting his gaze over the bustling crowd. I shall first utilize these funds to elevate my cultivation. The spirit stones I've amassed should suffice for me to break through to the 7th level of body refinement. He had initially contemplated amassing capital through the sale of talismans, then procuring materials to concoct body-tempering pills using talisman arrays. However, given the remarkable sales of the strength-augmenting talismans, such a circuitous route was unnecessary. Simply selling the talismans to purchase the pills would suffice. The next batch of strength-augmenting talismans will not be available for several days, he announced. Your patience is appreciated. When the Zhongli talisman is ready, I will have the Lingfu Pavilion post a notice to inform everyone. With this remark, Chu Jianqiu shouldered a large bag of spirit stones and departed. There are merely 2 days remaining until the clan competition, and he intends to devote this time to diligent cultivation. Chu Jianqiu exchanged all 1,500 spirit stones for body-refining pills and then entered seclusion for his training. 2 days later, every single body-refining pill had been consumed, and Chu Jianqiu had successfully broken through to the 7th level of body refinement. He rose to his feet, stretched lazily, and at last felt a sense of stability within his heart. Clenching his fist, he sensed the surging true qi coursing through his body, and a renewed air of confidence enveloped him. Young Master, the Grand Elder has sent word for you to attend the clan competition. Young Master, perhaps we should flee. Ru Hua rushed in, her voice laced with urgency. Chu Jianqiu affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair and smiled. Why would we run away? But young Master Chu Han intends to challenge you at the clan competition for the position of the Chu family's heir. Ru Hua expressed her concern. Do you lack faith in your young master? Chu Jianqiu replied, still wearing a smile. Ru Hua lowered her head in silence, clearly acquiescing. In truth, their young master had once been the foremost genius of the Chu family, as well as the top talent of Tianshui County. However, he had suffered greatly due to the treachery of that vile Lu family, which had led to his loss of cultivation. Had it not been for Lu Tianyao malicious interference, young Master Chu Han would not have dared to challenge him. In the past, whenever he had encountered the young master, he had always shown utmost respect. Although the means by which the young master restored his dantian and resumed his cultivation remain unknown, and despite the rumors of his victory over Chu Jiayue and Lu Gaoyang, it must be acknowledged that Chu Han is not to be underestimated, as he is a warrior of the 9th level of body refinement. Rest assured, your young master will surely bring down all those who dare to confront him, no matter who they may be, Chu Jianqiu declared with fervor. 3 years ago, he could sweep away all challengers, and now armed with the chaotic celestial emperor's art, who could possibly impede his progress? At that moment, as he gazed upon Chu Jianqiu, Ru Hua's eyes suddenly sparkled with admiration, as if she were witnessing once more the indomitable genius of Tianshui County from 3 years past. Chapter 15. Clan competition. As Chu Jianqiu entered the martial arts arena of the Chu family, he was greeted by a sea of people. The 10 elders, the supervising elder, and both direct and collateral disciples of the clan had nearly all assembled. Look, our esteemed young master has arrived, someone exclaimed. How audacious to arrive late to such an important clan competition. Does he truly believe himself to be the former genius of Tianshui County? This worthless fool must be terrified, too scared to show his face. If it weren't for the elders sending someone to urge him, he would likely still be hiding at home, having already fallen from grace. He should relinquish the position of young master of the Chu family. It is a disgrace to have a waste as our proud young master. I truly feel embarrassed to face others. After today, this Chu family young master will be a thing of the past. From now on, the Chu family young master will be our esteemed Chu Han. As Chu Jianqiu made his appearance, a tumultuous uproar erupted among the crowd, with voices rising in a cacophony of discussions. Over the past 3 years, while his cultivation had stagnated, he had already attracted considerable criticism and mockery. Many believed that the genius of the Chu family was merely a fleeting phenomenon, having exhausted all his innate talents in his youth, though he had once dazzled. He ultimately seemed incapable of achieving greatness. During those years, despite his lack of progress, Chu Jianqiu remained a formidable figure within the true Qi realm. And while people dared not mock him to his face, they whispered behind his back. However, now that Chu Jianqiu had fallen from grace, with his dantian shattered and his powers lost, those same individuals felt no restraint. The admiration and adulation once bestowed upon him had transformed into venomous insults and derision. Chu Jianqiu, accustomed to such disdain over the past 3 years, paid little heed to the disdainful glances and ridicule. The shift from whispered taunts to open scorn was merely a change in form rather than substance. Being angered by such trivialities was hardly worthwhile. He understood that demonstrating formidable strength would swiftly turn scorn into praise. He had long been cognizant of the fickleness of human sentiments. Moreover, having endured betrayal from Lu Tianyao, he found such verbal assaults trivial in comparison. As Chu Jianqiu took his seat as the heir of the Chu family, a chorus of derisive jeers arose from the assembly. A youth clad in blue gazed at his position with a glint of ambition in his eyes. After today, that seat would be his. This blue-clad youth was none other than Chu Han, the direct grandson of the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder observed the unfolding scene with an impassive expression, making no move to intervene. The third elder merely furrowed his brow, refraining from any action. Although the current situation appeared tranquil, beneath the surface, tumultuous currents surged. The second elder, 7th elder, and 10th elder had clearly aligned themselves with the Grand Elder, while the 3rd elder, 4th elder, 8th elder, and 9th elder continued to support Chu Jianqiu. The 5th and 6th elders remained indecisive. The course of events hinged entirely on Chu Jianqiu's performance today. The Grand Elder, avoiding superfluous words, simply uttered a few remarks before commanding the commencement of the clan competition. The contest was divided into 4 rounds, with numerous disciples competing in pairs. The defeated would be eliminated, while the victors would advance to the next round, ultimately determining the top 10 for rewards. The initial 2 rounds unfolded without any surprises, as both Chu Jianqiu and Chu Han effortlessly triumphed over their adversaries. The onlookers were not astonished by these outcomes, although rumors of Chu Jianqiu's fall from grace had circulated fervently. His successive victories over Chu Jianqiu and Lu Gaoyang had dispelled any belief that he had completely lost his prowess. According to the gossip among the spectators, Chu Jianqiu was merely a formidable martial artist at the 4th level of body refinement, and his opponents in the earlier rounds were all below the 6th level, making his victories unremarkable. Yet, despite his strength, Chu Jianqiu remained a mere 4th level practitioner. How long could he continue to thrive? As the 3rd round commenced, the crowd displayed amused expressions. This time, Chu Jianqiu's opponent was Chu Dongxian, a martial artist at the 8th level of body refinement. A mere 4th level waste. Unworthy of being my opponent, should simply concede and withdraw to avoid soiling my hands. Chu Dongxian looked at Chu Jianqiu with an air of disdain. However, his only response was a fist. With a single blow, Chu Dongxian was sent flying off the stage, blood gushing from his mouth. At this sight, a profound silence enveloped the audience, leaving them utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe the spectacle before them. This was hardly the prowess of someone at the 4th level of body refinement. The elder was equally astonished, rising abruptly from his seat. He had witnessed the attempts made by Chu Han's guards to gauge Chu Jianqiu's strength and was more acutely aware of Chu Jianqiu's true capabilities than anyone else present. Considering Chu Jianqiu's strength at that time, he could barely contend with a practitioner at the 8th level of body refinement, and it was inconceivable that he could rival Chu Han. He had initially believed victory was assured, unaware that Chu Jianqiu had concealed such depths. Defeating Chu Dongxian with a single punch was beyond the capacity of a mere 6th level practitioner. A grave expression now crossed Chu Han's face. Realizing that Chu Jianqiu was far more formidable than he had anticipated, Chu Dongxuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he recalled his earlier arrogant remarks. A burning shame engulfed him, prompting him to scramble away without a backward glance. It would be quite some time before he could face anyone again. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chu Jianqiu returned to his seat, and no further jibes were cast his way. He seemed less conspicuous now, seated in that chair. Soon, the 4th round of competition commenced, aimed at determining the top 10. Those who had reached this stage were far from weak, each possessing at least the 8th level of body refinement. Certainly, aside from Chu Jianqiu, who, until this moment, has only exhibited a cultivation level of the 6th stage of body refinement. Those who have battled against him no longer dare to underestimate his abilities. Nevertheless, regardless of their perceptions, the outcomes have been largely similar to that of Chu Dongxian. Chu Jianqiu dispatched opponents at the 8th stage of body refinement with a single punch, while those at the 9th stage could scarcely endure more than 10 exchanges under his prowess. Yet, this time, Chu Han's performance has also shone brightly, showcasing combat prowess that is by no means inferior to that of Chu Jianqiu. It was only then that the onlookers realized that Chu Han had, until now, concealed his true strength. The 10 elders seated at the main platform revealed expressions of enigmatic interest. The unfolding drama was becoming increasingly captivating, igniting a spark of anticipation within these seasoned individuals regarding the impending clash between the two. As events progressed to this juncture, most of the elders, save for the Grand Elder, had extinguished their ambitions for power and influence. Both Chu Jianqiu and Chu Han are the promising younger generation of the Chu family, and their strength is undoubtedly advantageous for the future development of the clan. Regardless of the outcome of their confrontation, the elders vowed to protect Chu Jianqiu with all their might, ensuring he would not become a casualty in the power struggles. Should such a talent fall amidst their conflicts, they would have no face to present to the ancestors of the Chu family. Chapter 16. Chu Han. The 4th round of the competition was gradually nearing its conclusion. In the climactic finale, only 2 remained, Chu Jianqiu and Chu Han. Both had demonstrated formidable strength in the preceding matches, and the audience below was filled with eager anticipation for their encounter, which promised to be an extraordinary duel. Esteemed elders, he proclaimed, bowing respectfully towards the presidium, I, your disciple, hereby challenge Chu Jianqiu for the position of young master. Chu Han's declaration reverberated among the assembled disciples, eliciting a palpable sense of anticipation. Although rumors of Chu Han's impending challenge had circulated, the reality of the moment was undeniably electrifying. Granted, the Grand Elder intoned, his voice betraying none of the inner turmoil that belied his composed facade. The culmination of years of strategic planning for control of the Chu family headship was at hand, and his heart was far from tranquil. I am grateful for your acquiescence, elders, Chu Han responded, bowing once more before ascending to the arena with graceful agility, his confidence radiating. Chu Jianqiu, unmoved by the spectacle, rose languidly and strode towards the platform. Chu Jianqiu, Chu Han began, his gaze unwavering. Surrender now and retain your dignity. The mantle of Chu family leadership is beyond your grasp. Your words are superfluous, Chu Jianqiu retorted, his voice laced with disdain. If you seek to contend for the position of young master, abandon these vapid pronouncements. He had no patience for those who sought to harm him. Insolent fool, Chu Han spat, his face contorting with suppressed rage. With a swift movement, he unleashed a devastating blow upon Chu Jianqiu. In the earlier confrontations, Chu Jianqiu had revealed the extent of his cultivation. While he was capable of defeating warriors at the 9th stage of body refinement, his own cultivation level was, in truth, merely at the 7th stage. Despite the formidable power he displayed, he was certainly not a match for his opponent. When faced with the incoming punch, Chu Jianqiu neither flinched nor retreated, instead meeting it head-on with a strike of his own. The collision of their fists produced a thunderous roar, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. Both Chu Jianqiu and Chu Han took a step back, their initial encounter ending in a stalemate. The spectators below widened their eyes in astonishment. They had presumed that no matter how strong Chu Jianqiu might be, he could never rival Chu Han. However, it appeared that their strengths were remarkably evenly matched. Could this truly be the case? Chu Jianqiu was actually able to hold his ground against young Master Chu Han. Heavens! I must be imagining things. What is so surprising about this? Even if he were to equal young Master Chu Han, it isn't particularly extraordinary. Yet, he is currently only at the 7th stage of body refinement. If he were to be on the same level as young Master Chu Han, wouldn't Chu Han be unable to withstand even a single blow from him? As Chu Han unleashed 2 successive punches at Chu Jianqiu, both were adeptly countered. Chu Han's expression darkened ominously. Although he had not exerted his full strength in those initial strikes, Chu Jianqiu had responded with remarkable ease. During their exchange, he sensed that Chu Jianqiu's true energy was formidable and comparable to his own. This was indeed an extraordinary anomaly. Should Chu Jianqiu advance to the 9th stage of body refinement, he would be utterly incapable of withstanding even a single punch from him. Such an individual posed a significant threat. Within Chu Han's heart, the seeds of lethal intent had already taken root. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, this time unleashing his full strength. Boom, boom, boom. On the stage, the two figures continuously intertwined. Their fists and palms clashed, generating waves of force. Crack! Chu Han leaped and delivered a powerful stomp toward Chu Jianqiu, who adeptly evaded. Yet the force of Chu Han's strike shattered the arena floor, leaving behind a web of fissures. The Thousand Gene Leg. A disciple in the audience, recognizing this formidable technique, gasped in astonishment. The Thousand Gene Leg is a superior grade martial skill of the yellow tier. When mastered to perfection, a single kick possesses the might to shatter stone and break tablets. The two figures engaged in several more exchanges. Boom. The two struck each other with tremendous force, retreating over a yard with each step, causing further cracks to splinter the blue stones of the arena. The shattered tablet hand. The cracking mountain fist. The audience erupted in exclamations once more, astonished that both warriors employed superior grade yellow tier techniques. The higher the level of martial skills, the greater their power, yet also the more arduous they are to master. Observing their combat, it became evident that both had honed these skills to their fullest potential. It appeared they had not exerted their complete strength in prior battles. Should they continue in this manner, it was likely that their opponents would be unable to withstand even a single blow. How terrifying! This was their true power. A trickle of blood slowly seeped from the corner of Chu Han's mouth as he glared fiercely at Chu Jianqiu, his teeth clenched tightly. He had not anticipated that Chu Jianqiu would prove to be such a formidable adversary. If this continued, he feared not only would he fail to defeat him, but he might also find himself bested. You have forced my hand. Chu Han gritted his teeth and fixed a fierce gaze upon Chu Jianqiu. He retrieved a fiery red elixir from his bosom and swallowed it whole. As the potion descended into his abdomen, Chu Han's aura surged upward at a visibly alarming rate. This is troubling. What is Chu Han doing? The third elder observed the dramatic shift in Chu Han's energy after consuming the elixir, and his expression shifted to one of concern. He has ingested a potion that forcibly elevates one's realm. The risks associated with such a concoction are immense. Hurry, we must stop him. The fourth elder sprang to his feet, ready to intervene. Once on the arena, their conflict is their own. Does the fourth elder intend to disrupt the established rules? The grand elder remarked coldly, his expression impassive. Is it truly worth sacrificing two promising young talents over a mere chair? The third elder fixed his gaze on the grand elder with earnest intensity. Should Chu Han be left unchecked after consuming that elixir, the consequences could be unimaginable, potentially hindering his advancement for a lifetime. Furthermore, under the influence of such a potion, Chu Han would be thrust into a frenzied state, rendering Chu Jianqiu's position exceedingly perilous. If Chu Jianqiu feels overwhelmed, he is free to concede. The grand elder maintained his icy demeanor. After years of scheming for the position of the clan leader, he could not afford to see his efforts squandered, his ambitions dashed. The potion meant to forcibly elevate one's realm was originally bestowed upon Chu Han by him. Chu Jianqiu's recent behavior has been exceedingly peculiar, without a thorough understanding of his strength. It is prudent to prepare contingencies, just in case. Unbeknownst to all, this hidden maneuver ultimately proved its worth, although it could potentially lead to Chu Han's downfall. The ambition for the position of family leader far outweighed the significance of a mere young junior. Chapter 17. The victor Chu Han's momentum surged, ultimately reaching the realm of pseudo-reality. The pseudo-reality realm is achieved through the use of elixirs or secret techniques, enabling one's cultivation to temporarily ascend to the true Qi realm. However, as this state is not genuinely the true Qi realm, it is deemed pseudo-reality. Observing the terrifying aura radiating from Chu Han, Chu Jianqiu's expression turned grave. It seemed that this time, he would have to engage earnestly. In their previous encounters, he had refrained from utilizing his full strength. In an instant, Chu Jianqiu found himself face to face with Chu Han, who had traversed several zhang in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful punch. How swift! Following his temporary enhancement in cultivation, Chu Han's speed had more than doubled. With no time to evade, Chu Jianqiu could only meet the blow with his own fist. Boom! Chu Jianqiu was sent flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth. In a flash, Chu Han was upon him once more. Bang! 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 The two engaged in rapid succession, exchanging dozens of punches in mere moments. Chu Jianqiu dared not hold back any longer, responding with all his might to Chu Han's relentless onslaught. Yet, Chu Han's overwhelming strength left him thoroughly dominated, even as he exerted his utmost effort. Bang! Another of Chu Jianqiu's punches was deflected, leaving his internal organs nearly displaced from the force. Die! Chu Han's visage contorted with ferocity as he pressed forward. Damn it! As if you were the only one with means to enhance your strength. Enraged, Chu Jianqiu swiftly reached into his robes, retrieving a spiritual talisman which he slapped onto himself. The talisman transformed into a radiant golden light, burrowing into Chu Jianqiu's being. Confronted with Chu Han's assault, Chu Jianqiu chose not to evade any longer, delivering a powerful punch directly. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. Chu Han was sent sprawling off the stage, crashing to the ground, twitching momentarily before losing consciousness. What? The Grand Elder, witnessing this scene, abruptly rose to his feet, his face betraying a look of incredulity. Despite having consumed a specially concocted pill to forcibly elevate himself to the pseudo-true realm, Chu Han still succumbed to Chu Jianqiu's might. What was that talisman he had just produced? Could it be a strength-enhancing talisman? Rumors had circulated for days that this so-called waste could indeed forge a talisman that doubled one's strength. Was it truly the case? Previously, the Grand Elder had dismissed the notion that Chu Jianqiu was capable of crafting a talisman that could amplify strength by a factor of 2. For he was well aware of Chu Jianqiu's background. He had never studied the art of talismans, making it implausible for him to create such a thing. He attributed the spread of such foolish and ignorant rumors to simple-minded individuals. However, the truth now seemed to align with the whispers. Chu Jianqiu's power had indeed surged instantaneously. That little beast has concealed his abilities remarkably well. The Grand Elder's expression darkened considerably, realizing that Chu Jianqiu must have secretly studied the art of talismans all along, revealing his true potential only today, catching him completely off guard. With a cold snort, the Grand Elder swept away from the martial arena, neglecting even the unconscious Chu Han sprawled on the ground. Chu Jianqiu cast a glance at the fainted Chu Han below the stage, feeling a twinge of trepidation. Fortunately, it was merely the pseudo-true realm, and not the genuine true Qi realm. Had it been the latter, Chu Jianqiu would have truly been at a loss for how to conclude this encounter. Given his current strength, even with the enhancement talisman, he would still find it exceedingly challenging to contend with a genuine practitioner of the true Qi realm. Chu Jianqiu did not linger any longer in the martial arts arena. He departed directly to his residence. Having defeated Chu Han, his task was accomplished, and the elders would naturally take care of the ensuing matters. Although he had temporarily averted the life-and-death crisis by vanquishing Chu Han, Chu Jianqiu dared not relax his training in the slightest. Chu Han was merely a minor stumbling block. And in Chu Jianqiu's heart, he had never regarded him as a true adversary. The real formidable foes were Lu Tianyao and Ouyang Yuan. Ouyang Yuan loomed overhead like a lethal sword, poised to strike at any moment with deadly precision. A confrontation between him and Ouyang Yuan was inevitable, and the time for this battle was not far off. In 20 days, the recruitment competition of the Xianjian sect in Tianshui City would occur, marking the moment of their fateful clash. The Xianjian sect was the most powerful sect among the 9 prefectures of southern Daqian, only recruiting disciples once every decade. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting another 10 years. However, the Xianjian sect typically accepted disciples under the age of 20, and it was rare for them to admit martial artists over this age unless they exhibited extraordinary talent. This means that if Chu Jianqiu were to miss this chance, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to become a disciple of the Xianjian sect. Moreover, even if he were fortunate enough to gain entry a decade later, he would have no opportunity to wait another 10 years. Neither Ouyang Yuan nor Lu Tianyao would allow him to survive. Once they became disciples of the Xianjian sect, they would not hesitate to strike against him. In the face of the formidable presence of the Xianjian sect, the 4 great families of Tianshui City appear as mere jesters, scarcely more significant than ants. Once Ouyang Yuan and Lu Tianyao become disciples of the Xianjian sect, should they choose to turn against him, no elder from the Chu family would dare to come to his aid. Thus, this is a path devoid of retreat. A dead end where the only option is to advance, grasping at the slender hope of survival. Only by successfully becoming a disciple of the Xianjian sect can he harbor any hope of continuing to live. With a mere 20 days left, time is of the essence. Ouyang Yuan is a formidable figure at the 6th level of the true Qi realm, far beyond his current capabilities. To survive, he must enhance his strength. Possessing the chaotic celestial emperor technique, he can virtually boundlessly augment his prowess, provided he has sufficient body refinement pills. Therefore, the pressing matter at hand is to amass wealth. Judging by the previous sales of the strengthening talismans, the market demand for them is still substantial. However, he can no longer afford to personally oversee every sale. Collaborating with the Spirit Talisman Pavilion to conduct this business could be a viable option. By doing so, as he progresses in his cultivation, the subsequent ascensions will require vast quantities of body refinement pills, making the savings of a few dozen or a few hundred spirit stones of little consequence. Furthermore, given the extensive clientele for the strengthening talismans, he lacks the time to dedicate solely to their sale. While partnering with the Spirit Talisman Pavilion may entail relinquishing a portion of the profits, it will save him considerable time, allow him to expand his business reach through their channels, and enhance the relationship between himself and the pavilion. Upon the finalization of this decision, Chu Jianqiu no longer hesitated. After successfully crafting a batch of enhancement talismans, he promptly set off for the Lingfu Pavilion. Upon hearing of Chu Jianqiu's arrival, Liang Jiushan immediately went out to greet him in person. "Young Master Chu has arrived. Welcome, welcome." Liang Jiushan, with his typically stern and austere demeanor, would inexplicably display a warmth that was difficult to fathom whenever he encountered Chu Jianqiu. The creation of high-quality talisman cores by Chu Jianqiu had significantly elevated the reputation of the talisman array community in Tianshui County, and his recent sales of talismans had greatly increased the popularity of the Lingfu Pavilion, resulting in an exceptionally prosperous business in recent days. "Elder Liang, is Pavilion Master Yang present?" Chu Jianqiu inquired. Liang Jiushan hesitated for a moment. Ordinarily, he would escort Chu Jianqiu directly to Yang Zhenhai without any need for formalities. However, Yang Zhenhai was currently entertaining esteemed guests, and this particular guest held an extraordinary status, necessitating utmost caution. "Young Master Chu, Pavilion Master Yang requests your presence." At that moment, a steward approached, bowing respectfully to Chu Jianqiu. Chapter 18. Collaboration. Following the steward, Chu Jianqiu ascended to a private chamber on the second floor. In addition to Yang Zhenhai, there was a stunning young lady clad in a blue robe and an elderly man in his 50s or 60s. Upon seeing this, Chu Jianqiu was momentarily taken aback. "Since Pavilion Master Yang has a guest, I shall discuss matters with him another day," he remarked, preparing to turn away. "Do not be in haste. It is quite fortuitous that Miss Xia wishes to meet you as well," Yang Zhenhai replied with a genial smile. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Miss Xia Yuang, the esteemed daughter of President Xia of the Wanwu Merchant Association, and this is Elder Zhou Huan, a revered elder of the Wanwu Merchant Association." Chu Jianqiu felt a jolt within. The president of the Wanwu Chamber of Commerce, a figure of immense stature. How could such a person deign to visit the remote Tianshui County? The Wanwu Chamber of Commerce was a colossal entity within the Deqian dynasty, one that even the royal family regarded with a measure of caution. The president, Xia Wanwu, was a legendary figure of unfathomable strength. Xia Yuang merely nodded gently at Chu Jianqiu, not exhibiting excessive warmth. "May I inquire what brings young Master Chu to seek me?" Yang Zhenhai asked with a hint of curiosity. Since their first meeting, this young man had never taken the initiative to approach him, and today's unexpected request left him wondering about its nature. Chu Jianqiu glanced at Xia Yuang and stated, "Miss Xia is not an outsider. Please, I shall speak freely." Yang Zhenhai waved his hand, a jovial smile gracing his face. Chu Jianqiu briefly conveyed his intention. "We wish to acquire all of your talismans." Before Yang Zhenhai could respond, Xia Yuang interjected abruptly. Chu Jianqiu was taken aback, looking towards Yang Zhenhai. With a hearty laugh, Yang Zhenhai remarked, "Since Miss Xia is willing to collaborate with you, I shall not encroach upon your business." Despite his words, he felt a twinge of regret. He had witnessed the fervent demand for Chu Jianqiu's talismans firsthand. Partnering with him could yield substantial profits for the Lingfu Pavilion. Nevertheless, Yang Zhenhai was reluctant to offend Xia Yuang over such a trivial matter. Although the Lingfu Pavilion was not subordinate to the Wanwu Chamber of Commerce, it was unwise to antagonize such a powerful entity within the Deqian dynasty. Furthermore, conceding this matter to Xia Yuang could foster goodwill for the future. Xia Yuang held a keen interest in Chu Jianqiu, not merely due to his current proficiency in talisman crafting. Although a talisman master capable of producing high-quality talisman cores is not an everyday occurrence in the grand capital of Deqian, such individuals are certainly not rare either. Regardless of how exceptional Chu Jianqiu's skills may be, he remains, after all, a first-grade talisman master. What Xia Yuang truly valued was Chu Jianqiu's potential. To achieve such a level of talisman crafting in a humble place like Tianshui County speaks volumes of his boundless future prospects. Upon witnessing Yang Zhenhai's declaration, Chu Jianqiu had no objections. Collaboration with anyone was acceptable as long as it yielded profit. With a flourish, Xia Yuang produced a golden card. Upon seeing this card, Zhou Huan's expression shifted slightly. "Miss, this is the highly esteemed golden VIP card from Wanwu merchants, which even some noble offspring in the royal city find exceedingly difficult to acquire. I never expected you would bestow such a prestigious card upon this rural lad." Xia Yuang waved her hand, interrupting Zhou Huan's impending protest, and tossed the golden card to Chu Jianqiu. "This is our Wanwu merchant's VIP card, preloaded with 10,000 first-grade spirit stones. In the future, the proceeds from talisman sales will also be credited to this account." Chu Jianqiu had never encountered a VIP card from Wanwu merchants and was unaware of the card's rarity. However, upon hearing it contained 10,000 first-grade spirit stones, he could hardly suppress his awe. 10,000 first-grade spirit stones. Such wealth was unprecedented in his life. Truly, the daughter of Wanwu merchants was remarkably generous. Chu Jianqiu handed a large bag of enhanced strength talismans to Xia Yuwang, saying, "In the future, these completed talismans should be delivered to whom? Simply hand them over to Su Yinxiang." Su Yinxiang serves as the branch president of the Wanwu Chamber of Commerce in Tianshui County. Chu Jianqiu nodded, refraining from lingering any longer, and took his leave. Xia Yuwang retrieved one talisman from the sizable bag and scrutinized it for a while. Suddenly, she smiled faintly and handed it to Yang Zhenhai, asking, "What do you think, Master Yang?" Yang Zhenhai was taken aback, pondering the implication behind her words. Upon examining the talisman, he couldn't help but chuckle. This young lad truly knows how to conceal his talents. The crafting of this talisman bore traces of deliberate suppression. The creator had intentionally reduced the core's potency. Although Chu Jianqiu's concealment methods were subtle, his inexperience with talisman arrays left behind certain marks. As a master of the talisman arts, Yang Zhenhai was able to discern these indications through careful observation. However, Xia Yuwang's ability to detect such fine details revealed her profound understanding of talisman crafting as well. She cast a glance at Yang Zhenhai, her eyes expressing an inscrutable meaning. "How could you, old fellow, speak of that young man when you were no different yourself?" On the surface, Yang Zhenhai appeared to be merely a second-grade talisman master in Tianshui County, with his crafted talismans barely reaching the mid-grade level. Yet, Xia Yuwang was aware that Yang Zhenhai's true capabilities far exceeded this. After all, how could a talisman array master valued even by his own teacher possess such limited skills? To know that my master, Ling Dong Song, is a renowned talisman master of the Great Qian dynasty, one of the top 3 in the entire realm. It is evident that anyone who garners his attention cannot be an ordinary individual. Her visit to Tianshui County is largely motivated by her interest in Yang Zhenhai. And now encountering the immensely talented talisman master, Chu Jianqiu, makes this journey to Tianshui County exceedingly worthwhile. Observing Xia Yuwang's enigmatic smile, Yang Zhenhai could not help but silently criticize. That old fellow, Ling Dong Song, has indeed trained an exceptional disciple, though her temperament is strikingly reminiscent of his own. Chu Jianqiu, holding a golden VIP card, purchased a substantial amount of talisman-making materials and qi-gathering pills. The potency of the qi-gathering pills is considerably intense for ordinary body-refining martial artists, who would struggle to endure the ferocity of its medicinal effects. However, with the Chaos Celestial Emperor's technique and the awakened Chaos Supreme bloodline, Chu Jianqiu, at his current cultivation of the 7th level of body refinement, has no concerns regarding his physical capacity to withstand it. The potency of a single qi-gathering pill is 30 to 40 times that of a body-refining pill, yet its price approaches 50 times that of the latter. In the past, Chu Jianqiu would have hesitated over such a price difference, but now, with 1,000 spirit stones at his disposal, albeit in advance, it is a sign of substantial financial confidence. Moreover, due to the VIP card, Wanwu Merchant Association offered him a generous 20% discount. With a grand gesture, Chu Jianqiu procured 200 qi-gathering pills, sufficient for him to break through to the 9th level of body refinement. Chapter 19. The Emission of True Energy. Chu Jianqiu swallowed the qi-gathering pill. Its immense medicinal power swiftly refined by the chaotic Heavenly Emperor technique into a torrent of surging true energy, relentlessly battering the meridians within his body. Due to the transformation of his meridians by the golden light emitted from the Supreme Chaotic Tower, Chu Jianqiu's meridians were countless times more resilient than those of ordinary warriors. However, this also rendered them significantly more challenging to open, requiring an enormous amount of true energy. Yet, once they were cleared, Chu Jianqiu's meridians would flow as wide as mighty rivers, allowing for an exceptionally smooth circulation of true energy, whereas the meridians of typical warriors, once opened, would flow like babbling brooks. Those with extraordinary talents would only achieve a similar stream-like flow. The width of the meridians determines the speed of true energy output. Narrower meridians result in a sluggish release of true energy over short periods, consequently diminishing their explosive power during confrontations. In contrast, broader meridians can unleash a substantial volume of true energy instantaneously, resulting in formidable attacks. This disparity may not be prominently manifested in the body refinement realm, as true energy merely circulates within the body to refine one's physique. However, upon reaching the true energy realm, the difference in combat power becomes dramatically apparent. The true energy within a true energy realm warrior can transcend the confines of the body, emanating outward to deliver immensely powerful strikes. Therefore, although the body refinement realm is of a lower level, it holds paramount importance in a warrior's cultivation journey. The strength of the foundation established during this stage will ultimately dictate the heights a warrior can achieve in the future. As a day and night passed, with the consumption of 200 chi gathering pills, Chu Jianqiu successfully opened the 12 primary meridians within his body, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. Should an ordinary martial artist reach this juncture, they would invariably strive to break through to the realm of true chi. The endeavor to unlock the remaining 8 extraordinary meridians is exceedingly arduous. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent, the aspiration to penetrate these 8 channels is but a delusion. Before his downfall, Chu Jianqiu had managed to unlock merely 4 of these meridians, and despite his relentless efforts, the remaining 4 remained impervious to his attempts. Having exhausted countless methods to no avail, he felt that, given his innate capabilities, he could only advance thus far, compelling him to pursue the true chi realm. Nevertheless, even at this stage, Chu Jianqiu had already become invincible among his peers within the entirety of Tianshui Prefecture. Now, as he embarks on a renewed journey, armed with the supreme technique of the chaotic heavenly emperor and awakened to the ancient bloodline of the chaotic sovereign, he is determined not to relinquish the opportunity to unlock the 8 extraordinary meridians and strive for the legendary extreme body refinement. Should he succeed in fully opening these meridians and attain the extreme body refinement, he would be capable of cultivating the fabled supreme martial physique. However, the resources required to unlock the 8 extraordinary meridians are no less than those needed to open the 12 principal meridians, and in fact, they surpass the total resources required for the latter. Thus, what he needs most at present is wealth. Feeling the tumultuous true chi surging through his meridians, Chu Jianqiu could not resist the urge to clench his fist and strike the air before him. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as an immensely powerful surge of true chi erupted from his fist, shattering the air and crashing into the ground ahead, creating a deep crater over a yard wide, with debris and earth scattering like arrows in all directions. Chu Jianqiu gazed at the scene before him, utterly astonished, unable to believe his own eyes. The manifestation of true chi. Remarkably, he had achieved the externalization of true chi even in the body refinement stage. For an ordinary martial artist, attaining the externalization of true chi necessitates reaching the true chi stage. To ascend to the true chi stage, one must first return all true chi circulating within the meridians to the chi sea in the dantian, forming a central hub. In a fleeting moment, all unblocked meridians must connect to create a circulation within the body, allowing true chi to transcend bodily constraints and burst forth into the external realm. However, once the meridians form this circulation, further unblocking of new meridians becomes impossible, as true chi will only circulate within the already unblocked pathways, rendering the dantian's true chi incapable of being directed to the unblocked meridians. Hence, unblocking meridians must occur during the body refinement stage. Chu Jianqiu surmised that the true chi within him had amassed to an astonishing degree. The dantian's capacity, spanning a 10-mile radius, was indeed formidable, and the unblocked meridians were exceedingly broad. Even without establishing an internal circulation, the true chi coursing through was sufficient to shatter the confines of his body, thus achieving externalization. Observing the deep crater created by his own punch, he estimated that his current strength was nearly on par with his former peak, prior to his incapacitation. At this moment, he needed to devise a method to cultivate new combat techniques, as the mountain-splitting fist was woefully inadequate for his present capabilities and could not adequately channel his combat prowess. However, within the Chu family, the elite Huang-tier techniques could only be practiced upon reaching the true chi stage, and the sole low-grade Xian-tier technique required at least the status of a 10th elder for cultivation. As the young master of the Chu family, Chu Jianqiu holds a position that does not fall beneath the 10 elder statesmen. However, he has yet to attain the true chi realm, and those elder gentlemen would undoubtedly not permit him to break established protocols. Prior to his advancement to the true chi realm, he encountered Lu Tianyao before he could even commence training the exquisite yellow-tier battle technique. Under the condition of sacrificing a drop of his life essence each month, he has managed to maintain his current realm without decline, which is already commendable. He possesses no spare capacity to cultivate new battle techniques. It seems rather impractical to aspire to practice the Chu family's superior yellow-tier battle technique at this time. Although he can now project his true chi externally, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from others in the true chi realm, this secret must remain hidden to avoid unnecessary complications. At present, his only recourse lies with the Wanwu Trading Company. With sufficient financial resources, nothing is beyond purchase at the Wanwu Trading Company. Opening the 8 extraordinary meridians demands funds. Acquiring martial techniques necessitates finances. To ensure a more secure position in the upcoming competition in 20 days, he may also require a weapon, and purchasing artifacts also entails expenditure. Chu Jianqiu has never felt such a pressing scarcity of money as he does now. The sole avenue for generating income currently revolves around talisman crafting. Thus, Chu Jianqiu embarked on an arduous journey of sleepless nights devoted to talisman creation. As his production of talismans increased, his crafting techniques grew increasingly refined, and the enhancement of his cultivation significantly accelerated his talisman-making speed, tripling his output. In just a day and night, he successfully crafted 300 strength-enhancing talismans. While diligently producing first-tier strength-enhancing talismans, he is also delving into the study of higher-tier talismans. The first-order enhancement talisman, after all, is merely a first-order charm. Regardless of how exceptional the talisman's essence may be, its value remains inherently limited due to its low rank. Chu Jianqiu has commenced his studies on second-order talismans, not only focusing on the second-order enhancement talisman, but also exploring other second-order runes, such as the second-order flash evasion talisman, the second-order golden shield talisman, and the explosive talisman. His endeavors are not solely for monetary gain, but also in preparation for the exceedingly significant competition that is merely 20 days away. Ouyang Yuan is exceedingly formidable. With his current strength, the disparity between them is substantial. To triumph over him, one must possess a myriad of strategies. Chapter 20. Encountering Lu Tianyao again 10 days later. Chu Jianqiu arrived at the Wanwu Trading Company, burdened with a large bag of spiritual talismans. I seek President Su. I kindly request an audience. He addressed a steward in the lobby. TCH, sister, do you hear what that waste is saying? Seeking President Su? He should take a look at himself in the mirror. Does he truly believe someone of his ilk can simply meet President Su? A voice dripping with disdain and mockery echoed from the side. Chu Jianqiu turned to see a group of 3 approaching, with Lu Tianyao leading the way. The one who had just ridiculed him was Lu Gaoang, the very individual he had nearly incapacitated, accompanied by a 15 or 16-year-old girl, Ouyang Yuan's sister, Ouyang Lan. Chu Jianqiu had not anticipated encountering Lu Tianyao here. Seeing her once more in that yellow robe stirred a torrent of memories from the past 3 years, evoking a bittersweet ache within him. Yet, the once beautiful images ultimately transformed into an unforgiving strike aimed at his dantian under the moonlight. The pang of sorrow within Chu Jianqiu swiftly morphed into boundless resentment. A whirlwind of tumultuous emotions. Lu Tianyao. Chu Jianqiu slowly uttered these 3 words, a name that once brought him immeasurable sweetness, now weighed heavily upon his tongue. For the past 20 days, he had been consumed by thoughts of how he would reclaim this blood debt upon seeing Lu Tianyao again. Determined to make her pay a bloody price for her actions, to instill in her a profound regret for what transpired that fateful night. Yet, when the moment of confrontation finally arrived, all the harsh words he had prepared transformed into those mere 3 syllables. Lu Tianyao, on the other hand, had never anticipated encountering Chu Jianqiu once more. She had believed that their paths would never cross again, and that he would languish in misery for the remainder of his days. I hear your wounds have healed, she remarked coldly, her demeanor indifferent. Since you have miraculously survived, you ought to cherish your life and maintain a low profile, rather than seeking to draw my attention. We are destined to be individuals from entirely different worlds, and your unrealistic hopes are laughable. To seek the limelight in an effort to attract my notice is an overestimation of your own worth. I wonder from where you derive such misplaced confidence. A wretch like you, with a heart as venomous as a serpent and as fickle as water, is only of interest to someone like Ouyang Yuan. Chu Jianqiu replied with an air of detachment. Lu Tianyao was momentarily taken aback, scarcely able to believe her ears. How dare he speak to her in such a manner? You seek death. Lu Tianyao erupted in fury, her face as cold as frost, a murderous intent radiating from her being. What did you say, Chu? Ouyang Lan interjected with an angry shout, realizing that Chu Jianqiu had insulted her brother, Ouyang Yuan. In the process, your words seem to be mere empty boasts, and you, a worthless being beneath even the most contemptible creatures, dare not to regard Ouyang Yuan with any significance, nor do you deserve an audience with President Su. What qualifications do you possess, relying solely on your meager physique refinement? Lu Tianyao scoffed, her words laced with boundless disdain and mockery, though she longed to see Chu Jianqiu suffer 1,000 tortures. The rules of the Wanwu Merchant Association forbade any form of violence. Young Master Chu, you have arrived. A soft, melodious voice suddenly resonated from the side. Everyone turned to see a captivating woman gracefully approaching, her mature and enchanting visage exuding an irresistible charm. Her mesmerizing eyes, with every subtle change, seemed capable of ensnaring souls. This was Su Yanxiang, the the vice president of the Wanwu Merchant Association in Tianshui County, who was currently accompanied by a fair-skinned, ethereal young lady clad in a green robe. Upon seeing the two, Chu Jianqiu felt a tinge of surprise. He had not expected Su Yinxiang to personally welcome him. Even more astonishing was the presence of Xia Yuwang, who had surprisingly followed Su Yinxiang. Chu Jianqiu bowed respectfully to Su Yinxiang, saying, "President Su." Su Yinxiang quickly waved her hand with a smile, exclaiming, "Young Master Chu, you are too kind." Her words were imbued with an undeniable warmth. Chu Jianqiu then turned to Xia Yuwang, remarking, "Miss Xia is also here." Xia Yuwang responded with a vague acknowledgement, having heard that Chu Jianqiu was accompanied by a woman and, out of curiosity, followed Su Yinxiang. However, the reality seemed different from her expectations. Chu Jianqiu and the young lady in yellow did not appear to be lovers, but rather seemed to harbor deep animosity towards each other. However, she was naturally unwilling to let others know that she had come out for this reason. When Lu Tianyao and the others witnessed the warm interaction between Su Yinxiang and Chu Jianqiu, they felt a burning shame wash over them, akin to receiving a resounding slap to the face. Just moments ago, they had declared that Chu Jianqiu was unworthy of meeting Su Yinxiang, yet here he was, personally welcomed by her. It appeared that their bond ran deeper than they had anticipated. Moreover, who was the young girl in the azure robe standing beside Su Yinxiang? The respect Su Yinxiang showed her suggested that she was someone of considerable importance, someone whose demeanor commanded such reverence that neither Su Yinxiang nor anyone else dared to overstep. When had Chu Jianqiu become acquainted with such a distinguished figure? The beauty of the girl in the azure robe was so striking that Lu Tianyao felt a pang of inadequacy. With a smile, Su Yinxiang extended her hand, saying, "Please. Young Master Chu, come inside." Not once did she cast a glance at Lu Tianyao. Although Lu Tianyao was the daughter of the Lu family, she held little weight in Su Yinxiang's eyes. Even if the head of the Lu family were to arrive, it would still be insufficient. Perhaps the governor of Tianshui County might have some standing. Su Yinxiang's enthusiasm for Chu Jianqiu was not due to his identity, but rather entirely because of Xia Yuwang. Naturally, she would not underestimate someone valued by the daughter of President Xia. Chu Jianqiu clasped his hands in gratitude and followed Su Yinxiang and Xia Yuwang as they departed. Yet, before leaving, he calmly regarded Lu Tianyao and said coolly, "Lu Tianyao, the debt you owe me, the blood that flows through you, which is mine, I will reclaim it from you, piece by piece, sooner or later." With that, he turned and followed Su Yinxiang and Xia Yuwang away. Lu Tianyao's face flushed crimson, her entire body trembling with rage. She had never before endured such humiliation. However, the eerily calm gaze and the indifferent words of Chu Jianqiu before his departure sent a chill through her entire being. Had he spoken such words prior to this day, she would have found them laughable. Having officially ascended to the true Qi realm just yesterday, the notion that Chu Jianqiu, a myriad in the body refinement realm, would dare to threaten her seemed utterly absurd. Yet, after witnessing the earlier scene and reflecting upon the recent astonishing events surrounding Chu Jianqiu, she began to sense that his words might not be mere bluster. The shattered dantian had been restored, he had become a talisman master overnight, and he had crafted a high-grade talisman that no one in Tianshui County could replicate. Additionally, he had formed connections with prominent figures such as Su Yinxiang. All of this enveloped Chu Jianqiu in an inscrutable veil of mystery. Lu Tianyao suddenly felt that over the past 3 years, she had never truly understood this scion of the Chu family. Nevertheless, Lu Tianyao quickly regained her composure, her gaze radiating a cold glint. Regardless of the commotion he had stirred, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and machinations were futile. What could a mere body refinement cultivator truly accomplish? Chapter 21. The auction. Chu Jianqiu presented a large bag of spirit talismans to Su Yinxiang, stating, 2,000 first-tier strength-enhancing talismans. President Su, please verify. Su Yinxiang accepted the hefty bag and, upon opening it to reveal stacks of spirit talismans, felt an overwhelming shock. Even as the president of the Tianshui County branch, she had never encountered such a vast quantity of talismans in one instance. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Jianqiu produced 3 additional talismans and handed them to Su Yinxiang, saying, "President Su, could you appraise the value of these 3 talismans?" Su Yinxiang smiled as she received the 3 talismans, questioning why they needed to be taken out separately. However, upon glancing at the talismans, her heart jolted with shock. These were actually second-tier talismans. She handed the 3 talismans to Xia Yuwang, her voice trembling slightly. "Miss, please take a look." Curiosity piqued within Xia Yuwang, wondering what could be the matter. As she accepted the 3 talismans and examined them, her pupils suddenly contracted. With her profound mastery of talisman crafting, She sensed an immediate distinction upon holding the talismans. Second-tier talismans. Xia Youhuang's heart raced with astonishment. To further validate her assessment, she swiftly formed hand seals to employ her unique talisman appraisal technique. As the technique took effect on the 3 talismans, information about each appeared in her mind. Talisman name, strength amplification talisman, talisman rank, second-tier talisman quality, medium-grade talisman effect, increases strength by 50%. Talisman name, flash escape talisman, talisman rank, second-tier talisman quality, medium-grade talisman effect, when activated, allows martial artists at the true chi stage and below to instantly escape 1 mile. Talisman name, golden shield talisman, talisman rank, second-tier talisman quality, medium-grade talisman effect, creates a powerful protective shield on the surface of the body for martial artists at the true chi stage and below. Xia Youhuang was utterly astonished. Her amazement was not merely at the effects and ranks of these talismans, but at the terrifying talisman crafting skills exhibited by Chu Jianqiu, who could forge second-tier talismans even at the body refinement stage. If Chu Jianqiu were to continue developing smoothly, he would undoubtedly become an extraordinary master of talisman crafting. Xu Yanxiang was most astonished by the effects of the talismans themselves. The 3 talismans held considerable allure for her. First-tier talismans, regardless of the quality of their cores, were utterly useless to her, serving no purpose other than as a means to generate profit. However, second-tier talismans could wield immense power for a practitioner at her level of true energy. In the eyes of these true energy warriors, no number of first-tier talismans could compare to the value of a single second-tier talisman. The disparity in worth between first-tier and second-tier talismans was simply incomparable. Ultimately, Xu Yanxiang assessed the grade of the talismans, the quality of the cores, and the efficacy of the talismans to establish their prices. The enhancement talisman and the golden shield talisman, both of second-tier intermediate grade, were priced at 3,000 first-grade spirit stones, while the second-tier intermediate grade teleportation talisman was set at 5,000 first-grade spirit stones. Chu Jianqiu then presented over a dozen second-tier talismans, along with 2,000 first-tier superior grade enhancement talismans, culminating in a sale of 150,000 first-grade spirit stones. Holding the golden card, Chu Jianqiu felt a slight tremor in his hands. It contained a staggering sum of 150,000 first-grade spirit stones. He estimated that his earnings for the day rivaled the entire income of the Chu family over 3 years. Indeed, talisman array masters were the most lucrative profession in the Tianwu continent. President Su, might your esteemed association have any exceptional martial arts techniques for sale? With his purse now plump, Chu Jianqiu's confidence began to swell. Tomorrow, our Wanwu trading house will host a grand auction. It would be wise for young Master Chu to attend, as you may discover something to your liking, Xu Yanxiang replied with a radiant smile. Her water-like eyes fixed intently on Chu Jianqiu, her enchanting gaze nearly mesmerizing. Flustered by her gaze, Chu Jianqiu hastily took his leave, retreating in disarray. As an inexperienced youth, he was no match for such an enchanting seductress. Xia Youhuang, observing this, furrowed her delicate brow and emitted a soft, displeased hum. Xu Yanxiang turned her head, regarding her with a meaningful smile. Xia Youhuang's countenance flushed under her gaze, and she playfully struck Xu Yanxiang in vexation, chiding, "Su Jie is as mischievous as ever." Chu Jianqiu initially expended 50,000 first-grade spirit stones to procure 1,000 qi gathering pills before returning to his abode to continue his cultivation. The Chaos Heaven Emperor art was truly an unparalleled technique. With ample medicinal resources, cultivation bottlenecks were virtually non-existent. Previously, he had exerted immense effort in opening each of the 8 extraordinary meridians. However, now, with each qi gathering pill ingested, a torrent of true qi assailed the 8 meridians, gradually clearing and expanding them. After a day, having consumed 100 qi gathering pills, Chu Jianqiu finally unblocked the first of the 8 extraordinary meridians. At this rate, it seemed plausible that he could advance to the true qi realm before the profound sword sect's recruitment competition. Although Chu Jianqiu had grown accustomed to the Chaos Heaven Emperor art's voracious appetite for pills, he couldn't help but feel a pang as he watched 100 qi gathering pills vanish in an instant. Had he not become a talisman and array master, he might not have been able to sustain this cultivation technique. Today, the Myriad martial commerce was holding an auction, and Chu Jianqiu needed to peruse the offerings for items that suited his needs, acquiring them to augment his strength. The most crucial matter is to acquire a high-level martial technique and a suitable weapon. When Chu Jianqiu arrived at the Wanwu Trading Company, the street in front of the establishment was already teeming with people, bustling with a throng that resembled a sea of humanity. Observing the dense crowd, Chu Jianqiu felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Amidst the lively assembly, he spotted influential figures from Tianshui City, such as the heads of the four prominent families of Tianshui County, Lu Shushi of the Lu family and Mo Shan of the Mo family. Preferring to avoid any unwarranted entanglements with such individuals, Chu Jianqiu circumvented the main entrance and opted for the side door. This was an exclusive passageway reserved for esteemed guests who had attained at least the bronze level at the Wanwu Trading Company. Aside from the county guard, who held the status of a bronze-level guest, the heads of the four major families were merely at the black iron level. The day prior, while purchasing qi gathering pills, the steward had informed him that he could enter the auction from this entrance. As he traversed the corridor, a steward promptly approached him and guided him through the labyrinthine halls of the establishment. The Wanwu Trading Company nearly occupied an entire street in the eastern district of Tianshui City, with its edifices rising in a staggered fashion, creating a picturesque layering of pavilions and towers, each designated for different purposes. At the heart of the building lay the auction hall. Chu Jianqiu gazed in awe at the colossal structure before him, feeling a surge of astonishment. The auction hall was a three-story edifice, each level expansive in its dimensions. At the center of the first floor stood the auction platform, surrounded by an array of seating. The second and third floors were designed around the central platform, with private rooms that afforded a clear view of the activities on the first floor. The caretaker led Chu Jianqiu to a private room on the third floor. As Chu Jianqiu pushed open the door, he was momentarily taken aback. An alluring figure was already seated inside, Su Yinxiang, who was smiling at him with a twinkle in her eyes. Upon seeing Chu Jianqiu, Su Yinxiang gracefully rose, her long, enticing legs gliding forward. She extended her smooth, fair arm to entwine it with Chu Jianqiu's, saying with a smile, "Come in and have a seat, young Master Chu." Feeling the softness of her arm around him, Chu Jianqiu's cheeks flushed. Although he managed to maintain his composure, he found it difficult to handle Su Yinxiang's fervent demeanor, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Silently muttering to himself, "What an enchantress!" Noticing Chu Jianqiu's somewhat reserved demeanor, Su Yinxiang found him all the more intriguing. Among the myriad men she had encountered, none had ever hesitated to approach her with eagerness. The gazes directed at her were often filled with an insatiable desire to strip her bare. It was precisely due to her disdain for the relentless advances of the men in the imperial capital that she had sought refuge in this remote county, yearning for peace. Here, at least, no one dared to treat her with disrespect. Seeing Chu Jianqiu's reaction only fueled her desire to tease him further. As her enchanting form pressed closer to him, Chu Jianqiu stiffened, paralyzed with uncertainty, his mind racing with thoughts of what this enchantress intended. Observing his awkwardness, Su Yinxiang could not help but stifle a gentle laugh, deciding not to press him further. She realized that continuing to tease him might lead her to entrap herself in her own game. Do not be deceived by her alluring demeanor. This is indeed her very first experience of such intimate proximity to a man. Although she feigns a demeanor of nonchalance, the moment her body grazes against Chu Jianqiu, her heart flutters like a startled fawn, beating wildly. Su Yinxiang gently leads Chu Jianqiu into the room, guiding him to a chair beside her before taking a seat directly across from him. As Chu Jianqiu distances himself from her delicate form, he breathes a sigh of relief. This enchantress had exerted considerable pressure on him mere moments ago. "What brings President Su here?" Chu Jianqiu inquires with a hint of curiosity. Having only officially met Su Yinxiang the day prior, and sensing an unusual level of interest from her. "Is that so? Am I not welcome?" Su Yinxiang supports her chin with her slender, jade-like hand, her captivating, elongated eyes fixed on Chu Jianqiu, a playful smile dancing on her lips. "Not at all," Chu Jianqiu replies, somewhat flustered, realizing it would be unwise to provoke Su Yinxiang further. Her bewitching charms were somewhat overwhelming for him. With the sound of a gavel striking, the auction commences below. A vivacious young woman ascends the auction stage, delivering a brief introduction before launching into the bidding for the items. This marks Chu Jianqiu's inaugural attendance at such an auction, where he witnesses firsthand how the value of an item can escalate dramatically amidst the fervent competition of bidders. An ordinary object, it seems, may fetch a price 5 or 6 times its intrinsic worth. Yet, within the confines of the auction, Chu Jianqiu is indeed exposed to a plethora of rare and exquisite treasures seldom seen in everyday life. Many individuals, despite possessing invaluable items, refrain from parting with them casually. Instead, they await the opportunity presented by an auction. Wanwu Trading Company merely serves as an intermediary in such events. Those wishing to auction their possessions entrust them to Wanwu, which facilitates the sale through the auction, taking a commission from the proceeds before returning the remainder to the original owners. A forthcoming item is sure to pique everyone's interest. The charming woman at the auction podium suddenly let out a light laugh, her delicate hand gesturing as a servant approached with a tray. "Behold, a second-tier spirit talisman," she announced, gently lifting the talisman from the tray. Her voice hushed the crowd momentarily, but soon after, a cacophony erupted. In the realm of Tianwu, the most coveted items are the various spirit formations crafted by talisman masters. This particular auction item immediately captured the attention of numerous Qi realm experts present. While previous auctions featured their share of precious items, few could captivate the elite Qi realm practitioners. However, a second-tier spirit talisman is an object of great desire for such individuals. This talisman, known as the Flash Escape Talisman, enables a Qi realm warrior to instantly appear anywhere within a mile. The crisp announcement resonated softly throughout the venue, prompting many Qi realm experts to rise abruptly. The ability to instantaneously transport a practitioner of true energy within a mile is nothing short of extraordinary. It is indeed a formidable tool for evasion and survival. Such instantaneous relocation offers a practitioner the means to escape perilous situations with remarkable swiftness. The initial price for this talisman is set at 5,000 first-grade spirit stones. "Please, let the bidding commence," the charming young woman declared, her gaze sweeping across the room before finally resting on the elegant chambers of the four prominent families. She was acutely aware that these illustrious houses would be the primary competitors for such a rare talisman. 5,005. A voice interjected, seizing the moment as soon as she finished speaking. 6,000. The chorus of bids surged forth in rapid succession. Within mere moments, the price soared to an impressive height of 10,000. 10,003. A resounding voice echoed, raising the bid by an astonishing 3,000. The atmosphere fell into a hush as the fervent bidding diminished significantly. The crowd turned their attention towards the source of the last bid, revealing it to be from one of the four great families, the Zhou clan. As the auction progressed, the four great families finally made their move. 15,000. Another voice rang out, though this increase was not as aggressive as Zhou's, yet still raised the bid by an ample 2,000. Observing this pattern, the onlookers understood immediately that yet another family from the four great houses had entered the fray. Once the four families took action, the resolve of the other bidders swiftly faded. Their financial capacity simply could not compete with that of the four great families. Chu Jianqiu was taken aback when the talisman first appeared. It was none other than the teleportation talisman he had sold to the Wanwu Trading Company. As the price of the Flash Escape Talisman continued to soar, a shadow of displeasure darkened Chu Jianqiu's expression. The Wanwu Chamber of Commerce is truly ruthless, offering a mere 5,000 spirit stones. Is this a veiled insult to our integrity? At that moment, a soft and delicate voice echoed in his ears, seemingly perceiving his thoughts. "Fear not, for we conducted our transaction with integrity, having sold it to your esteemed Wanwu Chamber of Commerce. How much you managed to sell it for is entirely your own merit. I am not so greedy," Chu Jianqiu hastily replied. "You contradictory little thing," Su Yanxiang teased, playfully pressing her slender finger against his forehead with a light laugh. "Rest assured, our Wanwu Chamber of Commerce is not so petty as to covet a mere trifle from you. Whatever price it fetches at auction, after deducting what we owe you and our commission, you shall receive every bit without fail." Chapter 23. The First Elegant Room, 30,000. A bid resonated from one of the elegant chambers, this time originating from the Chu family. Since the disappearance of their patriarch, Chu Jianqiu, the Chu family had gradually fallen behind in the fierce competition among the four prominent families of Tianshui City, struggling to contend with the other three. Yet now, they were surprisingly assertive in their pursuit. The elder of the Chu family sat in an elegant chamber, his expression impassive as he gazed at the Flash Escape Talisman on the auction stage. Today, he was determined to secure this spiritual talisman at all costs. His strength paled in comparison to that of Chu Jianqiu, and he was somewhat inferior to the heads of the other three prominent families. Should a confrontation with these formidable opponents arise, possessing this talisman would provide him with an additional means of survival. 35,000. The bidding in the elegant chamber of the Lu family echoed once more. 45,000. The elder of the Chu family continued to bid without hesitation. Upon witnessing the elder's fervent bidding, Chu Jianqiu's eyes narrowed. This old rascal was clearly acting out of personal interest. After this latest bid, a considerable pause ensued, with no one daring to raise their offer. After all, 45,000 pieces of first-grade spirit stones represented nearly a year's worth of income, even for the four prominent families. Although these affluent clans had substantial earnings, their expenditures were equally significant. To overextend nearly a year's income for a mere second-tier spirit talisman seemed rather unwise. The elder of the Chu family placed his bid at 45,000, yet no one else dared to counter. The charming young woman surveyed the tranquil room and smiled, declaring, Since no one is bidding further, this flash escape talisman shall be acquired by the elder of the Chu family. As silence enveloped the room, the young woman lightly tapped her small hammer on the table, confirming the buyer. Next up for auction was a second-tier low-grade magical artifact. With a graceful wave of her hand, the young woman signaled her attendants, who promptly brought forth a tray bearing a long sword of deep azure, emanating a chilling gleam. This sword, named Qing Shuang, was forged from a millennium of cold iron, capable of slicing through metal with ease, its sharpness unparalleled. It was particularly effective in the hands of warriors who practiced water-based techniques. The starting price is 3,000. Let the bidding commence. As her words faded, a chorus of bids erupted, primarily from warriors of the true Qi realm. 3,000 spirit stones for a superior-grade spiritual stone is a sum far beyond the financial means of a mere body refinement realm warrior. 20,000. Just as the price of the Qing Frost sword was announced at 10,000, a voice from the Lu family's private room suddenly doubled the bid. Chu Jianqiu had little interest in the Qing Frost sword, but upon witnessing the Lu family's offer, he was reminded of Lu Tianyao awakening of the 3 absolute meridians. Surmising that the sword was likely intended as a gift for her. 30,000. Without hesitation, Chu Jianqiu raised the bid by another 10,000. Though he had no genuine desire for the Qing Frost sword, he relished the opportunity to vex the Lu family, thus finding some satisfaction for himself. Lu Shushi had initially believed that after her bid, no one would dare contest her. Considering that a second-tier inferior-grade magical artifact priced at 20,000 spirit stones was already quite generous. With the prestige of the Lu family backing her, she thought it unlikely that anyone would make another offer. However, she could not have anticipated that not only would someone raise the price, but they would do so by a staggering 10,000 spirit stones. Lu Shushi's expression darkened as she turned to see who dared oppose the Lu family, vowing that she would ensure they regretted their audacity. Yet, upon realizing that the voice came from Room 1, her thoughts of retribution dissipated. Room 1, a place even she, as the head of the Lu family, was not entitled to enter, was often left vacant. Even when occupied, it was typically by Chu Jianqiu, the president of the Tianshui prefecture branch of the Wanwu Trading Company. To secure a place in Room 1 was a privilege that required careful consideration. Even for the Lu family. 35,000. Lu Shushi could only endure in silence as he continued to raise his bid. Had it not been for the remarkable compatibility of the Qing Shuang sword's attributes with Lu Tianyao, he would never have considered bidding further. 30,000 spirit stones had already far exceeded the sword's intrinsic value. Even so, 35,000 was his utmost limit. Should anyone dare to bid higher, he would not follow. At most, he would purchase another sword for Lu Tianyao later, even if its attributes were slightly less compatible. It would be preferable to being mercilessly bled dry in this auction. Lu Tianyao's face turned pale with anger, wondering who was so audaciously opposing their Lu family. From the moment she laid eyes on the Qing Shuang sword, she was utterly enamored and had urged Lu Shushi to secure it for her. Her primary purpose for visiting the Wanwu merchant house yesterday was to familiarize herself with the items up for auction today. Chu Jianqiu raised the bid only once before falling silent. He feared that should the price escalate too high, the Lu family might suddenly withdraw, leaving him at a considerable loss. Su Yinxiang observed Chu Jianqiu's actions with an amused heart, finding this little fellow unexpectedly endearing. She harbored no disapproval towards his conduct. She had also heard whispers about the relationship between Chu Jianqiu and Lu Tianyao. With the intelligence capabilities of the Wanwu merchant house, she was privy to far more than the average person. A man who could dedicate his life as essence to his beloved for 3 uninterrupted years was a rarity she had only encountered in Chu Jianqiu. In the world of martial artists, the pursuit of strength and treasures could drive couples and lovers to become mortal enemies, engaging in fierce conflict. The realm of martial artists is far more ruthless and merciless than that of ordinary mortals. The reason Su Yinxiang regards Chu Jianqiu with a discerning eye is partly due to Xia Yuang, but equally attributable to the intrinsic charm and character of Chu Jianqiu himself. Had Chu Jianqiu been akin to Ouyang Yuan or Lu Gaoyang, no matter how extraordinary his talents or how much Xia Yuang valued him, Su Yinxiang would never have shown such enthusiasm. At best, she would have merely avoided offense and offered a modicum of assistance. Furthermore, Su Yinxiang harbors a profound disdain for Lu Tianyao's ingratitude and betrayal, which has led her to hold the entire Lu family in contempt, deriving pleasure from their misfortunes. Ultimately, the Qing Shuang sword was acquired by the Lu family for 35,000 first-grade spirit stones. Subsequently, several other items were auctioned. Yet none captured Chu Jianqiu's interest until an old, rusted sword was presented. This artifact, although classified as a low-grade second-tier treasure, possesses an antiquity that is intriguing. Despite its apparent dilapidation, It seems to conceal extraordinary secrets. The charming young woman continued to smile as she introduced the seemingly shabby long sword. Upon witnessing the grotesque condition of the sword, the auction house fell into a momentary silence before erupting into a chorus of jeers. The young woman's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing the derision, as the appraisers of Wanwu Trading Company, after extensive examination, concluded that while the sword did not appear to be as simple as it seemed, they had been unable to uncover its true nature despite their prolonged efforts. As Chu Jianqiu beheld the broken sword, his gaze involuntarily shifted, for he sensed a subtle movement from the dark tower within his sea of consciousness. Chapter 24. The Seven Waves of Fury. Are you intrigued by this broken sword? Su Yinxiang inquired with a smile. I find it somewhat appealing. Chu Jianqiu candidly expressed his fascination with the sword, showing no signs of reservation. Do not be hasty in bidding, otherwise, what could be acquired at a modest price may slip away due to your utterance, Su Yinxiang interjected, preventing him from calling out a price. Why is that? Chu Jianqiu asked, momentarily taken aback and puzzled. Are you aware of which private room this is? Upon witnessing Su Yinxiang's demeanor, Chu Jianqiu found it hard to believe. Could it be the first private room? Otherwise, what do you presume? Su Yinxiang replied, her enchanting eyes sparkling, accompanied by a light laugh. Sister, you have truly led me into a predicament, Chu Jianqiu exclaimed with a bitter smile, foreseeing that as soon as he voiced his interest, those who were previously indifferent to the broken sword would suddenly become immensely intrigued. To them, since this sword could pique the interest of patrons in the first private room, it must possess extraordinary qualities, prompting a fierce competition. Consequently, the initially low price would undoubtedly be driven up by their fervor. Furthermore, being in such a prominent setting as the first private room would easily draw attention, making him wary of being scrutinized. Even if he were to spot something exceptional, he would hesitate to act freely. I have ensnared you. Upon hearing these words, Su Yinxiang immediately became indignant. She extended her delicate fingers and fiercely pressed against Chu Jianqiu's forehead, admonishing him in a soft yet scolding tone. You heartless little rascal. I have painstakingly considered your interests, yet you repay my kindness with ingratitude. You certainly possess an audacious spirit, attending the auction without any effort to disguise yourself. Do you intend merely to collect a few worthless trinkets? Should you acquire something of value, strutting out in such a manner, I fear you shall not even traverse the street of Wanwu Trading House before someone strikes you from behind with a brick. Do you believe that being in the private room number 1 means no one is paying attention? Those within that room harbor caution, and thus dare not act openly. After venting her frustrations upon him, Su Yinxiang felt somewhat relieved. Chu Jianqiu, upon hearing her tirade, felt a cold sweat bead upon his forehead, realizing that he had indeed been somewhat careless. You shall wear this before going out, Su Yinxiang declared, retrieving a black cloak from beneath the table and tossing it to Chu Jianqiu. As for that broken sword, since you are intrigued by it, I shall arrange for someone to bid on it for you, and you may repay me later. The items auctioned at the Wanwu Trading House are categorized into 2 types, those owned by the establishment itself and those entrusted for auction by others. This broken sword does not belong to Wanwu Trading House. Rather, it is a consignment from another party, and Su Yinxiang, naturally, would not allow Chu Jianqiu to be taken advantage of for the sake of a meager commission. In Chu Jianqiu's heart, a wave of emotion stirred within him. Regardless of Su Yinxiang's underlying intentions, her genuine concern for him was undeniably impactful, and her assistance was far from trivial. Due to the lack of interest in that dilapidated sword at the auction, there were few bidders, and ultimately, it was acquired by an unremarkable martial artist for a mere 5,000 spirit stones. The auction of this broken sword was merely a minor episode. After it was sold, the auction continued unabated. The stage then showcased an array of dazzling treasures, elixirs, armor, weapons, and medicinal herbs. However, amidst the items on offer, Chu Jianqiu refrained from further bidding. His primary objective for attending this auction was to acquire martial techniques and weaponry. With Su Yinxiang having procured the seemingly worthless sword for him, the weaponry aspect was resolved. Now, he merely needed to obtain a martial technique to fulfill his purpose for attending the auction. Next on the auction block was a low-grade profound martial technique, the 7 layers of Fury Wave Palm. A charming young woman lifted a cerulean scroll from a platter held by an attendant, her melodious voice resonating throughout the auction hall. As her words fell, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd, igniting the atmosphere almost instantly. Profound martial techniques were typically the exclusive possession of prestigious families, and even within those clans, only individuals of certain status and qualifications could practice them. Such techniques were fervently coveted by every practitioner of the true Qi realm. The preciousness of the Xian-level martial arts needs no further elaboration. The Rage Wave 7-layer palm, although classified as a low-grade Xian technique, possesses the potential to unleash 7 layers of force with a singular strike upon reaching mastery, its power rivaling that of a mid-grade Xian technique. Upon hearing the words of the charming young woman, the audience erupted in astonishment. To possess a technique whose might could be compared to a mid-grade Xian martial art was indeed extraordinary. It seemed that within Tianshui City, only the governor of Tianshui County owned a mid-grade Xian technique. The starting bid for the Rage Wave 7-layer palm was set at 50,000 spirit stones. Observing the charged atmosphere in the hall, the enchanting woman refrained from further embellishment and directly announced the base price. As this exorbitant figure echoed through the venue, a palpable silence descended, indicating that many attendees lacked the financial means to contend. 50,000 spirit stones represented an entire year's income even for the 4 prominent families of Tianshui City. In the private chambers of these esteemed families, there was a heavy silence. Under the staggering price of 50,000 spirit stones, the atmosphere grew somewhat frigid. Yet, undeterred by the awkwardness of the situation, the charming woman maintained her captivating smile, fully aware of the allure of this Xian-level martial art and untroubled by the prospect of it remaining unsold. Chu Jianqiu did not rush to bid either. Although he found himself greatly tempted by this martial technique, he understood that haste was not advantageous in such matters. Demonstrating excessive eagerness could render him vulnerable to opportunistic individuals. Should someone take advantage of the situation to artificially inflate the price, he would incur significant losses. 50,100. The silence in the auction hall did not linger for long. Eventually, someone could no longer restrain themselves and placed a bid. This bidder was the head of a family from Tianshui City, a family that, while not among the 4 prominent clans, was nonetheless considerable in size. 53,000. Another family head joined the fray, and the allure of the Xian-tier martial skill proved irresistible to these families. Perhaps with this skill, their clan could ascend to greater heights. 55,000. 60,000. This time, it was the Mo family, one of the 4 great clans, making the offer. At this bid, the heads of the other families immediately fell silent, aware that their financial resources could never compete with those of the 4 great clans. Only the other 3 great families could hope to contend with the Mo family. 70,000. The Zhou family also entered the bidding for this Xian-tier martial skill. 90,000. This was the bid from the Lu family. 100,000. Chu Jianqiu finally succumbed to the temptation, though his palms were slick with cold sweat. He had anticipated that the price of the Xian-tier martial skill would not be low, but he had not expected it to escalate to such an outrageous level. Chapter 25. The martial skill acquired. 100,000. When Chu Jianqiu called out this price, a brief silence enveloped the auction hall once more. This was due to the fact that the price had begun to exceed the threshold of what some could bear. 100,000 was equivalent to nearly 2 years of income for families of the caliber of the 4 great clans. Furthermore, this was the second bid from the first private room, and the onlookers regarded this with a degree of caution. After all, this individual had set a troubling precedent by unprovokedly targeting the Lu family, resulting in their originally attainable frost blade being purchased for 35,000 spirit stones instead of the expected 20,000, causing a loss of 15,000 spirit stones. No one could fathom the ulterior motives of this person. Should they whimsically decide to assail another, it could lead to devastating losses for yet another party. After all, this Xian-level martial skill is not to be compared with the Frostblade. Should the price escalate, even the 4 prominent families would feel the repercussions deeply. At this juncture, even the bids from these powerful families had to be made with caution. 110,000. Lu Shushi continued to raise the stakes. 120,000. No sooner had Lu Shushi uttered her bid than the first private room promptly countered with an additional 10,000. Such unwavering decisiveness rendered Lu Shushi's expression quite grim. This individual was either extraordinarily affluent or deliberately seeking conflict. Lu Shushi reflected on past encounters and found no recollection of having offended such a figure. 130,000. Lu Shushi gritted her teeth and continued to bid. Meanwhile, the other 3 major families had fallen silent, leaving the fierce contest between the Lu family and the first private room to captivate the onlookers. The escalating numbers were breathtaking, and for ordinary martial artists, sums exceeding 100,000 spirit stones were astronomical and unattainable. 140,000. The first private room remained undeterred in their bidding. The crowd at the auction house stirred with a subtle but palpable excitement, each person filled with curiosity about the sudden appearance of this affluent individual. How could someone of such prominence have gone unnoticed in Tianshui City until now? Was he merely a passing expert who happened upon this auction, seeking to partake in the festivities? Lu Shushi's expression darkened like the depths of a river. Should the bidding escalate any further, The cost would amount to the entire income of the Liu family for 3 years, a burden that would push them beyond their limits. Losing such a substantial sum would inevitably hinder the Liu family's future development, placing them at a disadvantage in their struggles against the other 3 great clans. Was it truly worth incurring such a hefty price for a mere low-grade martial technique of the profound tier? If the Liu family lacked any low-grade profound techniques, Liu Shushi would be willing to pay any price to secure this one. However, since the Liu family already possessed a low-grade profound technique, the addition of the 7 waves of Fury Palm would only increase their repertoire from 1 to 2, offering little in the way of significant advantage. Yet, the individual in the private room was exceedingly infuriating. Even if she could not obtain the technique herself, she wished to see him suffer a considerable loss. Just as Liu Shushi was about to raise the bid, the voice from the private room resounded once more. "Why isn't the Liu clan leader joining in? Just 1 more 1,000, and this martial technique will be yours." What a pity. The tone was laced with a sense of regret, as if lamenting Liu Shushi's impending loss of such a fine martial technique. Upon hearing this, Liu Shushi was instantly drenched in cold sweat, cursing inwardly. What is wrong with this guy? Liu Shushi was left with an unsettling sense of trepidation, relieved that he had refrained from further raising the bid. Had he persisted, he would have undoubtedly fallen into the deep pit crafted by that cunning individual. If he had continued to escalate the price, and that person suddenly ceased, his scheme to outweed him would have crumbled, leaving him to bear the weight of an enormous misfortune. A wave of apprehension washed over Liu Shushi. Should the price of this martial technique soar to 170 or 80,000, or even 200,000, and that individual abruptly halt, the substantial wealth he had expended on acquiring such a technique would likely inflict unimaginable losses upon the Liu family. It was uncertain whether he could maintain his position as the head of the family under such circumstances. Liu Shushi's anger reached its zenith. He bore no animosity towards this individual, yet he had repeatedly sought to ensnare him. Despite being a distinguished guest of the first-class private room, this transgression could not simply be overlooked. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? The charming young woman had waited patiently, her gaze sweeping across the room before finally resting on Liu Shushi's private area. With a smile, she inquired, "Does the clan leader Liu wish to continue?" Liu Shushi was momentarily taken aback. He was acutely aware that this was a trap, yet did he truly possess such folly to leap into it? His vexation deepened as he coldly replied, "No, thank you." The charming young woman remained unfazed by Liu Shushi's frigid demeanor, her smile unwavering. With no further bids forthcoming, the low-grade mysterious martial technique, the Angry Waves 7 Layers Palm, was officially awarded to the distinguished guest of the first-class private room. The young woman gently struck a small hammer in her hand, finalizing the ownership of this martial art. At this moment, Chu Jianqiu finally exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. However, his emotional state was far from the ease he outwardly displayed. Although he had been utterly resolute and seemingly indifferent during the price escalation, internally, he was a bundle of nerves. When the bidding surpassed 100,000, he realized that his funds were insufficient. It was only after borrowing 50,000 spirit stones from Chu Jianqiu that he could continue to contend with Liu Shushi. A bitter smile crossed Chu Jianqiu's face as he reflected on how quickly he had squandered his newfound wealth, leaving him not only penniless but also deeply in debt. Chu Jianqiu observed Chu Jianqiu with a growing sense of amusement, finding this seemingly demure young man unexpectedly intriguing. She could easily envision Liu Shushi's feelings upon hearing Chu Jianqiu's words laced with regret. After successfully acquiring his desired item, Chu Jianqiu chose not to linger any longer. He donned his dark cloak and exited the private room alongside Chu Jianqiu. Throughout the auction hall, numerous eyes were fixed upon room 1, eager to discern the identity of its occupant, some with ulterior motives. As long as the individuals in room 1 were not overwhelmingly powerful, the allure of substantial profit could entice reckless souls to covet their fortune. However, when these onlookers beheld Chu Jianqiu accompanying Chu Jianqiu, most abandoned their nefarious thoughts. It was evident that anyone worthy of the esteemed president's presence was not to be trifled with. In the entire Tianshui County, no one possesses the qualification to have President Chu personally accompany them. Such individuals could likely extinguish their opponents with merely a finger. Chapter 26. Cultivation in the Deep Mountains. Chu Jianqiu followed Chu Jianqiu out of the private room number 1, retrieving the battered sword and the azure scroll. They traversed the intricate pavilions and towers within the Wanwu commercial house, and upon reaching a secluded loft, he shed his cloak and black robe before finally exiting the establishment. With such extensive concealment, it was improbable that anyone would discern that it was he who had captured the formidable Niling Chi Diepom. Upon returning to his residence, Chu Jianqiu produced the rusted sword and the azure scroll. He carefully examined the battered sword, which was the sole object to have drawn the attention of the Black Tower, indicating it was no ordinary item. Its worth likely surpassed even that of the Nuling Chi palm, through the layers of rust on the blade. He faintly discerned the ancient characters Long Yuan inscribed upon it. Before he could delve deeper into his investigation, a beam of golden light emanated from the Black Tower within his consciousness, illuminating the sword named Long Yuan. Suddenly, Chu Jianqiu felt an emptiness in his grasp. The Long Yuan sword had vanished without a trace. Startled, he swiftly directed his spirit into the Black Tower of his consciousness, where he beheld the Long Yuan sword suspended at the center of the tower's first level. This particular location was ensconced in a profoundly intricate formation, one that Chu Jianqiu could not yet approach. Chu Jianqiu had long discerned that the closer one approached the heart of the Black Tower, the more arcane the array symbols became. To venture nearer to these intricate symbols, one must first unravel the layers of the surrounding formations. To reach the very core of the Black Tower, it was imperative to master each of the surrounding array symbols. A wry smile crossed Chu Jianqiu's face, for the Black Tower was indeed domineering, seizing the Long Yuan sword without so much as consulting him. It seemed that acquiring the Long Yuan sword in the near future was an unlikely prospect. However, this action by the Black Tower unveiled a remarkable secret to Chu Jianqiu. The external objects could indeed be drawn into the tower, transforming it into the legendary spatial treasure. To validate his hypothesis, Chu Jianqiu grasped a chair within his room. With a mere thought, the chair vanished from his hand, reappearing inside the Black Tower. When he focused again, the chair materialized back into his grasp. A surge of joy filled Chu Jianqiu's heart. The Black Tower could indeed function as a spatial artifact. Such spatial treasures were exceedingly difficult to forge, rare beyond measure, seldom circulating in the market. Even when a few appeared, their prices soared to astronomical heights, rendering them unattainable for ordinary warriors. Throughout the entirety of Tianshui County, no spatial artifacts had ever been witnessed. Chu Jianqiu delighted in the repetitive act of retrieving and storing items within his room. Through his trials, he discovered that to successfully draw an object into the Black Tower, one must first ensure that their body made contact with the item in question. Upon discovering the storage capabilities of the Black Tower, Chu Jianqiu contemplated placing all his important possessions within it. However, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, he realized he possessed nothing of value. He was utterly destitute. The only item that could be deemed a treasure, the Long Yuan sword, had been firmly ensnared within the central formation of the Black Tower. With a wry smile, Chu Jianqiu acknowledged that, despite the Black Tower's storage function, it was temporarily rendered useless. Not allowing himself to dwell on this for too long, he swiftly regained his composure and directed his focus towards cultivation. With only 8 days remaining until the grand competition for disciples at the Xinjiang sect, he knew he must seize this fleeting time to enhance his strength to the utmost. Grasping the Azure Scroll, he began to comprehend the Xian-level lower-grade martial technique, the 7 layers of Fury Waves palm. This technique comprises 7 tiers, each represented by a distinct palm strike, with the power of each layer intensifying sequentially. The first strike generates a single wave of palm energy, while the second produces a double wave, culminating in the 7th strike, which manifests a 7-fold force, stacking upon one another and unleashing a might capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones. The potency of the first 3 layers of the 7 layers of Fury Waves palm is considered ordinary among Xian-level lower-grade techniques. However, after the 4th layer, its immense power begins to reveal itself. The 7-fold energy, cascading like surging waves, justifies its claim to rival mid-level Xian techniques. Nonetheless, despite its formidable strength, the 7 layers of Fury Waves palm is notoriously challenging to master. Reaching its pinnacle is a feat that even a practitioner at the true Qi realm may struggle to achieve. Moreover, this martial technique imposes a tremendous burden on the body, unleashing a formidable 7-fold force in an instant. Should one's physical constitution be inadequate, it is likely that before inflicting harm upon an adversary, one would first be undone by oneself. Chu Jianqiu refrained from practicing this technique within the confines of his room or courtyard, for he had previously caused havoc, prompting Ru Hua to scurry about several times, rectifying the resultant chaos. He also abstained from training in the Chu family's martial arts arena, as it would draw too much attention. Should the commotion of his practice become excessive and alert others, not only would his secret of manifesting true energy in the body refining realm be compromised, but the existence of the formidable Angry Waves 7-fold palm would also be unveiled. To safeguard his secret from prying eyes, he sought a secluded location for his training. The Beast Mountain range to the west of Tianshui City presented itself as an excellent choice. That very night, under the veil of darkness, Chu Jianqiu stealthily departed the city, making his way to the western Beast Mountain range. To avert the possibility of being followed, he navigated his path with utmost caution. Eventually, he discovered a valley adorned with a cascading waterfall, where he commenced his training. Chu Jianqiu possessed an exceptionally high level of comprehension. After entering the sea of consciousness within the Black Tower, the profound and ancient aura continuously washed over his spirit, further enhancing his understanding. Although the Angry Wave's sevenfold palm is classified as a low-grade martial technique, he swiftly grasped its essence. With the foundation of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor's formula, he found it exceedingly easy to comprehend the martial arts of this world. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, sending dust and debris soaring into the sky like a rain of arrows, as a vast pit several yards wide formed upon the ground. Chu Jianqiu gazed at the vast pit before him, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. The fifth palm technique had eluded him once again, as time had proven too scant. If only he had an additional day or two, he would have undoubtedly mastered the fifth palm. Alas, time was no longer on his side. It had been 8 days since he entered the Demon Beast Mountain range, and today marked the commencement of the recruitment competition for the Xinjiang sect. He had to return to Tianshui City today. Over the past 8 days, he had successfully opened 7 of the 8 extraordinary meridians within him, leaving only the final and elusive life and death meridian. This particular meridian, often referred to by martial artists as the Iron Wall of Life and Death, has only been traversed by a scant few throughout the vast history of the Tianwu continent. However, Chu Jianqiu was not inclined to surrender easily. Although he could readily revert his vital energy and ascend to the true energy realm, he preferred to bide his time. For he was currently cultivating the supreme and unparalleled technique, the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art. Moreover, he had awakened the ancient bloodline of the Chaos Supreme, making it not entirely impossible to open this meridian. In truth, he sensed a loosening at the barrier of this meridian, and Chu Jianqiu firmly believed that with just another day or two, he would be able to fully unlock the life and death meridian. Chapter 27. The test begins. Tianshui City, West District. The enormous square was teeming with people, each face illuminated with excitement and anticipation. Today marked the decennial recruitment competition of the Xinjiang sect, drawing countless young prodigies from Tianshui Prefecture. Each individual radiated enthusiasm and a fervent desire for the future, hoping to pass the entrance examination of the Xinjiang sect and become a disciple of this revered martial arts sanctuary. The young warriors eagerly awaited the impending test, their hearts tinged with a modicum of apprehension, for the outcome of this assessment would irrevocably alter the course of their lives. The Xinjiang sect, in each of its recruitment endeavors, admits only 20 individuals, with the top 3 contenders holding the potential to ascend directly to the inner sanctum of the sect, achieving unparalleled heights in one fell swoop. Nevertheless, most harbored little hope of entering the inner circle, for it was universally acknowledged that the favored candidate for this selection would undoubtedly be Ouyang Yuan, the second son of the Tianshui County Magistrate. Among this cohort of youthful warriors, Ouyang Yuan stood out remarkably, far surpassing his peers. At the tender age of 17, he had already attained the 6th level of true Qi cultivation and was a bloodline warrior awakened to a mid-grade, Earth-level bloodline. Such resplendent talent cast a shadow over his contemporaries. As for the once celebrated prodigy of Tianshui City, Chu Jianqiu, he had long since faded into obscurity, rendering any ambition for a top 3 finish utterly futile. Had this been a mere month prior, he might have still harbored aspirations of becoming a disciple of the Xinjiang sect. Even though Chu Jianqiu had stagnated in his cultivation for 3 years, he had once been a true Qi warrior, a rarity in Tianshui County at such a young age, and thus had a chance to secure a place among the top 20. Now, however, as memories of the former prodigy resurfaced, they were met with scorn and derision. The esteemed first talent of Tianshui City, having stagnated for 3 years and even succumbing to the perils of cultivation deviation, resulting in a shattered dantian and the loss of all his powers, had indeed brought shame upon himself. Subsequently, it was rumored that he had somehow managed to restore his dantian, enabling him to resume his cultivation. However, as a mere practitioner at the 4th level of body refinement, he was not even qualified to participate in the tests of the Xinjiang sect, let alone pass and become a disciple. As the sun rose higher in the sky, the 4 prominent families of Tianshui City, along with the Wanwu Commerce and the Tianshui County Governor's Office, gradually arrived at the plaza. When Ouyang Yuan and Lu Tianyao made their appearance together, an immediate stir erupted among the crowd. The young warriors gazed at the two with fervent admiration, erupting into waves of cheers. Young Master Ouyang and Miss Lu were indeed a perfect match. Their presence together radiated an aura of celestial companionship. They were a pair of natural beauty and talent, destined to be together. Previously, There were whispers about the so-called genius of Tianxue City, who had deceived Miss Lu for 3 whole years through some underhanded means. Fortunately, that worthless being ultimately faced retribution, his cultivation spiraling into chaos, which allowed Miss Lu to discern his hypocritical facade in a timely manner. It was only due to her kind heart that she returned him to the Chu family. If it were me, having been deceived by such a despicable character for 3 years, I would have deemed it merciful to let him perish on his own. Such a useless individual would be tolerable enough, but his audacity to aspire for someone so far beyond his reach is truly repugnant. As the crowd praised Ouyang Yuan and Lu Tianyao, they did not refrain from mocking Chu Jianqiu in the process. Lu Tianyao, listening to the discussions below, felt a surge of pride in her heart. Chu Jianqiu, even if you have allied yourself with Wanwu commerce, I possess the means to bring about your utter disgrace and make your existence a living hell. If you dare to come today, I shall render you utterly useless once more, and this time, you shall not have any opportunity for recovery. Her gaze swept across the Chu family's ranks, only to discover that Chu Jianqiu was conspicuously absent, indicating that this fool possessed a modicum of self-awareness, refraining from making a fool of himself. At this moment, Lu Tianyao resembled a proud swan, her delicate chin held high, surveying her surroundings with an air of superiority, basking in the admiration and reverence of the onlookers. With the final entrance of the Xianyuan sword sect, the atmosphere reached its zenith, as the crowd eagerly awaited the commencement of the assessments. Let the test begin. Elder Luo Xiaoyong of the Xianyuan sword sect waved his hand nonchalantly. Tianxue County is the smallest and weakest among the 9 counties of the southern Tiannan region in the Daqian dynasty. Such a remote locale has historically struggled to produce individuals of exceptional talent. In the past century, only a handful have emerged with any promise, which explains Luo Xiaoyong's lack of enthusiasm for recruiting in Tianxue County. He felt displeased at being assigned to this location, already envisioning the disapproving gazes and remarks he would face upon returning to the sect with a group of mediocrity, while other elders would parade back with exceptional talents. As the assessments commenced, a multitude of young warriors ascended the high platform, approaching the testing stone one by one. Tian Honkai, aged 19, realm, body refinement 7th layer. Meridians opened, 5, bloodline, none, aptitude, low-grade yellow. Huang Tiangong, aged 17, realm, body refinement 8th layer. Meridians opened, 10, bloodline, none, aptitude, mid-grade yellow. Ming Ji, aged 20, realm, 9th layer of body refinement. Meridians unblocked, 12, bloodline, none, talent, mid-grade yellow. They are all worthless. Luo Xiaoyong glanced at the series of test results, his mood growing increasingly irritable, unable to suppress a curse. Those below the 9th layer of body refinement need not apply, he stated impatiently to a nearby disciple. Such incompetence was merely a waste of his time, and the sight of these disheartening results was particularly vexing to him. The disciple promptly relayed Luo Xiaoyong's directive. The young martial artists below the 9th layer of body refinement froze in place upon hearing the command, their fervor and hopes extinguished in an instant. Some, with weaker psychological resilience, even broke down in tears on the spot. Luo Xiaoyong's stipulation immediately eliminated a significant portion of candidates. For those who could achieve the 9th layer of body refinement before the age of 20 were indeed a rarity. For those devoid of family lineage and lacking training resources, meeting such a criterion was akin to scaling a mountain. Mo Tong Fong, 17, realm, 9th layer of body refinement. Meridians unblocked, 12, bloodline, low-grade yellow, talent, upper-grade yellow. Fu Ling Shui, 18, realm, 1st layer of true qi. Meridians unblocked, 12, bloodline, mid-grade yellow, talent, top-grade yellow. Following the imposition of that limiting condition, the subsequent test results brought a marked improvement to Luo Xiaoyong's demeanor. Although no exceptionally gifted individuals emerged, at least the talents displayed were not glaringly inadequate. Chapter 28. Emergence. As the qualified warriors approached the conclusion of their assessments, Lu Tianyao and Ouyang Yuan gracefully emerged from the throng, ascending the platform to stand before the testing stone. The atmosphere beneath the stage ignited once more upon their arrival. The eager gazes of numerous youthful warriors were filled with fervor and adoration, all anticipating the results of the duo's evaluation. Lu Tianyao, brimming with confidence, raised her elegant swan-like neck, surveying the crowd with pride, relishing in the glory of being the center of attention. Suddenly, her expression froze, as if she had caught sight of something astonishing. Following her gaze, many others turned to see Chu Jianqiu. To everyone's disbelief, this waste had shown up. The crowd erupted into a flurry of murmurs at his presence. Good heavens, this good-for-nothing dares to participate in the recruitment test? Does he even understand the concept of face? Humph. One wonders what this failure is doing here, merely to observe? With his mere cultivation of the fourth layer of body refinement, he lacks even the qualifications to step onto the stage for evaluation. At this moment, the onlookers pointed and whispered derisively at Chu Jianqiu. Among the Chu family seats, the elder's gaze reflected a hint of surprise at Chu Jianqiu's appearance. Just 8 days prior, he had mysteriously vanished, and the elder had assumed that Chu Jianqiu was too embarrassed to partake in the recruitment test, thus opting to evade it. To his astonishment, he had emerged at the last possible moment. Most warriors from Tianqiu City believed Chu Jianqiu's cultivation remained at the fourth layer of body refinement, as they were still fixated on the impression left by his victory over Lu Gaoyang. The elder meticulously concealed the news regarding Chu Jianqiu during the clan competition, forbidding any member of the Chu family from divulging even the slightest detail. After all, his lineage had suffered a devastating defeat during the contest. A direct descendant of the 9th level of body refinement had inexplicably fallen to a mere 7th level practitioner. Should this information leak, it would only serve to bring disgrace upon his branch of the family. Upon witnessing Chu Jianqiu's appearance, the elder's expression remained stoic, yet a faint smirk of derision emerged. Regardless of his formidable prowess and ability to combat those of higher rank, his 7th level cultivation rendered him unqualified to participate in the trials. His presence today was nothing short of self-inflicted humiliation. Ouyang Yuan, upon seeing Chu Jianqiu, narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating the audacity of this worthless individual. Having been reduced to a mere shell of his former self, one would expect him to seek refuge in obscurity, yet he brazenly chose to appear in public. Clearly, the lesson imparted to him had not been sufficient. Since seizing Chu Jianqiu's bloodline, Ouyang Yuan had been in seclusion, merging the two bloodlines within him to eliminate any potential repercussions. It was only today that he successfully completed the fusion, giving rise to a new bloodline, the supreme Yang bloodline. Unaware of Chu Jianqiu's restored dantian and his ability to cultivate once more, Ouyang Yuan still regarded him as a broken waste. The members of the other prominent families observed this scene with cold laughter, their gazes toward Chu Jianqiu resembling that of spectators to a farcical spectacle. Chu Jianqiu, were you not once hailed as the greatest talent in Tianqiu City? Look at you now. The onlookers reveled in his misfortune, their spirits buoyed by the spectacle before them. In the past, Chu Jianqiu was a paragon of excellence, looming over them like a mighty mountain. The brilliance of the entire Tianqiu City seemed to converge upon him alone, in stark contrast to the illustrious Chu Jianqiu. These so-called prodigies of noble families appeared as mere dross, lacking even the qualification to trail in his shadow, for he surpassed them by an insurmountable margin, rendering them incapable of even glimpsing his back. In the face of the crowd's derision, Chu Jianqiu remained composed, casting a mere cursory glance at the assembled multitude. He had long grown accustomed to their petty antics over the course of the past month. Stand down, Chu Jianqiu. What do you, a worthless fool, intend to do? Just as Chu Jianqiu prepared to ascend the platform for the test, a figure sprang forth, obstructing his path. Chu Jianqiu regarded the arrogant Lu Gaoyang with a slight furrow of his brow. This imbecile had not yet learned from his previous humiliations and insisted on seeking his own demise at every opportunity. Move aside, Chu Jianqiu replied coldly. Humph, you think you stand a chance? Lu Gaoyang scoffed. Elder Luo of the Xinjian sect has already stated that one must possess at least a 9th level in body refinement to qualify for the test. You, a mere 4th level, have no right to claim such eligibility. Though Chu Jianqiu's prowess surpassed his own, Lu Gaoyang felt emboldened by the presence of his father, Lu Shushi, and dismissed any fear that Chu Jianqiu might confront him in front of his progenitor. The humiliation he endured that day at the Lingfu Pavilion, when he was defeated by a single strike from Chu Jianqiu, still haunted him, leaving him a source of ridicule and scorn from his master, Chang Gaoqin. Today, seizing the rare opportunity to belittle Chu Jianqiu, he would certainly not let it slip away. The onlookers were all eager to witness how Chu Jianqiu would navigate such a situation. A mere waste at the 4th level of body refinement dared to aspire to participate in the Xian Sword sect's examination. It was indeed a delusion. It appeared this fool had yet to discern the stark reality, still believing himself to be the foremost genius of Tianqiu City. Luo Xiuyong, upon observing this, furrowed his brow. He had previously made it abundantly clear that only those who had reached the 9th level of body refinement were eligible for the test. The audacity of this insignificant insect to openly challenge his rules was utterly reckless. Luo Xiuyong, already irked by being assigned to recruit in Tianqiu County without discovering any promising talents, felt his irritation intensify. The emergence of such an ungrateful creature prompted him to contemplate imparting a lesson that would be indelibly etched in the insect's memory. making it painfully clear the repercussions of defying Luo Xiaoyong's regulations. One's self-inflicted misfortune could only lead to demise. Chu Jianqiu, disinterested in wasting words with a worthless adversary like Lu Gaoyong, suddenly unleashed an overwhelming aura. Upon hearing Chu Jianqiu's frigid words, Lu Gaoyong felt an ominous premonition. As he witnessed the formidable energy emanating from Chu Jianqiu, fear gripped his heart. 9th level of body refinement. Just as he attempted to flee, it was already too late. An immense force crashed against him like a tidal wave. Lu Gaoyong let out a wretched scream, his body flying through the air like a lifeless dog. "You insolent wretch!" As Lu Gaoyong was sent hurtling away, a voice, filled with rage, echoed, followed by a hand imbued with ferocious power aimed directly at Chu Jianqiu. With a resounding crash, a figure interposed itself before Chu Jianqiu, shielding him from the impending strike. "What do you mean by this, Chu Hongxian?" Lu Shushi glared at the silhouette in front of Chu Jianqiu, her voice laced with cold disdain. "Esteemed Third Elder." Chu Jianqiu bowed respectfully to the figure before him. Chapter 29. The proud Lu Tianyao, the Third Elder, waved his hand dismissively, signaling that Chu Jianqiu need not be overly courteous. "Lu Shushi, you are the head of the Lu family, yet you dare to strike at a young junior? Have you no shame?" He replied calmly, unfazed by Lu Shushi's aggressive demeanor. Regarding Chu Jianqiu's actions against Lu Gaoyong, the Third Elder did not consider him reckless. Rather, he would have been disappointed had Chu Jianqiu chosen to endure such provocation in silence. After all, Chu Jianqiu was a prominent scion of the Chu family. He should not tolerate humiliation. Though Chu Hongxian was no match for Lu Shushi, any conflict between them would undoubtedly escalate into a war between the Chu and Lu families. Despite the current weakened state of the Chu family due to the disappearance of their patriarch, Chu Jianqiu, should a confrontation arise, the Chu family might suffer significant losses. Yet the Lu family would not emerge unscathed either. Lu Shushi was not likely to initiate hostilities over such a trivial matter. Enough. Let this matter rest. You may proceed as you wish afterward. For now, let the test continue. Luo Xiao interjected impatiently. He harbored no fondness for Lu Gaoyong's unsolicited interference with Chu Jianqiu. That inept fool had nearly clouded his judgment regarding Chu Jianqiu. Had he acted against Chu Jianqiu, it would have resulted in a most embarrassing debacle. Lu Shuqi originally intended to utter a few harsh words, but upon witnessing Luo Xiao's utterance, he dared not defy and could only swallow his grievances as he instructed others to carry Lu Gaoyong away for treatment. Fortunately, that little thief from the Chu family did not strike too severely. Otherwise, he would truly have to contend with the Chu family in earnest. Lu Tianyao cast a cold glance at Chu Jianqiu and said icily, "Chu Jianqiu, await your reckoning." With that, she approached the testing stone, preparing to commence her evaluation. Chu Jianqiu had publicly injured her brother, causing the Lu family to suffer humiliation, and once she became a disciple of the Xinjian sect, she would undoubtedly seek retribution against the Chu family. The onlookers were greatly astonished to see that Chu Jianqiu had remarkably returned to the 9th level of body refinement, and the mocking voices diminished significantly. Lu Tianyao placed her hand upon the testing stone, which immediately erupted with a tremendous radiance. Lu Tianyao, 16 years old. Realm, 1st level of True Qi. Meridians opened. 12. Bloodline, mid-tier Xian grade. Aptitude, mid-tier Xian grade. As the golden characters on the testing stone emerged, the crowd erupted in fervor. Heavens, could it be that she possesses a mid-tier Xian meridian and mid-tier Xian aptitude? Having reached the 1st level of True Qi at such a tender age? A goddess, truly deserving of the title in my heart. This is the essence of genius. A true prodigy, who remains unassuming yet shines brilliantly at critical moments. Unlike the so-called #1 genius of Tianshui City, who is utterly undeserving of the title. Lu Shuqi beamed with pride at this scene. "Congratulations, clan leader Lu," they exclaimed. "Congratulations." The families of Tianshui City flocked to Lu Shuqi to offer their felicitations. Luo Xiaoyong gazed at the results displayed on the testing stone, his eyes igniting with brilliance as he nodded in satisfaction. At last, a promising talent had emerged. With such a remarkable prospect, his return to the sect would not be met with embarrassment. Lu Tianyao, listening to the fervent cheers from the crowd below, was filled with pride, her beautiful eyes sparkling with triumph. A glance at the side revealed Chu Jianqiu, and her heart swelled with arrogance. Even if he had regained his strength to the 9th level of body refinement, he would still be worlds apart from her. From this day forth, she was destined to be the figure he would forever admire from afar. The elders of the Chu family, observing the results with grave expressions, were taken aback by Lu Tianyao's extraordinary talent. Should she become an inner disciple of the Xinjian sect? The already tense relations between the Chu and Lu families would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for the Chu family. Once Lu Tianyao completed her assessment, Ouyang Yuan leisurely approached the stone, placing his hand upon it. Instantly, the stone erupted with a radiance tenfold brighter than before, nearly blinding the onlookers. Ouyang Yuan, 17 years of age, realm, 6th level of true qi, meridians opened, 15, bloodline, upper grade earth level, aptitude, middle grade earth level. As the dazzling golden characters illuminated the testing stone, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence. The crowd was engulfed in a profound stillness, each individual grappling with the shock that Ouyang Yuan had delivered. Witnessing the results on the testing stone, Luo Xiaoyong suddenly rose to his feet, his expression one of astonishment. A prodigy, this was a true prodigy. Even within the Xinjian sect, there were scarcely any warriors with a bloodline of such caliber. Moreover, he has successfully opened 15 meridians, signifying that he has unlocked 3 of the 8 extraordinary meridians. Once Ouyang Yuan enters the Xinjian sect, he will undoubtedly contribute to the emergence of another unparalleled powerhouse within the sect. This visit to Tianshui County has proven to be immensely rewarding. Even the elders traveling to the other 8 counties may struggle to recruit martial artists with Earth-grade bloodlines. Earth-grade bloodlines and Earth-grade aptitude have not been witnessed in Tianshui County for nearly a century. The silence in the venue lingered for an indeterminate duration. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from within the crowd, igniting the atmosphere of the entire hall. Heaven and earth. An Earth-grade bloodline and Earth-grade aptitude. This is the true genius of Tianshui City, and indeed the foremost genius in a century. At merely 17 years of age, he has cultivated to the 6th level of true qi. He is truly worthy of his high-grade Earth bloodline. Our Tianshui County is on the verge of producing an extraordinary powerhouse. The crowd erupted in cheers and celebrations, completely forgetting about Chu Jianqiu. Elder Luo Xiaoyong rose and ascended the platform, stroking his beard with satisfaction, declaring, "Let us conclude the assessment here. With the talents of Ouyang Yuan and Lu Tianyao, this recruitment has been a resounding success, and further testing is unnecessary." "Elder Luo, I have yet to be tested," Chu Jianqiu said earnestly, gazing at Luo Xiaoyong. The elder glanced at him, his brow furrowing in discontent. This individual possessed limited cultivation and had arrived late, which stirred a certain displeasure within him. With Lu Tianyao and Ouyang Yuan leading the way, a martial artist at the 9th level of body refinement no longer captured his interest. Look at that worthless fool, still hoping to undergo testing. How utterly embarrassing. This incompetent wretch truly knows no bounds. Does he dare to compare himself to Master Ouyang? He should swiftly depart, for his presence is nothing but an eyesore. This disgrace has brought shame upon our Tianshui County. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of scorn. Chu Jianqiu, cease your futile struggles. You and we are destined to inhabit entirely different realms. Lu Tianyao gazed down upon Chu Jianqiu, her eyes brimming with haughty disdain and mockery. "Yaoer, why waste your breath on this imbecile? Engaging with him even once tarnishes our dignity. If he revels in his own humiliation, let him be," Ouyang Yuan remarked, affectionately stroking Lu Tianyao's hair without casting a glance at Chu Jianqiu. Luo Xiaoyong observed as Chu Jianqiu remained unfazed amidst the barrage of insults and derision. Such composure was commendable. With the likes of Ouyang Yuan and Lu Tianyao as his esteemed recruits, his spirits were buoyed. Since Chu Jianqiu was determined to proceed, why not allow him to test himself? It would serve to disillusion him completely. Chapter 30. A surprising revelation. Let us see what kind of talent this worthless individual truly possesses. What else could it be but the talent of a fool? This arrogant imbecile is indeed a disgrace to our Tianshui City. With Luo Xiaoyong's permission, Chu Jianqiu expressed his gratitude with a bow and approached the testing stone amidst the mocking gazes of the crowd, gently placing his hand upon it. In an instant, the testing stone erupted with a brilliant golden light, illuminating the entire venue. What on earth is happening? The crowd was blinded by the intense radiance. As the golden glow began to fade, they turned their gaze toward the testing stone. Upon seeing the golden characters, the audience was instantly petrified. Their eyes filled with disbelief at the results displayed before them. Chu Jianqiu, 17 years old, realm, 9th level of body refinement, meridians opened, 19, bloodline, heavenly grade, low tier. Aptitude, heavenly grade, mid-tier. Witnessing this outcome, the mocking smile on Lu Tianyao's lips froze, her complexion paling. At that moment, Ouyang Yuan also lost his composure and confidence. His eyes fixated on the golden words on the testing stone, revealing a countenance of utter shock. The 4 great families of Tianshui City, the prefectural government, Wanwu commercial firm, and Lingfu Pavilion, all lost their calmness, Rising to their feet, their gazes locked onto the golden characters. Ouyang Yin, the prefect of Tianshui, and Lu Shushi wore expressions of extreme dismay. They understood all too well why Chu Jianqiu had fallen from the status of Tianshui city's foremost genius. With such extraordinary aptitude displayed by Chu Jianqiu, they felt an overwhelming sense of impending trouble. They could already foresee the dire consequences their families would face when Chu Jianqiu ascended to become a peerless powerhouse. The Grand Elder, upon witnessing the test results, immediately abandoned any nefarious intentions he harbored toward Chu Jianqiu. With such talent, it was clear that a mere Tianshui county could not possibly confine him. The world that awaits Chu Jianqiu is destined to be the vast and boundless Tianwu continent, rather than the small pond of the Chu family in Tianshui County. It is inconceivable for Chu Jianqiu to contend for the position of family head. Rather, the greater his strength grows, the more advantageous it becomes for the Chu family. At this moment, a faint sense of regret lingers in his heart. Had he known of Chu Jianqiu's astonishing talent, he would not have resorted to such base schemes. Su Yinxiang, Yang Zhenhai, and the hidden Xia Yuang have all witnessed the various humiliations that Chu Jianqiu has endured since his emergence. They hold a degree of admiration for his unwavering resilience in the face of public scorn. Had they been in his position, they might not have exhibited the same composure and tranquility. However, admiration for Chu Jianqiu's character is one matter, and they do not believe he can surpass Ouyang Yuan in terms of innate talent. Although Chu Jianqiu possesses remarkable aptitude in the realm of talismans, it does not necessarily imply the same for martial arts. Ouyang Yuan's talents are such that he would rank among the finest in the entire Deqian dynasty. Xia Yuang has even prepared for the eventuality that if Xinjian sect does not recruit Chu Jianqiu, it would inadvertently assist her in bringing him back. Should the Wanshou Merchant Guild acquire such an outstanding talisman master, it would undoubtedly become a tremendous asset in the future. However, even having witnessed countless prodigies in the imperial capital of Deqian, she is still astounded by this testing result. Had she known of Chu Jianqiu's extraordinary gifts beforehand, she would have done everything in her power to recruit him for the Wanshou Merchant Guild. Luo Xiao was utterly stunned, a wave of trepidation washing over him. He had nearly overlooked a once-in-a-millennium genius. Should he truly miss the opportunity presented by Chu Jianqiu, he would undoubtedly become a historical sinner of the Xinjian sect, a heavenly bloodline. This was an exceedingly rare phenomenon. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most alarming revelation was that Chu Jianqiu had opened 19 meridians, signifying that he had unlocked 7 of the 8 extraordinary meridians. Should Chu Jianqiu succeed in opening just one more, he would attain the legendary realm of body refinement, achieving the supreme martial physique. Throughout the vast annals of history in the Tianwu continent, there have been but a few martial artists who reached the pinnacle of the supreme martial physique. Those who managed to attain such a state invariably became unparalleled powerhouses. Echoing through the ages, the entire venue fell into a profound silence due to Chu Jianqiu's test results. Waves of astonishment surged within each individual, leaving them in a state of turmoil, particularly those who had previously mocked Chu Jianqiu with scornful remarks. Now, their faces burned with embarrassment. Who could have anticipated that this so-called waste would possess such extraordinary talent? In that moment, a collective sensation emerged among the crowd. The former #1 genius of Tianshui City seemed to have returned. Moreover, this prodigy, having endured a setback, was now 100-fold more formidable than before. All gazes were riveted upon Chu Jianqiu, as if he were a monstrous entity. Beneath their stares lay a profound sense of dread. The terrifying potential of Chu Jianqiu had surpassed their wildest imaginations. In their eyes, he appeared as a celestial deity, separated from them by an unfathomable chasm. In this moment, they swallowed nervously, refraining from uttering a single sound for fear of disturbing the deity and incurring its wrath. Chu Jianqiu was not at all surprised by the outcome of the test. Only he was aware that the result was a fabrication. His lineage and potential were far beyond the celestial great. When the immense golden light erupted, Chu Jianqiu distinctly observed that his bloodline surpassed even the pinnacle of celestial quality and continued to ascend. However, just as that attribute shimmered, poised for transformation, a beam of golden light emanated from the black tower within his consciousness and entered the testing stone, causing both his bloodline and talent to diminish. Had Chu Jianqiu's lineage truly exceeded the celestial level, it would have sent ripples not only through the 9 prefectures of Tiannan and the Xinjian sect, but would have even shaken the entirety of the great Qin dynasty. The consequences of such a revelation would be uncertain, a potential boon or bane for Chu Jianqiu. He turned to face the pale-faced Lu Tianyao and spoke with a calm, yet icy demeanor. Lu Tianyao, when you conspired with others to usurp my bloodline and cultivation, did you ever foresee this day? At his words, Lu Tianyao felt as though struck by lightning, her complexion turning ashen, and she appeared utterly drained, her legs trembling. Nearly unable to stand, stripped of the lofty and disdainful visage she had worn moments before. In that instant, her heart brimmed with bitterness and regret. Had she only resisted Ouyang Yuan's temptations and refrained from betraying Chu Jianqiu, she would now share in his unparalleled glory rather than face the impending humiliation. Everything she had done prior had never led her to envision such a dire outcome. If Chu Jianqiu were truly a worthless individual, no one would believe his words. However, after witnessing the terrifying talent he displayed, who would dare to question his assertions? Chapter 31, Interrogation. Lu Tianyao, I genuinely wish to ascertain whether your conscience still exists or if it has indeed been devoured by dogs. Chu Jianqiu gazed at Lu Tianyao, his eyes ablaze with fury as he advanced step by step. After a month of arduous training, he awaited this very day. At last it had arrived. The betrayal, harm, grievances, helplessness, and deep-seated resentment he endured that fateful night had been festering within him. Beneath his seemingly calm exterior lay the unending pain accumulated over the past 3 years. In this moment, all the emotions within Chu Jianqiu erupted like a volcano. For 3 years, in order to cure the cold poison induced by your 3 absolute meridians, I have extracted a drop of my vital blood each month without fail. Even though each extraction brought excruciating torment akin to 1,000 cuts, the thought of healing your cold poison, alleviating your suffering, and enabling you to cultivate like a normal warrior, filled my heart with neither complaint nor regret. For your sake, I sacrificed my martial cultivation, remaining stagnant for 3 years, enduring countless taunts and scorn. Yet, in the end, how did you repay me? You conspired with others to seize my bloodline cultivation, sever my meridians, shatter my dantian, and condemn me to a life of disgrace and helplessness. How could you be so cruel? Is this how you repay my unwavering dedication over the past 3 years? How can there exist a woman with a heart as venomous as yours? As Chu Jianqiu spoke, his eyes blazed crimson. Every ounce of bitterness, grievance, hatred, and fury erupted in that moment. With each word he uttered, Lu Tianyao's complexion grew increasingly pale, and by the time he finished his final word, her face was utterly devoid of color. Ultimately, her legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground. Listening to Chu Jianqiu's tirade, everyone was profoundly shocked. Unable to fathom that behind his stagnant cultivation over the past 3 years lay such a colossal secret. At that moment, the gazes directed at Lu Tianyao began to shift. The elders of the Chu clan finally comprehended the truth behind Chu Jianqiu's stagnation, their eyes toward Lu Shushi brimming with indignation. How dare the Lu family so treacherously ensnare their young master? This was an enmity that could not be resolved. To use the cultivation gained from me to look down upon and insult me, does that not bring you immense satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment? I have previously stated that the debts you owe me will eventually be repaid in full. Chu Jianqiu regarded Lu Tianyao, his tone icy. What do you intend to do? Lu Tianyao's eyes were filled with terror, her entire body trembling. Chu Jianqiu, is it not beneath you to be so despicable? Yaoer merely declined to be with you, and yet you slander her so, targeting a defenseless woman. How can this be the conduct of a true man? Ouyang Yuan finally spoke up. If Chu Jianqiu were to continue, he would inevitably drag himself into the fray. It is imperative to seize the initiative and discredit Chu Jianqiu preemptively, thereby eroding others' faith in him and absolving oneself of any association. Exploiting the moment I was compelled to expel my vital essence, you surreptitiously attacked me, employing the blood transference demon art to usurp my bloodline. Is this what you deem the conduct of a virtuous man? Chu Jianqiu retorted frigidly. What? The individual who conspired with Lu Tianyao to pilfer Chu Jianqiu's bloodline is none other than Ouyang Yuan. Moreover, he resorted to the forbidden art of the blood transference demon art. A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Insolent whelp, do you presume that possessing extraordinary talent grants you the license to fabricate falsehoods and level baseless accusations? A furious voice thundered, followed by a figure descending upon the platform. Exuding boundless coercion, Ouyang Yin realized that he must prevent Chu Jianqiu from continuing his accusations, lest the entire Ouyang family be disgraced and rendered untenable in Tianshui Prefecture. Furthermore, the revelation of the blood transference demon art could spell dire consequences for the Ouyang family. Chu Jianqiu gazed serenely at the Tianshui Prefecture city lord, whose face was contorted in rage, and remained unfazed by the formidable pressure he exerted. What? Does the city lord Ouyang find himself in a state of trepidation? Dare you persist in such preposterous fabrications, and do you truly believe that I would hesitate to strike you down with a single blow? Ouyang Yin roared, his hair bristling with fury, attempting to intimidate him. Luo Xiaoyong cast a disapproving glance at Ouyang Yin, stating, City Lord Ouyang, To threaten a disciple of my profound sword sect in my presence is a flagrant disregard for my authority. Ouyang, undeterred by the fact that Luo Xiaoyong was an elder of the Xinjian sect, suddenly unleashed an overwhelming aura, declaring coldly, "What if he is a disciple of the Xinjian sect? To slander the Ouyang family is to invite death." As he spoke, a chilling murderous intent radiated from his gaze. The onlookers were taken aback by this display. A transformation realm. Ouyang was indeed a formidable master of the transformation realm. For all these years, he had concealed his true strength. Luo Xiaoyong's expression changed. Facing a master of the transformation realm, he found it difficult even to ensure his own safety, let alone protect Chu Jianqiu. The city lord of Ouyang was truly intent on opposing our Xinjian sect. Luo Xiaoyong's face darkened considerably. Having encountered a once-in-a-thousand-years talent like Chu Jianqiu, he could hardly bear the thought of losing him before he had even begun to flourish. What of the Xinjian sect? If Ouyang wished to kill someone, not even the heavens could intervene. Ouyang laughed arrogantly, having resolutely decided to eliminate Chu Jianqiu. The young man's extraordinary talent filled him with dread. Even he, a master of the transformation realm, could not help but feel apprehensive. Should such a person grow strong, he would undoubtedly become an overwhelming force. Given Ouyang's past actions, once Chu Jianqiu became powerful, he would certainly not spare the Ouyang family. Rather than face retribution in the future, it was better to eradicate the threat now. At that moment, a bold voice resonated from above the square, accompanied by an even more potent aura surging through the crowd. The spectators blinked in astonishment as a tall figure descended onto the platform. It was Master Yang. As the figure came into focus, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. No one could have anticipated that the usually unassuming master of the Spirit Talisman Pavilion was, in fact, a formidable expert at the sea transformation realm, and it seemed his prowess surpassed even that of Ouyang. "You rascal, I didn't see this coming. You have quite the intriguing backstory," Yang Zhenhai remarked, patting Chu Jianqiu on the shoulder, his voice tinged with curiosity. Chu Jianqiu was left speechless, his thoughts a jumble, questioning how the tale could possibly be deemed intriguing. The previously tense atmosphere was abruptly shifted by Yang Zhenhai's unexpected comment. Chapter 32, Blood Fiend Sect. Young man, you possess quite the audacity, daring to employ the forbidden technique of blood transfer. Yang Zhenhai chuckled at Ouyang. Ouyang's face paled instantly, the arrogance that once characterized him evaporating as he stammered. "I did not. Please do not take his word for it, Master Yang. Whether it's true or not can easily be verified. Why waste breath on this?" Yang Zhenhai snapped, his gaze piercing, sending Ouyang into another fit of trepidation. Ouyang swiftly interposed himself before Ouyang, his expression grim, declaring, "Master Yang, are you prepared to sever ties, to let the chips fall where they may? Those who have practiced the blood transfer technique exhibit distinct signs, and if someone possesses the specialized method to verify it, the truth will inevitably come to light," leaving Ouyang with no chance of escape. As for whether Yang Zhenhai possessed such knowledge, Ouyang was unwilling to gamble on that. Yang Zhenhai continued to smile, "Truly. Like father, like son, you, young man, are quite audacious to threaten my Spirit Talisman Pavilion in my presence. The fish is dead and the net is torn. Do you possess such ability?" Ouyang's face fluctuated between shades of blue and red. Moments ago, bolstered by his status as a formidable figure of the sea transformation realm, he had spoken with reckless audacity, disregarding the presence of others. However, the words he had just uttered now felt like slaps upon his own visage. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "I am the governor of Tianshui County. Do you dare to kill me?" Now he is suddenly aware of his position as the governor of Tianshui County. Just moments ago, he was ready to take a life over a mere disagreement, yet he failed to consider his own status. "Rest assured, I am not so overbearing as to take your life for a single utterance." Ouyang's taut expression relaxed slightly. At this point, survival was paramount. Whether Ouyang entered the Xinjian sect was of little consequence. However, Yang Zhenhai's subsequent words tightened a knot in his heart. "As for you, I shall not act. But this young man, if he has indeed cultivated the blood transference devil technique and has used it to seize another's bloodline, he shall face a dire fate." Yang Zhenhai pointed coldly at the nearby Ouyang. The blood transference devil technique is regarded throughout the entire Tianwu continent as a forbidden art. Any practitioner discovered would face execution without exception. And even if he has practiced the blood transference devil technique, do you, old man Yang, dare to act against him? A chilling and sinister voice echoed, followed by a flash of crimson light. A figure enveloped in a shroud of blood-red mist materialized above the square, exuding an inexplicable eeriness, while the terrifying aura it emitted instilled an overwhelming pressure upon all present. "Blood Fiend Sect. Someone screamed in terror. The Bloodslaughter sect is a nefarious cult residing within the boundaries of the Great Qin dynasty, notorious for its clandestine and sinister practices, marked by unparalleled cruelty. Once, a scion of a prominent family in Taizhan County offended a disciple of the Bloodslaughter sect, resulting in the entire city being transformed into a pool of blood. With no survivors, the methods employed by the Bloodslaughter sect are understandably intolerable to many righteous sects. However, due to its immense power and its concealment within the enigmatic and malevolent Bloodslaughter Valley, these righteous sects have repeatedly attempted to besiege it, only to suffer tremendous losses and setbacks. Consequently, the Bloodslaughter sect has become a terrifying presence that instills dread throughout the Great Qin dynasty. Moreover, it stands as the greatest existential threat to the Xianjin sect, with an antagonistic relationship that has persisted for countless years, characterized by a struggle to the death. Upon seeing the blood-red figure, Luo Xiaoyong's expression changed drastically, and he promptly shattered a spiritual talisman to relay information back to his sect. The emergence of such a formidable Bloodslaughter sect figure within the jurisdiction of the Xianjin sect is indeed a matter of grave concern. Senior brotherly, Ouyang Yin exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing the blood-red figure. With the situation evolving to this extent, he no longer concealed his identity. You incompetent fool. You couldn't even handle this trivial matter. Years of our sect's meticulous planning have been ruined by your ineptitude. We shall settle this upon your return. The blood-red figure scoffed. Hearing their exchange, Luo Xiaoyong was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Given that Ouyang Yin was affiliated with the Bloodslaughter sect, sending his own son to the Xianjin sect could not possibly be for the latter's growth and prosperity. The thought of unwittingly admitting a Bloodslaughter sect infiltrator into their ranks sent beads of sweat cascading down Luo Xiaoyong's forehead. With Ouyang Yuan's extraordinary talent, his future position within the Xianjin sect is destined to be significant. When that time arrives, all the secrets of the Xianjin sect will be laid bare before the Bloodslaughter sect, leading to an impending catastrophe for the former. The moment Ouyang Yuan enters, I shall become the eternal sinner of the Xianjin sect. At this juncture, Luo Xiao feels an overwhelming gratitude towards Chu Jianqiu. Had it not been for him, the nefarious schemes of the Bloodslaughter sect would have undoubtedly succeeded. Haha, oldly, after so many years, you still maintain your remarkable presence, yet remain as blindly arrogant as ever, Yang Zhenhai remarked with a chuckle. Old Yang, refrain from such sarcastic remarks. Though I may not be your match, it would not be so simple for you to slay me. Furthermore, should we engage in combat, even if you manage to protect this lad, can you safeguard everyone else? The shadow-clad in crimson coldly retorted. If only his strength were a tad greater, he would stop at nothing to eliminate Chu Jianqiu. For the latter's talent is indeed terrifying, a heavenly bloodline and the ability to open 19 meridians. Such a prodigy, if allowed to persist, would pose a monumental threat. However, he is acutely aware that vanquishing Chu Jianqiu in Yang Zhenhai's presence is nearly an impossible feat. Not only is this old man powerful, but his profound mastery of talismans and formations renders his methods unpredictable and formidable. Were it not for the throngs of people in this urban milieu, he would not dare to reveal himself so readily. Yang Zhenhai's might is something he has personally experienced, yet the old man's flaw lies in his excessive compassion, his undue concern for the lives of mere mortals. Yang Zhenhai gazed at the blood-colored figure in the sky, his eyes narrowing slightly. For Ouyang Yuan, he harbored sentiments akin to that blood-colored figure. Given Ouyang Yuan's extraordinary talent, should he mature, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable figure in the malevolent arts, posing a significant threat if allowed to persist. However, he was well aware of the methods employed by the Blood Fiend sect, in line with Elder Li's temperament. Had he truly taken Ouyang Yuan's life, it was entirely conceivable that he would drag the entire population of Tianshui City down with him. Although he was confident in his ability to inflict severe damage upon him, he could not assure the safety of everyone during the confrontation. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up, the blood-colored figure barked. Though he outwardly appeared calm, a sense of urgency lurked beneath. For if Elder Yang were to sacrifice the city's inhabitants in a desperate struggle, he would find himself in an irretrievable predicament. It would be prudent to make his exit before Elder Yang reached a decision. Chapter 33. Elder Yang. Upon hearing the words of the blood-colored figure, Ouyang Yin swiftly seized Ouyang Yuan and prepared to take flight. His identity had been compromised, and it was clear that the governor of Tianshui could no longer afford to remain. Ouyang Yuan had long desired to escape this accursed place. The oppressive weight of Yang Zhenhai's presence bore down upon him like a mountain, rendering him nearly breathless. Moreover, Yang Zhenhai's unabashed murderous intent instilled a profound terror within him. However, just as Ouyang Yuan was about to depart with Ouyang Yin, he suddenly felt a tight grip on his thigh. Turning to look, he found Lu Tianyao clinging desperately to him. Brother Yuan, take me with you. Lu Tianyao eyes were filled with a poignant plea. Given her association with Chu Jianqiu, remaining behind would undoubtedly lead to a grim fate. As Ouyang Yuan was poised to cast her aside, his own survival hanging precariously in the balance. And with little regard for Lu Tianyao, Ouyang intervened. He seized Lu Tianyao from the ground, and with both figures in tow, ascended towards the sanguine silhouette in the sky. Lu Tianyao, after all, possessed the Xian grade threefold in meridian, a talent too promising to ignore. Her addition would bolster the blood fiend sect's future prowess. Furthermore, her malicious nature marked her as a natural disciple of the sinister path, a talent Ouyang would not squander. With proper nurturing, she could become a formidable asset. Ouyang, bearing Ouyang Yuan and Lu Tianyao, followed in the wake of the crimson figure, vanishing in an instant. From her seat within the prefecture lord's domain, Ouyang Lan watched, aghast, as Ouyang chose to abscond with Lu Tianyao, neglecting to bring her along. His utter disregard, even as he disappeared from sight, left her crestfallen, her heart heavy with despair. Her talent was unremarkable, and her status as a child born of a concubine had always relegated her to a position of insignificance in her father's eyes. Yet, she had never anticipated such callousness, such a complete disregard for her existence as his daughter. Yang Zhenhai, witnessing the departure of the four figures, ultimately refrained from intervention. The prospect of endangering an entire city to eliminate Ouyang Yuan proved too daunting, a burden Yang Zhenhai could not bear. Luo Xiu, narrowly escaping annihilation, found his garments saturated with the cold sweat of survival. The appearance of the crimson figure was no mere coincidence. Ouyang Yuan's participation in the profound sword sect's recruitment test, in retrospect, was a carefully orchestrated scheme by the blood fiend sect. Luo Xiu bowed to Yang Zhenhai, expressing his gratitude. I am indebted to you, senior, for your timely assistance. Had it not been for Yang Zhenhai today, none of these individuals might have departed alive. Yang Zhenhai waved his hand, glanced towards the north, and laughed heartily, exclaiming, return and inform the old man's Wuqiu that he owes me a monumental favor today. With that, he swayed and soared into the air, vanishing swiftly, his bold laughter echoing through the skies above Tianshui City for an extended period. Envy was etched on the faces of the onlookers. Such was the grandeur of a sea transformation realm master, effortlessly traversing the heavens. Luo Xiaoyong wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing that the only person from the Xianjian sect with the surnames Wuqiu was its leader. Should he return with such news, he feared he might spend an eternity on the cold bench of discontent. Not long after Yang Zhenhai's departure, a blue figure streaked across the northern sky. The crowd gasped, recognizing yet another master of the sea transformation realm. They felt their hearts racing, overwhelmed by the day's shocks, far exceeding any they had encountered in their lifetimes. Once the blue figure hovered in midair, it became clear that she was a middle-aged woman dressed in black. What has transpired? The black-clad woman inquired, her gaze fixed on Luo Xiaoyong atop the platform. She had hastened to his side upon receiving an urgent message from him. After Luo Xiaoyong offered his respects, he recounted the events. Upon hearing his account, the woman furrowed her brow slightly. The blood fiend sect's maneuver was indeed malevolent. Should they succeed, the Xianjian sect would undoubtedly face a grave calamity. With a cold snort, she acknowledged the lengths to which the blood fiend sect had gone to protect this pawn, even risking a sea transformation realm expert to infiltrate the territory of the Xianjian sect. The woman in black gazed at the direction in which Yang Zhenhai had departed, letting out a cold snort. That old scoundrel Yang runs quite swiftly. Otherwise, I would have taken the opportunity to settle that old score. Such an old rascal. No wonder he has remained silent for so many years. It appears he has been hiding in this desolate place. Luo Xiaoyong, upon hearing the words of the woman in black, began to wipe the sweat from his brow incessantly. Who exactly is this venerable elder Yang? How has such a figure eluded mention within the vast expanse of the great Qian dynasty? Is it true that his bloodline is of the celestial grade, and has he indeed opened 19 meridians? The woman in black pointed at Chu Jianqiu while inquiring of Luo Xiaoyong. Indeed, Luo Xiaoyong replied respectfully. In an instant, the woman in black appeared upon the high platform, scrutinizing Chu Jianqiu from head to toe. His features were striking, and he was indeed quite pleasing to the eye. Chu Jianqiu felt a sense of unease under her icy gaze. Young man, kneel and pay your respects from this day forth. You shall be a disciple of the fourth peak of the Xianjian sect. The woman in black suddenly addressed Chu Jianqiu. Taken aback, he thought it rather peculiar to commence the apprenticeship in such a manner. Luo Xiaoyong's forehead was once again beaded with sweat. It seemed that the perspiration he had shed throughout the day might well deplete him for a lifetime. Sect leader Cui, this appears to be somewhat irregular, Luo Xiaoyong ventured, his voice strained. Typically, During these decade-long recruitment events, disciples are first brought back to the sect, where they undergo further evaluation before it is determined which students are permitted into the inner sanctum and which remain in the outer sect. During this process, the various peak masters of the Xianjian sect will select exceptionally gifted disciples to take under their wings. Those chosen disciples are akin to fish leaping over the dragon gate, achieving an instantaneous rise to prominence, transcending both the outer and inner sects to become true inheritors. However, such disciples are exceedingly rare. Each cohort may yield only one or two, and there are times when several cohorts pass without a single selection. This selection process is, in fact, a bilateral endeavor. It is not solely the masters who choose their disciples, but the disciples also have the agency to select their mentors. For particularly exceptional talents, the peak masters will compete fervently for their favor, at which point the intentions of the chosen disciple become paramount. In such scenarios, the peak masters will offer lucrative conditions to entice the disciples, and whichever peak the favored disciple chooses will become their new home. Given the prodigious talent of Chu Jianqiu, it is certain that he will incite a fervent scramble among the peaks of the Xianjian sect. Should Chu Jianqiu fall under the tutelage of the enigmatic woman in black, the other peaks would undoubtedly cast blame upon the elder steward, Luo Xiong, as merely a lowly elder steward. He is ill-equipped to withstand the ire of the prominent figures from various peaks. The prospect of being relegated to a cold bench for a lifetime seems inevitable. Chapter 34. The fourth peak of the Xianjian sect. What? Do you have an objection? The woman in black turned her gaze sharply upon Luo Xiong, her tone exuding an unmistakable air of aggression, suggesting that a mere disagreement could escalate into confrontation. Luo Xiong recoiled, stammering for a moment, yet ultimately found himself unable to utter a single word of dissent. Among the 7 peaks of the Xianjian sect, the fourth peak is notoriously the most troublesome. With its members being notoriously formidable, disciples of the Xianjian sect seldom dare to provoke them. Confronted with the most formidable individual of the fourth peak, Luo Xiong still lacked the courage to confront him directly. Why not pay homage to a master? What are you still dawdling for? The enigmatic woman in black then turned her gaze toward Chu Jianqiu, her eyes fixed intently upon him. Chu Jianqiu was momentarily taken aback by the unfolding scene, sensing that the situation was rather perplexing. To so casually pledge oneself as a disciple in such a setting felt rather unconventional. However, under the oppressive weight of the black-clad woman's stare, he ultimately succumbed to her formidable presence. Once he had performed the requisite rites and pledged his allegiance, a hint of satisfaction flickered across the woman's features as she produced a token and tossed it to him, saying, "Upon your arrival at the Xianjian sect, present this token and proceed directly to the fourth peak. There is no need to undergo the preliminary assessments alongside the other new disciples." With her instructions delivered, she swiftly ascended into the air, a mere flicker of movement before she vanished from sight. She intended to survey the surroundings further, to ascertain whether any nefarious agents of the blood fiend sect lurked within her domain. Holding the token, Chu Jianqiu remained in a state of bewilderment. It was only after the black-clad woman had completely departed that Luo Xiong wiped the cold sweat from his brow and, with a lackluster wave toward the 18 young warriors who had met the requirements, said, "If there are matters to attend to, swiftly return to them. Be back here by noon tomorrow. Tardiness will not be tolerated." After all the events that had transpired, Luo Xiong had scrapped the ranking competition, for he truly lacked the inclination to continue. Initially, there were 20 slots available for the recruitment of new disciples, but after Ouyang Yuan and Lu Tianyao were taken away, Luo Xiong no longer bothered to fill the vacancies. After issuing these directives, Luo Xiong returned to the camp where he was stationed, choosing not to appear again. He needed to contemplate the aftermath of his return. The selected young warriors dispersed joyfully, each returning home to reunite with their families. Becoming a disciple of the Xianjian sect was undoubtedly a momentous occasion, yet it also signified a parting from their loved ones. The passage of time in the mountains is often imperceptible, and this farewell leaves uncertainty as to when they might reunite. Thus, it is essential to cherish these moments before departure. Chu Jianqiu also returned to the Chu family. As for the Ouyang and Lu families on the scene, others would manage their affairs, and Chu Jianqiu had little inclination to involve himself in those matters. Given Ouyang Yin's affiliation with the blood fiend sect, the Ouyang family was destined for dire consequences. Similarly, due to Lu Tianyao's connections, the Lu family would not fare much better. It was likely that after today, these two prominent clans would vanish from Tianshui City. Furthermore, Chu Jianqiu harbored little interest in the fate of these families. The ones who wronged him were Ouyang Yuan and Lu Tianyao. They were the true culprits, and as they remained at large, venting his frustrations on their kin held little significance. Upon returning home, Chu Jianqiu did not seek the congratulations of the elder relatives, but instead sought out Ru Hua first. After this tumultuous upheaval, Chu Jianqiu had gained profound insight into the human condition, feeling little attachment to the elders and relatives. Throughout his trials and tribulations, the one constant in his life had been Ru Hua. As he departed from Tianshui City to Xinjian sect, the one thing he could not bear to part with was Ru Hua. Upon learning that her young master had passed the test of Xinjian sect and was accepted as a disciple, Ru Hua was overwhelmed with joy and tears. For her master could finally rise above the fray and would no longer endure the cold glances and injustices. However, when she heard that her master would leave by noon the next day, a profound sense of reluctance flickered in her eyes. She had grown up alongside her master, and after the departure of her father, he had become her sole family. With her master gone, she would be left utterly alone and without support. "Master, can you take me with you?" Ru Hua's lovely face was filled with earnest longing. Chu Jianqiu gazed upon her, his heart heavy with reluctance and inner turmoil. The journey to Xinjian sect was fraught with uncertainty. If the environment there was stable, it might be tolerable. Yet, if it were rife with treachery and conflict, he might find himself unable to protect her. To bring along Ru Hua, who possessed no cultivation whatsoever, would only endanger her. It would be wiser to leave her in the Chu family, where she could at least live a life of safety. As long as he did not encounter trouble within the sect, he believed no one in the Chu family would dare to harm her. Even if he wished to bring her over in the future, it would be prudent to wait until he had established himself firmly within Xinjian sect. Ru Hua perceived the hesitation and conflict in Chu Jianqiu's eyes, and the hopeful gleam in her gaze gradually dulled. "If it is inconvenient for you, I can wait for you in Tianshui City, but you must promise to return to see me." Inu Hua lifted her delicate face, forcing out a faint smile. Yet her clear eyes shimmered with evident tears of reluctance. Seeing this, Chu Jianqiu felt a pang in his heart and could not help but gently embrace her fragile form. Inua's tender body trembled slightly before she tightly clung to Chu Jianqiu, burying her tear-streaked face into his broad chest. This was her first intimate contact with the young master. She had once fantasized about such a moment, but had never dared to hope for it. In this instant, her dream had come to fruition, leaving her with no regrets. Chu Jianqiu gently stroked her lustrous hair and softly spoke. "The reason I do not take you away is that I am also unfamiliar with the Su Jian sect. Do not worry, once I establish myself there, I will surely bring you along." Inu Hua raised her beautiful face, still marked by tears, yet it blossomed like spring flowers. "You need not concern yourself with me, young master. I will take care of myself," she replied with a gentle smile. Observing her feigned strength, Chu Jianqiu felt even more compassion. After a prolonged hesitation, he finally made a decision. "Inu Hua, starting today, you must also begin to cultivate diligently. When I return, we shall venture into the world together." Inu Hua gazed at Chu Jianqiu, her heart brimming with joy. With those words, her life felt complete. However, she ultimately shook her head and said, "Young master, there is no need to waste your efforts on me. My talents are mediocre, and I am destined to achieve little in cultivation. Over the years, you have tried with me, yet the results have been disappointing. I do not wish to let you down any further." Chapter 35. Parting. Chu Jianqiu smiled faintly and said, "This young master has his own methods, so you need not worry." At this moment, he possessed the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's technique, and his vision and understanding had transcended his former self. Altering a person's innate talent might seem an insurmountable task for others, yet for Chu Jianqiu, who bore the Chaos Supreme bloodline, it was merely a trivial endeavor. He instructed Ru Hua to sit cross-legged on the bed. Despite her heart being filled with confusion, she complied and closed her eyes. Chu Jianqiu began to circulate his energy, allowing a drop of his life essence to materialize at his fingertips. The moment this drop appeared, it exuded an overwhelming and majestic aura, causing a tempest of spiritual energy to swirl around him, forming a vortex of vitality. Outside, the sky began to rumble with the ominous gathering of thunder, heralding the onset of more extraordinary phenomena. Fearing the escalation of these celestial disturbances, Chu Jianqiu hastily infused the drop of essence into Ru Hua's brow. Enduring the agonizing process of expelling his life essence once more, his complexion turned pallid, and his body trembled. A bitter smile crept onto Chu Jianqiu's face. He resolved that such an ordeal must not be repeated. As the drop of essence merged with her brow, Ru Hua's vitality surged uncontrollably, and a look of anguish crossed her features. Her frail body could scarcely endure the overwhelming potency of the supreme bloodline. Placing a hand on her back, Chu Jianqiu channeled the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's technique, infusing her with pure, refined energy to assist her in refining the drop of essence. After the passage of a time interval, A formidable aura erupted from Ruhua, awakening the bloodline that lay dormant deep within her being. Chu Jianqiu placed his hand upon her back, acutely sensing the power of that bloodline. The awakening she experienced was of at least a mid-tier Earth-level bloodline. In the entirety of Tianshui County, aside from him, no one else possessed a bloodline of such exalted rank. Although a warrior's aptitude for cultivation does not solely hinge upon their bloodline, the latter holds a profoundly significant role in determining one's potential. Given the caliber of Ruhua's awakened bloodline, it is likely that no one in Tianshui County could rival her innate talent, ensuring that she would no longer be hindered by her previous limitations in cultivation. Ruhua opened her eyes, revealing an overwhelming sense of shock and joy as she felt the monumental transformation that had taken place within her. Chu Jianqiu gazed at her with a smile and said, "From this day forth, you may cultivate with confidence." Ruhua nodded with delight. This change bestowed upon her an infinite hope, rendering the world before her suddenly vibrant and full of possibilities. Until this day, no matter how kind the young master had been to her, she was acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm that separated their worlds. An ordinary person unable to cultivate could never truly integrate into the realm of warriors. Yet now, she had finally been granted such an opportunity. As long as she could cultivate, even if she could never quite match the young master's pace, she at least had the chance to pursue him. Chu Jianqiu then revised the Chu family's cultivation technique, the Xiling Hucking Gong, which he had previously mastered, and imparted it to Ruhua. After receiving the inheritance of the chaotic heavenly emperor's art, his perspective on the path of cultivation underwent a profound transformation. With his current insight, he was naturally able to discern numerous oversights and deficiencies within the Xiling transformation technique. Following revisions made by Chu Jianqiu, the Xiling transformation technique's grade was significantly elevated, rendering it far superior to its previous iteration. Initially, Chu Jianqiu intended to impart a portion of the chaotic heavenly emperor's art to Ruhua. However, considering her identity and circumstances, he pondered that possessing such an extraordinary and unparalleled technique might not serve her well and could potentially bring her harm. After much contemplation, Chu Jianqiu decided against this course of action. Should Ruhua cultivate the revised Xiling transformation technique, any unusual manifestations would likely go unnoticed and unenvied. The martial artists in Tianshui City were already familiar with the Xiling transformation technique. After teaching Ruhua the technique, Chu Jianqiu also provided her with a substantial cache of cultivation resources, including a multitude of elixirs and spiritual talismans. Upon completing these tasks, Chu Jianqiu crafted a batch of second-tier spiritual talismans and returned to the Wanwu Merchant Guild to repay the spirit stones owed to Su Yinxiang from the previous auction. Su Yinxiang did not refuse the return of the spirit stones by Chu Jianqiu. After all, he had become a true disciple of the Xianjin sect, and a mere few tens of thousands of spirit stones were insignificant to him. Moreover, with his identity as a talisman master, he would undoubtedly have no shortage of cultivation resources in the future. Watching Chu Jianqiu's departing figure, Su Yinxiang felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Upon realizing this unfamiliar emotion, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, questioning why she felt this way. Could it be that she had developed an affection for this young man? After Chu Jianqiu concluded his affairs, it had already become midday on the following day. Upon arriving at the square, he found that all the young martial artists who had passed the test had gathered. As noon approached, a colossal cloud ship gradually descended from the outskirts of Tianshui City, eventually hovering above the square, from which a grand cloud ladder unfurled. Luo Xiaoyong was the first to ascend the ladder, signaling for others to follow. The faces of the young martial artists were alight with excitement and eagerness as they hurried to trail behind Luo Xiaoyong, while the accompanying disciples brought up the rear. As Chu Jianqiu mounted the ladder, he cast a lingering glance back at Tianshui City, his heart swelling with emotion. After today, he would depart from the place where he had grown up, uncertain of when he might return after this farewell. As the ladder ascended, Tianshui City diminished in size, and he could faintly discern a fragile figure amidst the crowd in the square, gazing longingly in his direction. A pang of sorrow pierced his heart, prompting him to resolutely avert his gaze and instead gaze upon the endless azure sky. Observing the vast expanse above and the boundless earth below, Chu Jianqiu gradually dispelled the melancholy within him, his resolve firming. This world harbored countless wonders awaiting his exploration and understanding. His own origins, the mystery of his missing father, and the enigma of his unseen mother. All these unresolved riddles awaited Chu Jianqiu's unraveling. After receiving the legacy of the Chaos Celestial Emperor's art, he began to reflect more deeply on his father's myriad complexities, gradually realizing that his father was far more intricate than his previous perceptions had suggested. Reflecting upon the myriad signs, it becomes evident that my father's realm of power likely surpasses that of all individuals I have encountered. From the fragmented whispers he once shared regarding my mother, it is clear that she is no ordinary figure. Even my father's formidable strength is tinged with a profound sense of helplessness when discussing matters related to her, as though an insurmountable barrier stands between them, preventing their union. To unravel these mysteries, one must first attain a level of power sufficient to uncover such truths. Gazing upon the boundless azure sky and the expansive earth, Chu Jianqiu's heart swells with unwavering resolve and boundless ambition. Chapter 36. Arrival at the Xianjian sect. As the cloud ladder was fully retracted, Chu Jianqiu noticed a considerable number of people aboard the cloud vessel, scattered in groups of 2 or 3, amounting to nearly 200 individuals. The vessel, measuring over 10 zhang in width and extending 100 zhang in length, accommodated this multitude without a hint of crowding. Brother Luo, the recruitment this time seems to have been quite successful. Do introduce us to the exceptional talents you have gathered. Just as Luo Xiaoyong found his footing on the cloud vessel, several elders approached him, among them the head of the group, his old rival, Wei Pengpa. Although the Daiqian dynasty comprises numerous counties, it is also home to many sects, each governing its respective territory. Each sect is permitted to recruit disciples solely within its own jurisdiction, unless a martial artist from another sect seeks them out, as crossing boundaries is otherwise prohibited. The jurisdiction of the Xianjian sect encompasses the 9 prefectures of Tianan, which confines its recruitment to these regions alone, prohibiting any outreach to other prefectures. Naturally, other sects are equally barred from entering the 9 prefectures of Tianan for recruitment purposes. Indeed, Brother Luo, do not keep your treasures hidden. If you have recruited any prodigies, do introduce them to us at your earliest convenience. Who knows, perhaps there are exceptional talents that might catch the attention of the 7 peaks, and we could seize an opportunity to form beneficial alliances. The elder steward alongside him echoed this sentiment. Luo Xiaoyong had anticipated such a scene. Were it not for the unexpected intervention of the 4th peak's master, he would have reveled in showcasing his achievements. The celestial bloodline of Chu Jianqiu, coupled with the unblocking of 19 meridians, had not been witnessed in the Xianjian sect for many years. To recruit such a genius would have been a source of lifelong pride. Yet, now, Chu Jianqiu's extraordinary talent had become a burden. The more gifted he was, the more discomfort it caused Luo Xiaoyong. Before they could even return to the Xianjian sect, Chu Jianqiu was whisked away by the master of the 4th peak. Luo Xiaoyong was apprehensive about the possibility of the masters of the other 6 peaks tearing him apart upon their return to the sect. Luo Xiaoyong, feeling disheartened by the ridicule of the elder stewards, chose to retreat silently to his quarters. Wei Pengpa was momentarily taken aback. This was uncharacteristic of Luo Xiaoyong, who typically would have rebutted any jibe with fervor rather than submit to such indignation. Recognizing Luo Xiaoyong's retreat, Wei Pengpa refrained from pressing further, mindful of their current circumstances. After all, they were still in public, escorting a substantial group of new disciples, and it was prudent to avoid unnecessary conflicts. It was only after boarding the cloud vessel that Chu Jianqiu learned that their Tianqiu city was the last group to embark. Once they had taken on this batch of disciples, the vessel would commence its journey back to the Xianjian sect. These are the worthless individuals from Tianqiu County. It is indeed a place notorious for producing mediocrity, and the warriors emerging from here are equally dismal. As Chu Jianqiu was admiring the surrounding scenery, a cold and scornful voice rang out nearby. Turning his gaze, he beheld a young man clad in a brocade robe, his expression one of arrogance, flanked by a throng of supporters, indicating his prominent status within the crowd. The lunatics from Qingshan County are causing trouble again. Let us approach and see. I have heard they are targeting the people of Tianqiu County this time. Tianqiu County, huh? What genius could possibly emerge from such a wretched place? It is likely that only a collection of failures resides here, hardly worth our attention. The clash between Qingshan County and Jingdong County yesterday was truly spectacular. From the conversations of those nearby, Chu Jianqiu learned that this brocade-clad youth was a warrior from Qingshan County named Si Fengkai, who had awakened a superior grade bloodline of the Xian level, boasting a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of true qi. Qingshan County is the largest among the 9 counties of southern Tian, known for its flourishing martial prowess and a plethora of talents, far surpassing the likes of Tianqiu County. A remote and insignificant locale, Jingtong County ranks 2nd among the 9 counties of southern Tian. Although it cannot rival Qingshan County, its strength is not to be underestimated. The people of Tianqiu County, who were elated at the prospect of boarding the cloud ship of the Xianjian sect, suddenly found their faces flushed with indignation upon hearing the words of the brocade-clad youth. Upon observing the opposing faction, comprised entirely of Qi realm martial artists, It was astonishing to note that their highest cultivation level reached the 3rd tier of the Qi realm. In contrast, the contingent from Tianshui County boasted 18 martial artists, of which only 5 were Qi realm practitioners, all at the 1st tier. The remaining 13 were at the 9th level of body refinement. Their most formidable asset was undoubtedly Chu Jianqiu. With his exceptional talent, it was believed he could easily overpower the entire opposing group. However, the martial artists from Tianshui County remained silent in the presence of Chu Jianqiu, too intimidated to speak. Furthermore, given their limited strength, any confrontation with the adversaries would only result in their own humiliation. Currently, Luo Xiu had mysteriously vanished, and the other elders from the Xinjian sect showed no inclination to intervene, leaving the Tianshui County martial artists in a state of disarray. Faced with the taunts and provocations from the young men in embroidered robes from Qingshan County, they could only endure in silence. It appeared they were not merely a group of inept individuals, but rather a collection of cowardly souls. Observing the Tianshui County martial artists' inability to respond to the insults, the warriors from Qingshan County felt an even greater disdain for them, uttering a scornful remark before turning away. They were too disinterested in bullying such weaklings, as even defeating them would bring no sense of achievement. Chu Jianqiu silently watched the unfolding drama, viewing the provocations from Qingshan County as trivial and juvenile. As long as they did not directly confront him, he considered them unworthy of his attention. The cloud boat swiftly traversed the skies, and after a full day of travel, it arrived at a majestic mountain range that loomed high above. Amidst the rolling mountains, 7 majestic peaks rise sharply, piercing the heavens. Upon these towering summits stand a myriad of edifices, their structures arranged in splendid succession, exuding an aura of grandeur. The cloud vessel eventually descends upon an expansive platform, where nearly 200 youthful martial artists from various counties disembark in succession. A group of elder instructors leads the newly initiated disciples into a magnificent hall, awaiting the forthcoming arrangements. As the young disciples traverse the path, their eyes are drawn to the imposing architecture, each heart brimming with excitement. Truly, the celestial ambience of the mountains is unparalleled. Such sights are seldom witnessed in the mundane world. While the new disciples await within the hall, word soon reaches some seasoned disciples of the Xinjian sect, who hasten to observe the fresh initiates. The seasoned ones, surveying the novices' faces adorned with emotions of exhilaration, anxiety, and anticipation, are instantly filled with a sense of superiority. It remains uncertain how many of these novices will ultimately gain admission to the inner sanctum. I find them quite promising, particularly this cohort from Qingshan County, all of whom are practitioners of true Qi, with one even at the 3rd level of true Qi. Surely, many will qualify for the inner door, remarked an elder disciple named Gong Anren, who hailed from Qingshan County and felt a swell of pride in his distinguished peers. The richly attired youth, Si Fengkai, who had already been brimming with confidence, felt even more emboldened upon hearing Gong Anren's words. Chapter 37. The Xianyun Society. Chu Jianqiu stood quietly to the side, listening with great interest to the discussions among the senior disciples, oblivious to the fact that he was standing next to Si Fengkai. Upon hearing the chatter of the senior disciples, Si Fengkai's heart swelled with pride. His demeanor grew increasingly arrogant, and he felt as though he were the very center of the universe. The envious and awestruck gazes from the new disciples of other counties, particularly the glimmering admiration in the eyes of the young women, only fueled his enjoyment. However, as he basked in the glory of his surroundings, he suddenly noticed a worthless cultivator from Tianshui County standing beside him. Si Fengkai's expression darkened instantly. How dare this insignificant being stand next to him, tarnishing his brilliance? Furthermore, the cultivator bore a nonchalant demeanor, as if he were a master of sorts. This irked Si Fengkai immensely. "Get away from me, you worthless fool," he barked at Chu Jianqiu, his face clouded with disdain. Chu Jianqiu, disinterested in squabbling with a rabid dog, retreated to a corner. As time passed, more and more senior disciples entered the great hall. Among them were some inner disciples, but the majority were from the outer sect. Once gathered, these senior disciples began to entice the new initiates in small groups. "Hey there, would you be interested in joining our Zulian society? We gather the elite of the outer sect. By joining us, you will have the guidance of experienced seniors during your training, access to richer resources, and support from your seniors to reclaim your dignity if you are bullied. The little sister, we of the Zixia Society are all like-minded sisters." Chu Jianqiu observed this scene with a degree of astonishment. It appeared that the mountain above was quite similar to that below, with small peaks standing tall. The various societies were primarily targeting the new disciples with considerable cultivation. The martial artists from Qingshan County and Jingtong County were the most sought after by these societies, while those from Tianqiu County remained largely overlooked. Si Fengkai had received offers from more than a dozen societies, which filled him with immense pride. The feeling of being the center of attention made him feel elevated. However, despite his buoyant spirits, Si Fengkai had not lost his sense of reason. He remained mindful of the admonitions from his elder brother's letter and graciously declined the invitations from those societies. His brother had mentioned that the societies seeking recruits today were predominantly composed of outer disciples, established by those of mediocre talent and low realms, which did not merit joining. The truly worthy societies were those formed by inner disciples. However, such societies would not make their presence known today. They would emerge only after the new disciple assessments, extending their invitations to those qualified for entry into the inner sect. The societies comprised of outer disciples, lacking substantial foundation, were thus eagerly competing for these new recruits. In contrast, the formidable societies made up of inner disciples had no need to engage in such endeavors. Their esteemed standing ensured that countless disciples longed to join them without the necessity of overt recruitment. However, the inner sect's various societies would dispatch members to monitor the situation, preventing any exceptionally gifted prodigies from being snatched away by rivals. Chu Jianqiu observed for a while, feeling increasingly bored. With his cultivation at the 9th level of body refinement, he appeared rather mediocre among the new disciples, and no society showed any interest in recruiting him. Would this junior sister be interested in joining our Xianyan society? A warm voice resonated nearby. Chu Jianqiu turned to see a handsome young man attempting to entice a girl from Tianqiu County. He vaguely recalled that this girl was the only martial artist at the true Qi level among the disciples who had passed the test. Hailing from one of the 4 great families, named Fu Lingxue, the Tianqiu girl, confronted by the handsome man's proposition, seemed at a loss. Casting a timid glance at Chu Jianqiu, her eyes filled with a plea for assistance. Observing this, Chu Jianqiu felt somewhat helpless, although the girl possessed considerable talent. Her character was exceedingly timid. She had been closely following him along the journey, yet lacked the courage to initiate a conversation. Though Chu Jianqiu was not particularly inclined to involve himself in such matters, he felt compelled to lend a hand out of camaraderie. Could you kindly share some information about the Xianyan Society with us, senior brother? Chu Jianqiu inquired with a smile. The handsome young man, upon realizing that Chu Jianqiu was merely a martial artist at the body refinement stage, and that there seemed to be an unusual bond between Fu Lingxue and him, felt a surge of irritation. A flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes as he coldly retorted, I was conversing with this junior sister. When did it become your place to interrupt, you worthless fool? Upon hearing this, Chu Jianqiu's expression slightly stiffened. He turned to Fu Lingxue, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Observing this, Fu Lingxue timidly replied, I appreciate your good intentions, senior brother, but I feel I am not well suited for the Xianyan Society. The handsome young man's countenance darkened instantly upon hearing her words. Hanani was renowned in the outer sect, and the Xianyan Society was the largest organization within it. He had never encountered anyone who dared to refuse his recruitment efforts. A newly arrived student had the audacity to challenge his authority. If you truly do not wish to join, you must think it over carefully. Hanani spoke coldly, an implicit threat lacing his tone. Fu Lingxue's face paled, and she instinctively took a step back, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. Yet a hint of defiance flickered across her delicate features. Seeing this, Chu Jianqiu's expression also darkened. It appeared a forceful recruitment was imminent. If Fu Lingxue willingly chose to join this insipid Xianyan society, he would have no interest in intervening. However, should it come to coercion, he would be compelled to take a stand. He could not believe that the entire Xianyuan sect was comprised of such individuals. What if you do not want to join your Xianyan society? Are you truly going to resort to force? Chu Jianqiu stepped forward, speaking coldly. Hanani shot a glance at Chu Jianqiu, a smile of fury creeping onto his face. This mere cultivator at the body refining stage dared to provoke him repeatedly, clearly oblivious to the consequences. You, a mere body refining waste, dare to interrupt my discourse? Step aside. Hanani sneered. You might as well abandon any hopes of the Xianyuan sect. It would be wise to leave the mountain early, lest you regret it later. His chilling words drew the attention of everyone within the great hall. Who is this newcomer that has provoked Hanani? This newcomer has truly met with misfortune. For Hanani is not known for her magnanimity. Those who dare to attract her ire seldom escape unscathed. Hanani's demeanor is excessively domineering. It is said that just a few days prior, she drove a junior sister from the Zixia society to her demise. After all, her uncle holds the position of an outer sect elder, and we are hardly in a position to contend with her. As Hanani observed the peculiar gazes of those around her, she remained utterly indifferent, her arrogance only growing in intensity. Chapter 38. Who is Chu Jianqiu? In the midst of the escalating tension between the two, While the surrounding spectators eagerly awaited the unfolding drama, a melodious and youthful voice resonated throughout the grand hall. Upon hearing this voice, everyone turned in unison to look. Chu Jianqiu felt a twinge of curiosity. Within the Xinjian sect, aside from Luoxiu Yong, who else might recognize her? At that moment, Hanani paid no heed to Chu Jianqiu, her gaze fixed intently in the direction of the voice. There, at the entrance of the hall, stood a girl of approximately 15 or 16 years, her beauty striking and ethereal. Clad in a flowing floral dress, she possessed a graceful figure, her long, dark hair cascading like a waterfall behind her, while her pair of crystalline eyes curiously surveyed her surroundings. The sight of this girl elicited varying reactions. The new disciples were merely astounded by her breathtaking beauty, but among the seasoned disciples, a fervent commotion erupted. Heavens! Who is this before my eyes? Chu Jianqiu. Surely, I cannot be dreaming. My goddess! I have finally laid eyes upon my goddess once more. Some disciples gazed at the maiden with fervent admiration, yet hesitated to approach her, fearful of tarnishing the image of the goddess. How could she possibly be here? It had been quite some time since she last visited the outer sect. Perhaps she was in search of someone. Did you not hear her earlier inquiring about a certain Chu Jianqiu? Who is Chu Jianqiu? It seems there is no one by that name within our outer sect. Could it be that Chu Jianqiu is a newly admitted disciple? Why is she not seeking me? Why am I not called Chu Jianqiu? Who is Chu Jianqiu? The girl parted her cherry lips, her melodious voice resonating once more, akin to the exquisite sound of pearls rolling on jade. Merely hearing such an enchanting tone sent shivers down the spines of those present, evoking an overwhelming sense of bliss associated with the name she uttered, which in turn ignited an intense jealousy towards the individual named Chu Jianqiu. The crowd, their eyes ablaze with envy, scanned for the fortunate soul who had captured the favor of such beauty. Amidst the throng, Si Fengkai fixated on the maiden, consumed by frenzied jealousy. Why was she not seeking him? He, Si Fengkai, was the true prodigy, the one most deserving of her attention. Who among those in this grand hall could possibly compare to him? Hanani had already descended into a state of despair, murmuring to himself, "Why is she not seeking me? Why is she not seeking me? I, Hanani, am handsome and gifted. Who can rival me in the outer sect? I am Chu Jianqiu." Chu Jianqiu felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck as he observed the envious gazes surrounding him, their eyes tinged with jealousy. Yet, at the insistence of the young girl's repeated calls, he found himself compelled to step forward with a stiff resolve. Hanani's pupils constricted sharply as she turned her head, fixating on Chu Jianqiu with an expression of utter disbelief. How could this be the so-called waste of the body refinement realm she had come to seek? The realization that he was merely a trivial figure of that same realm ignited a tempest of jealousy within her, her eyes burning crimson with intense envy. Si Fengkai, too, wore a visage of shock, his mouth agape in astonishment. This ethereal beauty had come in search of that ineffectual cultivator from Tianshui County. An overwhelming sense of imbalance surged within him, fueling a fierce blaze of jealousy as he longed to rend that body refinement waste apart. Only he, Si Fengkai, deserved the favor of such a stunning maiden. What merit did that insignificant cultivator possess to warrant such honor? Had the young lady made an error in her selection? After all, he was nothing more than a mere cultivator of the body refinement realm. I am Si Fengkai, he declared, of superior bloodline quality, a practitioner at the third level of the true Qi realm. Unable to restrain himself, he stepped forward, offering a charming smile to the exquisite maiden. As he boasted of his lineage and cultivation, a hint of pride and self-satisfaction illuminated his demeanor. With such remarkable talent, he was certain to captivate her interest. With his exceptional aptitude, a limitless future awaited him, which maiden would not wish to cast her affections upon him. The elder disciples, witnessing Si Fengkai's antics, regarded him with expressions akin to that of observing a fool. Who was this imbecile, and did he truly comprehend the identity of the young lady before him? The bloodline of the highest caliber, coupled with a third-level true Qi realm, might indeed warrant a sense of pride, perhaps distinguishing one among the outer disciples. Yet, in the eyes of the young lady, it was scarcely worth acknowledgement. She delicately wrinkled her adorable nose, not sparing a glance at Si Fengkai, dismissing this fool who seemed to have emerged from nowhere with indifference. Approaching Chu Jianqiu, she flashed a charming smile, and said, "You must be Chu Jianqiu." The young lady appraised the youth before her. He was indeed quite handsome, pleasant to the eye, and worthy of the master's attention. Chu Jianqiu nodded in affirmation, declaring, "Indeed, I am Chu Jianqiu. Where is the token the master bestowed upon you?" The young lady inquired with a smile. Chu Jianqiu hesitated for a moment, then recalled the token given to him by the elegant woman in black at Tianshui City. He produced the token and asked, "Is this it?" Upon inspecting the token, The young lady nodded and confirmed, "Yes, this is it. From this moment forth, you shall be the junior disciple of the fourth peak of the Xinjian sect. My name is Jianqiu. You may call me senior sister Jianqiu." Seemingly concerned that Chu Jianqiu might misunderstand the hierarchy, she emphasized her status as a senior sister. Observing her proud demeanor, a bead of sweat formed on Chu Jianqiu's forehead. This girl was even a year or two his junior, yet reveled in being addressed as senior sister. Nonetheless, the order within the sect was determined not by age but by the timing of one's entry. Since he had joined after her, it was only fitting to refer to her as senior sister. "Yes, senior sister Jianqiu," Chu Jianqiu responded. The young girl was greatly delighted by the call of senior sister, as she took Chu Jianqiu's hand and led him outside the grand hall, saying, "Come, let us head to the fourth peak. I shall arrange your accommodations." Chu Jianqiu felt the surrounding gazes intensify with warmth, causing him to wipe the sweat from his brow. If the envy of these onlookers were to manifest into a tangible form, he feared he would have been reduced to ashes by now. "Senior sister Jianqiu." "Wait a moment." Chu Jianqiu halted his steps. The girl paused slightly, asking, "What is it?" Yet, she did not relinquish her gentle grip on his hand. "I have a matter to attend to," Chu Jianqiu replied with a faint smile, feeling a considerable weight of pressure from being publicly held by her hand. "What matter? Share it with me, and perhaps I can be of assistance," she said eagerly. "It is not a significant issue," Chu Jianqiu responded, walking up to Han Ani and calmly stating, "Please do not compel Ling Shui Jr.'s sister to join the Xianyun Society." Upon hearing his words, the girl cast a glance at the nearby Fu Lingxue, her expression darkening instantly as she exclaimed, "Han Ani, what is the meaning of this?" She had long been aware of Han Ani's reputation, but typically refrained from concerning herself with external matters. However, since it had now encroached upon her junior's affairs, she could no longer remain indifferent. Chapter 39. Zuoqiu Lianzhu. Han Ani's complexion had already turned pale, as Zuoqiu Lianzhu. He could not afford to offend her. "I dare not. Since Fu Junior's sister is unwilling to join the Xianyun Society, I shall not insist," he replied, trembling with fear. "That is good to know." The young girl turned to Fu Lingxue and said, "If he dares to trouble you later, come directly to the fourth peak, and I shall take care of him." Han Ani, upon hearing this, was drenched in cold sweat. If Zuoqiu Lianzizu truly were to take such action, no one would dare utter a word of dissent. "Thank you, senior sister," Fu Lingxue replied timidly, then turned to express her gratitude to Chu Jianqiu. The girl smiled at Chu Jianqiu and asked, "Is everything all right, junior brother?" Chu Jianqiu shook his head, affirming, "All is well. Then come with me," Zuoqiu Lianzizu exclaimed, taking Chu Jianqiu's hand and hastily leading him outside, seemingly anxious that he might be taken away. The onlookers within the hall were struck by the intimate display between Zuoqiu Lianzizu and Chu Jianqiu, and a chorus of lamentations erupted. "My goddess! How could she hold another's hand? Heavens, this is unbearable. She is so close to that worthless cultivator. Who is Chu Jianqiu? That he holds such significance for Zuoqiu Lianzizu? Did you hear what Zuoqiu Lianzizu said? That worthless cultivator has directly become a disciple of the fourth peak. This world is truly unfair. I, endowed with exceptional talent, have languished in the outer sect for a decade, while that worthless cultivator entered the sect and immediately became a direct disciple of the fourth peak. Damn it, and to make matters worse, he has stolen my goddess." Si Fengkai, observing that Zuoqiu Lianzizu had not cast a glance in his direction the entire time, felt a dark cloud settle over his expression, his fists clenched tightly, revealing a glimmer of ferocity in his gaze. He, a prodigy of the Fengkai Tian sect, had never before been subjected to such blatant disregard. Han Ani observed this scene, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. It seemed this fool could indeed be of some use. Although he could not afford to provoke Zuoqiu Lianzhu, the new disciple, Chu Jianqiu, had brought him great embarrassment in front of others today, and this transgression could not simply be overlooked. Chu Jianqiu had initially planned to inquire about how to reach the fourth peak after settling into his accommodations. But with Zuoqiu Lianzhu seeking him out, much of his trouble was alleviated. As Zuoqiu Lianzhu led Chu Jianqiu along, he began to elucidate the circumstances of the Xinjian sect. According to the sect's regulations, new disciples who excelled in the entrance examination would be directly admitted into the inner sect, while those with extraordinary talent might even catch the attention of the various peaks and be accepted as direct disciples. Naturally, Chu Jianqiu was a peculiar exception. Zuoqiu Lianzhu, upon reaching this point, refrained from elaborating on the nature of this exception, merely glossing over it ambiguously. In each cohort, aside from a select few who could directly enter the inner sect, most new disciples remained in the outer sect. If a disciple at the body refinement stage failed to advance to the true qi stage within a year, they would be relegated to the status of a servant disciple. For a servant disciple to regain their place as an outer disciple would be exceedingly arduous. The lack of resources for servant disciples compounded their difficulties, and merely breaking through to the true Qi stage was insufficient. The criteria for evaluation were exceedingly stringent. This was the sect's punishment for those who neglected their cultivation and squandered the sect's resources. Those demoted to the status of servant disciples essentially sealed their fate in the martial arts realm. To ascend from an outer disciple to an inner disciple, one must at least break through to the 6th level of true Qi realm. Disciples who directly enter the inner sect upon joining must also achieve this breakthrough within 10 years. Otherwise, they will be relegated back to outer disciples. As for the personal disciples of the various peaks, they are primarily selected from the inner sect. An inner disciple must attain the C transformation realm to even be considered as a personal disciple, and even this is merely a possibility. Achieving the C transformation realm grants one the qualification to become a personal disciple, but the actual selection involves rigorous evaluations. It is exceedingly rare for someone to directly become a personal disciple of the peaks upon entry, with perhaps only one such instance occurring in a century. However, there was one detail left unspoken by Chu Jianqiu. Chu Jianqiu, who was accepted as a personal disciple of the 4th peak even before formally entering, stands as the sole exception in the last millennium of Shenzhen sect. Sweat began to bead on Chu Jianqiu's forehead. Is senior sister Zhua already at the C transformation realm? Zhua Jianqiu smiled and replied, "What do you think?" Chu Jianqiu couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Indeed, this was a true prodigy, a C transformation realm powerhouse at merely 15 or 16 years of age. The disciples nurtured by such grand sects are truly formidable. Zhua Jianqiu smiled slightly and added, "My situation is somewhat different. I have been cultivating with my master since childhood." Cautiously, Chu Jianqiu inquired, "Then what realm is your master at?" Zhua Jianqiu shot him a glance, one that bore a hint of condescension. "Naturally, my master's realm is the Yuan Dan realm. Could it possibly be the C transformation realm?" Chu Jianqiu could not help but feel a twinge of shame. Initially, he had genuinely believed that the woman in black was a master of the transformation C realm. The Shenzhen sect comprised 7 peaks, each possessing its unique legacy. Unlike the other 6 peaks, our 4th peak has a limited number of disciples, merely my master, my senior sister, and myself. Now, with your addition, our 4th peak boasts a total of 4 individuals. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans began to form on Chu Jianqiu's forehead as he stammered. Our 4th peak consists of only 4 people. His concern did not stem from the scarcity of disciples, but rather from the realization that he was the sole male among them. Excluding the occasional chores performed by the servant disciples, there were indeed just 4 of them. Zhua Jianqiu wrinkled her adorable nose and remarked, "My senior sister and I are not fond of bustling environments, nor do we desire to be attended to by others. Hence, the 4th peak does not have any permanent servants. Typically, those who come to assist merely tidy up the place. If you find the atmosphere too desolate, you could consider hiring some permanent servants." Chu Jianqiu hurriedly waved his hands, insisting, No, I also prefer a quiet environment." Zhua Jianqiu looked at him with a playful smile, saying, "I heard from our master that you are the young lord of a prestigious family in Tianshui City, accustomed to being served since childhood. Would you like me to help you find a few beautiful maidservants?" Chu Jianqiu quickly declined. Despite Zhua Jianqiu's apparent thoughtfulness and kindness, he suspected that if he were to accept her offer to find a few charming maidservants, it would lead to an unfavorable outcome for him. He pondered whether there was anything he should be mindful of when meeting the senior sister later. After experiencing the personalities of the enigmatic woman in black and Zhua Jianqiu, Chu Jianqiu began to discern that the individuals from the 4th peak were rather unconventional. It seemed likely that the senior sister was no exception to this peculiarity. It would be prudent to gather more information to avoid any unfortunate encounters. As the senior sister was currently in seclusion, it would be best not to disturb her. An introduction could be arranged upon her return. Zhua Jianqiu spoke with a hint of reticence. Chapter 40. The Competition Among Peaks, Part 1. Well, we have arrived. After traversing for half an hour, Chu Jianqiu followed Zhua Jianqiu to a mountain peak. This peak boasted numerous pavilions and buildings, yet it was sparsely populated, lending it a rather desolate air, in stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of the front peak. The 4th peak was home to several grand halls, the most prominent of which served as the residence of Master Cui Yiyun. There are ample halls here. Feel free to explore at your leisure. Now, you shall reside in this particular hall. Zhua Jianqiu guided Chu Jianqiu to a grand hall situated halfway up the mountain, opened a door, and ushered him inside. As Chu Jianqiu surveyed the room's decor, A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, although the space was tastefully arranged. It bore a distinct scent of cosmetics. Am I to live here? He inquired, gesturing toward the interior. Of course. Where else would you prefer to stay? Do you wish to share quarters with the master? Zuoqiu Lianzhu replied with a playful smile. Sweat began to bead on Chu Jianqiu's forehead as he hurriedly waved his hands. No, this will suffice. He added, by the way, I will be residing next door. Feel free to seek me out whenever needed. Zuoqiu Lianzhu pointed towards the grand hall beside them and said, for the next few days, take your time to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. You may also explore the outer sect and attend some of the courses offered there. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flickered and vanished. Chu Jianqiu felt a subtle unease, sensing that ever since Zuoqiu Lianzhu entered the grand hall, she had seemed eager to depart. He wandered around the hall, observing that, despite a hint of frivolity in the decor, it exuded an ethereal elegance, leaving little to be questioned, though he found the arrangements somewhat reminiscent of a young girl's boudoir. He reasoned that it was only fitting, given that the fourth peak was predominantly inhabited by women. Shaking his head, he dismissed his suspicions. Whatever the case, he resolved to settle in first. Meanwhile, Zuoqiu Lianzhu had rushed out of the grand hall and stood in a nearby pavilion, gazing at the hall with a mischievous smile gracing her delicate features. At the main peak of the Xianjian sect, in the council hall, the peak masters gathered, excluding the master of the sixth peak, who was away on business. Although the recruitment of new disciples primarily concerned low-ranking martial artists, it was nevertheless a significant event for the sect, occurring once every decade. As the various elders responsible for admissions reported below, Tang Yushan, the master of the third peak, found himself drowsy. This year's candidates lacked any remarkable qualities, even falling short of the previous cohort. The last group had at least included a practitioner with a terrestrial bloodline, whereas this year's best was merely of the superior quality of the mysterious grade. As the presiding elder in charge of the 8 prefectures' enrollment concluded his report, the various peak masters were already preparing to depart. This year's intake of disciples had proven unremarkable, with no particular martial artist catching their discerning eyes. With the preceding 8 prefectures yielding no exceptional talents, little hope remained for the final prefecture, Tianshui. Tianshui, a remote and diminutive prefecture, was historically the least promising, owing to its limited land, sparse population, and meager resources. Luo Xiuyong approached, casting a hesitant glance at the black-clad beauty before steeling himself to speak. Wei Pengpo regarded Luo Xiuyong with disdain, having already assessed Tianshui Prefecture's cohort on the Cloud Dash. A mere 5 Qi refining realm martial artists comprised the group, marking it as the poorest in recent memory. While a martial artist's aptitude could not be solely determined by their realm, it was generally accepted that, at the same age, a higher realm indicated superior potential, as it signified a faster cultivation rate. This year's Tianshui Prefecture's disciples consisted of 5 Qi refining realm cultivators and 13 body tempering realm 9th stage martial artists. As Luo Xiuyong commenced his address, Tang Yushan stifled a yawn, preparing to leave. As expected, Tianshui Prefecture's intake was uninspiring, and this year's cohort appeared to be the most lackluster in nearly a century. In previous years, Tianshui Prefecture had produced at least 1 or 2 Qi refining realm 2nd stage martial artists, with Qi refining realm cultivators accounting for at least half of the intake. This year, a paltry 5 Qi refining realm cultivators, less than half the total, was indeed pathetic. However, Luo Xiuyong continued. There is a martial artist named Chu Jianqiu with a heaven-grade bloodline. What? The previously drowsy peak masters simultaneously rose to their feet, their eyes widening in astonishment. Even the leader of the Xianjian sect, Zuoqiu, found himself somewhat unsettled. It had been a century since a warrior with a heavenly bloodline had graced their ranks. This was perplexing. How could a practitioner of such noble lineage only have reached the first level of the true Qi realm? The master of the 5th peak, Gong Hao Rang, expressed his confusion. A warrior of heavenly bloodline, even without any cultivation resources, would advance at a pace far exceeding that of ordinary practitioners, owing to their extraordinary innate talent. He is not at the first level of the true Qi realm. He is at the 9th level of body refinement. Luo Xiuyong corrected. How is that possible? A warrior with a heavenly bloodline, even if they were to lounge about all day, would surely attain a higher level than this. Are you certain he truly possesses a heavenly bloodline? Even Li Yuanqing, the usually reticent master of the 2nd peak, felt compelled to speak, recognizing the gravity of the matter which could not afford ambiguity. Because he has opened 19 meridians, Luo Xiuyong replied. Even though he already knew the outcome, stating it aloud again still elicited a sense of shock. What? 19 meridians opened? This revelation caused nearly all the peak masters to leap from their seats, with even Zuiqiu when rising from his chair. The fact that he had opened 19 meridians was far more astonishing than the earlier news of a heavenly bloodline. Although it had been almost a century since a heavenly bloodline had appeared in the Xinjiang sect, such warriors still existed. However, a practitioner who had opened 19 meridians seemed to have not graced the sect for over a millennium. Even Zuiqiu I, a prodigy of his time, had only managed to open 17 meridians, and he too was a warrior of heavenly blood. As for the other peak masters, their achievements paled in comparison. For a decade, I have not taken on any disciples at my third peak, and now this disciple has entered my domain. Tang Yushan immediately remarked, his spirits invigorated, banishing any trace of the previous lethargy. How absurd. The reason you have not accepted disciples in 10 years is due to your indolence. Such a talented disciple ought to join my second peak to receive the utmost cultivation, scoffed Li Yuanqing. No, brotherly, you already have numerous disciples. You have enough on your plate. It is my fifth peak's duty to nurture exceptional talents for the Xinjiang sect, quickly interjected Gong Haro. Let us cease this bickering. Such a disciple should be placed in the first peak of the Xinjiang sect, as I am currently in need of a closed-door disciple. Moreover, in terms of cultivation, who among you can rival my level? Zuiqiu waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, the peak masters were left astounded, gazing at Zuiqiu in disbelief, questioning when this old fellow had become so shameless. Brother Zhua, what has become of your dignity? Gong Haorong exclaimed, his expression one of shock. Ahem. How can you speak to me in such a manner, Brother Gong? Zuiqiu's face flushed with embarrassment as he coughed lightly. Since we cannot reach a consensus, why not allow the young lad to choose for himself? I believe he will undoubtedly select the seventh peak, after all. Who wouldn't he want a master as exquisite as I? Qin Miayan, the master of the seventh peak, smiled alluringly. What business do you have here, woman? Step aside and learn from your fourth senior sister. Just look at her. This is how a true lady should conduct herself. No wonder you remain unattached after all these years, retorted Tang Yushan, unable to contain his frustration as he witnessed their shamelessness. What is the matter with you? Who decreed that only you wretched men could nurture prodigies? I am unwanted, and those who pursue me can line up from the Xian sword sect to the great Qian imperial capital, yet I find none of them appealing. The elders and stewards gazed in astonishment at the spectacle presented by the various peak masters. Were these truly the authoritative figures they once revered? Zuiqiu, witnessing the increasingly chaotic competition among the peak masters, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Where is that little fellow? Bring him here. Let him choose for himself. Following the method of the seventh junior sister, Zuiqiu intervened to halt the ongoing squabble, addressing Luo Xiaoyong. Luo Xiaoyong glanced at Cui Yiyun and stammered. He has already apprenticed under the fourth peak master. What? The peak masters erupted in a collective fury while they were embroiled in conflict. Someone had already seized the opportunity. Tang Yushan stared at Cui Yiyun in disbelief. No wonder the fourth junior sister had been so quiet today. Just moments prior, he assumed she had undergone a transformation, but it turned out she had already secured the coveted peach. Fourth junior sister, your actions are quite underhanded. This is against the rules, Li Yuanqing remarked with a grim expression. What is going on? Zuiqiu sensed that something was amiss, given Cui Yiyun's nature. It was unlikely she would take the initiative to concern herself with the recruitment of new disciples. How could she have learned of a talent like Chu Jianqiu before them? Reluctantly, Luo Xiaoyong recounted the events in Tianshui City once more. It was then that Zuiqiu and the other peak masters comprehended the situation. Once the emergency jade talisman, which Luo Xiaoyong had shattered, was activated, the information received by one peak master would not be relayed to the others. On that day, it was coincidentally Cui Yiyun's turn to patrol, and thus the urgent signal sent by Luo Xiaoyong was received by her. It can be said that this little fellow had already accomplished a significant feat even before entering the premises. Zuiqiu stroked his long beard with satisfaction. From Luo Xiaoyong's description, it appeared that this young individual possessed a commendable character. A martial artist, if merely endowed with talent but lacking in virtue, would find it arduous to progress far along the path of martial arts. Even if one were to ascend to a certain pinnacle, there exists the possibility of straying onto a misguided path. Much like Lu Tianyao, such a person's disposition inevitably leads them towards the path of malevolent cultivation. Now that she has joined the Bloodslaughter sect, it is likely that she and Ouyang Yuan will become formidable adversaries of the Su Njian sect in the future. However, Zuiqiu did not dwell on this matter too much, as it would probably take many years for those two to pose a genuine threat to the Su Njian sect. It was truly unexpected that Yang Zhenhai had managed to conceal himself for so many years right under our noses. This old scoundrel even dares to ask for favors. We shall consider this incident as him repaying a debt to our Chu Jianqiu sect. Zuoqiuan remarked with a cold snort when discussing Yang Zhenhai. Fourth junior sister, your actions seem rather unscrupulous. Although I have heard that Chu Jianqiu has already ascended to the fourth peak, Tang Yushan still clings to the hope of desperately attempting to recruit him. It appears that third senior brother is quite dissatisfied. Shall we engage in a spar? Cui Yayan fixed her gaze on Tang Yushan, her tone icy. Tang Yushan's expression stiffened as he awkwardly retreated. In the Chu Jianqiu sect, when it comes to combat prowess, aside from Zuoqiuan and Changsun Yuanbai, no one could match Cui Yayan, and Tang Yushan had no desire to seek out a punishment. Gong Haorong and Qin Miayan initially intended to speak further, but upon hearing Cui Yayan's remark, they instinctively withdrew. Although Li Yuanqing's countenance was as dark as thunder, he found himself unable to contend with Cui Yayan. Zuoqiuan cast a glance at everyone, forced a chuckle, and said, all right. Since that little fellow has already pledged himself to the fourth junior sister, let us leave it at that. After all, we are all within the confines of the Xinjian sect. We are not strangers. Upon hearing this, the others rolled their eyes at Zuoqiuan and departed in unison. Zuoqiuan observed their retreating figures and then looked at Cui Yayan, revealing a grimace, feeling a wave of headache. None of these individuals were particularly reassuring. Regrettably, the sixth junior brother was absent. Otherwise, he could have insisted on taking Chu Jianqiu away from the fourth junior sister. Though the fourth junior sister possessed formidable strength, her laissez-faire approach to mentoring her disciples might not be the most effective means of nurturing Chu Jianqiu. In Zuoqiuan's estimation, the most suitable candidate to mentor him would be the sixth junior brother, Changsun Yuanbai, or perhaps he himself should undertake the responsibility to maximize Chu Jianqiu's potential. However, as the sect leader, he felt reluctant to compete with his own junior sister, and with the sixth junior brother currently absent, he could only allow the fourth junior sister to proceed with her plans. Cui Yayan exited the council hall, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Despite her earlier calm demeanor, she had harbored a certain degree of anxiety, as her actions had strayed somewhat from convention. To preempt any covert maneuvers from the other peaks, she had thoughtfully instructed Zuoqiu Lianzhong to escort Chu Jianqiu to the fourth peak at the earliest opportunity. Fortunately, the sixth junior brother was away for the time being. Otherwise, given his notorious temper, he might have attempted to seize Chu Jianqiu for himself. Moreover, that individual possesses extraordinary strength. Apart from the sect master who can marginally suppress him, no one within the Xinjian sect stands as his equal. Most critically, he harbors an air of superiority, consistently looking down upon the inner disciples of the Xinjian sect, and to this day has yet to accept a single disciple of his own. Should he encounter Chu Jianqiu today, there exists a substantial likelihood that he would attempt to seize him. Old Zuoqiu, today, managed to retain a semblance of dignity. With over a dozen direct disciples at his own peak, he still dares to vie for disciples with me. Upon returning to the fourth peak, Cui Yayan instructed Zuoqiu Lianzhuan to bring Chu Jianqiu over, formally conducting the disciple initiation ceremony, thus officially recognizing him as a direct disciple of the fourth peak. Cui Yayan presented Chu Jianqiu with 1,000 qi gathering pills and a second-tier top-grade magical weapon, the Flowing Shadow Sword, as a token of their first meeting. Before allowing Zuoqiu Lianzhuan to guide Chu Jianqiu in familiarizing himself with the surrounding environment, Cui Yayan did not hasten to impart the cultivation techniques to Chu Jianqiu. Such matters require patience, necessitating a careful examination of Chu Jianqiu's bloodline, aptitude, and temperament to ascertain which cultivation method best suits him. A technique that resonates with a warrior's essence can yield remarkable results, while a misaligned method may not only hinder progress, but also adversely affect one's ultimate martial achievements. For instance, a warrior possessing a fire attribute bloodline would naturally excel in cultivating fire-based techniques, harmonizing with their inherent lineage. Conversely, a warrior with a fire attribute bloodline who attempts to cultivate water-based techniques may find their progress slower than that of an ordinary warrior lacking any awakened bloodline, and could even suffer detriment to their own bloodline. Chapter 42. The supreme martial body Chu Jianqiu gazed at the 1,000 qi gathering pills and the second-tier superior artifact, the Flowing Shadow Sword, in his hands, marveling at the generosity of the great sections. This collection of 1,000 pills and the sword alone could rival the income of the Chu family over 4 to 5 years. As dusk approached, Chu Jianqiu returned to his chamber in the main hall, sitting cross-legged on his bed, and began to consume the qi gathering pills voraciously. The spiritual energy on the fourth peak was already several times denser than that of Tianshui City, and with the influx of the pills, a vast amount of spiritual energy and medicinal power transformed into a torrent of true qi that surged into his dantian, crashing against the final life and death meridian. Boom, boom. After consuming 700 qi gathering pills, the life and death meridian was finally completely opened under the overwhelming force of true qi. At this moment, all 20 meridians within Chu Jianqiu's body were unblocked. The surging true qi flowed freely within him, permeating every inch of his skin and transforming every cell in his body. In that instant, Chu Jianqiu felt a profound transformation occurring within him. Boom! Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from Chu Jianqiu, emanating an enigmatic aura. Concurrently, the heavens responded, gathering strands of mysterious clouds and purple qi above. Swiftly, several figures converged in the sky above the fourth peak. The sect leader of the Xinjian sect, Zhuo Qiuwen, the peak master Cui Yeyun, Li Yuanqing, Tang Yushan, and all the major peak masters of the Xinjian sect had unexpectedly assembled. Meanwhile, a brilliant sword light, as white as snow and swift as lightning, flashed across the distant sky, revealing a man clad in white. The man's countenance was stern, and he bore an ancient pine-patterned sword upon his back. What transpired? Upon witnessing such a celestial phenomenon, a hint of astonishment flickered across the man's austere visage. The disciple of the fourth junior sister has achieved the supreme martial body. Tang Yushan gazed at the gathering purple aura and mysterious clouds above the fourth peak, his face awash with shock. Just yesterday, he was already astounded to hear Luo Xiu proclaim that he had opened 19 meridians. Yet today, he had unveiled something even more astonishing. The white-clad man trembled at the revelation, his expression rife with disbelief. The supreme martial body. Achieving this requires the opening of all the body's meridians. In nearly a millennium of the Qin dynasty, only one, Xia Yishan, has accomplished such a feat. To think that such a prodigy would emerge from his Xinjian sect. Given his experience, he had surmised something extraordinary was afoot upon witnessing this celestial display. Yet the sheer terror of the supreme martial body had rendered him hesitant to entertain such thoughts. Having just returned from outside, he lacked the prior insights that Zhuo Qiuwen and others possessed regarding Chu Jianqiu, which would have allowed them to deduce the occurrence from this phenomenon. This celestial anomaly cannot be allowed to persist. Otherwise, it would spell trouble for both our Xinjian sect and that young man. Zhuo Qiuwen spoke gravely. Should this celestial spectacle continue unrestrained, it is likely that the entire Qin dynasty will learn of the supreme martial body's emergence within the Xinjian sect, prompting rival factions to employ every means to quash such a talent in its infancy. The notion that a thief may operate for 1,000 days while the guardian can only defend for a fleeting moment holds a profound truth. Even if the Xinjian sect fortifies its defenses with utmost diligence, there will inevitably be lapses. Should the adversaries employ relentless tactics to assassinate, it is feared that Chu Jianqiu may not have the opportunity to mature, facing an untimely demise instead. The terror of a prodigy with an unparalleled martial physique is exemplified by the likes of Xia Yishan from the Daqian imperial clan. If indeed he possesses such a supreme martial body, it is crucial to prevent any information from leaking. The man clad in white, with a grave expression, spoke earnestly. Fourth junior sister, activate the mountain protection formation. Sixth junior brother, join forces with me to disperse the celestial clouds above. Second junior brother, third junior brother, fifth junior brother, and seventh junior sister, unite to sever the connection between that young man and the heavens. Zhuo Qiuwen commanded. Understood. The group responded in unison. Cui Yeyun produced a token. Channeling her incantation, and a luminous shield gradually enveloped the fourth peak. Zhuo Qiuwen and the white-clad man, Changsun Yuanbai, soared into the sky where the purple aura of the celestial clouds coalesced, striking at them with all their might. The clouds instantaneously reacted, with a resounding crack. Bolts of purple lightning rained down upon Zhuo Qiuwen and Changsun Yuanbai. They remained vigilant. The backlash from forcibly disrupting the connection between heaven and earth could be tremendous, and a moment's carelessness could lead to severe injury. Cui Yeyun manipulated the mountain protection formation, establishing the first layer of severance. Li Yuanqing, Tang Yushan, Gong Haorong, and Qin Miaoyan collaborated to lay down another barrier above Chu Jianqiu's grand hall. Meanwhile, Chu Jianqiu was engrossed in the profound transformations occurring within his body, entirely unaware of the tumult unfolding beyond. An hour later, the golden light enveloping Chu Jianqiu gradually subsided. As he opened his eyes and clenched his fist, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being, akin to a dormant volcano poised to unleash cataclysmic strength at any moment. Upon witnessing the dissipating golden radiance within the hall, Li Yuanqing and the others finally exhaled in relief and withdrew the barrier that had isolated them from the world's sensations. Maintaining such a barrier was no trivial task for them. Cui Yeyun also retracted the protective mountain formation. At this juncture, Zhuo Qiuwen and Changsun Yuanbai descended from the clouds. their bodies emitting wisps of smoke, and several areas of their forms were charred black, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. "Well, we have successfully passed this trial," Zhuo Qiuwen remarked with a sigh of relief. Although he and Changsun Yuanbai had dispersed the gathering of profound clouds without sustaining any injuries, it had not been an easy endeavor. Chu Jianqiu stepped out of the grand hall, brimming with boundless strength. Unable to resist the urge to venture outside and demonstrate the formidable prowess of his supremely martial physique. Approaching a boulder the size of a house, he nonchalantly unleashed a punch. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the massive stone was shattered into dust by his strike. Chu Jianqiu stood momentarily astonished. Unable to fathom the sheer terror of this supreme martial body's power, he had not even channeled his true energy, relying solely on the raw strength of his flesh. With such a blow, even a martial artist at the first level of true qi would likely be reduced to mere fragments. Unbeknownst to him, above the fourth peak, 7 esteemed elders of the Xianjian sect were observing him with keen interest. The assemblage was pervaded by a palpable sense of awe as they beheld the might of a supreme martial physique. Although Chu Jianqiu's current combat prowess was unremarkable to them, he was merely at the 9th level of body refinement. His demonstrated battle strength far surpassed their own at the same stage, dwarfing their past accomplishments. They wondered if they could withstand a single blow from him when he reached their level. Chapter 43. Emil scrounged senior sister. "Might I propose a proposition?" A rare smile graced Changsun Yuanbai's usually stern countenance. "What is it?" Cui Yeyun responded warily, suspecting ulterior motives behind this uncharacteristic display of amiability. "Allow me to take possession of him," Changsun Yuanbai requested, gesturing towards Chu Jianqiu below. "Absolutely not," Cui Yeyun retorted without hesitation. While she might have been apprehensive about losing Chu Jianqiu yesterday due to her unconventional approach, today, after the formal apprenticeship ceremony and his entry into the Fourth Peak's register, only her voluntary surrender could transfer him, not even Zhuo Qiuwen's intervention. The Fourth Peak was already sparsely populated, and she would not relinquish a prospect she found agreeable. Changsun Yuanbai lamented Cui Yeyun's immediate rejection, regretting his absence from the recruitment convention. Had he known of such a gem, he would have attended without fail. Changsun Yuanbai cast a lingering glance at Chu Jianqiu before shaking his head and departing. As the dust settled on the matter, the onlookers dispersed. On the periphery of the Xianjian sect, several crimson figures materialized out of thin air. There seemed to have been some commotion at the Xianjian sect moments ago. Yet now it was eerily quiet. Could it be that I misjudged the situation? One of the blood-hued figures gazed towards the serene sky and expressed his confusion. I too observed some unusual phenomena in the sky earlier, but it vanished too swiftly for me to discern its nature. We must devise a method to investigate further. Alas, our plan has faltered this time. Otherwise, had we managed to place a pawn within the Xianjian sect, gathering intelligence would have been far simpler. The crimson figures lingered at the boundary of the Xianjian sect's territory, but they gleaned nothing of value and had no choice but to retreat. They dared not venture deeper, fearing detection by the Xianjian sect, which would inevitably lead to another fierce confrontation. The Bloods' sect had more pressing matters to attend to and was unwilling to engage in a direct conflict at this juncture. Zhuo Qiuwen harmonized the spiritual energies surrounding the fourth peak before returning to the first peak. He refrained from instructing the inner and outer disciples to keep today's events confidential, as such actions might inadvertently draw more attention to the matter. In any case, the other disciples, lacking the requisite cultivation levels, had merely witnessed the ethereal clouds above the fourth peak gather and disperse. From this alone, outsiders could not deduce anything significant. Moreover, the actions undertaken by the peak masters above the fourth peak had gone entirely unnoticed, as their adeptness in employing secretive methods rendered them invisible to the lower-ranked disciples. After Chu Jianqiu successfully opened all his meridians and achieved the supreme martial body, he did not hastily seek to break through to the true qi realm. He sensed that his physical form was still undergoing subtle transformations due to the true qi, and its strength had yet to reach its pinnacle. Chu Jianqiu estimated that once his physique was thoroughly stabilized, its potency might ascend even further. In any case, he could break through to the true qi realm at any moment. Thus, there was no need for urgency. The following day, Chu Jianqiu arrived at the outer sect. After a day of assessments the previous day, the results for the new disciples had been announced. Among nearly 200 individuals, only 5 were permitted to enter the inner sect, including the imperious disciple from Qingshan County, Si Fengkai. Zhuo Qiuwen did not inform him where the disciples of the fourth peak dined. Instead, she simply guided him around the outer sect, pointing out the location of the outer sect cafeteria. When he rushed to find Zhuo Qiuwen early in the morning, she had already vanished. Left with no alternative, Chu Jianqiu decided to head to the outer sect cafeteria to seek a meal. The attendant responsible for the cafeteria scrutinized Chu Jianqiu's token with disbelief, finding it hard to fathom that a distinguished disciple from the fourth peak would come to their outer sect cafeteria for a meal, which seemed rather undignified. Within the Xinjiang sect, it was rare for not only the direct disciples of each peak, but even inner sect disciples to frequent the outer sect cafeteria. The culinary offerings in the outer sect cafeteria were fundamentally mundane, with only a few days each month offering dishes crafted from spiritual herbs or the flesh of magical beasts. The inner disciples consume spirit foods that are highly nourishing at least half of the time each month. As for the direct disciples, their meals consist either of medicinal dishes concocted with second or third grade spirit herbs or the flesh of second or third tier demon beasts, with their rice being of spirit grain above the third grade at every meal. It is unheard of for a distinguished direct disciple to seek meals in the outer sect's cafeteria. Moreover, this individual had never been seen before. Could he possibly be a newly admitted disciple? To ascend so swiftly to the status of a direct disciple of the fourth peak is indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Chu Jianqiu paused in astonishment, asking, "Do we need to settle the bill for our meals?" "Of course. The fourth peak does not pay for meals in our outer sect. Do you expect to dine for free?" The servant disciple replied with a hint of disdain. Chu Jianqiu was left speechless. To pay for a meal seemed absurd. How much is the meal fee? The servant disciple's eyes darted as he calculated. He had heard that these direct disciples were all affluent. It would be a travesty not to take advantage of such a lucrative opportunity. 50 spirit stones for the month, he declared, raising both hands in a dismissive gesture. 50 spirit stones for a month? You might as well rob someone. Chu Jianqiu immediately jumped up in disbelief. He had observed that the ingredients in the outer sect's cafeteria were merely commonplace. Even the spirit herbs present were of low grade and hardly worth much. 50 spirit stones equated to a single gathering chi pill. It is worth noting that during his time as the esteemed young master of the Chu family, while in the first level of the true chi realm, he could only receive 3 gathering chi pills a month. Although a chi gathering pill is of little consequence to him now, it is evident that this individual is attempting to exploit him. So, will you pay or not? It is entirely your choice. I am not coercing you, the attendant disciple stated indifferently as he lowered his hands. Clearly, this fellow had nowhere else to go, resorting to the outer sect dining hall for a free meal. Even if the prices were a tad inflated, he had no choice but to endure it. It was rumored that the fourth peak housed only 3 individuals, lacking a dining hall altogether. With no other options, Chu Jianqiu reluctantly produced a chi gathering pill to hand over to the attendant disciple. At this moment, he found himself quite unable to locate another place to dine aside from this outer sect hall. Meanwhile, on the 7th peak, a young girl clad in a pink attire stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at the gluttonous figure before her. "Suiqiu Lianzas. You come here every day to mooch off our food. Hurry up and pay your meal fee." Suiqiu Lianzas, patting his stomach and letting out a satisfied belch, grinned as he ruffled the hair of the little girl in red. "Good girl, next time, your sister will buy you some candy." With that, he swiftly darted away. As for Chu Jianqiu, he would have to fend for himself. If he were to discover the meager conditions of the fourth peak, it would likely frighten him away. Alas, it was due to his master's constant fasting and his senior sister's ethereal detachment from earthly matters that he was compelled to seek sustenance from the 7th master. Chapter 44. The Class After Dining. Chu Jianqiu accompanied the other outer sect disciples to a complex resembling a school. During the first month following the induction of new disciples, their primary task was to engage in various courses to familiarize themselves with the rules, historical development, and the organizational structure of the Xinjiang sect, among other essential knowledge. As Chu Jianqiu entered a spacious classroom accommodating over 300 individuals, he noticed rows of desks and chairs neatly arranged within. He casually selected a seat and settled down. "Brother Chu, you are here too." A voice filled with surprise called out beside him as soon as he sat. Turning his head, he beheld a delicate and gentle young woman, holding a notebook, standing nearby, none other than Fu Lingxue, the girl from Tianshui County who had accompanied him. Chu Jianqiu felt a hint of astonishment upon seeing Fu Lingxue and nodded in greeting. "Are you well? Has Hanani troubled you since we left?" Fu Lingxue shook her head and replied, "No. After you all departed, I received an invitation from some senior sisters of the Zixia Society and decided to join them." She hesitated for a moment before asking, "Brother Chu, may I sit here?" gesturing to the seat beside him. "Of course." Chu Jianqiu responded with a gentle smile. Fu Lingxue's heart soared with joy at his words. She placed her notebook on the desk and carefully took a seat next to him. In truth, during their time in Tianshui City, she had long harbored admiration for Chu Jianqiu. However, he was exceedingly radiant, being the heir of the esteemed Chu family. one of the four great families of Tianqiu City, and was already in a relationship with Lu Tianyao. As a mere illegitimate daughter from an insignificant family, she felt her status too humble to express her feelings, let alone dare to be acquainted with him. Even in her cultivation, she remained exceedingly low profile, with few aware of her inherent talent and cultivation level. It was only when the Xianyuan sect arrived in Tianqiu City to recruit disciples that she summoned her courage to step forward and successfully pass the sect's examination. Shortly after the two took their seats, a graceful and gentle woman entered from outside. She approached the podium, placing a substantial tome upon the desk, surveyed the new students before her, and warmly spoke. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Li Chunru, and I will be responsible for teaching your introductory course. Welcome to the Xianyuan sect." The woman, already strikingly beautiful, instantly won the favor of many new disciples with her amiable demeanor. As her words resonated, a wave of applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Li Chunru raised her hand gently, urging silence to prevail. She understood that the newcomers were unfamiliar with many aspects of the sect. "Next, I shall provide you with some guidance for new students," she continued. Upon hearing this, the audience immediately perked up, for this was indeed the information they most urgently needed. Having just entered the Xianyuan sect, they were oblivious to many matters, even unsure of where to dine, leaving them in a state of confusion. Li Chunru began with the essentials of daily living and dining, then transitioned to the cultivation aspects, explaining how to advance to inner disciples and acquire resources. "During the first month, you will study various courses with me, gaining insight into the history and development of the Xianyuan sect, as well as its regulations. Once you have grasped the fundamental knowledge, I will impart to you the basic entry-level techniques of the sect." "What? Merely the fundamental entry-level techniques? Could you impart to us a more advanced cultivation technique?" Upon hearing that only foundational methods would be taught, a palpable sense of disappointment washed over the crowd. Most of these individuals hailed from esteemed families across various counties, and naturally, they yearned for more than mere introductory practices. However, there is no need for concern. This foundational technique is of the superior grade within the mystic tier, and it will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. If you aspire to pursue even more advanced techniques, diligent training is essential to gain entry into the inner sect, explained Li Chunru with a smile. Her words instantly transformed the crowd's disappointment into exuberance. A foundational technique of superior grade within the mystic tier would surely imply that higher-level methods could reach the earth tier. It is worth noting that the finest among them had only ever practiced medium-grade mystic techniques, with most having merely dabbled in inferior-grade methods, and some even only managing to cultivate yellow-tier techniques. The prospect of commencing their journey with a superior-grade mystic technique was nothing short of exhilarating. While this may be a basic practice within the Xianyuan sect, to their families, it would be regarded as a treasured heirloom. What must we do to gain entry into the inner sect? Someone could not help but inquire, given the privileges already afforded to them in the outer sect. The thought of entering the inner sect was tantalizingly beyond their imagination, presenting a formidable temptation. In order to gain entry into the inner sect, one must not only achieve a cultivation level of the 6th stage of true qi, but also accumulate a minimum of 6 credits. Li Chunru responded with a smile. "Credits? What are credits? How does one acquire credits?" Li Chunru's words instantly left everyone bewildered. While reaching the 6th level of true qi realm was understandable, the concept of academic credits was entirely foreign to them. Credits are an assessment of the courses you undertake. Upon successfully passing these courses, you will be awarded credits. Li Chunru patiently explained. "What courses must we study?" Another voice inquired. "The courses offered in our outer sect include history, geography, talismans, formations, alchemy, weapon crafting, medicine, planting, and beast taming." While subjects like talismans, formations, and alchemy were acceptable, some scoffed, questioning the relevance of studying history and geography, deeming it a waste of their time. Who dares to be so disrespectful? The crowd turned to see it was Si Fengkai from Qingshan County. Having been granted direct entry into the inner sect due to his exceptional innate talent during yesterday's assessment, he had grown increasingly arrogant and condescending. Li Chunru's expression darkened slightly as she replied with composure. "Our Xianyuan sect has no desire to cultivate individuals who lack even the most basic knowledge and only know how to engage in mindless violence. Ignorance of history and common sense can lead to foolish mistakes. If one were to inadvertently offend certain taboos, it would not only bring ridicule upon oneself, but also trouble to our sect. Furthermore, an ignorance of geography could result in someone becoming lost on their travels. Should our Xianyuan sect then have to establish a search party to locate these wayward fools? Thus, we must not only study history and geography, but these two subjects are also compulsory. Should one fail to pass the assessments in these disciplines, regardless of their cultivation level, They cannot ascend to become an inner sect disciple. Our Xianjian sect has no desire to cultivate a group of ignorant fools who would bring shame upon us." Upon hearing Li Chunru's words, the crowd burst into uproarious laughter. Si Fengkai, confronted with Li Chunru's remarks, felt a rush of crimson to his face, and a hint of cold malice flickered in his gaze. Chapter 45. Encirclement. The assessment ratings for each course are categorized into 4 levels: A, B, C, and D, with D denoting failure. Level C awards 1 credit, Level B grants 2 credits, and Level A provides 3 credits. Except for history and geography, which only require theoretical assessments. All other subjects comprise both theoretical and practical components. Among the numerous elective courses, at least one practical course must achieve a rating of C or above. Those disciples who have directly entered the inner sect should not assume they are immune from evaluations. Without sufficient credits, they too will find it impossible to remain within the inner sect. Si Fengkai initially appeared indifferent, as he was already an inner disciple and had no concerns about entering the inner sect. However, upon hearing those words, the disdain on his face instantly froze. He arrived here to attend classes with the outer disciples, not for the pursuit of knowledge, but primarily due to his elder brother's insistence. Additionally, the overwhelming strength of the inner disciples left him feeling utterly insignificant. Any one of them could easily overpower him, leaving him devoid of any sense of superiority within the inner sanctum. His confidence had taken a significant blow, prompting him to seek refuge among the outer disciples. It was only now that he realized they too were merely temporary inner disciples. Should they fail to meet the required standards, they would be expelled from the inner circle. The prospect of such humiliation was daunting. To those who had not yet reached the true Qi realm, heed this warning. You must double your efforts in cultivation. For if you do not ascend to the true Qi realm within a year, you will be relegated to the status of a common disciple. Once demoted, all the privileges you currently enjoy will be stripped away. This pronouncement sent shockwaves through the crowd, particularly among those still in the body refinement stage, whose faces paled at the implications. However, there is no need for alarm. As long as you diligently cultivate, it is entirely feasible to ascend to the true Qi realm within a year. In the outer sect, not only will you have the opportunity to study the supreme foundational techniques, but you will also receive 10 Qi gathering pills each month. Upon hearing this, a wave of euphoria swept through the assembly. The prospect of receiving 10 Qi gathering pills each month was previously beyond their wildest dreams. Many among them, save for the scions of affluent families, would be fortunate to acquire even 10 pills in a year, let alone within a month. Beyond the monthly allocation of 10 Qi gathering pills, those wishing to acquire additional resources must exchange them for contribution points. Li Chunru continued her exposition on the nature of contribution points and the means by which they could be obtained. A disciple inquired with a sense of perplexity. The contribution value serves as a metric for the disciple's offerings to the sect, and there are numerous avenues to accrue it. Managing the medicinal fields for the sect, assisting the esteemed elders in alchemy and artifact crafting, formulating talismans and array formations, or undertaking tasks from the sect's mission board can all yield contribution value. Within the sect, contribution value functions as a universal currency, redeemable for various resources. Medicinal pills, magical artifacts, spiritual talismans, martial techniques, and skills can all be exchanged for contribution value. For instance, a single contribution point can be exchanged for a gathering Qi pill. Furthermore, I shall impart to you the foundational mental techniques of the Xianjin sect. Yet martial skills must be acquired through your own endeavors. The sect will not instruct you in any martial techniques. Should you wish to acquire martial skills, you must labor diligently to earn sufficient contribution value to exchange at the scripture pavilion. If you encounter difficulties while cultivating martial skills, feel free to seek my guidance or that of the other elders. However, a certain amount of contribution value will be required for such consultations. Li Chunru meticulously outlined the various rules, systems, and important considerations of the sect, while the audience listened intently. Although Chu Jianqiu had previously received a cursory explanation from Zhuoqiu Lianzhe, he still paid close attention to the details once more. While Zhuoqiu Lianzhe had shared this information, it was far less comprehensive than Li Chunru's exposition. Sitting beside them, Fu Lingxue attentively took notes. The regulations and systems of the Xianjin sect are intricate and extensive, and it took Li Chunru an entire morning to cover the foundational elements. After the lesson concluded, the disciples exited the classroom, dispersing in various directions. "Brother Chu, would you like to join me for a meal?" Fu Lingxue asked with a smile. Tidying up the notebooks on the table, her delicate, water-like eyes gazed at Chu Jianqiu, making it difficult for him to refuse. Yet, he ultimately shook his head and replied, "No, I have some other matters to attend to." Ever since the incident with Lu Tianyao, Although Chu Jianqiu did not harbor hatred towards women, he felt a certain reluctance towards romantic relationships. His sole focus was on cultivating his skills and striving for the pinnacle of martial arts. Furthermore, his connection with Fu Lingxue was limited to a bond of being fellow townspeople. He did not wish to entangle himself in any deeper relationships. Upon hearing his words, the bright spark in Fu Lingxue's eyes dimmed instantly. She forced a smile and said, "Then, brother, please be busy. I shall take my leave now, and we will meet again next time." With that, she clutched her notebooks and walked out of the classroom with her head bowed. Chu Jianqiu sighed softly and followed her out. Fu Lingxue felt a pang of bitterness in her heart as she walked with her head down. "Junior sister Fu, please hold on." Just as she was walking, a voice suddenly rang in her ears. Fu Lingxue's heart leaped with joy, thinking it was Chu Jianqiu calling her. She looked up, only to find it was the arrogant young man Si Fengkai from Qingshan County, flanked by a group of followers who blocked her path. "Is there something you need, senior brother Si?" Fu Lingxue furrowed her brow, inquiring. "It is mealtime, and I happen to be headed to dine as well. Junior sister, why not accompany me?" Si Fengkai's invitation, though seemingly polite, still carried an air of superiority, with her chin slightly raised. It seemed as if it were an honor for Fu Lingxue to dine with Si Fengkai. "No, I have other matters to attend to." Fu Lingxue replied with an air of indifference. Si Fengkai's expression darkened. No woman had ever dared to refuse him. "Little girl, do not overestimate your worth. It is a privilege for you to share a meal with young Master Si." One of his sycophants interjected before Si Fengkai could speak. "You must understand, young Master Si's status is exceedingly prestigious. As a newly admitted inner disciple of the Xinjiang sect, others aspire to dine with him. Accepting this invitation is a favor bestowed upon you." Hearing the flattery from his lackeys, Si Fengkai's demeanor softened. Fu Lingxue remained silent and turned to leave, but a figure swiftly blocked her path. "You little wretch, you truly do not know how to appreciate a toast and are instead inviting punishment." Several figures encircled Fu Lingxue. Fu Lingxue felt a surge of anger and urgency. All of them were cultivators at the true Qi level, with Si Fengkai being at the third stage. She could hardly contend with even one of them, let alone this multitude. Chapter 46. Taking action. It seems Elder Chunru was correct. The people of Qingshan County are not only foolish, but also a pack of uncouth brutes. Just as Si Fengkai and his companions were blocking Fu Lingxue, a cold voice rang out nearby. Si Fengkai's fury ignited as he turned to see the source, a waste of the body refinement stage from Tianshui County. Upon encountering Chu Jianqiu, Si Fengkai felt his ire intensify. On the very first day, due to the appearance of Zuoqiu Lian's, Chu Jianqiu had completely overshadowed him. Moreover, Zuoqiu Lian's had shown him no respect, leaving him humiliated in front of everyone. He had long desired to create trouble for Chu Jianqiu, and now that the opportunity had presented itself, it spared him considerable effort. "You speak nonsense. When did Elder Chunru ever utter such words?" "She merely stated that Xinjiang sect has no intention of nurturing imbeciles who lack understanding," one of the sycophants retorted angrily. "Do you not know who Elder Chunru was referring to?" "She was speaking of you fools from Qingshan County," Chu Jianqiu replied with a derisive smile. He strode forward confidently, pulling Fu Lingxue aside as he walked. "Why waste your breath on these imbeciles? Can fools ever comprehend reason?" he remarked. Although he initially wished to maintain some distance from Fu Lingxue to avoid any future entanglement, he found it impossible to resist the temptation at that moment. Si Fengkai's expression darkened, his countenance as grim as a stormy sea. This worthless fool clearly held him in contempt. "You seek death," he hissed coldly through gritted teeth. "You there, go and break this fool's limbs. I want to see if he dares to show his face again." "Yes," one of the sycophants responded eagerly, stepping forward with a cruel grin. "Kid, you've made a grave mistake by provoking young Master Si." With that, he launched a punch towards Chu Jianqiu. Fu Lingxue gasped in alarm, instinctively moving to shield Chu Jianqiu from the impending blow. Although she was aware of Chu Jianqiu's extraordinary talent, he was still merely a body-refining realm warrior, far from being a match for a true Qi realm warrior. With a cold snort, Chu Jianqiu pulled her behind him and charged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards the lackey. The lackey let out a sinister laugh, regarding the mere body-refining realm warrior as a foolish fool daring to confront him head-on, an act tantamount to courting death. The onlookers had already anticipated Chu Jianqiu's imminent defeat. However, the next scene left everyone utterly astonished. Boom! The two fists collided, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. The lackey, a true Qi realm warrior, was sent flying, crashing to the ground like a lifeless dog, blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Witnessing this spectacle, Si Fengkai and several other lackeys were rendered speechless, their malevolent grins frozen in disbelief as they stared at Chu Jianqiu. They had expected the lackey's attack to easily subdue Chu Jianqiu. After all, it should have been a simple task for a true Qi realm warrior to deal with a body-refining realm warrior. Yet reality delivered a harsh slap to their faces. This so-called waste of the body-refining realm had effortlessly sent the true Qi realm lackey flying with a single punch, and it appeared he had done so with remarkable ease. This moment nearly shattered their perceptions. The surrounding spectators wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Though many had disapproved of Si Fenkai's behavior, they were unable to confront him due to their inferior cultivation, and since he was an inner sect disciple, they preferred to avoid provoking him. With Chu Jianqiu, the body-refining realm warrior, daring to step forward, the crowd felt a mix of pity for him and derision for his apparent overestimation of his own abilities. Yet reality has left everyone astonished. Glancing at the convulsing figure of the lackey sprawled on the ground, then shifting his gaze to the nonchalant Chu Jianqiu, one cannot help but ponder. Is this truly a practitioner of the body refinement realm? When did warriors of such a realm become so formidable? Fu Lingxue, too, was taken aback. Although she was aware that Chu Jianqiu possessed a celestial-level bloodline and had opened 19 meridians, she never anticipated the sheer magnitude of his strength. Though he was merely at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, his prowess far eclipsed that of her own 1st level of the true Qi realm by countless degrees. What are you all hesitating for? Seize him. Si Fengkai ground his teeth in frustration. The power exhibited by Chu Jianqiu only deepened his sense of humiliation. The lackeys exchanged fearful glances at Chu Jianqiu, instinctively reluctant to approach him. The display of combat prowess he had just demonstrated was truly astonishing. With a cold snort, Chu Jianqiu declared, "Those unafraid of death may come forth." His previous punch had only utilized 60% of his strength, relying solely on his physical prowess without invoking any true Qi. Had he unleashed his full force, the lackey would not merely be convulsing on the ground. He would have been reduced to a mere pulp. Witnessing the cowardice of his subordinates, Si Fenkai's countenance darkened, and he cursed, "Useless." Resolving to take matters into his own hands, he approached, unwilling to believe that a mere body refinement realm practitioner like Chu Jianqiu could possibly contend with him, a 3rd-level true Qi realm warrior. It must be noted that he was a practitioner of a superior quality Shin-level bloodline, his strength vastly surpassing that of an average 3rd-level true Qi warrior, who would barely withstand a single blow from him. In dealing with such rubbish, there is no need for Sir Xiao to intervene. Allow me to take him down and vent Sir Xiao's frustrations. A lackey of the 2nd tier of true Qi, named Huangpudi, stepped forward. This lackey hailed from Qing Mountain City alongside Si Fengkai and was a practitioner of the mid-grade Xian rank bloodline. Si Fenkai's expression softened slightly. Indeed, he was his trusted confidant, unlike those useless individuals who could not be relied upon. You go and subdue him, but be careful not to kill him. I wish to personally render him incapacitated, to let him experience the torment of being unable to live or die, to understand the consequences of opposing me. Si Fengkai stated with a serious demeanor. As an inner sect disciple, even if he were to cripple Chu Jianqiu, the cost would be minimal. That day during the entrance examination, he had not witnessed Chu Jianqiu entering the outer sect. All those with Qiu Lian's had directly taken Chu Jianqiu away. None of the new disciples recognized Qiu Lian's identity, and thus had no knowledge that Chu Jianqiu had directly become an inner disciple of the 4th peak. Not only the new entrants, but even many outer sect disciples had never encountered Qiu Lian's, who seldom appeared among them. Only a select few higher-ranking outer disciples had seen her on a few occasions. Consequently, within the outer sect, only a handful were aware that Chu Jianqiu was a direct disciple of the 4th peak. Upon seeing Huang Pengyi approach, Chu Jianqiu instructed Fu Lingxue to step aside, as he too wished to test the true extent of the supreme martial physique. The 1st tier of true Qi was simply too weak for him to fully express his capabilities. Chapter 47, Law Enforcement Team Boom. The two fists collided, sending Huang Pengyi sliding back a yard, while Chu Jianqiu also staggered a few steps back. Huang Pengyi's expression was one of astonishment. This fellow was indeed a practitioner of the body refinement realm. He could easily defeat a 1st-level true Qi practitioner with a single punch. So upon witnessing Chu Jianqiu vanquish that 1st-level lackey, he still dared to step forward. He could not fathom that Chu Jianqiu would be capable of overcoming a 2-tier realm gap to defeat him, yet reality exceeded his expectations. Chu Jianqiu casually rotated his wrist. The punch he had just delivered was executed with 80% of his strength, and it appeared that this 2nd-level true Qi warrior could indeed provide him with some amusement. Why don't you take a punch from me and see for yourself? With that, Chu Jianqiu's figure flickered, and he unleashed a powerful punch. Huang Pengyi felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him. With a surge of determination, he gritted his teeth and channeled his true Qi, retaliating with all his might. Boom. The clash of their formidable powers sent shockwaves rippling through the air, creating a series of undulating waves around them. The ground erupted as if it had been rigged with explosives, sending dust and debris flying in a terrifying display. Huang Pingyi was sent hurtling over 10 yards. Akin to a kite severed from its string, his ribs likely shattered in numerous places, suffering a fate far worse than that of the previous first-level lackey. Meanwhile, Chu Jianqiu merely took a few steps back. Though he had exerted all his strength in that punch, it was still solely the raw power of his physical form. It appeared that even relying solely on his corporeal strength, he was more than capable of contending with an average third-level true Qi practitioner. Witnessing this scene, the lackeys surrounding Si Fengkai were terrified and retreated hastily, no longer daring to approach. Apart from Si Fengkai, the most formidable among them was Huang Pingyi. Now that Huang Pingyi had been effortlessly toppled by a single punch, they had no courage left to advance. Si Fengkai's expression soured to an extreme degree. He felt utterly humiliated by Chu Jianqiu. If he did not reclaim his dignity today, he would find it impossible to continue his existence within the outer sect. Adjusting his attire, Si Fengkai prepared to take matters into his own hands. He had discerned that although Chu Jianqiu possessed formidable physical strength, his true energy fluctuations were rather feeble. While Chu Jianqiu's physical prowess was indeed impressive, it merely placed him on par with an ordinary practitioner at the third level of true Qi. However, Si Fengkai was no ordinary practitioner. He was a remarkably powerful bloodline warrior. What are you doing? Just as the two were on the verge of confrontation, several figures rushed in swiftly. When these figures came to a halt, astonishment spread among the onlookers. Though they were newly initiated disciples and did not recognize the individuals, having just attended an orientation session, they could ascertain their identities from their attire. They belonged to the law enforcement team of the Xinjiang sect. The law enforcement hall of the Xinjiang sect was overseen by Li Yuanqing, the master of the second peak, who was renowned for his stern and unyielding demeanor. The law enforcement hall under his command was notorious for its lack of compassion. The enforcement disciples had become the most dreaded individuals among the sect's members. To be summoned to the law enforcement hall was to face dire consequences. The leading enforcement disciple surveyed the scene, his expression darkening immediately. Who did this? He demanded, pointing at the two individuals lying on the ground. The collective gaze of the crowd turned towards Chu Jianqiu. Is this your doing? Are you unaware that the Xinjiang sect forbids private duels? The leading disciple scrutinized Chu Jianqiu from head to toe, his surprise evident. Chu Jianqiu appeared to possess merely the cultivation of the 9th layer of body refinement. Yet the two individuals sprawled upon the ground were a first layer and a second layer of true Qi practitioners, respectively. It was indeed astonishing that a mere 9th layer body refinement warrior could render two true Qi practitioners in such a state. Just moments ago, Chu Jianqiu calmly remarked that during the morning class, Li Chunru had also mentioned matters pertaining to this. In the Xinjiang sect, disciples are forbidden from engaging in private duels. Should conflicts arise, they are to be resolved on the combat platform, where the consequences of life and death are borne by the participants. Should a clandestine duel occur and be discovered, severe punishment shall ensue. Of course, sparring among fellow disciples is exempt from this rule. However, despite the established regulations, private duels have persisted unabated. Those disciples of considerable strength often bully their weaker peers, who, in turn, tend to endure in silence, fearful of repercussions. For once a report is made, it often invites even harsher retaliation. Do you still dare to act with such blatant disregard for the rules? The leading law enforcement disciple inquired with a grim countenance. They initiated the confrontation. I cannot simply stand by and be struck, Chu Jianqiu replied with unyielding calm. According to the sect's regulations, self-defense is not deemed a violation of the rules. The leading law enforcement disciple paused, realizing that in this light, Chu Jianqiu bore no fault. Furthermore, the two true Qi disciples lying on the ground had not only been unjustly assaulted, but also bore the greater sin of bullying a lower-ranked disciple, warranting even more severe punishment. What on earth transpired? The leading law enforcement disciple pressed. Chu Jianqiu succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. The leading enforcer disciple wore an exceedingly grim expression as he glanced at Si Fengkai and waved his hand, commanding, "Take them away." "You dare," Si Fengkai declared with arrogance. "I am Si Fengkai, an intersect disciple. Does being an intersect disciple make you impressive? Take him away." The leading enforcer's face darkened further. It was his first encounter with a disciple who remained so audacious despite having committed an offense. "Wait, Brother Zhang." A nearby enforcer with a somewhat effeminate appearance tugged at the leading disciple's garment, halting his advance. "What is it?" The leading enforcer inquired with a stern countenance. "Si Fengkai. That name sounds somewhat familiar. It seems he is the younger brother of Brother Si Fengpa," the effeminate enforcer remarked. At this, Brother Zhang was momentarily taken aback, and a hint of hesitation flickered within him. It was true that Si Fengkai had violated the sect's regulations, but Si Fengpa was not someone Brother Zhang could afford to offend. Si Fengpa was one of the top 10 disciples of the inner sect, immensely powerful, and had recently broken through to the transformation realm, with a strong possibility of becoming a direct disciple. Moreover, it was crucial to note that Si Fengpa was also an enforcer disciple of the Law Hall, holding a high-ranking position. Given Si Fengpa's character, he would never punish his own brother, and if Si Fengkai were taken back to the Law Hall, retribution from Si Fengpa would surely follow. Who can vouch for your words? The effeminate enforcer coldly queried Chu Jianqiu, his icy gaze sweeping the surroundings, the warning unmistakably evident. The onlookers lowered their heads, too intimidated to take a stand against Si Fengkai, aware that offending him could lead to dire consequences, especially when it came to crossing the enforcers. I can attest to this. A delicate voice rose above the murmurs. The crowd turned in unison to see the girl who had suffered at Si Fengkai's hands raising her hand, despite the unmistakable tremor of fear on her fair cheeks. She stepped forward. Chapter 48. The Law Chamber. Si Fengkai, who had been reveling in his perceived triumph, felt a chill sweep over him at her words. You wretched girl. Just wait until this blows over. You'll see, he thought darkly. The effeminate enforcer, taken aback by someone daring to come forward as a witness, had already issued a clear warning. You are complicit with him. Your testimony holds no weight. He coldly glared at Fu Lingxue. Oh, today I have witnessed the impartial enforcement of law by the Xinjiang sect's enforcers, Chu Jianqiu remarked with a frosty smile. Zhang Yiken felt a flush of embarrassment. It was evident that Si Fengkai and his cohorts had violated the sect's rules, yet they were distorting the truth out of fear of Si Fengkai, completely betraying their duty as enforcers to uphold the sect's laws. Their actions were a true violation of the law they were meant to uphold. Ultimately, Zhang Yiken could not muster the courage to simply escort Chu Jianqiu away. Instead, he decided to take both Chu Jianqiu and Si Fengkai along with the others involved. He would return with them, refraining from immediate judgment, and entrust the decision of punishment to other enforcers. Although such actions still fall short of the duties expected of a law enforcement disciple, they at least allow one to answer to their conscience, albeit slightly. Zhang Yiken and other law enforcement disciples escorted Chu Jianqiu and the others to the Law Hall, where a rather effeminate disciple had already reported the matter. Upon learning that Si Fengkai was the brother of Si Fengpa, the captain of the enforcement team wasted no time in passing judgment on Chu Jianqiu. He ordered the immediate apprehension of Chu Jianqiu and his transfer to the Yambing prison, prompting a swift and pallid reaction from Fu Lingxue upon hearing the decree. The Yambing prison was reserved for those who had committed grave offenses. Within its confines, the inmates were subjected to the relentless torment of both extreme cold and searing heat. Those of weaker constitution or wavering resolve might perish under such harrowing conditions. Chu Jianqiu was ensnared in this predicament due to her actions. How could she allow him to endure such a fate alone? You are blurring the lines of justice. If you intend to punish senior brother Chu, then I shall share in the punishment as well. Fu Lingxue glared defiantly at the captain of the enforcement team. You speak falsehoods, slandering the enforcement team. Believing I would hesitate to penalize you? Seize them all and transport them to Yambing prison. The captain scoffed coldly. To punish me, perhaps you lack the requisite authority. Chu Jianqiu retorted with a sardonic smile. Dare you defy the law? The captain's eyes narrowed instantly, for should Chu Jianqiu resist, he would have ample justification to impose even harsher penalties upon him. Chu Jianqiu retrieved a token from his bosom and waved it mockingly before the captain of the enforcement team, sneering, Do you possess the authority to punish me? Upon seeing the token, the captain's complexion turned pale. A mere disciple at the body refinement stage was, in fact, a direct disciple of the fourth peak. When a direct disciple contravenes the sect's regulations, only the peak masters hold the power to administer punishment, and within the entire law hall, only Li Yuanqing possesses such authority. Furthermore, even if Li Yuanqing were to issue a decree, the disciple's master must be present to substantiate the charges against their pupil before any judgment can be rendered. For these enforcement disciples, not only is executing a direct disciple a grave offense, but even apprehending them without due cause is a serious transgression. Initially believing Chu Jianqiu to be an ordinary outer disciple, the captain had presumed he could act with impunity, but he never anticipated that Chu Jianqiu was a direct disciple. Zhang Yiken, upon glimpsing the token, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly losing his balance. He could never have imagined that Chu Jianqiu held such a prestigious status, had he known earlier, even with 100-fold courage. He would not have dared to act so recklessly. Regret surged within Zhang Yiken as he lamented that had he been aware of this, he would have ensured impartiality, even at the risk of offending Si Fengpa. Meanwhile, The effeminate enforcement disciple had already fled upon the revelation of the token. Si Fengkai, witnessing the enforcement disciple's reaction to Chu Jianqiu's display, sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. As the standoff continued, a chilling voice echoed from outside the hall. What does it matter if you are a direct disciple? Can you act with impunity? Chu Jianqiu turned his gaze and saw a man in a dark robe entering the hall, accompanied by a rather effeminate law enforcement disciple. Elder brother, Si Fengkai exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the man in the dark robe. This man was none other than one of the top 10 disciples of the inner sect and the head of the law hall, Si Fengpa. Upon entering, Si Fengpa paid no heed to Si Fengkai, instead fixing a frigid stare upon Chu Jianqiu, a formidable aura emanating from him like a mountain, pressing down heavily. What a case of the thief calling out to catch the thief, Chu Jianqiu remarked with a cold laugh, completely disregarding Si Fengpa's overwhelming presence. With his supreme bloodline and unparalleled martial physique, the mere aura of Si Fengpa was nothing short of a jest in comparison. Fu Lingxue felt the weight of the oppressive atmosphere and paled instantly, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Today, I have truly witnessed the true nature of the law hall, confusion of right and wrong, a complete inversion of truth and falsehood. I am truly in awe, Chu Jianqiu declared as he took Fu Lingxue's hand and began to walk out. He had lost all hope in the law hall. Convinced they would not handle the matter impartially. Given the current state of the law hall, it was no wonder that the outer sect was in such disarray. It seemed the inner sect was likely no better. Previously, he had refrained from revealing his identity solely because he wished to quietly pursue his studies in the outer sect, avoiding the unnecessary attention that being a direct disciple would attract, which could lead to unwarranted troubles. Moreover, he wished to observe how these law enforcement disciples would handle the situation, thereby gaining a deeper understanding of the Xinjiang sect. Is the law hall a place you can come and go as you please? Si Fengpa said coldly. Upon hearing this, Chu Jianqiu halted his steps, turned around, and scoffed. What? Do you truly wish to send me to the Yambing prison? As for your disposal, I will report it to the higher-ups, and the elders will decide. However, she must remain here, Si Fengpa stated, pointing at Fu Lingxue with a chilling demeanor. If he allowed Chu Jianqiu to take Fu Lingxue away without consequence, would he not lose his authority today? If he could not deal with you, Chu Jianqiu, how could he possibly manage a mere outer disciple? Chu Jianqiu raised the token in his hand, his expression impassive as he remarked, You may attempt it. At that moment, the surface of the token began to emit a faint glow. Should he activate it, an urgent message would be dispatched, and the people from the fourth peak would arrive swiftly. It was uncertain whether it would be his master, Cui Yayun, or his senior sister, Zhui Lianzhu, who would come. Seeing this, Si Fengpa's expression darkened to the extreme. He was acutely aware of Si Fengkai's temperament, understanding the gravity of the situation without needing to ask. If this matter escalated, even he, Si Fengpa, would face dire consequences. The individuals from the fourth peak were all formidable. If they truly were provoked, the issue would become exceedingly difficult to resolve. Si Fengpa could only watch with a grim countenance as Chu Jianqiu led Fu Lingxue away, powerless to intervene. Chapter 49. The daily cultivation of outer disciples. Chu Jianqiu diligently engaged in every course offered in the outer sect. The profound heritage of the Su Nji sect far surpasses that of the modest Chu family of Tianshui City. The knowledge imparted therein has significantly broadened Chu Jianqiu's horizons and understanding. Much like the historical lessons provided, they encompass not only the development of the Great Qian dynasty, but also a lucid account of the major historical events of the past 10 millennia on the Tianwu continent. The geography classes do not merely present the geographical descriptions within the territory of the Great Qian dynasty. They also elucidate the vast expanse of the southern continent, its geographical features, and the distribution of various nations and sections. This wealth of knowledge has profoundly deepened Chu Jianqiu's comprehension of this boundless world. While other novice disciples often study these subjects begrudgingly for the sake of credits, Chu Jianqiu eagerly absorbs this information with an insatiable thirst for learning. In contrast to his peers, who typically select only a couple of elective courses in alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, and formation techniques, Chu Jianqiu diligently attends every class without fail. Following a particular incident, Si Fengkai, recognizing the situation, refrained from further troubling him, granting Fu Lingxue a temporary respite. Given Fu Lingxue's beauty, it was inevitable that she would attract unwanted attention were it not for that incident. Although her allure may not rival that of Zhuo Lian's, she ranks among the top 5 in beauty among the novice female disciples, and her delicate appearance easily invites the advances of unruly suitors. However, after that day, seeing even Si Fengkai retreat in defeat, others dared not provoke her lightly. Following the events of that day, The perspective of the novice disciples towards Chu Jianqiu underwent a profound transformation. Although they remained unaware of his status as a direct disciple, the prowess he exhibited left them utterly astounded. Most of them mused that they could not possibly contend with him. Moreover, after being taken away by the enforcement team, Chu Jianqiu returned unscathed, leading them to surmise that his identity was indeed extraordinary, despite their ignorance of the specifics. Chu Jianqiu observed that aside from the disarray within the law hall, the rest of the Xinjiang sect, particularly in terms of its training system for novice disciples and its reward and punishment structure, reflected the grandeur befitting a major sect. While diligently studying in the Outer Sects Academy, he did not neglect his own cultivation. However, he refrained from hastily advancing to the true Qi realm. Throughout his earlier training, he relied heavily on a plethora of medicinal pills to forcibly elevate his realm. Although the Chaos Celestial Emperor's art enabled him to fully refine the potency of those pills, and the Chaos Supreme bloodline effectively eradicated any impurities, thus preventing harm to his body, he nonetheless moved too swiftly. In the short span of a month, he soared from the 1st to the 9th level of the body refinement realm, risking an unstable foundation. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Jianqiu meticulously solidified his foundation, ensuring his realm was thoroughly stabilized. Furthermore, his unparalleled martial physique still possessed room for further refinement. Its benefits extended far beyond mere enhancement of physical strength, with additional aspects waiting to be explored. After mastering the supreme martial physique, Chu Jianqiu effortlessly surpassed the 5th level of the Angry Wave's sevenfold palm, advancing toward the 6th. He discovered that, following the attainment of this unparalleled physique, the practice of martial skills became remarkably more accessible, as if the supreme martial physique provided extraordinary assistance in honing these techniques. As 6 months elapsed, nearly every disciple, both new and old, in the outer sect became aware of the emergence of an eccentric. This peculiar individual did not engage in daily training. Instead, he attended classes, diligently absorbing knowledge from all the courses offered in the outer sect. In contrast, the newly initiated disciples, upon receiving their new cultivation methods, labored diligently, attending classes infrequently. Unlike this eccentric who attended lectures from dawn till dusk, this discrepancy led to a notable consequence. While the majority of the new disciples made remarkable strides in their cultivation, the eccentric remained stagnant. Over the course of these 6 months, those who had initially been at the body refinement stage had all successfully advanced to the true Qi stage, leaving only a mere 10, including Chu Jianqiu, still at the body refinement stage. The 10 disciples who had yet to break through to the true Qi stage began to face disdain and ridicule from their peers. Should they remain stagnant for another 6 months, they would be relegated to the status of auxiliary disciples, their standing diminished beyond comparison. Nevertheless, Chu Jianqiu's diligent studies over the past 6 months bore significant fruit, while other disciples fretted and scrambled in distress over course assessments. Expending tremendous effort yet often receiving only a grade of C, Chu Jianqiu effortlessly attained an A grade. The assessments of these courses are exceedingly challenging, with achieving a grade of B being a rare feat, and attaining an A grade has historically been accomplished by only a handful, perhaps 1 or 2 individuals in each cohort. Moreover, these exceptional individuals have only managed to secure an A in a specific subject. In contrast, there exists only one anomaly: Chu Jianqiu, who consistently achieves A grades across all subjects since the establishment of the Xinjiang sect. However, rather than regarding Chu Jianqiu with admiration, the others hold him in disdain and contempt. What significance does it bear to attain A grades in every subject when the world of warriors reveres strength above all else, rather than mere academic prowess? No matter how many A grades one accumulates, a single punch can reduce them to mere flesh and blood. The performance of Chu Jianqiu has elicited a degree of astonishment among the leaders of the various peaks, though their astonishment is not rooted in his consistent A grades, but rather in the sluggishness of his cultivation. While even those warriors without awakened bloodlines have made strides to advance from the body refinement realm to the true Qi realm, Chu Jianqiu, a warrior of heavenly bloodline, seems to remain stagnant. This has understandably raised significant doubts among the peak leaders. Nevertheless, Cui Yeyun remains unperturbed by this matter. She allows Chu Jianqiu the freedom to pursue his studies in the outer sect without interference. Although the leaders harbor some skepticism regarding Chu Jianqiu's cultivation progress, they currently lack the inclination to address the issue. Recently, the Blood Slaughter sect has been exhibiting frequent unusual movements, seemingly preparing for some grand scheme. The attention of the upper echelons of the Xinjiang sect has been entirely captivated by these developments, closely monitoring every action of the Blood Slaughter sect. In order to keep a vigilant eye on the Blood Slaughter sect, Cui Yeyun has often been absent from the Xinjiang sect over the past 6 months. leaving her little time or inclination to instruct Chu Jianqiu in his cultivation. Chapter 50. Advancement to True Qi Realm. Upon observing that Chu Jianqiu had made no progress in his cultivation over the past 6 months, Si Fenkai's thoughts began to stir. Given that Chu Jianqiu, as a seemingly inept direct disciple, would likely not garner much attention. Furthermore, if this situation persists, it is possible that Chu Jianqiu may even be demoted from the ranks of direct disciples. Over this period, Si Fengkai himself had successfully broken through another layer, reaching the 4th level of the True Qi realm. After completing the final course of the semester, the identification of flora and fauna, Chu Jianqiu felt a slight sense of relief, having finally finished these studies. Among the courses he undertook, some were quite elementary, such as alchemy and artifact forging. Even with a first-class achievement, he would only be equivalent to a second-tier alchemist or artifact forger. Moreover, his focus had predominantly been theoretical, with little emphasis on practical application. However, he delved deeply into certain subjects, particularly in the identification of flora, minerals, and beasts, which inherently lacked complex practical components. Of course, 2 courses demanded the most of his attention: the study of talismans and formations. Among all the courses, these 2 are considered the most challenging, with only a handful of students opting to enroll. Nevertheless, Chu Jianqiu managed to achieve an exemplary grade. The knowledge he acquired from these subjects significantly fortified his foundation in talisman formations. Within the Chaos Supreme Tower, the inheritance of talisman formations consists of exceptionally advanced designs, each capable of astonishing the realm of talismans. However, it is precisely due to their elevated nature that Chu Jianqiu found himself lacking in foundational skills. His studies in talisman formation provided him with a more comprehensive and systematic understanding, greatly enhancing his proficiency. Over the past 6 months, aside from the courses established by the outer sect, he did not neglect his training. He had already perfected the Anger Wave 7 layers palm. During this period, he spent the majority of his time in the outer sect, seldom encountering Zui Qiu, and after a few summons, Cui Yiyun merely tossed him some elixirs and left him to his own devices. Standing on a spacious platform atop the 4th peak, he gazed up at the moonlit sky and exhaled softly. It was nearly time for him to break through to the True Qi realm. The rigorous honing over the past 6 months not only eradicated the potential pitfalls from his earlier hasty cultivation, but also solidified his foundation to an unparalleled degree, bringing his supreme martial physique closer to perfection. It is likely that throughout history, no one has achieved such a solid state in body refinement. Chu Jianqiu had intentionally suppressed his realm to push his supreme martial body to its utmost limits. However, after such prolonged restraint, he had finally reached his breaking point and could no longer contain it. As soon as Chu Jianqiu relinquished his restraint, a torrent of true energy surged into his dantian like a tidal wave, causing it to expand rapidly. In a mere half-hour, his dantian expanded from a 10-mile radius to a 100-mile expanse. The dense spiritual energy in the surroundings, drawn by the powerful suction of Chu Jianqiu's body, rapidly poured into him, creating a whirlwind of spiritual energy around him. The rapid movement of this spiritual energy vortex even formed a massive vortex of spiritual energy above the 4th peak. The commotion had long since alerted Cui Yiyun, who had just returned to the 4th peak. Cui Yiyun soared above Chu Jianqiu and activated the mountain protection array to block prying eyes from the outside. Although the Xinjian sect appeared harmonious on the surface, Cui Yiyun was well aware that not everyone in the sect was of one mind. Chu Jianqiu's talent was too astonishing, which might not be a good thing. The reason why Cui Yiyun had hesitated to impart the cultivation method to Chu Jianqiu in the past 6 months was precisely because his aptitude was too terrifying. The better Chu Jianqiu's aptitude, the more cautious Cui Yiyun was in choosing a cultivation method, lest she inadvertently delay his cultivation. After Chu Jianqiu's dantian expanded to 100 miles, it ceased its growth. The surging true energy flowed towards the meridians throughout his body, instantly connecting all the meridians into a grand cycle, before bursting out from the surface of his skin. Bang, bang, bang. The ground around Chu Jianqiu was as if it had been buried with explosives, blasting open huge pits, with shattered stones and soil shooting towards the sky like a rain of arrows. Boom. With a final resounding crash, the ground beneath Chu Jianqiu collapsed in an instant, sending dust swirling into the air. Once the dust settled, a massive pit, measuring 10 zhang square, revealed itself at the spot where Chu Jianqiu had stood, and his figure had vanished from sight. After a brief moment, Chu Jianqiu emerged, covered in dirt and grime, from the depths of the pit. Gazing at the enormous cavity below him, he found himself momentarily dumbfounded. He was aware that his advancement to the True Qi realm would create quite a commotion, yet he never anticipated such astonishing destruction. Fortunately, his foresight had prevailed, as he had refrained from breaking through within his residence. Otherwise, the entire hall might have been obliterated by his own power. As Chu Jianqiu contemplated the vast expanse of his dantian, now expanded to 100 li, a wry smile crossed his face. Typically, the dantian of an ordinary true qi practitioner measures merely 1 li in size. His was remarkably expansive, although the amount of true qi he could store far surpassed that of a conventional practitioner. The resources required for his breakthrough would be 100-fold compared to that of an average warrior. Staring at this enormous dantian, a chill ran through Chu Jianqiu. As he pondered the immense resources he would need to satisfy its insatiable capacity in his future cultivation endeavors. While the Chaos Celestial Emperor Sutra allowed for a far swifter absorption and refinement of spiritual energy than standard methods, the critical limitation remained the finite concentration of spiritual energy available in the world. Unless he discovered a rich vein of spiritual energy or utilized spirit stones during each training session, ensuring a consistent cultivation pace would prove challenging. Observing the vast pit below, Chu Jianqiu felt a twinge of alarm. In light of her elevated status, she was not astonished by the destructive power exhibited by Chu Jianqiu. Rather, she was taken aback by the immense strength he could display at the mere first level of the true qi realm. This young lad continued to surprise her more and more. As Chu Jianqiu gazed down at Chu Jianqiu, she pondered for a moment. Initially, she had intended to impart her martial arts knowledge to him soon, but after witnessing this, she decided to observe him further. She harbored doubts about whether Chu Jianqiu had encountered some extraordinary fortune, which would account for his remarkable capabilities. If he truly possessed a unique stroke of luck and had obtained an exceptional legacy, imparting her teachings might be superfluous and could potentially hinder his progress. Conversely, if his achievements were indeed a result of his innate talent, it would be a sheer waste to have him practice the inferior techniques he had learned within his family. Caught in a dilemma, Chu Jianqiu resolved to wait and observe for a while longer. Once the situation with the blood fiend sect stabilized, she would then focus all her energy on addressing Chu Jianqiu's matters. Chapter 51. The Task Hall. Upon returning to his chamber, Chu Jianqiu began to contemplate his forthcoming cultivation journey. Given his current circumstances, maintaining a steady pace in his training would undoubtedly require a substantial investment of resources. Chu Jianqiu had previously bestowed upon him 1,000 qi gathering pills for an ordinary practitioner of the true qi realm. Such a quantity would suffice to elevate them to the 4th level of the true qi realm. However, he had expended 700 of those pills to open the final meridian and establish his supreme martial body, leaving him with only 300 qi gathering pills, far too scant to facilitate a breakthrough to the 2nd level of the true qi realm. Chu Jianqiu did not hasten to consume the gathering energy pills for his cultivation. As long as he possessed ample resources, he had no concerns regarding the pace of his advancement. For other martial artists, even with sufficient resources, there lingered the apprehension of whether they could adequately assimilate them. However, for Chu Jianqiu, who bore the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's technique and the Chaos Supreme bloodline, this was hardly an issue. The paramount concern now was how to acquire more resources for his cultivation. While soliciting assistance from his master, Chu Jianqiu, would be the simplest approach, Chu Jianqiu was reluctant to pursue that route. Given the vast quantity of resources he required, making such a request would inevitably arouse Chu Jianqiu's suspicions. Moreover, he believed in the principle that one should not receive rewards without merit. Chu Jianqiu had not rendered any significant contribution to his master, making it inappropriate for him to unreservedly seek handouts. It was only through his own diligent efforts that he could obtain resources, which would allow him to feel truly justified in utilizing them. Within the Xinjian sect, resources could be exchanged for contribution points. Over the past 6 months, Chu Jianqiu had observed the new disciples diligently striving to earn these contribution points. The following day, he ventured into the task hall of the Xinjian sect. The hall was vast, capable of accommodating thousands. At that moment, it housed several hundred individuals, comprising both outer and inner disciples. The expansive walls of the hall were adorned with enormous luminous screens, each displaying a myriad of task names. Clearly, these screens showcased various high-grade magical artifacts. Chu Jianqiu marveled as he watched certain attendant disciples inputting task names into a mirror-like artifact at the center of the hall, causing corresponding tasks to materialize on the luminous screens around the walls. This spectacle left Chu Jianqiu in awe of the wondrous capabilities of these artifacts. The tasks displayed on the luminous screen of the wall are categorized into 4 levels: D, C, B, and A. The D-level tasks are the simplest, yielding the least contribution points, typically in single digits. These tasks primarily involve gathering herbs, mining, and assisting the elders in alchemy and artifact crafting. Simple undertakings indeed. The C-level tasks offer slightly higher contribution points, generally exceeding 10, but come with increased dangers, often involving the hunting of ferocious beasts. As for the B-level tasks, each provides at least 100 contribution points, with some rewards soaring into the thousands. Naturally, the peril associated with B-level tasks is substantial, typically undertaken only by inner sect disciples. The A-level tasks, while tantalizing with their generous rewards, are perilous to undertake unless one has attained the realm of transcending the sea. Engaging in such tasks without the requisite strength would be tantamount to courting death. Chu Jianqiu's gaze wandered over the illuminated screen on the wall, swiftly bypassing the D-level tasks, which he deemed lacking in challenge and offering meager rewards. After a moment of contemplation, his attention settled on a C-level task, the extermination of a blood python that had been ravaging the human settlements. This blood python had made its lair on Mount Wohu, just 1,000 miles from Xianyuan's sect, wreaking havoc in the nearby city of Zuanlian. Fierce and voracious, it had transformed the once accessible trading routes of Mount Wohu into a treacherous domain, instilling fear in the hearts of the locals. The creature frequently descended the mountain to prey upon unsuspecting passers-by, leaving the inhabitants of Zuanlian in a state of panic, too terrified to venture beyond the city walls for several days. The lord of Zuanlian city, Di Guang, had repeatedly dispatched his soldiers to eliminate the malevolent serpent. Yet the formidable blood python proved insurmountable, resulting in the unfortunate demise of numerous armored soldiers. Zuanlian city, being merely a small town rather than the capital of a prefecture, lacked the strength to contend with larger cities. In desperation, Di Guang reached out to the Shenzhen sect, imploring them to send disciples to the Tiger Lair Mountain to vanquish the beast, thereby restoring peace to the citizens of Zuanlian city. Upon encountering this mission, Chu Jianqiu felt an immediate surge of interest. The description indicated that the blood python's strength was roughly equivalent to a martial artist at the 5th level of true qi. Given his current capabilities, he felt confident in facing an opponent of such caliber. Moreover, the task, categorized as a C-level mission, promised a substantial reward of 90 contribution points, making it a worthy endeavor to undertake. However, just as Chu Jianqiu contemplated accepting the mission, it abruptly vanished from the screen, evidently snatched away by another disciple. "Senior brother Chu, you have arrived," exclaimed a delicate voice filled with delight. Turning to behold the source, he saw Fu Lingxue accompanied by several young women from the Zixia society. "Have you come to accept a mission as well, junior sister Fu?" Chu Jianqiu inquired with a nod. "Senior sister 1 intends to take us out for some practical training, and we just secured a C-level task," Fu Lingxue replied, her joy evident. Over the past 6 months, Chu Jianqiu had primarily been attending classes in the outer sect, largely disengaged from other activities. Fu Lingxue had previously followed him for a time, but soon realized she lacked the fortitude to pursue all the courses with the same fervor as him. Merely fulfilling the 6 credits mandated by the external department proved to be quite a challenge for her, let alone the prospect of undertaking numerous courses. Furthermore, she felt that engaging in such a multitude of studies offered little benefit and detracted from her cultivation. In the realm of martial artists, prowess remains paramount. Over the past 6 months, through diligent practice, she had already transcended to the 2nd level of the true qi realm and was now on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level. Upon hearing this, Chu Jianqiu was momentarily taken aback. Could it be mere coincidence? Is it true that the Class C mission you are undertaking involves slaying the blood python that has wreaked havoc in Zuanlian city? Upon hearing this, Fu Lingxue expressed her surprise, asking, "How did senior brother Chu know?" "I guessed," Chu Jianqiu replied, offering a nonchalant explanation. For he could hardly admit that he too was preparing to accept this task. That blood python was akin to a martial artist at the 5th level of the true qi realm. Although Chu Jianqiu had a rough estimate of his own strength, he preferred not to boast, aware that doing so would invite accusations of arrogance and folly. He had no desire to court such troubles. "I guess, you say? What a rather dismissive excuse," sneered a rather acerbic-looking woman beside Fu Lingxue, who scrutinized Chu Jianqiu with disdain and mocked. Could it be that the esteemed academic, Chu, wishes to take on this task as well? Chapter 52. Accepting a mission. Junior sister Shiman, do not be rude, admonished the leading woman in purple. Before turning to Chu Jianqiu to extend her apologies, please do not take offense, junior brother Chu. Junior sister Shiman is simply straightforward and means no malice. Chu Jianqiu waved his hand dismissively, indicating his indifference. He was not unfamiliar with the woman, Wan Xiaoying, the president of the Zixia society. The other woman, who bore a rather harsh expression, was Shiman Ilio, a member of the Zixia society. Chu Jianqiu harbored no particular animosity towards the members of the Zixia society. Yet neither did he feel any significant fondness. Were it not for Fu Lingxue's presence within the society, he would prefer to avoid entanglements with them altogether. Although Shimin Ilio was silenced by Wan Xiaoying's reprimand and dared not voice her mockery any further, she continued to mutter under her breath. Even if he excels in every subject, what does it matter if he remains a useless individual? She had once taken a pharmacology course, laboring for 3 years and attempting the examination thrice, only to barely achieve a grade of C. In contrast, Chu Jianqiu, having studied for merely half a year, had astonishingly secured an A in the same assessment, which left Shimin Ilio feeling deeply unsettled. If Chu Jianqiu were a prodigious genius, it might have been more palatable. However, he was merely a novice, and apart from his examination prowess, he was rather incompetent in his cultivation, struggling in the 9th realm of body refinement even after 6 months. Being overshadowed by such a seemingly inept individual was a considerable blow to Shimin Ilio's pride, rendering her increasingly discontented with Chu Jianqiu. Wan Xiaoying cast a stern glance at Shimin Ilio, effectively curbing any further insults directed at Chu Jianqiu. Although Chu Jianqiu had made no progress in his cultivation during the 6 months since his initiation, he consistently achieved top marks in every course, showcasing an astonishing level of comprehension that surpassed even those within the inner sect. Who could say whether he might one day experience a sudden epiphany in his training, propelling him to extraordinary heights? Moreover, Wan Xiaoying had heard whispers of a conflict between Chu Jianqiu and the inner sect disciple Si Fengkai, instigated by Fu Lingxue, which resulted in Chu Jianqiu being taken away by the enforcers, only to return unscathed. Clearly, Chu Jianqiu was far more complex than he appeared, and offending someone of his caliber was ill-advised. While Fu Lingxue disregarded Shimin Ilio's comments, she congratulated Chu Jianqiu, saying, "Congratulations, senior brother Chu, on breaking through to the true Qi realm." Chu Jianqiu smiled faintly and replied, "I also congratulate junior sister Fu on her impressive progress in cultivation." Upon hearing Fu Lingxue's words, Wan Xiaoying and Shimin Ilio were taken aback, realizing that Chu Jianqiu had indeed advanced to the true Qi realm. After lingering for half a year at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, this diligent scholar had finally made a breakthrough. However, they paid little heed to this development, regarding a mere 1st level of the true Qi realm as not particularly noteworthy. "Will senior brother Chu join us for this mission?" Fu Lingxue inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Jianqiu agreed. Having never undertaken a mission before, he was unfamiliar with such matters, but accompanying them would serve as a valuable experience. Shimin Ilio was quite displeased with Fu Lingxue's presumption, yet she dared not speak out under Wan Xiaoying's watchful gaze. Wan Xiaoying was not particularly inclined towards Chu Jianqiu's participation in this task. However, since it was Fu Lingxue who extended the invitation, she felt it would be impolite to dismiss her offer. Fu Lingxue, a practitioner of bloodline martial arts, was indeed a prodigy within their Zixia society, having ascended from the 1st to the peak of the 2nd level of true Qi in merely 6 months. With such talent, Fu Lingxue was destined to become an inner disciple, and cultivating a good relationship with her now might ensure future support for their Zixia society once she entered the inner circle. It was rumored that the blood python in Zunlian City was exceptionally fierce. With Chu Shidi's current cultivation, one could only hope he wouldn't serve as a mere meal for the beast. At that moment, a voice laced with mockery interjected from nearby. The crowd turned to see Han Ani from the Xianyun Society approaching, flanked by 4 or 5 individuals. To Chu Jianqiu's astonishment, among them were Si Fengkai and his loyal sycophant, Huang Pingyi. It was indeed a curious sight to see someone as haughty as Si Fengkai mingling with Han Ani. Si Fengkai cast a disdainful glance at Chu Jianqiu, his eyes brimming with contempt. Half a year prior, upon learning of Chu Jianqiu's status as a direct disciple from his brother, he had been genuinely intimidated. After receiving a severe reprimand from Si Fengpa, he had significantly tempered his arrogance, refraining from provoking either Chu Jianqiu or Fu Lingxue. Yet, in the past 6 months, while he had advanced from the 3rd to the 4th level of true Qi, Chu Jianqiu remained stagnant at the 9th level of body refinement, causing old ambitions to stir once more within him. Simultaneously, he harbored an extreme sense of resentment within himself. How could someone as worthless as Chu Jianqiu become a direct disciple, while he, Si Fengkai, a paragon of excellence, was relegated to the status of a mere inner disciple? During this period, he was contemplating how to concoct an excuse to trouble Chu Jianqiu, seeking to redeem his honor and exact revenge. Ever since the incident 6 months ago, Si Fengkai had ceased to trust those sycophants. Apart from Huang Pingyi, he had dismissed all the others. The resources afforded to him as an inner disciple were naturally incomparable to those of outer disciples, and he occasionally received the favor of Si Fengpa. The cultivation resources he obtained not only sufficiently met his needs, but also left him with a considerable surplus. Si Fengkai had not forgotten Huang Pingyi's loyalty and thus allocated some of the excess cultivation resources to him. Huang Pengyi, possessing commendable talent, had, with Si Fenkai's support, advanced from the second to the third level of Qi realm within these 6 months. On the very first day of Chu Jianqiu's initiation, Han Ani had established enmity with him. That day, he was publicly warned by Chu Jianqiu, which caused him to lose face and rendered him unable to hold his head high among many outer disciples, leading to a significant decline in his Xianyun society. As numerous core elites left to join other factions, given Han Ani's temperament, such animosity could not simply be overlooked. However, he was quite wary of Chu Jianqiu. Furthermore, Chu Jianqiu had remained unobtrusive in class over the past 6 months, providing Si Fengkai with no opportunity for retaliation. He observed the conflict between Si Fengkai and Chu Jianqiu, and in light of their shared adversary, the two inevitably forged an alliance. However, given Si Fenkai's pride, he would never submit to joining the Xianyun society as a subordinate. His relationship with Han Ani remained strictly one of collaboration, devoid of allegiance. Upon encountering Chu Jianqiu, Huang Pengyi initially intended to utter some harsh words, confident in his recent ascendance to the third layer of true Qi realm, believing himself capable of defeating Chu Jianqiu. Yet, before he could speak, he suddenly realized that Chu Jianqiu had already attained the first layer of true Qi realm, prompting him to retract his intended remarks, leaving only an exclamation. "You have already advanced to the true Qi realm." When Chu Jianqiu had been in the 9th layer of body refinement, he could easily overpower Huang Pengyi, who was in the 2nd layer of true Qi realm. Now that both had ascended a layer, it implied that Chu Jianqiu could still dominate him. Chapter 53, Preparations before departure. With a slight smile, Chu Jianqiu remarked, "Indeed, you are quite observant." Huang Pengyi, caught in Chu Jianqiu's gaze, instinctively retreated a step in fright. Si Fengkai, filled with indignation, bellowed, "What are you screeching about?" Having suffered humiliation before Chu Jianqiu previously, he had long sought to regain his honor, never believing that Chu Jianqiu could rival him. Even if Chu Jianqiu had advanced to the true Qi realm, what did it matter? There remained a substantial gap of 3 realms between them, and he was, after all, a warrior of the esteemed Xian-level high-grade bloodline. Chu Jianqiu paid no heed to Han Ani's mockery, considering such a capering gesture beneath his notice. The contemptible nature of such individuals surpassed even that of Si Fengkai. At least Si Fengkai approached matters with a degree of transparency, while Han Ani had become accustomed to covertly wielding the dagger. Upon noticing that Chu Jianqiu was disregarding him entirely, a fleeting shadow crossed Han Ani's gaze, though he managed to maintain an outward facade of composure. "Sister Wan, I have heard that the blood python in Zunlian City is quite ferocious this time. Perhaps our Xianyun Society and the Zixia Society should join forces for mutual support." Han Ani suggested with a smile directed at Wan Xiaoying. "Indeed, with Brother Han's presence, this mission seems all but assured," chimed in Shimin Ilio even before Wan Xiaoying could voice her agreement. Wan Xiaoying couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. She knew Han Ani was not to be underestimated. Previously, several sisters from the Zixia Society had fallen victim to his schemes, but his uncle held a position as an elder in the outer sect, rendering them powerless to retaliate. If Han Ani and his cohort were to partake in this mission, it would likely introduce a host of unpredictable elements. Casting a glance at Han Ani, Wan Xiaoying observed that although he wore a smile, his eyes were fixed on her with an intensity that conveyed a distinct sense of threat. Should she refuse him, the situation might devolve into something troublesome. Wan Xiaoying was wary of provoking Han Ani too severely, particularly given his uncle's influence. Despite her current cultivation level being at the 5th stage of the true Qi realm, the path to the inner sect remained shrouded in uncertainty. Unlike Si Fengkai and Fu Lingxue, who appeared to have broken through their realms with relative ease, thanks in part to their bloodline as martial artists, their cultivation levels were still comparatively low. Moreover, especially for individuals like Si Fengkai, who ascends to the status of an inner disciple upon entering, the abundance of training resources they enjoy far surpasses that of their outer disciple counterparts. With such a plethora of resources at their disposal, their cultivation speed is naturally accelerated. For ordinary disciples like Wan Xiaoying, it took a full decade within the outer sect to progress from the 1st to the 5th level of true Qi realm, with the prospect of breaking through to the 6th level appearing bleak and distant. The realms of martial cultivation become increasingly arduous to transcend, and the pace of advancement slows considerably. In the early stages, one might break through a level within just a year or two, yet in the later stages, it is not uncommon to become ensnared at a single level for decades. In light of this, let us embark on this journey together, Wan Xiaoying remarked with a sense of resignation. Han Ani nodded in satisfaction, suggesting, "Let us each return to make our preparations and set forth early tomorrow morning." With that, She departed alongside Si Fengkai and several members of the Xianyun Society. Before leaving, she cast a glance at Chu Jianqiu, her gaze laced with a hint of coldness and disdain. Chu Jianqiu merely smiled in indifference, intrigued to see what tricks Han Ani might conjure. After Han Ani and her companions took their leave, Wan Xiuying also bid farewell to the members of the Zixia Society, as they too needed to return and prepare diligently. Although the intelligence from their mission indicated that the blood python on Mount Wahu in Zunlian City was roughly equivalent to a human martial artist at the 5th level of Truchi realm. With their considerable numbers, they should be able to manage it without difficulty. Yet, given the gravity of the matter concerning their lives, they dared not underestimate the challenge. Fu Lingxue chose not to follow the Zixia Society, but instead stayed close to Chu Jianqiu. Brother Chu, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from going. Han Ani and their companions clearly harbor ill intentions towards you. Fu Lingxue hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Initially, she had invited Chu Jianqiu to partake in this mission, believing that the dangers involved would be minimal. However, with the inclusion of Han Ani and their group, it was inevitable that numerous unforeseen complications would arise. Fu Lingxue was acutely aware of the friction between Han Ani, Si Fengkai, and Chu Jianqiu, and she understood that the discord between these two and Chu Jianqiu had originated from her. Naturally, she did not wish for this matter to bring harm to Chu Jianqiu. Chu Jianqiu smiled faintly and reassured her, "Do not worry, they will not be able to stir up much trouble." Upon returning to his residence, he diligently prepared for the task ahead. Although he did not fear Han Ani and Si Fengkai, he would not underestimate them either. Moreover, as they ventured to Zunlian City to eliminate the demon, who could predict what unforeseen incidents might occur, caution would serve him well. From the Chaos Supreme Tower, Chu Jianqiu retrieved some materials for crafting talismans. Before coming to the Xianjin sect, he had purchased a substantial amount of talisman-making materials from the Spirit Talisman Pavilion. Anticipating future needs, over the past 6 months, while practicing the creation of various spirit talismans, he had consumed quite a bit of his resources. Through this period of practice, Chu Jianqiu's proficiency in talisman crafting had significantly advanced, elevating him to the status of a distinguished second-grade talisman master. He could effortlessly inscribe second-tier spirit talismans with ease. Using the remaining materials, Chu Jianqiu crafted 3 second-tier strengthening talismans, 2 second-tier flash talismans, and 3 second-tier golden shield talismans. However, all of these talismans were of superior quality, classified as second-tier spirit talismans. With Chu Jianqiu's current proficiency in talisman crafting, he is entirely capable of forging exquisite second-tier spiritual talismans. However, the materials he has procured are insufficient to support the creation of such superior talismans, leaving him to make do with what he has. Although the treasure vault of the Xianjian sect houses a plethora of precious talisman-making materials, ample enough for him to craft the exquisite second-tier spiritual talismans, he has not earned a single contribution point over the past 6 months, having devoted his time solely to studying and attending classes. He finds himself in a dire financial predicament, unable to exchange for those invaluable materials. Early the next morning, having made adequate preparations, Chu Jianqiu arrived at the grand platform of the front peak, the designated area for the departure and arrival of the sect's cloud boats. The expansive platform was adorned with various types of cloud boats, some massive enough to accommodate 1,000 passengers. Reminiscent of the large vessel he first boarded to reach the Xianjin sect, while others were modestly sized, capable of holding merely a dozen individuals. At this moment, members of the Zixia Society were already gathered beside a small cloud boat. It is worth noting that the disciples of the sect are required to pay a certain amount of contribution points to utilize the cloud boats, with the cost varying according to the model and distance of the journey. For the small cloud boat rented by the Zixia Society this time, a mere 10 contribution points suffices for a journey within 1,000 miles. However, 10 contribution points is not an insignificant sum for an ordinary outer sect disciple, as it equates to the amount of gathering essence pills received in a month. Chapter 54. Departure. 5 individuals from the Zixia Society had arrived, including Wan Xiuying, Ximenilio, and Fu Lingxue, along with 2 other young women. "Senior Brother Chu, you have arrived." Upon encountering Chu Jianqiu, Fu Lingxue greeted him with a warm smile. Observing this, Ximenilio revealed a hint of disdain in her expression, muttering under her breath, "I wonder what merits this imbecile possesses to warrant such obsession. Aside from his academic prowess, what else is he capable of?" Chu Jianqiu, smiling as he exchanged pleasantries with the others, chose to disregard Ximenilio's murmurs, feeling somewhat speechless within. He pondered over what might have led this woman to persistently oppose him. However, he was not inclined to engage in a quarrel over such trivial matters. Shortly thereafter, Han Ani and Si Fengkai arrived, accompanied by members of the Xianyun Society. This time, 5 individuals from the society had come, including Hanani, Sifengkai, and Huangpingyi, along with 2 muscular men. Sister One arrived quite early. Now that everyone is here, shall we set off? Hanani suggested with a smile as she stepped onto the cloud vessel first. The others followed suit, boarding the vessel in succession. Once all were aboard, Wan Xiaoying initiated the vessel's flight towards Zuanlian City. Esteemed brothers, should we deliberate on our strategy for confronting that blood python? A silence enveloped the vessel after takeoff. Each individual lost in their own thoughts. To dispel the awkward atmosphere, Wan Xiaoying spoke up cheerfully. What is there to discuss? We simply charge at it and cut it down. It is merely a blood python, Sifengkai scoffed dismissively. Although he currently possesses the cultivation of the 4th stage of True Qi realm, he is undeniably a martial artist of the upper-grade bloodline of the mysterious level. Even when facing an adversary at the 5th stage of True Qi realm, he remains unperturbed, especially since he is equipped with a formidable treasure. What is a mere blood python to him? Haha, Sister One is being excessively cautious. With so many of us here, let alone a trivial 5th stage blood python, even a 6th stage beast would be no match for us. Immediately, someone from the Xianyun society echoed this sentiment. Sister One is absolutely right. Slaying demons and vanquishing evil is indeed a significant matter that requires our utmost vigilance. Let us each share our cultivation levels so that we may all be informed. Hanani suddenly interjected, casting a subtle glance at Chu Jianqiu as he spoke. Upon seeing Hanani take the floor, everyone else acquiesced. Though Sifengkai was proud, he recognized that he and Hanani were in the same boat, and thus refrained from opposing him too vehemently. I am Sifengkai, a martial artist of the upper-grade bloodline of the mysterious level, currently at the 4th stage of True Qi realm. With this 2nd-tier mid-grade flame blade, I am capable of slaying martial artists at the 5th stage of True Qi realm, Sifengkai declared with pride. This 2nd-tier mid-grade flame blade was acquired through considerable effort by his elder brother, Sifengpa. With this weapon in hand, he felt as though he had gained wings, elevating his power to new heights. Upon hearing his claim of being able to slay 5th stage martial artists, both Hanani and Wan Xiaoying exhibited a fleeting look of discomfort, for among all present, they alone were martial artists at the 5th stage of True Qi realm. Sifengkai's statement implied his confidence in being able to vanquish them both. As martial artists, they all possessed a degree of pride. To be so brazenly challenged by a martial artist a level below them was bound to elicit displeasure, regardless of temperament. Then we shall see Junior Brother C's performance. Hopefully, he will provide us with a pleasant surprise, Wan Xiaoying said with a subtle smile, her words laced with a hint of mockery. I am Wan Xiaoying of the Ziyun Society. I presume I am well known to everyone. I am currently at the 5th level of the True Qi realm and possess a 2nd-grade, low-tier magical bow and 3 armor-piercing arrows. Wan Xiaoying had accumulated a decade's worth of possessions in the outer sect to exchange for this 2nd-grade, low-tier magical treasure. However, Sifengkai, with his status and background, had obtained a 2nd-grade, mid-tier magical treasure upon entering the sect. It was evident that in the world of martial artists, unless one possessed exceptional talent, having a patron made a significant difference. Ordinary disciples like Wan Xiaoying had no shortcuts other than to rely on their own efforts to advance step by step. Of course, some exceptionally talented disciples had been captivated by her beauty, and had she been willing to yield, she might have entered the inner sect with their help. However, Wan Xiaoying knew that those individuals were only interested in her appearance and not genuinely interested in her. She preferred to cultivate at a slower pace rather than trade her body. Presumably, everyone knows me, Hanani, the leader of the Xianyun Society. I am currently at the 5th level of the True Qi realm and possess a 2nd-grade, mid-tier magical treasure, the Dome Light Sword, and 3 2nd-grade spiritual talismans. The Frost Ice Talismans. Hanani smiled and remarked that her uncle was an outer sect elder. While he may not possess resources to squander freely, he certainly had enough to meet their needs. I am Shiman Ilio from the Zixia Society, currently at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Equipped with a set of 2nd-tier low-grade magical treasures, the Steel Wing Shadow Vine Needles, and a 2nd-tier Gale Talisman. Shiman Ilio expressed her pride, having recently befriended a senior brother from the inner sect, who, at her behest, procured a set of 2nd-tier low-grade magical treasures for her. The quality of her Steel Wing Shadow Vine Needles surpassed that of Wan Xiaoying's bow and arrows. Although Shiman Ilio had been in the sect for a considerable time, her accumulated contribution points were insufficient to support her daily cultivation and indulgences, leaving her with little chance to amass extra points to exchange for magical treasures. She cast a triumphant glance at Wan Xiaoying. She had long wished to flaunt her magical treasures. Although her talents did not match Wan Xiaoying's, and her diligence was lacking, she found it hard to accept Wan Xiaoying's leadership in the Zixia Society. Thus, She sought to compete with her at every opportunity. To best one Xiaoying in the realm of magical treasures filled her with undeniable satisfaction. Shimonilio then turned her gaze to the side, regarding Chu Jianqiu with a sly smile, and inquired, "I wonder what impressive items you might bring to this endeavor, junior brother Chu?" Chu Jianqiu felt a wave of exasperation. Why was this woman consistently seeking to provoke him? He pondered seriously, recalling that he had not offended her in any way. As the attention of the crowd shifted towards him, he had no choice but to respond, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "As you all know, I just broke through to the level of chi refinement a couple of days ago." With a disdainful sneer, Shimonilio let out a cold laugh at that moment. However, Chu Jianqiu earnestly replied, "Aside from my somewhat lower realm, I possess a modicum of understanding in talismans, formations, alchemy, artifacts, botany, and medicine. After all, I have attained top grades in every subject." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, followed by a chorus of derisive laughter. Chapter 55. The city of Zunlian. While these disciplines are indeed significant, mastery of any one of them could confer a position of respect. Yet, someone like Chu Jianqiu, who dabbles in everything, risks the folly of overreaching. Never before had anyone heard of a person proficient in so many fields simultaneously. Excelling in any one of these subjects is an arduous endeavor. Particularly, talismans and formations are acknowledged as the two most challenging arts in the Tianmu continent, where countless geniuses have been thwarted at their threshold. It is hard to believe that Chu Jianqiu could achieve proficiency in these areas. Even if he secured top grades in every course, it merely indicates a superficial understanding. Moreover, the consensus among the crowd is that for martial artists, strength is paramount. In this world where power reigns supreme, it is strength that truly matters. Without formidable ability as a foundation, all else is mere rhetoric. As the laughter echoed around him, only Shimonilio's expression darkened, for Chu Jianqiu's words had struck a nerve, reminding her of the painful memories from the botany identification course. She had dedicated 3 arduous years to this subject, only to fail thrice and earn a mere 3rd grade, falling short even of a so-called waste who had studied for only half a year. Especially when the elder teaching the botany identification class drew a comparison between her and Chu Jianqiu, she felt utterly humiliated. Shimonilio cast a fierce glance at Chu Jianqiu, choosing to remain silent. Amidst a chorus of derisive laughter, Chu Jianqiu appeared utterly unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to the mockery. Soon, the cloud vessel reached the skies above Zunlian City, descending gracefully. At this moment, the city lord Di Heguang and the esteemed families within the city had already constructed a grand platform, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the esteemed disciples from the Xianjian sect. "The entire Zunlian city extends a warm welcome to the celestial beings of the Xianjian sect," exclaimed city lord Di Heguang upon witnessing the figures emerging from the cloud vessel. "Zunlian city has endured great calamity, and we are deeply grateful for the Xianjian sect's benevolence in offering assistance." Di Heguang led the noble families of the city in a respectful greeting. "Exorcising demons and vanquishing evil is the duty of the Xianjian sect. There is no need for city lord Di to be overly courteous," Han Ani replied with a smile, representing the group as they basked in the admiration of the thousands within Zunlian city, relishing the limelight. Originally, the mission was to be led by Wan Xiaoying, but after Han Ani and her companions intervened, they forcibly usurped that leadership position. Wan Xiaoying, not wishing to contend with her in this regard, acquiesced to her. "Esteemed young celestial beings, I.D. have prepared a banquet at the city lord's residence to welcome you and wash away your fatigue," Di Heguang announced, leading the disciples of the Xianjian sect to the city lord's mansion. At this moment, a grand feast was already underway within the mansion. In a bid to curry favor with the disciples of the Xianjian sect, Di Heguang and the noble families of Zunlian city exerted every effort in their hospitality. For the modest clans among the secular world, the Xianjian sect represents a celestial sanctuary atop the mountain, and its disciples are regarded as exalted offspring of divine lineage. Naturally, they aspire to cultivate relationships and seek to forge benevolent ties. In the face of the crowd's flattery, the members of the Xianyun society were in high spirits, radiating an air of delight. However, Chu Jianqiu found the scene rather tedious. By nature, he was not fond of such boisterous gatherings. Just as he was about to concoct an excuse to excuse himself from the banquet, a soldier rushed in with urgency. "My lord city master, the blood python has descended from the mountain, wreaking havoc. In the villages 50 miles to the west, it has devoured nearly half the populace." The room fell into stunned silence. "Everyone, do not panic. Since we have arrived, this vile creature dares to create chaos at its own peril. Lead the way. We shall vanquish it forthwith," Si Fengkai declared, rising from his seat with a firm slap on the table. Having consumed a few cups of wine and buoyed by the praises of the crowd, he was already feeling elated. Hanani, witnessing Si Fengkai steal his limelight, felt a twinge of displeasure, yet he refrained from expressing it before others. "My lord city master, please allow someone to guide us. We shall go forth and slay this demon," Hanani addressed Di Heguang. "Then I shall entrust this task to you, esteemed young immortals." Di Heguang replied with a respectful gesture, instructing the soldier who had reported to accompany the members of the Xianjian sect and lead them. Wan Xiuying and the others, having intended to eliminate the blood python, voiced no objections. Together, the members of the Xianjian sect and the soldier boarded the cloud vessel, following his guidance towards the Woho mountain, 50 miles away, arriving in the blink of an eye. According to the soldier, the blood python returns to the Tiger Rest Mountain after devouring its prey. Wan Xiuying maneuvered the cloud boat to descend at the foot of the mountain. The soldier led the group towards the slopes of Tiger Rest Mountain. Something seemed amiss. Halfway up the mountain, Chu Jianqiu suddenly spoke up. "What? Have you not even seen the beast yet, and you're already afraid?" Shiman Elio sneered. "If you possess such a meager amount of courage, you should not have accompanied us in the first place. Do not back out at the last moment and drag us down with you." The aura of demonic energy surrounding the vegetation was unusual. It seemed this creature was not as simple as we had imagined. Chu Jianqiu disregarded Shiman Elio's mockery, his expression revealing a hint of seriousness. "TCH, you are afraid, yet you pretend otherwise, trying to intimidate us with your words," Shiman Elio scoffed. "If you are truly frightened, you might as well stay back here. We will deal with the beast, and you can join us on our return. This way, your contribution will be irrelevant, but at least you won't have to live in fear. Preserving your life is what truly matters." Hanani chimed in with a smile, her tone laced with heavy sarcasm. "Let us swiftly dispatch that creature so we can return and celebrate our victory. Why waste time bickering with this fool?" Si Fengkai said impatiently. Wan Xiuying remained silent, but her expression clearly indicated her disbelief in Chu Jianqiu's words. She assumed he was genuinely afraid and was merely trying to save face. Regarding the reactions of the crowd, Chu Jianqiu remained unfazed. He simply articulated his discoveries, indifferent to whether they believed him or not. "Junior Sister Fu, please stay with me for a while." He smiled at Fu Lingxue. "Certainly." Fu Lingxue replied without hesitation. Having accompanied Chu Jianqiu out of Tianshui City, she was resolute in her understanding that she would not be intimidated by this minor creature. In fact, during the enrollment examination at the Xianjian sect in Tianshui City, when confronted by the formidable Ouyang Yin, a master of the seas of transformation, Chu Jianqiu had remained composed and unflinching in a life-or-death moment. How could a mere blood python possibly daunt him? Chu Jianqiu's assertion must surely hold its own merit. Chapter 56. The emergence of the blood python. Hanani's countenance stiffened. His previous taunt was merely a tactic, yet he was taken aback by Chu Jianqiu's audacity to remain. Should Chu Jianqiu truly stay, his scheme would unravel. "Junior Sister Fu, how can a martial artist be so cowardly? This worthless individual is stagnant in his progress, and yet you choose to follow him." Shiman Elio could not contain his irritation upon witnessing Fu Lingxue's compliance with Chu Jianqiu. "Enough. Since Junior Sister Fu has chosen to remain, let us not insist further. We shall proceed." Wan Xiuying gestured dismissively and continued her ascent up the mountain. Disappointment lingered in her heart regarding Fu Lingxue's decision. While leading her less skilled junior sisters was intended for both demon extermination and their growth, she had hoped for a different outcome. However, the performance of Fu Lingxue left her profoundly disappointed, leading Wan Xiuying to contemplate that perhaps she need not be so attentive to Fu Lingxue in the future. Hanani, witnessing Chu Jianqiu shamelessly linger, found herself at a loss, and the group continued their ascent. Once the others were out of sight, Chu Jianqiu produced a teleportation talisman and a golden shield talisman, presenting them to Fu Lingxue along with instructions for their use. Upon seeing these two precious talismans and hearing Chu Jianqiu's explanation of their functions, Fu Lingxue was taken aback and hastily declined, feeling unworthy of such gifts. These talismans were of immense value. Even one of them could be worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. Just take them without so much fuss. This situation is likely more complicated than it appears. Should anything go awry, use the teleportation talisman to escape immediately, Chu Jianqiu said with a serious expression. "Will you not stay with me, Brother Chu?" Fu Lingxue discerned the implication in his words. Chu Jianqiu replied with a smile. "Though Senior Sister Wan and the others may not trust my words, we are still fellow disciples of the same sect, and I cannot abandon them. Furthermore, this malevolent creature poses a threat to the region. It cannot be allowed to wreak havoc unchecked. Rest assured, I possess means of self-preservation. If the situation becomes dire, I shall flee without hesitation." After issuing his instructions, Chu Jianqiu swiftly darted up the mountain. Fu Lingxue watched his disappearing figure, her eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions. She felt both joy and bitterness regarding his concern for her. The joy stemmed from the genuine nature of his regard, devoid of ulterior motives, while the bitterness arose from the realization that he saw her merely as a junior sister, without any deeper intentions. Fu Lingxue gazed at the two spiritual talismans in her hand and let out a soft sigh. However, she soon composed herself. After all, time was on their side, and simply being by his side was a form of happiness. That useless coward, so frightened of death, might as well stay at home and sleep. What was the point of joining us? It was utterly embarrassing. Shimin Ilyo murmured to Chu Jianqiu, her frustration with Chu Jianqiu's actions palpable. Fu Shimi, too, was perplexed. What was so admirable about that useless individual that she chose to linger around him all day? After venting about Chu Jianqiu, Shimin Ilyo turned her attention back to Fu Lingxue, who often disregarded her advice, further adding to her irritation. Enough of this chatter. We are nearing the lair of that creature. Although it may not be a particularly powerful demon, we must remain vigilant. Wan Xiaoying interjected, halting Shimin Ilyo's incessant complaints. Are you looking for me? Just as Wan Xiaoying's words fell, a hoarse and eerie voice echoed, laced with a faint hissing reminiscent of a serpent. At the same moment, thick black smoke billowed from the surrounding forest. Amidst this obscuring haze, an enormous figure emerged from the woods. This figure possessed a human head and a serpentine body, its massive form comparable to a water vat, with a terrifying snake-like body stretching over 10 zhang. Upon witnessing this sight, the group was immediately struck with astonishment, a chill creeping into their hearts. At that moment, a singular thought raced through their minds. It was over. They could hardly fathom that this blood python had transformed into a formidable demon. The concept of a transformed demon was akin to that of a human reaching the oceanic realm of martial prowess. Although the blood python has not yet fully transformed, its head has already taken on a humanoid form, marking at least a half step into the realm of metamorphosis. Whether it be a fully transformed great demon or one merely at the threshold, they are not adversaries they can contend with. Hanani felt a chill enveloping her limbs, and an overwhelming sense of regret surged within her. Had she known that this blood python was a half-transformed great demon, she would have resolutely refrained from following. Si Feng trembled all over, his once indomitable arrogance having vanished in the face of such a formidable foe. Shimin Ilyo's complexion turned ashen, his legs trembling, nearly unable to support his weight. The only one maintaining a semblance of composure was Wan Xiaoying, who had taken on this task. Since matters had reached this point, fear would serve no purpose. Yet, Wan Xiaoying too harbored deep regret, lamenting her dismissal of Chu Jianqiu's warnings. It was her own underestimation of him that had led to their dire predicament. Everyone, do not panic. Let us unite and charge forth. It may not be able to stop us, Wan Xiaoying urged, striving to remain calm. Charge forth? Do you truly believe escape is still an option? The blood python's icy voice resonated once more. Upon hearing this, the group turned to survey their surroundings, only to find that the forest within a radius of several dozen meters had been shrouded in thick, ominous smoke, imbued with a distinctly eerie scent. It was evident that the blood python had already set up a demon array in this location. Upon witnessing this scene, despair engulfed the hearts of the onlookers. The hope of escaping from the clutches of such a formidable half-transformed demon was already slim, and now they found themselves ensnared within this devilish array, undeniably trapped in a situation that spelled certain doom. I have expended tremendous effort to finally lure in some worthy prey. How could I permit you to escape so easily? That would be nothing short of a farce. The blood python's cold, slit-like eyes surveyed the crowd, its slick and repulsive tongue flickering in and out. For days, it had feasted on mere mortals, which offered little satisfaction. Only you robust martial artists, brimming with vitality, could provide a true indulgence. As the blood python spoke, it suddenly revealed its true form, its massive body flashing and stirring a gust of foul wind as it lunged towards a disciple of the Xinyan society. The disciple scarcely had time to react before becoming nothing more than a meal for the blood python. After devouring the Xinyan disciple, the blood python swiftly returned to its original position, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Following the consumption of the disciple, the python's terrifying serpentine head reverted to a human shape, its crimson tongue flickering as it displayed a visage of sheer delight. Such esteemed martial artists from the sects are indeed extraordinary, proving to be a true feast. The blood python laughed heartily in triumph. The flesh and blood of demonic beasts serve as a substantial nourishment for human martial artists, while conversely, human martial artists possess a fatal allure for the demonic beasts. Chapter 57. The mindless fool. Upon witnessing this gruesome scene, the onlookers were gripped by sheer terror, their hearts pounding with fear. They were merely novices, inexperienced in the ways of combat. Even someone like Jianqiu, a warrior who had spent a decade in the outer sect, had only encountered sparring matches among peers. Although some of these bouts could be fierce, they typically resulted in mere injuries such as broken bones or severed limbs. None had ever witnessed such a brutal spectacle. One young woman from the Zixia society was so overwhelmed that she fainted on the spot. As the blood python shook its head, its human-like visage transformed into a horrifying serpentine head. A shiver ran through the crowd. The last time the blood python's head morphed, a disciple of the Xianyun society had been devoured. Who would be the next unfortunate soul to succumb to the blood python's insatiable hunger? The palpable dread rendered the spectators paralyzed, their minds clouded with fear. Thoughts of resistance were far from their minds. They trembled like lambs awaiting slaughter. The blood python reveled in their terror, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Just as it prepared to lunge forward to consume another warrior, it suddenly sensed an immense force approaching from behind. Startled, the blood python swiftly dodged, but in its haste, only managed to evade half of its massive body, sustaining a heavy blow to the other half. Despite its colossal size, the impact sent it tumbling several feet away. A mixture of astonishment and fury surged within the creature. Who was this audacious assailant that dared to breach its carefully laid demonic formation without making a sound? Regaining its footing, the blood python swiftly maneuvered to avoid another impending strike. The blood python swiftly retreated, merging its form into the swirling black smoke. A wave of trepidation washed over it. The attack had come too suddenly. Had it not been for its keen instincts, it would have surely sustained grave injuries. Now concealed within the obsidian haze, it focused intently and discovered that its assailant was merely a youth of 17 or 18 years, and astonishingly, this boy was merely a first-level practitioner of qi. The blood python felt an overwhelming sense of indignation, realizing it had nearly been severely harmed by such a feeble creature. Although it had narrowly evaded a fatal blow, it was still significantly injured. Chu Jianqiu gazed at the retreating blood python, a twinge of regret stirring within him. This beast exhibited remarkable cunning, managing to react even in such dire circumstances. Had his previous strike landed, it would have surely cost the creature half of its life. As for the demonic formation woven by the blood python, it posed no hindrance to Chu Jianqiu whatsoever. Having gained insight from the intricate formations within the Chaos Supreme Tower, many sophisticated arrays appeared riddled with flaws to his discerning eye. While he might struggle to create formations himself, identifying their weaknesses was a trivial task. The demonic array laid by the blood python was hardly sophisticated. It could easily ensnare Hanani, Jianqiu, and the others, but it would never be capable of obstructing Chu Jianqiu. Hanani and Jianqiu, witnessing Chu Jianqiu in the arena, were struck with disbelief. The coward and so-called waste they had spoken of had confronted the blood python directly and had even forced the semi-transformed beast into such a desperate predicament. The rapidity of these changes was so overwhelming that they could hardly believe the scene before them was real. How did you arrive? Shiman Ilio exclaimed in astonishment. What are you all doing standing there? Shouldn't you form a defensive line instead of waiting for death? Chu Jianqiu cast a cold glance at them. Those who usually exuded arrogance and invincibility were rendered utterly useless in this dire moment. Defend? With you worthless wretches? Is defense even effective? I am a shape-shifting demon, and even your best efforts at defense would merely amount to futile struggles. The blood python slowly emerged from the swirling black smoke. Its crimson vertical eye fixated on Chu Jianqiu, as if it were witnessing a grand jest. Initially, upon hearing Chu Jianqiu's words, the crowd had drawn their weapons and prepared to form a defensive formation. Yet, upon hearing the python's taunt, despair washed over them, and a profound sense of helplessness surged within. The blood python was indeed a shape-shifting demon. Given the vast disparity in strength, what good would their defense do? It was merely a futile struggle. It is a shape-shifting demon. What purpose does our defense serve? Shiman Ilio muttered, his eyes devoid of hope. Fools! Do you not see the enormous wound upon its body? With such a grievous injury, how much of its power can it still wield? Chu Jianqiu could not restrain his anger, cursing them for their ineptitude. It was only after his admonition that the crowd noticed the massive gash on the blood python's chest, a terrifying wound that showed no signs of healing. Upon hearing Chu Jianqiu's words, the serpent's crimson vertical pupils suddenly narrowed. Even if I am injured and my power diminished, how could you worthless fools ever hope to match me? The blood python regarded Chu Jianqiu coldly. Cease your boastful prattle. If you truly possessed such strength, why waste breath intimidating these simpletons? Would it not be far simpler to consume them directly? Your incessant chatter serves only to undermine their resolve, stripping them of the will to resist and allowing you to devour them at will. Your words may deceive these mindless fools, But no rational person would be swayed by your hollow threats. Chu Jianqiu sneered. Hanani and Si Fengkai, stung by being labeled fools, felt a mix of shame and anger, their faces shifting in color. However, in this moment of life and death, they dared not engage with Chu Jianqiu in argument. Wan Xiaoying and the other members of the Zixia society wore expressions of deep embarrassment. It was only after Chu Jianqiu's admonition that they recognized the blood python's peculiarities. These anomalies, upon careful consideration, could still be discerned. Yet, in the face of such a formidable opponent as the blood python, who could maintain composure to ponder these details, Chu Jianqiu's calm demeanor in the face of danger was indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Wan Xiaoying recalled Chu Jianqiu's earlier warning, realizing that he had already perceived the oddities of the situation. It was laughable that they had thought him cowardly, believing he spoke only to instill fear in others. In hindsight, their being scolded as mindless fools by Chu Jianqiu was indeed not unwarranted. Chu Jianqiu possesses an extraordinary ability to discern nuances before they manifest, exhibiting meticulous thought and a strategic mind that anticipates the enemy's moves. This is true wisdom. In the face of formidable adversaries, he does not falter or flee. Instead, he confronts danger with unwavering courage, boldly embracing direct challenges. This is remarkable bravery. Individuals like Chu Jianqiu embody the essence of true wisdom and valor, contrasting sharply with the likes of Han Ani and Si Fengkai, who, despite their usual arrogance and haughty demeanor, crumble in the face of crisis. Paralyzed by fear and devoid of any will to resist, such individuals are precisely the fools that Chu Jianqiu refers to. It is no wonder that Sister Fu places such unwavering trust in him. At this moment, Wan Xiaoying's gaze upon Chu Jianqiu sparkles with an unusual brilliance. Chapter 58. The Battle Against the Blood Python, Part 1. Initially, I hoped to expend less effort, but it seems I must take decisive action now. The blood python flicks its crimson tongue, its cold gaze fixated on Chu Jianqiu. It feigns its confidence. Well, were I among those thoughtless fools, I might genuinely believe you had us in your grasp. Unfortunately, your facade merely reveals your cowardice beneath that bluster. What you are contemplating now is likely not how to devour us, but how to escape. Why do you only convey to the outside world that you possess the strength of a 5th-level true Qi realm, rather than revealing your greater capabilities? If you were to unveil a more formidable power, attracting martial artists of higher realms, consuming them would surely serve you better than merely luring us insignificant fish. This signifies that your current strength is merely a slight enhancement over what you have projected. Should a martial artist of higher caliber arrive, the tables would turn. It would no longer be a matter of you contemplating how to overpower him, but rather him contemplating how to overpower you. Thus, the remaining strength you possess is merely at the 6th level of the true Qi realm. Consequently, your focus should not be on how to defeat us, but rather on how to escape from our grasp. Chu Jianqiu cast a glance at the blood python and spoke in a calm tone. His assertions were largely accurate, yet he intentionally understated the python's strength by 1 level. His words were not directed at the python itself, but intended for the disciples of the Xianjin sect behind him. The fighting spirit of these disciples had been entirely shattered by the blood python. It was imperative for him to restore their confidence. If he were to disclose the python's true capabilities, revealing a disparity of 2 levels, it would likely extinguish any remaining will to resist among them. However, by claiming the blood python's strength to be merely at the 6th level of the true Qi realm, there remains a possibility of victory with their combined efforts, which could significantly bolster their morale. After all, Chu Jianqiu did not expect them to vanquish the blood python. He merely sought to instill in them the courage to defend themselves, to prevent them from becoming a hindrance during his imminent battle with the creature. Indeed, upon hearing Chu Jianqiu's words, the confidence of the crowd surged, their trepidation towards the blood python dissipating, replaced by a newfound fervor for combat, with several eager to engage. Notably, Si Fengkai's haughty demeanor swiftly returned, as he yearned to challenge the blood python. If you wish to preserve your lives, refrain from reckless actions and swiftly establish the 5 elements yin-yang formation for defense. Upon witnessing the sudden surge of confidence among these individuals, Chu Jianqiu could not help but feel somewhat exasperated and hurried to prevent their folly. By this time, the crowd had grown deeply trusting of Chu Jianqiu and dared not to act rashly, promptly forming their defensive array. The blood python's gaze was cold and menacing, fixated on Chu Jianqiu, revealing a palpable intent to kill. Chu Jianqiu's words had nearly divulged all of its thoughts and intentions. This young man's mind was truly formidable. Should he manage to escape, it would likely spell endless turmoil for the blood python in the future. Even with only the strength of the 6th layer of true Qi, eliminating you, a mere 1st layer true Qi wretch, would be a trivial endeavor. The blood python coldly remarked, fixing its gaze upon Chu Jianqiu. "Feel free to give it a try," Chu Jianqiu replied with a calm demeanor, a fierce fighting spirit gleaming in his eyes. Ever since he perfected the supreme martial body, he had yet to engage in a truly exhilarating battle. Confronting was simply too weak to pique his interest. Moreover, sparring with fellow disciples posed the risk of inadvertently causing fatal harm. Thus he had to restrain himself. Now that he had encountered the blood python, he was determined to unleash his full potential in combat. If he found himself at a disadvantage, he possessed a trump card for his escape. As for what consequences would befall Han Ani and the others after his departure, that was beyond his concern. Prior to ascending the mountain, he had warned them of the unusual circumstances. Since they chose to ignore his counsel, they would have to bear the consequences of their own decisions. Moreover, one has already exerted every effort to preserve their lives. If circumstances prove insurmountable, one cannot possibly linger to accompany them to their demise. The blood python's form flickered, its immense tail sweeping towards Chu Jianqiu. Unwavering, Chu Jianqiu summoned all his strength to meet the oncoming force with a single palm strike. Boom! The collision of two terrifying powers reverberated through the air, sending ripples of energy cascading outward, unleashing a tempestuous wave that uprooted the surrounding trees. The ground at the point of impact was blasted into a massive pit over 10 yards deep, with soil shooting skyward like a rain of arrows. Witnessing such a spectacle, the onlookers turned pale. Such a fearsome assault could only be unleashed by a martial artist at the first level of true qi. Confronting's face had long drained of color as he contemplated his earlier intentions to teach Chu Jianqiu a lesson, should he engage in combat. A single strike would obliterate him. Wan Xiaoying gazed at the enormous pit, her mouth agape in astonishment. What kind of prodigy could exert such terrifying offensive power at merely the first level of true qi? Even the fabled warriors of heavenly bloodlines could scarcely achieve such prowess. Despite her own cultivation at the 5th level of true qi, she found herself unable to summon such dreadful fighting strength. Shimen Ilio nearly collapsed to the ground, despair flooding her heart as she recalled her recent opposition to Chu Jianqiu. What would become of her if he sought retribution? Han Ani, filled with fear and a hint of indignation, bit her lip tightly, lamenting why such extraordinary talent was not bestowed upon herself. Chu Jianqiu was violently hurled several dozen feet away by the strike, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his body bore several gruesome wounds inflicted by the terrifying force. The strength of the blood python exceeded his expectations, relying solely on power and true energy. He found himself unable to contend with it. Rising from the pit, Chu Jianqiu noticed that his wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. He was not surprised by this spectacle. He had long been aware of the formidable healing ability inherent in his supreme martial body. Otherwise, he would not have dared to recklessly challenge the blood python, which was vastly stronger than he, had he not cultivated the supreme martial body. The injuries he sustained from that blow alone would have rendered him incapable of further combat. However, with the supreme martial body, as long as his vital energy remained intact, his physical form possessed remarkable healing capabilities. The blood python, too, was sent sprawling by Chu Jianqiu's strike, its massive body clearing a wide swath of ground, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. Its injuries were far less severe than those of Chu Jianqiu, and it quickly righted itself. Casting a glance toward him to ascertain whether the young man had perished, the python had exerted 7 or 8 parts of its strength in that last blow. Although it was gravely wounded and its power diminished to a mere fraction, even that strike would have been unbearable for an ordinary practitioner at the 7th level of the true energy realm, let alone a practitioner at the 1st level. Chapter 59, The Battle with the Blood Python, Part 2. The blood python gazed towards Chu Jianqiu's direction, astonished and furious to see that the so-called weakling of the 1st level of the true energy realm was standing unscathed. The astonishing combat prowess of this creature is remarkable, yet its resilience is equally impressive. The blood python, with a swift movement, lunged towards Chu Jianqiu, its confidence unshaken. It could not fathom the possibility of being bested by a mere practitioner at the 1st level of Qi realm, even in its current weakened state. Chu Jianqiu was acutely aware that mere strikes would not inflict significant harm upon the blood python. As the serpent readied another assault, he summoned the 7th strike of the Anger Wave 7 layers palm to meet it head-on. With a resounding crash, the ground was mercilessly carved into a larger pit, sending Chu Jianqiu hurtling further away, leaving a deeper trench in his wake. This time, the blood python was also propelled back over 10 feet, its tail bearing a substantial dent, flesh mangled and throbbing with pain. Enraged beyond measure, the serpent was incited to fury by Chu Jianqiu's actions, flipping itself over and charging once more. As Chu Jianqiu rose from the ground, He found his injuries considerably worsened, yet the speed of his healing had notably diminished. The previous healing had drained a significant portion of his vital energy, and without ample reserves, his recovery was naturally impeded. Despite having unleashed the Anger Wave 7 Layers Palm, a technique of the low-grade profound tier, he was still no match for the formidable blood python. Had the serpent not been previously wounded and weakened, he might have succumbed to a single strike. It is worth noting that while the Anger Wave 7 Layers Palm is classified as a low-grade profound technique, its combat effectiveness rivals that of a mid-grade profound technique, effectively doubling Chu Jianqiu's fighting capacity, yet it still fell short against the might of the blood python. As the blood python launched yet another assault, Chu Jianqiu dared not withstand it head-on this time. His physical injuries had not yet healed, and having just executed the furious Wave 7 Layers Palm, his internal energy was in disarray, rendering him incapable of withstanding such a strike. He swiftly produced a spiritual talisman and crushed it, causing a golden shield-like light barrier to manifest before him, forming a solid protective shield. This was a second-tier golden shield talisman of superior quality, sufficient to resist any attack from those at the 7th level of true chi and below. The python's tail collided with the golden shield, shattering the barrier instantly, yet this attack was nonetheless thwarted by the shield. Seizing this fleeting moment, Chu Jianqiu darted sideways for over 10 zhang, evading the blood python's strike. When the blood python attacked once more, Chu Jianqiu utilized 2 additional golden shield talismans in rapid succession to fend off its onslaught. By deploying 3 golden shield talismans consecutively, he gained a rare opportunity to catch his breath, and the wounds upon his body had healed significantly. Wan Xiuying and the others, witnessing Chu Jianqiu expending 3 talismans as if they were mere trifles, were left utterly astounded. Each of these talismans could withstand a full-force strike from the blood python. Highlighting their immense value, one would need at least 10,000 spirit stones to procure such talismans. They were astonished not only by Chu Jianqiu's formidable strength, but also by his apparent wealth. After using the 3rd golden shield talisman to block the blood python's attack, Chu Jianqiu retrieved yet another talisman, slapping it against his body. In an instant, the talisman transformed into a beam of golden light, merging into Chu Jianqiu's form. As the blood python prepared to strike once again, Chu Jianqiu chose not to evade, instead channeling all his energy into the furious Wave 7 Layers Palm to meet the assault head-on. Boom! The blood python was sent flying over 20 feet by a single strike from Chu Jianqiu, its massive form crashing down and toppling countless trees. A wave of terror surged within the creature. After employing that spirit talisman, the boy's strength had seemingly doubled once more. The blow from Chu Jianqiu had already inflicted significant damage, and if the battle continued, it was likely that today it would truly meet its demise at the hands of this youth. The blood python's vertical pupils flared with intense unwillingness. How could it bear to relinquish the prey that was so close at hand? Should it flee now, all its careful scheming would amount to a grievous loss. After all the effort invested, it would merely have consumed a practitioner of the 4th realm of true chi. Moreover, having been gravely injured by Chu Jianqiu, the devoured practitioner could hardly compensate for its wounds, rendering the extensive nourishment acquired from feasting upon countless villagers utterly futile and even exacerbating its injuries further. All of this misfortune was attributed to the youth before it, who had led it to gain nothing while losing everything. However, it dared not provoke Chu Jianqiu any longer. The boy's arsenal of techniques seemed boundless, and who could tell what formidable abilities he still concealed. With Chu Jianqiu's ever-increasing strength, it was evident that it was no longer a match for him. Casting a sidelong glance at Chu Jianqiu, the blood python suddenly darted toward Han Ani and the others. The onlookers, witnessing the python's swift approach, were instantly taken aback. They had been observing the fierce struggle between Chu Jianqiu and the blood python from a distance. Although the scene was exhilarating, their detachment had lulled them into a false sense of security, allowing them to enjoy the spectacle while gradually lowering their guard. Upon witnessing the blood python charging towards them, the group hastily raised their weapons to confront the threat. Blades gleamed, swords surged, and fists struck towards the blood python. With a sweeping tail, the python effortlessly disrupted their loosely arranged formation, sending individuals scattering in all directions, colliding with trees before tumbling to the forest floor. As Huang Pingyi soared through the air, he suddenly felt darkness enveloping his vision, followed by a sharp pain as he plummeted into an enormous, gaping maw, plunging him into an abyss of inky blackness. After devouring Huang Pingyi, the blood python swiftly appeared before Wan Xiuying, its cavernous mouth descending upon her. Gazing at the menacing array of jagged teeth, a chill coursed through her. She realized that before this beast, she possessed no means of defense, nor could she muster the strength to flee. Just as she prepared to close her eyes and accept her fate, a slender figure descended from above. A glint of cold light flashed, and the python's massive head was severed with a decisive strike, crimson blood gushing forth like a spring from the severed neck. A formidable demon, on the brink of transformation, met its demise. Chu Jianqiu, witnessing the head of the blood python roll away, could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed onto the ground. In that final moment, he had expended a second-tier teleportation talisman from the superior-grade talisman pouch. This talisman enabled a martial artist at the true Qi realm to instantaneously traverse any location within a 5-mile radius. As the blood python hastened to consume Wanxiuying, Chu Jianqiu unhesitatingly activated the talisman, seizing the opportunity to appear directly above the python. He drew forth the second-tier superior-grade artifact, the flowing shadow sword. Gifted by his master Cui Yeyun, concentrated all of his remaining true Qi and unleashed a powerful strike that severed the python's head. In the aftermath of a fierce battle, Chu Jianqiu found himself utterly drained of the vital energy within him, unable to muster even a modicum of strength. Chapter 60, A Sudden Change. Are you all right? Wanxiuying, having narrowly escaped peril, was filled with gratitude towards Chu Jianqiu. Upon witnessing him collapse, she was momentarily startled and crawled over to inquire. She had sustained severe injuries from the fierce strike of the blood python's tail and was currently incapable of standing. Chu Jianqiu, with a pallid complexion, shook his head and replied, I am fine, merely a bit fatigued. Reflecting upon the recent confrontation, a shiver of trepidation coursed through him. The formidable nature of the blood python had surpassed his expectations. Its remaining strength likely exceeded that of a peak 7th realm warrior, approaching the 8th realm. To vanquish this malevolent creature, he had exhausted nearly all his trump cards. The profound martial technique, the 7 waves of rage palm, the golden shield talisman, the strengthening talisman, the flash retreat talisman, and the second-tier superior artifact, the flowing shadow sword, bestowed upon him by his master, Cui Yeyun. Although the price had been steep, he ultimately succeeded in slaying the blood python that had wreaked havoc in the region. Seeing that Chu Jianqiu, despite his pale visage, bore no grave injuries, Wanxiuying felt a sense of relief. She retrieved a healing elixir and consumed it while sitting on the ground to gradually recuperate. Unbeknownst to her, however, Chu Jianqiu had indeed suffered significant damage, but his unparalleled martial physique endowed him with an extraordinary healing ability, which had facilitated the rapid recovery of his external wounds. Apart from Wanxiuying, who had been severely injured by the blood python's strike, others had also sustained serious injuries. In the midst of the chaos, both the Xianyun sect and the Zixia sect suffered the loss of a disciple each under the lethal strike of the blood python. Shiman Ilyo was grievously injured, with several of his ribs shattered, rendering him nearly incapable of rising. Another disciple from the Zixia sect sustained injuries that were equally dire. Sifeng Kai collided violently with a tree branch, which cruelly severed one of his arms. Among those present, only Han Ani emerged with relatively minor injuries. He had swiftly concealed himself behind the crowd when the blood python launched its assault, thus only experiencing the reverberations of the attack, as the majority of its force was absorbed by those standing before him. Given that his cultivation was the highest among them, he merely bore superficial wounds, a stark contrast to the severity of the others' injuries. Han Ani gradually regained his footing and approached Chu Jianqiu, a cold smile creeping upon his lips as he grasped the hilt of his Qiongwang sword. Han Ani, what are you planning? Wanxiuying exclaimed, taken aback by his actions. What am I planning? Naturally, to eliminate him, Han Ani declared, drawing his blade and pointing it menacingly at Chu Jianqiu. In the face of the blood python's onslaught, he had refrained from unsheathing his sword, yet now, he directed it towards the defenseless Chu Jianqiu. Did you ever imagine, Chu Jianqiu, that you would ultimately meet your demise at my hands? From the very first day I laid eyes on you, I have long awaited this moment, and today, it has finally arrived. To dare compete with me, Han Ani, for a woman, one must be prepared to face death. Zuiqiu Lianzis, if I, Han Ani, am unworthy of her affection, what right do you, a mere waste, have to hold her hand? Han Ani raged, his eyes aflame with fury. Chu Jianqiu gazed at the seemingly deranged Han Ani, feeling utterly perplexed. Are you out of your mind? What does my holding her hand have to do with you? If you have the courage, go ahead and hold it yourself. Moreover, it was not I who held her hand. Rather, it was she who grasped mine. Chu Jianqiu could never have anticipated that Han Ani would harbor resentment towards him over this matter. You seek death. Han Ani's heart surged with rage. Within the sect, with Zuiqiu Lianzhu shielding you, I dared not act against you. But now, I shall see who can prevent me from ending your life, she declared coldly. Han Ani, have you lost your senses? Slaughtering fellow disciples will ultimately lead to your demise. Wan Xiaoying shouted furiously. Ha ha ha, no one will ever know that I killed him, for you all will have perished at the hands of the blood python, valiantly sacrificing yourselves for the greater good. As for me, I have slain the blood python, avenging you and bringing great merit to the Su Njian sect. Han Ani laughed maniacally. You dare? Wan Xiaoying, taken aback and enraged, could not believe that they had not perished at the hands of the blood python, but would instead fall to this treacherous wretch. Han Ani, you intend to kill us as well? Shimin Ilio exclaimed, disregarding her grievous injuries in her alarm. Spare me. I promise I will not utter a word. Shimin Ilio pleaded desperately. I, Han Ani, trust no living soul. Only the dead can keep secrets, Han Ani replied coldly. Han Ani, you will meet a wretched end. I will haunt you even as a ghost. Upon hearing this, Shimin Ilio erupted into a frenzy of curses. Han Ani, my elder brother is one of the top 10 disciples of the inner sect. If you dare to kill me, he will undoubtedly avenge my death. At this moment, Si Fengkai, disregarding the pain of his severed arm, hastily shouted, You arrogant fool, always flaunting your strength before me. I have long found you displeasing. Rest assured, out of consideration for the bond we have formed over these past days, I shall grant you a swift end shortly, Han Ani retorted with a cold smile. It seems you genuinely believe you have us under your thumb. Chu Jianqiu replied with indifference. Do not feign mystery here. I am aware that your recent battle has drained your strength. Even a mere body refinement realm waste could easily slay you now, Han Ani declared. The calm demeanor of Chu Jianqiu instilled a sense of unease within him. During his encounter with the blood python, he had exhibited a similar composure. At that time, no one believed that a mere first stage of Qi realm could triumph over such a formidable creature. Yet ultimately, the blood python fell at his hands. Since you are so certain that I have exhausted my strength, why are you still so anxious? Chu Jianqiu smiled. Nonsense. Who says I am anxious? Han Ani countered. Not anxious. Then why does your hand tremble? Chu Jianqiu remarked, glancing at his slightly quivering sword hand with amusement. Even at death's door, you continue to spout nonsense. Come, meet your end. Han Ani shouted fiercely, lunging his sword toward Chu Jianqiu. The performance of Chu Jianqiu left him feeling increasingly unsettled. It was better to eliminate him swiftly to avoid prolonged complications. Yet, before his sword could pierce through Chu Jianqiu's form, a glint of cold light flashed above him, and his head was severed from his neck, rendering his thrust forever futile. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers in utter astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. It was only when Han Ani's headless body collapsed that they discerned a young girl standing behind her, wielding a bloodied sword, none other than the elusive Fu Lingxue, who had remained hidden until now. The crowd gasped in disbelief. When had Fu Lingxue acquired such swift and uncanny agility, appearing silently behind Han Ani without anyone noticing? Chapter 61. The message. Chu Jianqiu regarded Fu Lingxue with a faint smile, saying, You have arrived. He was well aware of the reason Fu Lingxue could materialize so quietly behind Han Ani. It was akin to how he had suddenly appeared atop the blood python, both having employed the teleportation talisman. In truth, even if Fu Lingxue had not intervened, Chu Jianqiu possessed the means to eliminate Han Ani, albeit at a considerable cost. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to resort to such methods, even during his encounter with the blood python. Fu Lingxue gazed at Han Ani's lifeless body, her complexion pale and her body trembling uncontrollably. Eventually, unable to contain herself, she retched violently. This was her first experience of taking a life, and the sheer intensity of the scene, as she had decapitated her opponent with a single stroke, overwhelmed her senses. After a prolonged moment of distress, she managed to compose herself and rushed over to assist Chu Jianqiu in tending to his wounds. Chu Jianqiu waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was unhurt and urging her to assist others. With his unparalleled martial physique, as long as his vital energy was restored, the wounds would naturally heal without the need for additional healing elixirs. He activated the Chaos Heavenly Emperor technique, and torrents of spiritual energy surged into his body, stimulating the regenerative capacity of his blood. Gradually, the considerable depletion of his vital energy began to recover. After half an hour, all of Chu Jianqiu's wounds had completely healed. Aside from the exhausted true energy yet to be replenished, he was no longer in any significant peril. However, for his true energy to fully restore, merely absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would require 3 to 4 days to return to peak condition. This fierce battle had nearly drained the vast reserves of true energy within him. His internal supply was indeed remarkable, yet recovery was not a simple endeavor. When Wan Xiaoying encountered Fu Lingxue again, her gaze was filled with a complex array of emotions. Reflecting on her earlier decision to remain on the mountainside at Chu Jianqiu's behest, She felt a wave of guilt wash over her for having distanced herself from Fu Lingxue. Inquiring how Fu Lingxue had come to be there, Fu Lingxue succinctly recounted her tale. Originally, Chu Jianqiu had instructed her to stay put and avoid ascending the mountain, advising immediate retreat should the situation turn dire. However, upon witnessing the tumultuous chaos above, she could not quell her concern and stealthily made her way up the mountain. By the time she arrived, Chu Jianqiu had already slain the blood python, and she happened to witness Han Ani's attempt on Chu Jianqiu's life. In a moment of desperation, Fu Lingxue unhesitatingly activated the teleportation talisman, instantly appearing behind Han Ani and striking him down with a single thrust of her sword. At that moment, her mind was a blank canvas. Her only thought was to prevent Han Ani from harming Chu Jianqiu, leaving no room for further contemplation. Now, as she regained her composure, she was struck by the gravity of her actions. She had slain a fellow disciple of the Xinjiang sect, even while tending to Wan Xiuying's wounds. A sense of unease lingered within her. Wan Xiuying recounted the events, asserting that Han Ani had brought this fate upon himself, thus alleviating some of Fu Lingxue's turmoil. Under Fu Lingxue's care, the others consumed healing elixirs and bandaged their injuries. After a brief respite, they managed to rise despite their severe wounds. Chu Jianqiu gazed at the enormous corpse of the blood python before him, a frown creasing his brow. If he were alone, disposing of the massive carcass would have been a simple task. He could have effortlessly stowed it within the Chaos Supreme Tower, where its vast expanse would accommodate the creature with ease. However, surrounded by onlookers, he could not act so freely. The secrets of the Chaos Supreme Tower were not to be revealed, for such exposure could lead to dire consequences, unless he resorted to eliminating everyone present. Yet, Chu Jianqiu was no merciless killer, unwilling to take lives merely for the sake of a mere blood python, despite the immense treasures that its body contained. The lifeless body of a semi-transformed great demon was sufficiently capable of unleashing a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. Had Chu Jianqiu been among those ruthless individuals, it is likely that none present would have survived. Junior brother Chu, how shall we deal with the corpse of this blood python? Wan Xiuying inquired, gazing at Chu Jianqiu. The small cloud boat she had brought could only accommodate a little over 10 people, rendering it incapable of holding the massive blood python. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Jianqiu retrieved a token from his robe. Infusing it with his vital energy, he activated the runes within, causing the surface of the token to emit a brilliant golden light, sending forth a profound wave of energy. The onlookers were taken aback upon witnessing the token. It was a personal token. Such tokens could only be possessed by the direct disciples of the Xinjiang Seven Peaks. Could it be that Chu Jianqiu was a direct disciple of one of the peaks? Upon seeing the token, Shimin Ilio's complexion turned an even paler shade. The individual she had incessantly scorned as a worthless fool was, in fact, a direct disciple of the Xinjiang sect. Shimin Ilio felt as though she had received a crushing blow, leaving her with a sense of profound despair regarding her own existence. Although Wan Xiuying was initially astonished by the sight of the token, a sense of relief soon washed over her. Chu Jianqiu's extraordinary talent could only be justified by his status as a direct disciple. 6 months prior, on the day Chu Jianqiu had entered the sect, she had observed Zuoqiu Lian's leading Chu Jianqiu away, mistakenly believing they were merely relatives, never considering him to be a direct disciple. At that time, Chu Jianqiu's cultivation was notably inferior among his peers, making it evident that he was not an individual of exceptional talent. If he were indeed gifted, he would not have been confined to the mere 9th level of body refinement at such a young age. How could a person of such mediocre talent ever be accepted as a direct disciple of the Xinjiang sect? Even if he has some connection to the Zuoqiu family, it is of no consequence, for this is the rule of the Xinjiang sect. Fu Lingxue and Si Fengkai would naturally not find any surprise in this token, as they had already learned of Chu Jianqiu's identity 6 months prior, though they had chosen to keep it under wraps until now. Half an hour later, a magnificent cloud vessel appeared in the skies above Wahoo Mountain. Junior brother, what urgent matter compelled you to summon your senior sister? A melodious laughter echoed through the air, and from the cloud vessel leapt a striking young maiden clad in a floral long dress, none other than Zuoqiu Lianzu. Though Zuoqiu Lianzu initially descended with a smile upon her lips, her countenance shifted dramatically upon witnessing the desolation that lay scattered across Wahoo Mountain. The extent of the devastation suggested that only a martial artist of at least the 7th level of Qi transformation could have caused such destruction, or perhaps even an 8th level warrior. If Junior brother had found himself embroiled in a conflict with such powerful adversaries, how perilous that would be. Junior brother, where are you? Zuoqiu Lianzu called out, her voice laced with urgency, her earlier composure replaced by palpable concern. Senior sister, I am here, Chu Jianqiu responded. No sooner had he spoken than a vision of a beautiful maiden in a floral dress appeared before them. Chapter 62. The return. Seeing Chu Jianqiu, despite his tattered clothing, in relatively good condition, brought Zhuo Lian's who a sense of relief. She had genuinely feared that her junior brother, who had only recently begun his journey, might have met with misfortune. What are you doing? Zhuo Lianzhu, somewhat displeased, expressed her thoughts. She had received a message from Chu Jianqiu, merely requesting her assistance in bringing a larger cloud boat, without offering further explanation. Although she found it peculiar and was uncertain about the necessity of such a sizable vessel, she did not decline the request. After all, this was the first favor that her junior disciple had asked of her since his initiation, a rare occurrence indeed. However, upon arriving at the scene and witnessing the chaotic surroundings, she was genuinely taken aback. Initially believing that Chu Jianqiu was embroiled in a confrontation with two formidable opponents at the 7th or 8th stage of Qi realm, Chu Jianqiu pointed towards the corpse of the blood python, smiling awkwardly, and said, "Sister, I hope you can assist in dealing with this creature." It was only then that Zhuo Lianzhu noticed the massive corpse of the blood python on the ground. Her expression shifted dramatically. A transformed great demon of such caliber would pose a considerable challenge even for her. How could it have met its demise here? As she observed the several lifeless bodies around and noted the disheveled state of Chu Jianqiu and his companions, her demeanor grew grave. What on earth had transpired? She gazed intently into Chu Jianqiu's eyes and inquired seriously. Chu Jianqiu briefly recounted the events. He had summoned Zhuo Lianzhu to aid in the disposal of the blood python. Given the valuable nature of the creature's remains, it would not be wise for them, as relatively weak outer disciples, to transport it back, as it might attract unwanted attention. Moreover, the number of deceased disciples was rather alarming, particularly with Han and Yi having perished at the hands of their own. This was no trivial matter. Han and Yi's uncle, Han Feijia, was an elder of the outer sect, and should he learn of this incident, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. However, if Zhuo Lianzhu were to intervene, even if Han Feijia harbored the deepest loathing for them, he would not dare to act recklessly. Chu Jianqiu was not intimidated by Han Feijia. Given his status, Han Feijia had no authority to deal with him. He merely sought to spare Wan Xiaoying and the others from unnecessary troubles. The more Zhuo Lianzhu listened, the more her heart raced with astonishment. She gazed at Chu Jianqiu with disbelief. For a mere practitioner at the first level of true Qi dared to confront a shape-shifting great demon. His audacity was remarkable. Moreover, he had emerged victorious in that encounter. After hearing Chu Jianqiu's account, Zhuo Lianzhu suddenly grasped his ear with her delicate fingers. Her teeth gritted in exasperation. When faced with a shape-shifting great demon, instead of fleeing, you foolishly rushed into battle. Do you wish for me, your senior sister, to be unable to fulfill my role after just 2 days? With that, she tugged at his ear with considerable force. Ouch! Senior sister, please let go. I promise I won't dare do it again. Chu Jianqiu quickly pleaded for mercy. His discomfort was not unbearable. Rather, Zhuo Lianzhu's brazen actions in public left him thoroughly embarrassed. If he did not promptly concede, he could only imagine what further antics Zhuo Lianzhu might unleash. Among the onlookers, aside from Si Feng Kai, who felt a mixture of envy and jealousy, the others maintained a stoic demeanor, observing the unfolding events with indifference. Upon witnessing Chu Jianqiu's submission, Zhuo Lianzhu finally released her grip in a huff. Han Ani is indeed audacious, daring to scheme against the people of my 4th peak. He ought to be grateful for his demise, otherwise, I would make him rue the day he graced this world. Zhuo Lianzhu scoffed. Upon hearing these words, a chill coursed through the crowd. For it is rumored that those from the 4th peak are all madmen, notorious for their fierce protectiveness. It appears the rumors hold true. Zhuo Lianzhu summoned the cloud vessel from the heavens with a wave of her hand, gracefully sweeping her sleeve as her true energy manifested into 2 colossal chains that ensnared the corpse of the blood python, casting it onto the cloud vessel. This materialization of true energy is a hallmark of a sea transformation realm master. After depositing the blood python's remains onto the cloud vessel, she swiftly leaped aboard, casting a deliberate glance at Chu Jianqiu. With no choice but to follow, Chu Jianqiu ascended the massive vessel behind her. Meanwhile, Wan Xiaoying and Fu Lingxue, along with others, opted to return to the foot of the mountain, boarding a smaller cloud vessel that trailed behind the larger one, making their way towards Xinjian's sect. At that moment, no one had the heart to return to Zunlian City for the celebratory banquet set by its lord. Wan Xiaoying observed the disheveled group, feeling a wave of despondency wash over her. Of the 11 who had ventured forth, only 6 remained alive, the members of the Xianyun Society, led by Han Ani, had perished entirely, with the sole survivor, Si Fengkai, now rendered a cripple with one arm lost. In contrast, the Zixia Society's fate was relatively fortunate. Aside from one woman who fell victim to the blood python, the others sustained severe injuries but at least escaped with their lives. Amidst her sorrow, Wan Xiaoying felt a flicker of relief. Fortunately, this time, Fu Lingxue had invited Chu Jianqiu to join them. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have faced total annihilation. With no hope of survival, Zuoqiu Lianzis accompanied them to the Merit Hall to report on the mission's circumstances. Upon witnessing the enormous blood python aboard the Yunzhou, and with Zuoqiu Lianzis present, the elder in charge dared not show favoritism or negligence. Given that the mission's difficulty far exceeded initial expectations, it could not be classified as a mere C-level task. The elder designated the mission as B-level, elevating the contribution reward from 90 points to over 700. Considering the contribution level of this mission, Chu Jianqiu was entitled to the lion's share of the reward, with at least 600 points out of the 700. However, he chose to take only 200 points, opting instead to distribute the remainder equally among his companions. After all, they had all faced life-threatening peril during this mission, and a measure of compensation was only just. Moreover, having already acquired the blood python's carcass, Chu Jianqiu found little value in the remaining contribution points. Of course, among those sharing the contribution points, Si Fengkai was the exception. Si Fengkai and Han Ani had followed them with ulterior motives. Allowing him to retain his life was already a considerable concession, and it was inconceivable that he would share in the rewards. The group, having survived this calamity, felt immense gratitude and did not dare to covet the contribution points. The decision to equally distribute 500 points among them astonished everyone. At this moment, each individual received no less than 100 contribution points. For these outer disciples, 100 contribution points equated to nearly a year's worth of resource allocation. It is noteworthy that these outer disciples only received 10 qi gathering pills per month, and each contribution point could be exchanged for 1 qi gathering pill. Therefore, over 100 contribution points constituted a substantial fortune for them. In Chapter 63, Danfu Formation, Chu Jianqiu exchanged the corpse of the blood python at the treasure pavilion for a wealth of resources, including a significant number of qi gathering pills, materials for talisman crafting, and components for array formation. Previously, Chu Jianqiu had engaged in the study of array formation primarily from a theoretical standpoint. As the materials required for setting up arrays were prohibitively expensive, far beyond his previous means. Furthermore, after acquiring the chaotic Supreme Tower, he found himself in a perilous situation, urgently needing to enhance his strength, even with financial resources at hand. The necessity to purchase a plethora of medicinal pills left him with little surplus to acquire the materials for array formation. The profession of talisman formation has always been notoriously costly. Crafting talismans requires the use of dan sha and talisman paper. While creating lower-tier spiritual talismans may be manageable with ordinary dan sha and paper, higher-tier spiritual talismans demand significantly pricier materials. Superior dan sha is crafted from rare spiritual mineral powders mixed with the blood of extraordinary beasts, and certain special spiritual talismans necessitate the use of exceedingly rare items for their formulation. Additionally, the tanning of high-grade talisman paper involves even more precious resources, some requiring the hides of high-tier beasts, while others call for rare leaves. As for formations, they are an even more costly profession than talisman crafting. Low-level formations may not be particularly challenging to set up. Some require no auxiliary materials at all and can achieve their effects simply by inscribing the formation diagram directly upon the ground. However, certain special or high-level formations necessitate the use of specific materials. For instance, the fire-gathering formation, which can concentrate true flames, requires fire attribute materials as its core to evoke the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into true fire. Similarly, the water trap formation mandates water attribute materials as its central component for successful deployment. The first formation that Chu Jianqiu established was the Pill Talisman formation. Upon acquiring the Chaos Supreme Tower, he initially learned this formation. At that time, as he was just beginning to cultivate the Chaos Heavenly Emperor technique, the consumption of elixirs was exceedingly high. He had contemplated setting up the Pill Talisman formation for self-refinement of elixirs. However, as the income from selling strengthening talismans was more than sufficient to support his cultivation at that period, he decided against spending time establishing the Pill Talisman formation for alchemy. Now, having become a direct disciple of the Xinjian sect, there is currently no one who can threaten his life, and thus Chu Jianqiu does not feel an urgent need to enhance his strength. Although the amount of spiritual energy required for him to elevate his realm is dozens of times that of ordinary cultivators at the same level, the speed at which he absorbs spiritual energy during cultivation is also countless times greater than that of ordinary martial artists. Even without any supportive cultivation resources, his training speed would not lag behind that of any other martial artist. However, with ample resources, his cultivation speed could be virtually limitless. Considering the substantial consumption of elixirs required for future cultivation, it is impractical to exchange such a vast quantity of elixirs each time. Frequent visits to the treasure pavilion for these considerable exchanges would inevitably raise suspicions over time. To ensure discretion, it is far more prudent to refine the elixirs oneself. Fortuitously, I have undertaken a course in alchemy, allowing me to procure a significant amount of alchemical materials without arousing any doubts. The pursuit of alchemy is, after all, a craft that demands considerable financial investment. In the initial stages of learning, one will undoubtedly expend a large quantity of materials. Thus, even if I acquire a substantial amount of alchemical resources, others will merely perceive it as a necessary loss during my practice, attributing it to my lack of innate talent in alchemy rather than suspecting ulterior motives. Moreover, should the elixirs I produce suffice for my daily cultivation and yield a surplus, I could also sell them. This would serve to further obscure my secret while providing an additional source of income. The term Danfu array refers to the various formations employed in the refinement of elixirs. Not all elixirs are crafted using the same array. While the overarching principles of these formations remain consistent, adjustments must be made to correspond with different recipes. The arrays for crafting body refining pills and chi gathering pills, for instance, are inherently distinct. One is a first-grade elixir, while the other is classified as a second-grade elixir, thus necessitating different levels of array sophistication. The chi gathering pill is one of the most common second-grade elixirs, and its recipe is widely known. I have studied this particular formula during my alchemical coursework. Chu Jianqiu achieved exemplary results in both theoretical and practical aspects of the alchemy course, demonstrating an intimate understanding of the refinement of the chi gathering pill. His familiarity with the formulas allowed him to effortlessly set up the array, succeeding in establishing the pill formation after only 2 failed attempts. With a hint of nervous anticipation, he cast the materials into the array and activated it, closely observing the transformations occurring within the cauldron. This was, after all, his inaugural experience utilizing an array for alchemy, and uncertainty lingered in his heart regarding the outcome. As the array was set in motion, it drew upon the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, conjuring a blazing fire. The materials within the cauldron began to extract and merge in accordance with the prescribed sequence. After half an hour, a complete batch of chi gathering pills was successfully refined. Overcome with excitement, Chu Jianqiu removed the cauldron and counted the resulting pills. Remarkably, there were precisely 50. He had initially placed 50 portions of materials into the array, and to his astonishment, he had produced 50 pills with a flawless success rate and 0 wastage, all while significantly enhancing his efficiency. Had he employed conventional methods for refining the chi gathering pill, even with his proficient grasp of both theory and technique, he would still have faced a 10% loss rate. Typically, refining a batch of 50 pills would require at least half a day. Such an accomplishment, when compared to alchemists of the same rank, stands as a testament to extraordinary skill. Even the most exceptional alchemists typically encounter a loss rate of 20 to 30% during their refining processes. Those who manage to confine this loss to below 10% are truly prodigies among prodigies, a rarity that has not graced the Xinjiang sect in centuries. However, utilizing this alchemical talisman array not only achieves 0 loss, but also amplifies efficiency several-fold. Although Chu Jianqiu comprehends that the treasures within the Chaos Supreme Tower are far from ordinary, he could not have anticipated such astonishing advancements. While employing this talisman array for the creation of simple gathering chi pills may seem reasonable, its application in formulating exceedingly challenging elixirs, with probabilities of 0 loss and 0 failure, would undoubtedly induce unimaginable upheaval within the alchemical realm. In his alchemical studies, Chu Jianqiu has heard of several high-tier elixirs on the Tianwu continent that are notoriously difficult to produce, with even the most skilled alchemists achieving success rates below 1%, such as the heavenly fragrance life-renewing pill and the Wujiyuanxian pill. Nonetheless, such advanced elixirs remain a distant aspiration for Chu Jianqiu at present. It is worth noting that even the Xinjiang sect has merely heard of these legendary potions by name, without ever having laid eyes upon them. Chapter 64. Shiyang Peak. Chu Jianqiu began to lead a leisurely life on the 4th peak, spending his days crafting talismans, setting up arrays, and refining elixirs, occasionally attending a few classes in the outer sect. The knowledge imparted in the outer sect classes primarily encompasses the fundamentals of each craft, and after 6 months of study, Chu Jianqiu has fundamentally grasped these foundational principles. Most of the courses currently offered in the outer sect hold little relevance for Chu Jianqiu. He only attends those that delve deeply into specific subjects. For skills he wishes to master further, he either immerses himself in the ancient texts of the scripture depository for self-study or seeks the tutelage of esteemed elders proficient in those arts. Having already taken Cui Yayun as his mentor, it is inconceivable for Chu Jianqiu to pursue another elder's guidance. Thus, his only avenue for advanced learning lies in the ancient tomes within the scripture depository. Naturally, should he encounter areas of confusion, he may expend a portion of his contribution points to solicit clarification from the elders. With a heavy heart, Chu Jianqiu parted with 100 contribution points to acquire the book titled Detailed Explanation of Alchemical Formulas. Departing amidst the peculiar and mocking gazes of the disciple in charge of the scripture depository. What a fool, that fellow must have lost his mind. The disciple muttered as he observed Chu Jianqiu's retreating figure. In the brief span of 6 months, Chu Jianqiu had exchanged for no fewer than 50 precious texts from the scripture depository. These invaluable tomes encompassed a wide array of subjects, including talismans, formations, alchemy, artifact crafting, botany, mineralogy, medicine, and martial arts, essentially covering every category available in the repository. The cost of acquiring these texts was substantial. The cheapest among them required 30 contribution points apiece, a sum equivalent to 3 months' worth of resource allocation for an outer sect disciple, and yet he squandered it with abandon. Moreover, this fellow truly possesses considerable wealth. In merely 5 months, he expended no less than 3,000 contribution points solely on acquiring these texts. With a contribution value of 3,000 points, even inner disciples find it exceedingly challenging to accumulate such wealth. Chu Jianqiu perused the detailed explanation of alchemical formulas in his hands, recalling the 100 contribution points he had just expended, and couldn't help but grimace in dismay. This was indeed exorbitant. A mere detailed explanation of alchemical formulas demanded 100 contribution points. This volume was merely the first part of a comprehensive guide, meticulously detailing all the second-tier alchemical recipes collected by the Xianjian sect. Were it available in the market, this first volume would undoubtedly fetch far more than 100 gathering elixirs. Yet the Xianjian sect could not charge its own disciples according to market rates. Glancing at the meager balance of 100 contribution points on his token, he rubbed his forehead, realizing that this paltry amount would scarcely suffice. His considerable expenditures over the past 6 months had depleted the substantial contribution points he had acquired by trading the blood python's corpse. The abundance of contribution points that had allowed for such lavish spending had also been augmented by discreetly selling various spiritual talismans and elixirs on several occasions. Over the past 6 months, aside from deepening his knowledge in talismans and formations, Chu Jianqiu had also made significant progress in his cultivation, advancing from the first to the third level of the true Qi realm. During this period, he had consumed 10 gathering elixirs daily, without overly hastening his cultivation pace. This approach aimed to solidify his foundational level, while his rapid progress through an abundance of elixirs was remarkable. It could not compare to the solid grounding achieved through steady practice. In a mere 6 months, breaking through 2 significant realms is already astonishing enough. Should the pace quicken further, it would inevitably invite skepticism. After all, during his initial assessment of aptitude in Tianshui City, he had only revealed a low-tier celestial bloodline. Cloaked in a black robe, with his visage concealed, Chu Jianqiu had concocted several batches of elixirs using talismanic arrays. He hefted a large bundle and departed. 50 miles south of the 7 peaks of Xinjian lies Xiang Peak, home to a marketplace established by disciples of the Xianjian sect. Although the sect officially forbids private transactions among disciples, mandating that all earnings be returned to the treasure pavilion in exchange for contribution points. Not all disciples adhere to this rule. Some wish to keep their possessions hidden from outsiders, while others possess items acquired during their expeditions that are unsuitable for public scrutiny. A major contributing factor to this underground market's existence is the fact that the steward disciples at the treasure pavilion often impose deductions on treasures submitted by ordinary disciples lacking significant backgrounds, leading to a substantial depreciation of the contribution points they receive. This has fostered considerable discontent among those disciples. While the upper echelons of the Xinjian sect are aware of the marketplace at Xiang Peak, they choose to adopt a policy of willful ignorance rather than prohibition. Chu Jianqiu, wishing to keep his background shrouded in mystery, preferred to avoid the direct exchange of his refined elixirs and spiritual talismans at the treasure pavilion. As a disciple with personal tutelage, He trusted that the stewards of the pavilion would refrain from unjustly diminishing his contribution points. Yet, Chu Jianqiu still refrained from handing over all the talismans and elixirs he had crafted to the treasure pavilion in exchange for contribution points. The talismans and elixirs he intended to exchange were merely commonplace items. Descending from the fourth peak, Chu Jianqiu found himself in a desolate area, where he produced a talisman and executed a series of hand gestures. Instantly, the talisman transformed into a spiritual crane, a newly acquired skill he had learned from the Tower of Chaos. This particular talisman possessed the ability to metamorphose into various ethereal birds and mythical beasts. Mounting the talisman-turned crane, he soared toward Xiang Peak. The crane's speed was remarkable. In the span of a single incense stick burning, he arrived at Xiang Peak. Upon landing, Chu Jianqiu retracted the crane and commenced his ascent on foot. His familiarity with Xiang Peak was evident, as he swiftly located a disciple responsible for the marketplace, paid the rental fee, and secured a stall. He then removed the large bundle from his back and began to peddle the items he possessed. Although the Tower of Chaos allowed for storage, Chu Jianqiu was wary of revealing this capability in the presence of others. Spatial artifacts were exceedingly rare, and should he expose his possession of such a treasure, even within the confines of the Xianjian sect, there would inevitably be those who, driven by temptation, would dare to take risks against him, potentially leading to dire consequences. To conceal the existence of the Tower of Chaos, Chu Jianqiu remained perpetually cautious, leaving no traces of its presence. The contents of his bundle consisted entirely of various elixirs and talismans, though he had also delved into the art of crafting magical artifacts. His accomplishments were limited to the production of a first-tier exquisite treasure during the external examination, and his studies in this field remained largely theoretical. Chapter 65. The Regular Customer. The trading market of Xiang Peak is dominated by the internal sects of Lingxiao Society and Yingfeng Society. To sell goods here, one must pay them a certain amount of rent. As night fell, the illuminating magical artifacts lining the streets rendered the marketplace as bright as day. The arrival of night did not diminish the flow of people at Xiang Peak. Rather, it intensified the bustling atmosphere. The marketplace offered not only an array of elixirs, magical artifacts, and talismans, but also included some female disciples who, in a state of moral decline, traded their bodies for cultivation resources. Thus, this vibrant marketplace was immensely popular among the disciples of the Xianjian sect, with many members visiting daily. Stalls were set up along the streets, where some disciples enthusiastically hawked their wares, creating a lively scene filled with throngs of passers-by. The Xianjian sect boasts a rich history within the Daqian dynasty, with its disciples numbering in the tens of thousands. Situated far from the secular cities, the marketplace of Xiang Peak has, over time, evolved into a small town of sorts. Many disciples, like Chu Jianqiu, donned cloaks and black robes to conceal their identities, yet the majority chose to reveal their true selves. Qinshui, you have finally arrived. As Chu Jianqiu had just set up his stall, two individuals approached him without delay. Chu Jianqiu recognized the two individuals before him. They were his esteemed patrons. One named Shui Lian and the other Ma Jingyao, both disciples of the inner sect. It is a pleasure to see you both thriving. Congratulations on your remarkable progress in cultivation, Chu Jianqiu remarked with a smile. Just a month prior, these two had been at the 7th level of true qi, yet astonishingly, within this brief span, they had both ascended to the 8th level. It is all thanks to Brother Tianshui, Shui Lian chuckled. Had it not been for his mystical talismans, we might have perished in that secret realm, let alone gained any fortune from it. Alas, if only Brother Tianshui would reveal himself, we would love the opportunity to become better acquainted. Ma Jingyao lamented, glancing at Chu Jianqiu, who was shrouded in an intricately concealing black robe. Chu Jianqiu offered a faint, non-committal smile. As he peddled his talismans and elixirs, it would be imprudent to reveal his true identity. Such an act would render his disguise moot. Originating from Tianshui City, he had whimsically adopted a moniker reflecting his roots. What treasures does Brother Tianshui bring forth this time? Shui Lian swiftly diverted the conversation, sensing that Chu Jianqiu's reluctance to unveil his true self hinted at his own complexities. Ma Jingyao's forthrightness might inadvertently tread upon sensitive ground. Despite appearing to possess only the 3rd level of true qi, this enigmatic figure enveloped in black exuded an aura of profound depth. Such a low cultivation level coupled with possession of such rare talismans suggested a far from ordinary identity. Among the talismans he offered, Shui Lian had yet to encounter any of their kind within the confines of the Xianjian sect during his extensive tenure in the inner sect. The enhancement talisman is one thing. Although the enhancement talisman sold by this enigmatic figure in black robes has reached the level of superior quality, which astonishes him. It is not entirely extraordinary. While few individuals within the Xianyuan sect possess the skill to craft second-tier enhancement talismans of superior quality, such feats are nonetheless achievable. However, the teleportation talisman evokes a profound sense of astonishment. This particular talisman is exceedingly rare, even throughout the vast Dacian dynasty. The rarity does not stem from the difficulty of its creation, but rather from the preciousness of its runes. Although similar talismans have appeared within the Dacian dynasty, the quality of their runes has often been subpar, resulting in talismans of merely inferior quality, with the occasional stroke of luck yielding a few of medium quality. The teleportation talisman offered by this figure, which boasts superior quality, is indeed a rarity. Xue Lian, himself a second-tier talisman master, understands that for a talisman master, the runes are of utmost importance. Without superior runes, even the highest level of crafting skill cannot produce talismans of remarkable efficacy. In his quest to master talisman arts, Xue Lian has perused numerous texts within the scripture repository, and he is certain that the Xianyuan sect does not possess the runes for the teleportation talisman. Otherwise, their talisman masters would have thrived on this singular talisman alone. Furthermore, he has never heard of a figure named Tianshui within the Xianyuan sect. Yet, this figure in black robes, while peddling talismans, demands contribution points from the Xianyuan sect, clearly not being a disciple from another faction. Considering the Xianyuan sect's decade-long recruitment last year, it seems likely that this figure has recently acquired some inheritance in talisman arts. Xue Lian harbored no interest in probing into Chu Jianqiu's secrets, for such encroachments upon another's taboos would only serve to cultivate enmity. Xue Lian had no desire to offend a formidable talisman master who had acquired a powerful legacy of talismanic arts. Although this figure in the black robe possessed relatively low cultivation, Xue Lian, as a talisman master, understood well that the combat prowess of such practitioners could not be measured by conventional standards. A single potent talisman could obliterate warriors several realms above oneself. Moreover, the strategies employed by talisman masters were manifold and unpredictable. One could never ascertain the nature of the talismans concealed by an adversary. Despite Xue Lian's commendable talent in talismanic arts, the Xianjian sect was not a dedicated talismanic school. While there existed some inheritance in talismanic knowledge, it lacked a comprehensive and systematic foundation, and the available runes were rather common, devoid of any unique characteristics. Achieving the rank of a second-tier talisman master was already a pinnacle for Xue Lian. Unless he were to acquire additional talismanic teachings, he would find it impossible to advance further solely through the resources of the Xianjian sect in the realm of talismanic arts. As a talisman master, Xue Lian was acutely aware of the capabilities of his peers, which instilled in him a heightened sense of caution. For instance, during this recent expedition into the secret realm, had he not procured a few talismans from the figure in the black robe beforehand, it is likely that both he and his companion would have perished in that perilous domain, never to seize the fortuitous opportunities therein or progress in their cultivation. The talismans included strength-enhancing talismans, golden shield talismans, flash escape talismans, and windwalking talismans, among others. The elixirs comprised energy recovery pills, detoxification pills, fasting pills, and blood-strengthening pills. If either of you esteemed brothers has a preference, feel free to select. Upon hearing Xue Lian's words, Chu Jianqiu immediately responded with enthusiasm. For these two were indeed significant clients. Last time, their contributions had greatly benefited him. Ma Jingyao gazed longingly at the spirit talismans, his mouth watering. Yet he winced at the exorbitant prices. The items were undoubtedly excellent, but the costs were rather steep. Ma Jingyao grimaced, recalling how he and Xue Lian had nearly exhausted their entire savings to acquire a few of those talismans during their last visit to Chu Jianqiu. Chapter 66. The Great Python Celestial Scale Armor. These talismans are a bit overpriced. This time, if we purchase a few more, would you be able to offer a discount? My friend, Xue Lian, too, felt a pang of regret upon seeing the price tags of the talismans. A flash talisman demanded a full 1,000 contribution points, while a golden shield talisman required 300, and the strength-enhancing talisman necessitated 500. The last time, he and Ma Jingyao had each acquired one of each of these three types, depleting their entire fortunes. Yet, it was precisely these three talismans that had saved their lives thrice within that secret realm. Having tasted the fruits of their efficacy, they were eager to return to the sect and await their arrival at this very place. Overpriced? Chu Jianqiu was immediately displeased by this remark. These talismans are vital for survival at critical moments. Were it not for our shared bond as fellow disciples, I would not sell them at all. Which is more important, life or contribution points? If you wish to buy, then do so. If not, leave quickly and do not hinder my business. Please, Do not be angry, Brother Tianqiu. We were merely speaking. Shui Lian quickly attempted to appease him with a smile. The preciousness of these talismans is self-evident. Each additional piece equates to an extra life. Should Chu Jianqiu become truly irate and refuse to sell to them, their losses would indeed be substantial. Furthermore, the Xinjian sect is on the brink of a perilous trial in a more dangerous secret realm. Without several life-saving cards up their sleeves, they cannot guarantee their survival. Observing Shui Lian's demeanor, Chu Jianqiu relented. It was never his intention to truly withhold the talismans from the two, for they were valued regular customers. The last order alone had earned him over 3,000 contribution points. This maneuver was merely intended to deter them from haggling. Otherwise, others would follow suit, demanding discounts. A precedent he wished to avoid. Brother Tianqiu, can this contribution be replaced with something else? Shui Lian inquired cautiously. He had nearly exhausted all his contribution points during the last purchase and now found himself unable to offer any surplus. What do you have in mind? Chu Jianqiu responded with genuine interest. Within the Xinjian sect, contribution points are indeed the most coveted currency. However, if something of equivalent value that he could utilize were offered, he would not be averse to accepting it. Upon noticing Chu Jianqiu's lack of immediate refusal, Shui Lian's heart soared with joy. His greatest fear was that Chu Jianqiu would insist solely on contribution points, which would complicate matters considerably. If that were the case, he would have to make another trip back to the treasure pavilion to exchange the items obtained in the secret realm for contribution points. Given the nature of the stewards and disciples at the treasure pavilion, it was certain that these ordinary inner disciples, lacking significant backgrounds, would be subjected to deductions, resulting in a substantial decrease in their contribution points. Furthermore, after converting the contribution points, there was no guarantee that Chu Jianqiu would still possess the spirit talismans upon his return. It was essential to note that the talismans sold by Chu Jianqiu were highly sought after, and their sales were never a concern. What they feared most was that by the time they turned around, Chu Jianqiu's talismans would be completely sold out, leaving them in despair. Shui Lian removed a large package from his back and took out a piece of armor. This was a second-tier exquisite defensive magical artifact, the Python Celestial Scale Armor. Renowned for its formidable defense, even a 9th-level true chi practitioner would find it nearly impossible to breach its protection in a short time. As Shui Lian presented the armor to Chu Jianqiu, he continuously extolled its virtues. Chu Jianqiu received the armor and examined it closely. His knowledge of artifact refinement was not in vain, allowing him to effortlessly discern the armor's grade. Although Shui Lian's praise was somewhat exaggerated, it was not entirely unfounded. Against an ordinary 9th-level true chi practitioner, this magical artifact could indeed withstand a considerable assault. 2 flash escape talismans. Chu Jianqiu declared his price, as he was currently in need of a defensive magical artifact. Given the quality of Shui Lian's item, he was more than willing to make the exchange. Brother, isn't that a bit low? Shui Lian replied with a pained expression. Low? Not at all. Chu Jianqiu waved his hand and remarked. This armor can only withstand a fleeting assault from a 9th-level true chi practitioner. If you truly encounter such an adversary, do you believe it will suffice to save your life? My flash escape talisman allows for instantaneous withdrawal from the battlefield, ensuring survival, which holds greater value. Surely, Senior Brother Shui must have some awareness of this. I shall exchange 2 flash escape talismans, and this concession is made solely out of respect for our long-standing relationship. Shui Lian found himself momentarily speechless. Could one truly equate a magical artifact with a talisman? The former is a durable implement, while the latter is but a consumable resource. Yet, he could not refute the argument, for indeed, in the scenario described by Chu Jianqiu, the flash escape talisman would prove to be more advantageous than the great Python heavenly scale armor. Reflecting on the perils he encountered in the secret realm, there was a moment when, had he relied on the armor, he would have met with disaster. The flash escape talisman, however, would have spared him. Resigned, Shui Lian accepted the 2 talismans and retrieved from his large bundle a fist-sized piece of purple golden ore. Though I cannot identify this ore, its grade undoubtedly exceeds the 3rd level. I present it to you in light of our fortuitous connection. As he spoke, his complexion remained unflushed. This ore, while of good quality, was of no use to him as he was not a craftsman. If he were to take it to the treasure pavilion for contribution points, it would likely fetch less than even the great Python heavenly scale armor. Upon receiving the ore, Chu Jianqiu's heart raced. It was the Qiyang Golden Thunder ore. In Chu Jianqiu's eyes, a flicker of fervor emerged. Although Shui Lian was unfamiliar with the mineral, it was no stranger to Chu Jianqiu, who had excelled in mineral identification courses. The Qiyang Golden Thunder ore was a formidable 4th-tier spiritual ore. A mere trace could significantly enhance the performance of magical artifacts. This mineral was exceedingly precious and remarkably rare, often valued higher than certain fifth-tier spiritual ores. Even a piece the size of a thumb could fetch an astronomical price, let alone one as large as a fist. Yet, it was evident that Xue Lian lacked discernment. Despite his outward bravado, Chu Jianqiu, an expert in the field, could easily see through Xue Lian's uncertainty. He was utterly oblivious to the true worth of the spiritual ore. It was likely that in Xue Lian's mind, if this ore could be sold for a price akin to that of the great Python Tianlin armor, he would be overjoyed. Stealing a glance at Xue Lian, Chu Jianqiu maintained an impassive demeanor. Encountering such an unknowledgeable individual, it appeared that he had stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. With 3,000 contribution points, Senior Brother Xue can select spiritual talismans and elixirs of equivalent value, Chu Jianqiu remarked, feigning indifference. Xue Lian's heart raced with exhilaration. It seemed this fellow had indeed been duped by him. This seemingly worthless stone had somehow commanded such a lofty price. Chapter 67. A frenzy of snatching. Xue Lian raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Tianxue truly possesses an eye for value," while he publicly praised Chu Jianqiu. Internally, he reveled in his cunning success, having finally gained an advantage over this shrewd merchant. Regardless of the mineral's high grade, until it was refined into a magical artifact, it held no utility for them. The crafting of magical artifacts is not merely accomplished through the use of a singular mineral material. While this piece of purple gold ore appears to possess a high grade, its value pales in comparison to that of the great Python heavenly scale armor. Furthermore, the sale of minerals is typically challenging. Aside from the occasional alchemist, they seldom change hands unless sold to discerning merchant guilds, where they might fetch a reasonable price. With 3,000 contribution points, Xue Lian felt an overwhelming sense of triumph, though he maintained a facade of nonchalance, concealing the advantage he had gained. Fearing that Chu Jianqiu might suddenly regain his senses and retract the offer, he hastily selected several spiritual talismans. This time, in addition to choosing a flash escape talisman, he also selected 2 strength-enhancing talismans and 3 golden shield talismans. The flash escape talisman, a life-saving charm, would be beneficial in greater quantities, albeit at a considerable expense. Ma Jingyao, witnessing Xue Lian exchange a mere stone for such an array of talismans, began to devise his own strategy. It was evident that Chu Jianqiu was highly knowledgeable regarding magical artifacts, elixirs, and talisman formations, making it improbable for him to be easily deceived in these areas. Only items that appeared peculiar and of higher grade could potentially sway him. After some contemplation, Ma Jingyao retrieved 2 items from his bag, a pair of boots and a piece of wood. The boots, exquisite second-tier magical artifacts known as wind-soaring boots, could double the speed of a true Qi realm warrior. He presented the boots to Chu Jianqiu, who examined them and offered a price equivalent to that of the great Python heavenly scale armor. The defensive capabilities of a warrior are indeed crucial, yet one must not underestimate the significance of speed. If a warrior's agility reaches a certain level, their opponent may find it impossible to even make contact, thereby securing an invincible position. Ma Jingyao had similarly acquired 2 swift escape talismans and produced a piece of wood. Neither Ma Jingyao nor Xue Lian recognized this peculiar piece of wood, but they discerned from its aura that it was composed of third-tier material. Although Chu Jianqiu accepted it, he only awarded them 2,000 contribution points in return. Ma Jingyao, however, felt no disappointment. Instead, he contentedly selected 2 strength-enhancing talismans and 3 golden shield talismans. The piece of wood was entirely unfamiliar to him and served no purpose. Thus, exchanging it for a few talismans felt like a significant gain. Observing these 2 as if they had stumbled upon treasure, Chu Jianqiu felt a profound sense of superiority. He could not help but silently lament that knowledge is indeed wealth. The lessons learned over the past year in the outer sect classrooms and the insights gained from the scripture repository had not been in vain. If these 2 were aware of the true value of this mineral and piece of wood, would he be able to procure them for merely a few trivial talismans? They truly possessed treasures, yet failed to recognize their worth. After Xue Lian and Ma Jingyao exchanged for the talismans they needed, they packed their belongings with satisfaction, preparing to depart. Their haul from that secret realm was undoubtedly far more substantial than this meager collection. However, those items were of great utility to them. Since they had obtained the required talismans, they were unwilling to part with their precious treasures for exchange. Oh, isn't that Xue Xixiao and Ma Xixiao? As Xue Lian and Ma Jingyao organized their packs, an observant disciple suddenly recognized the 2. How did Senior Brother Xue and Senior Brother Ma fare in that secret realm? Instantly, a few disciples gathered around. Fairly average. Xue responded with a casual smile, slinging his bag over his shoulder as he and Ma Jingyao strode away. leaving the disciples exchanging glances. It is said that the secret realm recently opened in the eastern wilderness was exceptionally perilous, with several disciples at the 9th level of Chu Jianqiu meeting their demise within. The casualties among those below the 9th level were even more numerous. So it was truly astonishing that the two of them managed to emerge alive and even elevated their cultivation by 1 level. They must have had extraordinary luck. One disciple remarked enviously, watching the two retreating figures. This isn't merely luck. I heard from the returning disciples that at the most dangerous moment, they suddenly vanished from sight, escaping the scene, thus evading disaster. Instantly disappearing from the scene. What sorcery is that? Another queried. I heard they seem to have used some kind of spirit talisman. Spirit talisman. At this revelation, all the disciples turned their gazes toward Chu Jianqiu. In previous encounters, this individual had set up shop here, selling spirit talismans at exorbitant prices, claiming their effects were astonishing. Many had doubted that such a low-ranked cultivator could concoct such effective talismans. Moreover, the prices of these talismans were prohibitively high, and few were willing to be the gullible ones who would spend so much contribution value to verify the authenticity of his talismans. However, at that time, many had witnessed Chu Jianqiu and Ma Jingyao purchasing talismans from this individual, and there were those who mocked them, deeming them fools for believing in such counterfeit items. In the end, those who derided Chu Jianqiu and Ma Jingyao remained trapped within the secret realm of the eastern wilderness, while the two returned, their fortunes greatly enhanced. Just as the crowd was immersed in reflections on the capriciousness of fate, two more groups approached Chu Jianqiu's stall, exchanging for several talismans. The onlookers recognized these individuals as those who had previously bought talismans from Chu Jianqiu. With the recent opening of the New Zhe realm, it was rumored that all inner disciples were required to participate. Indeed, the Bloodslaughter sect was orchestrating a significant maneuver, seeking an item that was fortuitously located within the New Zhe realm. It was said that the sect would spare no effort to prevent the Bloodslaughter sect from obtaining such an item. If this item fell into the hands of the Bloodslaughter sect, it was feared that no one in the entire Qian dynasty could contend with it, putting our Xinjiang sect at the forefront of peril, possibly facing annihilation. The opening of the New Zhe realm would undoubtedly culminate in a life-and-death struggle with the Bloodslaughter sect, and it was anticipated that few disciples entering the secret realm would emerge alive. Thus, it was prudent to procure several talismans for protection, increasing one's chances of survival. During the last expedition to the small secret realm of the eastern wilderness, it was fortunate to have prepared these talismans. Otherwise, returning would have been impossible. The voices of the disciples who had purchased talismans gradually faded away, and as those still hesitating exchanged glances, a sudden uproar erupted as they rushed to Chu Jianqiu's stall, frantically seizing the talismans and elixirs. The efficacy of these talismans has already been substantiated by the disciples, and they naturally harbor no further doubts. Such life-saving items are limited in quantity. Should they be preempted by others, one may find oneself bereft. Chapter 68 Summons Chu Jianqiu descended from Shiyang Peak, burdened with a substantial package. Remarkably, the talismans and elixirs he had brought were sold out. The disciples who procured these items either exchanged contribution points or, in cases where their contributions fell short, offered their own treasures in trade. Consequently, the treasures that once adorned the disciples' hands now filled the package upon his back. Finding a secluded spot, Chu Jianqiu stowed the package within the Chaos Supreme Tower and retrieved a wind flight talisman, returning to the 4th peak. Initially, as he traversed the path from Shiyang Peak, he was tailed by several individuals with dubious intentions. Although Chu Jianqiu was not intimidated by them, he chose to circumvent unnecessary complications by employing a flash talisman, instantly transporting himself 5 miles away and evading his pursuers. Upon witnessing Chu Jianqiu's sudden disappearance, the figures exchanged incredulous glances. Damn, that was quite a splurge. Losing 1,000 contribution points just like that. These individuals, having purchased talismans from Chu Jianqiu, were aware that he had utilized a flash talisman. Since the talismans were sold by him, they did not concern themselves with the loss of 1 or 2. Moreover, he had likely earned tens of thousands of contribution points that very evening. A mere 1,000 points were trivial for him. One among them scoffed, though his tone was steeped in jealousy. Who is this fellow? Why have I never heard of such a character before? Another inquired with curiosity. It seems that he is a novice disciple. Judging by his low level of cultivation, he is likely still an outer sect disciple. In due time, one can ascertain this information within the outer sect. Such a plump target should not be allowed to escape. Chu Jianqiu rode the wind-traveling talisman crane back to the 4th peak. Upon stepping into his chamber, he was taken aback by the sight of a figure clad in a floral long dress. It was rather late. What could Zuiqiu Lian's husband be doing in his room? Senior sister Zuiqiu, what brings you here at such a late hour? Chu Jianqiu inquired, bewildered. Zhuoqiu Lianzhe was typically elusive, often absent for days, making her unexpected appearance in his quarters all the more intriguing. Master wishes to see you, Zhuoqiu Lianzhe replied coolly, then turned to leave the room. A wave of astonishment washed over Chu Jianqiu. He had scarcely seen his master, Cui Yeyun, more than 3 times since being accepted as a disciple. Why, he wondered, was she suddenly requesting to meet him? Furthermore, Zhuoqiu Lianzhe's demeanor was markedly different from her usual vivacious self. Her brow was furrowed with deep concern. What does master want with me? Chu Jianqiu could not restrain his curiosity, sensing that something troubling was amiss. You'll find out when you meet her. Why ask so many questions? Zhuoqiu Lianzhe replied irritably, a rare display of annoyance evident in her tone. Chu Jianqiu became increasingly convinced that the matter at hand was indeed extraordinary. The atmosphere during their journey was laden with an unsettling tension. Soon, they arrived at the grand hall of Cui Yeyun. Chu Jianqiu followed Zhuoqiu Lianzhe into the room, where he beheld Cui Yeyun seated on a mat, her complexion pale. However, an ominous crimson shadow lingered at her brow, rendering her appearance exceedingly strange. After paying his respects to Cui Yeyun, Chu Jianqiu took a seat beside Zhuoqiu Lianzhe at her gesture. I have summoned you here today to impart the martial arts of the 4th peak, Cui Yeyun stated directly, without preamble. Startled by her words, Chu Jianqiu quickly rose, exclaiming, Disciple dares not accept. It is late, and Master's rest is of utmost importance. I am in no rush. The current state of Cui Yeyun was evidently dire. Though Chu Jianqiu felt a hint of grievance for not having received any martial instruction during the past year since his enrollment, he bore no resentment. Aware that it would be inappropriate for Cui Yeyun to teach him under such conditions. Even if she were unconcerned, he himself would be troubled. Cui Yeyun waved her hand dismissively and said, If I do not teach you now, there may be no opportunity in the future. Chu Jianqiu's heart sank further at her words, and he asked, What does Master mean by this? During an encounter with the demons of the blood fiend sect, Master was afflicted by their blood fiend Qingming poison and will need to enter seclusion for an extended period to expel the toxin from her body, Zhuoqiu Lianzhe interjected. She understood that Master would not disclose such matters, yet feared that Chu Jianqiu might misinterpret her intentions. Do not worry, Master. This time, I will certainly locate the Tianji Xianxin grass, Zhuoqiu Lianzhe declared resolutely. Preposterous. Do you not understand the dangers of forcefully suppressing it? Cui Yeyun's countenance instantly darkened as she reprimanded her. But I will never stand idly by and do nothing as my master faces such a plight. Zhuoqiu Lianzhe retorted obstinately. Your master forbids this. You must not venture into the new Zephyr Sanctum this time. Should you dare to defy my orders, do not blame me for expelling you from the sect. Cui Yeyun declared sternly. Zhuoqiu Lianzhe was taken aback, exclaiming, Master. She attempted further remonstration. Enough. Withdraw for now, and let this matter be dropped. Cui Yeyun dismissed her with a wave, banishing Zhuoqiu Lianzhe from the main hall. Chu Jianqiu was plunged into silence, realizing that Cui Yeyun's condition was likely far more dire than he had initially surmised. The reason I have not imparted the martial arts of this peak to you until now is twofold. Firstly, your talent is so exceptional that I must exercise extreme caution in selecting the appropriate martial arts that align with your inherent aptitude and attributes, lest I inadvertently hinder your progress. Secondly, the Blood Fiend sect has been displaying frequent unusual activities this past year, consuming most of my time and energy in monitoring their movements. I confess that I have been remiss in my attention to you. Disciple would not dare. My own affairs are trifling compared to the matters of the sect. If I were to impede the sect's grand endeavors due to my own concerns, I would become a transgressor against the profound sword sect. Chu Jianqiu hastily rose to his feet and replied. During his year within the profound sword sect, despite its imperfections, he had been treated with considerable kindness. Although his master had not imparted any specific martial arts, he had acquired a wealth of knowledge from the outer sect's lessons and the scripture repository. Consequently, he harbored a sense of belonging towards the profound sword sect. Thus, her words were not entirely superficial. Cui Yeyun nodded with a sense of reassurance, with her discerning eye. She could naturally perceive whether Chu Jianqiu's remarks were mere formalities or heartfelt truths. Although lacking in profound emotional depth, they still conveyed a measure of sincerity. The fact that one could attain the supreme martial physique and surpass others of the same realm in combat prowess suggested that it was not solely due to innate talent. The techniques mastered must indeed be extraordinary, likely stemming from a remarkable legacy. However, Cui Yeyun's subsequent words struck Chu Jianqiu like a thunderclap, prompting him to abruptly raise his head, his gaze fixed warily upon her. Chapter 69. Bestowing the sword. Cui Yeyun smiled gently, saying, There is no need to be so tense. As your master, I have not stooped to the level of seizing my disciples' opportunities. Nevertheless, even if you possess your own techniques, I shall impart to you the foundational methods of this sect. The decision to cultivate them rests solely with you. As for the techniques you currently practice, should you choose not to disclose them, I shall not compel you. However, I will be unable to provide guidance on your own methods, and you will have to navigate that path independently. Today, I will teach you the fundamental heart method of our sect, the water moon flowing frost technique, along with our highest martial art, the azure lu zhao sky sword technique. As for the other martial arts and heart methods of our sect, you may seek counsel from your senior sisters, Zhuoqiu or Luo. Upon hearing Cui Yeyun's words, Chu Jianqiu felt a wave of shame wash over him. He had genuinely believed that she intended for him to relinquish the heart method of the chaos celestial emperor. It seemed that he had worried unnecessarily. It is no wonder that Chu Jianqiu is so vigilant. The chaotic emperor technique is indeed extraordinarily formidable. This technique, created by an ancient being from the chaos era, far surpasses the comprehension of the entire martial world of southern continent, as Chu Jianqiu surmises. If such a high-level technique were to come to the knowledge of others, it could certainly incite covetousness. In the martial realm, it is not uncommon for disciples to kill their masters or for spouses to turn against one another in pursuit of fortune. Cui Yeyun beckoned Chu Jianqiu to approach her and pointed her finger at his brow. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into his mind, revealing two techniques, the water moon frost technique and the azure lu illuminating sky sword technique. Upon witnessing these two techniques, Chu Jianqiu was astounded. The water moon frost technique is categorized as a lower-grade earth-level technique, while the azure lu illuminating sky sword technique is similarly classified. The immediate revelation of two earth-level techniques clearly demonstrates the profound depth of the Xianjian sect's foundation. After imparting these two techniques, Cui Yeyun's complexion grew even paler. The water moon frost technique is for you to study, and whether to cultivate it is entirely your decision. The azure lu illuminating sky sword technique is one of the 7 great sword techniques of our Xianjian sect. If mastered to perfection, its power rivals that of mid-grade earth-level martial arts. The azure lu illuminating sky sword technique consists of 15 layers. Follow me, and I shall demonstrate it for you. Cui Yeyun stood up and exited the grand hall, making her way to the plaza outside. As she slowly drew her long sword, despite her seemingly frail condition, a fierce sword aura emanated from her delicate form, soaring towards the heavens. The soaring sword energy alone managed to rend the white clouds in the night sky, creating several fissures. Witnessing this, Chu Jianqiu was profoundly astonished. This was the might of a Yuan Dan realm expert. Under the onslaught of such celestial sword energy, Chu Jianqiu felt as feeble as an ant, utterly devoid of the power to resist. Simultaneously, an infinite yearning blossomed within him. This was the essence of true strength. Cui Yeyun executed the Qing Lu Zhaokong sword technique, each strike unleashing a fierce sword energy that enveloped the entirety of the fourth peak. However, her control over the sword's might was remarkably exquisite. Despite the formidable power of her technique, no harm befell the structures atop the fourth peak. The 15 layers of the Qing Lu Zhaokong sword technique comprised 15 distinct sword forms. Cui Yeyun practiced until the 13th form before pausing. Having mastered only 13 forms of the Qing Lu Zhaokong sword technique, I hope this art can flourish in your hands, as it has not been fully mastered by anyone in a long time, apart from our founding ancestor. Cui Yeyun, her delicate figure standing beneath the night sky, was gently caressed by the evening breeze, which made her black attire appear somewhat desolate. This Jiushui sword was my weapon in youth, and now I bestow it upon you. She tossed the long sword towards Chu Jianqiu, who was momentarily taken aback before hastily reaching out to receive it, still entranced by the breathtaking swordplay he had just witnessed. Very well, let us conclude for today. You should return and contemplate deeply. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to consult your 2 senior sisters, Cui Yeyun said, waving her hand dismissively as she turned her back to Chu Jianqiu and gracefully walked towards the main hall. Chu Jianqiu bowed respectfully and was about to take his leave when he suddenly noticed Cui Yeyun lurching forward, her body teetering dangerously. Startled, he instinctively sprang into action, swiftly moving to catch her before she could fall. At that moment, Cui Yeyun had her eyes tightly shut, already unconscious, with blood gently seeping from her lips. Chu Jianqiu reached out to check her pulse, and a wave of alarm washed over him. Although his medical knowledge was not particularly profound, he had attained the level of a second-tier physician, enabling him to discern the grave condition Cui Yeyun was in. Her internal organs had sustained severe injuries, and the potent poison coursing through her veins was eroding her very essence. Given the depth of her poisoning, without an antidote, her life hung perilously in the balance. There was no way she could simply meditate her way back to health. As he gazed down at Cui Yiyun in his arms, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Truth be told, prior to this day, despite her official position as his master, he harbored little affection for her. She had taken him in as a disciple, yet had left him to his own devices for a whole year, rarely offering guidance or even a fleeting glance of concern. Naturally, he had not developed any fondness for her. However, in her current state of dire injury and acute poisoning, she had resolutely chosen to impart the pinnacle of her martial arts knowledge to him, striving to fulfill her role as a master before her imminent demise. Chu Jianqiu understood that had Cui Yiyun not exerted herself to demonstrate this sword technique, given her capabilities, she could have endured for at least another 3 months. However, in the current moment, in order to impart the profound teachings of this summit to him, the injuries within his body were once again agitated, making it increasingly difficult to suppress the insidious encroachment of the potent toxins. Given her present condition, it would be a struggle for her to endure even another fortnight. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Jianqiu let out a deep sigh, glanced around to ensure there was no one in sight, and then drew upon his internal energy to expel a drop of his vital essence, which he placed upon Cui Yinyun's forehead. As that precious drop of blood was gradually absorbed, the vital energy within Cui Yinyun was instantly stimulated, allowing her to quell the surging toxins once more. Enduring excruciating pain, Chu Jianqiu carried Cui Yinyun into the grand hall. This drop of his vital essence merely awakened Cui Yinyun's innate life potential and could not eradicate the toxins afflicting her. Although the bloodline of the Chaos Supreme was immensely powerful, his current cultivation was insufficient to unleash its formidable might. The level of the blood fiend Qingming toxin was exceedingly high, beyond what his bloodline could counter at this moment. The fact that his drop of vital essence could assist Cui Yinyun in suppressing the toxins for an additional 3 months was already remarkable. To completely eliminate such toxins relying solely on a single drop of vital essence would require him to attain the Yuan Dan realm, enabling him to harness a portion of the Chaos Supreme Bloodline's power. Chapter 70. Blood Fiend Qingming Toxin. As soon as Chu Jianqiu placed Cui Yinyun upon the bed, Zhuoqiu Lianzhu rushed in like a gust of wind. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she was immediately taken aback, hurrying forward to push Chu Jianqiu aside, exclaiming in alarm, "Master, what has happened?" In the grand hall situated halfway up the mountain, she witnessed the chaotic sword energy surging from the summit. Her heart heavy with concern. Her master, in such a precarious state, was still imparting sword techniques to Chu Jianqiu. Was this not adding injury to insult? Despite her master's prohibition against ascending to the hall atop the mountain, her anxiety compelled her to make the ascent, and indeed, she was met with the very scene she had dreaded. Her master's condition had deteriorated, causing him to faint. Beside him, Chu Jianqiu responded, merely stating that Cui Yiyun's injuries had flared up, concealing the fact that the lethal poison within her had resurfaced. Otherwise, he would have found it impossible to explain how the potent toxin within Cui Yiyun had been subdued once more. You truly are something. Even now, with the master in such a state, you still insist on receiving sword teachings. Zhuoqiu Lianzhu glared fiercely at Chu Jianqiu. He could not help but smile wryly. How could he refuse Cui Yiyun's wish to teach him the sword? He had already turned her down, yet she remained resolute. What could he do? He was powerless to stop her, especially since he currently lacked the strength to contend with her. Nevertheless, it was indeed his presence that had exacerbated Cui Yiyun's injuries, and thus, Chu Jianqiu chose not to argue. Zhuoqiu Lianzhu understood that the blame did not lie with him. Once Cui Yiyun had set her mind to something, no one could dissuade her. Yet, the pent-up frustration within her found no outlet except in directing it towards Chu Jianqiu. Stay here with the master. I shall summon my father. Zhuoqiu Lianzhu instructed Chu Jianqiu before vanishing in a flash. After a brief interval, she reappeared in the hall, accompanied by a middle-aged scholar and a graceful young woman of striking beauty. Chu Jianqiu had never encountered these two individuals before. Thus he remained oblivious to the fact that the middle-aged scholar was Zhuoqiu, the esteemed leader of the Xianjian sect, and that the elegant woman was none other than Qin Miaoyan, the illustrious master of the Seventh Peak. It was only upon Zhuoqiu Lingzhu's introduction that Chu Jianqiu realized he was in the presence of such distinguished figures, prompting him to bow respectfully. He was taken aback to discover that Zhuoqiu Lingzhu was actually the daughter of the sect leader. Zhuoqiu waved his hand, indicating that no excessive formalities were necessary. Seventh junior sister, what is your assessment? Zhuoqiu inquired gravely after Qin Miaoyan had examined Cui Yiyun's condition. Although he possessed some knowledge of medicine, his expertise paled in comparison to that of Qin Miaoyan, a fourth-tier physician and alchemist, unrivaled in the realms of healing and alchemy within the Xianjian sect. After her examination, a look of perplexity crossed Qin Miaoyan's face as she gently furrowed her brows, stating, Logically, senior sister should have exacerbated her injuries by forcibly employing the Qing Lu Zhaokong's sword technique, which would have activated her wounds and triggered the poison. Yet, it appears that aside from a slight depletion of her vital energy, she exhibits no other abnormalities. In fact, her innate vitality seems even more robust than before. This is indeed a peculiar circumstance. Upon hearing that Cui Yeyun's condition had not worsened, Zhuo Qiu let out a sigh of relief. However, he knew that without an antidote, given senior sister's current state, she could endure no longer than 3 months. Qin Miaoyan sighed softly. The new bloodsha poison developed by the bloodsha sect is exceptionally potent. Unless we can concoct the Yuan Yang Huasha pill, we will have no choice but to temporarily seal the mountain in response to the actions of the bloodsha sect. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Lianzhu was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "Seventh Master Uncle, what do you mean when you say that Master cannot last more than 3 months?" Qin Miaoyan cast a glance at her, letting out a faint sigh. Although she did not articulate it directly, her demeanor spoke volumes. Zhuo Lianzhu's face turned pale. Previously, Master had merely mentioned that if the antidote could not be obtained, her cultivation would plummet, ostensibly to comfort her. The truth, however, was far graver. If Master could not resolve the blood fiend Qingming poison, her life would be in jeopardy. "Father, I must enter the Nu's secret realm this time," Zhuo Lianzhu declared resolutely, fixing her gaze upon Zhuo Qiu. "Nonsense. As a sea transformation realm warrior, how could you possibly traverse that secret passage?" Zhuo Qiu's expression darkened instantly. "I can suppress my cultivation," Zhuo Lianzhu insisted stubbornly. "Suppress your cultivation? You underestimate the difficulty. Do you think it is as simple as the usual suppression during sparring? That secret passage can only withstand the aura of warriors below the sea transformation realm. The moment even a trace of aura exceeding that of the true Qi realm enters, the passage will collapse immediately. To pass through that passage, it is not merely a matter of ordinary suppression. You would need to completely seal off your sea transformation aura, which is tantamount to rendering your cultivation void, dropping you directly to the true Qi realm. With your current level, what use would you be? Moreover, the repercussions of such a suppression are severe. If one is not careful, you may remain trapped in the true Qi realm for the rest of your life. Such matters are not to be broached again," Zhuo Qiu admonished sternly. Zhuo Lianzhu had never witnessed her father's stern demeanor, and in an instant, her eyes turned red with grievance, tears swirling in her gaze. "Are we truly to stand idly by and watch our master suffer without intervening?" This time, the Bloodslaughter sect, in its quest to refine the Xuanma blood beast, will undoubtedly dispatch a multitude of disciples into the Nu's secret realm to procure the Bloodslaughter Xuanma liquid. Should they succeed in amassing a significant quantity of this liquid, it would spell catastrophe for the entire Deqian dynasty, and the Xianjian sect would not escape unscathed. Thus, it is imperative that all inner disciples at the true Qi realm of the Xianjian sect enter the Nu's secret realm to thwart the Bloodslaughter sect's endeavors. I shall issue the mission when the time comes, instructing everyone to gather the Tianji Xian long grass upon their entry into the Nu's secret realm. This matter does not rest solely upon your shoulders, Zhuo Qiu stated expressionlessly. Qin Miaoyan, observing Zhuo Qiu's current demeanor, felt a chill creep into her heart. She could not help but wonder how many of the inner disciples at the true Qi realm would emerge unscathed from this perilous expedition. The might of the Bloodslaughter sect was so formidable that even a united Deqian dynasty could barely contend with it. In the face of the relentless pressure from the Bloodslaughter sect, other sects sought to preserve their own safety, unwilling to confront the Bloodslaughter sect head-on, leaving the Xianjian sect to bear the burden alone. The Nu's secret realm was inherently fraught with danger, and now they were to contend with the even more formidable Bloodslaughter sect, making the journey for the inner disciples a near-fatal endeavor. The sect leader intends to sacrifice an entire generation of inner disciples to thwart the machinations of the Bloodslaughter sect. Even if this plan succeeds in dismantling the Bloodslaughter sect's endeavors, the loss of so many inner disciples would undoubtedly inflict significant damage upon the Xianjian sect, rendering it incapable of recovery for at least a century. Conversely, should the Bloodslaughter sect's actions remain unchecked, the Xianjian sect faces utter annihilation. Although Zhuo Qiu's actions may seem somewhat callous, Qin Miaoyan can comprehend his predicament. Chapter 71. The Nu's secret realm. Once Zhuo Qiu and Qin Miaoyan departed, Chu Jianqiu turned to Zhuo Lianzhu to inquire about the Nu's secret realm and the Tianji Zuanalong herb. Zhuo Lianzhu, preoccupied with her own troubles, initially hesitated to respond. However, recognizing that Chu Jianqiu was also a disciple of this peak, she steeled herself and began to recount the details. The Nu's secret realm is a small domain overseen by the Xianjian sect, Although its precise location remains largely undiscovered, they have merely identified the entrance to this realm. This entrance is not particularly stable, allowing only those at the true Qi realm and below to pass through. Should a warrior above the true Qi realm attempt to traverse the passage, it risks imminent collapse. The Nuze secret realm encompasses a vast space filled with numerous rare treasures, precious spiritual herbs, scarce minerals, and other extraordinary items. As the passage to the Nuze secret realm opens only once every decade, the Xianjian sect dispatches disciples to gather the treasures within whenever the passage becomes accessible. While the passage permits only those at the true Qi realm and below to enter, it does not imply that the realm is inhabited solely by beings of that tier. Although the Nuze secret realm is abundant in rare treasures, it is also rife with ferocious beasts. According to the accounts of disciples who have ventured into this realm, there exist formidable shape-shifting demons. Thus, entering the secret realm is an exceedingly perilous undertaking. The casualty rate for disciples who dare to enter exceeds 10%, even after years of exploration and a reasonable understanding of the realm. When this secret realm was first discovered, the initial batches of disciples who entered had a survival rate of barely 1 in 10. For the past millennium, since the Xianjian sect uncovered this secret realm, the entrance has remained firmly under their control, inaccessible to disciples of other sections. However, a decade ago, when the passage to the secret realm was opened, disciples who entered astonishingly encountered members of the bloodslaughter sect within. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the Xianjian sect, leading to suspicions of internal betrayal and lapses in the control over the entrance. After extensive investigation, it was ultimately revealed that the bloodslaughter sect had discovered an alternative entrance to the Nuze secret realm, which incited widespread panic among the ranks of the Xianjian sect. The Xianjian sect's ascent to its current stature is largely attributed to the resources derived from the Nuze secret realm. Should the bloodslaughter sect gain dominion over it, it would deliver a grievous blow to the Xianjian sect. However, a somewhat reassuring tidbit is that the entrance uncovered by the bloodslaughter sect permits passage only for warriors of the Qi realm and below. A decade ago, what precisely the disciples of the blood-killing sect extracted from the Nuze secret realm remained a mystery to the Xiansword sect. It was only recently, with the emergence of the blood-killing Qingming poison, that the Xiansword sect speculated that the item taken by the blood-killing sect was, in fact, the blood-killing Xuanma liquid. This liquid, inherently a remarkably peculiar toxin, posed no immediate threat to the formidable cultivators of the Yuan Dan realm. However, after the blood-killing sect's manipulation, the resultant blood-killing Qingming poison was capable of inflicting lethal harm upon those of the Yuan Dan realm. Even more terrifying was the blood-killing sect's endeavor to concoct a terrifying blood beast, the Xuanma blood beast, utilizing the blood-killing Xuanma liquid. Yet, due to the limited quantity of the Xuanma liquid procured in the previous expedition, they were unable to fabricate the Xuanma blood beast. With the reopening of the passage to the Nuze secret realm, the blood-killing sect intended to dispatch numerous disciples to acquire a substantial amount of the blood-killing Xuanma liquid for the creation of the Xuanma blood beast. The Xiansword sect, naturally, would not stand idly by as the schemes of the blood-killing sect unfolded. Given the already formidable strength of the blood-killing sect, should they succeed in producing the Xuanma blood beast, the entire Deqian dynasty would find itself bereft of any capable resistance, placing the Xiansword sect in grave peril. Consequently, the sect master has decreed that all inner disciples at the true Qi realm must venture into the Nuze secret realm to thwart the blood-killing sect's machinations. Since the blood-killing Xuanma liquid is a unique poison endemic to the Nuze secret realm, there also exists a counteracting substance within that realm, the Tianji Xianlong grass, which could effectively neutralize the blood-killing Qingming poison. To dispel the blood curse of the Qingming poison afflicting Cui Yeyun, it is imperative to concoct the Yuan Yang transformation pill using the Tianji Xianlong grass as the principal ingredient. However, the Tianji Xianlong grass is fiercely guarded by a formidable sea-dwelling demon, making it a Herculean task for mere inner disciples of the true Qi realm to procure it. Upon returning to his chamber, Chu Jianqiu commenced his preparations earnestly. The entrance to the Xinjia secret realm would open in 10 days, and he needed to equip himself thoroughly to ensure his survival within, as a direct disciple rather than an inner disciple. And with his current cultivation limited to the 3rd level of the true Qi realm, he had no official quota for entering the Xinjia secret realm. Nonetheless, as a direct disciple of the 4th peak, he could not stand idly by while his master suffered from a deadly poison. When he was merely at the 1st level of the true Qi realm, he had managed to defeat a blood python possessing the peak strength of the 7th level through various means. Now, as a practitioner at the 3rd level of the true Qi realm, He was confident that he could vanquish the blood python even without resorting to any special tactics. Should he unveil all his hidden cards, he could certainly contend with a practitioner at the 9th level of the True Qi realm. The dangers of entering the Xinjia secret realm were immense, and Chu Jianqiu was acutely aware of the need for meticulous preparation. He gathered an ample supply of talismans: Flash Escape Talisman, Golden Shield Talisman, Strength Enhancement Talisman, Wind Walking Talisman, Water Dispelling Talisman, and Divine Movement Talisman. With these, he ensured he was well equipped with all the spiritual talismans he had learned thus far. He has currently amassed sufficient contribution points, and the materials used for crafting these talismans are all of the finest second-tier quality, thus rendering these talismans as exquisite as they come. He has prepared an assortment of medicinal pills such as Qi Gathering Pills, antidotes, healing ointments, and Qi Recovery Pills. After all, the space within his Chaos Supreme Tower is ample enough to accommodate an abundance of items. In addition to the talismans and medicinal pills, Chu Jianqiu has also crafted several formation plates for grand arrays. By inscribing these formations onto the plates, he can effortlessly deploy them by merely tossing the plates when the time for setting up the arrays arrives. After exchanging a substantial quantity of materials for talisman making, pill concocting, and array formation, the tens of thousands of contribution points he had recently earned at Shiyang Peak have been entirely expended. With the defensive artifact, the Great Python Heavenly Scale Armor, the Acceleration Artifact, the Wind Riding Boots, and weapons, the Shadow Flow Sword, and the Qiushui Sword, Chu Jianqiu feels that he has adequately prepared for what lies ahead. In the remaining days, he devoted himself to studying and practicing the King Liuzo Kong sword technique. By the time the New Zhe secret realm opens, he has mastered the first 3 forms of the technique. Chapter 72. The entrance appears. The entrance to the New Zhe secret realm is located at Anjiang Peak, several hundred miles west of the main peak of the Xinjian sect. It is precisely due to the proximity of this entrance to the Xinjian sect that, despite other sects harboring covetous desires for the New Zhe secret realm, they dare not take any real action. Given the strength of the Xinjian sect, engaging in battle on their doorstep would not yield advantages for many factions. Even the formidable bloodslaughter sect cannot achieve such a feat at this moment. All inner disciples at the True Qi realm of the Xinjian sect gathered at the entrance of the New Zhe secret realm. Chu Jianqiu surveyed the scene, observing a dense throng of people filling the mountains and fields, with a rough estimate of nearly 10,000 individuals. Concealed within a corner of the crowd, Chu Jianqiu sought to remain unobtrusive. Although the Xinjian sect mandated that all inner disciples at the True Qi realm participate in this secret trial, it did not prohibit other disciples from joining. Should outer disciples and direct disciples wish to partake, the sect would not stand in their way. This occasion differed from the past. Previously, only inner and direct disciples were eligible for entry into the secret realms. However, the primary focus this time was to thwart the actions of the bloodslaughter sect, prompting the Xinjian sect to relax the conditions for entering the secret realm. Thus, among the myriad of True Qi realm warriors, numerous outer disciples were present. Despite the inherent dangers of the secret realm, its abundant resources beckoned those who had lingered too long in the outer sect, enticing them to venture inside in hopes of acquiring remarkable treasures that could elevate their cultivation and perhaps allow them the opportunity to ascend to inner disciple status. Hence, while Chu Jianqiu's cultivation level was relatively low amidst the crowd, it was not overly conspicuous, as a few others shared his level of prowess. Above the entrance to the secret realm, the formidable leaders of the Xinjian sect personally presided over the scene, aside from the leaders of the 4th and 5th peaks. The heads of the other 5 peaks were all present. The presence of the 5 peak masters was unprecedented, creating a remarkable display of authority. Some disciples gazed at the 5 figures in the sky, exuding an overwhelming aura, their hearts brimming with excitement. Since their initiation, they had finally beheld the powerful presence of the Xinjian sect. Over 10,000 warriors of the True Qi realm gathered in the wilderness, creating a spectacle of formidable momentum, while numerous elder attendants maintained order in the surroundings. With the imminent opening of the secret realm, the disciples were filled with fervor. Despite the awareness of the impending dangers, their enthusiasm remained uncontainable. The decade-long opening of the secret realm was, for many, a monumental opportunity. Historically, those who ventured into the secret realm and emerged alive experienced significant advancements in their cultivation. The peril associated with entering the secret realm was entirely overlooked, as the age-old adage suggests that great fortune lies within great risks. This time, the sect had entirely relaxed the conditions for entering the secret realm. Any warrior of the True Qi realm could partake, which was undoubtedly a tremendous blessing for many. In previous instances, only the top 1,000 disciples of the inner sect were granted entry, making access to the Newsay secret realm a mere aspiration for most. This time, in addition to the customary resource-gathering tasks, the sect had issued 2 additional missions: to thwart the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect from collecting Blood Fiend Xian demon liquid, and to gather the Tianji Xian dragon grass. The rewards for these missions were exceedingly generous. For the first task, slaying a disciple of the Blood Fiend sect would yield substantial contribution points, and seizing the Blood Fiend Xian demon liquid from the slain would reward even greater accolades. In the second task, anyone capable of harvesting the celestial dragon grass will not only be rewarded with an astonishing 50,000 contribution points, but will also have the opportunity to become a direct disciple of the 7 peaks of the mystic sword. Among the 7 peaks, one may freely choose any peak they desire. Upon the announcement of this task, the disciples of the mystic sword sect were ignited with fervor, each one brimming with excitement as if they had been invigorated by a potent elixir. The allure of this reward is simply overwhelming. 50,000 contribution points represent an unimaginable fortune. With such wealth at one's disposal, even a mere pig could be elevated to the level of the sea transformation realm through sheer resources. Moreover, the prospect of receiving 50,000 contribution points is not the only enticing aspect. The ability to select any peak from the 7 peaks to become a direct disciple is an incentive that surpasses even the contribution points themselves. To become a direct disciple of one of the 7 peaks signifies access to formidable legacies, allowing the practitioner to learn the most supreme techniques of the mystic sword sect. With the announcement of these 2 monumental tasks, there was no need for any further mobilization. Nearly all disciples at the vital energy realm flocked to the entrance of the secret realm. Even Zhuoqiuan was taken aback by this response. He had initially contemplated mandating that all inner disciples at the vital energy realm must enter the secret realm, but it now seemed unnecessary. Under the promise of significant rewards, valor is bound to emerge. Often, rewards are more effective than penalties. As the crowd eagerly awaited, a sudden and intense fluctuation emerged above the peak of Anjiang, causing ripples of space to undulate across a vast meadow. At the center of these concentric ripples appeared a swirling vortex, the entrance to the secret realm of Newsay. Upon witnessing the manifestation of this portal, a thunderous cheer erupted in the skies above Anjiang Peak. Under the supervision of the esteemed elders, the disciples orderly approached the vortex. Those who ventured into the swirling maw vanished in an instant, their whereabouts unknown. Following closely behind, Chu Jianqiu stepped into the vortex, only to feel a dizzying spin. And in the blink of an eye, he found himself in an entirely new world. Raising his gaze, Chu Jianqiu observed the surroundings, which were adorned with extraordinary flowers and unique trees, presenting a stark contrast to the landscapes of Tianwu continent. A delicate mist lingered in the air, and as he inhaled deeply, he was astounded to discover that this mist was, in fact, condensed spiritual energy. The spiritual aura here was incredibly rich, several times more potent than that of the 7 main peaks of Xianjian sect. The density of spiritual energy had reached a state of vaporization, and should one cultivate in this realm, the speed of their progression would surpass that of the outside world manifold. Activating the chaotic emperor's art, Chu Jianqiu summoned a tempest of spiritual energy, causing the mist to swirl like a hurricane, rushing into his being. After cultivating for the duration of an incense stick, Chu Jianqiu felt a profound astonishment at the quantity of refined, true energy within him. He realized that, even without any external resources, he could break through to the 4th level of true qi within a month, given the richness of spiritual energy in this place. It was no wonder that such a plethora of rare materials could flourish here. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the absence of other disciples from the Xianjian sect. It seemed that the teleportation at the entrance was random. Those who entered through the passage were not transported to the same location but were instead scattered within a 1,000-mile radius of the passageway. In previous years, those disciples who sought to avoid too much risk would gather some spiritual herbs nearby and wait for the vortex to reappear, allowing them to exit through the passage. According to past patterns, this vortex passage would vanish a day after its activation and would not re-emerge until 3 months later. Chu Jianqiu spread his hand, and a scroll materialized in his palm. He unfurled the scroll and, comparing it to the surrounding terrain, identified his current location. This scroll had cost him 50 contribution points, obtained from the scripture pavilion, and contained a map compiled from the explorations of disciples who had previously entered the Newsay secret realm. Although this map could not depict every corner of the vast Newsay secret realm, given its immense expanse and numerous perilous areas, it provided insights into 1/3 of the territory, leaving much of the realm still shrouded in mystery. However, this suffices. For Chu Jianqiu's entrance into the New Zhe secret realm is not driven by a desire to gather an abundance of rare herbs and treasures. His sole objective is the celestial Qiji Xianlong grass. Naturally, he would not overlook the rare herbs and treasures he encounters along the way. As he perused the map, he realized that the location of the celestial Qiji Xianlong grass was at least 3,000 miles from his current position. At his present pace, it would take no less than 6 days to arrive. This estimate is based on his speed without any external aids. Should he choose to employ a wind-walking talisman crane, he could reach his destination in merely 2 days. However, Chu Jianqiu has no intention of utilizing the wind-walking talisman crane in such an unfamiliar environment. Flying poses significantly greater risks than traversing on foot. The site where the celestial Qiji Xianlong grass flourishes is known as Xianlong Mountain, situated 3,000 miles to the west of Chu Jianqiu's current locale. Setting forth towards Xianlong Mountain, he is astounded by the plethora of spiritual herbs encountered along the journey. While not abundant in every corner, the concentration of these herbs is astonishing. Within a mere 100 miles, Chu Jianqiu discovers no fewer than 20 second-tier spiritual herbs, including water butterfly dew condensing grass, white phoenix tianji, and Bai Tao Shinrui flower, among others. The first-tier spiritual herbs are countless. The abundance of these spiritual herbs allows Chu Jianqiu to showcase his previously acquired knowledge in herbal identification. Overwhelmed with delight, he gleefully collects the herbs as he walks, initially gathering every spiritual herb he comes across, regardless of whether they belong to the first or second tier. However, as time progressed, he opted solely for the collection of second-tier spiritual herbs. With the abundance of first-tier spiritual herbs surrounding him, he pondered how long it would take to reach Xuanlong Mountain if he were to gather them all individually. It dawned upon Chu Jianqiu why the disciples were so exhilarated about entering the New Zhe secret realm. Those who had previously ventured into it, provided they survived, invariably returned with their coffers overflowing, for the resources here were indeed astonishingly abundant. On Anjiang Peak, observing the disciples entering the secret realm in succession, Qin Miaoyan expressed her confusion to Zuoqiwen as she spotted Chu Jianqiu entering. "Master, that appears to be our 4th senior sister's new disciple, Chu Jianqiu. Is he really going in this time?" Startled by her words, Zuoqiwen exclaimed, "What did you say? Chu Jianqiu has entered as well?" Qin Miaoyan, still uncertain, replied, "The figure I just saw bore a resemblance to him, but I cannot be sure if my eyes deceived me." At that moment, Zuoqiwen's expression darkened. The fact that Chu Jianqiu had entered the secret realm exceeded his expectations significantly. He had placed immense hope in Chu Jianqiu, banking the future revival of the Xian Sword sect entirely on him. Given Chu Jianqiu's extraordinary talent, if he were to develop smoothly, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force. In due time, the Xian Sword sect would possess no rivals within the Deqian dynasty. Even the Blood Fiend sect would pale in comparison. A warrior capable of attaining the supreme martial body would evolve into an exceedingly terrifying entity, and history has provided countless examples to attest to this. However, the innate talent of a martial artist, no matter how exceptional, remains exceedingly fragile when their cultivation is still in its infancy. Even a prodigious genius with the potential to ascend to the celestial realm can be effortlessly crushed by a mere practitioner at the true Qi stage while still in the body refinement stage. The New Zhe secret realm is inherently perilous. Under ordinary circumstances, Zuoqiwen would never permit Chu Jianqiu's entry. The presence of the blood slaughter sect introduces an immense threat. Given Chu Jianqiu's current low level of cultivation, Zuoqiwen never contemplated the possibility of him entering, as there seemed to be no justification for it. As a direct disciple, Chu Jianqiu has no worries regarding the resources for cultivation, unlike other inner disciples who toil to earn contribution points. Suddenly, Zuoqiwen recalled their conversation on the 4th peak with Zui Qiulianzhu, during which Chu Jianqiu was also present. Could it be that his intent to enter the New Zhe secret realm was to harvest the celestial dragon herb? The notion struck Zuoqiwen as utterly absurd. If Chu Jianqiu truly ventured in for the sake of the celestial dragon herb, it would be tantamount to courting death. The celestial dragon herb is guarded by a formidable demon at the sea transformation stage, and with Chu Jianqiu's current cultivation, he would be utterly inadequate to face such a creature. With this thought, an unsettling feeling surged within Zuoqiwen, prompting him to summon an elder steward from the 1st peak to inquire whether Zui Qiulianzhu was present. The elder steward accepted the order and departed, returning shortly thereafter with a young boy clad in white. Upon observing the pallid visage of the youth clad in white, Zuoqiwen instinctively recognized that his fears had, regrettably, come to fruition. Yet, he still clung to a flicker of hope as he inquired, "Did you not promise to keep an eye on your junior sister, Zuoqiwen? What brings you here?" The white-clad youth, His gaze cast downward, dared not meet Wen's eyes and replied in a barely audible whisper. After my junior sister bested me, she fled. Wen, incensed, retorted, with your cultivation, how could you possibly be so easily defeated by your junior sister? The youth's head drooped even lower as he confessed, she utilized a Jianqiu sword talisman, I was no match for her. Wen was momentarily rendered speechless. The Jianqiu sword talisman was a means of self-preservation he had previously bestowed upon Chu Jianqiu. He could scarcely believe she had employed it against her own senior brother, despite the youth's formidable abilities. Withstanding the assault of the Jianqiu sword talisman was still a considerable challenge. It was likely that Chu Jianqiu, out of respect for their shared affiliation, had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Otherwise, the white-clad youth might not have remained standing before him. Chapter 74. The blood-robed warrior throughout his journey. Chu Jianqiu encountered numerous disciples of the Xinjiang sect. Within the confines of the secret realm, those who had previously shared amicable relations found themselves embroiled in fierce conflict over a single spiritual herb. Moreover, disciples with pre-existing grievances showed no mercy, engaging in life-and-death confrontations. Regarding these matters, Chu Jianqiu chose to remain aloof. These individuals were of no concern to him, and as long as their disputes did not encroach upon him, he had no inclination to intervene. Throughout this journey, although there were numerous spiritual herbs, some proved to be quite elusive. During his foraging, Chu Jianqiu encountered several ferocious beasts. However, he chose not to engage with them excessively. For those spiritual herbs guarded by formidable creatures, he opted to take a detour, seeking to avoid unnecessary complications. On the third day of his journey westward, he unexpectedly came across two martial artists clad in blood-red robes. Upon spotting Chu Jianqiu, the two immediately rushed towards him. Is the Xinjiang sect truly devoid of capable members, sending such worthless individuals to us? Are they delivering us heads on a platter? Upon reaching Chu Jianqiu, one of the blood-robed warriors scrutinized him, their gaze laced with derision. The last time they had entered this realm, they had encountered disciples of the Xinjiang sect who possessed at least the 6th level of true qi cultivation. Yet the individual before them evidently languished at merely the 3rd level. Let us dispatch him quickly so we can continue on our journey. The other blood-robed warrior cast a glance at Chu Jianqiu, waving his hand dismissively, clearly uninterested in engaging with someone of such lowly cultivation. Boy, you should take pride in being the opening act for my entry into this secret realm. The first warrior sneered, raising his palm to strike down upon Chu Jianqiu. Unflinching, Chu Jianqiu met the attack with his own palm. He held little concern for these two blood-robed warriors. The highest among them merely reached the 7th level of true qi, while the one currently attacking him was only at the 6th. With a thunderous impact, their palms collided, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. The blood-robed warrior at the 6th level of the true qi realm was sent flying over 10 yards by a single palm strike, carving a long, deep trench in the ground. After twitching twice, he could no longer rise. Meanwhile, Chu Jianqiu stood motionless, his garments gently billowing. Remarkably, he had exerted only 80% of his strength in that previous strike. The blood-robed warrior at the 7th level of the true qi realm gazed in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. For many years, the Blood Fiend sect had clashed with the Mystic Sword sect, and among disciples of the same realm, those of the Blood Fiend sect generally held the upper hand, unless an exceptionally talented disciple from the Mystic Sword sect appeared. In encounters between disciples of the same level, it was typically the Blood Fiend sect members who triumphed, and it had never been witnessed that a disciple from the Blood Fiend sect was slain by a disciple from the Mystic Sword sect who was 3 realms lower. You seek death. The blood-robed warrior at the 7th level of the true qi realm was instantly enraged. Such an occurrence filled him with unprecedented humiliation as a disciple of the Blood Fiend sect. He unleashed a powerful punch towards Chu Jianqiu with all his might. Yet, Chu Jianqiu remained unperturbed, meeting the strike with his own palm. Bang! Another resounding clash echoed. This time, both were sent flying over 10 yards, and the ferocious shockwave sent surrounding foliage spiraling through the air. Chu Jianqiu gently rubbed his wrist. This blood-robed warrior was significantly stronger than the previous one. Although he refrained from employing any martial techniques, he had exerted his full strength, resulting in a confrontation that was evenly matched. It appears that, without the use of martial techniques or any external forces, one's combat prowess is comparable to that of a martial artist at the 7th level of Qi realm. Of course, true strength cannot merely be gauged in such a manner. Should all means be employed, one's combat power would multiply several-fold. The blood-robed warrior was sent reeling by a single palm strike, his internal energy in turmoil. In contrast, Chu Jianqiu, though also propelled backward for over 10 zhang, maintained an air of nonchalance. The blood-robed warrior, astonished and enraged, found it intolerable that a mere practitioner of the 3rd level of Qi realm could overpower him. A distinguished warrior of the 7th level. With a flicker of his form, he charged once more. Stirred by the rising tide of combat spirit within him, Chu Jianqiu advanced, engaging the blood-robed warrior in battle. Boom! Waves of energy surged forth, creating deep craters in the ground. Chu Jianqiu refrained from employing any martial techniques, relying solely on the fundamental application of his qi to contend with the blood-robed warrior. Despite having trained for a considerable time and progressing steadily, he had lacked practical combat experience, making this blood-robed warrior an ideal opportunity to hone his fighting skills and tactics. With such a perfectly suited free sparring partner, Chu Jianqiu was naturally reluctant to end the encounter swiftly. The blood-robed warrior grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. He had initially believed that, no matter how astonishing Chu Jianqiu's combat ability, he could not possibly rival him in the richness of qi, given that he was a practitioner of the 7th level. Even if Chu Jianqiu could unleash formidable power through his unique talents, it was certain that such strength would not endure. Once engaged in a prolonged battle, Chu Jianqiu's vital energy would inevitably dwindle, rendering him no match for his opponent. However, the reality far exceeded his expectations. Despite the lengthy confrontation, Chu Jianqiu exhibited no signs of exhaustion. His internal energy flowed like an unfathomable ocean, seemingly inexhaustible. While his adversary began to experience a gradual depletion of strength, Chu Jianqiu remained as invigorated as at the outset. A sense of retreat began to stir within the blood-robed warrior. Who was this aberration of power? So formidable that even a battle against an 8th-tier martial artist from the Shenzhen sect would not prove as arduous? Should the conflict persist, he feared he would fall prey to this monstrous opponent. With a fierce shout, the blood-robed warrior unleashed a powerful strike, momentarily pushing Chu Jianqiu back, before hastily retreating. Chu Jianqiu let out a cold laugh, his figure flickering as he pursued. The moment these two appeared, they sought his life without hesitation. How could he allow such an escape? Moreover, the Blood Fiend sect and the Shenzhen sect were sworn enemies. Naturally, he would not let such a nefarious being slip away easily. Chu Jianqiu produced 2 movement talismans, applying them to his legs, and pursued with the swiftness of lightning. As the blood-robed warrior fled, he suddenly found himself confronted by Chu Jianqiu, who had appeared before him in a flash. A wave of dread washed over the blood-robed warrior. The speed of this individual was astonishing. With a steely resolve, he ignited a secret technique, his palms transforming into a vivid crimson hue. Blood shadow palm, he bellowed. As his palm energy surged forth, enveloped in a torrent of blood-red fury, hurtling towards Chu Jianqiu. Chapter 75. Encountering one showing again at this moment. Chu Jianqiu had honed his skills sufficiently and was reluctant to continue entangling himself further. He unleashed the 7th strike of the Angry Wave's 7 layers palm. A formidable force surged forth like a furious tide. With a single strike, he reduced the blood-robed warrior to a mere puddle of flesh. Witnessing such a scene, Chu Jianqiu couldn't help but be taken aback. He had not anticipated that his current execution of the Angry Wave's 7 layers palm would wield such immense power. Previously, although he could perform the 7th strike, it had been rather taxing, consuming at least 1/5 of his internal energy with each execution, and he could not fully unleash the true potential of the technique. It was only after his ascension to the 3rd level of the true Qi realm that he could genuinely manifest the might of this low-grade mysterious martial art. While he still could not bring forth its full power, he could at least achieve 70 to 80% of its capability. Moreover, given the substantial reservoir of true energy within him, he was now able to consecutively execute the 7th strike of the Angry Wave's 7 layers palm 20 times. Unlike before when a few strikes would deplete his energy entirely, Chu Jianqiu glanced at the fading crimson imprint in his palm. The blood-robed warrior's blood shadow palm was no trivial technique. Had it been an ordinary martial artist at the 8th level of the true Qi realm, they would likely have met their demise from such an assault. This blood shadow palm not only possessed immense offensive power, but also contained a terrifying blood poison. However, these toxins were rendered ineffective against Chu Jianqiu's chaos supreme bloodline. Coupled with his unparalleled martial physique, the damage inflicted by such a strike was negligible. After vanquishing 2 blood-robe warriors, Chu Jianqiu produced a token, which immediately caused a wisp of blood mist to rise from the corpses of the fallen warriors, coalescing into a crimson line that merged into the token. Instantly, the token revealed the number and strength of the slain blood-robe warriors, along with the corresponding contribution points. This token was a specially crafted artifact by the Shenzhen sect for the inaugural bounty mission, designed to accurately record the number of Bloodshaw sect disciples killed by the disciples of the Shenzhen sect, as well as the strength of those slain, thereby motivating the disciples to actively pursue their tasks. At that moment, the token displayed 2 lines of text: number of Bloodshah sect disciples killed, 1 at the 6th level of Qi realm, 1 at the 7th level of Qi realm. Contribution points, 900. Prior to entering, Chu Jianqiu had learned that the contribution points awarded for slaying a disciple of the Bloodshah sect varied according to their realm: 150 points for the 5th level of Qi realm, 300 points for the 6th level, 600 points for the 7th level, 1200 points for the 8th level, and 2400 points for the 9th level. Moreover, acquiring a pound of Bloodshah Xuanma liquid from a disciple of the Bloodshah sect would yield 1000 contribution points. After dispatching the 2 blood-robe warriors, Chu Jianqiu continued his journey towards Xianshan Mountain. Half a day later, to his surprise, he encountered Wan Xiaoying, accompanied by 3 other women and 5 men, making a total of 9 individuals. Among the 3 women, one was at the 9th level of Qi realm, possessing an extraordinary elegance and beauty, while the other 2 were at the 8th and 7th levels of Qi realm, respectively. Among the 5 men, one was at the 9th level of True Qi, 2 at the 8th level, and 2 at the 7th level. Among these 9 individuals, Wan Xiaoying possessed the weakest cultivation, merely at the 6th level of True Qi. Upon seeing Chu Jianqiu, Wan Xiaoying's heart swelled with joy, and she greeted him warmly. Chu Jianqiu acknowledged her with a nod, a gesture of reciprocation. The other 8 men, however, frowned upon seeing Chu Jianqiu, their expressions revealing a hint of disdain. How audacious for a mere trifling cultivator at the 3rd level of True Qi to venture in. He clearly lacked self-awareness and was foolishly courting death. A youth wielding a folding fan cast a scornful glance at Chu Jianqiu and derided him with a sneer. Wan Xiaoying's expression shifted at his words. She opened her mouth to respond, but was silenced by a look from Chu Jianqiu. With a sidelong glance at the fan-wielding youth, Chu Jianqiu offered a faint smile and remarked, "Who is the fool you are insulting?" The youth, brimming with arrogance, retorted, "The fool is you. What? Are you unwilling to accept it?" Chu Jianqiu replied with a casual smile. "Ah, so it is I whom you deem a fool. Quite flattering. Since you possess a modicum of self-awareness and recognize your own folly, I shall not hold it against you." Hearing this, the several young women found it amusing and stifled their laughter. The fan-wielding youth's countenance darkened instantly. This worthless individual had cunningly turned the tables on him, forcing him to inadvertently insult himself. He had finally managed to accompany the woman he admired, and now, after being ridiculed by Chu Jianqiu, his dignity lay in tatters. "You seek your own demise." The young man, wielding a folding fan, bore a pallid countenance, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent. Observing this, the elegantly featured woman furrowed her brow slightly. "Enough of this commotion. We have serious matters to attend to," declared a stern-faced youth, who, as the most powerful among them, evidently assumed the role of leader. He was disinclined to allow his subordinates' antics to compromise his dignity before the graceful woman. Upon hearing his words, the young man with the fan immediately restrained himself, yet the chill in his eyes remained unabated as he shot a fierce glare at Chu Jianqiu. "We shall see about this, brat," he hissed. Chu Jianqiu cast him a fleeting glance, dismissing the rabid dog-like demeanor with indifference. Should this rabid dog dare to act against him, he vowed to shatter its menacing fangs, imparting a lesson it would never forget. Wan Xiaoying regarded the fan-wielding youth with a discerning eye. He ought to be thankful for his restraint, for had he acted otherwise, he would undoubtedly come to regret his actions today. Setting aside Chu Jianqiu's status as a direct disciple, she firmly believed that, should a confrontation arise, victory would ultimately favor Chu Jianqiu, given his formidable prowess. Despite the young man's cultivation at the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm, Chu Jianqiu had previously vanquished a half-formed great demon while still at the 1st level, albeit the demon was significantly weakened. Yet it had retained at least the strength of a 7th level Qi condensation practitioner. With Chu Jianqiu now at the 3rd level of the Qi condensation realm and possessing his elusive techniques, the fan-wielding youth would find himself at a distinct disadvantage. "Junior Chu, what are your plans? If you lack a strategy, why not join us? It would provide some mutual support," Wan Xiaoying suggested, extending an invitation. As Chu Jianqiu contemplated declining the offer, he realized that he was not well acquainted with these individuals, and their aspirations diverged significantly. Engaging in a joint venture would only lead to his own discomfort. Moreover, his true objective was to venture to Xuanlong Mountain to procure the elusive Tianji Xuanlong herb, a pursuit he could not reveal. Before he could voice his refusal, the mocking voice of a young man wielding a folding fan echoed through the air. "This worthless individual has the audacity to accompany us. We mustn't tarnish our reputation with such a companion." Chapter 76. Joining. Upon hearing the words of the young man with the folding fan, The elegant-faced woman furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, "We are, after all, fellow disciples." Although this junior possesses limited cultivation, Zhao's words are rather excessive. The young man with the folding fan felt his face flush with embarrassment upon noticing the elegant woman's defense of Chu Jianqiu. "Very well, let us consider this matter settled. Since we are all fellow disciples, it would be prudent to travel together," he declared coldly, sweeping his sleeve dismissively. He was unwilling to allow Chu Jianqiu, a person of such lowly stature, to leave a negative impression on the elegant woman. Simultaneously, he cast a subtle glance at Wan Xiaoying, his eyes betraying a deep-seated displeasure and disdain. How dare this woman, lacking in discernment, invite another to join without his consent? Such an obstinate individual would surely merit a pretext for her eventual disappearance, lest she become an eyesore in his presence. Feeling the chill emanating from the cold-faced youth's gaze, Wan Xiaoying experienced a sudden shiver in her heart. Nevertheless, she did not regret her bold invitation for Chu Jianqiu to join their ranks. Within this team, she found no one trustworthy. Even the elegantly featured woman extended an invitation to accompany her merely out of a sense of past camaraderie from their shared time in the Zixia society. In this perilous and treacherous secret realm, with her modest cultivation level, she feared that if she ventured alone, her survival would be measured in days. Thus, despite realizing that the invitation from the graceful woman was insincere, she had no choice but to muster her courage and join the group. Although none could be relied upon, at least she could attain a semblance of security among them. When the notice arrived mandating all disciples at the True Qi realm to enter the secret realm, Wan Xiaoying felt a twinge of regret for having hastily ascended to the 6th level of the True Qi realm. Following her harrowing experience at Wohu Mountain outside Zunlian City, she had come to cherish her life dearly. She preferred to cultivate at a slower pace rather than risk facing such grave dangers once more. Hence, she harbored a strong aversion to entering the new Zhe secret realm. However, having recently broken through to the 6th level of the True Qi realm and become an inner disciple, she found herself among those required to enter the new Zhe secret realm. This reality doused her fleeting joy with a cold splash of disappointment, instantly extinguishing her elation. Wan Xiaoying was acutely aware that without finding a reliable ally, she faced a tenfold risk of perishing within the secret realm. Thus, upon spotting Chu Jianqiu, she seized upon him as a lifeline, determined to hold on tightly and not let go. Chu Jianqiu initially wished to refrain from accompanying them, fearing that their presence would hinder his actions and render his endeavors tedious. However, upon observing the defiant demeanor of the youth wielding a folding fan and the insincere expression of the stern-faced young man, a sense of rebelliousness surged within him, compelling him to defy their expectations. "Since my esteemed seniors have extended their warm invitation, I shall humbly acquiesce," remarked Chu Jianqiu with a slight smile. The stern-faced youth's gaze faltered momentarily. He pondered whether this individual was genuinely oblivious to their disdain or merely feigning ignorance. Nevertheless, he deemed it unworthy to engage with such a lowly waste of potential. The youth with the folding fan, witnessing the exchange, felt a surge of discomfort akin to swallowing a fly, yet he refrained from further comment in the presence of the elegantly composed lady. He shot a withering glare at Chu Jianqiu, his eyes brimming with icy contempt. Chu Jianqiu, unfazed by the chilling stare of the fan-wielding youth, smiled back and quipped, "Does this esteemed brother have an issue with his eyesight? You seem to be glaring incessantly. Perhaps you've contracted a case of canine eye redness?" The youth with the folding fan, incensed by the retort, bellowed, "Are you seeking death?" As he unleashed a sudden surge of energy, preparing to strike at Chu Jianqiu, the stern-faced youth interjected sharply, "Enough? Has Zhao lost his mind today, continually embarrassing himself?" The youth with the folding fan, upon hearing the rebuke, was drenched in cold sweat. Realizing that his senior was genuinely irate, he promptly refrained from provoking Chu Jianqiu further, recognizing that in a war of words, he had no advantage, and only risked further humiliation, only by waiting for a future opportunity to secretly eliminate that detestable fool, ensuring he meets a fate without burial. "Can I quell the resentment festering within me today?" Observing the young man with the folding fan retreating into silence, Chu Jianqiu lost interest in him and fell back to follow the group at a distance that was neither too close nor too far. His joining this party was merely an endeavor to vex the young man with the fan and the cold-faced youth, a means to vent his pent-up frustrations. Naturally, he would not continue to trail behind them indefinitely, as he intended to depart once this day had passed. Wan Xiaoying also lingered at the back of the group and struck up a conversation with Chu Jianqiu. He harbored neither significant fondness nor aversion for her. Indeed, he found little to admire in her manner or character. However, out of respect for her attentive care towards Fu Lingxue, He refrained from displaying excessive aloofness and engaged in casual banter with her. During their discourse, Chu Jianqiu inquired about Fu Lingxue's current circumstances, having not seen her for quite some time due to his infrequent presence at the outer sect over the past 6 months. Among his fellow disciples, he reserved a modicum of concern for this seemingly delicate yet resolute girl, while his feelings for the others remained rather indifferent. Thanks to Chu Jianqiu, Wan Xiuying's care for Fu Lingxue was particularly meticulous. Although she had ascended to the inner sect, she maintained a regular interest in Fu Lingxue's well-being. For Fu Lingxue served as her sole connection to the esteemed Chu Jianqiu, a cherished disciple. She would not allow such an opportunity to slip away easily. Indeed, when she spoke of Fu Lingxue, Chu Jianqiu's demeanor became notably more amiable. Following the completion of the Blood Python mission at Wohe Mountain, Fu Lingxue soon achieved a breakthrough to the 3rd level of True Qi realm. She had also fulfilled the 6 credits necessary for promotion from the outer sect to the inner sect. However, as her cultivation level did not yet meet the requirements for advancement to an inner disciple, she continued her training in the outer sect. Upon learning about Fu Lingxue's progress, Chu Jianqiu felt a sense of relief. Unbeknownst to him, Fu Lingxue had gradually nestled into his heart, although he did not harbor romantic feelings for her. He regarded her as a sister in spirit. After their discussion about Fu Lingxue, Wan Xiuying quietly introduced the notable figures within their group. The stern-faced youth at the forefront was Yin Junbai, the esteemed vice president of the Lingxiao Society within the inner sect, possessing formidable strength and ranking 37th on the inner disciple leaderboard. The top 20 on this leaderboard consisted entirely of formidable figures at the Transformation C realm, making Yin Junbai's position quite impressive among True Qi realm practitioners. The elegantly featured woman was Tan Yoxin, a significant member of the Baifeng Society, ranked 45th among inner disciples. Tan Yoxin and Wan Xiuying were contemporaries. During their time in the outer sect, Tan Yoxin had also been part of the Zixia Society. However, due to her exceptional talent, she swiftly advanced to the 6th level of True Qi realm and entered the inner sect, subsequently joining one of the 5 major societies, the Baifeng Society. The young man wielding a folding fan was also a member of the Lingxiao Society, named Zhao Gaoqi, who was not ranked among the inner disciples. The inner disciple rankings consisted of the top 100 disciples within the sect, and a martial artist of Zhao Gaoqi's caliber, possessing the 8th stage of True Qi, naturally could not make the list. Upon observing that these individuals were heading in the direction of Qianlong Mountain, Chu Jianqiu, driven by curiosity, inquired with Wan Xiuying and learned that their destination was indeed Qianlong Mountain. The allure of harvesting the heavenly talisman Qianlong herb was immensely tempting. Accomplishing this task would elevate one's status within the Xianyuan sect to unprecedented heights. For those disciples of considerable strength, none would dare to overlook such an opportunity. However, due to the presence of a formidable sea-transcending demon guarding Qianlong Mountain, they approached the situation with caution. Before entering the Xinza secret realm, several powerful factions convened to strategize, agreeing to gather at the foot of Qianlong Mountain upon entering the secret realm to confront the sea-transcending demon together. As for who would ultimately harvest the heavenly talisman Qianlong herb, that would depend on one's fortune. Regardless of who succeeded in this endeavor, the rewards garnered must be shared, with a portion allocated to those who contributed. By uniting their strengths, they felt emboldened to face even the sea-transcending demon. Upon hearing this news, Chu Jianqiu felt a measure of reassurance. In truth, he harbored uncertainties about this undertaking. They were confronting a genuine sea-transcending demon, not the severely weakened blood python from Wohe Mountain. No matter how well he prepared, the vast disparity in strength left him feeling apprehensive. If these individuals were to act in concert, the likelihood of successfully harvesting the Tianji Zuanalong grass would undoubtedly increase significantly. Chu Jianqiu was indifferent to who ultimately procured the Tianji Zuanalong grass. His sole aim was to secure it in order to save his master, Cui Yiyan. In this regard, his objective would be accomplished. As for the enticing reward of 500,000 contribution points, although he was indeed tempted, he could still discern the gravity of the situation in comparison to the urgency of saving his master. Aware that Yin Junbai and others were also seeking to gather the Tianji Zuanalong grass, Chu Jianqiu found his impression of them notably improved. Regardless of their intentions, their endeavors could ultimately benefit the 4th peak, prompting him to refrain from harboring any petty grievances against them. On their journey to Zuanalong Mountain, the group encountered numerous spiritual herbs, including not only 1st and 2nd tier varieties but also the rare 3rd tier herbs. However, every herb of 3rd tier or above was fiercely guarded by formidable beasts, necessitating a fierce battle with these guardians in order to collect the precious herbs. While attempting to harvest a 3rd tier herb known as the full moon lotus, they encountered an incredibly powerful beast at the 9th level of Qi transformation. It was only through the combined efforts of Yin Junbai and Tan Yoxin that they managed to slay the beast. In that battle, Chu Jianqiu witnessed firsthand the immense power of a 9th level Qi transformation warrior. The clash between the two warriors and the beast obliterated the small mound of earth that stood a dozen feet tall. Since the previous 3rd-tier herb had been awarded to Tan Yoxin, the full moon lotus would rightfully belong to Yin Junbai. After Yin Junbai harvested the full moon lotus, the group proceeded to sever the vital parts from the formidable beast's carcass. Though they were reluctant to abandon the remainder, the sheer weight of the massive creature rendered it impossible for them to carry it along their journey. They could only extract the essential components, discarding the rest. For a beast at the 9th level of the true Qi realm, every inch of its body was a treasure. And even Yin Junbai and Tan Yoxin felt an inexplicable pang of regret as they left the beast behind. Once they concluded their tasks, the group resumed their journey. After traveling a short distance, Chu Jianqiu found an excuse to depart from the team. They had long grown accustomed to his behavior and paid little heed to this inconsequential figure. As Chu Jianqiu left the group, they did not pause for him but continued onward. He activated a movement talisman, swiftly propelling himself back to the site of the recent battle. Upon arrival, he reached out to touch the corpse of the beast, which immediately vanished, absorbed into the Chaos Supreme Tower. Throughout this journey, Chu Jianqiu consistently collected spoils in such a manner. The waste of these beast carcasses was lamentable. If brought back to the treasure pavilion of the Xinjiang sect, they could yield substantial contribution points. Not to mention, even if merely utilized for sustenance, the meat would be a significant boon, enhancing one's cultivation. The space within the Chaos Supreme Tower was ample enough to accommodate all that he could gather, and he was untroubled by concerns of capacity, collecting as much as possible. Along this journey, one can reap numerous rewards without exerting much effort. Thus, traveling alongside them appears to be an admirable choice. However, while Chu Jianqiu has amassed a considerable bounty, his companion Wan Xiaoying lacks such capabilities and has garnered a pitiable amount over this extensive trek. Each time they encounter spiritual herbs, she finds herself unable to partake in their gathering. The premier 3rd-tier spiritual herbs are naturally claimed by Yin Junbai and Tan Yoxin, while the 2nd-tier herbs they disdain are relegated to the disciples of the 7th and 8th levels of True Qi realm, leaving Wan Xiaoying with mere scraps. As their collection becomes overwhelming, they begin to overlook some lesser quality herbs, affording Wan Xiaoying a rare opportunity to gather. Initially, she considers relinquishing these chances to Chu Jianqiu, yet he exhibits little interest in the herbs. Throughout this expedition, the worth of the beast corpses he has collected surpasses the combined gains of Yin Junbai and Tan Yoxin. There seems little reason for him to compete with Wan Xiaoying for such meager spoils. With the formidable Chaos Supreme Tower in his possession, even the act of picking up discarded items allows him to surpass these individuals. As the group travels, they continuously gather resources while engaging in battles with various beasts, resulting in a much slower pace compared to Chu Jianqiu's solitary journey. Nevertheless, he is not in a hurry to reach Xianlong Mountain alone. Upon learning that the others also intend to head there, he abandons the notion of solitary struggle. After all, confronting a great demon of the sea transformation realm alone is exceedingly perilous. Chapter 78, Encounter after collecting the corpse of the 9th-tier Qi realm beast. Chu Jianqiu soared back towards his companions. As he approached, he observed a cloud of dust rising and heard a tremendous commotion. Upon closer inspection, he found his comrades engaged in combat with 5 blood-robed warriors. Among these 5, one was a 9th-tier Qi realm warrior, flanked by 2 8th-tier and 2 7th-tier warriors. The 9th-tier blood-robed warrior was valiantly holding his ground against Yin Junbai and Tan Yoxin, successfully fending off their combined assault without yielding an inch. Meanwhile, the 2 8th-tier blood-robed warriors were overpowering their 3 opponents, maintaining a decisive advantage. The 3 8th-tier warriors from the Xinjiang sect struggled to withstand the onslaught from the 2 8th-tier blood-robed warriors, managing to avoid defeat largely due to the commendable prowess of the youth Zhao Gaoqi, who wielded an exquisite folding fan. This fan, evidently a treasure of considerable rank, unleashed fierce gusts of fiery wind that posed significant challenges for the 2 8th-tier blood-robed warriors. While the disciples of the Xinjiang sect could still contend with the blood-robed warriors at the 9th and 8th tiers, the situation grew dire at the 7th tier. The 3 7th-tier warriors from this side faced grave peril against their 2 7th-tier blood-robed adversaries. Under the relentless attacks from the latter, the 3 disciples of the Xinjiang sect found themselves in a precarious situation, with Wan Xiaoying already lying motionless on the ground, her fate uncertain. Chu Jianqiu rushed over urgently, lifting the unconscious Wan Xiaoying from the ground. At that moment, Her eyes were tightly shut, her complexion pale as parchment, and her breath faint, teetering on the brink of life. Chu Jianqiu placed his palm against her back and infused her with an extraordinarily pure essence of true energy, refined from the chaotic celestial emperor's art, imbued with unparalleled mystical power. As this energy flowed into her, Wan Xiaoying coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood and slowly opened her eyes. Chu Jianqiu retrieved a healing elixir and administered it to her. This elixir, the exquisite ninth-turn moistening rejuvenation pill, was the finest healing remedy selected from the first volume of detailed formulas. The ingredients required to concoct this ninth-turn moistening rejuvenation pill were far from inexpensive. The materials for a single batch had cost Chu Jianqiu 100 contribution points. After taking the ninth-turn moistening rejuvenation pill, Wan Xiaoying's complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, and her injuries visibly healed at an astonishing pace. Grateful, she expressed her thanks to Chu Jianqiu, well aware of the preciousness of the elixir he had just provided her. The ninth-turn moistening rejuvenation pill was not only a second-tier premium elixir, but also notoriously difficult to produce, with a low success rate, even more challenging than some ordinary third-tier elixirs. In the treasure pavilion of the Xinjian sect, a single ninth-turn moistening rejuvenation pill required 30 contribution points. Although inner disciples of the Xinjian sect enjoyed significantly better treatment than outer disciples, an ordinary newly promoted inner disciple could, at most, earn 50 gathering chi pills in a month, equivalent to merely 50 contribution points. The 9-transformation nourishing elixir that Chu Jianqiu had just administered to her was nearly equivalent to more than half a month's worth of her resources. Were it not for the extraordinary circumstances, others might not have been so generous in expending such considerable resources to save her life. As Chu Jianqiu had just settled Wan Xiaoying, a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the air. Turning to investigate, he witnessed a disciple of the Xinyuan sect, at the 7th level of Qi realm, being violently struck by a blood-robed warrior, sending him soaring through the air for over 10 feet, where he crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. After a few convulsions, he lay still, devoid of life. Wan Xiaoying, at that moment, had only been caught in the aftermath of the battle. The blood-robed warrior had not regarded her as a threat, merely casting aside a casual palm strike, which fortuitously allowed her to escape with her life. In stark contrast, the Xinyuan disciple who had been directly struck by the blood-robed warrior's full force met an immediate demise. With one companion lost, the remaining 2 Xinyuan disciples found it increasingly difficult to endure, for in a comparison of combat prowess at the same realm, disciples of the Xinyuan sect were generally at a disadvantage against those of the Bloodslaughter sect. The woman named Huang Yisu, also at the 7th level of Qi realm, turned pale at the sight of the blood-robed warrior's descending palm strike. Without the support of her companion, there was no way she could evade such an attack. As despair enveloped her heart, a flash of white suddenly appeared, and with a resounding crash, it intercepted the attack from the blood-robed warrior, sending him reeling backward. Upon closer inspection, Huang Yisu realized that this ethereal figure clad in white was none other than Chu Jianqiu, deemed a waste by many, yet possessing the cultivation of the 3rd level of Qi realm. Huang Yisu's expression was one of utter disbelief. How could Chu Jianqiu, with merely a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of Qi condensation, have sent flying the blood-robed warrior of the 7th stage? Huang Yisu was not the only one astonished. Both Yin Junbai and Tan Yoxin wore equally incredulous expressions, while Zhao Gaoqi looked as though he had swallowed a fly, discomfort etched on his face. As they witnessed the defeat on that side, a wave of anxiety surged within Yin Junbai and the others. They were barely maintaining a stalemate with the blood-robed warriors, and any external force introduced into the fray could spell their certain demise. Under normal circumstances, a warrior of the 7th stage of Qi condensation would pose little threat to them. However, in this precarious situation, he could become the proverbial last straw, tipping the scales of battle. The blood-robed warrior of the 9th stage, believing victory was within his grasp, was blindsided by this unforeseen turn of events. When Chu Jianqiu first appeared, he had been dismissed as inconsequential, a mere waste of space at the 3rd stage of Qi condensation, incapable of inflicting harm even if he stood idle. Yet now, it was this underestimated individual who dictated the course of the conflict. Chu Jianqiu had merely employed the 5th stance of the Angry Wave's 7-fold palm in that recent strike. During his previous skirmish, he had recognized the terrifying potential of the 7th stance. Should he unleash that level of power now, the blood-robed warrior would likely be reduced to mere pulp. This was not a matter of Chu Jianqiu feeling any compassion for these bloodthirsty cultists. Each of these malevolent beings from the Blood Fiend sect was deserving of death, and should he have the opportunity to claim their lives, he would show no mercy. However, Chu Jianqiu was reluctant to reveal too much of his strength before the crowd. In such a perilous and unpredictable environment, allowing others to gain excessive insight into one's capabilities would not be a prudent course of action. The blood-robed warrior, having suffered a grievous blow from Chu Jianqiu, was severely injured but did not succumb immediately. As he gazed at Chu Jianqiu, his eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. He had long since lost the will to fight and sought to withdraw. Yet, Chu Jianqiu would not permit him an escape, having dispatched one of their own. How could he allow the remaining adversary to flee unscathed? With a swift motion, he closed the distance and delivered a decisive strike, ending the life of the blood-robed warrior. Chapter 79. Junior Brother Chu, what have you consumed? Another blood-robed warrior at the 7th level of Qi was struck with sheer terror at this sight. His strength was scarcely superior to that of the previous warrior, who had been so easily dispatched by Chu Jianqiu. Faced with a confrontation against him, the outcome would undoubtedly be similarly grim. This warrior, devoid of any desire to continue the fight, forced back the disciple of the Xianjian sect opposing him and hastily retreated from the battlefield. Chu Jianqiu made no attempt to pursue the fleeing blood-robed warrior. Before Yin Junbai and the others, he preferred to conceal the extent of his abilities. Observing the retreat of the remaining blood-robed warriors, the others realized that any further engagement would likely jeopardize their lives, prompting them to hastily withdraw from the fray. Yin Junbai and his companions, witnessing the escape of the blood-robed warriors, harbored no intention of pursuing them further. They gazed at Chu Jianqiu, their eyes filled with a myriad of complex emotions. Had it not been for him today, they would have suffered grievous losses, with at least half of them facing certain death. Even if Yin Junbai and Tan Yoshin managed to escape, it would likely come at a considerable cost. No one could have anticipated that their lives would ultimately be spared by someone they all deemed a worthless fool. Zhao Gaoqi's gaze towards Chu Jianqiu transformed from one of arrogance and disdain to a subtle hint of trepidation. The ease with which Chu Jianqiu had defeated a 7th-tier practitioner of true Qi demonstrated that he was at least at the pinnacle of the 7th tier himself, perhaps even possessing the strength of an 8th-tier master. Zhao Gaoqi, reflecting upon his own capabilities, realized he held no absolute certainty in overcoming Chu Jianqiu. The prowess of a mere 3rd-tier practitioner was nothing short of extraordinary, a testament to his exceptional talent. The collective perception of Chu Jianqiu among the onlookers began to shift, not solely due to the formidable power he had displayed, but also because of the hidden depths that lay beneath it. Given his astonishing combat abilities, it was evident that Chu Jianqiu was not an ordinary martial artist. He was undoubtedly a bloodline warrior, likely possessing an extraordinary awakened lineage, possibly even a celestial-grade bloodline. Such remarkable potential would not go unnoticed by the upper echelons of the Xianjian sect. The absence of any mention of a newly initiated disciple within the inner sect during this period suggested that Chu Jianqiu was likely a direct disciple of one of the peaks of the 7 peaks of Xianjian. After a fierce battle, everyone was utterly exhausted. Once the blood-robed warriors had fled, the group chose not to advance further, but instead paused to recuperate. Huang Yisu approached Chu Jianqiu, expressing her gratitude, acknowledging that had it not been for his timely intervention, she would have perished at the hands of one of those blood-robed warriors. Chu Jianqiu gestured dismissively, indicating that no thanks were necessary, and settled onto a large stone. Huang Yisu followed suit, her curiosity piqued by this enigmatic youth, eager to delve deeper into his character. How shall I address you, junior brother? Thank you for your assistance earlier. At that moment, Tan Yoshin also approached, smiling warmly. The potential demonstrated by Chu Jianqiu was certainly worthy of her acquaintance. Chu Jianqiu, he replied nonchalantly, as he did not wish to entangle himself too deeply with these individuals, deeming such connections relatively inconsequential. His willingness to respond to Tan Yoshin stemmed from her initial lack of derision towards him, which he appreciated to some extent. Observing Chu Jianqiu's indifferent demeanor, Tan Yoshin did not take it to heart. After all, she had not regarded him with the same contempt as others, but neither had she placed significant importance on him, merely viewing him as an inconsequential presence. Given his current aloofness, she could hardly blame him. Upon observing Chu Jianqiu's indifferent demeanor, Tan Yoshin refrained from further initiating conversation. Although Chu Jianqiu exhibited remarkable combat prowess, he still fell short in comparison to the pinnacle disciples within their inner sect. Her willingness to extend a hand of friendship towards him was already a considerable exception. Given Tan Yoshin's esteemed status, it was customary for others within the Xianjian sect to seek her favor, rather than her needing to ingratiate herself with anyone else. Yin Junbai, witnessing Tan Yoshin's overtures to Chu Jianqiu, could not help but display a flicker of shadowed emotions in his gaze, which turned icy as he regarded Chu Jianqiu. Unfazed by the unfolding dynamics, Chu Jianqiu remained at ease, leisurely consuming one spirit-gathering pill after another. Huang Yisu, noticing Chu Jianqiu's continuous snacking throughout their journey, found herself intrigued. Having previously paid him little attention, unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Chu Shitty, what are you eating?" Chu Jianqiu opened his palm to reveal a pouch brimming with spirit-gathering pills, nonchalantly responding, "Spirit-gathering pills." Since entering the Nuze secret realm, he had been consuming these pills while on the move. Prior to his entrance into the realm, he had already concocted a substantial quantity of spirit-gathering pills, alleviating any concern of scarcity. After several days of consuming these pills, he had reached the pinnacle of the third stage of qi refinement, and within a day or two, he would undoubtedly ascend to the fourth stage. Huang Yisu gazed in astonishment at the pouch filled with spirit-gathering pills. Her mouth agape as she beheld Chu Jianqiu consuming them with the casualness of snacking on fried soybeans. How wealthy must this individual be to consume energy-gathering pills as though they were mere yellow beans? It is worth noting that even for the top 10 disciples of the Xianyuan sword sect, such indulgence and consumption would be utterly unfathomable. The dialogue between the two instantly drew the attention of those resting nearby, their gazes brimming with overwhelming envy and resentment. Throughout their journey, they had observed Chu Jianqiu incessantly snacking, initially mistaking his treats for roasted soybeans, and they had scorned him for such gluttony, believing that a martial artist should not indulge like an ordinary mortal. However, upon realizing that Chu Jianqiu had actually been consuming energy-gathering pills, a wave of despair washed over them. Even the most gifted disciples of the inner sect could not afford such extravagant behavior. When did energy-gathering pills become so devalued? While they did not regard these pills as particularly precious resources, it was inconceivable for them to be as cheap as roasted soybeans. It is essential to understand that even for those among them at the 9th level of the true qi realm, the monthly allocation of energy-gathering pills amounted to a mere 300. Naturally, they did not rely solely on the resources distributed by the sect. Each individual undertook tasks to earn contribution points for additional cultivation resources. Without such efforts, relying solely on the sect's monthly distribution would leave them waiting indefinitely to advance in their realms. As cultivation progresses, the resource demands increase exponentially, rendering 300 energy-gathering pills each month utterly insufficient for practitioners of the 9th level of the true qi realm. Chapter 80. Stepping over boundaries. As the crowd observed Chu Jianqiu consuming the qi-gathering pills with such nonchalance, a mixture of envy, jealousy, and incredulity swept over them. Who exactly was this individual, exhibiting such extravagant wealth? Even Yin Junbai's expression shifted, for consuming qi-gathering pills as casually as one might snack on roasted soybeans was beyond his reach. Not only did he lack the financial means, but also the ability to refine them. With his current level of cultivation, his daily limit for refining qi-gathering pills was merely 60. Exceeding this would be detrimental rather than beneficial. Chu Jianqiu's manner of consumption indicated an extraordinary talent and an unparalleled cultivation method. The speed and capacity with which a martial artist can refine and absorb medicinal pills are profoundly linked to their innate talent and the sophistication of their cultivation techniques. The more formidable the innate bloodline and the higher the cultivation method, the greater the potential for resource refinement and the swifter the absorption. If the onlookers had harbored any doubts regarding Chu Jianqiu's identity before, they were now entirely convinced that he was indeed a direct disciple. Only a direct disciple would possess such wealth and wield such advanced cultivation techniques. Tan Yoxin felt a twinge of regret in her heart. Had she known earlier that Chu Jianqiu was a direct disciple, she would have set aside her pride and sought to establish a connection with him. Associating with a direct disciple would significantly enhance her own status. Unfortunately, her momentary arrogance had caused her to miss a golden opportunity. Approaching him now would undoubtedly appear overly opportunistic, and given Chu Jianqiu's character, he would likely not be particularly cordial, leaving her in an awkward predicament. Although Tan Yoxin possesses a tinge of snobbery, her sense of dignity remains intact. Zhao Gaoqi's wariness towards Chu Jianqiu deepened, and a flicker of regret stirred within him. Had he known earlier that Chu Jianqiu was such a concealed powerhouse, he would have refrained from provoking him at all costs. After a brief respite, the group set forth once more. Along the way, encounters with disciples from the Blood Slaughter sect and the Xianjian sect became increasingly frequent. The fierce clashes between the two sects resulted in considerable casualties, with the Xianjian sect suffering the brunt of the losses, for the disciples of the Blood Slaughter sect generally exhibited superior prowess. Were it not for their overwhelming numerical advantage, the Xianjian disciples would undoubtedly face defeat. As they traversed the stretch of road, numerous disciples from the Xianjian sect joined their ranks. Initially, skirmishes among their own sect over precious resources were common. Yet the formidable threat posed by the Blood Slaughter sect gradually enlightened them to their precarious situation. Whenever sect members encountered one another, provided their grievances were not excessively severe. They united to resist the disciples of the blood slaughter sect. Only through collective strength could they hope to gain the upper hand against their adversaries. Over the course of the past 2 days, following several battles, their numbers swelled to 20 or 30. In this period, Chu Jianqiu ascended to the 4th level of Qi realm. Through these encounters, the group developed a more profound understanding of Chu Jianqiu's capabilities. After his elevation to the 4th level of Qi realm, he was able to easily vanquish even the 8th level blood robe warriors. Zhao Gaoqi's apprehension towards Chu Jianqiu deepened significantly. Previously, he merely felt that he could not secure a guaranteed victory over Chu Jianqiu, but now he found himself utterly powerless against him. In his encounters with the blood-robed warriors at the 8th level of Qi realm, he could barely hold his ground, relying solely on the high-quality artifact in his possession. In stark contrast, Chu Jianqiu could effortlessly annihilate a blood-robed warrior of the same rank with his bare hands. If Zhao Gaoqi once harbored a modicum of trepidation towards Chu Jianqiu, he now bore an overwhelming dread, fearing that Chu Jianqiu harbored resentment towards his prior remarks and might seek vengeance. On a particular day, as the group traversed a forested area, they stumbled upon 2 factions engaged in a fierce battle. Both sides were numerous, with over 20 disciples from the Xinjiang sect and a comparable number of blood-robed warriors from the Xuesha sect. Although the disciples of the Xinjiang sect were at a numerical disadvantage, they fought valiantly, managing to hold their own against the blood-robed adversaries. This was the only instance in which Chu Jianqiu witnessed a group of Xinjiang disciples, despite their inferior numbers, competing evenly with those of the Xuesha sect. The intensity of the conflict was palpable, with the ground strewn with the lifeless bodies of both Xuesha and Xinjiang disciples, while those still engaged in combat were drenched in blood. Upon sighting Chu Jianqiu and the Xinjiang disciples, the blood-robed warriors immediately signaled for a retreat. They were engaged in combat with the disciples of the Xinjiang sect across from them, unable to gain the upper hand, now that reinforcements had arrived. Continuing the fight was no longer an option. Yin Junbai led his group forward and, upon seeing the leader of the Xinjiang sect disciples, exclaimed with delight, "Brother Bu, it's you. I was wondering who possessed such remarkable skill to make the blood slaughter sect retreat in disarray. It turns out to be your commendable achievement." The young man with the surname Bu cupped his hands in a gesture of acknowledgement and replied with a smile, "You flatter me, Brother Yin." Just as he was about to engage in further pleasantries with Yin Junbai, he suddenly caught sight of Chu Jianqiu in the crowd, and his expression changed dramatically. "Brother Yin, why are you with this person?" At that moment, Chu Jianqiu also recognized the group. The young man with the surname Bu was none other than Bu Feiyue, the captain of the law enforcement team from the Law Hall. Previously, due to matters concerning Fu Lingxue and Si Fengkai, he had sought to imprison Chu Jianqiu in the Yambing prison to curry favor with Si Fengkai. Their encounter had fostered considerable animosity between them. Chu Jianqiu also identified several other law enforcement disciples in the crowd, including the insidious and treacherous Ji Jixin, who had once twisted the truth for personal gain, seeking to punish him to please Si Fengkai and his brother, Si Fengpa. Among the crowd, Chu Jianqiu spotted Zhang Yiken, a law enforcement disciple who still retained a semblance of conscience. Upon seeing Chu Jianqiu, Ji Jixin's face darkened, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent. In this secret realm, the stakes were far higher than within the Xinjiang sect. As a direct disciple of Chu Jianqiu's standing, no one dared to lay a hand on him. The token of his status as a direct disciple was his greatest assurance. However, within this secret realm, Chu Jianqiu's identity holds no significance. Here, there are countless methods to eliminate the useless Chu Jianqiu. When the time comes, even if the 4th peak seeks to investigate, there will be no evidence. It would be futile to blame him for Chu Jianqiu's reckless intrusion. At this moment, Zhang Yiken also took note of Chu Jianqiu, his gaze subtly shifting due to the earlier events involving Si Fengkai and Fu Lingxue. He felt a twinge of guilt for failing to uphold the rules of the Xinjiang sect concerning Chu Jianqiu. Upon seeing Chu Jianqiu's appearance, Zhang Yiken could not help but feel a sense of concern for him, especially after Si Fengkai returned from Woha Mountain in Zonglian City, having lost an arm and been rendered despondent by the immense blow. Si Fengpa, witnessing his brother in such a state, harbors a deep-seated hatred for Chu Jianqiu. While he is powerless against Chu Jianqiu within the Xinjiang sect, in this isolated a secret realm, Si Fengpa's subordinates will undoubtedly take action against Chu Jianqiu to curry favor with him. Chapter 81. The Threat of Death. Does your stepbrother know this person? Yin Junbai inquired with a hint of confusion, as this individual was relatively obscure among the inner disciples. How could Bu Feiyue possibly be acquainted with him? Bu Feiyue nodded, finding no surprise in Yin Junbai's unfamiliarity with Chu Jianqiu. Had it not been for Si Fengkai, He too would have disregarded a lowly figure mingling among the outer disciples and remained oblivious to Chu Jianqiu's true identity. He is a direct disciple of the fourth peak. Entangled in profound enmity with Si Fengpa, Bu Feiyue's expression darkened as he remarked, the grudge between him and Chu Jianqiu will not be easily resolved. Now, as Chu Jianqiu enters the mysterious realm of Nu Zhe, it presents him with immense opportunities. Yin Junbai felt a jolt within. Although he had previously speculated about Chu Jianqiu's identity, receiving confirmation directly from Bu Feiyue left him undeniably astonished. A direct disciple, even for someone of his caliber, ranked 37th among the inner sect disciples, is a figure to be revered. In the Xinjian sect, a direct disciple signifies a noble status, formidable strength, and prodigious talent. Merely the mention of these four words instills a sense of awe in anyone from the Xinjian sect, save for the seven peak masters. Upon overhearing their exchange, Zhao Gaoqi's complexion turned ashen. He had inadvertently provoked a direct disciple, and one from the fourth peak at that. The thought of the notorious individuals from the fourth peak, as recounted in whispers, filled him with dread, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Tan Yoxin, equally taken aback, recognized that Chu Jianqiu was indeed a direct disciple of the Xinjian sect, hailing from the fourth peak. She resolved internally that, by any means necessary, she must find a way to cultivate a favorable relationship with Chu Jianqiu. For female disciples within the inner sect, becoming a direct disciple of either the fourth or seventh peak has always been a cherished aspiration. From Bu Feiyue's words, it was evident that there existed considerable friction between Chu Jianqiu and the others. In such a perilous environment, they might inevitably seek to undermine Chu Jianqiu, thus presenting an excellent opportunity to befriend him. If she could assist Chu Jianqiu in navigating these challenges, he would undoubtedly owe her a favor in return. Although Bu Feiyue is a formidable opponent, currently ranking 30th on the inner sect leaderboard, her White Phoenix Society boasts a powerful senior sister who has entered the secret realm and holds the 28th position. If she can establish contact with that senior sister, they need not fear him. Although Si Fengpa has already advanced to the Si transformation realm and is among the top 10 disciples of the inner sect, the president of their White Phoenix Society is also a formidable expert in the Si transformation realm. By allying herself with Chu Jianqiu, she would effectively be rendering a great service to the White Phoenix Society. Upon hearing that Chu Jianqiu is a direct disciple of the fourth peak, Yin Junbai immediately felt a sense of retreat, unwilling to involve himself in such conflicts. Even though within this secret realm, should he kill Chu Jianqiu, no one would be the wiser. The repercussions would be dire once they exited the realm. The fourth peak's wrath would be unimaginable if they failed. For the sect imposes severe penalties for harming a direct disciple, and he feared they might end up without a burial place. Noticing the hesitation in Yin Junbai's eyes, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossed Bu Feiyue's gaze. He had initially intended to drag Yin Junbai into this scheme by mentioning Si Fengpa. But if Yin Junbai refused to join them, he could not allow him to live, lest their secrets be exposed. Although Yin Junbai had a group of around 20 to 30 individuals, their combat strength paled in comparison. Among them, only Yin Junbai and Tan Yoxin possessed the capabilities of the 9th level of True Qi realm, while Bu Feiyue's faction boasted 5 individuals at the same level, with the remainder being martial artists at the 8th level of True Qi realm. Once the battle commenced, Yin Junbai found himself utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. He was entirely confident in his ability to annihilate all those present. Upon witnessing the glint of murderous intent in Bu Feiyue's eyes, a chill coursed through Yin Junbai's heart. Realizing that Bu Feiyue even contemplated his own demise. Junior brother Chu, the journey ahead may prove perilous, said Tan Yoxin, suddenly producing 2 spiritual talismans with a cheerful smile. I offer these to you as a precautionary measure. Chu Jianqiu gazed at the 2 talismans, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. They were, in fact, the flash talismans he had previously sold. In total, he had sold only 5 or 6 dozen of these talismans. A mere drop in the ocean compared to the vast number of disciples in the inner sect, making them exceedingly rare among the disciples. It was quite astonishing that she would part with 2 at once, leaving Chu Jianqiu somewhat taken aback. Although he recognized that Tan Yoxin's gesture was motivated by her awareness of his status as a direct disciple, the willingness to invest so generously was indeed remarkable. After all, in the treacherous environment of the Nu Zhe secret realm, a single flash talisman equated to an additional life. Chu Jianqiu accepted one of the talismans with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Senior Sister Tan, but 1 talisman is more than sufficient." Although he did not lack flash talismans himself, he preferred not to reveal this fact. By accepting the talisman, he acknowledged Tan Yoxin's goodwill, effectively forming a temporary alliance between them. In such a grim and formidable environment, gaining an ally was certainly a welcome prospect for Chu Jianqiu. Moreover, he harbored a certain fondness for Tan Yoxin. Forming an alliance with her was indeed a commendable choice. Upon noticing that Chu Jianqiu did not refuse, Tan Yoxin's heart soared with joy, and the two exchanged knowing smiles. Yin Junbai, witnessing their exchange, was consumed by jealousy and immediately said to Bu Feiyue, "The matter concerning senior brother C is also my concern, rest assured." This was tantamount to accepting Bu Feiyue's invitation to join in the plot against Chu Jianqiu. Yin Junbai had long held admiration for Tan Yoxin, yet she had been indifferent towards him. Although he had been somewhat discontented, he had previously overlooked it, as Tan Yoxin had treated other men similarly. However, now that she was so openly flattering the recently acquainted Chu Jianqiu, exchanging glances and affections before him, it was unbearable. Bu Feiyue, seeing Yin Junbai's understanding, nodded in satisfaction. Yet he was deeply incensed by Tan Yoxin's actions, vowing that this ungrateful woman would eventually pay a severe price. As for the two spiritual talismans Tan Yoxin produced, Bu Feiyue was well aware of their significance. They were the much-acclaimed Flash Escape talisman that had recently gained fame within the inner sect. With these two talismans in hand, it would indeed prove challenging for him to eliminate the duo. After all, against such elusive talismans, he found himself at a loss. While these talismans served as a life-saving trump card in his possession, they posed a significant nuisance when wielded by his adversaries. Chapter 82. Reunion with an old friend. Upon revealing two Flash Escape talismans, Bu Feiyue hesitated to act recklessly, as any aggressive move could lead to dire consequences if he failed to annihilate his opponents entirely. If either Tan Yoxin or Chu Jianqiu managed to escape, they would undoubtedly face significant trouble. For the moment, it was prudent to proceed with caution, as time within the New Zealand secret realm was still abundant, and opportunities to eliminate these two would eventually arise. The two groups converged, swelling their ranks to around 40 or 50 individuals, thus forming a formidable contingent. Regrettably, the disparate motivations of these individuals prevented them from functioning as a cohesive force. After their assembly, they continued their march towards Xianlong Mountain. In the days of relentless conflict, their progress had been minimal, leaving them still over 1,000 miles from their destination. Under ordinary circumstances, such a distance could be traversed in 2 or 3 days, given their cultivation levels. However, in this treacherous terrain rife with peril, their pace remained notably sluggish. Along their journey, they were compelled to evade formidable beasts while also guarding against ambushes from the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect. After a day's travel, they could scarcely cover 100 or 200 miles. After half a day of travel, Chu Jianqiu suddenly halted, a look of alarm crossing his face. Tan Yoxin, intrigued, inquired, "Chu Shidi, what troubles you?" With a grave expression, Chu Jianqiu replied, "There is an ambush ahead in the forest, and it appears there are quite a number of them." Chu Jianqiu's soul was constantly cleansed by the Chaos Supreme Tower within the Sea of Recognition, rendering it immensely powerful. Coupled with his cultivation of the Supreme Technique, the Chaos Emperor's art, his 6 senses were far superior to those of ordinary martial artists, even surpassing those of many at the 9th layer of Qi realm. "How pretentious!" sneered Ji Jixin with a cold derision. Even senior brother Bu and senior brother Yin failed to notice anyone. Yet you, a mere 4th layer Qi realm wastrel, dare to speak so boldly here. A year prior, during the incident involving Si Fengkai and Fu Lingxue, Ji Jixin had thoroughly offended Chu Jianqiu. At that time, when Chu Jianqiu revealed his status as a direct disciple, Si Fengpa found himself utterly powerless, suffering a significant loss of face, which he vented onto Ji Jixin and Zhang Yiken. Ji Jixin gained nothing from the situation, instead finding himself at a disadvantage, fostering an intense hatred for Chu Jianqiu. Were they outside, he might have held some reservations about Chu Jianqiu, but within this isolated New Ze secret realm, given Chu Jianqiu's meager cultivation, Ji Jixin felt confident in his ability to dominate him. Although Chu Jianqiu had astonishingly progressed from the 9th layer of body refinement to the 4th layer of Qi realm in just a year, an astonishing cultivation speed, Ji Jixin dismissed him entirely, believing that no matter how extraordinary a talent might be, they were still vulnerable in their infancy. With Chu Jianqiu's lowly cultivation at the 4th layer of Qi realm, Ji Jixin regarded him with contempt, confident that a mere flick of his finger could extinguish him. Certainly, this notion arose before he had ever witnessed Chu Jianqiu in battle. Had he been privy to Chu Jianqiu's formidable prowess, he would likely have succumbed to the same trepidation as Zhao Gaoqi, abandoning any thoughts of malice. As Ji Jixin's words fell, Bu Feiyue and Yin Junbai also halted, their expressions turning grave as they discerned the peculiarities lurking within the forest ahead. The ambushers had concealed themselves exceptionally well, their presence so faint that it was nearly imperceptible. Had it not been for Chu Jianqiu's warning, they might have traversed deeper without realizing the imminent danger. Everyone, be cautious. There lies an ambush ahead, Yue commanded in a low voice. As his words resonated, over 50 figures emerged from the thicket, led by a brash young man of the 8th tier of Chu Chi realm, his demeanor exuding an air of defiance. Among the ranks, several individuals were indeed the blood-robed warriors who had clashed with Yue and his companions, ultimately retreating in defeat. Clearly, these individuals had sought reinforcements following their earlier encounter. Despite the brash young man's cultivation being merely at the 8th tier of Chu Chi realm, he emanated an exceedingly sinister aura. Accompanying him were 5 or 6 warriors at the 9th tier of Chu Chi realm, who, despite their superior cultivation, exhibited no signs of dissent, wholly deferring to his command, their gazes betraying a flicker of reverence. Beside the young man stood an extraordinarily alluring maiden. Though she possessed only the cultivation of the 7th level of Chu Chi, the blood-robed warriors did not dare to underestimate her. Instead, they maintained a respectful distance, as if she harbored something profoundly terrifying. Indeed, it is impressive that, despite my concealed ambush, you managed to detect my presence. Out of mercy for your evident capabilities, I shall grant you the boon of returning your bodies intact. The audacious youth surveyed the crowd, speaking with unrestrained arrogance. However, when his gaze fell upon Chu Jianqiu, his expression shifted dramatically, and he could not help but exclaim, Chu Jianqiu. Upon recognizing him, Chu Jianqiu's pupils involuntarily constricted. The individual before him was none other than Ouyang Yuan, the very one who had usurped his bloodline, and the enchanting maiden at his side was actually Lu Tianyao. In the years since they last met, both had undergone significant transformations. Not only had their cultivation advanced remarkably, but they also exuded an aura of profound strangeness. Lu Tianyao had long since shed her guise of innocent youth, now adorned in a flowing crimson gown that accentuated her alabaster waist, rendering her irresistibly enticing. Both her attire and the aura she emanated stirred insatiable desires within those who beheld her. Within a mere instant, numerous disciples of the Xianjian sect found themselves captivated, their eyes aflame with fervor, completely oblivious to the grave peril they faced. Chu Jianqiu remained internally vigilant, although the cultivation of these two was not supreme. Their level of danger likely surpassed that of the blood-robed warriors at the 9th level of Chu Chi. Lu Tianyao, upon beholding Chu Jianqiu, was seized by a profound tremor that coursed through her being, her eyes betraying an intricate tapestry of emotions. To speak candidly, she had harbored deep regrets over her betrayal of Chu Jianqiu, especially after witnessing his extraordinary talent during the recruitment examination of the Xianjian sect. The revelation of his breathtaking abilities left her in a state of lament, wishing fervently that she had not forsaken him. Had she remained loyal, she would undoubtedly have accompanied him into the Xianjian sect, even if she might not have attained her current level of cultivation. At the very least, she would not find herself in her current state, neither fully human nor entirely ghostly. Moreover, Ouyang Yuan's treatment of her was far from the sincerity that Chu Jianqiu had shown. Upon entering the blood slaughter sect, Lu Tianyao garnered the favor of an esteemed ancestor, securing a new source of support. Naturally, she would not allow Ouyang Yuan to possess her easily. Although they presented themselves as a couple, in truth, they shared no genuine marital bond. Ouyang Yuan, consumed by fury over this charade, found himself powerless against Lu Tianyao, who had gained the protection of a blood slaughter sect elder. Chapter 83, The Prelude to Battle, Part 1. Chu Jianqiu, I never expected our paths to cross again. Ouyang Yuan remarked coldly, his gaze fixed on Chu Jianqiu. He could never erase the humiliation he endured during the Xianjian sect examination. Under the oppressive presence of Yang Zhenhai, he and his father, Ouyang Yin, trembled like frightened chicks caught in the rain, a disgrace forever etched in his memory. From that day forth, Ouyang Yuan vowed to kill both Chu Jianqiu and Yang Zhenhai. Seeking to avenge the shame he felt that fateful day. The onlookers were astonished, gazing at Chu Jianqiu in disbelief, realizing he had connections with the blood slaughter sect. Junior brother Chu, do you know him? Tan Yoxin exclaimed in astonishment that if Chu Jianqiu were to collude with the blood slaughter sect, such an accusation would bear grave consequences. Even if he were a direct disciple, he would not escape punishment. Old acquaintances from days gone by. Chu Jianqiu nodded, then continued. Merely acquaintances bound by the threads of life and death. His words were laced with an unspeakable chill. The enmity between him and these two individuals was irreconcilable, destined to conclude only when one party lay dead. Tan Yoxin felt a sense of relief. If Chu Jianqiu truly conspired with the blood slaughter sect, her close association with him would likely spell her doom. Observing Chu Jianqiu in his current state sent a shiver down her spine. Throughout their journey, he had maintained an air of nonchalance, undeterred by Zhao Gaoqi's incessant mockery. Yet now, facing the defiant youth from the Bloodslaughter sect, a palpable aura of icy malice emanated from Chu Jianqiu, a chilling intensity that even made Tan Yoxin, a ninth-level martial artist, feel a tinge of fear. In the past, this young master had been merciful, sparing your life, yet you have thwarted my grand designs. This time, fortune shall not favor you. Today marks your demise. Ouyang Yuan coldly declared to Chu Jianqiu. Kill them all, but spare that young man in white. I wish to personally claim his life. Ouyang Yuan commanded the blood-robed warriors beside him. Understood. The blood-robed warriors bowed in acknowledgement and advanced towards them with lethal intent. Bu Feiyue was taken aback to discover that Chu Jianqiu had a vendetta against the obstinate youth opposite him. Amidst his surprise, a sense of schadenfreude welled up within him. If he could leverage the Blood Fiend sect to eliminate Chu Jianqiu, it would be a fortuitous outcome, sparing him the need to intervene directly and risk his own safety. Before long, the two factions clashed violently. Ouyang Yuan and Lu Tianyao chose not to engage directly, instead observing the unfolding chaos with keen interest. The blood-robe warrior dispatched to capture Chu Jianqiu was a 7th-level practitioner of true qi, who regarded Chu Jianqiu with palpable disdain. A mere 4th-level waste, they believed, could be easily subdued by even the most junior member of their ranks. However, before he could draw near, he was swiftly dispatched by a single strike from Tan Yoxin. At that moment, Tan Yoxin resolutely aligned herself with Chu Jianqiu. If she could ensure his safety during this secret realm trial, it would effectively forge a connection with the 4th peak. Perhaps, in recognition of her significant contribution, the 4th peak might even take her as a personal disciple. The women from the White Phoenix Society followed closely behind Tan Yoxin, forming a protective circle around Chu Jianqiu, fully aware of the importance of safeguarding him. Yet, they also recognized that, given Chu Jianqiu's capabilities, only Tan Yoxin stood a chance of genuinely defending him. They themselves would likely falter against even a single strike from him. Rather than truly protecting Chu Jianqiu, they found their safety increased simply by standing beside him. Wan Xiaoying remained close to Chu Jianqiu as well, acutely aware that in the heat of battle, her meager cultivation could lead her to a perilous fate with a mere misstep. Only by following Chu Jianqiu might one hope to preserve their life. Ouyang Yuan, witnessing the blood-robed warrior attempting to capture Chu Jianqiu being slain by Tan Yoxin's sword, felt an intense fury rise within him. He had initially believed that with Chu Jianqiu's mere cultivation at the 4th level of true qi, no one would care for his well-being. To his astonishment, a 9th-level true qi warrior had come forth to personally protect him, and moreover, this warrior was a strikingly elegant and beautiful woman. Ouyang Yuan snorted coldly and strode forward. Since a 9th-level true qi warrior was safeguarding Chu Jianqiu, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Lu Tianyao observed this scene from the sidelines, a faint, charming smile playing on her lips, appearing as though she were merely an observer, with no intention of intervening. As Ouyang Yuan advanced, he encountered several disciples of the Xinjian sect blocking his path, dispatching them effortlessly with a single palm strike. Although his own cultivation was only at the 8th level of true qi, those 8th-level disciples of the Xinjian sect proved no match for him, all meeting their demise at his hand. Bu Feiyue and the others noted this spectacle, their expressions turning grave, as the audacious youths displayed prowess instilled a profound sense of trepidation within them. This unfathomable strength was clearly on par with the 9th-level blood-robed warriors. A chill coursed through Bu Feiyue's heart. When had the Blood Fiend sect birthed such a formidable being? Ouyang Yuan swept through effortlessly, soon standing before Chu Jianqiu. Tan Yoxin, unwilling to let him harm Chu Jianqiu, struck at Ouyang Yuan with her full force. Ouyang Yuan, facing this 9th-level true qi warrior's mighty sword strike, revealed a cold smirk. Making no attempt to evade, he countered with a palm strike, unleashing a surge of crimson energy propelled by his violent true qi towards Tan Yoxin. Boom! As the clash of sword energy and palm force erupted, Tan Yoxin was unexpectedly sent flying several dozen feet, a mouthful of fresh blood gushing forth, her entire being awash with turbulent vitality. A profound shock surged within her. What manner of creature was this, possessing such formidable strength even at the 8th level of true qi? Ouyang Yuan, on the other hand, merely staggered back a step, swiftly regaining his composure and striking downwards towards Tan Yoxin with a palm. It was utterly unforgivable for this woman to thwart his intention to slay Chu Jianqiu. Anyone aligned with him was destined to perish. Tan Yoxin felt a dense, crimson cloud enveloping her, cutting off all avenues of escape, her heart pounding with terror. Severely injured, she found herself powerless to resist the astonishing force of that impending strike, realizing that death was imminent at Ouyang Yuan's hand. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a flash of white appeared before her, as a figure stepped in to shield her, launching a palm strike to meet the oncoming crimson storm. With a thunderous roar, the impact unleashed a colossal shockwave, sending ripples of energy cascading outward. The surrounding area, affected by these energy waves, resembled a battlefield where explosives had detonated, creating substantial craters as fragments of stone and earth shot skyward like arrows. Witnessing such overwhelming force left the onlookers in utter astonishment, questioning who could possibly have intercepted Ouyang Yuan's mighty blow. As the dust settled, clarity emerged, revealing that the figure in white was none other than Chu Jianqiu. Chapter 84, The Prelude to Battle, Part 2. The sight of this white-clad figure stirred a tempest of emotions within the crowd. No one could have anticipated that the one to withstand Ouyang Yuan's formidable strike was none other than Chu Jianqiu. It is well known that although Ouyang Yuan possessed the cultivation of the 8th level of true qi, he wielded the strength to sweep aside practitioners at the 9th level. In stark contrast, Chu Jianqiu's cultivation was merely at the 4th level of true qi. The onlookers were nearly incredulous at the scene before them, especially Bu Feiyue and Ji Jixin, who had never witnessed Chu Jianqiu in action, finding it utterly hard to believe. Bu Feiyue, pondering the immense force behind Ouyang Yuan's blow, felt that even he would struggle to withstand it. Yet, here was Chu Jianqiu, a mere 4th level practitioner, not only enduring the strike, but doing so with an air of nonchalance. Did this not imply that Chu Jianqiu's prowess was not at all inferior to his own? Ji Jixin, observing this spectacle, felt a chill run down his spine, relieved that he had not been afforded the chance to confront Chu Jianqiu, for otherwise, he might have already met his demise. Zhao Gaoqi's sentiments mirrored those of Ji Jixin, having witnessed Chu Jianqiu's capabilities earlier on. He had been plagued by unease throughout their journey, fearing that Chu Jianqiu would seek retribution against him. Consequently, he had kept his distance, apprehensive that a moment of displeasure from Chu Jianqiu might result in his untimely end. Previously, he had only seen Chu Jianqiu face off against those practitioners of the 8th level of true qi. Although he harbored fear towards Chu Jianqiu, it was not to the point of overwhelming dread. He had believed that, regardless of how formidable Chu Jianqiu might be, he could not possibly reach the 9th level of true qi, especially with Yin Junbai safeguarding him. However, given the strength Chu Jianqiu had just exhibited, it seemed that even Yin Junbai might not be his match. At this moment, Yin Junbai's mood was far from cheerful. Reflecting on his previous decision to accept Bu Feiyue's invitation to join in the plot against Chu Jianqiu, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. The thought of being pitted against such a formidable adversary as Bu Feiyue filled him with a quiet resentment towards the latter. Had it not been for Bu Feiyue, he would not have incurred such a terrifying enemy. Although his interactions with Chu Jianqiu had not been particularly pleasant, they had not been marked by the overt malice exhibited by Bu Feiyue, thus entangling him in a significant conflict. Tan Yoxin was enveloped in a whirlwind of astonishment, joy, and complex emotions. Initially, she had been drawn to Chu Jianqiu's status, investing in him solely to gain favor with the 4th peak, anticipating future rewards. However, she found herself taken aback by Chu Jianqiu's unexpectedly formidable prowess. She had presumed that, at best, his strength would merely equate to that of a peak 8th stage of true qi. She had not anticipated that he had concealed his true capabilities during previous encounters. This time, her gamble had proven to be astute, not only presenting the potential to ascend the 4th peak line in the future, but also yielding significant gains in the present. By allying with Chu Jianqiu, whose remarkable strength increased her chances of survival within this perilous secret realm, she felt a sense of reassurance. Despite her status as a prominent inner disciple, the treacherous Nuze secret realm still posed a threat of downfall. With a powerful ally at her side, she had a formidable support. Lu Tianyao gazed at the ethereal figure clad in white. Though her face still bore a subtle smile, the bitterness within her heart deepened. Ouyang Yuan's innate talent and bloodline within the blood-killing sect are extraordinarily formidable. He has cultivated a particularly potent and sinister technique of the sect, advancing in his cultivation at a remarkable pace, and his strength is indeed astonishing. Despite being at the 8th level of true qi, he has already triumphed over a significant number of 9th level true qi warriors within the sect. Among true qi practitioners, he undoubtedly ranks among the top 10. Aside from a few exceptionally powerful 9th level warriors, none can rival him. This impressive prowess is merely a glimpse of his capabilities while still at the 8th level. Once he ascends to the 9th level of true qi, he will find no equal among his peers. Yet, in stark contrast, Chu Jianqiu, with his mere 4th level of true qi, can stand toe-to-toe with him. What an extraordinary prodigy he is. Given time, he is destined to become a formidable figure of great renown. Ouyang Yuan's expression darkened, resembling a stormy sky, unable to fathom that Chu Jianqiu possessed such strength to withstand his strike. Upon seeing Chu Jianqiu, still only at the 4th level of true qi, Ouyang Yuan was overwhelmed by a sense of superiority. No matter how exceptional the bloodline, he believed Chu Jianqiu was merely trailing behind him in the dust. The disparity between the 4th level and his current strength was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth, and he dismissed Chu Jianqiu entirely. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. Despite being at the 4th level of true qi, Chu Jianqiu could still withstand the might of a formidable 8th level warrior like him. In this world, it is not merely his ability to transcend borders and slay enemies that defines him. Before him stands an even more formidable prodigy. Ouyang Yuan, consumed by resentment and seething with rage, felt an unprecedented humiliation upon realizing that, despite having stripped his opponent of their bloodline, he still fell short in comparison. Do you truly believe you possess the qualifications to contend with me? You are exceedingly naive, Ouyang Yuan coldly declared, his gaze ablaze with a fierce crimson fire as he regarded Chu Jianqiu. That previous strike was but a fraction of my true power. Now, behold the genuine strength of this young master. Prepare to pay with your life, Chu Jianqiu. With a thunderous shout, Ouyang Yuan unleashed a dense crimson mist enveloping his entire being, striking towards Chu Jianqiu with a fervent force. The violent surge of energy, accompanied by a shroud of blood-red clouds, surged forth, reducing the surrounding flora to mere ashes in an instant. Chu Jianqiu's expression grew grave. He dared not exhibit any semblance of negligence and commanded, Sister Tan, swiftly escort the others away from here. At this moment, only a few women from the White Phoenix Society and Wan Xiuying remained by his side. Witnessing the terrifying power emanating from Ouyang Yuan, Tan Yoxin was deeply shaken. Recognizing that this battle was beyond her capacity to engage, she hastily led the group away from the battlefield. The disciples of the Blood Fiend sect and the Mystic Sword sect, previously embroiled in combat, had long ceased their skirmishes, their hearts devoid of the will to continue in the face of the impending, monumental clash. The pivotal battle that determines victory now rests in the hands of Chu Jianqiu and Ouyang Yuan. Continuing their conflict serves little purpose, even should one emerge victorious. If the other prevails, the victor would still be doomed. Observing the formidable aura emanating from Chu Jianqiu and Ouyang Yuan, none dare claim the ability to conquer these two titans. Chapter 85, The Great Battle confronted with Ouyang Yuan's overwhelmingly forceful strike. Chu Jianqiu unleashed the 7th palm of the furious waves sevenfold, channeling all his might into the attack. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a bolt of lightning striking the earth, as the ground trembled, sending soil soaring skyward and creating a massive pit several dozen feet deep. The two figures recoiled sharply, carving deep furrows into the earth as they retreated. Chu Jianqiu felt a tumultuous surge of energy within, his arms flushed a deep crimson, the blood-like tide coursing upward. It was evident that Ouyang Yuan's palm harbored a terrifying poison. However, employing the Chaos Emperor technique, within mere moments, the crimson tide on his arms swiftly receded, restoring them to normalcy. With his Chaos Emperor technique, the Chaos Supreme bloodline, and his unparalleled martial physique, few substances in this world could inflict harm upon him. Ouyang Yuan, too, found himself in a precarious situation. The force behind Chu Jianqiu's palm was like a raging tempest, each wave building upon the last, nearly shattering his defenses. Ouyang Yuan had anticipated that beneath such a strike, even if Chu Jianqiu were not obliterated by the force, he would surely succumb to the lethal poison within Ouyang Yuan's palm. The blood shadow palm, an exquisite martial technique of the Xian rank, had not yet been cultivated to its utmost by him, yet he had mastered it to the 3rd level. When unleashed, this strike possessed a potency equivalent to that of a mid-tier Xian rank technique, capable of overwhelming even the most adept practitioners at the 9th level of true qi. However, as the dust settled, Ouyang Yuan beheld Chu Jianqiu standing there, unfazed, clad in flowing white garments that exuded an ineffable grace and elegance. Ouyang Yuan's anger surged within him, and he swiftly advanced. Chu Jianqiu, however, did not evade. Instead, he summoned the 7th strike of the Angry Wave's 7 layers palm to meet him head-on. Although the Angry Wave's 7 layers palm was a low-tier Xian rank technique, when perfected, its might rivaled that of a mid-tier Xian rank technique. Chu Jianqiu had already refined this technique to its pinnacle, rendering its power not inferior to the 3rd level of Ouyang Yuan's blood shadow palm. Lu Tianyao recognized the technique being employed by Chu Jianqiu as the Angry Wave's 7 layers palm. In that moment, she comprehended that the enigmatic figure from the first elegant chamber who had clashed with her Lu family at the auction in Wanwu Trading House was none other than Chu Jianqiu. The thought ignited a wave of resentment within Lu Tianyao, as she recalled how Chu Jianqiu had humiliated her family in front of a multitude. Yet, such grievances had become trivial. After her integration into the blood slaughter sect, the Lu family had been obliterated by a coalition of numerous prominent families in Tianshui City. All of this turmoil stemmed from Chu Jianqiu. Although Lu Tianyao had experienced moments of regret, she understood that there was no remedy for regret in this world. The enmity between her and Chu Jianqiu had reached a point of no return. She once brought Chu Jianqiu to the brink of death, and as a result, the Lu family was annihilated, leaving their enmity as deep as the ocean. Unless one of them perishes, this hatred shall never find resolution. Chu Jianqiu and Ouyang Yuan engaged in a fierce battle, the surroundings of their clash obliterated, with craters forming in the ground. Onlookers kept their distance, fearful of being caught in the aftermath of their confrontation. Given the intensity of their struggle, any ordinary martial artist at the 8th level of true Qi would surely meet their demise with even a slight ripple from the conflict. Zhao Gaoqi and Ji Zhixin appeared pallid, trembling in fear. At that moment, they lamented their folly. Had they known of Chu Jianqiu's terrifying power, they would never have provoked him. Bu Feiyue and Yin Junbai's expressions were equally grim. If Chu Jianqiu were to turn his attention to them, they might not withstand his assault. It was absurd that they had even contemplated harming him. Fortunately, Tan Yoxin had produced a flash escape talisman, which deterred them from acting recklessly. Had they attacked Chu Jianqiu then, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yet, the more formidable Chu Jianqiu became, the more they felt compelled to ensure he did not leave alive. The enmity had been established, and it was not so easily undone. They harbored murderous intent towards Chu Jianqiu, who would not easily forgive them. Despite Chu Jianqiu's display of overwhelming strength, Bu Feiyue had not entirely relinquished his desire to conspire against him, although he might not be a match for Chu Jianqiu. Their law hall boasted a more powerful senior brother who had entered the secret realm. No matter how formidable Chu Jianqiu was, he could not possibly contend with that brother. Ouyang Yuan had been battling for half a day, unable to gain the upper hand against Chu Jianqiu, which left him increasingly agitated. He had presumed that, regardless of Chu Jianqiu's prowess, the depth of his true energy would surely surpass that of his opponent. After all, Chu Jianqiu was merely at the 4th level of the true energy realm, while he himself was a formidable practitioner at the 8th level. Yet, after such a prolonged confrontation, the true energy within Chu Jianqiu resembled an inexhaustible ocean, showing no signs of depletion whatsoever. In a fit of rage, Ouyang Yuan's body trembled violently, and an uncanny blood mist began to emanate from him, his aura surging dramatically. He unleashed a punch directed at Chu Jianqiu, who met the blow with an open palm, only to be sent flying several dozen yards, blood spurting from his mouth. The power of Ouyang Yuan's punch had inexplicably multiplied several times over. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chu Jianqiu discerned that Ouyang Yuan had evidently resorted to some secret technique that had dramatically augmented his strength in a short span of time. Narrowing his eyes, Chu Jianqiu contemplated, if you, Ouyang Yuan, possess methods to enhance your power, then surely I, Chu Jianqiu, am not devoid of the same. He produced a strength-enhancing talisman. Slapping it against himself, the talisman transformed into a golden light that fused into his being, causing his aura to swell several times instantaneously. This particular strength-enhancing talisman was a 2nd-tier gem grade, capable of amplifying power by 3 to 4 times, far superior to the 2nd-tier talismans he had previously sold. Now, both combatants had augmented their strength, and the clash once again reached a stalemate. Boom! Ouyang Yuan was hurled back by another palm strike from Chu Jianqiu. His gaze fixed on his opponent with a fiery intensity, yet he found himself unable to gain any advantage. Continuing the battle seemed futile, as neither could decisively claim victory. Though he had a considerable number of trump cards yet to be revealed, should he choose to unleash them, he could easily vanquish Chu Jianqiu. However, upon entering the Nuze secret realm, he bore significant responsibilities. Utilizing those trump cards at this juncture could jeopardize the successful completion of his mission. Should he falter in this endeavor, even as a vital disciple of the blood slaughter sect, he would likely face severe repercussions. After weighing his options, Ouyang Yuan, despite harboring profound resentment, ultimately opted to refrain from engaging in a fierce confrontation with Chu Jianqiu. With ample time remaining before the entrance to the secret realm would open, he decided to fulfill his sect's task first, and then return to eliminate Chu Jianqiu. Within this enigmatic domain, he had no fear of his adversary escaping. Let us depart. Ouyang Yuan cast a furious glance at Chu Jianqiu, and, with a dismissive wave of his hand, led a cadre of blood-robed warriors away. Chapter 86. The desire to retreat. As the blood-robed warriors withdrew, A sense of trepidation washed over the onlookers, a collective sigh of relief echoing in their hearts. The might of these blood-robed warriors was overwhelmingly formidable, particularly that of Ouyang Yuan, who could likely best even Bufeiyue. Had it not been for Chu Jianqiu, it was doubtful that anyone present would have survived to tell the tale. Watching Ouyang Yuan's departure, Chu Jianqiu too felt a wave of relief, should the confrontation have continued. While he harbored no fear of Ouyang Yuan, many of his own hidden strengths would have been laid bare. In an environment rife with peril, exposing one's secret tactics to others was far from prudent. His primary objective in entering the secret realm was to procure the Tianji Xuanalong grass, rendering it unnecessary to squander his resources on Ouyang Yuan. Moreover, Ouyang Yuan exuded an uncanny aura, and despite exhausting all his means, he feared he might not be able to vanquish him. The likely outcome would be mutual destruction, with Bufeiyue and others casting their predatory gazes upon him. Engaging in a battle with Ouyang Yuan that resulted in both parties suffering would place him in a perilous predicament. In this confrontation, more than 20 disciples from the Xianjian sect fell, while the Blood Fiend sect also left behind a dozen corpses. The Nuzhe secret realm had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse, incessantly claiming the lives of disciples from both sections. Gazing upon the lifeless bodies of their fellow disciples, a wave of melancholy washed over the crowd. The fate of these comrades might very well be their own future. This trial within the secret realm proved to be far more brutal than they had ever imagined, leaving them to ponder how long they could possibly survive in such an ordeal. Most of these inner disciples had never encountered warriors from the Blood Fiend sect. Some had scarcely ventured beyond the confines of their own sect, and even when they did, it was only within the jurisdiction of the Xianjian sect. They had no experience with such ruthless combat. These disciples of the Xianjian sect had previously believed their strength to be formidable enough, lacking a clear understanding of the outside world. However, upon entering the Nuzhe secret realm and engaging in battle with the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect, they found themselves consistently outmatched. Faced with the formidable disciples of the Blood Fiend sect, they found themselves at a complete disadvantage, which fostered a profound sense of frustration within them. Contemplating the bleak prospects ahead, a shadow of despair loomed over their hearts. Many disciples began to harbor thoughts of retreating, yearning to return to the entrance of the secret realm and await its reopening. For those disciples who felt a sense of retreat, Bufeiyue coldly remarked, "Currently, the secret realm is teeming with disciples from the Bloodslaughter sect. If we gather together, we still have a glimmer of hope for survival. However, if we return alone, encountering disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect along the way would lead to certain death. Moreover, let us not forget the mission that brought us here." Upon hearing Bufeiyue's words, those who harbored thoughts of retreat indeed dared not voice their intentions any longer. Remaining with the main group might afford them a chance at survival, whereas straying alone and encountering disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect would undeniably lead to a fatal end. Bufeiyue's words, of course, were not fueled by genuine concern for his fellow disciples. Rather, he sought to maintain the strength of this collective. The larger the group, the greater his own safety. Otherwise, with only a handful of followers, should they encounter a larger contingent from the Bloodslaughter sect, his fate would be sealed. With so many expendable souls, at least he could buy himself some time to flee. After encountering Ouyang Yuan, Bufeiyue found himself grappling with his own inclinations toward retreat, as the peril of this secret realm trial far exceeded his expectations. He had initially believed that, given his rank as the 30th disciple within the inner sect, hunting down the disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect would be a mere formality, with contribution points virtually handed to him. Yet, when he truly faced off against these blood-robed warriors, he realized how naive his prior assumptions had been. The strength of these blood-robed fighters surpassed his wildest imaginings. Even a casual encounter with a 9th-level Qi Realm warrior proved to be a grueling contest, leaving him in a state of stalemate. It is noteworthy that he ranks 30th among the inner disciples, a position that signifies remarkable prowess, especially considering that there are hundreds of practitioners at the 9th level of the true Qi Realm among the inner disciples. To be among the top 100 is an extraordinary achievement, and his placement at 30th denotes that he stands at the pinnacle among the inner disciples, surpassed only by those formidable beings in the Sea Transformation realm. Yet, despite his formidable strength, he finds himself challenged by the practitioners clad in blood-red robes from the Bloodslaughter sect, feeling the weight of the confrontation. Even if he harbors thoughts of retreat, he must muster the resolve to forge ahead, for the most powerful warriors of the Xianjian sect are undoubtedly congregated near Qianlong Mountain, poised to harvest the celestial dragon grass. Only by reaching Qianlong Mountain and uniting with the multitude of strong practitioners from the Xianjian sect can they ensure their safety. Each individual sits in place, resting and recuperating to restore their internal true qi. Chu Jianqiu consumes several qi recovery pills, channeling the chaotic celestial emperor's formula to refine these pills and replenish his internal energy. The qi recovery pill is a potent elixir capable of swiftly restoring one's true qi. After his fierce battle with Ouyang Yuan, his internal energy has significantly dwindled. Without relying on elixirs, it would take him at least 2 or 3 days to fully recuperate. The efficacy of these qi recovery pills is exceptionally potent, allowing for rapid replenishment of internal energy. However, they are quite costly. If placed in the treasure pavilion of the Xinjiang sect, each pill would require at least 30 contribution points. Fortunately, these qi recovery pills are concocted by Chu Jianqiu himself, boasting an efficacy that is twice as strong as those from the treasure pavilion, and the cost of his self-produced elixirs is considerably lower. A batch of pills results in a cost of merely 3 contribution points per qi recovery pill. Upon witnessing the seemingly endless supply of medicinal pills adorning Chu Jianqiu, Tan Yoxin and her companions could not help but feel a profound envy. To them, he appeared akin to a mobile apothecary, possessing an impressive array of elixirs. It was evident that the treatment afforded to direct disciples was unparalleled, starkly contrasting with the meager resources available to inner disciples like themselves. Little did they know that each of these pills was meticulously crafted by Chu Jianqiu himself. Such abundant resources were a rarity among typical direct disciples. Even Zhua Qiu Lianzhong would likely pale in comparison. Chu Jianqiu was not merely an alchemist, he was also a master of talismans and formations. Should he find himself in need of funds, he could effortlessly concoct a batch of spiritual talisman pills, instantly replenishing his wealth. Few could rival his capabilities in this regard. Mastering the arts of talisman crafting, formation arrangement, and alchemy were among the most lucrative professions in the Tianwu continent. Proficiency in any one of these crafts could yield a continuous stream of riches, and Chu Jianqiu had mastered all 3, leaving him devoid of financial worries. Should he choose, he could easily become the wealthiest individual in the Xianyuan sect. After a brief period of meditation, Chu Jianqiu successfully refined the several recuperative pills within him, restoring his vital energy to its peak state. Chapter 87. Abundant Talismans. Assessing his internal condition, he recognized the significant benefits gained from his fierce battle with Ouyang Yuan. Although he had rapidly elevated his cultivation through the use of elixirs in recent days, and while the Chaos Emperor technique possessed formidable refining capabilities and the Chaos Supreme bloodline exhibited extraordinary absorption power, the rapid accumulation of power through excessive pills in such a short span inevitably posed certain risks. However, after this fierce battle, he solidified his realm and eradicated the latent dangers that had previously existed. Moreover, due to the potent stimulation from Ouyang Yuan's blood shadow palm, certain powerful functions of his Chaos Supreme bloodline showed signs of awakening. In this instance, Ouyang Yuan inadvertently rendered him significant assistance. After completing his meditation, Chu Jianqiu opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and noticed Wan Xiuying sitting beside him with her head bowed, her brow furrowed, and a look of deep concern etched across her face. Chu Jianqiu understood that her worries stemmed from the uncertainty of the future. Given her cultivation level, her survival until now was solely due to her proximity to them. Otherwise, she would have long since met her demise either in the jaws of ferocious beasts or at the hands of those blood-robed warriors. Pondering for a moment, Chu Jianqiu realized the perils that lay ahead and acknowledged that even he might not be able to ensure his own safety, let alone protect her. After reflection, he retrieved a stack of spirit talismans from his bosom and handed them to Wan Xiuying, saying, "Sister Wan, here are some spirit talismans for you to keep." Just in case, Wan Xiuying lifted her head and gazed at the stack of talismans, her heart startled. This collection contained at least a dozen talismans of various types, all of which were exceedingly popular within their sect. These talismans were not widely circulated, rumored to be sold by a mysterious individual, and were both scarce and precious, making them hard to acquire within the sect. To her astonishment, Chu Jianqiu presented her with an entire stack. "Are these truly meant for me?" Wan Xiuying expressed her disbelief, stating that any single one of these talismans was beyond her means, even if she were to exhaust her entire fortune. This stack of talismans represented an unimaginable wealth. Chu Jianqiu nodded and said, "The journey ahead is fraught with peril. Sister, possessing these talismans will provide you with some measure of protection." As Wan Xiuying gazed at the stack of talismans, her heart swelled with emotion. Though her friendship with Chu Jianqiu was not particularly deep, their acquaintance largely stemmed from their mutual connection to Fu Lingxue. Moreover, her initial approach to him had been motivated by self-interest. Wan Xiuying did not believe that Chu Jianqiu was oblivious to this fact. Yet, Despite this awareness, he was willing to offer such a substantial gift for her safety. Even as a direct disciple, this stack of talismans must hold considerable value for him as well. Ultimately, Wan Xiaoying shook her head and refrained from accepting the talismans. Looking intently at Chu Jianqiu, she sincerely stated, "Even with these talismans, I would not be of much use. In your hands, they will undoubtedly serve a greater purpose." Although she was somewhat pragmatic, she was not one to forsake loyalty for personal gain. She could not allow her selfish desires to jeopardize Chu Jianqiu's well-being. Chu Jianqiu smiled gently and reassured her, "Sister Wan, there is no need to worry about me. I have plenty of these talismans." As he spoke, he produced a large handful of additional talismans from his robe, a considerable number that easily surpassed several dozen. Upon witnessing this scene, Wan Xiaoying was momentarily rendered speechless. Her gaze fixed upon Chu Jianqiu, who handled those precious spiritual talismans with such nonchalance, as if they were merely stacks of paper rather than invaluable artifacts. To Chu Jianqiu, these talismans appeared to be of little consequence. With his current proficiency in talisman crafting, he could effortlessly produce them at will. Prior to entering, he had meticulously prepared an abundant supply of talismans, formations, and various elixirs, all stored within the confines of the Chaos Supreme Tower, leaving him utterly unconcerned about running short on talismans. Tan Yoxin, observing this spectacle, was equally astounded. The once exceedingly rare and precious talismans now seemed as trivial as mere sheets of paper in Chu Jianqiu's possession. She had expended considerable effort and resources to acquire just 3 elusive flash talismans, incurring a significant debt of gratitude in the process. Yet, within the substantial collection of talismans in Chu Jianqiu's grasp, there were no fewer than 10 flash talismans alone. Realizing the current situation and recalling the enigmatic figure from legends who sold talismans, Tan Yoxin could not help but conclude that Chu Jianqiu was indeed that very mysterious seller. She felt an immense sense of fortune, recognizing that she had not merely allied herself with a direct disciple, but with an extraordinarily powerful talisman master. "You have so many flash talismans, why do you still need mine?" Tan Yoxin feigned anger. With a subtle smile, Chu Jianqiu replied, "How could I ever refuse the kindness of my senior sister?" Though there was a hint of jest in Chu Jianqiu's words, Tan Yoxin felt no anger. Instead, a flicker of joy ignited within her heart. The fact that Chu Jianqiu could converse with her in such a manner indicated that he genuinely acknowledged her presence in his thoughts. In this moment, they had forged a true alliance, one not merely predicated on mutual benefit. Alliances based solely on self-interest are the least reliable, for they may crumble at any shift in fortune. Only those forged in mutual affection and trust can endure the test of time. Junior brother, you cannot show favoritism. Sister Wan is your senior, and we are likewise your seniors. You must not neglect us." Tan Yoxin remarked with a smile. Indeed, junior brother Chu cannot be biased. Several young women, including Huang Yisu, gazed at the multitude of spirit talismans in Chu Jianqiu's hands, their eyes aflame with desire. With these precious talismans, their strength would undoubtedly multiply several-fold, and they would possess additional means of safeguarding their lives. In such perilous circumstances, their chances of survival would be significantly enhanced. Observing the fervent glimmers in their eyes, Chu Jianqiu felt a sense of dread. It seemed this time he might end up at a loss. He then glanced at Tan Yoxin, and ultimately, under the compelling gaze of her enchanting eyes, he yielded. With a heavy heart, he reluctantly distributed the spirit talismans among the young women. Besides Huang Yisu, who had been by Tan Yoxin's side from the outset, 3 other women of the 8th level of Qi realm joined Tan Yoxin's faction along the journey. As he watched the talismans being dispatched, Chu Jianqiu felt a pang of sorrow. Each one represented a significant sum of money. Tan Yoxin, unable to bear the sight of Chu Jianqiu's pained expression, tossed a few third-tier spiritual herbs his way, exclaiming with irritation, "Fine, we shall not take advantage of you. Consider these herbs as compensation for the talismans." Chu Jianqiu, with an awkward smile, replied, "Senior sister, you are far too courteous." Although he spoke thus, his hands naturally slipped the herbs into his bosom. Chapter 88. Arrival at Xianlong Mountain. While it appeared that Chu Jianqiu was merely tucking the herbs away, in truth, as his hand slipped beneath his robe, the herbs had already been transferred into the Chaos Supreme Tower. Tan Yoxin, observing Chu Jianqiu's antics, couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. This fellow was already quite wealthy, yet still fussed over a few trifling herbs. In her eyes, while those third-tier spiritual herbs were indeed precious, they paled in comparison to the worth of the talismans Chu Jianqiu possessed. Regardless of how many herbs one might gather, they ultimately had to be surrendered to the sect, yielding only a modicum of contribution points, nothing compared to the life-saving potential of those talismans. Her act of tossing the herbs to Chu Jianqiu had merely been a gesture, and she had not anticipated that he would genuinely accept them. The female disciples, witnessing this scene, could not help but stifle their laughter. Chu Jianqiu glanced at the crowd, puzzled by what they found so amusing. Though these spiritual herbs appeared paltry to Tan Yoshin in comparison to his array of talismans, they held a different significance in the eyes of Chu Jianqiu. The talismans, as long as he possessed the requisite materials, could be crafted at any moment with minimal effort. To him, they were as commonplace as dirt. In contrast, these third-tier spiritual herbs were invaluable, for they could yield third-tier elixirs. To him, the worth of these herbs far surpassed that of the talismans. With the Chaos Supreme Tower at his disposal, he could sequester these herbs within, and upon exiting the secret realm, no one would be the wiser regarding the quantity he possessed. Furthermore, as an alchemist, albeit not yet having attained the rank of a third-tier alchemist, he was equipped with a talisman array. Should his proficiency in talisman crafting improve even slightly, it would not be a formidable task to arrange an array capable of producing third-tier elixirs. Witnessing the substantial collection of talismans in Chu Jianqiu's possession, Bufeiyue, Yin Junbai, and others were struck with a mixture of astonishment and envy. The acquisition of such talismans would undoubtedly amplify their combat prowess manifold. However, given the deep-seated animosity they harbored towards Chu Jianqiu, they found themselves lacking the courage to solicit him for assistance. Even if they mustered the audacity to ask, they were certain he would refuse. Ultimately, they devised a plan to send a disciple to exchange spiritual herbs with Chu Jianqiu. With a semblance of amusement, he regarded them and shrugged his shoulders, signaling that he had nothing left to offer. These talismans are no laughing matter. Each one can play a pivotal role in battle. Given Bufeiyue and his cohort's treacherous intentions, how could Chu Jianqiu arm them with the very means to plot against him? Bufeiyue's countenance darkened, a mask of lividity settling upon his features. He had distinctly observed Chu Jianqiu with a surplus of talismans, yet now the latter claimed to be bereft of them. It was patently clear that he was unwilling to sell to them. Following a period of respite, and after having laid to rest the departed disciples, the company resumed their journey. For the remainder of their trek, they encountered no further crimson-robed martialists of the Blood Fiend sect. 2 days hence, a solitary peak came into view, looming in the distance. This mountain, of modest elevation, scarcely exceeding 100 zhang, stood aloof from any neighboring heights. A solitary sentinel upon the grassland, exuding an air of forlorn isolation. This lone peak was Xianlong Mountain, the destination of their expedition. While yet a considerable distance from Xianlong Mountain, the company was assailed by a series of stentorian roars, thunderous in their resonance, reverberating through the firmament. Even at a remove of several leagues, the sylvan landscape trembled in response. Upon hearing these formidable vocalizations, the countenances of the company underwent a marked transformation. If the residual force of these roars was so potent at such a remove, the magnitude of the beast responsible was surely terrifying to imagine. The prospect of confronting such a formidable beast sent a chill through their limbs. A palpable sense of trepidation washed over the company, and even Bufeiyue's face paled slightly. However, having led the group this far, he could not countenance the ignominy of fleeing in terror before even laying eyes on the creature. Such an act would render him utterly devoid of honor in the eyes of his peers. Before entering the secret realm, several high-ranking members of various factions had already arranged to gather at the foot of Xianlong Mountain. If he were to breach this commitment, it would undoubtedly lead to complications upon his return. After much contemplation, Bufeiyue had no choice but to brace himself and proceed forward. He would need to devise a plan after reuniting with his fellow disciples. Upon arriving at the base of Xianlong Mountain, they discovered that a considerable number of disciples from the Xinjian sect had already congregated in the vicinity. A cursory glance revealed at least several hundred individuals, among whom there were 70 or 80 formidable practitioners at the 9th level of the True Qi realm. Above, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, accompanied by flying sand and scattered foliage, as a colossal beast, measuring over 10 feet in height and 30 to 40 feet in length, engaged in a fierce battle with 7 or 8 warriors. This beast, possessing the head of a tiger and the body of a lion, boasted 4 enormous wings on its broad back, and its sturdy limbs resembled towering pillars. With a single swipe of its paw, it created a massive pit several dozen feet deep. On the rocky cliff behind the formidable beast, a rare medicinal herb emitted an ethereal blue glow. The aura of this herb was profound and distant. Even from such a distance, Chu Jianqiu could sense its extraordinary nature. This herb was the very purpose of his venture into the secret realm, the 4th-tier spiritual herb, Tianji Xianlong grass. The strength of the 7 or 8 warriors was astonishing. far surpassing that of ordinary practitioners at the 9th level of the true Qi realm. According to Chu Jianqiu's assessment, their prowess even eclipsed that of Ouyang Yuan. Such a formidable force, when united, would likely have vanquished an ordinary transformation C realm expert in an instant. Yet, in the face of this beast, these warriors could merely withstand its onslaught with great difficulty. Among the 7 or 8 warriors, Chu Jianqiu spotted a familiar floral dress. Upon seeing the dress, he was momentarily taken aback. Sister Zhuoqiu had indeed entered, carrying the sect leader on her back. At this moment, Zhuoqiu Lianzhu's aura had transformed into that of a 9th level true Qi realm, indicating that she had evidently made considerable sacrifices to gain entry, effectively sealing her own cultivation. Chu Jianqiu had encountered knowledge of such sealing techniques within the ancient texts of the Xianjian sect's library. Once such a sealing technique is employed, breaking free from it is no simple task, often proving more arduous than a standard breakthrough. Besides Zhuoqiu Lianzhu stood a young girl clad in a pink outfit. Although she was merely 12 or 13 years old, her strength was formidable. This little girl, without any weaponry, wielded immense power within her delicate fists. A single punch from her could shatter boulders the size of several feet. Among all the warriors present, apart from Zhuoqiu Lianzhu, this red-clad girl was the most willing to confront the formidable beast head-on. Chapter 89. The great demon of the sea transformation. Seeing that the battle with the beast was at an impasse, Zhuoqiu Lianzhu felt a surge of anxiety. Had she been at her peak, she would have subdued the creature long ago. However, with her current cultivation sealed, she was unable to muster even a fraction of her strength. As the struggle continued without resolution, the depletion of everyone's true Qi made the goal increasingly unattainable. Moreover, witnessing the ongoing stalemate against the beast, some began to harbor thoughts of retreat, fearing that continued combat might lead to casualties. Boom. A martial artist, in a moment of carelessness, was struck by the claw of a demonic beast, launching him like a cannonball against a mountain wall, creating a substantial crater as his entire form was engulfed within it. Having endured such a brutal blow, even a formidable warrior like him would likely find himself in dire straits. Witnessing this scenario, the expressions of the other martial artists shifted dramatically. This marked the first instance of such a catastrophic loss of high-tier combatants since their entrance into the secret realm. It is essential to recognize that Pu Xiangming is ranked 28th among the inner disciples, a master among masters. For anyone to secure a position within the top 30 of the inner disciple rankings, they must possess extraordinary prowess, making his untimely demise all the more shocking. At this juncture, a wave of trepidation swept over the crowd. They had been barely holding their ground against the ferocious assault of the beast, and now, with one less ally, their situation grew increasingly precarious. The strength of this demonic creature far surpassed their expectations. Initially, they believed that with their collective might, they could face even a great demon of the transformation sea realm without fear. However, this beast was not an ordinary adversary from that realm. Typically, when a demonic beast reaches the transformation sea realm, it is capable of assuming a form. Yet, certain high bloodline creatures find this transformation exceedingly challenging. The more elevated the bloodline, the more arduous the transformation becomes. Some ancient bloodline beasts, even upon reaching the celestial gang's realm, remain unable to morph. This particular beast was nearly at the 2nd level of the transformation sea realm, yet it still could not assume a form, underscoring its extraordinary nature. Even if all the inner disciples gathered were summoned, they would still likely be no match for this formidable beast, merely sacrificing themselves unnecessarily. At this level of combat, sheer numbers cannot compensate for the disparity in strength. Although the reward for this task is enticing, it pales in comparison to the value of one's life. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhuoqiu Lianzhu felt a surge of anxiety. Without the support of others, she could not hope to acquire the Tianji Zunlong grass alone. Gritting her teeth, she swiftly darted towards the precious herb. The young girl in red gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Zhuoqiu Lianzhu, have you lost your mind?" Such reckless behavior was tantamount to courting death. Even under full defense, she could barely withstand the beast's onslaught. To disregard her own protection so completely was akin to seeking her own demise. Enraged by Zhuoqiu Lianzhu's audacity, the beast reacted with fury. It was already incensed by the intrusion of these individuals into its territory, disturbing its cultivation, and now they sought to seize its treasured Tianji Zunlong grass. Having guarded this herb for nearly a century, it sought to use it to break through to the 2nd realm of the transformation sea. To steal it was to threaten its very lifeblood, and how could it refrain from wrath? With its fury ignited, the beast struck out. disregarding the attacks of the other warriors, its claw descending towards Zhuo Jianqiu with the swiftness of lightning. Just as her hand nearly brushed the Tianji Zuan long grass, Zhuo Jianqiu's heart swelled with joy. Despite the imminent peril of the beast's claw, she gritted her teeth, resolutely preparing to endure the blow in her quest to seize the coveted herb. In that critical moment, Zhuo Jianqiu suddenly felt a firm grip around her waist, as a powerful arm enveloped her. In the blink of an eye, the scenery shifted, and she found herself at the foot of the mountain. With that arm firmly encircling her waist, her body pressed tightly against the stranger's chest, she was instantly filled with a mixture of embarrassment, anger, and indignation. Raising her head, her indignation swiftly transformed into astonishment. Chu Shitty, how did you get in here? Zhuo Jianqiu could hardly fathom that Chu Jianqiu had also entered the mysterious realm of Xinza. Given his level of cultivation, was he seeking his own demise by coming here? If my senior sister can enter, why can't I? Chu Jianqiu replied with a smile. I came to obtain the Tianji Zuanalong herb. What brings you here? Zhuo Jianqiu retorted with irritation. This secret realm is fraught with peril and danger. Even I cannot guarantee a safe return, let alone you. If anything were to happen to you, how could the fourth peak rely solely on me? I also entered to procure the Tianji Zuanalong herb. Chu Jianqiu asserted earnestly. That is sheer folly. That beast is beyond my capabilities to handle. And you dare to venture here seeking death. Zhuo Jianqiu scolded in anger. It was your reckless actions just now that truly sought death. With such impulsiveness, how could you possibly gather the Tianji Zuanalong herb? Chu Jianqiu responded defiantly. You. Zhuo Jianqiu was left speechless with rage. At that moment, she suddenly recalled that she was still in his embrace, which only added to her embarrassment and fury, prompting her to push Chu Jianqiu away. I was just about to obtain the Tianji Zuanalong herb, and you interfered indiscriminately. Zhuo Jianqiu, feeling somewhat irked, remarked huffily. Yet, despite her words, the recollection of her recent actions sent a chill down her spine. The impulsive decision she made moments ago now filled her with dread. Had it not been for Chu Jianqiu's timely intervention, she would have fallen victim to that monstrous beast's claw. Even if she had procured the celestial dragon grass, her life would have been forfeit, and ultimately, the precious herb would have succumbed to the beast, rendering her efforts utterly futile and costing her dearly. By the way, what technique did you employ earlier? How did you move so swiftly? Zhuo Jianqiu inquired, her curiosity piqued by Chu Jianqiu's astonishing speed. With his mere cultivation at the 4th level of true qi, how could he possibly possess such ethereal swiftness? Even before her own powers had been sealed, she doubted she could achieve such feats. For the past 6 months, she had been accompanying her master to surveil the blood fiend sect, rarely returning to her own sect, and thus remained unaware of the emergence of the flash evasion talisman within her sect. Chu Jianqiu produced a flash evasion talisman and handed it to Zhuo Jianqiu, humbly stating, it is merely a small trick. In that critical moment, he had utilized 2 talismans consecutively, one to appear by her side and the other to facilitate their escape. As Zhuo Jianqiu accepted the talisman and listened to its capabilities, she felt a profound astonishment. The performance of such a spiritual talisman was indeed remarkable. Possessing one of these talismans was akin to gaining an extra life. Chapter 90. The Girl in Red, Part 1. Where did you acquire such a talisman? Zhuo Jianqiu exclaimed in astonishment. Found? Chu Jianqiu replied with a faint smile. Zhuo Jianqiu felt a surge of irritation. This fellow had grown rather audacious during their brief separation, daring to tease even his senior sister. Just as she was about to teach him a lesson, a clear voice rang out nearby. Zhuo Jianqiu, you certainly have a knack for running away, yet here you are, indulging in sweet nothings while leaving us in such dire straits. Turning to look, Zhuo Jianqiu saw a girl in red, arms crossed, regarding her with a mocking grin. The girl appeared disheveled, her clothes tattered and her face smeared with dirt, reflecting a state of utter disarray. The other warriors accompanying her fared little better. After Zhuo Jianqiu had been rescued by Chu Jianqiu, the remaining warriors struggled to hold their ground and quickly retreated from Xianlong Mountain. Fortunately, the beast did not pursue them relentlessly. It remained by the precious Tianji Xianlong grass, guarding it closely and ignoring the warriors as long as they did not approach the mountain. Observing the girl's pitiful condition, Zhuo Jianqiu felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that her impulsiveness had nearly jeopardized their situation. Had it not been for Chu Jianqiu, they would have been in a far worse predicament. So, is this your little lover? Though she seems rather lacking in strength. The girl in red sneered at Chu Jianqiu, her chin pointed defiantly at him while casting a cold gaze at Zhuo Jianqiu. Upon hearing her words, the surrounding warriors changed their expressions in unison. Zhuaqiu Lianzhu was their goddess, the object of their unfulfilled dreams of intimacy. Although Zhuaqiu Lianzhu appeared affable on the surface, she harbored an unwavering disdain for all men. Any who dared to express inappropriate intentions towards her would undoubtedly face a dire consequence. However, moments ago, they had witnessed Chu Jianqiu embrace Zhuaqiu Lianzhu, albeit as a momentary expedient during a rescue. Yet, it was evident that she did not seem to reject this action. Were it anyone else? Merely daring to hold her in such a bold manner, or even exhibiting slight discourtesy, would have led to unimaginable repercussions. Could this truly be Zhuaqiu Lianzhu's lover? Yet, within the inner sect, there had never been mention of such a figure. As the crowd gazed upon Chu Jianqiu, a flame of jealousy ignited within their hearts. What qualifications did this fellow possess to be Zhuaqiu Lianzhu's lover? Aside from his handsome appearance, he had nothing to commend him. His cultivation was pathetically low, and any random individual from this gathering could easily overpower him. The more they looked at Chu Jianqiu, the more they found him irksome. You, with your youthful arrogance, know nothing of true affection. Zhuaqiu Lianzhu cast a sidelong glance at the girl in red, her voice dripping with scorn. Upon witnessing Zhuaqiu Lianzhu's lack of denial, the last glimmer of hope in the hearts of the onlookers was extinguished, and a chorus of lamentations filled the air. Zhuaqiu Lianzhu, if you continue to underestimate me, beware that I shall teach you a lesson. The girl in red retorted. While you were still playing in the mud, I was already in love with someone else. Chu Jianqiu, observing the audacious bravado of this 12 or 13-year-old girl, could not help but find it somewhat amusing. With your meager strength, you think you can threaten me? Zhuaqiu Lianzhu, as if having heard an uproarious joke, disdainfully remarked, don't come crying to Master Qi when the time comes. The little girl in red, upon hearing this, felt as though she had been struck at a tender spot. She immediately sprang up, her cheeks flushed crimson, and with a tempestuous fury, she retorted, who is crying? Who is complaining? If you dare, let us have a showdown and see who fears whom. However, despite her bravado, she refrained from taking action, for she had endured too much torment under Zhuaqiu Lianzhu's hand in the past, creating an indelible psychological shadow over her. Thus, she dared only to engage in verbal sparring, not willing to escalate further. Yet, as she glared at Zhuaqiu Lianzhu in a fit of rage, feeling utterly helpless, her gaze suddenly fell upon Chu Jianqiu, who stood by, amusedly observing the spectacle. A spark of inspiration ignited within her. If she could not overpower Zhuaqiu Lianzhu, could she not contend with her little lover? What are you laughing at? Don't think that being Zhuaqiu Lianzhu's little lover makes you so formidable. If I want to strike you, she cannot stop me. The little girl in red glared fiercely at Chu Jianqiu, hands on her hips, her voice dripping with menace. Chu Jianqiu was momentarily taken aback, bewildered as to how the flames of conflict had unexpectedly turned towards him. He dismissed the girl's words as mere jest, a byproduct of her rivalry with Zhuaqiu Lianzhu, attributing no real significance to the claim of being Zhuaqiu Lianzhu's lover. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the little girl genuinely regarded him as such in her mind. Seeing that Chu Jianqiu remained silent, she interpreted his lack of response as a sign of arrogance. Believing he felt invulnerable due to Zhuaqiu Lianzhu's protection, her anger flared, and she thrust a fist toward Chu Jianqiu. Chu Jianqiu could hardly fathom that the young girl would genuinely attempt to strike him. Yet his reflexes were remarkably swift as he extended his hand to grasp her delicate little fist. Though this tender fist appeared endearing, it concealed an astonishingly ferocious strength. Zhuaqiu Lian's bamboo, witnessing the crimson-clad girl's audacity to actually assault Chu Jianqiu, was taken aback. She was aware that Chu Jianqiu's prowess surpassed the superficial level of his cultivation, yet this girl in red was no ordinary individual. Her power was immensely formidable, far beyond that of a typical 9th-layer Qi realm practitioner. A single punch from her could likely gravely injure even the most seasoned 9th-layer martial artist, let alone Chu Jianqiu, who was merely at the 4th layer. As the girl unleashed her punch, a sudden realization struck her. Although this fair-skinned youth was Zhuaqiu Lian's bamboo's beloved, his cultivation level was woefully inadequate. She feared that her strike might inadvertently end his life. However, the moment her punch was thrown, it was too late to retract it. As it hurtled toward Chu Jianqiu, her complexion paled, and she felt an overwhelming dread at the thought of unintentionally causing his demise. Just when onlookers anticipated a tragic scene, a powerful hand unexpectedly seized her tiny fist, rendering it immobile in its grasp. The girl in the red dress was taken aback, gazing at Chu Jianqiu in disbelief. Although she had only exerted 70% of her strength in that punch, even an average practitioner at the 9th level of true Qi would have found it impossible to withstand. Yet, Chu Jianqiu, a mere practitioner at the 4th level of true Qi, had managed to absorb the impact effortlessly. She felt as though her fist had struck an incredibly resilient rock, unwavering against the fiercest of waves. Chapter 91. The Girl in the Red Dress, Part 2. Zhuoqiu Lian's bamboo also looked at Chu Jianqiu with astonishment. Her understanding of him ran deeper than most. She knew that his prowess could not be merely gauged by his apparent cultivation level. After all, a warrior with a heavenly level bloodline and a supreme martial physique was not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, she had not anticipated that Chu Jianqiu's strength would be formidable enough to easily block the punch of the girl in red. The girl in red scrutinized Chu Jianqiu, realizing that Zhuoqiu Lian's bamboo's beloved was no ordinary individual. Instantly, Chu Jianqiu's display of power ignited her competitive spirit. She could not accept that she, a distinguished disciple of the seventh peak, could possibly be outmatched by someone several levels beneath her, merely the beloved of Zhuoqiu Lian's bamboo. With renewed determination, she extended her delicate little fist forward, this time channeling 80% of her strength. Chu Jianqiu felt a tremor in his palm as an even more potent force surged towards him. Internally, he cursed, wondering if this little girl had lost her mind and was coming at him again. While it appeared effortless when he had blocked her previous punch, he had actually exerted all his strength, even employing the seventh stance of the angry wave's sevenfold palm. Zhuoqiu Lianju swiftly swatted away the small fist of the girl in red, liberating Chu Jianqiu from the grip of that terrifying force. If the girl continued her antics, it was likely that Chu Jianqiu would genuinely suffer at her hands. Tang Ningxin, are you itching for a fight? Zhuoqiu Lianju remarked coldly, fixing her gaze on the girl in red. What are you staring at? Do you really think I fear you? The girl in red retorted defiantly, hands on her hips, glaring at Zhuoqiu Lianju with fierce indignation. Have you settled your debts for the meals you've been mooching off at our seventh peak? Upon hearing this, Zhuoqiu Lianju was momentarily taken aback. The girl had struck at her vulnerable spot. The fourth peak was far less lively than the seventh, prompting Zhuoqiu Lianju to frequent the latter, particularly during mealtime, where the youngest disciple, the seventh senior uncle, managed the food. Realizing she had seized Zhuoqiu Lianju's weak point, the girl in red could not help but emit a triumphant hum. How many of those spirit talismans does junior brother still possess? Zhuoqiu Lianju dismissed further banter with the girl and raised the shimmering teleportation talisman in her hand. What are you planning to do, senior sister? Chu Jianqiu inquired, glancing at Zhuoqiu Lianju. What else could I be doing? Naturally, I intend to gather the Tianji Xianyun grass. Zhuoqiu Lianju's eyebrows arched slightly. With this teleportation talisman, her chances of successfully obtaining the grass would significantly increase. This method is unfeasible. The risks are far too great. Chu Jianqiu shook his head as he discerned Zhuoqiu Lianju's intentions to teleport beside the Tianji Xianyun grass. Seize it, and then escape using the talisman. Why has this become unfeasible? Zhuoqiu Lianju expressed her displeasure. The Tianji Xuanalong grass is tied to my master's life. I am prepared to risk anything for it. We have already employed the flash escape talisman before that monstrous beast. It will undoubtedly be on guard and will not allow us the opportunity to collect the Tianji Xuanalong grass. If you doubt this, sister, please observe. As Chu Jianqiu spoke, his form abruptly vanished, reappearing beside the Tianji Xuanalong grass. The instant he materialized, the beast's colossal paw struck like lightning, prompting Chu Jianqiu to use another flash escape talisman, narrowly evading the beast's assault and returning to Zhuoqiu Lianju's side. Witnessing this scene, Zhuoqiu Lianju fell silent. The awareness of a transformation sea realm beast is inherently formidable, and this creature was evidently not an ordinary one. Its bloodline was exceptionally advanced. Evading its perception and seizing the fleeting moment to harvest the Tianji Xuanalong grass seemed nearly impossible. Furthermore, even if we were to successfully procure the grass, once the beast was liberated from its constraints, it would surely unleash its wrath upon us without hesitation. At that moment, how many of us could hope to survive against such a frenzied beast? Chu Jianqiu regarded Zhuoqiu Lianju with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing his words, Zhuoqiu Lianju was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Previously, she had fixated solely on obtaining the Tianji Xuanalong grass, neglecting to consider the multitude of associated risks. Now, upon reflection, it was evident that they had overlooked a critical and potentially fatal issue. Even if these individuals successfully plucked the celestial dragon grass, who among them can escape the relentless pursuit of this formidable sea monster? What use is the celestial dragon grass if they all perish under the creature's claws? Contemplating this, Zhuoqiu Lianju was engulfed by despair, her complexion pale and her body swaying precariously as if she might collapse. Was she to witness her master's gradual poisoning and eventual demise, powerless to intervene? Raising her ashen face, She gazed at the composed Chu Jianqiu, and a flicker of hope ignited within her. Since he had pondered these issues, yet still ventured into the secret realm and arrived at the celestial dragon mountain, perhaps he had devised a solution. With renewed hope, Zuoqiu Lianzhu addressed Chu Jianqiu, inquiring, "Do you have a plan, junior brother?" "Indeed, a plan exists. But it requires the collaboration of you and our fellow senior brothers and sisters," Chu Jianqiu replied with a subtle smile. If he had not conceived a solution, would he have ventured in here, risking his life? Upon hearing this, Zuoqiu Lianzhu's heart soared with joy. "What must we do? Please instruct us, junior brother. Should they dare to disobey, I have ways to ensure their compliance." As she spoke, her icy gaze swept around the surroundings. The formidable inner disciples, who typically held themselves in high regard on the rankings, felt a chill rise from the depths of their hearts under her piercing stare. The formidable female tyrant, renowned even among her direct disciples, instilled fear in all, rendering them hesitant to provoke her, let alone the inner disciples. A wave of despair washed over the powerful figures within the inner sect, realizing that this time, there would be no escape from conscription. Particularly, Bu Feiyue and Yin Junbai felt a chilling dread. They could never have anticipated that Zuoqiu Lianzhu would appear here. Had they known of her presence, they would have resolutely avoided this place, no matter the consequence. The thought of death loomed heavily upon them, extinguishing any desire to conspire with other inner disciples against Chu Jianqiu. They were acutely aware that both Zuoqiu Lianzhu and Chu Jianqiu would not spare them. Surely, they would be cast aside as expendable pawns in this perilous game. Zhao Gaoqi and Ji Zhixin trembled with fear, wishing fervently to flee. Yet the oppressive aura of Zuoqiu Lianzhu left them devoid of courage. Chapter 92, The Formation. Though the young girl in red had her differences with Zuoqiu Lianzhu, she refrained from any confrontation regarding this matter. Her clandestine entry into the Xinza secret realm was solely to procure the Tianji Xianyun grass, aimed at healing Cui Yayin and Gong Haorong. Despite her tender age, the girl harbored a profound affection for the Xiansword sect, willing to brave peril for the greater good of the sect. "Please, feel free to voice any requests, junior brother Chu. We shall do our utmost to assist," Tan Yoxin declared, seizing the moment to affirm her allegiance. With both Chu Jianqiu and Zuoqiu Lianzhu present on the fourth peak, establishing a connection with them would undoubtedly enhance her chances of gaining entry to the fourth peak in the future. Thus, she would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. Upon hearing the words, Zuoqiu Lianzhu cast a glance at Tan Yuxin, her eyes revealing a look of satisfaction. This woman truly possesses discernment. Chu Jianqiu surveyed the hundreds of disciples gathered at the foot of the mountain and addressed Zuoqiu Lianzhu. "Apart from those essential, let the others depart from here." Without hesitation, Zuoqiu Lianzhu issued the command for the disciples to leave, retaining only a little over 20 while sending the rest away. She understood that Chu Jianqiu was contemplating the safety of these individuals. Once the Tianji Xianlong grass was obtained, the ferocious beast would inevitably go into a frenzy, unleashing a bloody rampage. The presence of these disciples here would not only prove futile, but would also endanger their lives. Most of these individuals were the elite of the Xianjian sect's inner circle. If they suffered significant casualties at the hands of this formidable sea transformation beast, it would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to the sect's vitality, making it impossible to thwart the Blood Fiend sect's collection of the Blood Fiend Xian demon liquid. The disciples, perplexed by Zuoqiu Lianzhu's abrupt dismissal, felt a surge of resentment directed at Chu Jianqiu, as it was his words that prompted Zuoqiu Lianzhu to send them away. "Damn it, where did this useless person come from? I am perfectly fine here. Why must I leave?" They regarded him as inept, yet he had managed to align himself with Zuoqiu Lianzhu, thus feeling entitled to exert a semblance of authority, seeking to assert his presence in this manner. What on earth is going on with Zuoqiu Lianzhu? How could she possibly be enamored with such a worthless individual? With my exceptional talents and remarkable abilities, I should undoubtedly surpass that pretty boy by 100-fold. How could she not perceive this? Her discernment leaves much to be desired. If fate allows me to encounter that pretty boy alone one day, I shall certainly teach him a lesson in humility. His arrogance is simply intolerable. Does he believe that Xianlong Mountain belongs to him? Given Zuoqiu Lianzhu's level of cultivation, she naturally overheard these discussions. Her face flushed with rage. She was poised to deliver a lesson to those gossiping behind her back. These individuals, despite their good intentions, have misinterpreted her kindness and have responded with nothing but disrespect. The little girl in red, witnessing Zuoqiu Lianzhu's anger, couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. "Zuoqiu Lianzhu, you have finally met your match. It serves you right for your habitual bullying." Upon hearing Chu Jianqiu's words, Zhao Gaoqi and Ji Zhixin felt as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. They had feared that Chu Jianqiu would seize the opportunity to take revenge on them, turning them into scapegoats to lure that formidable demon of the Transformation Sea realm. Now, upon hearing his words, they immediately turned and departed with swift decisiveness, leaving their leader Bu Feiyu and Yin Junbai behind without a second thought. Meanwhile, Bu Feiyu and Yin Junbai's faces turned ashen. With their level of cultivation, they were inevitably left behind to confront the formidable demon together. As they watched their fellow disciples leave, they felt an overwhelming sense of envy, realizing for the first time that their own level of cultivation had become a burden. In days gone by, they were filled with pride regarding their ranking on the inner disciples list, but today, they wished their names were not on it. After the disciples had moved away from the Qianlong mountain, Zuoqiu Lianzhu gazed at Chu Jianqiu and inquired, "What shall we do next?" Chu Jianqiu did not reply, but silently untied the cloth bag on his back, taking out strange objects one by one. Zuoqiu Lianzhu was taken aback as she looked at the peculiar items, realizing that these strange objects were array discs. Although Zuoqiu Lianzhu was not well versed in formations, she recognized these as array-based discs used to set up formations. Zuoqiu Lianzhu watched Chu Jianqiu methodically place the array discs in mysterious positions, forming an abstruse array. She was deeply shaken. Looking at this junior brother, whose realm was not high, Zuoqiu Lianzhu suddenly felt that Chu Jianqiu was incredibly unfamiliar and enigmatic. She used to think she knew Chu Jianqiu well enough, but now she realized that her understanding of him was only the tip of the iceberg. This junior brother not only possessed strength far exceeding the realm he displayed, but also had a thoughtfulness and profoundness of wisdom that were far beyond ordinary people. Most importantly, he was also well versed in the art of runes and arrays. When Chu Jianqiu first took out the flash evasion talisman, Zuoqiu Lianzhu really thought he had just had some fortuitous encounters and occasionally obtained these miraculous talismans. However, when Chu Jianqiu used these talismans with such a nonchalant attitude, Zuoqiu Lianzhu had already guessed that these talismans might have been made by Chu Jianqiu himself. At this moment, when Chu Jianqiu took out the array plates, Zuoqiu Lian's bamboo was even more astonished. The intricacies of formations rival the complexities of talismans, while they share certain connections. Mastering both is by no means a simple task. It requires not only exceptional talent but also unparalleled diligence. Once Chu Jianqiu arranged the array plates, he gently brushed his sleeves, and a mysterious aura ascended from the placement of the plates, only to swiftly return to normalcy, rendering the area indistinguishable from its surroundings. After completing this, Chu Jianqiu clapped his hands and declared, "All right, we can commence our task now." With that, he produced a handful of flash escape talismans to distribute among the group. Faced with the formidable sea-transforming demon, even united, the group faced considerable peril. These talismans would at least provide some assurance. Knowing that he needed their assistance, Chu Jianqiu was determined not to lead them to their demise, ensuring they had means of self-preservation. As the others beheld the seemingly endless supply of flash escape talismans in Chu Jianqiu's hands, a rush of joy accompanied by a wave of envy surged within them, their eyes glowing with a fierce crimson, longing to seize all the talismans he possessed. Yet, such thoughts remained unvoiced, considering the presence of formidable allies like Zuoqiu Lian's and the fierce Tang Ningxian. They realized they could not easily overpower Chu Jianqiu. If he chose to escape using the talismans, they would find themselves helpless, while the wrath of the fourth peak awaited them. Therefore, despite their covetousness towards the spiritual talismans possessed by Chu Jianqiu, they could only entertain the notion in their minds. Chapter 93. Herb Gathering. What's our next course of action? Zuoqiu Lianzhu inquired, her gaze fixed upon Chu Jianqiu. Observing the genial smile gracing his countenance, a sudden surge of confidence in their undertaking welled up within her. "You all should divert the attention of that great sea realm demon, while I seize the opportunity to gather the Tianji Qianlong grass." Chu Jianqiu responded with a subtle smile. "Why should we be the ones to draw the demon beast's attention, while you reap the benefits of gathering the Tianji Qianlong grass?" Bu Feiyu immediately retorted. Attracting the attention of a great sea realm demon was fraught with peril, and a moment's carelessness could result in a swift demise beneath its claws. Conversely, successfully gathering the Tianji Qianlong grass would be a monumental achievement, with rewards that could elevate them to unprecedented heights. Given their animosity towards Chu Jianqiu, they were unwilling to undertake such a thankless task and allow him to claim the lion's share of the credit. Chu Jianqiu's brow furrowed slightly. Were it not for the fact that his plan allowed for only one attempt, he would have gladly allowed these ungrateful individuals to experience the situation firsthand. However, before Chu Jianqiu could respond, Zuoqiu Lianzhu's icy gaze swept over them, and she stated frigidly, "Are you questioning the plan?" The Tianji Qianlong grass was crucial to her master's well-being, and she would not tolerate anyone jeopardizing their mission. Bu Feiyu was about to continue his rebuttal, but though Zuoqiu Lianzhu was formidable, She was currently at a self-proclaimed realm, her strength not significantly surpassing that of their group. Aside from him and Yin Junbai, there were several other strong inner disciples on their side. Should a confrontation arise, victory over Zhuo Lianzhu was not a foregone conclusion. Moreover, it was crucial that Zhuo Lianzhu needed their assistance in harvesting the Tianji Xianyun grass. At that moment, however, a gentle man clad in a dark robe cast a discreet glance at Bu Feiyue, prompting him to swallow his words. This man, named Luan Guanghui, was ranked 23rd among the inner disciples and was a friend of Si Fingpa. Not only was he strong, but he was also astute. At times, even Si Fingpa would heed his counsel. Bu Feiyue's earlier audacity to challenge Chu Jianqiu stemmed from Luan Guanghui's presence, which bolstered his confidence. Luan Guanghui had already caught the eye of the second peak's master, Li Yuanqing. Should he break through to the Huahai realm, becoming a direct disciple was virtually assured. The second peak and the fourth peak had a history of discord, rendering it unnecessary to show deference to Zhuo Lianzhu or Chu Jianqiu. This scene did not escape Chu Jianqiu's notice, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of wariness towards Luan Guanghui, whose aura was profound and inscrutable, emanating a threat far greater than that of Ouyang Yuan. Meeting Chu Jianqiu's gaze, Luan Guanghui's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a hint of composure. After Zhuo Lianzhu had self-appointed his realm, although his strength remained formidable, he perceived that he could no longer stir significant waves. As for Tang Ningxian, she was merely an immature girl, brimming with brute strength, but hardly worthy of Lu Guanghui's regard. From the moment the participants entered the New Zhe secret realm, it was intended that he would assume control. However, upon encountering Chu Jianqiu, Lu Guanghui felt a flicker of interest. This young man appeared capable of engaging in the game. Chu Jianqiu paid little heed to Lu Guanghui's ulterior motives. For him, acquiring the Tianji Xianlong grass was the primary objective. He was indifferent to the antics of others, provided they did not intrude upon his affairs. Should anyone provoke him foolishly, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Zhuo Lianzhu led over 20 formidable warriors at the 9th level of Qi realm back up the mountain to battle the formidable sea transformation demon. The demon, incensed by their relentless disturbances, let out a thunderous roar and struck at the group with its massive claws. However, with the increased number of martial artists uniting in the presence of Chu Jianqiu's spirit talismans, they faced the demon with confidence, resulting in a fierce and indecisive confrontation. As the warriors ascended the mountain, Chu Jianqiu gestured with his right hand, summoning a piece of armor, the great Python Tianlin armor, which he had obtained in exchange from Shueli Yin. He donned the armor and equipped the wind-controlling boots. As he prepared to confront the formidable sea transformation demon directly, he made certain to utilize all available defenses, leaving no room for carelessness. After donning the Grand Python Heavenly Scale armor and the windward boots, Chu Jianqiu produced 2 spirit movement talismans and pressed them against his thighs, whereupon the talismans transformed into a streak of luminous energy that surged into his body. After a moment of contemplation, feeling unsatisfied, he expended a premium strengthening talisman. Once adequately prepared, Chu Jianqiu seized an opportune moment, shattering a flickering escape talisman, and his figure instantaneously materialized near the Tianji Xianlong herb, reaching out to harvest the 4th-tier spiritual medicine. The 4th-tier herb inherently brimmed with immense spiritual energy, gathering substantial power as it absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Thus, the act of harvesting it was no trivial endeavor. Even in ordinary circumstances, one had to guard against its backlash the moment it was uprooted, let alone the looming threat posed by the nearby sea-transformed great demon. The instant Chu Jianqiu appeared, he swiftly invoked 3 golden shield talismans. Each of these talismans, of premium grade, could conjure 4 golden shield barriers. Within moments, 12 golden shield barriers encircled Chu Jianqiu, providing him with steadfast protection. He dared not linger even for a heartbeat, channeling the 7th strike of the angry wave 7-fold palm to forcefully expand the energy barrier surrounding the Tianji Xianlong herb, deftly plucking it from the ground. From his appearance to the deployment of the talismans and the harvesting of the herb, these actions unfolded with the swiftness of lightning. The sea-transformed great demon reacted the instant Chu Jianqiu materialized, yet left Xiao Lian's bamboo and Tang Ningxian, upon witnessing Chu Jianqiu's movements, exerted their utmost effort to restrain the demon, thus granting him that fleeting moment of opportunity. The formidable demon of the transformation sea realm let out a thunderous roar, disregarding the attacks from Zhuo Lianzhu and others, as its colossal claws descended upon Chu Jianqiu. At that moment, having just stored the celestial dragon grass into the Chaos Supreme Tower, Chu Jianqiu found himself with insufficient time to activate the Flash Escape Talisman. Instead, He could only summon the seventh strike of the wave of fury palm to confront the descending claw with all his might. Boom, boom, boom. A series of resounding crashes echoed like thunder, as the 12 golden shields formed by the 3 golden shield talismans shattered one after another. Yet they were still unable to halt the claw's advance. With a resounding crash, Chu Jianqiu's palms collided with the demon's claw, sending him hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. His dragon-scale armor was splintered under the impact, and blood erupted from his mouth. Despite the protection of the 12 golden shields and the dragon-scale armor, Chu Jianqiu was gravely injured by this strike from the Transformation Sea Realm demon. Had it not been for his unparalleled martial physique, which rendered his body immensely powerful, this blow would have surely claimed his life. Of course, his ability to withstand such a strike was also due to the mitigating effects of the 12 golden shields and the armor, which reduced the force of the demon's blow by at least half, allowing him to barely endure it with his formidable physique. After Chu Jianqiu was sent flying, the demon of the Transformation Sea Realm was relentless, pursuing him with unwavering determination. The celestial dragon grass represented its hope of breaking through to the second level of the Transformation Sea Realm. It could not allow anyone to snatch it away. At that moment, regret filled its heart. Had it foreseen such an outcome, it would have consumed the celestial dragon grass long ago, even if the timing was not yet perfect. For that would have been far better than allowing it to fall into the hands of these humans. Initially, it regarded these human warriors with disdain, perceiving them merely as a swarm of insignificant insects at the 9th level of Chi Realm, even if they could pose some minor inconvenience. The prospect of plucking the celestial dragon grass beneath its very nose seemed utterly implausible. At this moment, although the sea-transforming demon was filled with rage, it remained relatively unperturbed. Even if Chu Jianqiu were to gather the celestial dragon grass, how could he possibly escape its watchful gaze? Despite the demon's astonishing swiftness, Chu Jianqiu seized a fleeting opportunity while being flung away. Before the demon could arrive, he vanished in an instant, reappearing at the foot of the mountain. The sea-transforming demon, witnessing this, let out a thunderous roar and swiftly pursued him. Its speed was so extraordinary that it nearly reached him the moment he appeared. Yet, as it caught up to Chu Jianqiu once more, its vision blurred, and the scenery transformed dramatically. Before it stretched an endless, desolate wasteland, an expanse of wild grass extending to the horizon, far removed from the familiar Qianlong Mountain. A wave of panic surged within the demon, having roamed the world for centuries. It had never encountered such a predicament. Disturbed and frenzied, it unleashed a series of earth-shattering roars, soaring through the boundless wasteland. Yet, no matter how it flew, the end of this desolation eluded its sight. Observing the sea-transforming demon spiraling restlessly within a radius of several hundred zhang, left Xiao Lianzhe and the others felt a mixture of amusement and astonishment. The techniques employed by the Array Master are indeed enigmatic. A formidable sea transformation realm demon has been ensnared within the formation. If it were they in the demon's place, the outcome would undoubtedly be far worse. Upon witnessing this scene, Luan Guanghui rarely displayed a hint of solemnity in his gaze. A formation capable of imprisoning a sea transformation realm demon must possess considerable rank, indicating that Chu Jianqiu's mastery of formations is likely extraordinary. As the crowd observed Chu Jianqiu successfully trap the formidable demon, a collective sigh of relief was palpable. Despite their combined strength, facing such an exceptional sea transformation realm demon was no trivial matter. Zhuo Lian's bamboo was elated. After enduring such hardship, she had finally accomplished her task, allowing a significant weight to lift from her heart. With the acquisition of the Tianji Xuanalong grass, her master's poisoning was finally assured of remedy. Zhuo Lian's approached the formation, intent on assisting Chu Jianqiu. She had witnessed firsthand as the sea transformation realm demon struck Chu Jianqiu with its full might. Such force would be challenging for even her, a practitioner of the fourth realm of true qi, to withstand. Thus, while Zhuo Lian's reveled in the successful gathering of the Tianji Xuanalong grass, her heart was equally burdened with concern. Should Chu Jianqiu sacrifice his life in this endeavor, the acquisition of the grass would hardly be a matter for celebration. However, as she neared the formation, Chu Jianqiu had already emerged, urgently instructing the others, "Everyone, flee quickly. This formation cannot hold the demon for long." With that, he took the lead in the direction of their retreat. Taken aback for a moment, the others hastily followed suit. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, a series of cataclysmic explosions erupted at the foot of Qianlong Mountain, creating deep craters spanning dozens of yards. The surrounding area lay in utter devastation. The formidable demon of the Transformation Sea Realm, after rampaging for a while, found itself unable to escape the unfamiliar wilderness. In a fit of rage, It unleashed its full might upon the very fabric of this world. Under the onslaught of such terrifying forces, the formation set up by Chu Jianqiu was finally shattered, causing the endless wilderness to vanish from its sight, only for the familiar Qianlong Mountain to reappear before it. However, this assault exacted a heavy toll on the demon, depleting nearly half of its internal energy. Observing the desolate Qianlong Mountain, it realized that the detestable human warriors had already vanished with the coveted Tianji Qianlong herb. A deep, resentful growl escaped the demon's lips. Yet, despite the loss of the Tianji Qianlong herb, the demon did not depart from Qianlong Mountain. The mountain, known for nurturing the fourth-tier spiritual herb, was itself a sanctuary rich in spiritual energy, harboring an exceptionally rare spiritual vein at its base. Although the absence of the Tianji Qianlong herb significantly slowed its ascension to the second level of the Transformation Sea realm, the demon could still attain that level through the spiritual vein within Qianlong Mountain, albeit at a considerably reduced pace. Even though the crowd had distanced themselves from Qianlong Mountain, they could still sense the terrifying tremors, their faces paling in response. Fortunately, Chu Jianqiu had ensnared the formidable sea transformation beast with a formation. Otherwise, facing such a frenzied creature, their losses would have been catastrophic. Zuoqiu Lianzhu remained troubled by Chu Jianqiu's injuries, regarding him with concern as she asked, "Are you truly unscathed, junior brother?" Should Chu Jianqiu suffer lasting repercussions from this incident, it would leave her with a lifelong grievance. The genuine care emanating from Zuoqiu Lianzhu was palpable to Chu Jianqiu, warming his heart, yet he felt a tinge of helplessness. With a light smile, he replied, "Should I strip down for sister to inspect?" Upon hearing this, Zuoqiu Lianzhu's face flushed crimson, and she indignantly retorted, "Shameless! Where did you learn such insincere flattery?" The girl in red crossed her arms, observing the two with a cold smirk, exclaiming, "You two are quite the actors. Keep it up." Zuoqiu Lianzhu, further incensed, exclaimed, "Tang Ningxin, what are you laughing at?" The girl in red turned away, sneering, "I laugh for my own reasons. It has nothing to do with you." Zuoqiu Lianzhu, mind your own business. Chapter 95. The escape. Zuoqiu Lianzhu cast a dubious glance at Chu Jianqiu. Despite his tattered clothing and bloodstained body, he appeared not to have sustained any severe injuries, which alleviated her concerns somewhat. The Grand Python celestial scale armor he wore had long since been rendered useless and discarded along the way. Reflecting on the costs incurred during this venture, Chu Jianqiu felt a pang of sorrow, as though his very heart were bleeding. The magnificent Python Tianlin armor, valued at 3,000 contribution points, was rendered useless after a single use. Additionally, the creation of the maze consumed over 20,000 contribution points for Chu Jianqiu, including a segment of illusory soul wood exchanged for Ma Jingyao. Fortunately, it was this very segment of illusory soul wood that elevated the maze to a third-tier formation, enabling it to confine the formidable sea transformation demon for a fleeting moment. Beyond the Python Tianlin armor and the maze, Chu Jianqiu's endeavor also depleted an innumerable quantity of spiritual talismans, which he roughly estimated to be worth at least several tens of thousands of contribution points. This venture proved to be an undeniable financial loss. As for the injuries sustained, they paled in comparison. Although the claw of the sea transformation demon wielded immense power, he managed to withstand it, albeit barely, thanks to the protection of 12 golden shield barriers and the Python Tianlin armor. With his unparalleled martial physique's formidable recovery capabilities, as long as the injuries did not exceed his limits, he could swiftly recuperate. Moreover, following the fierce battle with the blood python, Chu Jianqiu gained profound insights into his unparalleled martial physique. Its recovery abilities remain unaffected as long as his vitality is not depleted. Thus, upon entering the mysterious New Zhe territory, Chu Jianqiu concocted a substantial supply of strong blood pills. During his escape, he consumed a significant quantity of both strong blood pills and 9 transformation nourishing pills. Under the potent effects of these elixirs, coupled with the remarkable recuperative abilities of his unparalleled martial physique, mere moments after the encounter, there were no discernible wounds left on Chu Jianqiu's body. Certainly, the internal injuries he sustained could not heal as swiftly as those visible on the surface. Yet they no longer exerted a significant influence upon him. The group hastily traversed several hundred miles away from Qianlong Mountain before pausing to rest. As the night deepened, aside from assigning a few individuals to take turns keeping watch, the others seized the opportunity to recuperate. The battle against the formidable sea transformation demon had taken a toll on everyone, and if they did not make the most of this time to recover, encountering danger again would prove exceedingly troublesome. Regarding the Tianji Qianlong grass in Chu Jianqiu's possession, no one dared to broach the subject, for they all understood that discussing it would inevitably sow discord among them. The allure of the reward for obtaining the Tianji Xianlong grass was simply too great. 500,000 contribution points and the status of a direct disciple were enough to drive any disciple of the Xinjian sect to madness. Although Chu Jianqiu had garnered the most credit for the endeavor, and all had witnessed him bravely enduring a strike from the sea transformation demon, something that none among them could have survived, their collective belief remained that without their own efforts to restrain the demon, he would not have been able to procure the Tianji Xianlong grass. Thus, while the lion's share of the credit belonged to Chu Jianqiu, the benefits ought to be shared among them. Furthermore, as Chu Jianqiu was already a direct disciple, it was only fitting that he should yield some of this merit. Zuoqiu Lianzhu discerned the thoughts of those around her, and thus, even though she was unaware of the whereabouts of the Tianji Xianlong grass, she refrained from inquiring. She harbored a persistent sense that Chu Jianqiu concealed a significant secret. The Tianji Xianlong grass would be far safer in his possession than in her own. Unperturbed by the convoluted thoughts of the disciples, Chu Jianqiu recognized that once the Tianji Xianlong grass was in his grasp, retrieving it from him would be an impossible endeavor. He would only consider relinquishing it once they had exited the Xinze secret realm, for he held no trust in these individuals while still within its confines. Seated cross-legged, Chu Jianqiu engaged in meditation. Following the recent battle, he discovered that his cultivation had unexpectedly solidified. It appeared that combat significantly aided the cultivation of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor technique. Moreover, the progress attained through battle felt more substantial. Devoid of the hidden dangers often associated with hastily consuming medicinal pills, and it greatly benefited the foundation of his cultivation. This revelation invigorated Chu Jianqiu's thoughts. It seemed that future cultivation could not solely rely on refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but that ample combat was also indispensable. Observing the solidity of his realm, he began to consume the gathering qi pills with renewed assurance. As long as he engaged in continuous battles, he need not worry about the potential hazards of excessive pill consumption. "Hey, what are you eating? Let me try some," exclaimed the little girl in red. Observing Chu Jianqiu as he persistently chewed on the crisp pills, unable to suppress her desire as she reached out her hand toward him. Chu Jianqiu cast a glance at her and continued to chew on the gathering qi pill, undeterred. The girl in red, incensed, exclaimed, "Are you deaf? Did you not hear me speaking? Are you looking for a fight?" Zuoqiu Lianzhu let out a cold laugh, retorting, "Tang Mingxin, it seems you become unruly after just 3 days without a reprimand. How dare you be so disrespectful to our junior from the fourth peak?" The fiery demeanor of the girl in red instantly diminished. She held a twinge of fear towards Zuoqiu Lianzhu, having endured considerable hardships under her authority. Frustration brewed within her, and she muttered under her breath, "What a pair of lecherous scoundrels. They truly complement each other." Although Zuoqiu Lianzhu heard the murmur, she feigned ignorance. The truth was, her current level of power was not significantly superior to that of Tang Mingxin, and in a real confrontation, the outcome was uncertain. The only reason she could intimidate Tang Mingxin now was due to her past reputation, and considering their current alliance. It was improbable that they would allow such trivial matters to escalate into conflict. Moreover, the fourth and seventh peaks had always maintained a cordial relationship, and their disputes had largely been limited to verbal exchanges, rarely escalating to physical confrontations. Meanwhile, Chu Jianqiu remained indifferent to the squabble between the two girls, focused solely on consuming his gathering qi pills. Despite having harvested the Tianji Xianlong grass, he did not relent in his pursuit of elevating his cultivation. In such a perilous environment, every increment in strength translated to a greater chance of survival. Chapter 96. She will soon be your wife. Despite the fact that Chu Jianqiu managed to procure the Tianji Xianlong grass from the clutches of a formidable demon at the transformation sea level, he knew that without relying on other hidden trump cards, he could not contend with Tang Mingxin in a fair battle, let alone the enigmatic Luan Guanghui. As Chu Jianqiu was about to extract another qi-gathering pill from his pouch, a sudden flash of red caught his eye, and he felt a lightness in his hand. The pouch filled with qi-gathering pills had vanished without a trace. Staring at his empty hands in disbelief, he looked up only to see Tang Mingxin triumphantly holding his pouch, a smug expression adorning her face. Faced with this scene, Chu Jianqiu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He had refrained from acquiescing to Tang Mingxin's demands, partly to avoid coddling her, lest she become accustomed to summoning him at will. Though he was not one to stoop to the level of a mere child, he could not suppress a twinge of irritation. This little girl had first approached him without rhyme or reason and struck him with a punch. Had it not been for his considerable strength surpassing that of an average peer, that blow might have rendered him incapacitated. Moreover, Chu Jianqiu was reluctant to have his consumption of qi-gathering pills become common knowledge. Given Tang Mingxin's boisterous nature, If she were to discover this secret, it would be impossible to conceal. However, he had not anticipated that his refusal would lead her to resort to outright theft. With a gleeful expression, Tang Mingxin opened the pouch and began rummaging through its contents. To her astonishment, she unearthed a substantial number of qi-gathering pills. Could it be that this fellow had been consuming nothing but these pills? As she fully opened the pouch, she realized that it was entirely filled with qi-gathering pills. Tang Mingxin gasped, taken aback. When had the fourth peak become so affluent that they could consume qi-gathering pills like mere candies? Chu Jianqiu glanced at Tang Mingxin and retrieved another cloth bag from his bosom. Ostensibly, these items were drawn from his person, yet in reality, they originated from the Chaos Supreme Tower. This maneuver was but a ruse to conceal the tower's existence. Chu Jianqiu resumed consuming the qi-gathering pills, disregarding the bag that Tang Mingxin had snatched. He would not deign to quarrel with this impetuous girl over a mere bag of qi-gathering pills, even though the quantity within was considerable. Witnessing this, Tang Mingxin felt a surge of imbalance. Even as a direct disciple of the seventh peak, her resources were finite. The cultivation resources she received were far from sufficient to meet her needs, especially given her innate bloodline and the demanding cultivation methods she practiced, which required significantly more resources than the average martial artist. With ample resources, her cultivation speed would far surpass its current pace. However, the sheer volume of resources Tang Mingxin consumed was a source of vexation even for Qin Miaoyan. This mere, true Qi realm 9th layer martial artist's daily consumption rivaled that of some Sea transformation realm disciples. Qin Miaoyan had other disciples besides her and could not possibly devote all her resources to Tang Mingxin alone. Even with some favoritism, she could not afford to display excessive partiality. After all, the vast Xinjian sect expends an enormous amount of resources daily, and the allocation for each peak is limited. The resources designated for these direct disciples are significantly superior to those distributed to inner and outer disciples. Upon witnessing Chu Jianqiu's nonchalance towards the loss of his pouch of gathering energy pills, Tang Mingxin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He was a veritable tycoon. If she could align herself with such a wealthy individual, her future cultivation resources would be secure. Tang Mingxin trotted over, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she seated herself beside Chu Jianqiu, with a hint of flattery in her tone. "Brother, would you consider taking me on as a little brother?" Chu Jianqiu was momentarily taken aback by her words, his gaze sharpening as he regarded Tang Mingxin with suspicion. What scheme was this eccentric girl concocting now? The abrupt shift in her demeanor was startling. Left Xiuyanzhu, witnessing this scene, was equally astonished. Was this truly the Tang Mingxin she knew? Perceiving the skepticism in Chu Jianqiu's eyes, Tang Mingxin thumped her chest emphatically, declaring with conviction, "Rest assured, dear brother. If you accept me as your little brother, I shall heed your every command without hesitation. Should you require someone to deal with a foe, I will ensure they are thoroughly vanquished, proving myself to be the most competent of your subordinates." Chu Jianqiu, observing Tang Mingxin's exuberant display, felt an even greater sense of caution. What was this unpredictable girl truly up to? The prospect of her suddenly delivering a punch when he least expected it was far from appealing. However, if he were to accept her as a little brother, he would certainly expect a share of those gathering energy pills. Tang Mingxin's face radiated with eager and affable expressions. At this moment, Chu Jianqiu suddenly realized that he had been targeted for his qi-gathering pills. No wonder she had suddenly become so sycophantic. Chu Jianqiu scrutinized her from head to toe. Upon meeting his gaze, Tang Mingxin immediately waved her delicate little fist and proclaimed, "Rest assured, big brother. I will undoubtedly be a competent little brother." Chu Jianqiu stroked his chin, contemplating that if he could secure such a formidable henchman with a few qi-gathering pills, it might indeed be a rather lucrative deal. After mastering the pill symbol array, he found himself in no shortage of qi-gathering pills. The pills produced through the pill symbol array were not only of superior quality, but also remarkably efficient, with costs significantly lower than those created by conventional methods. To Chu Jianqiu, these basic medicinal pills were as commonplace as spiritual talismans. As long as he had the materials, he could concoct them at any time. Seeing Chu Jianqiu lost in thought, Tang Mingxin felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Finally, steeling herself, she declared, "If you don't want a little brother, I can be your wife instead. Don't be fooled by Zhuo Lian's gentle appearance. She can be quite fierce. I promise to be a better wife than she ever could." Chu Jianqiu couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. This little girl probably had no understanding of what being a wife truly entailed, yet she blurted it out so casually. Zhuo Lianzhu crossed her arms, her face contorted in disdain, and retorted, "Fool, do you even know what a wife is? You think you could possibly be someone else's wife?" Tang Mingxin's face instantly flushed crimson with indignation as she exclaimed, How could I not know? When I was being someone's bride, you were still playing in the mud. What do you even understand? Chu Jianqiu, feeling a wave of exasperation, hastily waved his hand and said, all right, consider yourself my little sister from now on. Whenever I acquire spirit-gathering pills, you shall certainly have your share. The thought of this little girl claiming to be his wife spreading around would surely provoke laughter among others, and he feared that the master of the seventh peak, Qin Miaoyan, might tear him apart. Chapter 97. A visitor under the moonlight. In a fit of anger, Tang Mingxin retorted, what, do you look down on me? I absolutely want to be your wife. Chu Jianqiu felt overwhelmed and did not wish to engage further with this headstrong girl. Fearing that their banter might lead to even more ridiculous situations, he promptly handed her the bag of spirit-gathering pills and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, be good. Stop causing a fuss. Tang Mingxin snatched the cloth bag with a huff, carelessly grabbed a handful of spirit-gathering pills, and began to chew them with abandon, mumbling through her mouthful, now this is more like it. Meanwhile, Tin Yoxin and the other women from the Baifeng Society looked on in astonishment and amusement. They had long heard tales of the peculiar temperament of the little girl and read from the seventh peak, and upon witnessing it firsthand, they found the stories to be quite accurate. At the same time, Tan Yoxin and her companions secretly envied the privileges of a direct disciple, who could indulge in spirit-gathering pills as if they were mere candies. Although they were envious, they did not possess the audacity of Tang Mingxin to boldly declare their desire to become Chu Jianqiu's wife. While others might perceive her actions as somewhat foolish, it must be acknowledged that she was still naive and lacked understanding of such matters, so they did not take her seriously. Had they attempted the same, not only would they invite disdain from others, but it was likely that Chu Jianqiu would not bestow upon them the qi-gathering pills as he did with Tang Mingxin. At this moment, Zuoqiu Lianzhe also realized that the items Chu Jianqiu had consumed earlier were indeed qi-gathering pills. The 2 bags of qi-gathering pills taken by Tang Mingxin contained no less than several hundred pieces. Judging by his demeanor, these hundreds of qi-gathering pills seemed trivial to him. Furthermore, the fact that Chu Jianqiu could treat qi-gathering pills as mere candies indicated that he was not in want of them. One might wonder where he acquired such an abundance of qi-gathering pills. Although the fourth peak had relatively few disciples, the resources allocated to each individual were indeed more plentiful compared to those of the other 6 peaks. Yet it was still extravagant to consume qi-gathering pills as if they were sweets. However, upon recalling Chu Jianqiu's identity as a talisman master, one could not help but feel a sense of relief. If he were an ordinary talisman master, it would be unlikely for him to possess such wealth. Nevertheless, the spiritual talismans he crafted were all rare and precious, while enhancing talismans were somewhat commonplace and could still be produced by some within the Xinjiang sect. The astonishing flash escape talismans were so rare that even within the entire Deqian dynasty, only a handful of individuals could create them, not due to a lack of ability, but rather because of the scarcity of such precious runes. To forge such a rare spiritual talisman, it would be difficult for Chu Jianqiu not to amass wealth. Even Zuoqiu Lianzhe surmised that her own fortune could not rival his. Zuoqiu Lianzhe had no intention of commenting on Chu Jianqiu's actions. After all, if he possessed an ample supply of qi-gathering pills, he was free to bestow them upon whomever he pleased, and she had little interest in intervening. Moreover, there was no genuine enmity between her and Tang Mingxin, so why would she bother with such trivial matters? Tang Mingxin perched upon a large stone beside Chu Jianqiu, indulging in the qi-gathering pills while gently swinging her legs, her small face radiating joy and contentment, akin to that of a little girl savoring sweets. Zuoqiu Lianzhe leaned against the rock, closing her eyes to rest. Suddenly, both Zuoqiu Lianzhe and Chu Jianqiu simultaneously opened their eyes and turned their gaze westward. Under the moonlit night, 2 figures swiftly approached. Who goes there? Shouted the guard disciple. Is it Brother Zhao? Upon hearing the call, the 2 figures immediately rejoiced. The guard disciple, taken aback by their response, inquired, are you perhaps brothers Xue and Ma? Indeed, it is us, they replied. The guard disciple, a Zhao by surname, lowered his vigilance and asked, where are you 2 headed at such a late hour? As the 2 figures drew closer, Chu Jianqiu turned to look, and indeed, it was Xue Lian and Ma Jingyao. After a considerable interval, it is astonishing to observe that the realms of these 2 individuals have experienced a remarkable breakthrough, reaching the 9th level of the true Qi realm. Such a rapid advancement is indeed alarming. It seems the opportunities they encountered in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm were quite significant. The items they exchanged for spiritual talismans, the serpent sky-scale armor, and the wind-warding boots, were likely inconsequential compared to the fortunes they gained. There is no time to elaborate with my senior brother. We must all prepare for defense. The bloodslaughter sect is closing in. Xue Lian exclaimed urgently. Upon hearing his words, a chill ran through everyone's hearts, causing even those disciples who were meditating to rise swiftly, all on high alert. Having spent considerable time within the New Zephyr secret realm, nearly every one of them had encountered disciples from the Bloodslaughter sect and were acutely aware of the formidable nature of those blood-robed warriors, leaving no room for complacency. Indeed, as Shui Lian's words fell, a group of blood-robed warriors emerged from the western direction, numbering around 30 to 40. Most of them were at the 9th level of the True Chi realm, and leading them was a rugged-faced man exuding an intense aura of killing intent. This rugged blood-robed warrior approached with an expressionless demeanor, pointing at Shui Lian and Ma Jingyao, and coldly proclaimed, "Hand over those two, and I shall spare your lives." Chu Jianqiu could not help but feel a wave of astonishment. What heinous acts had these two committed to provoke such a relentless pursuit by so many blood-robed warriors of the Bloodslaughter sect? Moreover, the blood-robed warriors, known for their unyielding enmity with the disciples of the Xinjian sect, were now merely demanding the two, offering the others a chance at survival, a truly rare occurrence. Tang Mingxin wiped her mouth and leaped down from the large rock, stepping forward with her head held high and chest out. "Who do you think you are? If you want us to surrender, you must grant us a way out. Are you not afraid of your own words biting back? Whether we choose to spare you is still up for debate." A flicker of menace flashed in the eyes of the rough-faced warrior clad in crimson. In an instant, the blood-red figure appeared before Tang Mingxin, a crimson hand descending upon her like a storm of blood shadows. The brutal warrior showed no mercy, aiming to take her life with a single strike. With his stature, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner, and he could scarcely tolerate Tang Mingxin's audacious provocation. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted in the ears of the onlookers, the shockwave stirring a tempestuous gust. The warrior's strike did not achieve its intended effect. His blood-red palm was halted by a delicate, pink fist, utterly immovable. The rough-faced warrior's expression shifted slightly. This little girl's strength exceeded his expectations. In his own right, he was a notable figure within the Bloodslaughter sect, and the disciples of the Mystic Sword sect he had encountered, even those at the 9th level of Qi realm, could not withstand a mere slap from him. Yet this little girl had managed to match him blow for blow, leaving him profoundly astonished. Chapter 98. "It's enough for us as a couple to know," in private Tang Mingxin shouted. "Why don't you take a punch from me and see for yourself?" With that, she retracted her petite fist and struck again. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the brutish warrior clad in blood-red robes was unexpectedly sent flying by a single punch. Tang Mingxin retracted her fist and performed a gesture of calming her energy, turning to Chu Jianqiu with a radiant smile and saying, "So, Chu Jianqiu, with me as your wife, do you not feel a profound sense of reassurance?" Chu Jianqiu felt a wave of headache wash over him, and he gently tapped Tang Mingxin on her small head, admonishing, "From now on, you must refrain from referring to yourself as my wife. Otherwise, there shall be no more gathering chi pills for you." Unfazed by his words, Tang Mingxin waved her fair little hand dismissively, responding, all right, since you dislike that title, I shall no longer use it. As long as we both know the truth privately, it suffices." Chu Jianqiu bared his teeth in exasperation, feeling increasingly vexed by the girl's obliviousness. Upon hearing Chu Jianqiu's voice, Shui Lian and Ma Jingyao were instantly struck by a jolt, turning towards him with expressions of sheer elation. They were among the first to engage in business with Chu Jianqiu and had survived in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm thanks to his talismans, gaining invaluable opportunities in the process. Thus, they were all too familiar with his voice. However, upon hearing Tang Mingxin's words, they were enveloped in astonishment, questioning how Brother Tianshui could be so beastly as to lay hands on such a young child. The brutish blood-robed warrior's expression darkened, feeling utterly disrespected by the two. After all, this was a battlefield. Was it truly appropriate to engage in such flirtatious banter? The rugged-faced blood-robed warrior lunged forward once more. But this time his target was not Tang Mingxin. Rather, it was Chu Jianqiu. He deemed Tang Mingxin's prowess too formidable to contend with, while he considered Chu Jianqiu, a mere 4th-tier true Qi practitioner, an easy mark. With a swift strike, he could easily dispose of this pretty boy and vent his pent-up frustrations. Yet, before he could close the distance to Chu Jianqiu, a flash of crimson intercepted him, and a delicate little fist came crashing down upon him. The coarse-faced blood-robed warrior was sent flying by a single punch, while Tang Mingxin, rubbing her small fist, declared with a frost-laden countenance, "Dare to lay a hand on my man? You seek death." With that, she swiftly advanced, delivering another powerful blow toward the brutish warrior. Hearing Tang Mingxin's words, Chu Jianqiu could only place a hand to his forehead, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. This situation was becoming increasingly dire. If word of this spread, he would be utterly unable to maintain his dignity. Zhuoqiu Lian's crossed her arms, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Junior brother, impressive indeed. You ventured into the secret realm and returned with a little wife." Chu Jianqiu could not help but lament, "Senior sister Zhuoqiu, why do you join in this commotion? You know her temperament all too well. Did you truly take her seriously?" In truth, Zhuoqiu Lian's was merely a year or two younger than him. Yet due to her earlier initiation into the sect and her insistence on being addressed as senior sister, Chu Jianqiu found himself unable to resist. He realized that Zhuoqiu Lian's penchant for banter with Tang Mingxin stemmed from their surprisingly similar dispositions, though Lian's exhibited a hint more normalcy compared to Tang Mingxin. Zhuoqiu Lianzhu let out a couple of soft hums, her silence betraying a palpable dissatisfaction. Bang! The flash of the crimson cloak and the petite figure engaged in a fierce battle, shaking the mountains and stirring up clouds of dust. Boom! Another resounding thud echoed as the two figures suddenly parted ways. The rugged-faced warrior in the blood-red robe bore several bruises on his face and appeared disheveled, his clothing tattered and in disarray. In contrast, Tang Mingxin's red attire, though slightly ruffled, showed no signs of injury, clearly indicating her dominance in the recent skirmish. Tang Mingxin rubbed her delicate little fists and let out a couple of triumphant hums, her face alight with pride. Having just consumed a substantial quantity of energy-boosting pills, she was in dire need of a battle to assimilate the immense potency within her body. Her internal energy surged to its zenith, with an abundance of medicinal power continuously transforming into a steady stream of true energy. The rugged warrior in the blood robe was hardly her match. The rugged-faced warrior's expression darkened, his frustration reaching a boiling point. In terms of combat prowess, he believed himself not inferior to Tang Mingxin. However, this peculiar young girl seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of true energy. He had merely faltered as the battle progressed, his energy waning, allowing Tang Mingxin to capitalize on the opportunity to land a few strikes. The humiliation he felt was unprecedented. To be defeated by a mere 12 or 13-year-old girl was a disgrace he could scarcely endure. "Altogether now, let us eliminate them," the rugged warrior bellowed, his disbelief fueling his anger as he doubted the strength of the others compared to that of the crimson-clad girl, given their prowess in numbers. Past experiences suggested that they could easily overpower the warriors of the Xianjian sect. Under the command of the rugged-faced blood-robed warrior, the blood-robed fighters surged forward, plunging both sides into a fierce battle. However, contrary to the expectations of the rugged-faced blood-robed warrior, the clash did not result in a one-sided domination. Instead, both factions found themselves in a stalemate. As the conflict intensified, the Blood Fiend sect surprisingly began to falter, with several blood-robed warriors falling to the hands of the Xianjian sect disciples. The rugged-faced blood-robed warrior was taken aback, pondering the nature of the adversaries he faced. They were nothing like the Xianjian sect disciples he had encountered in the past. Little did he know that even the weakest among this group were ranked within the top 100 of the inner disciples of the Xianjian sect. These were among the most elite practitioners of the inner sect, and while the strength of the blood-robed warriors was commendable, it paled in comparison to the top-tier elites of the Xianjian sect. After half an hour, the blood-robed warriors of the Blood Fiend sect faced a catastrophic defeat, suffering casualties that exceeded half their ranks under the relentless assault of the Xianjian sect. The rugged-faced blood-robed warrior's expression turned grim, though reluctant. He had no choice but to order a retreat. Continuing the fight would likely result in the demise of his entire contingent that day. Upon witnessing the retreat of the blood-robed warriors, the Xianjian sect members chose not to pursue. Despite inflicting significant losses on the blood-robed warriors, they too had paid a considerable price in this encounter. Aside from 2 or 3 disciples who perished at the hands of those blood-robed warriors, more than half of the remaining individuals sustained grave injuries. They had not yet fully recuperated from the fierce battle at Xianlong Mountain, and this new confrontation proved to be quite arduous. Should they recklessly pursue, they would likely incur an even greater toll. As the group tended to the battlefield and took a moment to rest, Shui Lian and Ma Jingyao stealthily approached Chu Jianqiu. "Brother Tianxue," Shui Lian whispered, adopting a furtive demeanor. Chu Jianqiu was momentarily taken aback. This fellow had indeed recognized him. "Perhaps you have mistaken the person, for I am Chu Jianqiu, not Brother Tianxue," he replied, maintaining his composure. Seeing Chu Jianqiu's denial, Shui Lian grew anxious and insisted, "Brother Tianxue, please do not conceal your identity any longer. I recognized your voice at once. I have urgent matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Chu Jianqiu had no choice but to inquire, "What is it that you seek?" Given that his identity as a talisman master had already been exposed, it was likely that others had surmised he was the one crafting these talismans. Continuing to hide this identity seemed increasingly unnecessary. Do you still have any talismans for sale? Particularly the flash escape talismans? Shui Lian exclaimed with delight upon Chu Jianqiu's acknowledgement, feeling a renewed sense of hope. Chu Jianqiu cast a glance at him and remarked, I do have the spirit talismans, but as for the price. Shui Lian quickly interjected, I know. The flash escape talisman is worth 1,000 contribution points, the golden shield talisman 300, and the strengthening talisman 500. He was no stranger to the pricing of these talismans, having conducted multiple transactions with Chu Jianqiu previously. Chu Jianqiu waved his hand, interrupting him. Those are the prices outside the secret realm. Given the current circumstances, the prices here cannot remain the same. The flash escape talisman will cost 5,000 contribution points, the golden shield talisman 1,500, and the strengthening talisman 2,500. Upon hearing this, Shui Liang's expression turned sour as he exclaimed, Brother Tianshui, you cannot exploit the situation and raise the prices so exorbitantly. Unmoved, Chu Jianqiu dismissed him with a wave. Exploiting the situation? Buy if you wish. Or don't. It's not as though I am begging you to purchase. Surely, the price of these talismans within the secret realm cannot be equated to their value outside. Outside, he could continuously exchange contribution points for materials to craft talismans, but within this realm, his supply was limited. Although he had prepared a substantial number of talismans before entering the secret realm, if they were intended for sale, the sheer number of disciples from the Xiansword sect would ensure that no matter how many talismans he possessed, it would never suffice. Setting the prices higher would at least deter the majority of disciples. 5,000 contribution points, even for disciples at the 9th level of Vitality realm, constitutes a considerable fortune. Shui Lian immediately felt a sense of defeat. The tone of the speaker unmistakably belonged to Brother Tianshui. Nevertheless, he sought to negotiate. 5,000 contribution points for a single flash escape talisman was excessively dear. Brother Tianshui, could you perhaps offer a discount, considering my status as a loyal customer? Shui Lian implored, still unwilling to concede. Chu Jianqiu glanced at him and replied, It is precisely because of your status as a loyal customer that I am willing to sell to you. Were it anyone else, I would not entertain such a transaction. Here, contribution points hold little significance. One's life is of utmost importance. If you have no intention of purchasing, do not waste my time. With that, Chu Jianqiu feigned irritation, preparing to dismiss him. These two undoubtedly possessed numerous valuable items. They simply hesitated to part with them. If he did not employ some cunning, they would continue to hoard their treasures. Upon hearing this, Shui Lian quickly donned a smile, saying, Brother Tianshui, please do not be angry. I shall buy it. I shall buy it. Yet, he soon wore a troubled expression and asked, Might it be possible to substitute with other items? The truth was, before entering, they had exchanged all their contribution points for resources, artifacts, or elixirs. Now, both he and Ma Jingyao found themselves utterly penniless, lacking even a single contribution point. During their half-month in the secret realm, while they had indeed slain numerous disciples of the Blood Fiend sect, those achievements could only be converted into contribution points upon exiting the secret realm and returning to their sect. Chu Jianqiu smiled slightly and said, That can be arranged. As with last time, simply show me what you have. If there is something I require, I shall appraise it. And you may exchange it for an equivalent value in spirit talismans. Although Chu Jianqiu required a substantial amount of contribution points, whether for perusing the ancient texts in the library, crafting talismans, setting up formations, or refining elixirs, he found himself depleting vast resources, all of which necessitated a significant amount of contribution points to sustain. Thus, Chu Jianqiu would never complain about having too many contribution points. However, in comparison to these points, he was far more intrigued by the possessions of his companions. The items they had previously exchanged had already proven to be of tremendous utility. Shui Lian's serpent heaven scale armor had played a crucial role in withstanding the strike from that formidable sea demon, while Ma Jingyao's soul mirage wood was the essential material for crafting the illusory formation. Shui Lian discreetly surveyed their surroundings before whispering, Brother Tianshui, could we have a moment to converse privately? Despite having learned Chu Jianqiu's true name, Shui Lian still preferred to address him as Brother Tianshui. Chu Jianqiu glanced around. They were amidst a throng of disciples from the Xianjian sect, and any clandestine transaction would undoubtedly attract attention. Internally, he mused about Shui Lian's furtive intentions, but he nonetheless followed him to a secluded spot away from the crowd. Tang Mingxin, filled with curiosity, yearned to follow, yet ultimately quelled her inquisitiveness under the threat of Chu Jianqiu's gathering chi pill. Observing the trio's secretive demeanor, Zuoqiu Lianzhu frowned, but ultimately restrained her desire to investigate further. After all, she was not an innocent girl like Tang Mingxin, completely oblivious to the ways of the world. Since Chu Jianqiu wished to keep their activities a secret, it would be unwise for her to pry into matters that did not concern her. Even if Chu Jianqiu might not express his displeasure overtly, an invisible chasm would inevitably form between them. Zhuo Lianzu understood the importance of discretion in certain matters. As the three of them distanced themselves from the crowd by nearly a mile, Chu Jianqiu turned to Shui Lian and said, "Speak up. What is it that requires such secrecy?" With a flick of his wrist, Shui Lian conjured a substantial piece of, or that emanated a mysterious aura. The emergence of this stone caused a subtle ripple in the surrounding space. "Shumi stone," Chu Jianqiu exclaimed in astonishment. Even with his extensive knowledge and experience, the sight of this stone left him profoundly shaken. Shumi stone is an exceedingly rare and invaluable mineral, naturally imbued with spatial properties, making it a crucial material for crafting spatial artifacts. In the hands of an artisan skilled in spatial runes, this mineral is nothing short of a priceless treasure, as spatial artifacts are extraordinarily precious and scarce. In the entire Deqian dynasty, it would be a challenge to find even a few such artifacts. Although Chu Jianqiu possessed the immense spatial treasure known as the Chaos Supreme Tower, its existence must remain concealed. To divert attention from the Chaos Supreme Tower, he needed to acquire other spatial artifacts. Otherwise, prolonged scrutiny would arouse suspicion regarding his unusual circumstances. Such a sizable piece of Shumi stone could indeed be utilized to forge several spatial artifacts. Regarding the spatial runes required for the refinement of spatial artifacts, this most precious and critical aspect is the least of Chu Jianqiu's concerns. Within the Chaos Supreme Tower resides an extensive collection of nearly all runes known in this world. However, the runes pertaining to time and space are particularly enigmatic and elusive. Even with Chu Jianqiu's profound comprehension, deciphering these runes proves to be somewhat arduous. Nevertheless, he is not troubled by the prospect of failing to grasp these runes. As his understanding of rune formations deepens, he is confident that he will eventually unravel their complexities. He possesses the esteemed inheritance of the myriad source flow rune formations, and under the continual purging of his soul within the Chaos Supreme Tower, both his spirit and comprehension are steadily enhancing. Mastering those time-space runes is merely a matter of time. Chu Jianqiu also observed an intriguing detail. The Shumi stone had materialized in Shui Lian's hands seemingly out of thin air. Being the owner of the Chaos Supreme Tower, he is well acquainted with such phenomena, which clearly indicates the use of a spatial artifact. A glance at Shui Lian revealed that this fellow is quite adept at concealing his abilities. Possessing a spatial artifact suggests that his fortunes in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm are far from ordinary. Shui Lian raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Indeed. Brother Tianshui has remarkable insight," instantly recognizing this as a Shumi stone. Chu Jianqiu replied with a smile, "Brother Shui, presenting such a valuable item, surely your intentions extend beyond merely exchanging it for a few spirit runes?" Despite the scarcity of such an extraordinary material as the Shumi stone, and the limited number of artifact refiners in the entire Deqian dynasty who understand how to forge spatial artifacts, its value remains undiminished. No one would disdain such an item. If it were to be auctioned, it could easily fetch an astronomical price. Although my collection of spirit talismans is undoubtedly precious, they are merely second-tier talismans and pale in comparison to such an exceedingly rare material. Even if I were to wager all my talismans, I might barely manage to exchange them for this piece of Shumi stone. However, for an individual, an accumulation of talismans loses its value, as one cannot possibly expend such a vast quantity in any circumstance. Given Shui Lian's astuteness, he would not engage in such a losing transaction. Flushing with embarrassment, Shui Lian scratched his head, feeling slightly mortified that his intentions had been so easily discerned. After a moment of hesitation, he waved his hand, and suddenly, more than 10 large bags appeared on the ground. As these bags materialized, the surrounding space was instantly suffused with a dense, eerie aura of blood malice, causing the nearby flora to wither at a visibly accelerated pace. Witnessing this scene, Chu Jianqiu felt a shiver run down his spine. Even though he had never encountered blood malice mystical liquid before, he instinctively recognized that these bags contained just that. This particular aura was all too familiar to him. He had experienced a similar, potent venomous presence from his master, Cui Yayan. Although the blood malice Qingming poison that afflicted her was exponentially more concentrated and lethal than this blood malice mystical liquid, Chu Jianqiu cast a glance at the blood evil Xuanma liquid strewn across the ground. The 10 or so bags contained at least 100 gene each. According to the bounty rewards issued by the Xinjian sect, a single gene of the blood evil Xuanma liquid could be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points. Thus, The mere presence of this liquid on the ground could yield over 100,000 contribution points, an astonishing fortune indeed. The blood evil Xuanma liquid is scattered throughout the deep mountains and marshes of the Nuze secret realm, detectable only by the blood evil sect, leaving the disciples of the Xinjian sect unaware of its locations beforehand. Consequently, if they wished to acquire this precious liquid, they would have to seize it from the disciples of the blood evil sect. It was evident that this individual, possessing such an abundance of blood evil Xuanma liquid, must have vanquished numerous disciples of the blood evil sect, which explained the intense hatred those blood-robed warriors harbored towards the two of them. However, Chu Jianqiu had underestimated their capacity for mischief. After revealing the 10 bags of blood evil Xuanma liquid, Shui Lian waved his hand, producing a blood-red orb emanating a potent crimson glow. The malevolent force radiating from this blood-red orb was more than 10 times stronger than that of the blood evil Xuanma liquid. Upon seeing the orb, Chu Jianqiu's pupils involuntarily constricted. He could not help but admire the two's prowess in procuring such a rare item. This blood-red orb, known as the blood evil chili pearl, was the essence derived from the blood evil Xuanma liquid, possessing a toxicity far exceeding that of the liquid itself by 100-fold. To concoct the blood evil Qingming poison, capable of threatening those of the Yuandan realm, one would require at least 1,000 gene of the blood evil Xuanma liquid, accompanied by a significant risk of failure. However, if one were to utilize the blood slaughter redly pearl for refinement, merely 10 pieces would suffice to concoct the blood slaughter Qingming poison, which poses a formidable threat to those at the Yuandan realm. Yet, procuring such blood slaughter redly pearls is exceedingly arduous. Even disciples of the blood slaughter sect must pay a substantial price to obtain them. In this particular mission, the reward for acquiring a single blood slaughter redly pearl is a staggering 150,000 contribution points, second only to the reward for obtaining the Tianjizu analog grass. Securing more than 3 would grant the same reward privileges as the Tianjizu analog grass, bestowing not only a considerable amount of contribution points, but also the opportunity to become a direct disciple of the 7 peaks of the Xinjian sect. Shui Lian, having seized this item from the hands of a blood slaughter sect disciple, has undoubtedly become a target of their ire. It is likely that he has become a thorn in their side, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, universally reviled. Brother Shui must have faced the wrath of those blood-robe warriors more than once, mused Chu Jianqiu, casting a glance at Shui Lian. Shui Lian chuckled awkwardly and remarked, "For some reason, these disciples of the blood slaughter sect seem particularly fixated on us, relentlessly pursuing us." Chu Jianqiu could only shake his head in disbelief. These two were audacious indeed, daring to confront the disciples of the blood slaughter sect despite their own meager strength. "What is Brother Shui's plan?" Chu Jianqiu inquired, gesturing towards the piece of shumi stone in Shui Lian's hand. Upon addressing serious matters, Shui Lian immediately concealed the smile from his face and solemnly stated, "I shan't conceal the truth from you, Brother Chu. We have thoroughly provoked the disciples of the blood slaughter sect, and now we find ourselves fleeing in all directions to escape their pursuit." As the conversation turned serious, he refrained from addressing Chu Jianqiu as Brother Tianshui, recognizing that it was merely a pseudonym he had once adopted. In matters of gravity, it was only fitting to address him by his true name, which reflected sincerity. Chu Jianqiu nodded in acknowledgement. "I can see that." Chapter 101. The transaction. Shui Lian's expression darkened, feeling the sting of the truth. However, he was well acquainted with Chu Jianqiu's manner of speaking and chose not to take offense. Instead, he continued, "Given our current predicament, it is somewhat challenging for us to survive solely on our individual strengths. Thus, I propose an alliance, where we may mutually support one another." Shui Lian's decision to ally with Chu Jianqiu, even at the cost of revealing his possession of a spatial artifact to demonstrate his earnestness, stemmed from 2 key reasons. Firstly, it was due to Chu Jianqiu's identity as a spirit rune master. Forging a bond with someone possessing such enigmatic and formidable abilities would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Secondly, it was influenced by his observations of Chu Jianqiu's relationships with Zui Qiu Lianzhu and Tang Ningxing. If there were individuals within the Xinjian sect who could inspire confidence, they would undoubtedly be from the 4th and 7th peaks. Although the disciples of the 4th peak exhibited somewhat reckless and radical tendencies, they were also the most trustworthy in times of peril. Even the esteemed Xianyuan Sword Peak, led by the sect masters Wuqiu, pales in comparison to the 4th and 7th peaks in this regard. It is precisely because he observed the relationship between Chu Jianqiu, Zui Qiu Lianzhu, and Tang Ningxing that Shui Lian was able to place such unwavering trust in Chu Jianqiu. Moreover, having engaged with Chu Jianqiu on 2 occasions, Shui Lian found him to be somewhat unscrupulous in business, yet ultimately trustworthy in character. Having resolved to ally with Chu Jianqiu, Shui Lian was determined to lay bare some of his own secrets, for without a demonstration of sincerity, it would be difficult to gain one's trust. Chu Jianqiu did not hesitate long before acquiescing. In truth, even if Shui Lian had not taken such steps, he would not have remained passive should the blood-robed warriors of the Bloodslaughter sect come after them. However, Shui Lian did not consider this gesture superfluous. The alliance between them and mutual trust were of paramount importance. Should he fail to secure Chu Jianqiu's confidence, it would be exceedingly precarious to entrust one another's backs in times of peril, a potentially fatal risk. Given that Shui Lian demonstrated such insight, Chu Jianqiu reciprocated by sharing a portion of his various spiritual talismans with the two. As Shui Lian and Ma Jingyao gazed at the talismans they had acquired, their faces lit up with joy. These talismans significantly bolstered their sense of security. The more they utilized these talismans, the more they appreciated their efficacy. And in a confrontation with the disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect, Shui Lian seized the opportunity to snatch the Bloodslaughter red separation pearl from the hands of a disciple, thanks to the element of surprise afforded by the flash escape talisman. However, during their previous entanglement with the disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect, both of them had exhausted their talismans. It was precisely for this reason that they appeared so beleaguered when pursued by the disciples later on. Shui Lian glanced at the considerable number of talismans in his possession, and a surge of confidence welled up within him. With their current strength, if they possessed an ample supply of talismans, they would not fear the blood-robed warriors of the Bloodslaughter sect. Shui Lian had not anticipated that Chu Jianqiu would carry such a vast array of talismans. Had he known the sheer quantity of talismans Chu Jianqiu possessed, he would have been confident in his ability to survive solely on his own merits, even without relying on an alliance with him. Nevertheless, Shui Lian felt no regret in producing the precious Shumi stone. Despite its value, it held no utility for him in his hands. To him, the worth of the Shumi stone paled in comparison to the talismans possessed by Chu Jianqiu. The stone was merely expensive. While each talisman served as a crucial lifeline, there was no ambiguity in Shui Lian's mind regarding their significance. If one could not safeguard their own life, what use was an abundance of wealth? Shui Lian felt a slight pang of regret for revealing the existence of a spatial treasure, yet his mindset quickly shifted back. If he could forge a good relationship with Chu Jianqiu, what did it matter if his spatial treasure was exposed? It would simply be a gamble. Should he win, he would undoubtedly emerge prosperous from this trial in the news a secret realm. If he lost, it would only cost him his life. Without the spiritual talismans provided by Chu Jianqiu, both he and Ma Jingyao would have undoubtedly succumbed to the relentless pursuit of the Bloodslaughter sect's disciples. Chu Jianqiu stowed away the block of Shumi stone, which measured several feet in size. It was impractical to conceal it within his garments. Given that Shui Lian had not concealed the existence of spatial treasures before him, Chu Jianqiu decided to forego any pretense. With a flick of his hand, the Shumi stone vanished from sight. Witnessing this, Shui Lian felt a surge of elation as the weight that had burdened his heart was lifted. Since Chu Jianqiu possessed his own spatial treasure, he need not worry about any covetous intentions towards his own. Although Shui Lian had yet to witness Chu Jianqiu in action, he harbored no contempt due to the latter's cultivation being only at the 4th level of Qi realm. A person who could command the attention of both Zuoqiu Lian's and Tang Ningxin at such a level could hardly be considered ordinary. Even if his cultivation was modest, he surely possessed exceptional attributes. Shui Lian waved his hand to retrieve the blood-slaughtered Xuanma liquid from the ground, as well as the blood-slaughtered Qi Li pearl in his grasp, back into his spatial treasure. Upon their return to the crowd, Tang Ningxin approached curiously and inquired of Chu Jianqiu. Chu Jianqiu, what were you two up to, sneaking around for so long? Chu Jianqiu affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling as he replied, why is a child so curious about the affairs of adults? Tang Ningxin swatted his hand away, vexed, and retorted, if you continue to treat me like a child, I shall not hesitate to give you a beating. Chu Jianqiu refrained from continuing the frivolity with Tang Ningxin and instead offered a brief explanation of their current situation to Zuoqiu Lian's and the others, urging them to remain vigilant. Although they had gathered the elite of the inner disciples from the Xinjiang sect, they dared not let their guard down in the face of the Bloodslaughter sect. The number of disciples from the Bloodslaughter sect entering the News a secret realm was estimated to be comparable to that of the Xinjiang sect. Yet their overall strength was significantly greater. Should they find themselves encircled and outmaneuvered by the Bloodslaughter sect, even their formidable abilities would be of little help, and they would likely suffer considerable losses. Upon hearing Chu Jianqiu's words, Zuoqiu Lian's and Tan Yoxin naturally heightened their vigilance. But Bu Feiyue and the others were somewhat dismissive. Given the strength they had amassed, they believed that even if the Bloodslaughter sect dared to invade, they could easily repel the attack. Chu Jianqiu's concerns seemed to them nothing more than unfounded fears. Chapter 102. Conflict. Noticing the skepticism of Bu Feiyue and his companions. Chu Jianqiu chose not to elaborate further. He had said what needed to be said, and if these individuals were intent on courting disaster, it was beyond his control. After a day of rest, everyone had mostly recovered. Throughout that day, there had been no incidents of disciples from the Bloodslaughter sect launching an attack, leading Bu Feiyue and his peers to scoff at Chu Jianqiu's warnings from the previous night. With the immediate threat dissipated, their thoughts turned to the Tianji Zuanyulong grass that Chu Jianqiu possessed. Junior brother Chu, you should bring out the Tianji Zuanyulong grass now, Bu Feiyue remarked indifferently. Fixing his gaze on Chu Jianqiu, the celestial dragon grass was harvested by my junior disciple. On what grounds should it be relinquished? Before Chu Jianqiu could speak, Zuoqiu Lianzhu already responded with a cold smile. Indeed, that belongs to my man. How dare you covet it? Are you seeking death? Tang Ningxin crossed her arms, casting a frosty glare at Bu Feiyue. Chu Jianqiu's expression darkened. With such a lively character on his hands, he felt as if he were on the brink of despair. Bu Feiyue's forehead throbbed with tension. Faced with Tang Ningxin, the unreasonable little tyrant, he found himself at a loss. However, it was evidently out of the question for him to concede so easily. One cannot articulate it in such a manner. Although the celestial dragon grass was ultimately obtained by junior brother Chu, we have all contributed significantly. Zuoqiu's dismissal of our collective efforts is rather disheartening. At the very least, if junior brother Chu feasts, we should be allowed to savor a sip of the broth, Bu Feiyue remarked nonchalantly. His words immediately stirred a response among the disciples. The allure of the reward associated with the celestial dragon grass was simply too tempting for anyone to resist. If Chu Jianqiu were to monopolize such a monumental achievement, they would indeed feel a sense of injustice. Moreover, as junior brother Chu is already a direct disciple of the fourth peak, he ought to share this opportunity with his fellow brothers and sisters. Bu Feiyue followed up with this even more piercing statement. As expected, upon hearing his words, the disciples erupted in fervor. Bu Shixiao speaks the truth. You are already direct disciples. What use do you have for this celestial dragon grass? It should be bestowed upon us. Indeed, it is unreasonable for you, the favored disciples, to monopolize all the benefits. Surrender the celestial dragon grass. Zuoqiu Lianzhu cast a frigid gaze upon Bu Feiyue, recognizing the ulterior motives lurking within him. His intentions were treacherous, deserving of punishment, especially in this perilous environment where he sought to sow discord among fellow disciples. Were they outside the confines of the Nuze secret realm, she would not hesitate to eliminate him with a single strike. However, given the current circumstances, internal strife could not be tolerated. Any aggression towards Bu Feiyue would undoubtedly fracture their team. Moreover, having sealed her own cultivation level, her strength had diminished significantly. Engaging Bu Feiyue would not guarantee her an overwhelming advantage, for he was a formidable force, ranked 30th among the inner disciples. What do you propose? Zuoqiu Lianzhu inquired coldly, fixing her gaze on Bu Feiyue. Despite the pressure emanating from her stare, Bu Feiyue showed no sign of retreat. While Zuoqiu Lianzhu was a direct disciple of the fourth peak, he was a law enforcement disciple of the discipline hall, under the jurisdiction of Li Yuanqing from the second peak. Even should he offend Zuoqiu Lianzhu, the backing of the second peak would shield him. Furthermore, Si Fengpa had already caught the attention of the second peak's master, Li Yuanqing, and becoming a direct disciple of the second peak was nearly a certainty. As long as he fulfilled his obligations for Si Fengpa, he would not be disregarded. Junior brother Chu ought to surrender the celestial dragon grass. As for the contribution points, we will find a way to gather the 50,000 required, ensuring that junior brother Chu does not suffer any loss. Bu Feiyue stated with a smile. As long as the Tianji Xianlong grass is in their possession, the contribution value will be entirely at their discretion. Although he claimed he would gather 500,000 contribution points for Chu Jianqiu, he did not specify when this would be accomplished, whether in 10 years, 50 years, or even 100 years. It remains their prerogative. What if we refuse to comply? Zuoqiu Lianzhu said coldly. We sincerely hope that junior brother Chu will consider this matter carefully, lest it disrupt the harmony among fellow disciples. Chu Jianqiu, a robust man, was criticized by Bu Feiyue with a sneer for constantly hiding behind women. With his words, the disciples beside him pressed forward, their demeanor aggressive, as if ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Chu Jianqiu waved his hand dismissively and replied calmly, You need not concern yourselves with the Tianji Xianlong grass. It is mine, and no one shall take it from me. As for the contribution points, I may be willing to part with some. Hearing this, Zuoqiu Lianzhu breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Chu Jianqiu might yield to pressure and surrender the Tianji Xianlong grass. In this situation, aside from Chu Jianqiu. She trusted no one, particularly the inner disciples affiliated with the second peak. Should Bu Feiyue and his group acquire the Tianji Xianlong grass, its safe return to Xianjian sect would be uncertain, even if it were successfully delivered. With the existing tensions between Li Yuanqing and the fourth peak, he would struggle to navigate the intricacies of those relations, potentially forcing the fourth peak to relinquish substantial interests. Thus, Zhuo Lianzhu absolutely forbade the Tianji Xianlong grass from falling into the hands of Bu Feiyue and his companions. Upon hearing that Chu Jianqiu was willing to compensate with contribution points, most disciples abandoned their thoughts of further contention. After all, there was only one Tianji Xianlong grass, and even if they managed to claim it, only one among them could become a direct disciple. As long as Chu Jianqiu was willing to make concessions regarding the contribution points, there was no need for them to offend Zhuo Lianzhu over Bu Feiyue. Zhuo Lianzhu was not someone to be trifled with. If her current cultivation level had not been sealed, leaving her at the 9th level of true qi, they would not have even dared to speak up, let alone oppose her. Witnessing this scene, Bu Feiyue felt a surge of anxiety. He could not fathom that Chu Jianqiu would be willing to relinquish the contribution rewards. After all, for Chu Jianqiu, he was already a direct disciple, and the title of direct disciple was of little consequence. What mattered to him were the substantial contribution rewards. If Chu Jianqiu distributed these rewards, then Bu Feiyue would gain no tangible benefit from obtaining the Tianji Xianlong grass. It would mean that after taking such a significant risk to procure the grass from the clutches of a formidable demon at the transformation stage, he would have labored in vain. Chapter 103, The Blood Web of Earth Spirits. Your claims are unfounded. What if you deny it upon leaving the Xianzhe secret realm? The best solution is to have an intermediary safeguard the Tianji Xianlong grass. I believe entrusting it to senior brother Luan would be prudent, ensuring that we all feel secure. Yet, Bu Feiyue remained undeterred, still intent on seizing the Tianji Xianlong grass from Chu Jianqiu. Chu Jianqiu squinted slightly and remarked, I have already bestowed my contribution points upon you. Should you persist in your unreasonable antics, things may turn rather unpleasant. Bu Feiyue, taken aback, quickly grew indignant. When did you bestow us any contribution points? I am unaware of such a transaction. Fellow disciples, have you received any? The other disciples erupted in a cacophony of confusion upon hearing Chu Jianqiu's statement. Do not presume, just because you are an inner disciple, that you can toy with us. If you provoke me, whether you are an inner disciple or someone of high stature, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Chu, at the very least, we assisted you in obtaining the celestial dragon herb. To jest with us in such a manner is utterly excessive. Hand over the celestial dragon herb at once. Or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Observing the fervent crowd of disciples, Chu Jianqiu remained unfazed and smiled calmly. I trust you all remember that prior to our expedition to Xianlong Mountain, I provided each of you with a swift escape talisman. Bu Feiyue scoffed derisively. Do not attempt to divert the topic. Even if you did give us a swift escape talisman, what of it? Chu Jianqiu replied nonchalantly. Each swift escape talisman is valued at 10,000 contribution points. That, my dear disciples, is the contribution I have granted you. Shui Lian and Ma Jingyao gasped in astonishment upon hearing this revelation. This was indeed a shrewd maneuver. It appeared that Tian Shui was quite magnanimous compared to his ruthless dealings. Bu Feiyue, incensed by this statement, retorted, the selling price of a swift escape talisman is merely 1,000 contribution points. How could it possibly be so exorbitant? Chu Jianqiu coldly remarked, the price of this flash escape talisman stands as it is. If you feel it is unjust, you may return the talisman, and I shall compensate you with 10,000 contribution points. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, yet none chose to return the talisman to Chu Jianqiu. Within the inner sect, the circulation of flash escape talismans was scarce, and most among them had not acquired one. After witnessing the talisman's effectiveness, they became even more reluctant to part with such a vital item for survival. Although 10,000 contribution points represented a substantial fortune, in their current predicament, life evidently outweighed wealth. A single flash escape talisman could potentially save their lives at a critical moment, whereas the contribution points held little value in this context. Despite the anguish of trading 10,000 contribution points for a talisman, after much deliberation, no one returned it to Chu Jianqiu. Originally, Zhuo Lianzhu believed that Chu Jianqiu would suffer a significant loss, feeling a twinge of guilt. After all, even as a direct disciple of the fourth peak, hundreds of thousands of contribution points constituted a considerable wealth for her. She worried about how Chu Jianqiu would amass such a vast sum, unaware that he had already laid the groundwork. As for the flash escape talismans given away, Chu Jianqiu had no intention of reclaiming them. considering them gifts for their assistance in harvesting the Tianji Xuanalong grass. He had initially intended to remember their kindness for their substantial help during the harvest, but now, those talismans served as a means of repaying those favors. Should these individuals require talismans amidst the ensuing crisis, they must resort to barter. And whether they are willing to sell depends on their mood. Bu Feiyue clearly did not anticipate such a turn of events, and a wave of anxiety washed over him as he pondered alternative schemes to confront Chu Jianqiu. At that moment, Shui Lian, standing nearby, suddenly exclaimed, "Everyone, be cautious. The enemy is approaching." Upon hearing Shui Lian's warning, the group became alert, glancing around to witness a series of ominous bloodlines appearing on the ground. These dense and eerie bloodlines intertwined to form a blood net, advancing menacingly towards them. The bloodlines spread with astonishing speed, and before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, they had already reached their feet. "This is the blood net of the blood fiend sect. Everyone, be wary," Shui Lian shouted. During his time in the Nuze secret realm, he had encountered disciples of the blood fiend sect most frequently, and in terms of familiarity with their techniques, none among them could rival his knowledge. Swoosh! Just as Shui Lian's voice fell, the bloodlines suddenly shot up from the ground, piercing towards all present. Despite their prior caution, several disciples were struck through their bodies, succumbing immediately. Swoosh! More than 10 bloodlines surged upwards, aiming directly at Chu Jianqiu. Just as Chu Jianqiu prepared to evade, he felt a subtle tremor within his bloodline, causing those 10 bloodlines that sought to pierce him to recoil in fear, hastily veering away as if they had encountered a formidable adversary. Not only that, but all the bloodlines within 3 zhang of Chu Jianqiu retreated in fear, like venomous snakes and scorpions, choosing to circumvent him entirely. Within that 3 zhang radius, not a single bloodline dared to approach. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of surprise crossed Chu Jianqiu's mind. Could it be that the reason these bloodlines recoiled was due to the Chaos Supreme bloodline coursing through his veins? Realizing that these bloodlines posed no threat to him, he chose to disregard them and raised his gaze to survey his surroundings. The others, however, were far from as composed as Chu Jianqiu. In the brief span of time, several individuals had already perished beneath the onslaught of those bloodlines. Zuoqiu Lianzhu and Tang Ning Xian, although also pressured by the bloodlines to a certain extent, found themselves in no immediate danger. With a single stroke of her sword, Zuoqiu Lianzhu unleashed a ferocious wave of sword energy, instantly slicing the bloodlines aimed at her into countless fragments, while Tang Ning Xian wielded her delicate fists to shatter the approaching bloodlines into dust. Yet, Tan Yoxin's situation was less favorable. Although her rank stood at 45th among the inner disciples, her strength paled in comparison to that of Zuoqiu Lianzhu and Tang Ning Xian, rendering her helpless against the relentless assault of the bloodlines. As she severed the bloodlines attacking her front, she found herself unable to evade those striking from behind, and it appeared she was on the verge of meeting her demise. At that critical moment, a sudden flash of white appeared, blocking her rear. The swiftly advancing bloodlines recoiled as if struck by lightning. Witnessing this scene, Tan Yoxin felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. This was the second time Chu Jianqiu had saved her life. Chapter 104. The Blood Net and the Nightmares of the Demon Louse. As the onlookers beheld this scene, their hearts brimmed with astonishment, pondering the nature of the situation. The bloodlines, which had thrown everyone into disarray and confusion, appeared to harbor an inexplicable dread towards Chu Jianqiu. Zuoqiu Lianzhu glanced at Chu Jianqiu, sensing an ever-deepening mystery surrounding her junior disciple, filled with elements beyond her comprehension. What manner of enigma had their master chosen this time? Nevertheless, the greater Chu Jianqiu's power, the more beneficial it would be for the Xinjian sect, and thus Zuoqiu Lianzhu felt a natural satisfaction in his prowess. Shui Lian, witnessing the unfolding events, was left momentarily dumbfounded. "Brother Tianxue, you truly are formidable. This is quite astonishing," he exclaimed. "Everyone, we must vacate this area swiftly, otherwise these bloodlines will multiply and become increasingly insurmountable." Having previously suffered greatly beneath the influence of the Earth Spirit blood net, Shui Lian was acutely aware of its tenacity. He recalled an incident when he and a group of 20 to 30 disciples from the Xinjian sect encountered this very net. Ultimately, only he and Ma Jingyao emerged alive, while the others perished beneath the relentless assault of the bloodlines. Their survival was attributed to the escape talisman provided by Chu Jianqiu. Amidst the intensifying barrage of bloodline attacks, only a select few disciples of remarkable strength, such as Zuoqiu Lianzhu, Tang Ningxin, and Luan Guanghui, could withstand the onslaught. The rest struggled futilely to hold their ground. The territory of the Earth Spirit Blood net spanned merely 300 zhang in radius. Once they evaded its grasp, they would be safe. Upon concluding his warning, Shui Lian produced the escape talisman, instantaneously vanishing from sight and reappearing beyond the 300 zhang perimeter. Upon witnessing the scene, many individuals swiftly utilized their teleportation talismans to move closer to Shui Lian. Chu Jianqiu glanced at Zuoqiu Lian's and the others, suggesting, "We should also proceed." Although the blood web posed no threat to him, there was no reason to linger within its confines. Who could predict what further anomalies might occur? Zuoqiu Lian's, Tang Ningxin, and Tan Yoxin nodded in agreement, using their teleportation talismans to join Chu Jianqiu. After arriving at their new location, they found that the ominous bloodlines did not follow. The group gazed at the distant, grotesque blood web, their hearts still tinged with trepidation. In this brief interval, 7 or 8 individuals had already perished beneath those bloodlines. Had it not been for Chu Jianqiu's teleportation talismans, they too might have met a similar fate. The group exchanged glances with Chu Jianqiu, silently grateful that they had not succumbed to folly by returning their talismans to him in exchange for a mere 1,000 contribution points. Otherwise, among the lifeless bodies scattered across the wilderness, they might have seen their own. This incident deepened their appreciation for the significance of Chu Jianqiu's teleportation talismans. From now on, they could never afford to offend him. Should he choose not to sell them talismans in the future, the consequences would be dire. Just as the group had escaped the bloodweb's grasp and were beginning to regain their composure, a dozen blood-colored figures slowly emerged from the forest opposite them, led by an extraordinarily alluring woman, bloodweb demon, Yao Yiming. Upon seeing this captivating figure, Shui Lian's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in alarm, "What is a bloodweb demon?" Tang Ningxin inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. The woman was named Lu Yemu, nicknamed the Bloodnet Demon. The Earth Spirit blood net that had just been deployed was her handiwork. Shui Lian's eyes betrayed a profound sense of vigilance. Among the disciples who had entered the New Zhe secret realm, there were others capable of setting up the Earth Spirit blood net. Yet Lu Yemu possessed the highest strength and the most enigmatic methods. Should they encounter someone else, they might retain a glimmer of hope, but facing Lu Yemu was perilous. With her prowess, she ranked among the top 3 among the disciples of the Blood Evil sect who had entered the New Zhe secret realm. The Enchanting Woman, referred to as the Bloodnet Demon by Shui Lian, led a group of over 10 blood-robed warriors as they slowly approached, casting a cold glance at Shui Lian. With an expressionless demeanor, she declared, "Hand over the Blood Evil Red Departure Pearl, and I shall leave you with a complete corpse." She had expended immense effort and resources to acquire that Blood Evil Red Departure Pearl, and before she could even grow accustomed to its presence, it had been snatched away by this detestable individual. She could not swallow this grievance. Previously, this man had inexplicably vanished using some means, allowing him to escape by mere chance. This time, having meticulously prepared and paid a heavy price to set up the Earth Spirit blood net, she had managed to eliminate merely 7 or 8 of her enemies, only for them to escape through such bizarre methods. Her fury reached a boiling point. The cost of deploying the Earth Spirit blood net was exorbitant, and it would be impossible for her to utilize it again in the short term. Nevertheless, even without the assistance of the Earth Spirit blood net, she was confident in her ability to annihilate her adversaries through sheer strength. Upon hearing Lu Yemu's words, the crowd turned in astonishment to gaze at Shui Lian. This fellow had actually seized the Blood Fiend Crimson Separation Pearl, an entity valued at a staggering 15,000 contribution points. Zuoqiu Lian's bambooed her eyes at Lu Yemu, revealing a profound sense of vigilance. The prowess of this enchanting woman was not to be underestimated. With sheer individual strength, she had unleashed a blood net that had thrown them all into disarray, resulting in the demise of 7 or 8 disciples. It is worth noting that these individuals were not ordinary warriors at the 9th level of the True Qi realm, but rather the elite among the inner disciples of the Xinjian sect. The fact that Lu Yemu could single-handedly slay so many disciples and force them into such a predicament, while there was indeed an element of surprise, was sufficient to attest to her formidable strength. Had her own cultivation not been restricted, Zuoqiu Lian's would have regarded her with disdain, yet given the current circumstances, even she harbored no confidence in defeating this enigmatic enchantress. Tang Ningxin, observing Lu Yemu, scratched her head with a petite hand and remarked to Chu Jianqiu, "Chu Jianqiu, this enchantress seems to possess considerable strength." Chu Jianqiu nodded in agreement, stating, "Not merely considerable, but exceedingly formidable." The impression Lu Yemu left him was exceedingly peculiar, and in the presence of such an adversary, Chu Jianqiu could not help but feel a subtle pressure. This woman's prowess far surpassed that of Ouyang Yuan, rendering her an opponent beyond his current capabilities. Without resorting to alternative means, Chu Jianqiu sensed he was no match for her. I shall test her depths, Tang Mingxin declared, raising her petite fist and darting forward, aiming a punch directly at Lu Yemo. Chu Jianqiu exclaimed urgently no. Yet, it was too late to intervene. Tang Mingxin had already launched her attack on Lu Yeming. Chu Jianqiu's expression turned grave. Tang Mingxin's actions seemed rather rash. Striking first, without having gauged her opponent's capabilities, might not guarantee an advantage. However, since Tang Mingxin had already initiated her assault, Chu Jianqiu could only focus intently on the unfolding confrontation, poised to assist at a moment's notice in case of unforeseen developments. Chapter 105. Confrontation. Lu Yeming gazed at the oncoming Tang Mingxin, a glint of cold light flickering in her eyes. With a swift motion of her hand, dozens of bloodlines intertwined to form a crimson net, descending upon Tang Mingxin. Although she could no longer manifest the Earth Spirit blood net for a widespread attack, executing this bloodline assault was still effortlessly within her grasp. Tang Mingxin unleashed a punch, her turbulent true energy colliding with the incoming bloodlines. However, this time, the bloodlines did not shatter as they had before. Instead, they merely swayed slightly before continuing their relentless advance toward her. A faint, chilling smile graced Lu Yeming's lips. Previously, when she had employed the Earth Spirit blood net, while the attack's range had expanded, the potency of each individual bloodline had undeniably diminished. Moreover, at that time, the Earth Spirit blood net had not yet been fully established, allowing Tang Mingxin to easily dismantle it. Now, however, these bloodlines, bolstered by her formidable true energy, had been refined to an unfathomable degree, making them far from easy prey for Tang Mingxin. Undeterred by the swiftly approaching bloodlines, Tang Mingxin evaded the razor-sharp tendrils as her delicate fists, unyielding and fierce, rained down upon Lu Yeming without reservation. Upon witnessing the confrontation between the two individuals, the blood-robed warriors surged forth, plunging into a chaotic melee. The strength of this contingent, led by Lu Yeming, far surpassed that of the previous blood-robed assailants who had pursued Shuelian. Although they were slightly outnumbered by the disciples of the Xinjian sect, their formidable prowess created an overwhelming advantage. As soon as the two sides clashed, the tide of battle quickly turned in favor of the blood-robed warriors. Except for a few, such as Zuoqiu Lianzhu and Luan Guanghui, who managed to hold their ground, the rest were utterly overwhelmed by the relentless assault of their adversaries. Zuoqiu Lianzhu demonstrated her usual formidable strength, single-handedly restraining 3 blood-robed warriors without faltering. Luan Guanghui also showcased commendable prowess, engaging 2 blood-robed warriors with apparent ease. However, Chu Jianqiu suspected that Luan Guanghui had been concealing his true capabilities, as he had not revealed his full strength during their encounters. Whether against the formidable sea demon at Xianlong Mountain or in subsequent battles, Bu Feiyue and Yin Junbai, facing a single blood-robed warrior, were able to match him evenly, each ranking among the top in the inner sect disciple leaderboard, one at 30th and the other at 37th. Conversely, Tan Yoxin struggled against the blood-robed warriors. Yet she was fortunate to possess several talismans from Chu Jianqiu, which often turned the tide in critical moments. Within the brief span of their engagement, she had successfully utilized her golden shield talisman to fend off multiple attacks from her opponent. Though Shuelian and Ma Jingyao were newly ascended warriors of the 9th level of True Qi, their combat prowess was not in the slightest inferior to that of Bu Feiyue. The synergy between the two was remarkable in their united front. They utterly thwarted the 3 blood-robed warriors who attempted to besiege them. Moreover, their familiarity with Chu Jianqiu's spiritual talismans was evident. During the skirmish, they seized the opportune moment to deploy a force-enhancing talisman, instantly doubling their strength. Caught off guard, the blood-robed warriors fell prey to their assault, resulting in the swift demise of 2 under their blades. The remaining blood-robed warrior, still reeling from shock, was pierced through the chest by 2 long swords. The ferocity of their combined assault immediately drew the attention of other blood-robed warriors, prompting 4 or 5 to abandon their opponents and converge upon them. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Xinjian sect, who had been struggling, found their burden eased with the reduction of adversaries, allowing them to hold their ground against the remaining blood-robed warriors due to their numerical advantage. However, the earlier overwhelming superiority of their foes had already claimed the lives of 3 or 4 of their own, and with those lost to Lu Yeming, the contingent of over 20 had dwindled to a mere 10. The blood-robed warriors regarded Chu Jianqiu with disdain, merely assigning one of their number to confront him. Yet, Chu Jianqiu refrained from engaging in combat. He evaded the attacks of the blood-robed warrior while maintaining his focus on the clash between Tang Mingxin and Lu Yeming. Although Tang Mingxin possessed formidable strength, she was still no match for Lu Yiming. Under the relentless assault of Lu Yiming's blood threads, she found herself in a precarious position. The blood-robed warrior battling against Chu Jianqiu, growing increasingly restless as he struggled to subdue a mere 4th-level Qi realm practitioner, felt a deep sense of humiliation. How could he, a 9th-level Qi realm warrior, be unable to capture such a seemingly feeble opponent? The thought of becoming a laughingstock among his peers was unbearable. Yet, Chu Jianqiu's agility was astonishing. He evaded even the slightest touch of the blood-robed warrior's grasp, leaving the latter feeling not only frustrated but also perplexed. Chu Jianqiu's prowess was at least on par with that of the blood-robed warrior, especially with the wind-soaring boots upon his feet and 2 spirit-traveling talismans affixed to him. Such swiftness rendered him uncatchable, not just by this blood-robed warrior, but perhaps even outpacing figures like Zuoqiu Lianzhe and Lu Yiming. After a protracted confrontation with Tang Ningxin, Lu Yiming had discerned the latter's capabilities and decided to abandon any restraint. The blood threads directed at Tang Ningxin surged suddenly, multiplying exponentially and descending upon her like a torrential storm. Upon witnessing the overwhelming onslaught, Tang Ningxin's complexion paled, and she summoned all her strength to unleash a powerful punch, dispersing the immediate threat before her. However, the sheer volume of the blood threads, coupled with their unpredictable trajectories, meant she could only fend off those attacking from the front, leaving her vulnerable to those aimed at her back and above. Observing this scene, Zuoqiu Lianzhe felt a surge of urgency within her. Yet she was entangled by 3 blood-robed warriors and unable to extricate herself to aid Tang Ningxin. Zuoqiu Lianzhe was acutely aware of the formidable power of the bloodlines. Should Tang Ningxin be pierced by them, her life would undoubtedly be at stake. Just as peril loomed, a sudden flash of white appeared before Lu Yiming as a hand struck towards her. Lu Yiming was taken aback. The emergence of this figure was so abrupt and bizarre that she had sensed no forewarning. In truth, she had previously encountered such peculiar tactics employed by Shui Lian. And though she had taken precautions, she found herself at a loss against such unpredictable methods. Lu Yiming could not afford to divert her attention to attack Tang Ningxin any longer. All her bloodlines retreated defensively, some weaving into a robust blood net to shield her from Chu Jianqiu's impending strike, while others lunged from all directions toward Chu Jianqiu's body. A cold smile played upon her lips as she thought, "You believe I cannot overcome you after employing this method repeatedly?" With Chu Jianqiu so close, it was akin to signing his death warrant. At such proximity, no one could escape the lethal embrace of her bloodlines unless their cultivation vastly surpassed hers, relying solely on overwhelming strength. However, the unfolding scene stirred a tempest within Lu Yiming. The bloodlines that had coalesced into a net before her, upon the approach of Chu Jianqiu's palm, astonishingly recoiled as if they were terrified of venomous fangs. Those bloodlines aimed at Chu Jianqiu hesitated midway, retreating as if confronted by a natural predator, daring not to venture an inch closer. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yiming was utterly incredulous, as if confronted by a ghost in broad daylight. Previously, when she had cast the blood net of the earth spirit, she had sensed the unusual nature of these bloodlines. However, due to the considerable distance, she was unaware of the exact happenings, only knowing that there existed a formidable entity that instilled great fear within the bloodlines. She could never have anticipated that this would be a disciple of the Xianjian sect. Such a situation was unprecedented for her, and she had never heard of the Xianjian sect possessing any means to counter the secret arts of the blood net. The bloodlines had failed to impede Chu Jianqiu, and at such a close range, Lu Yiming found herself devoid of any further countermeasures, helplessly watching as Chu Jianqiu delivered a solid palm strike against her. His attack was merciless, executing the 7th stance of the 7 waves of fury. With a resounding crash, Lu Yiming was propelled like a cannonball, soaring several dozen yards, colliding with and shattering several towering trees before finally crashing to the ground, creating a massive pit over 10 yards deep. The onlookers were left in profound shock, particularly the blood-robed warriors, who could not fathom that a master like Lu Yiming could be so effortlessly repelled by a mere 4th-level true Qi practitioner like Chu Jianqiu. Among them, the blood-robed warrior who had previously battled Chu Jianqiu felt a chill run down his spine, contemplating the nature of the monstrous being he had faced, realizing that even Lu Yiming had fallen victim to him. Had he been earnest in their confrontation, he feared he would have met a grim fate. These blood-robed warriors were utterly confounded, unable to comprehend how a practitioner of merely the 4th level of true Qi could wield such formidable combat prowess. The loss of such a formidable warrior as Lu Yiming instilled a sense of retreat among the blood-robed fighters. The enigmatic young man in white was indeed a mystery. If even Lu Yiming could not withstand him, the likes of them stood no chance. Tang Mingxin wiped the sweat from her brow and remarked to Chu Jianqiu, "Thank you. Chu Jianqiu, it seems you truly are worthy of being my man. You possess quite a skill." Chu Jianqiu gently tapped her forehead and cautioned, "You mustn't act so recklessly in the future. Do not engage until you ascertain the enemy's true capabilities." Tang Mingxin swatted his hand away, indignantly retorting, "No more tapping my head. If I don't grow tall, you shall bear the responsibility." Yet, she inquired further, "But how can we discern the enemy's capabilities without striking first?" With a sidelong glance, Chu Jianqiu replied, "We must wait for the enemy to make their move. That will reveal certain aspects of their strategy." She pressed on, "And what comes after we discern their strategy?" He answered with another glance, "If we can defeat them, we fight. If not, we flee swiftly. What other options are there?" Meanwhile, as their conversation unfolded, the blood-robed warriors were steadily being pushed back under the onslaught of their adversaries. With the absence of Lu Yiming, the Blood Fiend sect had lost its will to continue the fight, while the morale of the Xinjian sect soared. However, despite the favorable turn of events, Chu Jianqiu remained vigilant, his gaze fixed intently on the large crater created by Lu Yiming's impact. Though he had sent Lu Yiming flying with a single strike, he did not harbor any illusions that Lu Yiming would perish so easily. As his palm struck Lu Yiming, he distinctly sensed an immense power concealed within her. Although Chu Jianqiu effortlessly sent her flying with a single blow, the reality was far from simple. The force of his strike not only propelled Lu Yiming away, but also left him with considerable injuries from the backlash of her formidable strength. Otherwise, he would have already approached her to ascertain whether she had been slain, rather than engaging in conversation with Tang Mingxin. It was precisely due to his uncertainty regarding the situation that Chu Jianqiu, exercising caution, refrained from advancing to confirm Lu Yiming's fate. Should she be harboring a powerful hidden card, approaching her would be akin to courting death. Just as the members of the Xinjian sect were preparing to muster their remaining strength to eradicate the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect, an extraordinarily terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the pit where Lu Yiming had fallen, reminiscent of a fearsome beast gradually awakening. Chu Jianqiu's expression shifted at once, and he shouted, "Things have changed, everyone flee." Bu Feiyue was taken aback by his words and retorted, "This is the perfect moment to strike. We should seize the opportunity to eliminate these demons of the Blood Fiend sect, and yet you wish to retreat. What does this mean?" The prospect of slaying a disciple of the Blood Fiend sect at the 9th level of Qi realm promised a reward of 2,400 contribution points. A lucrative opportunity Bu Feiyue was loath to forfeit. With the loss of Lu Yiming's formidable might, the morale of the Blood Fiend sect had clearly waned. If they united, defeating these disciples would not prove excessively difficult. With these contributions seemingly at their disposal, how could Bu Feiyue easily relinquish them? The 2,400 contribution points, if left outside the Nuze secret realm, are not so easily earned. Chu Jianqiu remarked coldly, "If you choose to stay and meet your demise, we shall not accompany you." He then turned to Zhuo Qiuyan, Tang Mingxin, and Tan Youxin, saying, "Let us depart." Zhuo Qiuyan, Tang Mingxin, and Tan Youxin had long since pledged their allegiance to Chu Jianqiu, naturally acquiescing to his command. Countless instances had demonstrated that by following Chu Jianqiu's lead, they would largely avoid grave mistakes and often turn peril into safety. By now, Chu Jianqiu had effectively become their leader, and they would not question his words. Shui Lian and Ma Jingyao had also resolved to form a life-and-death alliance with Chu Jianqiu, thus following his directives without hesitation. Moreover, their dealings with the Blood Fiend sect were not a matter of mere days. They were far more aware of the tactics employed by the core disciples of the Blood Fiend sect than Bu Feiyue and his companions. When the terrifying aura emanated from that deep pit, Shui Lian and Ma Jingyao had already grown vigilant. Knowing that Lu Yiming was certainly not dead and that the ensuing methods would likely be beyond their capacity to withstand, even without Chu Jianqiu's urging, they would have suggested a retreat. Chapter 107. The Bloodworm Secret Technique. Chu Jianqiu led Zhuo Qiuyan and the others in a swift retreat. Since Shui Lian and Ma Jingyao were more familiar with the area, Chu Jianqiu allowed them to guide the way, selecting a safe route for their escape. Observing this, although reluctant, Bu Feiyue and his companions had no choice but to follow suit. Without the formidable powers of Chu Jianqiu and Zhuo Qiuyanju, they could scarcely contend with the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect. Although Chu Jianqiu felt the ominous aura behind him growing ever more intense, instilling a profound sense of urgency within him, he refrained from using the teleportation talisman for a hasty escape. While the talisman could instantly transport one several miles away, and an exceptional talisman could even traverse 10 miles, the direction of the teleportation was dictated by the collective will of the group. In such an unfamiliar environment, employing the talisman could lead to a disarray of destinations, making it exceedingly difficult to ensure that everyone would arrive at the same location. In such dire circumstances, if they were to become separated, none would survive the relentless pursuit of the blood fiend sect disciples. This was also the reason why Shui Liyan, despite being ensnared by the earth spirit blood net of Lu Yiming, did not venture far with the teleportation talisman. Once one strayed beyond the group's sight, reuniting would prove a formidable challenge. As Chu Jianqiu and the others departed, the blood-robed warriors of the blood fiend sect dared not pursue them. Their sole desire was to preserve their lives. They had no courage left to provoke Chu Jianqiu and his companions. Shortly after their departure, a tremendous explosion erupted from the vast pit where Lu Yiming resided, as a figure shrouded in a veil of blood mist slowly ascended from the depths. Witnessing this spectacle, the blood-robed warriors were struck with awe. Levitation was a technique only attainable by those of the sea transformation realm. What secret method had Lu Yiming employed to possess the capabilities of such a powerful being? Amidst the desolation of the forest, Lu Yiming beheld the remnants of chaos. The members of the Xianjian sect had long since vanished, leaving behind a handful of blood-slaughter sect disciples who stood in disarray. In a fit of rage, she unleashed a piercing and sorrowful howl. First, the blood-slaughter Qi Li Pearl had been snatched from her by Shui Liyan, and then she had been grievously wounded by a strike from Chu Jianqiu. How could she possibly swallow her indignation? If not for the exquisite second-tier magical robe she donned and the blood insect lying dormant within her, that blow from Chu Jianqiu would have surely claimed her life. She could scarcely fathom that a mere fourth-tier Chu Qi practitioner could unleash such formidable power. Under normal circumstances, even a fourth-tier Chu Qi warrior could not inflict the slightest harm upon her, even if she stood still and allowed them to attack. Yet, Chu Jianqiu's strike not only obliterated her precious second-tier magical robe, but also inflicted grave injuries upon her. In her fury, Lu Yiming awakened the blood insect within her. This fearsome creature, a blood beast of terrifying might, could temporarily bestow upon her the strength of a sea transformation expert. However, the cost of awakening the blood insect was steep. Although it would significantly enhance her power for a brief period, it would exact a toll on her own vitality. Under no circumstances would she have awakened the blood insect unless absolutely necessary. Following this awakening, it was likely she would need to seclude herself for at least a year to mitigate the risks left in the wake of the blood insect's emergence. Where have they gone? Lu Yiming spoke coldly. The blood-robed warriors, upon witnessing her demeanor, felt a chill settle in their hearts and promptly indicated the direction in which Chu Jianqiu and the others had fled. With a swift movement, Lu Yiming darted forward like a flash of lightning, pursuing the retreating members of the Xianjian sect. As Chu Jianqiu and his companions hastily made their escape, he suddenly sensed the terrifying aura rapidly closing in behind them. His expression shifted dramatically as he urged Zhuo Lianzis and the others. You must go ahead. I have matters to attend to. Zhuo Lianzis, taken aback, responded, What could you possibly need to do? We can assist you. As Chu Jianqiu felt the ominous presence drawing nearer, a weight of urgency settled upon him. The threat posed by this entity was likely greater than that of the formidable sea transformation demon they had encountered on Xianlong Mountain. After all, the demon had been constrained by the influence of the Tianji Xianlong grass, preventing it from unleashing its full might against them. Anxiety surged through Chu Jianqiu as he insisted. Hurry, you cannot aid me in this matter. Observing his grave demeanor, Zhuo Lianzis was further perplexed, even in the face of the sea transformation demon on Xianlong Mountain. Chu Jianqiu had never appeared so solemn. Clearly, something of great significance had transpired. Could it be that junior brother Chu intended to deceive us, seeking to confront the bloodthirsty disciples alone and claim the credit for himself? At that moment, Bufeiyue scoffed, harboring discontent regarding Chu Jianqiu's hasty departure. His suspicions deepened upon witnessing Chu Jianqiu's demeanor, prompting him to halt his steps. Chu Jianqiu did not even spare him a glance. If he wished to remain and face his doom, Chu Jianqiu would not hinder him. Upon encountering Zhuo Lianzhu's unwillingness to depart, Chu Jianqiu turned to Tang Ning Xin and said, Junior sister Tang, please lead everyone away. At that moment, Tang Ning Xin sensed that something was amiss with Chu Jianqiu. Having spent considerable time with him, she was accustomed to his calm demeanor, and never had she witnessed him in such a state of urgency. Chu Jianqiu, has something happened? Tang Ning Xin inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. There is no time for details. We must flee using the flash escape talisman, and the farther we get, the better, Chu Jianqiu insisted, his anxiety palpable. Observing that the others remained unmoved, he realized that without decisive action, they would not heed his words. If you do not leave, I shall depart alone. I have no intention of remaining here to face death. With that declaration, he produced a flash escape talisman and pressed it to his body, vanishing in an instant. The onlookers were taken aback by this sudden display, and Zhuo also sensed a formidable aura rapidly approaching. Alarmed, she recognized that although she had sealed her own cultivation and was now merely at the 9th level of true qi, she had once been a formidable force at the sea transformation realm and was all too familiar with such an ominous presence. Quickly, Tangming Xin. We must leave at once. If we delay any longer, it will truly be too late. Zhu urged, hastily producing her own flash escape talisman and disappearing from sight. Tangming Xin and the others, witnessing the urgency, were immediately thrown into a state of panic, each hastily retrieving their own talismans to flee. As the figures of Chu Jianqiu and the others vanished, a blood-red silhouette appeared in the forest like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 108, Luring the Enemy. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of Lu Yemu, Bu Feiyue and his companions felt an immediate chill envelop them. Lu Yemu had astonishingly attained the strength of the sea transformation realm. Even at the 9th level of the true qi realm, Lu Yemu had been immensely powerful, and now, having suddenly acquired the prowess of the sea transformation realm, they found themselves devoid of any thoughts of resistance. The reason they had dared to confront that formidable sea transformation demon at Xianlong Mountain was due to the latter's entanglement with the Tianji Xianlong grass, which rendered it lacking in murderous intent towards them. Furthermore, they had the support of formidable figures such as Zhuo Lian's and Tang Ningxin, along with their considerable numbers. At present, while they had already suffered losses in their initial skirmish with the demon, and subsequently in 2 battles against the disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect, their numbers had been reduced by nearly half. Now that Chu Jianqiu and Zhuo Lian's had departed, how could they, with only a handful of people, hope to contend with Lu Yemu, who possessed sea transformation strength? Yin Junbai, along with the other disciples who bore no significant enmity towards Chu Jianqiu, were filled with extreme regret. Had they known it would come to this, they would have refrained from offending Chu Jianqiu over a trivial matter of contribution points, ultimately gaining nothing and incurring trouble instead. If they had not crossed Chu Jianqiu with the aid of the flash escape talisman, they would not find themselves so powerless against Lu Yemu. At the very least, they could have harbored some hope of escape. Lu Yemu cast a cold glance at Bu Feiyue and the others, and with a casual wave of his hand, dozens of blood-red lines intertwined to form a net, descending upon Bu Feiyue and his companions like an overwhelming tide. Bu Feiyue and others desperately evaded, yet 4 or 5 lives were tragically claimed beneath this blood web. Yin Junbai swung his sword with all his might towards the blood lines that enveloped him, but the second-tier exquisite magical artifact, which he had exchanged for with great effort, shattered into several pieces under the assault of those bloodlines. Subsequently, his entire body was mercilessly sliced into fragments, meeting a most horrific demise. The disciples of Bu Feiyue, who narrowly escaped the previous strike, were filled with dread upon witnessing this ghastly scene. Luo Yiming twisted her wrist, intending to unleash another attack to annihilate all the disciples of Xianyuan's sect beneath the bloodlines. At that moment, she suddenly sensed a tremendous force surging towards her from behind. Although the strike was unexpectedly sudden, Luo Yiming, possessing the strength of the sea transformation realm, reacted with remarkable swiftness, evading this treacherous and abrupt assault with a swift motion. Turning around, she was confronted by none other than the white-clad youth, Chu Jianqiu, who had previously dealt her a heavy blow. An intense fury surged within Luo Yiming. Her very purpose in exhausting her vital blood to awaken the blood curse was to eliminate Chu Jianqiu and avenge the previous strike. Now, before she could seek retribution, Chu Jianqiu dared to launch another ambush against her, igniting her desire to rend him into 1,000 pieces. Had it not been for the temporary enhancement of her senses and reactions through the blood curse, allowing her to possess the acumen of the sea transformation realm, she would have undoubtedly fallen prey to his cunning attack once more. "You little thief, I shall tear you apart." Luo Yiming gritted her teeth as she lunged towards Chu Jianqiu, disregarding Bu Feiyue and the others entirely. Upon encountering Lu Wei, Chu Jianqiu realized that the current situation was beyond his capacity to handle. He swiftly employed a flash escape talisman, transporting himself several dozen yards away. Chu Jianqiu's intention in reappearing and launching a surprise attack on Lu Wei was to divert her attention and lead her away. It is important to note that his motives for drawing Lu Wei away were not to assist Bu Feiyue and the others. They had harbored ill intentions towards him, repeatedly opposing him along the journey, and he held no concern for their fates. Instead, Chu Jianqiu's primary concern was for Zhuo Lian's and Tang Ningxin. Although they had temporarily escaped using their flash talismans, their supplies were limited, preventing them from fleeing too far. The terrain was mostly flat, a vast expanse of desolate marshland with sparse forests, Even a martial artist at the 9th level of true Qi could perceive activities within several dozen miles. Moreover, with Lu Wei possessing the strength of the sea transformation realm and hovering in the air, it would be nearly impossible for anyone within a 100-mile radius to evade her gaze. Given the limited number of flash talismans in Zhuo Lian's possession, it was improbable that they could escape Lu Wei's line of sight in a short time. If Lu Wei chose to pursue any one of them, their chances of evading her lethal grasp would be exceedingly slim. Once Lu Wei dispatched Bu Feiyue and the others, she would undoubtedly turn her attention to hunting them down. Thus, in the interest of safeguarding Zhuo Lian's and her companions, Chu Jianqiu had no choice but to reveal himself and divert Lu Wei's pursuit. Regardless, Lu Yiming likely harbors the deepest resentment towards both himself and Shui Lian. The moment he makes his appearance, Lu Yiming will undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, disregarding Zhuo and Tang Mingxin entirely. The reason Chu Jianqiu revealed himself so prematurely was to collaborate with Bu Feiyue and others in an effort to prolong Lu Yiming's pursuit. However, he grossly underestimated the unscrupulousness of Bu Feiyue and his companions. As soon as he drew Lu Yiming's attention away, they immediately scattered like frightened birds, fleeing with remarkable speed. Observing their retreating figures, Chu Jianqiu was momentarily dumbfounded. Initially, he felt a twinge of guilt for the deaths of Yan Junbai and his disciples due to his failure to distribute the flash escape talismans. Yet in that instant, any lingering remorse evaporated entirely. For individuals of such caliber, he truly need not concern himself with their fates. Having just evaded an attack from Lu Yiming with the flash escape talisman, Lu Yiming swiftly followed, relentless as a shadow. Chu Jianqiu, recognizing the peril, utilized another talisman to vanish beyond 100 paces, deliberately avoiding a direct confrontation. Lu Yiming, gritting his teeth in frustration, pursued him once more. The enigmatic nature of Chu Jianqiu's movements undoubtedly stemmed from some arcane technique or talisman. If it were indeed a technique, it would require a considerable sacrifice, rendering it unsustainable over time. Conversely, if it were a talisman, it would surely be exceedingly precious. Given that Chu Jianqiu produced a piece of paper each time before vanishing, Lu Yiming surmised that he was employing some form of talisman, and she was determined to ascertain just how many of these talismans he possessed. Her animosity towards Chu Jianqiu ran so deep that she vowed not to rest until he was slain. The strike he delivered not only inflicted severe injury upon her, but also trespassed upon boundaries she deemed sacred. Having never been touched by a man's hand throughout her life, she could scarcely endure such an affront. In truth, Chu Jianqiu's impulsive blow had not been premeditated. His previous encounters had always been with men, leaving little room for contemplation. However, Lu Yiming perceived that Chu Jianqiu's strike was deliberate, thus nurturing an intense hatred that drove her to awaken the blood worm within her body in a fervent desire to eliminate him. Chapter 109. Run, why aren't you running? Chu Jianqiu did not flee too far at once. He feared that if Lu Yiming failed to catch him, she might turn her wrath upon Zhuo and the others, which would spell disaster. As Lu Yiming pursued Chu Jianqiu into the distance, a figure adorned in a floral long dress suddenly emerged from the woods. It was Zhuo returning. After utilizing a teleportation talisman to escape, Zhuo felt increasingly uneasy, convinced that Chu Jianqiu was not the type to abandon his companions and escape. Reflecting upon his earlier words and actions, a sense of foreboding arose within her. She activated the teleportation talisman once more and returned to the forest, only to witness Lu Yiming relentlessly pursuing Chu Jianqiu as they receded farther away. Chu Jianqiu repeatedly employed the teleportation talisman to evade capture, yet Lu Yiming chased him with frenzied determination. Zhuo observed the distance he covered with each use of the talisman, having used it herself. She understood well that its limits far exceeded the distances Chu Jianqiu had thus far traversed. Chu Jianqiu's actions were clearly designed to draw Lu Yiming into pursuit. After a moment's contemplation, Zhuo Lian's bamboo understood his intentions and swiftly set off after the two. As Chu Jianqiu's senior sister, she could not allow him to take such risks alone. However, given her diminished strength, her speed was far inferior to theirs. Moreover, her earlier reluctance to accept an abundance of teleportation talismans from Chu Jianqiu put her at a significant disadvantage, as she had fallen behind from the start. Even after exhausting the talismans she possessed, a considerable gap remained between her and the other two. Watching their figures recede into the distance, Zhuo Lian's bit her lip, refusing to concede defeat, and pursued them with all her might. Having used dozens of teleportation talismans to lure Lu Yiming 100 miles away from the grove, Chu Jianqiu felt no further concern for her turning back to trouble Zhuo Lian's and Tang Mingxin. Employing a premium teleportation talisman, He swiftly created a 10-mile distance between himself and Lu Yiming, then leisurely summoned a Wind Rider talisman. With a flick of the talisman in the breeze, it transformed into a spirit crane. Mounting the crane's back, Chu Jianqiu soared away. Though he possessed numerous teleportation talismans, the materials for crafting them were quite costly, and he felt a pang of regret for their expenditure. Throughout this journey, Chu Jianqiu had already gauged Lu Yiming's speed. The flight of the Wind Rider talisman was more than sufficient to keep her at bay. Luo Yi was almost driven to the brink of fury upon witnessing Chu Jianqiu's actions. How could this fellow possess such an array of tactics? If he had this talismanic crane, why had he not revealed it sooner? It was evident that he had deliberately lured her into this predicament. As she gazed at Chu Jianqiu, leisurely perched atop the talismanic crane, her anger surged. Yet she found herself utterly powerless. Though she had temporarily attained the strength of the sea transformation realm through blood goo, it was not genuine power. In terms of true strength and speed, she fell short of a true practitioner of that realm. Were she to possess authentic sea transformation strength, overtaking such a talismanic crane would be a trivial matter. However, her current speed merely allowed her to keep pace with the swift wind-flying crane, just managing to avoid being left behind, but the prospect of overtaking it remained daunting. With great reluctance, Luo Yi gritted her teeth and continued her pursuit of Chu Jianqiu. Across the vast and desolate plains, two figures flew swiftly, one chasing the other. As the day wore on, Chu Jianqiu was unaware of the distance they had covered. Yet Luo Yi remained steadfastly on his trail, unwavering in her determination. Observing the wind-flying crane beneath him, Chu Jianqiu could not help but sigh. Luo Yi was indeed formidable. For even the crane was nearly depleted of its spiritual energy, yet she still exuded a vigorous spirit. After a full day of relentless pursuit, Luo Yi clenched her teeth in frustration upon seeing Chu Jianqiu continue to soar ahead without respite. If this continued, she would truly allow this despicable rogue to escape. After a night of relentless pursuit, Lu Yemu began to feel increasingly fatigued. She was, after all, not a genuine expert in the transformation sea realm. She had merely acquired its power through unorthodox means, rendering it unsustainable. The blood curse could only allow her to maintain the strength of the transformation sea for a mere 12 hours. After this period, the blood curse would once again fall into slumber, necessitating a day of recuperation to awaken it anew and regain her abilities. With her current strength, she could awaken the blood curse at most 3 times. Each awakening would significantly deplete her vital essence. Should she exceed this limit, her body would succumb, leading to the total depletion of her life force. As Chu Jianqiu soared on a wind-flight talisman crane, it suddenly plummeted to the ground, having exhausted its spiritual energy and dissolving into motes of light. Just as Chu Jianqiu prepared to summon a second wind-flight talisman crane, he noticed Lu Yemu also falling, her aura descending from the transformation sea realm back to the 9th layer of true qi. Upon witnessing the dissolution of Chu Jianqiu's talisman crane, Lu Yemu felt a surge of elation. Although her blood curse had also succumbed to slumber at that moment, the absence of Chu Jianqiu's means of escape filled her with confidence. Even if she had reverted to the 9th layer of true qi, she was entirely assured of her ability to vanquish him. The only reason Chu Jianqiu had managed to injure her with a single palm strike previously was due to her momentary lapse in vigilance, caught off guard by his enigmatic techniques. Provided she remained cautious, she harbored no fear of him. Upon seeing Lu Yemu's aura regress to the 9th layer of true qi, Chu Jianqiu, who had intended to summon another wind-flight talisman crane to continue his flight, found himself halting in his tracks. If Lu Yemu were at the sea transformation realm, he would undoubtedly flee as far as possible without a second thought. However, now that Lu Yemu has fallen back to the 9th level of the true qi realm, he must carefully consider his options. Although Chu Jianqiu would not lower his guard against Lu Yemu, at least there was more than just the route of escape. He could also attempt to defeat her. Upon seeing Chu Jianqiu come to a halt, Lu Yemu scoffed. "Running away, are we? Why stop now?" Chu Jianqiu fell silent for a moment before producing a spiritual talisman. With a flick of his wrist, a lively spirit crane materialized before them. Chu Jianqiu's actions conveyed a clear message. It was not that he could not flee, but rather that he chose not to. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yemu was nearly driven to madness. She had assumed that Chu Jianqiu possessed only a single wind spirit crane talisman, for such flying talismans were indeed of immense value. Even if Chu Jianqiu were wealthy, how could a mere practitioner of the 4th level of the true qi realm possess 2 such precious flying talismans? However, while her idealism was appealing, reality dealt Lu Yemu a harsh lesson, revealing that there indeed existed individuals like Chu Jianqiu, who treated talismans as if they were mere scraps of paper. Chapter 110. Confrontation with Lu Yemu. Gritting her teeth, Lu Yema glared at Chu Jianqiu. Yet she found herself utterly powerless against him. His actions had unmistakably signified that he was ready to fight at any moment, and could likewise escape at will. Unless she could instantaneously eliminate Chu Jianqiu, preventing him from having the opportunity or time to flee, she was at a distinct disadvantage. Luo Yimu possessed formidable strength, yet found herself utterly powerless beneath the incessant barrage of talismans unleashed by Chu Jianqiu. No matter how great her prowess, it felt akin to striking a cotton ball, ineffectual and frustrating. This marked the first occasion where she encountered a scenario in which she was evidently superior in strength. Yet the initiative on the battlefield lay firmly in her opponent's hands. The two remained locked in a tense standoff for an extended period until, with a sudden motion, Luo Yimu swept her arms, sending forth dozens of densely packed bloodlines that coalesced into a formidable blood net aimed squarely at Chu Jianqiu. Despite the previous encounter where these bloodlines inexplicably evaded Chu Jianqiu, Luo Yimu remained undeterred, eager to ascertain whether he truly possessed the ability to counter her blood net. These bloodlines were crafted with great care, utilizing the essence of numerous beastly bloods, including the precious blood of a sea transformation realm beast bestowed by a revered ancestor of her sect. Thus, the potency of her blood net rivaled that of certain third-tier magical artifacts. As the bloodlines surged toward him, Chu Jianqiu paid them no heed. Having encountered them twice already, he understood that the chaotic supreme bloodline within him inherently countered these bloodlines, rendering them his natural adversaries. They dared not approach him. With a swift motion, Chu Jianqiu unleashed a powerful palm strike aimed at Luo Yimu, and as he advanced, the bloodlines indeed recoiled instinctively, refusing to make contact. Witnessing this, Luo Yimu was struck by a mix of astonishment and fury. It was evident that there existed an element within him that countered her bloodlines. Luo Yimu was acutely aware of the formidable power behind Chu Jianqiu's palm strike. Upon realizing that her bloodline attack had proven ineffective, she swiftly evaded the oncoming blow. At that moment, she was bereft of protective robes, and should Chu Jianqiu's palm connect, it could very well cost her half her life. Furthermore, her blood curse lay dormant within her, and another severe blow from Chu Jianqiu would essentially herald her demise. Acknowledging that her bloodline posed no threat to Chu Jianqiu, Luo Yimu had no intention of continuing the conflict with such a tactic. She retreated several dozen paces, reaching behind her to retrieve a satchel from which she produced a blood-red, sickle-like weapon. Thankfully, she had brought this artifact into the secret realm as a precautionary measure, and it was fortuitous that she found herself in need of it today. Although this blood-red sickle did not possess the same potency as her bloodline, it was nonetheless an exquisite second-tier artifact, formidable in its own right. After several encounters, Luo Yimu dared not underestimate this martial artist of merely the fourth tier of true qi. His strength defied conventional reasoning, and he was exceedingly cunning. A single misstep could lead her into his trap. While Luo Yimu retreated, Chu Jianqiu opted not to pursue her in that moment. Instead, he seized the opportunity to affix 2 movement talismans to his legs and applied a strength-enhancing talisman to his body. Luo Yimu's prowess was not inferior to that of an ordinary 9th-tier true qi martial artist, and Chu Jianqiu, too, remained vigilant against such a foe. In the face of an ordinary practitioner at the 9th level of qi, Chu Jianqiu harbored confidence in his ability to triumph without relying on any external aids. However, when confronting an anomaly like Lu Yiming, he could not guarantee his victory even with the use of talismans. Upon witnessing Chu Jianqiu employ a talisman, Lu Yiming felt her aura surge 3 to 4 times its usual strength, leaving her astonished. This fellow's techniques appeared to be boundless. With a swift motion, Lu Yiming unleashed a scythe towards Chu Jianqiu, who deftly evaded the strike and retaliated with the 7th form of the Angry Wave's 7 layers palm. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each astonished by the other's prowess. Lu Yiming realized that not only had his strength multiplied, but his speed had also significantly increased, allowing him to match her agility. As the battle continued, her apprehension deepened, solidifying her resolve to eliminate Chu Jianqiu. At this juncture, her motivation transcended mere personal vengeance. Chu Jianqiu's potential was alarmingly extraordinary. Should such a prodigy mature, he would become a nightmare for the blood slaughter sect, rendering them incapable of curtailing his ascent. Lu Yiming, who considered herself a rare talent, recognized that her exceptional gifts paled in comparison to his. Chu Jianqiu, at the mere 4th level of qi, was already able to contend with her on equal footing. If he were to reach her level, she could scarcely conceive the outcome, for one strike from him might very well spell her demise. As Chu Jianqiu continued to combat, the situation grew increasingly challenging. Even with the wind-sweeping boots and the swift movement talisman enhancing his speed manifold, he found himself still lagging slightly behind Lu Yimou. The formidable prowess of this woman was indeed terrifying. Even after the secret arts had faded, she retained such remarkable strength. Chu Jianqiu surmised that without the aid of the swift movement talisman and the power-boosting talisman, he would scarcely endure 20 moves under her assault. After exchanging blows for over 10 rounds, Chu Jianqiu was unable to breach Lu Yimou's defenses. The might of her hooked sickle was overwhelming. With each swing, he dared not approach her. The razor-sharp, blood-red sickle posed a grave threat. A single strike could lead to grievous injury, if not worse. Although the recovery abilities of his supreme martial body were extraordinary, he could not guarantee he would survive a severed limb. Reflecting on his predicament, Chu Jianqiu realized he was at a significant disadvantage. With a flourish of his hand, a long sword materialized. This was the flowing shadow sword, a treasured artifact bestowed upon him by his master, Chu Jianqiu. Although he had practiced the azure glimmering sky sword technique, he had never employed swordplay in combat before. Having focused on unarmed techniques throughout his martial journey, he was unaccustomed to wielding a sword in battle. However, this was fortuitous, for Lu Yimou, as a formidable adversary, presented an excellent opportunity to hone his newfound swordsmanship. It was precisely because this was his inaugural experience employing swordplay in combat that, despite possessing the more advanced autumn water sword, he chose not to wield it. The autumn water sword is a third-tier mid-grade treasure, and with his current strength, Chu Jianqiu may not be able to wield it effectively. To ensure his safety, he opted to use the flowing shadow sword in battle. The flowing shadow sword is a second-tier upper-grade treasure, perfectly suited for him to refine his swordsmanship. Buzz. Chu Jianqiu unleashed the first move of the Azure Luzhao Sky Sword technique, striking down towards Lu Yimou. Chapter 111. Sword Practice. Although Chu Jianqiu had cultivated to the third level, the distinction between training and actual combat was significant. Initially, due to his unfamiliarity with the sword technique, his movements were not very fluid, and he nearly fell prey to Lu Yimou's opportunistic strikes. However, as the battle progressed, Chu Jianqiu gradually became adept with his sword. After several dozen exchanges, he began to master the application of his sword technique. In truth, he had already mastered the first 3 levels of the Azure Luzhao Sky Sword technique. It was merely the lack of practical experience that had rendered him somewhat clumsy in its execution during battle. Before long, he had honed the first move of the Azure Luzhao Sky Sword technique to perfection and proceeded to practice the second move, unleashing a fierce stream of sword energy that cascaded down upon Lu Yimou like a rain of arrows. Initially, Lu Yimou had felt a sense of glee upon witnessing Chu Jianqiu's awkward swordplay, seizing several opportunities to exploit his weaknesses. However, as time passed, she sensed a shift. The power of Chu Jianqiu's swordplay intensified with each passing moment, and his skill was visibly improving at a remarkable pace. Lu Yimou soon realized his intentions, and her heart surged with rage at the unprecedented insult she felt. This individual, amidst their fierce confrontation, had the audacity to utilize her as a means to hone his swordsmanship, a clear indication of his disregard for her capabilities. In a fit of rage, Lu Yimou summoned her entire essence of true energy and unleashed a scythe-like strike towards Chu Jianqiu. The crimson flame blood slash. The blood-red scythe transformed into a myriad of sanguine shadows, descending upon Chu Jianqiu with tremendous force, akin to a tidal wave of true energy crashing down upon him. Originally, Lu Yimou had no intention of resorting to such a formidable technique. She had already sustained injuries from her earlier encounter with Chu Jianqiu. Following that, she forcibly awakened the blood goo to elevate her realm, which had inflicted considerable damage upon her body. What frustrated her the most was the exorbitant price she paid to enhance her cultivation, only to have slain a few disciples of the Xianjian sect. And after pursuing Chu Jianqiu for an extended period, she had yet to lay a finger on him. The continuous toll on her body had significantly diminished her strength, reducing it to merely 60 to 70% of her peak condition. In such a state, executing the crimson flame blood slash would undoubtedly result in grave repercussions for her. Initially, she had not anticipated Chu Jianqiu's formidable prowess, capable of matching her in combat. Even during their stalemate, she had no intention of employing this ultimate technique. Her strategy at that time was to exhaust Chu Jianqiu with the sheer volume of her true energy. According to her conjecture, regardless of the mysterious means by which Chu Jianqiu had bolstered his combat power, he surely could not rival her in terms of true energy quantity, for after all, he was merely a 4th-level practitioner of the true energy realm. How much true energy could a mere 4th-level warrior possibly contain? In terms of endurance, he could never hope to match her. Once again, reality delivered a resounding slap to Lu Yimou, utterly shattering her perception of the world. In the midst of their fierce confrontation, As she began to sense the depletion of her inner energy, Chu Jianqiu exhibited no signs of fatigue. His internal vitality resembled an endless ocean, seemingly inexhaustible. After such a protracted battle, not only did he show no weariness, but he grew increasingly formidable, utilizing her as a means to refine his swordsmanship, which ascended at a visibly rapid pace. Lu Yiming could scarcely fathom the vastness of Chu Jianqiu's dantian, which surpassed common comprehension, harboring an unimaginable reservoir of energy. In the realm of endurance, none could rival him. Even Lu Yiming, a distinguished practitioner of the 9th level of inner energy, found her own reserves paled in comparison to his, simultaneously filled with rage and dread. She felt as if an immovable mountain weighed heavily upon her heart. She could envision that as long as Chu Jianqiu drew breath, he would cast an indelible shadow in her mind. Chu Jianqiu, taken aback, had been honing his skills against Lu Yiming, and just as he found his rhythm, she unexpectedly unleashed a formidable technique. Although the Qinglu Zhaokong sword technique is classified as a low-grade, earth-level martial skill, its potency pales in comparison to the 7th strike of the Angry Wave's 7-fold palm. With only the 2nd level of the Qinglu Zhaokong sword technique being able to rival the aforementioned strike, it is only at the 3rd level that the Qinglu Zhaokong sword technique begins to surpass the 7th strike of the Angry Wave's 7-fold palm. After engaging in battle with Lu Yiming for an extended period, Chu Jianqiu had fully honed the first 2 levels and was preparing to refine the 3rd level when Lu Yiming unleashed a formidable move. In that moment, it was too late to evade using the flash escape talisman. Thus, Chu Jianqiu braced himself and executed the 2nd form of the Qinglu Zhaokong sword technique, launching it toward the myriad scythe shadows. The collision between the scythe shadows and the fierce sword energy produced a resounding explosion. The terrifying shockwave sent ripples of energy through the surrounding air, and the ground where they collided was blasted into a vast crater, reminiscent of an explosion caused by copious amounts of dynamite, with the upheaved soil shooting skyward like a rain of arrows. Chu Jianqiu was propelled backward like a cannonball, flying several dozen feet before crashing to the ground, carving a long, deep trench in the earth, while the flying debris scattered chaotically around him. A torrent of blood gushed from his mouth, and he was left drenched in crimson, his body marred by ghastly wounds. Seeing that bloodied figure rush toward him once more, Chu Jianqiu was filled with terror. Disregarding his injuries, he hastily retrieved the flash escape talisman and vanished in an instant. Although aware of Lu Yiming's formidable strength, he still underestimated her capabilities. This time, he had truly pushed his luck to the extreme, narrowly escaping with his life. Had Lu Yiming's attack been even slightly more powerful, he might have met his demise here today. Chu Jianqiu dared not linger for a moment, hastily employing several high-grade teleportation talismans to flee several dozen miles away, seeking refuge in a relatively safe location to recuperate and tend to his wounds. The injuries he sustained were severe, and even with his unparalleled martial physique's remarkable recovery ability, it would take time to mend completely. Lu Yiming gazed in the direction of Chu Jianqiu's departure, her eyes reflecting a mixture of reluctance and a hint of relief. She was astonished that she could not bring him down. This fellow truly had a resilient life. However, it was fortunate that she managed to deceive him this time, forcing him to flee in haste. Had he lingered even a moment longer, it might have been her misfortune. Once she confirmed that Chu Jianqiu had indeed left, Lu Yiming finally succumbed to fatigue and collapsed backward. Having endured various injuries, her condition was scarcely better than his. In fact, her wounds were even more severe. Chapter 112. The plan. Chu Jianqiu concealed himself within a cave, resting for 3 full days before his injuries healed. The wounds he sustained this time were more grievous than those inflicted by the sea transformation demon at Xianlong Mountain. Although the strength of the attack from that demon was greater, he had been better prepared then, as the 12 golden shield barriers formed by 3 golden shield talismans, along with the 2nd-tier supreme magical artifact, the Great Python Tian Lin armor, absorbed much of the impact. In the face of Lu Yiming's formidable strike, Chu Jianqiu stood unprotected, relying solely on the resilience of his body. Despite possessing an unparalleled martial physique, he could not withstand such a potent assault. This harrowing experience compelled him to resolve that upon his return, he would diligently prepare several defensive artifacts to prevent a recurrence of such perilous circumstances. While he had narrowly escaped death this time, he understood that luck could not be counted upon to be so favorable on every occasion. However, this grievous injury was not without its benefits. Through the process of recovery, Chu Jianqiu discovered that his unrivaled martial physique had grown even more formidable, and his cultivation had ascended to a higher level. Moreover, this battle afforded him valuable experience in swordsmanship. Although he regretted not fully honing the third layer of the Qing Lu Zhaokong's sword technique in combat, he still felt a sense of satisfaction at the significant progress he had made. Upon reflecting on his remaining resources, Chu Jianqiu realized that the battles at Xianlong Mountain and against Lu Yiming had greatly depleted his assets. Despite having prepared meticulously before entering, he had only accounted for his own needs regarding spiritual talismans and medicinal pills. He had not anticipated encountering individuals such as Zuiqiu Lian's and Tang Mingxin. After evaluating the state of his remaining resources, he noted that in terms of spiritual talismans, he had only a couple dozen flash escape talismans left and around 60 to 70 golden shield talismans. The consumption of strength-enhancing and swift movement talismans had been minimal, leaving him with a considerable stock of those. If he were to conserve his resources from this point onward, the remaining spirit talismans would suffice to sustain him for the next 2 months within the secret realm. However, should he employ the teleportation talismans in a manner akin to when he confronted Lu Yiming, their utility would be drastically diminished. Chu Jianqiu estimated that to divert Lu Yiming, he had expended at least 30 teleportation talismans along the way. Regarding medicinal pills, aside from the dwindling supply of qi-gathering pills, he had not consumed many of the others. Although Chu Jianqiu had crafted a considerable quantity of qi-gathering pills prior to his entry, he had nonetheless underestimated the resources required for his advancement. That vast and ethereal Dantian resembled a voracious beast, devouring resources without restraint. The amount of qi-gathering pills consumed during his ascension from the third to the fourth layer of the true qi realm was nothing short of astonishing. Nearly half of the qi-gathering pills he had stockpiled within the Chaos Supreme Tower were depleted in that singular advancement. While he had generously provided numerous qi-gathering pills to Tang Mingxin thereafter, the quantity he offered paled in comparison to his own consumption. Observing the remaining qi-gathering pills in the Chaos Supreme Tower, Chu Jianqiu could not help but sigh in resignation. The scant supply was insufficient to facilitate his ascension to the fifth layer of the true qi realm. Without achieving this advancement, he would stand no chance against a formidable opponent like Lu Yiming, and should they cross paths again, his only recourse would be to flee at a distance. This battle has illuminated numerous shortcomings within Chu Jianqiu. Firstly, his martial skills are overly simplistic. Apart from the Rage Wave 7-layer palm and the Azure Flow Void Sword technique, he possesses no other noteworthy techniques. His agility and footwork are particularly lacking. Although he practiced some techniques in these areas during his time in the Chu family, they were merely of the yellow rank and hold little relevance to his current self. In combat against foes, he primarily relies on talismans and magical artifacts. Had it not been for the wind-controlling boots and the 2 swift movement talismans, which significantly enhanced his speed, he would have been unable to withstand the onslaught of Lu Yiming for as long as he did. While talismans and magical artifacts are undoubtedly useful, they are external aids and cannot be considered a true measure of one's strength. Relying too heavily upon them without fortifying his innate abilities is not a sustainable strategy. As Chu Jianqiu stepped out of the cave, he surveyed his surroundings, striving to discern his location. After the relentless chase with Lu Yiming, he had lost all sense of direction. His primary objective now was to ascertain his whereabouts and return to the entrance of the secret realm, where he would await its reopening. As for thwarting the Blood Fiend sect's acquisition of the Blood Fiend Xian Mo liquid, he had neither the inclination nor the interest to concern himself with such matters. Given his identities as a talisman array master and alchemist, he had no qualms about earning contribution points. He was not in need of these few trifling rewards. Moreover, having completed the task of harvesting the Tianji Xianlong herb, the 50,000 contribution points he earned from that singular task would suffice for quite some time. After the fierce battle with Lu Yiming, Chu Jianqiu completely abandoned any thoughts of seizing the Blood Fiend sect disciples' blood, Fiend Mystic Liquid. The sheer strength of these disciples was overwhelmingly formidable. Attempting to take their possessions posed an immense risk. Encountering another formidable adversary like Lu Yiming would be disastrous. There was simply no justification for Chu Jianqiu to act in such a manner. This situation stood in stark contrast to the task of gathering the Tianji Xianlong herb, as Cui Yiyun was his master and had treated him fairly well. However, he found it difficult to harbor any fondness for the other members of the Xianjin sect. Their conduct was such that he could hardly identify with them, and their demeanor was scarcely better than that of the Blood Fiend sect. Among the entire Xianjin sect, only the individuals from the 4th and 7th peaks captured his regard, and he reciprocated their sincerity with genuine gratitude. Chu Jianqiu unfolded a map, and, after surveying his surroundings, managed to ascertain his location. Following his pursuit and evasion of Lu Yiming, he had distanced himself significantly from the entrance to the secret realm. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that if he were to utilize the Windwalker talisman and exert himself fully, he could return to the vicinity of the secret realm's entrance in a relatively short time. However, his primary concern now lay with the safety of Chu Jianqiu and Tang Ning Xin. While the affairs of the Blood Fiend sect were of little concern to him, he could not overlook the well-being of Chu Jianqiu and Tang Ning Xin. If they were to encounter a formidable foe like Lu Yiming again, it would indeed spell great trouble. In addition to Shui Lian and Ma Jingyao, these two individuals had formed an alliance with him, and thus he could not disregard them. After deliberation, Chu Jianqiu resolved to seek out these individuals first. Chapter 113. Chu Jianqiu refrained from retracing his steps directly, having suffered a significant setback at the hands of Lu Yiming. He wished to avoid confronting her until he had ascended to the 5th level of true qi. Should he return directly, the likelihood of encountering her again was substantial. Therefore, Chu Jianqiu took a considerable detour, making his way along the original path. However, it is often the case that the more one fears something, the more likely one is to encounter it. Upon spotting the striking crimson figure in a forest, Chu Jianqiu felt a sense of helplessness and promptly turned to flee. The moment Lu Yiming laid eyes on Chu Jianqiu, she too was momentarily taken aback. After executing the scarlet flame blood slash, her body could no longer withstand the strain, and she collapsed. When she regained consciousness, a full day had passed. Utilizing precious elixirs to mend her injuries consumed another 2 days. At this point, Lu Yiming had relinquished her pursuit of Chu Jianqiu. After 3 days had elapsed, given his cunning, he could have vanished to an unknown location, making it nearly impossible to track him down. Moreover, even if she were to find him, given Chu Jianqiu's seemingly endless array of tactics, eliminating him would prove exceedingly challenging. Thus, Lu Yiming had ultimately resigned herself to the idea of ceasing the hunt for Chu Jianqiu. Her current path was aimed at reuniting with her fellow disciples to continue fulfilling the sect's mission. Originally, her task had been considered accomplished, but it had been thwarted by Shui Lian, leading to her near failure and compelling her to continue the search for the blood demon essence. Nevertheless, she could hardly fathom that on this path, she would unexpectedly encounter Chu Jianqiu, a true nemesis. Upon catching sight of his figure clad in white, Lu Yiming was instantly consumed by rage. With a swift movement, she pursued him once more. Though she was acutely aware of Chu Jianqiu's formidable escape techniques, rendering her pursuit futile, her heart could not quell the urge to chase after him. Chu Jianqiu let out a faint sigh, retrieving 2 movement talismans and affixing them to his legs, propelling himself forward at a frantic pace. According to the map's description, ferocious beasts lurked nearby, and he dared not recklessly employ the Windwalker talismans to soar through the skies. For if he were to escape the clutches of Lu Yiming, he might just meet his end at the hands of those lurking creatures instead, resulting in an utterly humiliating fate. Nonetheless, fortified by the wind boots and the movement talismans, his speed was hardly inferior to that of Lu Yiming. For her to catch up would not be an easy feat unless she were to elevate herself to the sea transformation realm, which was a different matter altogether. With his stock of teleportation talismans dwindling, Chu Jianqiu hesitated to employ them during this escape. Thus, they repeated their earlier scenario, one fleeing desperately ahead while the other relentlessly pursued from behind. However, this time, their chase did not last for an entire day and night as before. After a brief period of running, Chu Jianqiu suddenly encountered a marshland ahead, where dozens of blood-robed warriors stood at the periphery. Dozens of blood-robed warriors were uniting their efforts to execute secret incantations, directing a series of arcane symbols into the depths of the swamp. The air above the mire was thick with a dense, malevolent aura, and as those incantations penetrated the swamp, it churned violently, akin to boiling water. Gradually, a crimson orb began to rise from the depths of the mire. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Chu Jianqiu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The Blood Fiend's Scarlet Departure Pearl. Although he had no intention of seeking trouble with the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect, such a fortuitous windfall could not be disregarded. The Blood Fiend's Scarlet Departure Pearl held a value of 150,000 contribution points. The blood-robed warriors, upon seeing the crimson orb ascend from the swamp, displayed expressions of delight and relief. Their considerable efforts had finally yielded the coveted Blood Fiend's Scarlet Departure Pearl. As one particularly brash blood-robed warrior, with eyebrows like broomsticks, stepped forward to claim the precious orb, a figure clad in white suddenly darted in and snatched the treasure from beneath their noses. The broom-browed warrior was momentarily taken aback, quickly succumbing to a fit of rage. Who dared to snatch food from his mouth? Such audacity was intolerable. You scoundrel, return the Blood Fiend's Scarlet Departure Pearl at once, or I shall take your life, he bellowed furiously. Yet, Chu Jianqiu paid him no heed, not even casting a glance in his direction. Instead, he vanished like a wisp of wind. How dare you steal from me? You're as good as dead. The broom-browed warrior in a blood-red robe glared at Chu Jianqiu's retreating figure, cursing vehemently. He then turned to the blood-robed warriors still frozen in place and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and pursue him." The sluggish warriors, suddenly roused from their stupor, realized that the blood-evil red separation pearl they had painstakingly acquired had been snatched away, leaving them to toil for someone else's benefit. Enraged, they surged forward in a chaotic frenzy, giving rise to a scene of utter disarray. As the crowd rushed after Chu Jianqiu, a striking figure clad in blood red flashed by. Observing the commotion among the blood-robed warriors, she coldly inquired, "Qin Sheng, what on earth are you doing?" Though she posed a question, the unmistakable mirth glimmering in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Upon witnessing Chu Jianqiu seize the blood-evil red separation pearl, Lu Yiming felt a sense of balance restored within her. She was no longer the sole victim of such misfortune. With the company of others sharing her plight, her heart felt considerably lighter. Qin Sheng, with his broom-like eyebrows, cast a frosty glance at Lu Yiming and retorted icily, "What we are doing is of no concern to you." Lu Yiming chuckled derisively, saying, "What you, Qin Sheng, are up to is indeed none of my business." She paused, feigning concern as she continued, "However, I just witnessed the emergence of a blood-evil red separation pearl from the marsh, and now it seems to have vanished. Could it possibly have been stolen?" Her words struck a nerve, and Qin Sheng's expression darkened as he shot a resentful glance at Lu Yiming. Yet he found himself powerless against her taunt, ultimately directing his simmering fury towards Chu Jianqiu. Gazing at the figure in white racing ahead, Qin Sheng's eyes revealed a fierce murderous intent. This scoundrel not only snatched away the blood-fiend crimson departure pearl, which he had painstakingly acquired, but also caused him to lose face in front of Lu Yiming. The thought of not dismembering him to vent his pent-up fury was unbearable. Upon witnessing Qin Sheng's frustrated demeanor, Lu Yiming felt a surge of exhilaration. Previously, when Xue Liang had employed similar tactics to seize her blood-fiend crimson departure pearl, Qin Sheng had offered no words of solace. Now that he faced his own reckoning, she relished the sweet taste of retribution. As she observed the fleeing figure clad in white, her animosity towards him began to wane. Chapter 114. What, are you afraid? A throng pursued closely behind Chu Jianqiu, who was desperately fleeing ahead, creating a scene of utter chaos. Qin Sheng regarded Lu Yiming, who trailed alongside them, with a grim expression, coldly inquiring, "What business do you have following us?" His mood was already soured by the theft of the blood-fiend crimson departure pearl, and the presence of Lu Yiming, who seemed to be reveling in his misfortune, only exacerbated his displeasure. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yiming was also in pursuit of Chu Jianqiu. He mistakenly believed she had come to mock him due to their previous encounter. Lu Yiming had no intention of revealing her own past grievances at Chu Jianqiu's hands, and replied nonchalantly, "I simply prefer this direction. Does it concern you?" Qin Sheng was momentarily rendered speechless, yet he found himself powerless against Lu Yiming. The latter's prowess was not inferior to his own, and with the blood curse at her disposal, she could elevate her strength to the oceanic transformation realm in times of peril. Should a confrontation arise, it was uncertain whether he could prevail over Lu Yiming. Moreover, he could not possibly resort to violence against her over mere words, especially under the current circumstances. With Lu Yiming lingering nearby, Qin Sheng felt an overwhelming discomfort, exacerbated by her occasional cold laughter, which only intensified his irritation towards Chu Jianqiu, to the point where he wished to seize him and tear him to shreds. In the presence of Qin Sheng and his companions, Lu Yiming remained unfazed, leisurely watching the unfolding drama. Even if she ultimately failed to capture Chu Jianqiu, witnessing Qin Sheng's discomfiture would be a source of great amusement. Furthermore, she harbored little hope of apprehending Chu Jianqiu. Given his myriad cunning tactics and treachery, capturing him would prove exceedingly challenging. However, she was well aware of his true nature, a knowledge that eluded Qin Sheng and his cohort. Thus, she patiently awaited their inevitable misfortune. With a grim expression, Qin Sheng accelerated to his utmost speed, pursuing Chu Jianqiu. He believed that it would not be long before he closed the distance and eliminated him. After all, as a paragon of his generation, there were but a few who could contend with him within the same realm. Ordinary 9th-level true Qi cultivators were no match for him. Chu Jianqiu was merely a 4th-level true Qi practitioner, a feeble opponent whom he could easily overpower. It is precisely because Chu Jianqiu is merely a practitioner at the 4th level of Qi realm that Qin Sheng is so infuriated by the theft of the Blood Fiend Scarlet Departure Pearl. Previously, when Lu Yiming was robbed of the Blood Fiend Scarlet Departure Pearl by a disciple of the Xinjian sect, that disciple was at least a 9th-level practitioner of Qi realm. Yet this time, he watched helplessly as a mere 4th-level practitioner snatched the pearl right beneath his nose. If this incident were to spread, How could he ever show his face again? However, after pursuing for a while, Qinchong began to sense something amiss. The individual he had assumed would be easily captured was now seemingly out of reach, and despite his relentless chase, there was no sign of closing the distance. Were it not for the fact that the blood-robed warriors trailing behind him had fallen significantly behind, Qinchong might have doubted his own cultivation level. Gazing at the swiftly moving figure clad in white ahead, he found himself questioning the very essence of life itself. Could this truly be the speed of a fourth-level Qi realm practitioner? When did such individuals acquire such remarkable swiftness? Upon witnessing the look of disbelief on Qinchong's face, Lu Yiming felt a surge of satisfaction within. The performance was gradually unfolding, and Qinchong had begun to doubt his very existence. Yet this was merely the beginning. The main spectacle lay ahead. In the presence of an extraordinary talent like Chu Jianqiu, the so-called geniuses of the past were rendered utterly insignificant. This stark contrast could drive one to despair, and now Qinchong was finally beginning to experience this bitter taste. Lu Yiming had no intention of offering him any hints. After all, there was no reason for only him to suffer the blow. With gritted teeth, Qinchong summoned all his strength to pursue Chu Jianqiu. Refusing to believe in the absurdity of the situation, he, a formidable warrior at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, could not be outpaced by a mere 4th-level Qi practitioner. Even if Chu Jianqiu possessed some artifact to enhance his speed, he certainly could not match Qinchong in terms of endurance. A 4th-level warrior, in terms of the quantity of internal Qi, could not possibly rival him. Although Chu Jianqiu might maintain such speed initially, he would ultimately be caught. After a while of pursuit, only Lu Yiming and Qinchong remained closely trailing Chu Jianqiu, while the other blood-robed warriors fell far behind. As they watched the three figures grow increasingly distant until they vanished from sight, the remaining warriors exchanged bewildered glances. Unable to comprehend how a group of 9th-level Qi warriors could possibly lose track of a mere 4th-level practitioner. Qinchong had been in relentless pursuit of Chu Jianqiu for an entire day, and with each passing moment, the weight of his defeat bore down heavier upon his heart. Where on earth had this freak come from? After a day of full sprinting, even he began to feel his strength waning. Having consumed more than half of his internal Qi, while Chu Jianqiu remained as vigorous as ever, seemingly unfazed. Crucially, Qinchong had not witnessed Chu Jianqiu consuming any pills to replenish his internal Qi, while he himself had already taken 2 doses just to maintain his pace. At this moment, Qinchong couldn't help but suspect that Chu Jianqiu might be a powerful figure disguising himself as a 4th-level Qi warrior to toy with him. As he contemplated this, Qinchong couldn't help but feel a twinge of retreat. If Chu Jianqiu were indeed a remarkably powerful martial artist deliberately masquerading as a 4th-level Qi realm practitioner, pursuing him further would be exceedingly perilous. A being with such an abundance of true energy was not someone he could contend with. Lu Yiming discerned the hesitation etched on Qinchong's face and couldn't suppress a cold laugh. What's the matter? Are you afraid? To be intimidated by a mere 4th-level Qi realm waste, you Qinchong truly lack courage. Qinchong, struck by Lu Yiming's words that struck at his insecurities, retorted in anger, who is afraid? I, Qinchong, would never cower before a mere disciple of the Xinjiang sect. Moreover, how can you be so certain he is a 4th-level Qi realm practitioner? What if he is merely pretending? Lu Yiming scoffed, afraid is afraid. Stop making excuses. Even a blind person can see he is a 4th-level Qi realm martial artist. Could it be that you, Qinchong, are a blind man with your eyes wide open? Their relationship had never been amicable, and given that Qinchong had only compounded her grievances when the blood fiend red separation pearl was taken from her, she was not inclined to let him off easily. At the very least, she was determined to let him experience Chu Jianqiu's prowess. Seeking a semblance of balance in her heart. Chapter 115. The ambush. Upon realizing that those 2 individuals had been pursuing him for an entire day, Chu Jianqiu felt a flicker of admiration. These 2 truly possessed remarkable patience. With such formidable adversaries tailing him, it was impossible for Chu Jianqiu to seek outs with Xiao Lianzhu and the others. He pondered the necessity of devising a strategy to rid himself of these 2. Otherwise, allowing them to follow him indefinitely would be untenable. Pursued by the 2, Chu Jianqiu found himself aimlessly fleeing through the labyrinthine depths of the secret realm. Utterly unaware of his whereabouts, gritting his teeth, he resolved to employ 2 more teleportation talismans to evade their relentless chase. However, just as he was about to activate the talismans, he stumbled upon a fierce clash near a swamp, where 2 factions were engaged in a brutal skirmish. Each side boasted a considerable number of fighters, nearly 100 strong, with numerous practitioners at the 9th level of the vital energy realm. The ferocity of the battle was staggering, with casualties occurring at alarming intervals. To Chu Jianqiu's astonishment, many familiar faces emerged from the fray. Among the ranks of the Xinjian sect were Tang Mingxin, Tan Youxin, Luan Guanghui, Shui Lian, and Ma Jingyao. On the opposing side, the Bloodslaughter sect was represented by Ouyang Yuan and Lu Tianyao, with Ouyang Yuan having ascended to the 9th level of the vital energy realm as well. The individuals present were predominantly the elite combatants of both factions, and the carnage exceeded anything Chu Jianqiu had previously witnessed. Even formidable warriors like Tang Mingxin struggled against the blood-robed fighters, who, while not quite on par with Lu Yiming, were only slightly inferior. Confronted by such powerful adversaries, the Xinjian sect suffered devastating losses. Leading the Xinjian sect was a man clad in a green robe, a figure familiar to Chu Jianqiu, Shinta Feiqing, ranked 22nd on the inner sect disciple leaderboard. Although Shinta Feiqing remains an inner disciple, he has already caught the attention of the sect leader, Zhua Qiuan. Should he successfully complete the task in the Nuze secret realm, he would ascend to the status of a direct disciple. Shinta Feiqing possesses formidable strength. Despite being at the 9th level of True Qi realm, his combat prowess rivals that of a half-step to the Sea transformation realm. At this moment, Shinta Feiqing faces Ouyang Yuan, who, after his promotion to the 9th level of True Qi realm, has attained a terrifying level of power, showing no signs of weakness against Shinta Feiqing. Adjacent to them lies a vast swamp, shrouded in an exceedingly dense aura of blood malice. Far more potent than the swamp encountered by Chu Jianqiu during his previous meeting with Qin Cheng. The intensity of the blood malice here is magnified several-fold. The water above the swamp appears a deep crimson, reminiscent of thick blood, exuding a sinister and ghastly odor. Witnessing this scene, Chu Jianqiu is overwhelmed with astonishment. The extraordinary and eerie nature of the swamp, along with the formidable figures present, serves as a stark reminder that something monumental is unfolding before him. The ominous danger emanating from this place compels Chu Jianqiu to consider fleeing at once. However, the presence of Tang Mingxin and others prevents him from abandoning them, as he cannot simply forsake their safety. As both sides engage in fierce combat, none notice Chu Jianqiu's arrival, save for Luan Guanghui from Xinjian sect. Upon seeing Chu Jianqiu, Luan Guanghui is momentarily taken aback, but soon offers him a cryptic smile. Observing this interaction, Chu Jianqiu feels a surge of unease. Then he witnessed Luan Guanghui's palm, originally aimed at the blood-robed warrior opposite him, suddenly veering midair and ruthlessly descending upon Tang Mingxin. The force of this strike was unparalleled and caught off guard. Tang Mingxin found herself utterly unable to evade it. She could not fathom that Luan Guanghui would turn his aggression towards her, and a flicker of bewilderment crossed her eyes as she helplessly watched his palm descend towards her. Luan Guanghui, ranked 23rd among the inner disciples, was undoubtedly formidable. And in terms of combat prowess, he was no less than Tang Mingxin. With this sudden and stealthy assault, should his palm connect, she would be gravely wounded, if not killed outright. In such dire circumstances, sustaining such injuries would likely seal her fate. Yet, at the very last moment before the strike landed, a figure clad in white interposed itself before Tang Mingxin, absorbing the full brunt of Luan Guanghui's lethal blow. With a resounding crash, the white-clad figure was sent flying by the force of the strike, plummeting into the blood-soaked marsh below. After creating a crimson splash, it was engulfed by the thick, blood-like waters, vanishing from sight. Tang Mingxin's heart trembled violently, and she cried out, "Chu Jianqiu!" Tears streamed down her face like a broken dam. In his haste to shield her from Luan Guanghui's attack, Chu Jianqiu had undoubtedly sustained grave injuries. Falling into such a blood-soaked marsh, his chances of survival were virtually non-existent. Given the overwhelming malevolence of this marsh, even disciples of the blood evil sect could scarcely endure it. For others, it was a fate almost certainly fatal. Even standing at the edge of this blood-soaked marsh, feeling the overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from it, they found it difficult to withstand. Let alone the fact that Chu Jianqiu had plunged directly into the very heart of the mire, where the malevolent energy was most concentrated. Even if Chu Jianqiu had not sustained injuries, survival in the blood-soaked marsh would be a formidable challenge. In his current state, severely wounded by Luan Guanghui, his fate seemed almost sealed. "Luan Guanghui, I will end you!" Tang Mingxin screamed in fury, lunging towards Luan Guanghui. Shinta Feiqing also took note of this scene, his face a mixture of shock and rage as he shouted, "Luan Guanghui, have you lost your mind? What are you doing?" With a cold smile, Luan Guanghui replied, "Because I am, in fact, a disciple of the blood-soaked sect." As he spoke, his entire being quivered, exuding an intense aura of malevolence. The crowd was rendered utterly astonished, particularly the disciples of the Xinjian sect, who could scarcely believe that such a prominent expert from their inner circle was, in truth, a pawn of the blood-soaked sect embedded within their ranks. Luan Guanghui felt no remorse for revealing his identity. Eliminating Chu Jianqiu was worth any price he might have to pay. Chu Jianqiu's extraordinary talents were simply too formidable. Should such a prodigy mature, he would become a veritable nightmare for the blood-soaked sect. Furthermore, it was not merely a matter of future threats. Had Luan Guanghui not acted to eliminate Chu Jianqiu just now, the blood-soaked sect's plans would likely have unraveled the moment Chu Jianqiu joined their ranks. The myriad of strategies and exceptional intellect displayed by Chu Jianqiu posed an immense threat to them all. Chapter 116. The chaos. Luo Yi was astonished and somewhat bewildered to witness the demise of Chu Jianqiu. Despite her superior realm and greater strength, she had never managed to gain the upper hand against such a cunning and extraordinarily gifted individual, whose myriad techniques made him exceedingly formidable. The fact that this prodigious talent met his end at the hands of a fellow disciple was indeed a source of melancholic reflection. Yet, with Chu Jianqiu's death, a considerable weight was lifted from Luo Yi's shoulders, as the pressure he exerted on her had been overwhelming. Without him, she could finally find peace in her mind and rest. Ouyang Yuan, upon seeing Chu Jianqiu fall into the blood fiend swamp, was instantly filled with exuberance. Unable to suppress a hearty laugh that echoed into the sky, the formidable adversary was finally vanquished, and the knot in his heart was at long last untied, though a tinge of regret lingered in him for not being the one to deliver the fatal blow. Lu Tianyao, witnessing the fading silhouette of Chu Jianqiu in the swamp, felt a pang of loss and nostalgia, yet was soon enveloped by a sense of relief. The cycle of cause and effect had finally reached its conclusion with Chu Jianqiu's passing. Shui Lian and Ma Jingyao, observing the scene, could not help but sigh deeply, their hearts heavy with infinite regret at the untimely loss of Tian Shui, for they would no longer have the opportunity to engage in commerce with him. The death of Chu Jianqiu represented a significant blow to the Xinjian sect. Had he been allowed to mature unimpeded in a century, the Xinjian sect would have risen to become the foremost sect of the great Qian dynasty, perhaps even surpassing it to become the paramount sect of the entire southern continent. However, with his untimely demise, all such aspirations were irrevocably shattered. As Chu Jianqiu sank into the blood fiend marsh, a pang of sorrow gripped Tan Yoxin's heart, casting a shadow of despair within her soul. With Chu Jianqiu engulfed by the mire, a figure clad in a floral long dress swiftly approached, accompanied by a heart-wrenching cry, "No!" Zhuoqiu Lian's bamboo, witnessing the white-clad form disappearing into the blood fiend marsh, felt her eyes redden instantly, her delicate features contorting in profound anguish. She had pursued Chu Jianqiu and Lu Yiming for several days, only to be met with this heart-rending scene of parting from life. Gazing at the vanishing white figure, Zhuoqiu Lian's bamboo felt as though she had been struck by a thunderbolt. With eyes ablaze, she turned her gaze upon Luan Guanghui, shrieking, "I shall make you pay." In that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from her, a force so formidable that it transcended the 9th level of true qi, nearing the realm of transformation C. Shinta Feichai, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with alarm, exclaiming, "Zhuoqiu, do not." Zhuoqiu Lian's bamboo was prepared to invoke a secret technique at such a grave cost for Chu Jianqiu. Having already sealed her own realm at the 9th level of true qi, her use of this technique now would inevitably inflict severe damage upon her. The price of such a secret technique was already exorbitant, and for Zhuoqiu Lian's bamboo, who had her realm sealed, the toll would be far greater than that of an ordinary practitioner. After employing this secret technique, Zhuoqiu Lian Zhu might find herself forever unable to transcend the realm of the Sea of Transformation, remaining perpetually at the 9th level of true qi. Shin Tu Fei Che could not help but sigh inwardly. The once illustrious daughter of heaven was thus ruined, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of regret. Given Zhuoqiu Lian Zhu's innate talent, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she could have potentially ascended to the realm of Yuan Dan. However, that possibility was now irrevocably shattered. Tang Ning Xin, upon witnessing Zhuoqiu Lian Zhu's condition, paused momentarily in surprise, but soon emulated her, trembling as a powerful aura erupted from her being. Shin Tu Fei Che, observing this scene, felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Had they all gone mad? Wan Guanghui's expression shifted dramatically upon sensing the formidable auras emanating from both Zhuoqiu Lian Zhu and Tang Ning Xin. As a disciple of the Xinjian sect, he was well aware of the grave repercussions of such a forceful elevation of one's realm. This technique inflicted severe damage upon the practitioner, potentially harming the very foundation of their path, and in severe cases, it could render them incapable of further advancement for life. He was not inclined to resort to such a technique for this battle. It was hardly worth the cost. Yet, Confronted by the current states of Zhuqiu Lianzhu and Tang Ning Xian, he recognized that failing to employ this technique would lead to certain death. Their combined strength already surpassed his own, and with both utilizing secret techniques, his chances of victory were virtually non-existent. A twinge of regret crept into Luan Guanghui's mind. If the price of eliminating Chu Jianqiu was his own life, then this transaction would indeed be a profound loss. Nevertheless, the situation did not fill him with utter despair. With a sweeping gesture, Ouyang Yuan commanded the blood-robed warriors, "What are you waiting for? Do you not see our comrades under assault?" Under Ouyang Yuan's directive, the blood-robed warriors hastened to aid Luan Guanghui, plunging the scene into utter chaos. However, at that moment, Zhuqiu Lianzhu and Tang Ning Xian, employing secret techniques to forcibly elevate their realms, exhibited formidable strength that far surpassed that of the blood-robed warriors. Even when numerous blood-robed warriors banded together, they were swiftly routed, losing their armor and resolve. Previously, the Xinjiang sect had been relentlessly pressured by the Bloodshot sect. But with Zhuqiu Lianzhu's entrance and her collaboration with Tang Ning Xian, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. One by one, the blood-robed warriors fell before their might. Observing this, Lu Yiming and Qin Chong also joined the fray, uniting against Zhuqiu Lianzhu and Tang Ning Xian. Lu Yiming, having previously awakened the blood goo, was hesitant to recklessly summon it again for a surge in power. With their participation, the battle reached a stalemate. Yet, this apparent deadlock was, in truth, exceedingly disadvantageous for the Xinjiang sect. All were acutely aware that the equilibrium was solely upheld by Zhuqiu Lianzhu and Tang Ning Xian. Should they falter, the situation would undoubtedly tilt decisively against them. It was inevitable that Zhuqiu Lianzhu and Tang Ning Xian could not sustain their efforts for long, as the technique that consumed their life essence could not endure indefinitely. The Bloodshot sect merely needed to outlast the duration of their secret arts to secure victory. Had it not been for Luan Guanghui's treachery, the Xinjiang sect would have held a significant advantage, for his prowess was formidable, ranking 23rd among the inner disciples of the sect. Apart from a scant few such as Zhuqiu Lianzhu, Tang Ningxian, and Shintel Fish, none could rival him. Luan Guanghui's betrayal drastically altered the balance of power, deepening the resentment felt by the members of the Xinjiang sect towards him. Chapter 117. Refining the Blood Fiend's aura amidst the fierce clashes. After an hour of relentless combat, both sides suffered heavy casualties. Lu Yiming, Qin Chong, Luan Guanghui, and a host of blood-robed warriors joined forces to withstand the onslaught of Zhuqiu Lianzhu and Tang Ningxian. Despite incurring grievous losses, they managed to hold their ground. Yet, after this hour of brutal skirmish, the effects of Zhuqiu Lianzhu and Tang Ningxian's secret techniques began to wane. Once their mystical abilities faded, the disciples of the Xinjiang sect, including themselves, would find it exceedingly difficult to escape the clutches of the Blood Fiend sect. Observing the dire situation, Shintel Fish's countenance turned ashen. Had it not been for Luan Guanghui's betrayal, circumstances would not have deteriorated to this extent. They could have potentially completed their mission to disrupt the Blood Fiend sect's disciples in their collection of the Blood Fiend's Abyssal Liquid and the Blood Fiend's Crimson Pearl. Alas, Luan Guanghui's betrayal rendered all their efforts futile, costing the lives of many disciples from the Xinjiang sect. These were the elite of the inner sect, and with the loss of so many core disciples, the Xinjiang sect found itself grievously weakened. Shintel Fish has relinquished all hope of completing his mission. His sole concern now is how to safely escort Zhuqiu Lianzhu and Tang Ning Xian away. The two of them, one being the daughter of the sect leader and the other the beloved disciple of the seventh peak master, Qin Miaoyan, hold significant status. Rescuing them, even if the mission fails, would still be a remarkable achievement. Meanwhile, neither side in the battle has noticed that the dense and ominous blood malice emanating from the blood malice swamp is gradually flowing towards its center. And this flow is accelerating, ultimately forming a vortex. Chu Jianqiu was struck down into the blood malice swamp by Luan Guanghui's palm. Although he was caught off guard, the force of Luan Guanghui's strike pales in comparison to the crimson flame blood slash unleashed by Lu Yiming. While it did inflict some injuries, they were nowhere near the severity of those caused by Lu Yiming's attack. As for the blood malice within the swamp, its threat to him was laughable. The instant Chu Jianqiu fell into the blood malice swamp, the blood malice within it seemed to panic, fleeing in all directions as if it had seen a ghost, showing no inclination to approach him whatsoever. In stark contrast, the Chaos Supreme bloodline within Chu Jianqiu reacted like a cat enticed by blood, displaying immense interest in the blood malice, stirring restlessly within him. Chu Jianqiu was astonished by this phenomenon, realizing that the Chaos Supreme bloodline possesses a natural suppression over anything related to blood malice. Sensing his bloodline's thirst for the malice, he decided to relinquish his restraints and allow his bloodline to operate freely. The blood vessels within him surged instantly, forming a powerful suction that drew in the surrounding malevolent energy, assimilating it into Chu Jianqiu's being. He discovered that this sinister energy, once absorbed, was immediately transformed by his blood vessels into pure vital force. What was originally an eerie and wicked essence astonishingly metamorphosed into an extraordinarily pristine power. Witnessing this phenomenon, Chu Jianqiu felt a blend of astonishment and elation. These substances, which could be lethal to others, were, in his case, treasures that invigorated his bloodline. Realizing that this malevolent essence posed no threat to him, he felt a wave of relief wash over him and began to fervently channel the chaotic celestial emperor technique, voraciously absorbing the surrounding malevolent energy. Under Chu Jianqiu's influence, the malevolent essence offered no resistance, obediently flowing into his body, while his chaotic supreme bloodline greedily assimilated and transformed this energy. As this malevolent essence was converted into pure vital force, the latent power within his chaotic supreme bloodline began to awaken, accelerating the absorption process to an astounding rate, ultimately forming a vortex around him. Moreover, the transformation of this malevolent essence not only further stimulated Chu Jianqiu's bloodline, but also enhanced his cultivation. Due to the immense quantity and rapid pace at which the chaotic celestial emperor technique consumed the malevolent energy, those remnants that had not yet been absorbed were entirely refined into true energy within Chu Jianqiu. He could perceive his cultivation ascending at a visible rate, realizing that the effects of this malevolent essence far surpassed even that of a gathering qi pill by several magnitudes. This astonishing discovery left Chu Jianqiu utterly astounded. The Chaos Heavenly Emperor technique not only has the capability to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into true energy within the body, but it can also refine the ominous blood evil energy. This is indeed an extraordinary phenomenon. Prior to this, Chu Jianqiu had never heard of any cultivation method that could transform energies beyond the spiritual essence of the world into true energy. If the Chaos Heavenly Emperor technique can refine blood evil energy, might it also be capable of transmuting other forms of energy into true energy? If so, this technique would be overwhelmingly formidable. While Chu Jianqiu was deeply shocked by the ability of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor technique to convert blood evil energy into true energy, he found it somewhat comprehensible. Both blood evil energy and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth are essentially forms of energy, with the true energy within a warrior's body being yet another form of energy. The practice of absorbing and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into true energy is merely a transformation of worldly energy into another form stored within oneself. Most cultivation methods can only absorb and refine this particular type of energy, while a select few, almost mythical techniques claim to refine other forms of energy. However, such methods are often relegated to legend, as no one has ever witnessed them. As Chu Jianqiu fervently employed the Chaos Heavenly Emperor technique, he rapidly absorbed and refined the blood evil energy, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the 4th level of true energy realm, and seamlessly breaking through to the 5th level. Under normal circumstances, achieving such a breakthrough to the 5th level would require an astronomical amount of resources, given the vast reservoir of energy within his dantian. In this moment, the sanguine aura of the blood marsh provided him with ample resources for cultivation, greatly benefiting Chu Jianqiu. He could not help but feel a sense of gratitude towards Luan Guanghui. Had he not been cast into this blood marsh, he would never have discovered that the chaotic celestial emperor technique could refine the sanguine energy. Consequently, his cultivation level would not have ascended so swiftly to the 5th level of true qi. After harnessing the sanguine aura to reach the pinnacle of the 5th level of true qi, Chu Jianqiu did not cease his efforts. Instead, he continued to absorb and refine the sanguine energy until he had completely depleted the marsh. Only then did he reluctantly halt his endeavors. Following the refinement of such a substantial amount of sanguine energy, Chu Jianqiu's cultivation reached the zenith of the 5th level of true qi, with the 6th level now tantalizingly close. Chapter 118. Breaking through to the 5th level of true qi upon realizing that he was but a hair's breadth away from the 6th level of true qi, Chu Jianqiu experienced a twinge of regret. Had there been just a bit more sanguine energy within the marsh, he could have easily broken through to the 6th level. Yet, he found himself stymied at the pinnacle of the 5th level. This was not due to a lack of sanguine energy in the marsh, but rather because a significant portion of the energy he had absorbed was consumed by his bloodline to enhance its power. Only a minuscule fraction of the sanguine energy had been converted into true qi. Had all the sanguine energy been transformed, Chu Jianqiu surmised that he could have effortlessly ascended to the 8th level of true qi. As Chu Jianqiu felt the increasingly pure essence of his bloodline within him, a terrifying power had already been partially awakened. He estimated that a mere drop of his refined blood could suppress the blood fiend's Qingming poison within Chui Yayun for over half a year, rather than the trifling 3 months he had previously anticipated. With the blood fiend's aura completely absorbed, Chu Jianqiu chose not to linger in the swamp any longer. He was uncertain about the situation outside, although he had shielded Tang Ningxin from that strike. The arrival of Lu Yiming and Qin Chong meant that she might not be able to withstand the onslaught. Now that he had ascended to the 5th level of true qi, Chu Jianqiu felt no fear towards Lu Yiming. Even without the aid of talismans, he was confident in his invincibility. If he were to utilize those talismans, he could undoubtedly defeat Lu Yiming, unless she resorted to secret techniques to forcibly elevate herself to the ocean transformation realm, which would leave him at a loss. As the tumult in the Blood Fiend swamp intensified, the members of the Blood Fiend sect finally sensed something amiss. Witnessing the frenzied surge of Blood Fiend aura converging towards the center of the swamp, ultimately forming a colossal vortex, they were filled with both astonishment and trepidation. This was a phenomenon they had never encountered before. At the vortex's core, the Blood Fiend aura swirled like a monstrous beast consuming everything in its vicinity. Observing this spectacle, not only the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect, but also those of the Xinjian sect were deeply alarmed, as it resembled a fierce demonic creature gradually awakening. Should it fully awaken, it would likely devour everything outside. However, the disciples of the Xinjian sect were not as concerned as those from the Bloodslaughter sect. Their initial purpose for coming here was to thwart the Bloodslaughter sect's efforts to acquire the Bloodslaughter Xuanma liquid and the Bloodslaughter chili pearl. Now that the malevolent aura had been significantly absorbed and dissipated, it seemed that the Bloodslaughter sect's quest for the Xuanma liquid would not proceed as smoothly. Upon witnessing the scene unfolding above the Bloodslaughter swamp, Ouyang Yuan's expression darkened. The Bloodslaughter swamp was of utmost importance to them, harboring an abundance of the Xuanma liquid, and it was likely that the quantity of the Bloodslaughter chili pearls was considerable as well. Should they successfully obtain the Xuanma liquid and the chili pearls, their mission within the Nuze secret realm would be nearly 1/3 complete. However, given the current circumstances, this mission appeared to be in jeopardy. The Xuanma liquid was formed from the malevolent aura reaching a certain intensity, while the chili pearl was the essence condensed from the Xuanma liquid. If the malevolent aura continued to vanish at this rate, how much Xuanma liquid and chili pearls could they ultimately extract? Witnessing this, Ouyang Yuan felt a surge of agitation and commanded, "Do not dawdle any longer. Swiftly eliminate these individuals and do not hinder our mission." At this moment, the effects of the secret techniques employed by Zuoqiu Lianzhu and Tang Ning Xin began to wane, tilting the balance of battle once more in favor of the Bloodslaughter sect. Upon hearing Ouyang Yuan's orders, the members of the Bloodslaughter sect intensified their assaults, placing even greater pressure on the Xinyan sect. Tan Yoxin faced the relentless onslaught of the blood-robed warrior, her body marred with wounds. The talismans she bore had long since been exhausted, and even the escape talisman was rendered futile. Should the tide of battle turn against her, only death awaited. Chuelian and Ma Jingyao, observing the dire circumstances, silently lamented their predicament, already contemplating their escape. The situation had deteriorated beyond redemption. They could hardly remain and await their demise. With a series of thunderous explosions, Zuoqiu Lianzhe and Tang Ningxin were grievously injured by the combined efforts of Lu Yimu and her allies, their bodies drenched in crimson. Yet, Lu Yimu and her companions were not unscathed. They had endured significant losses, sacrificing over 20 blood-robed warriors in their confrontation with these formidable foes nearing the threshold of the ocean transformation realm. As the effects of the two warriors' secret techniques began to wane, Lu Yimu and her group seized the opportunity to vanquish them. Xuelian and Ma Jingyao, witnessing this turn of events, prepared to utilize their escape talismans. With the impending demise of Zuoqiu Lianzhe and Tang Ningxin, the outcome of the battle had become inevitable. If they did not flee now, it was likely that even the talismans would prove useless. Shinto Fish, perceiving the gravity of the situation, yearned to intercede and rescue the two, yet he found himself ensnared by Ouyang Yuan, unable to break free. In this moment of utmost peril, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted over the Blood Fiend marsh, sending torrents of mud and water soaring skyward like a rain of arrows. From the heart of the explosion, a figure clad in white emerged from the mire, landing gracefully on the shore. The onlookers, upon beholding this ethereal figure, were overtaken by disbelief, especially Long Guanghui, who appeared as if he had encountered a ghost. How could this be? How could Chu Jianqiu possibly still be alive? Anyone who had endured his strike and subsequently fallen into the blood fiend swamp would have no chance of survival. Luang Guanghui was acutely aware of the devastating power of his blow. Even if Chu Jianqiu possessed the strength to confront an opponent beyond his level, he would not have been able to counter that strike in such a hurried manner. Moreover, the atmosphere of blood fiend energy within the swamp was so dense that even a disciple of the blood fiend sect would succumb to its corrosive effects. Yet, not only had Chu Jianqiu survived, he bore an air of nonchalance, as if the previous strike had inflicted no harm upon him, and the oppressive blood fiend energy could not touch him in the slightest. Most astonishing to Luang Guanghui and the others was that Chu Jianqiu not only emerged alive from the blood fiend swamp, but had also ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th level of true qi. When he was at the 4th level, his combat prowess was already terrifying. Under his myriad of tactics, even Lu Yiming was rendered powerless against him. Now that he had reached the peak of the 5th level of true qi, who could possibly defeat him? Lu Yiming, witnessing Chu Jianqiu radiating an overwhelming aura, felt a chill run down her spine. How could he not only survive in such circumstances, but inexplicably advance a level in cultivation? What kind of monster was he? Chapter 119. The next matters are in my hands. Chu Jianqiu, you are not dead. Tang Ningxin cried out, tears streaming down her face, this time from overwhelming joy. Zuoqiu Lianzhu gazed silently at Chu Jianqiu, her eyes fixed upon him in a trance. Suddenly, she felt that her feelings for him were markedly different from those she held for other men. Prior to this transformation, she had been oblivious to the peculiar affections she harbored for Chu Jianqiu. However, witnessing him fall into the blood slaughter marsh had torn her heart asunder, and seeing him alive again filled her world with an extraordinary light. This tumultuous experience left her momentarily speechless, lost in her own thoughts. Ouyang Yuan's expression darkened, as if he were a storm cloud ready to burst. He could hardly believe that not only had Chu Jianqiu survived his fall into the marsh, but he had inexplicably ascended to a higher level of cultivation. Lu Tianyao regarded Chu Jianqiu with a complex gaze, acknowledging that he continued to defy fate with his remarkable resilience. Chu Jianqiu turned to Tang Ning Xin and smiled gently, assuring her, do not worry. I am not so easily defeated. Yet, he soon noticed the severe injuries and the pallor of both Zuoqiu Lianzhu and Tang Ning Xin, recognizing at once that they had employed forbidden techniques. This realization darkened his countenance. As a direct disciple, he understood well the grave consequences of such practices, particularly for Zuoqiu Lianzhu, who had invoked them while sealed in her current state. It was evident that she had jeopardized her foundational path, and whether she could advance in her cultivation in the future remained uncertain. Chu Jianqiu cast a cold glance over the scene, his gaze settling on the approaching Lu Yiming and others, and he calmly declared, I shall take charge of the ensuing matters. With that, he moved with the swiftness of lightning, darting forward to deliver a strike towards the crowd, specifically targeting Luang Guanghui, the architect of the chaos. It was inconceivable for Chu Jianqiu to let Luang Guanghui escape unscathed, for although the latter's actions inadvertently allowed him to refine the malevolent energy from the blood fiend swamp, he was nonetheless the principal culprit responsible for the grievous injuries inflicted upon Zuoqiu Lianzhu and Tang Ningxin, which had severely compromised their martial foundations. Furthermore, the casualties among the disciples of the Xinjian sect could also be attributed to him. Thus, Chu Jianqiu was determined to make him the first target of his retribution. Luang Guanghui was instantly struck with terror. The speed Chu Jianqiu exhibited after his ascension to the 5th level of true qi was astonishingly rapid, closing the distance between them in an instant. By the time Luang Guanghui attempted to evade, it was already too late, leaving him no choice but to brace himself for the impact. With a thunderous crash, Luang Guanghui was sent flying several dozen feet, crashing to the ground, struggling to regain his footing as he coughed up copious amounts of blood. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The transformation of Chu Jianqiu after his promotion to the 5th level of true qi was indeed formidable, as even a warrior of Luang Guanghui's caliber was severely wounded in a single blow. Noting that Luang Guanghui could still stand after receiving his strike, Chu Jianqiu felt a hint of surprise. Indeed, Luang Guanghui was no ordinary foe, ranking 23rd among the inner disciples of the Xinjian sect, a testament to his undeniable strength. Chu Jianqiu estimated that if Luang Guanghui had not been gravely injured beforehand, he might have been able to engage him in a fierce battle. However, given that he had already fallen to the hands of Zuoqiu Lianzhu and Tang Ningxin, he could no longer be considered a formidable opponent. Before ascending to the 5th level of true qi, Chu Jianqiu was slightly stronger than the average practitioner at the 9th level. Yet he remained inferior to the likes of Lu Yimu and Luang Guanghui. Now, having reached the 5th level, even in the face of Luang Guanghui at his peak, Chu Jianqiu was confident in his ability to triumph without relying on any external forces. In a swift motion, Chu Jianqiu lunged towards Luan Guanghui once more. Midway, he extended his hand, and a chilling long sword appeared in his grasp. With a series of sharp, resonating sounds, countless strands of fierce sword energy rained down upon Luan Guanghui, who, caught off guard, was swiftly reduced to fragments by the onslaught. Thus fell a renowned prodigy of his time. Chu Jianqiu's actions were executed with such swiftness that the onlookers scarcely had time to react before Luan Guanghui met his demise at his hands. After slaying Luan Guanghui, Chu Jianqiu turned his gaze towards Lu Yemu and the others, his expression devoid of emotion, the long sword in his hand emitting a chilling luminescence. The sword was named Qiu Shui. Zhua Qiulian's, observing the Qiu Shui sword in Chu Jianqiu's possession, could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Their master, truly biased, had bestowed the Qiu Shui sword upon his junior disciple. This sword had been a treasured artifact wielded by their master, Cui Yiyun, in her youth, and even her senior sister, Luo Zhiyun, had not been granted such a gift. It was unexpected that it had been passed on to Chu Jianqiu. Chu Jianqiu gazed at Lu Yemu and her companions, extracting 2 swift movement talismans and affixing them to his legs, followed by a strength enhancement talisman applied to his body. Witnessing this scene, a chill coursed through Lu Yemu's heart. At this moment, even without any aids, she held no confidence in defeating Chu Jianqiu, especially considering he wielded a mid-tier 3rd-grade magic sword and had adorned himself with numerous spiritual talismans. Lacking any fighting spirit, Lu Yemu promptly turned to flee. Confronting Chu Jianqiu in her current state was tantamount to courting death. Unless she could awaken the blood goo once more, she might possess a fighting chance against Chu Jianqiu. However, given her present injuries, reviving the blood goo would likely lead to her own demise, even if she managed to vanquish Chu Jianqiu. While the mission was of significance, her life undoubtedly took precedence. Moreover, this task was not hers to begin with, it belonged to Ouyang Yuan. She merely stumbled into this fierce conflict while pursuing Chu Jianqiu, thus finding herself entangled in it, and there was no reason for her to jeopardize her life for Ouyang Yuan. Upon witnessing Lu Yemu's retreat, Qin Chong felt no inclination to linger and swiftly followed suit. Although he prided himself on his formidable strength, he was self-aware enough to recognize that Chu Jianqiu was far beyond his capabilities. The sheer might of Chu Jianqiu, a 5th-level true Qi realm warrior, sent a wave of dread through Qin Chong. Such terrifying power was indeed astonishing. Those so-called geniuses of the past paled in comparison to this prodigy. Simultaneously, a sense of concern crept into Qin Chong's mind, for with such a monster in the Xianjian sect, the Blood Fiend sect faced a dire predicament. Once this prodigious being reaches maturity, the Blood Evil sect shall have no path to survival. Previously, he was astounded by Ouyang Yuan's innate talent. The mere 8th level of true Qi could contend with their top-tier 9th level experts, marking him as a once-in-a-century genius of the Blood Evil sect. However, upon encountering Chu Jianqiu, he realized that even a genius like Ouyang Yuan paled in comparison to such an extraordinary figure. Chapter 120. Repelling the enemy. Upon witnessing the retreat of Lu Yeming and Qin Chong, Chu Jianqiu refrained from pursuit. The immediate priority was to drive back the disciples of the Blood Evil sect, allowing for the treatment of Zhua Qiulian's and Tang Ningxin. The injuries sustained by Zhua Qiulian's and Tang Ningxin were grievously severe. The longer they prolonged, the more dire the situation became. With the autumn water sword in hand, Chu Jianqiu navigated through the throngs, his fierce sword aura slicing through the air, causing even the most formidable blood-robe warriors to fall before him. He plunged into the midst of these warriors like a tiger among sheep, and in the blink of an eye, several blood-robe warriors perished beneath his blade. Shuelian, witnessing the formidable prowess of Chu Jianqiu, couldn't help but silently commend him. Brother Tianshui was indeed extraordinary, making such a cataclysmic impact with his very first strike. At this moment, Chu Jianqiu alone was sufficient to vanquish all the blood-robe warriors, granting relief to his companions. Seeing the retreat of Lu Yeming and others, Ouyang Yuan's fury ignited. Upon observing the mass slaughter of his blood-robe warriors at the hands of Chu Jianqiu, his countenance turned a deep shade of ashen rage. Gritting his teeth, Ouyang Yuan resolved to unleash his ultimate techniques and confront Chu Jianqiu head-on. At this moment, Lu Tianyao cautioned, "I advise you to refrain from acting impulsively, for we have far more pressing matters at hand. Should we jeopardize this crucial task, I fear that upon our return to the sect, the ancestor will not show us mercy. Even with Elder Li's protection, the consequences may be too grave to bear." Upon hearing these words, Ouyang Yuan snorted disdainfully but ultimately restrained himself. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Retreat." He knew that if he unleashed his trump card, he could certainly vanquish Chu Jianqiu. However, That ultimate weapon could only be used once and was reserved for the final mission. Should he employ it now, it would undoubtedly hinder the sect's objectives, a consequence even his master could not endure, let alone himself. The blood-robed warriors, upon receiving Ouyang Yuan's command, breathed a sigh of relief and fled in all directions. Terrified by Chu Jianqiu's formidable presence, they had lost their will to fight, only restrained by Ouyang Yuan's overwhelming authority. With his order to retreat, they dared not linger any longer. However, despite the retreat order, only a little over 20 managed to escape. Many blood-robed warriors had already perished during the skirmishes with the disciples of the Xinjiang sect, and additional losses were incurred at the hands of Zhuai Qiu Lianzhu and Tang Mingxin, not to mention those who fell by Chu Jianqiu's sword. This time, the blood slaughter sect suffered a significant loss of at least 70 to 80 members. Conversely, the Xinjiang sect fared little better. From a team of over 100, only 30 or so remained alive. Had it not been for Chu Jianqiu's intervention at the last moment, they likely would have faced total annihilation. In the brief span of a tea ceremony during which Chu Jianqiu made his move, nearly 20 blood-robed warriors fell beneath his blade. After repelling the members of the Blood Fiend sect, Chu Jianqiu finally turned his attention to the injuries sustained by Zhuai Qiu Lianzhu and Tang Mingxin. Upon inspection, a frown creased his brow. Their injuries were far more grievous than he had anticipated. Particularly concerning was Zhuai Qiu Lianzhu, whose wounds had directly affected the very essence of her life. Such an affliction would not be easily remedied. Fortunately, during their expedition into the secret realm, they had harvested a considerable number of high-grade spiritual herbs, including several exceedingly rare varieties not found in the outside world, which mitigated the severity of their plight. Had they lacked these precious herbs, their situation would have been truly dire. Chu Jianqiu infused a substantial amount of true energy into both women, administering the 9-turn nourishing elixir as well. The true energy derived from the chaotic heavenly emperor's art possessed formidable healing properties, and coupled with the elixir, it may not completely cure their ailments, but it would at least alleviate their suffering. At that moment, Shinta Feiqing approached and saluted Chu Jianqiu, introducing himself. I am Shinta Feiqing. This junior seems unfamiliar. May I inquire your name? Shinta Feiqing was profoundly astonished by the power displayed by Chu Jianqiu. It was indeed astonishing for a mere 5th-level true energy practitioner to possess such formidable strength. In the Xinjiang sect, one of that level would struggle to gain entry even into the inner sanctum. However, the formidable warrior, Chu Jianqiu, who has attained the 5th level of true qi, is likely unmatched within the inner sect, save for those formidable beings at the C transformation stage and the 21st ranked disciple, Cha Xinghe. Shin Tu Fish contemplated his own strength. If Chu Jianqiu were to engage without the aid of the 3rd tier, mid-grade Xiao Shui sword or those peculiar spiritual talismans, he might be able to contend with him. Yet, should Chu Jianqiu wield the Xiao Shui sword or employ those strange talismans, Shin Tu Fish would undoubtedly be outmatched. With a courteous gesture, Chu Jianqiu returned the greeting, smiling as he said, I am Chu Jianqiu, a disciple of the 4th peak. Pleased to meet you. Senior brother Shin Tu Fish was taken aback upon learning that Chu Jianqiu was a direct disciple. However, he quickly reconciled this in his mind. If Chu Jianqiu had not been a direct disciple given his astonishing talent, it would indeed be a grave anomaly. The fact that Chu Jianqiu was a direct disciple of the 4th peak, however, struck Shin Tu Fish as somewhat peculiar. The 4th peak and the 7th peak have traditionally been reluctant to accept male disciples, especially the 4th peak, which boasts a meager number of disciples. Astonishingly, the entire 4th peak, including Peak Master Cui Yayun, comprises only 3 individuals. Shin Tu Fish was genuinely surprised that Cui Yayun would make an exception to accept Chu Jianqiu. Chu Jianqiu, how did you survive? Tang Mingxin could no longer restrain her curiosity and inquired. Upon hearing her question, all ears pricked up, as it was a matter that piqued everyone's interest yet remained unspoken due to trepidation. The fact that Chu Jianqiu could survive the intense onslaught of the bloodthirsty aura is truly astonishing. Such a potent malevolence would challenge even the mightiest of C transformation realm experts, let alone a mere 5th-tier Qi realm martial artist like Chu Jianqiu. Not only did he endure, but he inexplicably ascended to a higher level of cultivation. With a faint smile, Chu Jianqiu remarked, I am as perplexed as you are. I merely sensed a mysterious force entering my body in a daze, and upon awakening, I had broken through to the 5th tier of Qi. He spoke casually, knowing full well that revealing the secret of the Chaos Celestial Emperor art, which allowed him to refine the bloodthirsty aura, would invite relentless pursuit. If such knowledge were to escape his lips, he would find himself eternally restless, as not only would his fellow disciples covet his technique, but the higher echelons of the Xinjiang sect would also harbor similar desires once he emerged from the secret realm. In the midst of this, Chapter 121 unfolds. Of course, we must return. Tang Mingxin wished to inquire further, but was met with a discreet gesture from Jianqiu, prompting her to promptly cease her inquiries. The survival of Chu Jianqiu from the bloodthirsty marsh clearly concealed a significant secret. Considering the recent anomalies that transpired above the marsh, this secret was likely considerable. While Tang Mingxin was not particularly fond of deep contemplation, she was far from foolish. With Jianqiu's subtle hint, she naturally refrained from probing into Chu Jianqiu's hidden truths any further. After receiving treatment from Chu Jianqiu, Jianqiu's and Tang Mingxin's injuries have significantly alleviated. It seems that in due time, they shall return to their former state of health. However, it is worth noting that Chu Jianqiu is currently only capable of healing superficial wounds, while the damage inflicted upon their life essence due to the use of secret arts is not so easily remedied. Following the treatment of Jianqiu's and Tang Mingxin, Chu Jianqiu proceeded to attend to the other disciples. Those with minor injuries were prescribed healing elixirs and required little more than rest to recover, a matter that did not warrant much concern from him. For those with severe injuries, he offered his assistance and provided them with healing potions. Under Chu Jianqiu's care, the conditions of those disciples improved markedly. Jianqiu gazed at Chu Jianqiu with an increasingly astonished and complex expression. The more time she spent in his company, the more enigmatic he became. She felt as though he were an unfathomable abyss, one that eluded her attempts at understanding. This junior not only excels in spiritual talismans and formations, but it now appears that he possesses considerable expertise in the healing arts as well. One cannot help but wonder what other hidden talents he may possess. Once the majority of the group had regained their strength, Chu Jianqiu addressed them, stating, "Let us depart swiftly. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay." Although he had temporarily repelled the blood fiend sect, he harbored doubts about whether they would not return. He did not believe that the number of their members entering the Nuzhe realm was as small as it appeared. Should they launch a large-scale assault, he himself would not be afraid. If he could not fight them off, he could always flee. However, these individuals would be in grave danger. Previously, he had managed to intimidate Lu Yema and Qin Chong, but that was only because both were severely injured at the time. If they were at their peak, Chu Jianqiu had no assurance of victory. However, given his current prowess, it would not be a simple task for Lu Yema to defeat him. Should both parties reveal their hidden cards, the most probable outcome would be mutual destruction. Moreover, the menacing aura radiating from Ouyang Yuan just before his retreat caused a shiver of trepidation to run through him. It was clear that Ouyang Yuan possessed formidable and dangerous artifacts, which was the reason for Chu Jianqiu's vigilance. Shinta Fish inquired, "What are your plans next, junior brother Chu?" "Naturally, I intend to return," Chu Jianqiu replied with a sidelong glance. "What other plans could there be? I have already secured the Tianji Zuanalong grass. There is no reason to linger." Shinta Fish was taken aback. "Return? To where?" "To the vicinity of the secret realm's entrance, to await the opening of the passage, and then return home." "Where else would I go?" Chu Jianqiu regarded Shinta Fish with an expression that suggested he was rather foolish. "Are you not going to thwart the blood fiend sect's actions?" Shinta Fish exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Jianqiu shook his head. "My contribution value is already substantial. I shall not contend for this trivial amount." Shinta Fish grew anxious, realizing that if Chu Jianqiu withdrew, it would mean a considerable loss of combat power for them. This is not merely a matter of contribution. Should the blood shaman sect succeed in their endeavors and forge the Xuanma blood beasts, our Xinjian sect would face annihilation, rendering any considerations of contribution utterly irrelevant. Each member of the Xinjian sect bears the solemn duty to thwart the blood shaman sect's actions. Our esteemed peak master Cui has already succumbed to the blood shaman sect's lethal Qingming poison, so how could we possibly retreat? Shinta Feiqing exclaimed anxiously. Upon hearing Shinta Feiqing mention Cui Yeyun, Chu Jianqiu could not suppress a derisive laugh. "You are aware that my master fell victim to the blood shaman sect's Qingming poison. Yet where are the other peak masters who have suffered from their deadly toxins?" This very matter exemplified Chu Jianqiu's lack of urgency in obstructing the blood shaman sect's schemes. Cui Yang, in her vigilant observation of the blood shaman sect, had scarcely spent a few days within the Xinjian sect over the course of a year. It was her efforts that unveiled the monumental secret of the blood shaman sect's intentions to concoct the Xuanma blood beasts. Yet, this came at a tremendous cost. She sustained grievous injuries while enduring a coordinated assault from the blood shaman sect's formidable forces and ultimately fell prey to the nearly incurable Qingming poison. Meanwhile, what have the other peak masters been doing? Particularly, Peak Master Li Yuanqing of the Second Peak has remained sequestered within the Xinjian sect throughout the year, engaging in battles against the blood shaman sect on only a few occasions. Furthermore, among the disciples entering the Nuzhe secret realm, aside from the inner disciples. Few of the direct disciples from each peak have been observed. Not all of the direct disciples of the 7 peaks of Xinjian are formidable figures in the Transformation Sea realm. There are also numerous disciples at the 9th level of Qi realm, like Tang Ningxin. However, among the disciples entering the Nuze secret realm this time, apart from Tang Ningxin of the 7th peak, there were no other direct disciples from the other 6 peaks. This left Chu Jianqiu feeling profoundly disheartened. Even Zuiqiu Lianzis did not hesitate to seal their realms to enter, yet there was no sign of movement from the direct disciples of the other 6 peaks. Are the lives of the direct disciples from the 4th peak and the inner sect not valuable? Therefore, Chu Jianqiu had little interest in any attempts to hinder the actions of the blood evil sect disciples. If the blood evil sect disciples did not provoke him, he would hardly pay them any mind. His sole purpose for entering the Nuze secret realm was merely to harvest the Tianji Xianscale herb. Now that he had successfully obtained it, his objectives were fulfilled, and he had no desire to complicate matters further. Upon hearing Chu Jianqiu's words, Shintafish was momentarily at a loss, for what Chu Jianqiu stated was indeed the truth. Even he felt that the sect's handling of the situation was somewhat unjust. What were Zuiqiu and Tang's plans? Shintafish turned to Zuiqiu Lianzis and Tang Ningxin. Whether it was Chu Jianqiu shielding Tang Ningxin from Wan Guanghui's strike, or his concern for both of them after emerging from the Blood Evil Marsh, Shintafish could see that these two held immense significance in Chu Jianqiu's heart. Unable to persuade Chu Jianqiu, he could only hope to find a breakthrough through Zuiqiu Lianzis and Tang Ningxin. As long as they agreed to his actions, given their standing in Chu Jianqiu's eyes, he would undoubtedly not stand idly by while they were in danger. Chapter 122. Naturally, I will follow my man. Tang Ningxin waved her hand dismissively and declared, "What plans could I possibly have? Naturally, I shall heed my man's wishes." Shintafish was taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Your man?" he inquired, incredulous. As the girl appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years of age, where could she have found a man? Tang Ningxin pointed towards Chu Jianqiu and asserted, "That is my man, Chu Jianqiu. If you have any questions, direct them to him." Shintafish cast a peculiar glance at Chu Jianqiu, unable to reconcile the seemingly gentle demeanor of the young man with the absurdity of the situation. It was indeed outrageous. How could he engage with a child so young? Chu Jianqiu, feeling the weight of the misunderstanding, pressed his hand onto Tang Ningxin's small head, his expression darkening as he admonished, "How many times must I tell you not to speak so recklessly? If word of this spreads, I will be utterly disgraced." Tang Ningxin swatted his hand away, irritation flickering in her eyes. "Chu Jianqiu, do not even think of abandoning me. If you dare betray me, beware of my fists." As she spoke, she waved her delicate little fist in a mock threat. With a groan of exasperation, Chu Jianqiu ran a hand through his hair and walked away, feeling utterly defeated. This young girl understood nothing of such matters. Her notions were merely derived from a few novels she had read, and she parroted their lines without comprehension. Tan Yuxin, observing Chu Jianqiu's helplessness, could not suppress a laugh. Despite Chu Jianqiu's cleverness, he found himself utterly at a loss when faced with the stubbornness of Tang Ningxin. Seeing Tang Ningxin's assertive stance, Shintafish had no recourse but to turn to Zuiqiu Lianzhu and inquire, "What about you, Zuiqiu? Do you share the same intentions as Chu?" Upon hearing this, Zuiqiu Lianzhu fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, Chu Jianqiu's dissatisfaction with the sect's practices is mirrored in Zuiqiu Lianz's own reservations. It is precisely due to their shared discontent with the sect's numerous customs that the actions of the 4th peak seem so audacious, appearing almost mad to other disciples. Within the Xinjian sect, there exists an overwhelming entanglement of interests, and Cui Yun's aversion to such a style has rendered her an outsider among her peers. Naturally, Cui Yun's approach has influenced her 2 disciples, resulting in Zuiqiu Lianz and Luo Zhiyun eschewing traditional conventions. However, despite her grievances regarding the sect's operations, Zuiqiu Lianz is acutely aware of the grave implications of the blood fiend sect's actions. Should their schemes come to fruition, it would spell disaster not only for the Xinjian sect, but also for the entire Deqian dynasty. From the perspective of the sect's greater good, Zuiqiu Lianz should ally herself with Shintafish to thwart the blood fiend sect's endeavors. Yet, she is reluctant to impose upon Chu Jianqiu. Chu Jianqiu has already sacrificed so much for them, whether it was retrieving the Tianji Xianlong grass from the clutches of the formidable sea demon atop Xianshan, diverting the forceful and overreaching Lu Yeming, or being cast into the blood fiend swamp by Luan Guanghui while attempting to rescue Tang Ningxin. Each of these undertakings has brought Chu Jianqiu perilously close to death. It is a testament to her fortitude that she remains alive. Had it been anyone else, they would have succumbed countless times over. To compel Chu Jianqiu to join their actions would be profoundly unjust to her. Moreover, The subsequent actions would inevitably be fraught with peril, with the ever-present threat of death. In order to safeguard them, Chu Jianqiu would undoubtedly position himself before them, much like he did during his previous encounter with Lu Yeming. Thus, Zuiqiu Lianzhu felt utterly unqualified to make decisions on behalf of Chu Jianqiu. However, she was acutely aware that once she made a decision, given Chu Jianqiu's character, he would surely refuse to abandon her and would accompany her in her endeavors. Zuiqiu Lianzhu found herself ensnared in a profound struggle. On one hand, she was greatly influenced by Cui Yayun, who harbored a fierce disdain for evil and always prioritized the righteousness of their sect. As the daughter of sect master Zuiqiu I, she felt an inherent obligation to act in such matters. Yet, on the other hand, she did not wish for Chu Jianqiu to once again face danger on her behalf. Shintu Fish observed the silent Zuiqiu Lianzhu without pressing her for a response. From his understanding of the fourth peak, although their actions were somewhat reckless, they would never falter in the face of significant moral dilemmas. Never mind, there is no need to consult senior sisters Zuiqiu. Protecting the sect is a shared responsibility. I shall act alongside you, Chu Jianqiu declared, waving his hand. He could clearly perceive the turmoil within Zuiqiu Lianzhu, and, in an effort to spare her the burden of decision-making, took it upon himself to conclude the matter. If Zuiqiu Lianzhu, without hesitation and disregarding his feelings, aligned herself with Shintu Fish under the banner of sect righteousness to thwart the schemes of the blood slaughter sect, Chu Jianqiu would still join them in their quest and would continue to respect Zuiqiu Lianzhu's spirit of sacrifice for the sect. However, from that moment onward, he and Zuiqiu Lianzhu would no longer walk the same path. However, the silence and struggle of Zuiqiu Lianzhu earned the recognition of Chu Jianqiu. Regardless of the decision Zuiqiu Lianzhu ultimately makes in her heart, she has at least considered him, taking into account his feelings rather than acting on her own notions. For this alone, Chu Jianqiu felt sufficiently satisfied. Upon hearing this, Zuiqiu Lianzhu suddenly raised her head, her gaze towards Chu Jianqiu igniting with an extraordinary brilliance. Junior brother, you. Chu Jianqiu smiled and replied, Sister, there is no need for further words. After all, I am also a disciple of the Xianjian sect. It is my duty to partake in matters that concern the life and death of our sect. Zuiqiu Lianzhu felt a surge of emotion within, aware that Chu Jianqiu spoke thus merely to ease her heart. Yet, the more he did so, the greater her feelings of guilt became. To be candid, during his year in the Xianjian sect, including at the fourth peak, Zuiqiu Lianzhu had not provided much assistance to Chu Jianqiu's cultivation. The resources he required for his practice were predominantly earned through his own crafting of spiritual talismans. Conversely, the talismans crafted by Chu Jianqiu had proven remarkably effective during this secret realm mission, playing a significant role in the battles against the disciples of the blood slaughter sect. Even if Chu Jianqiu were to return now to the vicinity of the secret realm's entrance and do nothing while awaiting the opening of the passage, it would be beyond reproach. Upon hearing Chu Jianqiu's words, Shentu Feiche was instantly elated, bowing respectfully to Chu Jianqiu and saying, Thank you, Junior Brother Chu. Chu Jianqiu waved his hand dismissively and said, Brother Shintu, you are too courteous. In truth, Chu Jianqiu held a fairly positive impression of Shintu Fish. Although he perceived this individual as somewhat simple-minded, at least he did not espouse the hypocritical righteousness of individuals like Bu Feiyue, who professed lofty morals while harboring sordid intentions within. For those people, morality had always served merely as a tool to coerce others, devoid of any self-imposed obligations. Conversely, while Shintu Fish sought to ally with him in thwarting the blood slaughter sect, he refrained from imposing sectarian righteousness upon Chu Jianqiu, compelling him to undertake such endeavors. Thus, in this regard, Chu Jianqiu harbored a considerable fondness for Shintu Fish. Chapter 123. The current situation having resolved to proceed with their next course of action, the group tidied up, intending to find a secluded and secure location to recuperate and rest. The impending actions promised to be fiercely intense battles, necessitating that everyone restore their vitality and maintain optimal conditions to ensure the successful completion of their mission. Otherwise, given their current state, any rash actions would only serve to deliver them as mere offerings to the blood slaughter sect. After clearing the battlefield, they buried the bodies of their fallen comrades and collected the magical artifacts and elixirs left behind. While surveying the battlefield, the group distinctly noted that the disciples of the blood slaughter sect appeared significantly wealthier than those of the Xianjian sect. The magical artifacts employed by warriors at the 9th level of Qi realm from the Xianjian sect were predominantly of the second-tier upper grade, with only a select few elite practitioners wielding second-tier top-grade artifacts. In stark contrast, the disciples of the blood slaughter sect, at the same Qi realm level, primarily utilized second-tier top-grade artifacts, with only a handful of relatively impoverished blood-robed warriors resorting to second-tier upper-grade items. Nevertheless, the phenomenon did not astonish the onlookers. After all, the Blood-Shura sect has long held the esteemed position as the foremost among the 5 major sects within the Great Qin dynasty, while the Xinjian sect ranks merely third among them. In terms of both strength and heritage, it is undeniably inferior to the Blood-Shura sect. It is thus quite natural that the disciples of the Blood-Shura sect generally possess greater wealth than their counterparts from the Xinjian sect. Although this battle has claimed numerous disciples, the participants have also garnered substantial gains. Those who manage to survive will undoubtedly see their cultivation levels ascend. The heavy hearts of the disciples mourning the loss of their fellow brothers and sisters soon transformed into resolve. Having spent many days in the Nuze secret realm and endured countless battles, they had grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death. After tidying the battlefield, they set forth on their journey. Shinta Feiqing elaborated on their plans to Chu Jianqiu. Prior to entering the Nuze secret realm, the sect's higher-ups had convened these core disciples, instructing each to lead a group of elite inner disciples in their respective missions. He, along with Jia Xinghe and several other core disciples, was tasked with leading 100 individuals to sabotage the Blood-Shura sect's operations, while Luan Guanghui, Pu Xiangming, Tan Yoxin, and Bu Feiyue led another group to rendezvous at the foot of the Xianlong mountain to undertake the collection of the Tianji Xianlong grass. The remaining inner disciples were assigned to attract and disrupt the attention of the Blood-Shura sect's disciples. Upon hearing this, Chu Jianqiu could not help but smirk coldly. While it sounded commendable, the stark reality was that these unsuspecting disciples were merely cannon fodder. Nonetheless, Zuiqiu has truly exhibited a ruthless disposition, sacrificing over 10,000 inner disciples as mere cannon fodder for the Bloodslaughter sect. However, the Bloodslaughter sect finds itself in a similarly precarious position. Many of its disciples entering the Nuze secret realm are merely at the 6th or 7th level of the True Qi realm. When confronted by formidable experts like Shintu Feiqi from the Xinjian sect, these disciples are equally doomed. The vastness of the Nuze secret realm renders it an arduous task for the several hundred True Qi realm 9th level bloodrobe warriors to thoroughly explore the Bloodslaughter Marsh, which harbors the coveted Bloodslaughter Xian Mo liquid. Thus, the Bloodslaughter sect is compelled to dispatch a multitude of disciples into this realm. Among these, only a handful possess the cultivation of the True Qi realm 9th level, and it is these elite individuals who are entrusted with the execution of critical missions, while the lower-ranking disciples serve merely as scouts. Consequently, the Nuze secret realm has transformed into a battlefield between the Bloodslaughter sect and the Xinjian sect, resulting in daily casualties among their disciples in this vast slaughterhouse. Powerful figures like Lu Yimeng show no mercy towards the lower-ranked disciples of the Xinjian sect, just as Shintu Feiqi and his compatriots from the Xinjian sect ruthlessly hunt the disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect. Encounters between the lower-ranked disciples of both sects often culminate in life-and-death struggles. However, given that the disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect, on the whole, possess greater strength than their Xinjian counterparts, it is typically the disciples of the Xinjian sect who meet their demise in confrontations of equal standing. Following this brutal conflict, the Xinjian sect will undoubtedly suffer a significant blow, as the number of fallen mid-tier disciples is alarmingly high. In the aftermath of this battle, it is evident that over half of the core disciples of the Xinjian sect have perished. Pu Xiangming perished at the hands of the formidable demon in Hualong Mountain, while Yan Zhenbai fell victim to Lu Yema. Luan Guanghui betrayed his allies and met his demise at the hands of Chu Jianqiu, a fate he brought upon himself. As for Bu Feiyue, his whereabouts remain unknown, leaving us uncertain of his survival. Numerous core disciples have met their end at the hands of Ouyang Yuan and Lu Tianyao, with countless others falling before the unparalleled prowess of Han Feiyu, the foremost disciple of the Bloodslaughter sect. Among the top 50 core disciples, the only ones we can still contact are Shinta Feiqing and Jia Xinghe, along with Tan Yoxin, who remains present. Upon hearing Shinta Feiqing's account, Chu Jianqiu fell into a profound silence. The staggering number of fatalities among such elite core disciples within the Xinjian sect was alarming. If the loss of these powerful individuals was so harrowing, the toll on the less formidable disciples must be unfathomable. It seems that the remaining top-tier combatants of the Xinjian sect in the Nuze secret realm may number no more than 30, with perhaps a few still left with Jia Xinghe. Zuiqiu Lian's heart was equally heavy upon hearing Shinta Feiqing's words. The cost paid by the Xinjian sect to thwart the Bloodslaughter sect's plans had been exorbitantly high. Even the usually carefree Tang Ningxin bowed her head in silence. Having grown up in the Xinjian sect without a care in the world, she was unaccustomed to such brutal realities, and the impact of these events weighed heavily upon her. The group eventually discovered a dry cave nestled against a rocky cliff, where they settled down to rest. Before the cave, the vista was expansive, allowing for the easy detection of any approaching foes. With the towering cliffs at their back, there was little fear of ambush from behind. Shen Tu Fei Che assigned a few lightly injured disciples to stand guard outside, while those more gravely wounded retreated into the cave to rest. Chu Jianqiu sat upon a large stone, gazing vacantly at the slanting western sun, the evening breeze gently caressing his snow-white robes, which fluttered with an ethereal grace. Yet, in the sunset's waning glow, there lingered a hint of solitude. Zuoqiu Lianzhu approached him softly and inquired, "What occupies your thoughts, junior brother?" Snapping back to reality, Chu Jianqiu offered her a gentle smile, replying, "Nothing much, merely contemplating how we might ensure our survival." Zuoqiu Lianzhu paused, taken aback by his words, before a smile broke upon her face. Indeed, the most pressing concern was not the memories of those who had passed, but rather how to sustain the lives of those still living. Chapter 124. The storm-woven sky-slicing sword formation. Upon returning to the cave, Chu Jianqiu settled cross-legged in a secluded corner, requesting Zuoqiu Lianzhu and Tangning Xin to assist in guarding him, ensuring he would not be disturbed. Although Zuoqiu Lianzhu was unaware of his intentions, she complied without question. The mysteries surrounding Chu Jianqiu were abundant, and she felt it inappropriate to delve deeper. His request held its own rationale, and after enduring so much together, Zuoqiu Lianzhu had come to trust him implicitly. As for Tangning Xin, she followed his every command, obedient and devoted, resembling a caring spouse in her attentiveness. With the protection of Zuoqiu Lianzhu and Tangning Xin, along with the watchful presence of the Xianjian sect disciples outside, Chu Jianqiu felt a slight easing of his worries. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to enter the Chaos Supreme Tower. Amidst the intricate and diverse array of formation runes, he discovered a profound stream of light. This luminescence contained the formidable combat formation known as the Lan Bu Tian Xiang sword formation. Formation types are categorized into two kinds. One is the mystical formation inscribed with esoteric runes, while the other comprises battle formations formed by the collaboration of numerous warriors. Chu Jianqiu possessed considerable knowledge of formations, primarily focusing on mystical arrays. Although he had delved into battle formations, his understanding was not profound. After all, battle formations are typically the domain of generals who lead troops into the fray, and Chu Jianqiu had no desire to become a grand general. Thus, he regarded the study of battle formations as somewhat superfluous. However, in the current scenario, to safeguard the lives of the Xianjian sect disciples during the impending conflict with the Bloodslaughter sect, the most effective strategy, aside from providing them with spiritual talismans, would be to enable them to form a battle formation. A powerful battle formation could amplify the combat effectiveness of an equal number of individuals by several times or even dozens of times. In the superlative dynasties of the Tianwu continent, the battle formations employed by their elite armies are not something a mere rabble could withstand. Under the structure of these meticulously organized formations, even if the enemy's strength is several times greater, they may still find it difficult to overcome the might of the troops forming these formidable battle arrays. Chu Jianqiu intended to teach the disciples of the Xianjian sect about battle formations, treating it as a desperate gamble. Uncertain of their ability to learn or the efficacy of the endeavor, merely a trial, the Lanbu Tianxiang sword formation was not unfamiliar to him. He had previously studied it and was well acquainted with its operational principles. However, he had set it aside due to its lack of immediate application. Now that it was needed, he resolved to revisit it. Though he had mastered the formation before, a thorough review was essential, as it concerned the lives of all involved, leaving no room for negligence. He meticulously reabsorbed the intricacies of the formation until every detail was firmly grasped, and only then did he emerge from the Chaos Supreme Tower. Upon seeing Chu Jianqiu open his eyes, Tang Mingxin immediately chided, "Chu Jianqiu, how can you sleep so soundly?" Taken aback, Chu Jianqiu replied, "What is it?" Tang Mingxin waved her delicate hand and yawned. "Now that you are awake, it's my turn to sleep." With that, she lay beside him and promptly dozed off, soon emitting soft snoring sounds. Chu Jianqiu, perplexed, turned to Zuoqiu Lianzhu and inquired, "What is happening with her?" Zuoqiu Lianzhu chuckled, "She has been by your side for a full 3 days. Such behavior is quite normal. But enough of that. I too shall take a nap." With a yawn, she joined Tang Mingxin, settling down to sleep beside her. Upon hearing Zuoqiu Lianzhu's words, Chu Jianqiu was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that he had spent a full 3 days comprehending this battle formation. He initially intended to impart the Lan Bu Tian Xiang sword formation, but seeing the two women ensconced in slumber, he chose to remain by their side, awaiting their awakening. However, Chu Jianqiu did not remain idle. He seized this opportunity to craft spiritual talismans. Although his supply of talismans was dwindling, the chaotic Supreme Tower housed a considerable stock of materials for talisman crafting, which he had originally gathered for emergencies, unexpectedly proving to be of use. By the time Zuoqiu Lianzhu and Tang Ming Exine stirred from their slumber, Chu Jianqiu had already forged more than 10 swift escape talismans. When Zuoqiu Lianzhu awoke, she beheld the figure draped in white, wielding a talisman brush and inscribing intricate and profound runes upon the sheets of talisman paper. The elaborate and esoteric symbols sprang forth with a mere flick of the white-clad figure's hand, radiating golden light and coalescing into wondrous spiritual talismans. Witnessing this spectacle, Zuoqiu Lianzhu was overwhelmed with astonishment and a deep sense of emotion. Though she had harbored a strong suspicion that Chu Jianqiu was a talisman master, she had refrained from fully committing to that belief. Now, witnessing him craft talismans with her own eyes, any lingering doubts dissolved entirely. The speed and remarkable skill with which Chu Jianqiu produced the talismans left Zuoqiu Lianzhu profoundly shaken. Although her understanding of talisman crafting was limited, she was not entirely ignorant. She had never heard of anyone achieving such astonishing proficiency in the art of talisman creation. Furthermore, Chu Jianqiu crafting talismans in their presence signified an immense level of trust. Runes are the greatest secret for talisman masters, and no talisman master would easily allow others to uncover the runes of their talismans. However, Chu Jianqiu reveals her secrets to them without reservation. Such trust from Chu Jianqiu naturally stirs a tumult of emotions within Zuoqiu Lianzhu. You are awake. Chu Jianqiu paused her brush and smiled gently. Chu Jianqiu, what are you doing? Tang Mingxin inquired curiously as she rubbed her eyes. The upcoming battle will be even more perilous. Although your injuries appear to have improved somewhat, do not overestimate your strength. It is paramount to safeguard yourselves. These are the newly crafted talismans I have prepared for you. Take them, and if the situation turns dire, flee at once. Chu Jianqiu solemnly handed the talismans to the two, emphasizing, remember, your lives are of utmost importance. If you lose your life, no task holds any value. Tang Mingxin snatched the talismans from Chu Jianqiu's hand and cheerfully replied, Chu Jianqiu, rest assured, I'm still so young and beautiful. How could I possibly bear to die? Chu Jianqiu then turned to Zuoqiu Lianzhu, who nodded in acknowledgement and asked, you have given us all the talismans. What about yourself? With a dismissive wave of her hand, Chu Jianqiu proclaimed boldly, who do you think I am? Would I be lacking in talismans? Chapter 125. The blood pearl of the dark demon Chu Jianqiu, Zuoqiu Lianzhu, and Tang Mingxin emerged from the cave, where they were met with the impatient figure of Shinta Feiqing. Upon seeing them, he hurriedly approached, exclaiming, at last, you three have come out. Over the past few days, he had ventured into the cave multiple times, only to find Chu Jianqiu in deep meditation. Though he felt a sense of urgency, he dared not disturb him. After all, Chu Jianqiu had become an immense force in their endeavors. Offending him could have dire consequences. Should Chu Jianqiu choose to withdraw in anger, Shinta would find himself in a lamentable position. The potential contributions of Chu Jianqiu to their current mission were immeasurable. With his involvement, the likelihood of success greatly increased. Without him, however, the chances of failure soared, and it seemed that even if they all sacrificed themselves, they might still be unable to thwart the schemes of the Blood Fiend sect. Senior Shintu, do you seek our assistance? Chu Jianqiu inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Brother Cha transmitted news a few days ago, Shinta Feiqing replied, a touch of dejection in his tone. The Blood Fiend sect has gathered everything they need and is preparing for their final move. Brother Cha has urged us to convene at Chibo Lake without delay. We had initially believed that by disrupting their collection of Blood Fiend Dark Demon Liquid and Blood Fiend Scarlet Departure Pearl, we could halt their plans, Shinta lamented. It appears, however, that our efforts were in vain. What is the ultimate goal of the Blood Fiend sect? Chu Jianqiu pondered aloud. He was aware that the sect had entered the New Zhe secret realm to collect the Dark Demon Liquid and the Scarlet Departure Pearl, intending to forge Dark Demon Blood Beasts. Yet, from Shintu's words, it was clear that the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. Shinta Feiqiao remarked, beneath the depths of Chibo Lake lies a mysterious blood pearl, a treasure born of heaven and earth, imbued with immense power. The ultimate objective of the Blood Fiend sect's expedition into the New Zhe secret realm is to acquire it. Upon hearing this, Chu Jianqiu was taken aback. A treasure of such caliber existed within the New Zhe secret realm. Unlike artifacts crafted by human hands, treasures born from the natural world possess an innate spirit. Even the most rudimentary of these treasures rivals a fifth-tier artifact in strength, the sheer magnitude of which is unfathomable. Should the Blood Fiend sect obtain this item, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Wasn't the blood fiend sect's intention in entering the news a secret realm to gather blood fiend mysterious liquid to concoct blood fiend beasts? How did this blood pearl suddenly come into play? Inquisitively, Chu Jianqiu asked, this blood pearl can continuously generate blood fiend beasts? Shinto Feichao replied solemnly. In that instant, Chu Jianqiu comprehended the gravity of the situation. The destructive capabilities of blood fiend beasts are astonishing. The most formidable among them could rival the strength of a celestial boundary expert. The emergence of even a single beast would spell disaster for the sword sect and the entire Deqian dynasty, let alone the prospect of one being produced incessantly. Should the blood fiend sect indeed secure this blood pearl, not only would the Deqian dynasty find itself without rivals, but it might also dominate the entirety of the southern continent. However, to obtain this blood pearl, the blood fiend sect must gather sufficient blood fiend mysterious liquid and blood fiend scarlet pearls, for a binding force seals the blood pearl at the lake's bottom. The blood pearl of the profound demon appears to have suffered significant damage. Its current power is insufficient to break the seal. Therefore, it requires the absorption of the blood fiend profound demon liquid and the blood fiend scarlet departure pearl to replenish its strength. Previously, we managed to thwart the blood fiend sect's attempts to gather these resources during the fierce battle, as the blood fiend marsh served as a vital collection point for them. Logically, with the inexplicable destruction of the marsh, the blood fiend sect would struggle to amass enough of the blood fiend profound demon liquid and the blood fiend scarlet departure pearl. However, according to Brother Cha's reports from a few days ago, Han Feiyu of the blood fiend sect has inexplicably acquired a substantial amount of both resources, rendering our earlier endeavors futile. As Shinto Fish recounted this, his face was etched with frustration and resentment. They had paid a tremendous price to dismantle the collection efforts of the blood fiend sect's disciples, only to see their efforts squandered by Han Feiyu. What is Han Feiyu's strength? Inquired Chu Jianqiu. He is formidable. Even I cannot last more than 10 exchanges against him. Only Brother Cha can barely maintain a semblance of self-defense in his presence, Shinto Fish admitted, a flicker of trepidation crossing his features. Upon hearing this, Chu Jianqiu felt a profound shock. Shinto Fish was already among the strongest within the true Qi realm, easily overpowering ordinary practitioners at the 9th level. Even Chu Jianqiu himself, without the aid of spiritual talismans and the autumn water sword, would not be entirely confident of victory against him. Yet, even with the aid of talismans and the autumn water sword, it seems nearly impossible to vanquish Shinto Feiching within 10 rounds. In other words, despite revealing all 1's trump cards, it is futile to contend against Han Feiyu. How then can this battle be fought? He initially thought that Lu Yiming of the Blood Fiend sect was formidable enough, only to discover that there exists an even more formidable entity. So, what do you intend to do to thwart the Blood Fiend sect's movements? Who will confront Han Feiyu? Chu Jianqiu could not help but inquire. Shinto Feiching let out a bitter laugh and replied, we can only take it one step at a time. We will devise a plan upon reaching Chibo Lake. Upon hearing this, Chu Jianqiu found himself at a loss for words. It seemed they were indeed heading to offer themselves as sacrifices. How many top-tier practitioners at the 9th level of the true Qi realm remain in the Blood Fiend sect? Chu Jianqiu continued to question. Based on the current information, there should still be over 100, Shinto Feiching answered. Chu Jianqiu glanced at the mere 30 or so individuals remaining beside him, barely suppressing a desire to exclaim in frustration. We are to confront over 100 formidable foes with this scant number? He pointedly remarked, gesturing toward the remaining disciples. Brother Cha's side should still have around 30 or 40. Shinto Feiching awkwardly scratched his head. To be honest, they had never intended to return alive from their expedition to Chibo Lake. However, while they may have resigned themselves to this fate, Chu Jianqiu did not share their sentiments. He thought, damn it, with his life on the line, he could hardly care about the mission. To undertake such a task, there must be at least a semblance of assurance. Though one could not guarantee survival, one must at least be thoroughly prepared. If there is no glimmer of hope for success, and one merely wishes to sacrifice oneself for the sake of solace, what purpose does that serve? Chu Jianqiu took a deep breath and inquired, do we have any plans? What is our strategy? If we cannot prevail, how do we retreat? Who will confront Han Feiyu? And who will sabotage the operations of the Blood Fiend sect? Surely, there must be something. Shinto Feichao, his face flushed, replied, no. They have always rushed headlong at the sight of the enemy, without any semblance of a plan. Unable to restrain himself, Chu Jianqiu erupted in fury. What nonsense is this? You are not undertaking a mission, you are marching to your doom. Chapter 126. First, elevate our strength. Upon hearing this, Shinto Feichao immediately panicked and said, wait, Junior Brother Chu, we can discuss this. He was genuinely afraid that Chu Jianqiu would simply walk away. If you wish for my participation, you must heed my counsel. Chu Jianqiu shot a glance at Shinta Feiqiao and stated, "In a situation where the disparity in strength is so pronounced, charging in blindly is tantamount to courting death. While they may seek to heroically sacrifice themselves, I, Chu Jianqiu, am not yet ready to embrace that fate. Please, junior brother Chu, feel free to propose any feasible plan, and we shall all follow your lead," Shinta Feiqiao said earnestly. "Do we have any knowledge of how the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect are splitting up to head towards Chibo Lake, and which routes they are taking?" Chu Jianqiu retrieved the map of the New's secret realm and spread it out on a large stone. "I have no idea," Shinta Feiqiao shook his head. Upon hearing this, Chu Jianqiu let out a resigned sigh and folded the map away. It seems that launching a surprise attack and defeating them one by one is no longer feasible. The only course of action left is to confront them head-on. "Junior brother Chu, when shall we set off?" inquired Shinta Feiqiao cautiously. Chu Jianqiu replied expressionlessly, "Set off? Are we rushing to our deaths? We must first enhance our strength." At this moment, not only Shinta Feiqiao, but also Zhuo Qiu Lian's and Tang Ningxin, who were well acquainted with Chu Jianqiu, were filled with doubt. Although Chu Jianqiu possessed a myriad of strategies, how could he possibly elevate their strength in such a short time? However, what Chu Jianqiu imparted next left them utterly astounded. He was teaching them about battle formations. It is well known that battle formations are even rarer and more precious than magical formations. Typically, only super dynasties and large sects possess such formations. These formidable battle formations enable a group of individuals to unleash power several times, even dozens of times greater than their usual capabilities. Although the Xinjian sect ranks among the 5 great sects of the Deqian dynasty, it lacks any noteworthy battle formations. While there are a few nominal formations, their effectiveness is pitifully weak and barely worth mentioning, resulting in few disciples bothering to study them. Yet, the battle formation that Chu Jianqiu presented at this moment was evidently of a significantly higher grade. This formation encompassed both offense and defense, allowing the combined strength of dozens to unleash tremendous power. After imparting the Lanbu Tianxiang sword formation to the group, Chu Jianqiu returned to the cave to continue crafting spiritual talismans. In this battle formation, they scarcely had a few days to become proficient. Naturally, Chu Jianqiu would not squander this precious time. Instead, he intended to forge as many spirit talismans as possible during this period, merging them with the battle array to execute the task with a modicum of hope. Chu Jianqiu did not practice the Stormy Sky sword formation alongside them. In his strategy, his primary mission was to stall Han Feiyu. Of course, his plan to hold back Han Feiyu could not rely solely on himself. While Chu Jianqiu possessed considerable confidence in his own abilities, he was not so presumptuous as to underestimate the situation. Aware of Han Feiyu's strength, he knew he could not confront such a formidable opponent alone. Since Shinta Feiqiao had drawn him into this task, it was only natural that he would also involve Shinta Feiqiao in the plan. Moreover, Shui Lian and Ma Jingyao had previously formed an alliance with him, and thus, they would share the burdens together. Shui Lian and Ma Jingyao likely had numerous hidden tactics yet to be revealed. Chu Jianqiu surmised that if they unleashed their full potential, they would not be significantly weaker than Shinta Feiqiao. With such capable allies, Chu Jianqiu would not let the opportunity slip away. However, upon hearing that Chu Jianqiu intended to enlist them to confront Han Feiyu, Shui Lian's expression immediately soured. Having already faced considerable difficulty against Lu Yiming, the prospect of battling Han Feiyu, who was several times more powerful, seemed tantamount to courting death. It appeared that Tian Shui was determined to lead them into peril. Regarding such matters, Shui Lian did not hesitate to decline. Joking aside, one must be aware of their own capabilities. While he may possess a certain degree of agility, it is largely reliant on Chu Jianqiu's evasion talisman to confront Han Feiyu head-on, which is akin to courting disaster. However, since Chu Jianqiu has sought them out, it is hardly feasible for them to decline. Thus, they had no choice but to allow Shinta Feiqiao to take charge. Under Shinta Feiqiao's persistent persuasion and Chu Jianqiu's coercive allure, Shui Lian and Ma Jingyao ultimately yielded to the circumstances. Once the number of participants was established, it became imperative to deliberate on their cooperative strategies. The 4 of them shared their respective abilities and devised a plan to distract Han Feiyu. Although Zhuo Qiu Lian's and Tang Ningxin were formidable in their own right, Chu Jianqiu was reluctant to embroil them in such perilous conditions. Furthermore, while Zhuo Qiu Lian's and Tang Ningxin might not be significantly weaker than Shinta Feiqiao and his companions in terms of power, they lacked the same level of combat tactics and battlefield experience. In contrast, Shui Lian and Ma Jingyao had survived treacherous situations in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm, gaining considerable opportunities and subsequently thwarting the Blood Evil sect's significant endeavors, all while emerging unscathed. In matters of cunning, Chu Jianqiu felt inferior to these two. As for the unfamiliar Chaxiang, Chu Jianqiu did not factor him into his considerations. Despite Chaxiang being the most powerful in the Xinjiang sect, his unfamiliarity made it uncertain whether he could be trusted, and thus, Chu Jianqiu would not place his hopes on someone so unpredictable. 5 days later, the group had largely mastered the Lanbu, Tianxiang sword formation. Although they lacked complete proficiency, they could at least harness 50 to 60% of its power. At this moment, Chu Jianqiu had also crafted a considerable number of spiritual talismans, distributing them among the members. With the assistance of these talismans, their collective strength had increased several-fold. Once all preparations were in order, they set off towards Chibo Lake. Though Chibo Lake lay 1,000 miles away, their speed would allow them to reach it within 2 days, should they travel at full force. Senior Brother Chu, why do we not depart earlier and wait at Chibo Lake? Would it not be wiser to rest and be prepared for the enemy's approach? On the road, Tin Yoshin could no longer suppress her curiosity and voiced her question. Given Chu Jianqiu's intelligence, it seemed implausible that he had not considered this aspect. Even if they needed to practice the formation, they could do so near Chibo Lake, rather than waiting until the blood-killing sect was ready to act. Chu Jianqiu smiled and replied, while waiting at Chibo Lake would indeed allow us to rest and prepare, it risks alarming the enemy, leaving us at a disadvantage with them aware of our presence. If they know our position while we remain unaware of theirs, it would complicate matters further. By keeping the initiative in our hands, we can dictate the timing of our attack. Our current strength is not superior. Thus, it is better to maintain control. At the very least, we can strategize whether to engage or retreat, avoiding an excessively passive stance. Chapter 127. Senior Brother Cha truly holds great influence at this moment. Shen Tu Feiqing wore a troubled expression, exclaiming, "How can we face Senior Brother Cha if we arrive now?" After Chu Jianqiu established the plan, Shen Tu Feiqing relayed their situation to Cha Xingha, only to encounter vigorous opposition and a demand for immediate action. After much contemplation, Shen Tu Feiqing ultimately chose to heed Chu Jianqiu's counsel. After all, the desire to survive is paramount, and no one wishes for death. Acting in accordance with Chu Jianqiu's strategy undoubtedly increases their chances of survival. The group pressed on, and upon approaching a thicket 100 miles from Chibo Lake, they encountered a contingent of disciples from the Xinjiang sect. This group comprised approximately a dozen individuals, all appearing ragged and disheveled, their energies in disarray. Upon noticing Chu Jianqiu and his companions, a young man clad in blue, evidently the leader, rushed forward in a fit of rage and reproached Shen Tu Feiqing amidst the crowd. "I instructed you to gather people sooner. Why have you only arrived now, causing us significant losses?" Shen Tu Feiqing rubbed his hands together and replied, "Did I not inform Brother Cha at the time that the moment was not yet ripe?" The irate individual was none other than Cha Xingha, ranked 21st among the inner disciples. Currently, the only remaining formidable forces of the Xinjiang sect in the Nuze secret realm were the contingent led by Cha Xingha and the one under Shen Tu Feiqing's command. Initially, as Shen Tu Feiqing recounted, Cha Xingha's group boasted 30 or 40 disciples, yet now it seemed only a handful remained. It appeared that Cha Xingha had disregarded the advice and rashly launched an assault on the Bloodslaughter sect, evidently suffering considerable losses. When is the right moment to act? Cha Xingha fumed. At that time, our forces were not yet assembled. It was the prime opportunity to strike. Had you arrived promptly, we might have succeeded by now. Even had we come at that moment, Brother Cha, would you have been confident in overcoming Han Feiyu? Chu Jianqiu could not help but feel a sense of indignation. For it was evident that Jia Xingha's losses were a direct result of his own blunders, yet he sought to shift the blame onto others. When Jia Xingha arrived at Chibo Lake, Han Feiyu was already stationed there, surrounded by formidable experts. To launch a reckless attack under such circumstances would yield no advantage whatsoever. Had Jia Xingha been aware of the routes taken by the other disciples of the Blood Fiend sect en route to Chibo Lake, he could have ambushed them along the way. However, he unfortunately failed to gather any intelligence. Faced with no advantages, he intended to confront Han Feiyu head-on, a decision tantamount to courting death. Originally, the plan devised by the Xinjiang sect did not entail sending these disciples entering the Nuze secret realm to confront Han Feiyu directly, for his strength was indeed terrifying, and there was no one within the Xinjiang sect capable of matching him. The strategy was merely to have the disciples disrupt the Blood Fiend sect's efforts to gather Blood Fiend, Xian Demon Liquid, and Blood Fiend Scarlet Leaving Pearls, thereby depriving the Blood Fiend sect of the necessary resources to empower the Xian Demon Blood Pearls. According to the predetermined plans, the disciples of the Xinjiang sect had, despite incurring significant losses, largely accomplished their objectives. Based on the destruction wrought by the disciples of the Xinjiang sect against the plans of the Blood Fiend sect, It was reasonable to conclude that the Blood Fiend sect could no longer amass sufficient Blood Fiend, Xian Demon Liquid, and Blood Fiend Scarlet Leaving Pearls, thus indicating that the disciples of the Xianjian sect had effectively fulfilled their mission. However, at this critical moment, it remains a mystery where Han Feiyu suddenly acquired a substantial amount of Blood Fiend, Xian Imo Liquid, and Blood Fiend Chili Pearl, compelling the disciples of the Xianjian sect to confront the final step. Should they proceed with this ultimate plan, those tasked with the mission are highly likely to perish at the hands of Han Feiyu. After failing to ambush Han Feiyu, Cha Xinghe was unwilling to retreat in defeat. Instead, he concealed himself near Chibo Lake, awaiting the arrival of Shintafish and his men for a final struggle. Upon hearing this, Cha Xinghe's expression turned icy as he retorted, "What are you to speak here?" He was addressing Shintafish, and it seemed outrageous for a mere 5th-level true Qi realm waste to interject. He ought to consider his own insignificance. Shintafish was momentarily at a loss for words. If even Chu Jianqiu was not entitled to speak, who else could? Brother Cha had always been proud, and it appeared he was about to encounter a formidable opponent. Indeed, before Chu Jianqiu could retort, Zuiqiu Lin Zhu coldly remarked, "It has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to us of the 4th peak in such a manner. You are the first." Brother Cha truly has an inflated sense of self-worth, as he perceives the disciples of the 4th peak as mere trifles. Hearing this, Cha Xinghe finally acknowledged Zuiqiu Lianzhu's presence, and was taken aback. In his haste to confront Shintafish, he had overlooked Zuiqiu Lianzhu amidst the crowd. The weight of her words astonished him. Could it be that this 5th-level true Qi realm waste was indeed a direct disciple of the 4th peak? The individuals from the 4th peak are indeed the most formidable among the 7 peaks of the Xianjian. Offending them means inviting a life of hardship. Cha Xinghe forced a smile, tugging at his lips. "Sister Zuiqiu, that was not my intention at all." "What do you mean then?" "To look down upon my junior brother is tantamount to belittling our 4th peak," Zuiqiu Lianzhu retorted, crossing her arms and casting a cold smile at Cha Xinghe. "Indeed, your disdain for my man translates to a disregard for me, Tang Mingxin. To dismiss me is to undermine the 7th peak," Tang Mingxin chimed in, shaking her delicate fist. Cha Xinghe inwardly cursed his misfortune. He had not anticipated that this seemingly useless individual would possess such a formidable backing, which explained his audacity to interject in the conversation between himself and Shintafish. Nevertheless, Cha Xinghe held a deep-seated contempt for those who lived off others. Even if Chu Jianqiu was a direct disciple. "I misspoke earlier. I beg your pardon, junior brother," Cha Xinghe said, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect toward Chu Jianqiu. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Since this young dandy has such a significant background, it would be prudent to endure for now. Once I emerge from the Nuze secret realm and become the direct disciple of the sect master, I shall no longer need to heed the opinions of others, and then I can settle today's score. Before entering the Nuze secret realm, the sect master had personally promised that upon completing this task, he would become the direct disciple of the Xuanjian's 1st peak and receive the master's personal guidance. Chu Jianqiu, of course, recognized Cha Xinghe's insincerity, but found it unworthy of his attention to engage with someone of such character. However, from this point, Chu Jianqiu discerned the unreliability of Cha Xinghe, prompting him to remain vigilant in subsequent actions to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 128. Han Feiyu after enduring such tribulations. Cha Xinghe lost the inclination to confront Shintafish. Once the two parties converged, they took a brief respite before continuing their journey towards Chibo Lake. The group located a peak situated 20 miles from Chibo Lake, where they concealed themselves, lying in wait to quietly observe the movements of the lake. At a distance of 20 miles, given their pace, they could reach the destination in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. If they ventured too close, they risked detection by the disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect, thus undermining the element of surprise. Cha Xinghe noted the way everyone obediently followed Chu Jianqiu's directives, and he couldn't help but feel disdain. He regarded Chu Jianqiu as merely a smooth talker, having charmed the two direct disciples, Zuiqiu Lianz and Tang Mingxin, compelling the others to heed his commands. Although the disciples accompanying Cha Xinghe were intimidated by the authority of Zuiqiu Lianz and Tang Mingxin, they were internally dismissive of Chu Jianqiu's orders. What qualifications did a mere 5th-level Qi realm cultivator possess to command them? Even if he were a direct disciple, it held little significance. Each of them was a prodigy in their own right. They would never willingly submit to the commands of someone whose strength was significantly inferior to theirs. While they outwardly complied, they secretly awaited the opportunity to witness Chu Jianqiu's folly. They were eager to see how he would fare in battle, whether he would fight alongside them or merely stand by, issuing commands while expecting them to risk their lives. If Chu Jianqiu were to personally engage in battle, with his cultivation at the 5th level of the true Qi realm, he would likely be swiftly vanquished by the disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect upon their first encounter. At such a level of prowess, he possesses no means of self-preservation on a battlefield of this magnitude. Conversely, should Chu Jianqiu refrain from entering the fray, it would grant his subordinates a justification to oppose his commands. What right does one who abstains from combat and merely gestures give to direct their actions? As the group rested atop the mountain, they assigned sentinels to keep watch over the movements toward Chibo Lake. According to previous intelligence, the disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect were expected to commence their operations within the next day or two. Chibo Lake is vast, its expansive waters stretching nearly 100 miles. After noon, the group witnessed a crimson light soaring from the direction of Chibo Lake. Observing this, Chu Jianqiu shouted, "Attack!" and immediately surged toward the lake. The others instantly followed suit, racing after him. By the time Zha Xinghe and the others processed the situation, Chu Jianqiu and Shun Tu Feiqing had already advanced several dozen zhang ahead. Momentarily taken aback, Zha Xinghe hastily led his people to pursue. Despite his skepticism towards Chu Jianqiu, Zha Xinghe recognized that cooperating with him was their sole opportunity to fulfill their mission, and thus he would not allow personal grievances to hinder their progress at such a critical juncture. However, Chu Jianqiu's subsequent performance took Zha Xinghe and the others by surprise. Zha Xinghe had initially assumed that Chu Jianqiu would soon be overtaken by the others and left far behind. In reality, Chu Jianqiu maintained his position at the forefront, galloping ahead with remarkable speed. Moreover, it appears that Chu Jianqiu has not exerted his full strength. Rather, he deliberately slowed his pace to await the disciples behind him. The crowd swiftly surged onto the surface of the Red Wave Lake, where a horrific spectacle unfolded. The disciples of the Blood Fiend sect poured copious amounts of Blood Fiend Xuanma liquid into the lake, alongside a multitude of Blood Fiend Qili pearls. As these substances entered the lake, a formidable suction force suddenly emerged, drawing in the Blood Fiend Xuanma liquid and the Blood Fiend Qili pearls, creating a colossal vortex. From this whirlpool emanated an eerie and unsettling aura of terror. Simultaneously, a golden light illuminated the lake's surface, and a gigantic seal manifested, forming a powerful barrier that firmly contained the terrifying and malevolent energy beneath the Red Wave Lake. However, as the volume of Blood Fiend Xuanma liquid and Blood Fiend Qili pearls increased within the vortex, the ominous aura grew ever more potent, with the sealing symbol on the lake's surface beginning to show signs of strain. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect, after casting their offerings into the lake, united to invoke secretive incantations. Waves of spells were directed into the lake, persistently weakening the golden seal. The arrival of the Xinjian sect naturally drew the attention of the Blood Fiend disciples. Yet, more than half of them were engrossed in their incantations and could not cease their efforts. Among them, a young man clad in red robes, wielding a long spear, abruptly turned and fixed his icy gaze upon the approaching members of the Xinjian sect. Upon encountering the young man in the blood-stained robe, Chu Jianqiu immediately recognized him as Han Feiyu, the individual spoken of by Shun Tu Feiqing. The aura emanating from Han was overwhelmingly formidable, instilling a sense of trepidation within Chu Jianqiu. Another batch of fools come to their demise. Does the Xinjian sect possess no more than this assortment of worthless waste? Han Feiyu remarked with a cold indifference, surveying the crowd. Exchanging glances with Shun Tu Feiqing and Shui Lian, Chu Jianqiu called out sharply, "Charge!" Instantly, four figures surged towards Han Feiyu. The disciples of the Xinjian sect posed little concern for Han Feiyu. Although more than half of the Bloodslaughter sect's disciples were engaged in employing secret techniques to weaken the seals, the remaining disciples who stood guard were still on par in number with those of the Xinjian sect. In terms of personnel, the Bloodslaughter sect was far from intimidated by their adversaries. As for the four who dared to strike at him, Han Feiyu regarded them with utter disdain. Their audacity was a testament to their ignorance of impending doom. Among the Xinjian sect, only Chaxiang managed to catch his attention. The others were utterly insignificant. Confronted by the foremost attacker, Shun Tu Feiqing, Han Feiyu thrust his spear with tremendous force. The sheer power unleashed caused the spear tip to generate bizarre ripples in the air. Shun Tu Feiqing swung his sword down with all his might, aiming to cleave the spear. The clash produced a thunderous reverberation, sending waves of energy cascading outward in all directions, conjuring a violent tempest. Shun Tu Feiqing was thrust back over 10 paces, his feet carving an extensive trench into the ground. Han Feiyu was unexpectedly pushed back several paces by Shun Tu Feiqing, his brows furrowing slightly. When did Shun Tu Feiqing's strength become so formidable? It seemed to surpass even that of Cha Xinghe. Could it be that the rumors were misleading? And Shen Tu Fish was indeed the strongest among the Xianjian sect entering the news a secret realm. However, Han Feiyu was unconcerned. Shen Tu Fish's current prowess posed no significant threat to him. Cha Xinghe, witnessing this turn of events, was equally astonished. When did Shen Tu Fish become this powerful? Even he, Cha Xinghe, could not have forced Han Feiyu back such a distance. Was it possible that this fellow had been concealing his true strength all along? Chapter 129, Battle with Han Feiyu, Part 1. While others were baffled by Shen Tu Fish's sudden surge in power, he himself was fully aware of the reason. Prior to engaging Han Feiyu, he had utilized a strength-enhancing talisman given to him by Chu Jianqiu. This talisman was a second-tier enhancement talisman of the highest quality, which allowed Shen Tu Fish's strength to increase 3 to 4-fold, even surpassing that of Cha Xinghe by a slight margin. As Han Feiyu repelled Shen Tu Fish with a single thrust of his spear, Shui Lian and Ma Jingyao had already launched their assaults from either side. Han Feiyu swiftly shook his spear, directing his attacks towards the two. Shui Lian and Ma Jingyao did not evade. Instead, a 4-layered golden shield suddenly illuminated before them. Boom, boom. 2 resounding crashes echoed as the golden shield before Shui Lian and Ma Jingyao shattered under Han Feiyu's overwhelming assault. However, Han Feiyu's offensive was significantly diminished, and when it clashed with the weapons of the two, they found themselves evenly matched. In terms of proficiency in utilizing these talismans, no one surpasses Shui Lian and Ma Jingyao, aside from Chu Jianqiu himself. Han Feiyu furrowed his brow. The array of techniques employed by the disciples of the Xianyuan sword sect today was extraordinarily diverse. Although they posed no significant threat to him, they nonetheless presented certain inconveniences. After dispatching 3 adversaries, Han Feiyu scarcely acknowledged the approaching Chu Jianqiu, a mere trifling figure at the 5th level of the true Qi realm, daring to confront him. When had the disciples of the Xianyuan sword sect grown so audacious? Even a typical martial artist at the 9th level of the true Qi realm would not command his respect, let alone a mere 5th level practitioner. Such a weakling, Han Feiyu mused, could not harm him even if he stood still and allowed the attack. A mere brush of his spear's tip would seal the weakling's fate. However, in an unexpected turn, Han Feiyu's pupils contracted sharply as the 5th level weakling suddenly vanished. Almost instantaneously, a formidable sword energy surged towards him from behind. In that critical moment, Han Feiyu hastily evaded, yet the onslaught of sword energy was too abrupt for a complete escape. Although he narrowly avoided a fatal strike to his back, the left shoulder was nonetheless struck by the piercing sword energy, shattering his defensive artifacts and protective true qi, nearly severing his entire shoulder. Han Feiyu staggered and swiftly retreated several dozen paces, attempting to evade the relentless pursuit of the sword energy from behind. Yet, his assailant showed no intention of relenting, as the fierce sword energy descended upon him like a torrential storm. Han Feiyu's countenance darkened, and with a swift motion, he evaded once more. His agility reached an extraordinary level, far surpassing that of a 9th-tier martial artist in the true Qi realm, as he darted about, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Yet, the figure that pursued him was relentless, akin to a maggot clinging to its host. No matter where he fled, it followed closely, exhibiting a speed that matched his own. Having lost the initiative from the outset, Han Feiyu had not even caught a glimpse of his assailant's face, and was continuously pressured in this relentless exchange, accumulating further wounds upon his body. His expression darkened to an extreme, and his heart was filled with astonishment. When had such a formidable expert emerged from the Xianjian sect? The absence of any prior intelligence left him bewildered. Could it be that the Xianjian sect had concealed this trump card specifically to counter him? This expert was not merely superior to Cha Xinghe by a small margin, but rather significantly more powerful. And the treasures in his possession appeared to be of exceedingly high grade. The defensive artifact he donned was a low-grade, 3rd-tier robe. Even a 2nd-tier artifact, let alone a 2nd-tier premium one, would struggle to inflict any damage upon him. To cleave through that 3rd-tier low-grade robe, the weapon wielded by this adversary must also be of at least the 3rd tier. Furthermore, after severing his robe, this individual was able to breach Han Feiyu's protective true qi, indicating an immense strength, likely only marginally inferior to his own. After several harrowing encounters in which he was forced to retreat before Chu Jianqiu, Han Feiyu gritted his teeth, and, braving another strike from Chu Jianqiu, turned to thrust his spear toward him. Whoosh! A new gash appeared across Han Feiyu's chest, blood spraying forth like an arrow. Chu Jianqiu watched as the tip of the spear pointed towards him, and a radiant light surged in his hand, conjuring 4 golden shields before him. Simultaneously, he swiftly retreated. With a thunderous crash, all 4 golden shields shattered under Han Feiyu's strike, and the residual force pierced through, leaving a significant wound on Chu Jianqiu. He felt a twinge of regret that Han Feiyu had managed to retaliate. Although this scheme had inflicted considerable injury upon Han Feiyu, it had not resulted in a fatal blow. Han Feiyu's strength remained dauntingly formidable, even in such dire circumstances. He had managed to evade a critical strike to his vital areas. Had he succeeded, dispatching Han Feiyu with a single strike would have rendered subsequent matters considerably simpler. Nonetheless, after enduring those 2 strikes, Han Feiyu's strength would undoubtedly be diminished, at least to a level that was not insurmountable. As for the injuries inflicted upon him by Han Feiyu's spear, Chu Jianqiu deemed them negligible. Although Han Feiyu had retained 3 to 4/10 of his power after shattering the 4 golden shields, inflicting a significant wound upon him, Chu Jianqiu had absorbed a substantial amount of bloodthirsty energy, greatly enhancing his chaotic supreme bloodline. The purity of his bloodline further augmented his unparalleled martial physique, amplifying his recovery abilities to a terrifying degree. In a matter of moments, the wound on his body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. At that moment, Han Feiyu finally recognized the individual who had inflicted such grave injuries upon him. It was, astonishingly, the so-called waste of the 5th level of Qi realm, whom he had so easily dismissed. As Han Feiyu was engulfed in shock, he simultaneously felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. To be injured by a mere 5th level practitioner of true Qi was utterly intolerable, igniting an unparalleled fury within him. Given his formidable prowess, even a master of the Sea transformation realm would find it challenging to inflict harm upon him. Yet he had sustained injuries at the hands of an insignificant 5th level true Qi cultivator. However, he was equally astonished by Chu Jianqiu's extraordinary strength. Was this truly the performance one could expect from a 5th level true Qi warrior? Even a practitioner at the 9th level of true Qi would likely be effortlessly defeated by this individual. As he witnessed the visible speed at which the wound on Chu Jianqiu's body healed, Han Feiyu's expression darkened further. The confrontation between Chu Jianqiu and Han Feiyu unfolded with breathtaking swiftness. In the blink of an eye, both were wounded, leaving onlookers in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding events, let alone intervene. The trio of Shintafish could only manage to pose a slight obstacle to Han Feiyu at the outset. But as the battle progressed with astonishing speed, they found themselves completely unable to participate. Chapter 130, Confronting Han Feiyu, Part 2. The group, led by Cha Xinghe, was equally astonished by this scene. Cha Xinghe was acutely aware of Han Feiyu's prowess. He had barely managed to defend himself under Han Feiyu's onslaught, and enduring even 30 strikes was a daunting challenge, let alone inflicting any injury upon him. Chu Jianqiu was astonishingly able to inflict such grievous injuries upon Han Feiyu. Although this was partly due to his collaboration with Shintafish and the clever maneuvers employed during the confrontation, it nonetheless attested to the formidable prowess of Chu Jianqiu, which was evidently superior to that of Cha Xinghe. It is remarkable that a mere 5th-tier practitioner of true Qi could possess such extraordinary strength. What manner of monster is this individual? Both Lu Yiming and Qin Chong were equally astounded, unable to fathom the extent of Chu Jianqiu's power after his ascension to a higher realm. They were fortunate to have departed the vicinity of the Blood Fiend Marsh early that day, for had they lingered, they might have become mere souls under Chu Jianqiu's blade. Ouyang Yuan, witnessing this scene, felt his countenance darken to a near-drenched state. After ascending to the 9th tier of true Qi, he had believed he could easily crush Chu Jianqiu. His retreat that day was merely a result of being outnumbered, rather than a reflection of inferiority in strength. However, upon observing the prowess displayed by Chu Jianqiu in his engagement with Han Feiyu, Ouyang Yuan realized that overcoming Chu Jianqiu would not be a trivial endeavor. Even after his advancement, he harbored no confidence in his ability to injure Han Feiyu, who stood as the unequivocal champion among disciples of the true Qi realm, possessing an awakened bloodline of the Earth-grade pinnacle, an echelon surpassing even Ouyang Yuan's own. Though Chu Jianqiu had managed to inflict significant harm upon Han Feiyu through a surprise attack, he remained vigilant. Fully aware that he had nearly exhausted all his trump cards to achieve this feat, the wind-calling boots and the swift movement talismans enhanced his speed. While the instant teleportation talismans enabled rapid evasion, the strength-enhancing talismans amplified his power, and the golden shield talismans provided him with formidable protection. Through a myriad of tactics, only then was Han Feiyu wounded, and even that was under a sudden and unexpected circumstance. In a normal confrontation with Han Feiyu, Chu Jianqiu surmised that he could at best manage to defend himself. Inflicting harm upon Han Feiyu would be akin to scaling the heavens. To truly vanquish Han Feiyu, Chu Jianqiu estimated that he would need to ascend to the 6th level of the true Qi realm at the very least. Han Feiyu's left arm hung limply at his side. The injury inflicted by Chu Jianqiu's sword strike to his back would require at least 10 days to half a month to heal adequately. Furthermore, the sword wound on his chest was grievous as well. With a darkened expression, Han Feiyu regarded Chu Jianqiu, his gaze as frigid as ice. One must be prepared to face consequences for daring to inflict such harm upon him. With a swift motion, Han Feiyu brandished his spear, his form flickering like lightning as he lunged towards Chu Jianqiu, thrusting the spear towards him. Chu Jianqiu deftly evaded the thrust and, with his autumn water sword held horizontally, unleashed a formidable surge of sword energy. The third stance of the Qing Lu Zhaokong's sword technique, moonlit night across the sky. Han Feiyu, having learned the peril of underestimating such sword energy, was not inclined to allow it to strike him. He deftly sidestepped the oncoming blade of energy, which then cleaved into the ground, carving out a chasm half a zhang wide, while debris shot skyward like a rain of arrows. Meanwhile, Han Feiyu's spear also created a massive crater several zhang wide upon impact with the earth. The two engaged in a fierce clash, their energies of sword and spear surging forth, leaving behind deep pits and craters in the surrounding terrain. Shinta Feiqing and Shui Lian, instead of merely spectating, joined forces to encircle and assault Han Feiyu. According to the predetermined plan, the three of them charged forward to draw Han Feiyu's attention, while Chu Jianqiu awaited the opportune moment to launch a surprise attack. Should the ambush succeed, a single strike could eliminate Han Feiyu. If it failed, they would resort to their second strategy, encircling Han Feiyu as a united force, thereby allowing Zhuqiu Lianzhu and her companions to act at their discretion. Some disciples of the Blood Slaughter sect, upon witnessing Han Feiyu besieged, attempted to rush to his aid, but were intercepted by other disciples of the Xinjiang sect. Meanwhile, powerful figures such as Ouyang Yuan, Lu Yiming, and Qin Chong from the Blood Slaughter sect were preoccupied with maintaining their secret techniques, rendering them unable to assist. Consequently, the Blood Slaughter sect disciples could not exert overwhelming dominance over their Xinjiang sect counterparts, and thus could only watch helplessly as Han Feiyu fell into a trap. This predicament stemmed from Han Feiyu's excessive confidence. He believed that his singular strength, bolstered by more than half of the Blood Slaughter sect disciples, was sufficient to defend the Chibo Lake without the need for Lu Yiming and the others, which was why they were assigned to execute the secret techniques. The maintenance of these techniques necessitated the presence of formidable individuals. Otherwise, their intended effects would be difficult to realize. In pursuit of optimal results, Han Feiyu dispatched all the top 10 core disciples of the Blood Slaughter sect, save for himself, to sustain the operation of the secret techniques. He was convinced that among the Xinjiang sect disciples entering the New Zhe secret realm, none could inflict harm upon him, nor could they breach his defenses to disrupt the actions of the Blood Slaughter sect disciples. Had it not been for the unexpected variable of Chu Jianqiu, Han Feiyu's strategy would have faced no obstacles. Alas, the emergence of this unforeseen factor entirely derailed his plans. Han Feiyu had initially believed that even if Chu Jianqiu and his three companions managed to hold him back, the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect would never be able to breach the defenses of their adversaries from the Xinjiang sect. Historically, when the number of disciples was equal, the Blood Fiend sect had never succumbed to the Xinjiang sect. Even if Chu Jianqiu were to orchestrate a self-inflicted injury, or if the four of them could indeed delay him, it would still be futile. The disciples of the Xinjiang sect were incapable of penetrating the formidable defenses of the Blood Fiend sect. He could not fathom that the Xinjiang sect possessed others of Chu Jianqiu's caliber. The emergence of such a prodigy was already astonishing enough. And should there be more than one, he would resign to the notion that even if the Blood Fiend sect's mission failed, it would be an acceptable outcome. However, when Han Feiyu witnessed the clash between the disciples of the Xinjiang sect and the Blood Fiend sect, his jaw dropped in disbelief. The anticipated scenario of the Blood Fiend sect's disciples overpowering those of the Xinjiang sect did not unfold. Rather, the Blood Fiend sect's disciples were being decimated, left in disarray as they faced the onslaught. Within the brief span of their skirmish, the Blood Fiend sect was on the verge of collapse, unable to sustain their formation, swiftly reduced to chaos. Han Feiyu was taken aback by this revelation. The disciples of the Xinjiang sect had surprisingly formed a battle array. In that moment, he realized the profound miscalculation he had made that day. Had he known of the Xinjiang sect's underlying strength, he would never have dispatched so many disciples to employ secret techniques. It became apparent to Han Feiyu that this operation was meticulously orchestrated. The intellect and strategic foresight of the mastermind behind this endeavor were nothing short of terrifying. At this moment, Han Feiyu felt an immense threat and challenge. Had he known that such formidable individuals resided within the Xinjiang sect, he would have approached his arrangements with far greater caution. In Chapter 131, Crisis, Zhuqiu Lianzhu and Tang Ning Xin, accompanied by the members of the Xinjiang sect, swiftly penetrated the defenses formed by the disciples of the Blood Slaughter sect. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Over a dozen disciples of the blood-slaughter sect fell beneath the might of their Lian Bu Tian Xiang sword formation. Remarkably, amidst the fierce combat, not a single disciple from the Xinjian sect perished. The Lian Bu Tian Xiang sword formation not only possessed formidable offensive capabilities, but also exhibited considerable defensive strength. It bound all participants into a cohesive entity, making it necessary to breach the formation's protective barrier in order to inflict harm upon those within. Given the attacking prowess of the blood-slaughter sect disciples, it was evident that they were incapable of achieving such a feat. As Zuiqiu Lianzhu led the members of the Xinjian sect towards the lakeside, it became apparent that once they arrived, the disciples of the blood-slaughter sect, who were currently performing secret arts, would be left defenseless, merely awaiting their slaughter. Although the group, led by Cha Xing, had not formed the Lian Bu Tian Xiang sword formation alongside Zuiqiu Lianzhu and the others, they nonetheless seized the opportunity afforded by its power to unleash their own prowess. At this juncture, the disciples of the blood-slaughter sect found themselves unable to retaliate. And Cha Xing, he and his companions felt an overwhelming sense of vindication, their spirits soaring as they avenged the humiliation they had previously endured. Meanwhile, Chu Jianqiu observed that Cha Xing had chosen to remain engaged in the slaughter of the blood-slaughter sect disciples rather than joining them in confronting Han Feiyu. In the heart of Chu Jianqiu, a surge of indignation welled up, yet he also felt a flicker of relief. Thankfully, he had not included Cha Xing in their plans. Had he done so, they would undoubtedly be in dire straits now. Given their current predicament, if Cha Xing were to come to their aid, the combined might could very well lead to the demise of Han Feiyu. Han Feiyu stands as the most formidable threat among the disciples of the blood-slaughter sect. Eliminating him would significantly simplify their subsequent endeavors. Despite the seemingly unstoppable momentum of the Lanbu Tianxiang sword array led by Zuiqiu Lianzhu, Chu Jianqiu harbored doubts about the limited capabilities of the blood-slaughter sect. Regrettably, Cha Xing was paralyzed by fear after his encounter with Han Feiyu. Even in such a disadvantageous position, he dared not confront Han Feiyu directly, opting instead to target softer adversaries. Shintafish was evidently astonished by Cha Xing's actions. Prior to their assault, they had agreed that all five would jointly confront Han Feiyu, restraining him to facilitate the actions of the others. Yet now, while the four of them engaged in a life-and-death struggle, Cha Xing was busy claiming credit alongside Zuiqiu Lianzhu. Even Shintafish felt a surge of frustration at this point. Cha Xing's behavior was utterly outrageous. Fortunately, Chu Jianqiu had dealt a significant blow to Han Feiyu from the outset. Otherwise, had Cha Xing wavered at a critical moment, the four of them would have been severely compromised. Had Han Feiyu not been gravely injured initially, it is uncertain whether the four would have been able to contend with him. Even now, in the face of Han Feiyu's injuries, they found themselves struggling mightily in their confrontation. At this moment, Shen Tufei Che could not help but internally rejoice at his decision to disregard Jia Xing's instructions to hastily gather his men. Had he complied, he might have found himself ensnared in a perilous situation. Shen Tufei Che and Han Feiyu clashed repeatedly, the force of their encounters causing his blood to surge tumultuously, resulting in several violent expulsions of blood and a significant gash upon his body. Despite utilizing Chu Jianqiu's power-enhancing talisman, which amplified his strength 3 to 4-fold, he still found himself at a considerable disadvantage against Han Feiyu, and the relentless confrontations had left him grievously injured. In contrast, Shueli Yin and Ma Jing Yao fared much better. These two adept practitioners displayed an almost supernatural mastery over Chu Jianqiu's talismans, deftly using the Golden Shield talisman to deflect Han Feiyu's assaults or the Flash Escape talisman to evade them entirely. They did not engage Han Feiyu directly, but instead chose to harass him from the sidelines. Consequently, aside from sustaining minor injuries from the residual force of Han Feiyu's strikes, they emerged relatively unscathed. When it comes to a genuine confrontation with Han Feiyu, it was indeed Chu Jianqiu who bore the brunt. He absorbed nearly 70% of Han Feiyu's onslaught, with a tempest of sword energy colliding violently with frenzied gunfire, creating a series of profound craters in the surrounding terrain. Han Feiyu bore numerous deep wounds, revealing the bone beneath, and his low-grade third-tier robe was rendered nearly inoperative. He was taken aback by the caliber of the Qi water sword wielded by Chu Jianqiu, pondering how the Xinjian sect had acquired such wealth, enabling even a mere 5th-stage Qi realm warrior to afford a mid-grade, third-tier magical artifact. It is essential to understand that even among the formidable masters of the Qi transformation realm, few can afford a medium-grade, third-tier magical artifact. The crafting of such third-tier treasures is exceedingly resource-intensive and demands the expertise of exceptionally skilled artificers. Those who possess the ability to forge artifacts of the third rank or higher hold an esteemed status. and enlisting their services to create a magical item is virtually impossible without incurring a monumental cost. Consequently, each third-tier magical artifact is of exorbitant worth. The third-tier low-grade robe worn by Han Feiyu was acquired at an immense personal expense. In his pursuit of this low-grade, third-tier treasure, he nearly exhausted his entire fortune. The only possession he has that reaches the level of a third-tier artifact is that robe. Even the spear in his hand is merely a pinnacle second-tier treasure. Certainly, he harbors a hidden means of last resort, but that is reserved for dealing with the Xuanma blood pearl and cannot be deployed lightly. Thus, Han Feiyu felt a profound sense of loss and fury upon the destruction of his third-tier robe, prompting him to act with unrestrained ferocity, almost to the brink of madness. At this juncture, Chu Jianqiu found himself in a similarly dire predicament. He had employed nearly all his tactics, yet still fell short against Han Feiyu's overwhelming strength. During their confrontation, while Chu Jianqiu managed to inflict significant injuries on Han Feiyu, he also sustained numerous wounds, each a gaping hole in his flesh. Although Chu Jianqiu's unparalleled martial physique is immensely robust, with formidable recovery capabilities, each instance of recuperation demands a considerable expenditure of his vital energy. Repeated setbacks have significantly depleted his vitality, and as his energy continues to wane, Chu Jianqiu's injuries do not mend as swiftly as they once did. Moreover, there is an additional factor that deepens Chu Jianqiu's sense of urgency. While the power of a mid-tier third-grade magical treasure is formidable, its usage demands a substantial expenditure of true energy, coupled with the third level of the Qing Lu Zhaokong sword technique. The true energy within Chu Jianqiu is being consumed at an alarming rate. Even though his dantian is vast, and the reservoir of true energy within him is unimaginably abundant, such intense depletion has begun to manifest as a troubling dryness. Should his true energy be entirely exhausted, the situation would become perilous. Chapter 132. The blood binding of the mysterious demon. The immense seal binding the lake of Qi Bo is gradually dimming under the combined efforts of the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect. The swirling vortex, having absorbed a considerable amount of Blood Fiend demon liquid and the Blood Fiend scarlet pearl, emits an increasingly potent aura. Just as the Lanbu Tian Xiang sword formation, led by Zuoqiu Lianzhu, is about to strike, Ouyang Yuan snorts coldly, retracting his hands and dispelling the secret technique. Upon witnessing Chu Jianqiu's arrival with his companions, he had already prepared to gradually retract the secret arts. Based on his understanding of Chu Jianqiu, if he did not possess a certain level of confidence, Chu Jianqiu would never recklessly approach his demise. The fact that he has come with reinforcements indicates he possesses means to counterbalance Han Feiyu alone. Han Feiyu and the preceding disciples of the Blood Fiend sect would surely be unable to withstand Chu Jianqiu and his allies. Thus, the moment Chu Jianqiu appeared, Ouyang Yuan was poised to act, completing the retraction of the secret method just before the members of the Xian sword sect reached the lake's edge. Ouyang Yuan's figure flickered, positioning himself before the Lanbu Tianxiang sword formation. With a swift motion of his right hand, a dark, ominous long cord, imbued with an aura of terrifying malevolence, materialized in his grasp. He brandished this sinister cord, infused with a peculiar bloodthirsty energy, towards Zuoqiu Lianzhu and her companions. The cord emanated an overwhelming force, creating ripples in the very fabric of space as it sliced through the air. Ouyang Yuan understood that confronting such a formidable sword formation was beyond his capacity to withstand. Even Han Feiyu might struggle to endure its might. Thus, in this dire predicament, he resorted to his most powerful secret weapon, the Xuanma blood cord. This potent artifact had been meticulously forged by the Blood Fiend sect's ancestral master, its strength rivaling that of a fourth-tier magical treasure. Although Ouyang Yuan could not unleash the full potential of the Xuanma blood cord, even employing a fraction of its power would suffice to annihilate a cultivator of the Transformation Sea realm, originally intended to counter the Xuanma blood pearl. The urgency of the situation compelled him to act. If he failed to repel the disciples of the Xinjian sect, they would all perish at their hands, rendering their mission utterly futile. As the dreadful cord surged forward, Zuoqiu Lianzhu was taken aback. She swiftly formed a hand seal, prompting all the disciples of the Xinjian sect to raise their swords in unison. The collective sword energies converged upon her blade, and with a decisive swing, she unleashed a colossal beam of sword light, amplified by the might of dozens of Xinjian disciples, to intercept the ominous cord. Swish! The brilliant sword light sliced through the air, carving a chasm several yards wide into the ground. The piercing sword light ultimately clashed with the terrifying blood-colored tether, resulting in a thunderous explosion that unleashed an immensely powerful shockwave, creating a deep pit spanning dozens of yards. Beneath the force of this colossal shockwave, the members of the Xinjian sect were sent sprawling, each one spitting blood and sustaining severe injuries. The Lanbu Tianxiang sword formation was unexpectedly shattered by a single strike from Ouyang Yuan. However, the fearsome aura of the massive tether was also considerably diminished under the impact of the sword light. In contrast, Ouyang Yuan was drenched in blood, his condition scarcely better. With the Lanbu Tianxiang sword formation now broken and Ouyang Yuan still possessing the strength to fight on, the question remained: who could now stand against the terrifying giant tether? Jia Xinghe, witnessing this scene, displayed an expression of profound shock. Having followed closely behind the Lanbu Tianxiang sword formation, he had thought the task would be swiftly accomplished. His excitement reaching a fever pitch. Completion of the mission would earn him significant merit, nearly 1,000,000 contribution points, and the opportunity to become a direct disciple of the sect leader. Emerging from the New Zhe secret realm, he envisioned his ascension to greatness. Yet, just as this beautiful dream was on the verge of realization, such calamity unfolded. The terrifying offensive power of the blood-colored tether surpassed even that of Han Feiyu by several magnitudes, rendering it utterly insurmountable for him. With such a formidable weapon in the hands of the blood evil sect, it appeared that the mission was indeed doomed to failure. Remaining any longer could very well endanger his life. Jia Xinghe glanced at the severely wounded disciples of the Xinjian sect, then turned his gaze towards Ouyang Yuan, who wielded the terrifying giant rope. In an instant, he unexpectedly fled in a panic. Left Xiu Lianzhe and the others, witnessing this scene, were instantly filled with rage. They could hardly fathom that Jia Xinghe could be so despicable and shameless. Previously, he had eagerly seized the opportunity to eliminate those blood fiend sect disciples who were injured by the Lanbu Tianxiang sword array, and they might have overlooked such minor acts of glory-seeking if he had been serving the same sect. However, now that Jia Xinghe had seen the situation turn dire, he abandoned everyone and fled from the battlefield. This was something left Xiu Lianzhe could not tolerate. If they survived this ordeal and emerged from the New Zhe secret realm, she would undoubtedly ensure that this contemptible scoundrel paid a hefty price. Ouyang Yuan, observing Jia Xinghe's retreat, couldn't help but display a hint of disdain. Yet he made no attempt to pursue him. It was indeed preferable for Jia Xinghe to escape, as it spared him the effort of dealing with him. After all, his own situation was not particularly favorable. Jia Xinghe's combat prowess was formidable, should he have chosen to confront Ouyang Yuan directly. The combined forces of left Xiu Lianzhe and the others would have posed a significant challenge. Ouyang Yuan, gripping the Xuanma blood rope, approached the disciples of the Xinjian sect with an indifferent expression. Deprived of the Lanbu Tianxiang sword array, these disciples were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly incapable of mounting any resistance. Just as Ouyang Yuan was about to ensnare these disciples' lives with a swift motion, a figure clad in white suddenly appeared before him, striking down with a sword. Taken aback, Ouyang Yuan hastily dodged to evade the attack, even though he had already taken precautions against Chu Jianqiu's elusive tactics. The latter's methods were undeniably peculiar and exceedingly difficult to guard against. As Ouyang Yuan approached the disciples of the Xinjian sect, he was already bracing himself for this particular ploy, knowing that Chu Jianqiu would not idly watch him eliminate these disciples. Yet, despite his utmost vigilance, Ouyang Yuan nearly fell into Chu Jianqiu's trap. Upon realizing his strike had missed, Chu Jianqiu felt a twinge of regret. After all, he was still gravely injured, with nearly 70% of his internal energy depleted, which hampered his speed of action. Had he been in peak condition, that previous strike could have dealt a crippling blow to Ouyang Yuan, even if it did not result in his demise. Seeing Chu Jianqiu standing before the disciples of the Xinjian sect, Ouyang Yuan let out a cold chuckle and gestured with his hand, summoning the Xuanma blood whip towards him. He had long desired to use the Xuanma blood whip to deal with Chu Jianqiu back in the blood fiend marsh, but he had refrained, knowing that once deployed, its efficacy would wane within a day. However, with the imminent emergence of the Xuanma blood pearl, utilizing the blood whip now, even with diminished potency, would not significantly affect the final outcome. Moreover, given the pressing situation posed by the disciples' Lanbu Tianxiang sword formation, the Xuanma blood whip was essential for resolving the conflict, and he believed the sect would not hold it against him for its early use. Chapter 133. Breaking through the sixth layer of true qi after several exchanges in combat. Chu Jianqiu found himself at a disadvantage against Ouyang Yuan, as the terrifying power of the Xuanma blood chain proved insurmountable. Despite wielding the autumn water sword, a mid-grade treasure of the third tier, he was ultimately ensnared by the blood chain, which constricted him with an unyielding grip that rendered him immobile. Observing Chu Jianqiu bound by the Xuanma blood chain, Ouyang Yuan's face bore a chilling smile. In addition to its formidable offensive capability, the Xuanma blood chain possessed a potent refining ability, Any creature ensnared by it would swiftly have their blood extracted, becoming sustenance for the chain. You, Chu Jianqiu, have recently awakened your heavenly bloodline. Now, you shall experience the sensation of your bloodline being refined, Ouyang Yuan taunted. As Chu Jianqiu struggled within the clutches of the Xuanma blood chain, he sensed an extraordinarily sinister force invading his bloodline, attempting to refine it. Yet, upon contact, this force recoiled in horror as if confronted by a specter. However, it was too late. A powerful suction emanated from Chu Jianqiu's bloodline, forcibly drawing the intruding energy inward. Once assimilated, this energy was swiftly transformed into nourishment for his chaotic supreme bloodline, manifesting as pure bloodline power. Chu Jianqiu recognized this phenomenon as strikingly similar to the process of refining the blood evil qi during the awakening of his chaotic supreme bloodline. However, the potency of the force from the Xuanma blood chain far surpassed that of the blood evil qi, resulting in even greater benefits as it converted into Chu Jianqiu's bloodline energy. Upon discovering the situation, Chu Jianqiu immediately activated the Chaos Celestial Emperor technique. The power from the Xuanma blood chain transformed into a continuous stream of nourishing energy that surged into his body, becoming the source of Chu Jianqiu's strength. This energy not only manifested as bloodline power, but was also refined into a substantial amount of true qi. The true qi within Chu Jianqiu's dantian, which was nearly depleted, began to recover at a visibly rapid pace. Ouyang Yuan's smile, which had just begun to emerge, abruptly froze on his face. He sensed that something was amiss. Rather than being drained of blood by the Xuanma blood chain, Chu Jianqiu's aura was visibly escalating at an alarming rate. While the aura emanating from the Xuanma blood chain gradually weakened, Ouyang Yuan was greatly astonished. Although he could not fathom the exact nature of the events unfolding, he recognized that things were dire for the Xuanma blood chain. He could not help but recall the incident at the Blood Fiend Marsh. At that time, Chu Jianqiu had been cast into the Blood Fiend Marsh by Luan Guanghui, and not only did he survive the corrosive Blood Fiend aura, but that very aura inexplicably vanished. It now appeared that the disappearance of the Blood Fiend aura from the marsh was also the result of Chu Jianqiu's actions. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Ouyang Yuan attempted to retract the Xuanma blood chain, but it was firmly affixed to Chu Jianqiu, unresponsive to his commands. Ouyang Yuan was filled with dread. Should the Xuanma blood chain be lost, it would undoubtedly have a profound impact on his subsequent endeavors. Although there were other chains at his disposal, the failure of this particular one could lead to unimaginable repercussions upon his return to the sect if the mission did not proceed smoothly. Ouyang Yuan felt a surge of urgency in his heart as he summoned the Xuanma blood chain with all his might. However, the chain remained unresponsive. In the brief span of mere moments, its aura inexplicably diminished by a third. In a state of desperation, Ouyang Yuan shifted his stance and unleashed a powerful punch towards Chu Jianqiu. Bound by the Xuanma blood chain, Chu Jianqiu was unable to free himself and could only evade the attack. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, with Ouyang Yuan launching relentless strikes while Chu Jianqiu deftly dodged. Throughout this tumultuous battle, Chu Jianqiu's energy swelled increasingly potent, culminating in a thunderous roar as he broke through to the 6th level of the true qi realm amid the fray. At that moment, 3 figures crashed down beside Chu Jianqiu, Shinta Feiqing and Shui Lian among them. After Chu Jianqiu intervened to confront Ouyang Yuan, Shinta Feiqing and his companions found themselves unable to withstand Han Feiyu's onslaught for long. After a grueling struggle, they were ultimately left gravely injured on the ground, devoid of the strength to continue fighting. Han Feiyu, sensing the urgency of the situation, swiftly approached Chu Jianqiu, thrusting his spear towards him. He had evidently noticed the unusual aura surrounding Chu Jianqiu. If he did not interrupt Chu Jianqiu's ascent, allowing him to continue unimpeded, not only would the Xuanma blood chain be rendered ineffective, but Chu Jianqiu's power could ascend to an unfathomable level, potentially sealing the fate of all present. At the 5th level of the true qi realm, Chu Jianqiu had already proven to be a formidable adversary. Now, having advanced to the 6th level, his presence was no longer beneath that of Han Feiyu. Should Chu Jianqiu achieve yet another breakthrough, it was clear that Han Feiyu would stand little chance against him. Confronted with Han Feiyu's assault, Chu Jianqiu could no longer afford to merely evade. With a sudden surge, he shattered the Su and M blood rope, drawing his sword to deflect Han Feiyu's thrust. After freeing himself from the restraints of the Su and M blood rope, Chu Jianqiu initially intended to reclaim it, but was swiftly thwarted by Ouyang Yuan, who snatched it away with lightning speed. Witnessing the Su and M blood rope being seized by Ouyang Yuan, a sense of regret welled up within Chu Jianqiu. Had he been able to absorb the entirety of its power, he believed he could have ascended to the 7th or even 8th level of the true qi realm. if not for the majority of that power being consumed by the Chaos Supreme bloodline, with only a fraction converted into true Qi. It was likely that even this single Su in M blood rope would have sufficed for him to reach the pinnacle of the 9th level of the true Qi realm. Ouyang Yuan, realizing that the power within the Su in M blood rope had diminished by at least half, felt a mix of anguish and astonishment. What methods had Chu Jianqiu employed to siphon such power? It was indeed a staggering feat. Han Feiyu, observing the surging aura of Chu Jianqiu, wore a grave expression. The current Chu Jianqiu emanated an overwhelming sense of danger. Chu Jianqiu gently flexed his limbs, feeling the tumultuous energy coursing through him, and smiled slightly at the severely wounded Shun Tu Fish and his companions on the ground. You all focus on recuperating, the rest is for me to handle. Shun Tu Fish and the others could only manage a wry smile. What manner of monster was this individual, who not only could not be vanquished, but also managed to break through under such circumstances? However, upon observing Chu Jianqiu at this moment, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The previous situation had been perilously close to disaster, and they had feared for their lives. Fortunately, Chu Jianqiu had achieved a breakthrough just in time, indicating that they would not meet their demise today. Stepping forward with a calm gaze directed at Han Feiyu and the others, Chu Jianqiu felt an overwhelming power surging within him. Confronting Han Feiyu, he was devoid of any trepidation. Furthermore, due to the absorption and refinement of a significant amount of power from the Su and M bloodline, his internal vitality had not only been fully replenished, but had also ascended to a higher level. The body that had been riddled with wounds from Han Feiyu's earlier assaults had now completely healed, leaving no trace of injury. Chapter 134. Breaking the seal with a swift motion, a brilliant beam of sword light sliced through the air, causing ripples to emanate in its wake. Han Feiyu raised his spear and thrust it towards the radiant sword light. A thunderous crash ensued as Han Feiyu was propelled back several yards, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he glared at Chu Jianqiu with a darkened expression. It had been a long time since he had found himself at a disadvantage in combat. Among those of the same realm, none could inflict harm upon him, let alone those who were 3 realms beneath him. Yet, Chu Jianqiu's single strike had left him significantly injured, and this was not a sneak attack, but rather a direct confrontation that had led to his injury. Upon ascending to the 6th level of the true Qi realm, Chu Jianqiu exhibited an overwhelming prowess that was simply formidable. Had he not been injured, perhaps he could have engaged in a battle with Chu Jianqiu. However, in the present circumstances, he was utterly outmatched. What are you waiting for? Let us attack together. Han Feiyu commanded darkly, directing his words toward Ouyang Yuan, who stood nearby. In uttering this statement, Han Feiyu felt an immense sense of humiliation. He could scarcely fathom that he would one day be compelled to join forces against a martial artist who was 3 realms beneath him. The events of the day had left him feeling profoundly ashamed. Yet, without Ouyang Yuan's assistance, he realized he stood no chance against Chu Jianqiu. To feign strength would only lead to his own demise. Ouyang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that Han Feiyu would seek his aid. However, given the sheer strength displayed by Chu Jianqiu, it was hardly surprising. Neither of them alone could hope to match him. Only by uniting their efforts could they aspire to victory. Watching this unfold, Lu Tianyao was engulfed by a torrent of emotions. She recalled how she had forsaken the remarkably gifted Chu Jianqiu for Ouyang Yuan, missing out on an irreplaceable relationship and ultimately facing devastation. Although Ouyang Yuan possessed commendable talent, the disparity between him and the current Chu Jianqiu was akin to that of a flickering firefly against the resplendent moon. Reflecting on her past betrayal of Chu Jianqiu for Ouyang Yuan filled her with a sense of absurdity. However, although Lu Tianyao felt regret, she was acutely aware that the deep-seated animosity between her and Chu Jianqiu left no room for reconciliation. The outcome between them could only culminate in a life-or-death struggle. Yet, when faced with the confrontation between Chu Jianqiu and Han Feiyu, Lu Tianyao had no intention of intervening, for such a high-stakes battle was beyond her capacity to influence. Should she involve herself, the only outcome would be her own demise. While her abilities were commendable, they did not manifest in combat prowess. Ouyang Yuan drew a longsword, joining forces with Han Feiyu to engage Chu Jianqiu. At that moment, he dared not employ the Xuanma blood lock against Chu Jianqiu, as the latter's methods were exceedingly enigmatic. Using the Xuanma blood lock would only augment his adversary's strength. Ouyang Yuan lamented deeply, realizing too late that had he known Chu Jianqiu could refine the power from the Xuanma blood lock, he would never have utilized it against him, inadvertently granting Chu Jianqiu the energy to ascend to the 6th layer of true Qi, thus entangling them in such dire straits. Witnessing Chu Jianqiu single-handedly contend with both Han Feiyu and Ouyang Yuan, without faltering, instilled a sense of dread in Zuoqiu Lianzis and the others. Yet they also found solace, allowing themselves to recuperate in peace. As for the remaining disciples of the Blood Fiend sect, they had long been instilled with fear by the Lanbu Tianxiang sword array. Even though Zuoqiu Lianzis and their companions were gravely injured, they dared not approach recklessly. Although the disciples of the Xinjian sect were momentarily disrupted by Ouyang Yuan's strike against the Lanbu Tianxiang sword array, they seized the opportunity amidst the clash between Chu Jianqiu, Han Feiyu, and Ouyang Yuan to re-establish their formation. Although they were gravely injured, the Lanbu Tianxiang sword formation they formed still retained a formidable presence, though far from its previous might. The disciples of the blood-killing sect, having suffered significant losses, dared not provoke the Lanbu Tianxiang sword formation created by Zuoqiu Yin and her companions with their current diminished strength. Only if the disciples of the blood-killing sect, who were engaged in casting their secret techniques, withdrew and united against them could they pose a threat to the formation. Yet, Zuoqiu Yin and her allies did not seek to instigate conflict with the blood-killing sect disciples, for they were gravely wounded from the devastating strike of the Xuanma blood chain, leaving them barely able to defend themselves, let alone mount an offensive. The violent clash of sword energy and spear force erupted with tremendous reverberations, leaving the ground around them in disarray, riddled with enormous craters. Han Feiyu and Ouyang Yuan were sent flying over 10 feet by Chu Jianqiu's strike, blood spurting from their mouths. Han Feiyu, already severely injured prior, was no match for Chu Jianqiu. Even when combined with Ouyang Yuan, they still fell short against the ascendant Chu Jianqiu, now at the 6th level of true qi. If this continued, it seemed inevitable that they would perish beneath Chu Jianqiu's blade within a mere 10 rounds. Moreover, their ultimate trump card, the Xuanma blood chain, proved utterly ineffective against Chu Jianqiu and would instead serve as nourishment for his ascension. Han Feiyu found himself in a state of profound despair. Suddenly, two figures emerged. Landing before Chu Jianqiu, it was Lu Yiming and Qin Chong. Upon witnessing this, Chu Jianqiu could not help but furrow his brow, directing his gaze toward the Chibo Lake. He observed that the immense golden seal illuminating the lake had already diminished significantly, and the colossal vortex seemed nearly finished absorbing the blood demon liquid and the blood fiend red departure pearl that the blood fiend sect had cast into it, emanating a terrifying, surging inferno. This scene caused a tightening in Chu Jianqiu's heart. It was evident that he needed to resolve matters swiftly, for should the entity beneath Chibo Lake break free from its seal, it would spell tremendous trouble. With a swift motion, Chu Jianqiu unleashed his full power, directing a fierce stream of sword energy towards Han Feiyu and the other three. Han Feiyu and his companions summoned their remaining strength to resist. After several exchanges, Lu Yimu had fallen, and Qin Chong was struck down by Chu Jianqiu's sword energy. The remaining disciples of the Blood Fiend sect, despite their overwhelming fear, had no choice but to bravely step forward to obstruct Chu Jianqiu. However, although these individuals were indeed top-tier experts at the 9th level of true qi, the disparity between them and the likes of Chu Jianqiu and Han Feiyu was insurmountably vast. Their attempts to impede Chu Jianqiu proved futile as he effortlessly cleaved through them. Under the relentless assault of his sword energy, the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect fell one after another. Nonetheless, these desperate disciples managed to delay Chu Jianqiu for a brief period. When he finally reached the edge of Chibo Lake, a horrifying aura of blood fiend energy erupted, shattering the gigantic golden seal. A massive orb, entwined with strange black mist, slowly ascended from the surface of Chibo Lake. Chapter 135. The Dragon Abyss sword unleashed. The colossal orb, surrounded by an eerie black mist, gradually rose above Chibo Lake, emanating an incomparably terrifying presence. Under the immense pressure exerted by the orb, everyone felt as if they were plunged into an icy abyss, rendered utterly immobile. In the face of such formidable power, they perceived themselves as mere ants, susceptible to annihilation at any moment, unable to muster even a semblance of resistance. The members of the Xinjian sect gazed upon the orb with an overwhelming sense of despair. Confronted with such a level of force, they found themselves utterly powerless, devoid of the will to fight back. Even the formidable Chu Jianqiu could not contend with such might. Upon witnessing the orb's emergence, the Blood Fiend sect members exhaled in relief. Their mission had ultimately succeeded. Although they had yet to subdue the orb, they had at least liberated it from the depths of Chihuo Lake. Ouyang Yuan, upon seeing the orb, let out a boisterous laugh that echoed to the heavens. Chu Jianqiu, no matter how hard you strive, it is all for naught. Now, you may as well await your demise. Chu Jianqiu regarded the enormous orb, shrouded in tendrils of dark mist, with a grave expression. The threat it posed was unimaginably profound. Such a level of power was far beyond his current capabilities. Yet, Despite the orb's overwhelming pressure, he was not as incapacitated as the others. After all, while the orb's force was formidable, it paled in comparison to the Chaos Supreme Tower. Having encountered such an extraordinary artifact, Chu Jianqiu was not easily subdued by the mere pressure of a singular orb. However, it was evident that opposing such a level of power was beyond his reach. The orb pirouetted languidly above the cerise lake, eventually aligning itself with Chu Jianqiu. It sensed a power emanating from him, one that inspired both extreme revulsion and a subtle apprehension. The fact that such a diminutive being could possess a power that instilled fear within it was profoundly insulting. As the multitude observed the orb targeting Chu Jianqiu, a chill ran through the hearts of the Xianqian sect, while the blood fiend sect disciples erupted in jubilation. The injuries inflicted upon them by Chu Jianqiu were too severe. Their hatred for him was visceral. However, Chu Jianqiu's strength was simply too formidable. Even Han Feiyu was helpless against him. Now that the Xuanma blood orb had set its sights on him, Chu Jianqiu, regardless of his power, was doomed. Suddenly, a colossal beam of sanguine light erupted from the Xuanma blood orb, hurtling directly towards Chu Jianqiu. A cold dread washed over Chu Jianqiu as he realized he was entirely locked in by the orb's aura, rendering evasion impossible. If struck by this crimson ray, even with his Chaos Supreme bloodline, he would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. While the Chaos Supreme bloodline was of an exceedingly high order, his current strength was simply too weak. The power within his bloodline was insufficient to withstand an attack of this magnitude. Just as Chu Jianqiu resigned himself to his imminent demise, a dilapidated, rust-covered sword within the Chaos Supreme Tower shuddered slightly and soared forth, cleaving the sanguine light in two with a single stroke. A piercing beam of sword light erupted from the rusted sword, and as it manifested, the very colors of heaven and earth seemed to fade away, rendering all things in existence momentarily invisible. In the eyes of the onlookers, only this radiant sword light, traversing the cosmos, remained. At that moment, an illusion gripped their hearts. The sword light appeared capable of cleaving the very fabric of the sky. With unparalleled ferocity, the sword light sliced through the blood-red beam aimed at Chu Jianqiu, splitting it asunder before continuing its relentless advance. A resounding crash echoed as it struck the massive orb shrouded in black mist upon Chibo Lake. In an instant, this colossal orb was reduced to naught but ashes, leaving not a trace behind. As they gazed at the vanishing sword light and the obliterated Xuanma blood pearl, the members of the blood fiend sect were rendered speechless. The abrupt turn of events unfolded too swiftly for their minds to comprehend. It was over before they could grasp what had transpired. After expending immense effort and great cost to finally retrieve the Xuanma blood pearl from the depths of Chibo Lake, they had scarcely begun to celebrate when this sudden sword light annihilated it utterly. The unpredictable twists of fate had far surpassed their expectations, and the emotional roller coaster left their spirits nearly shattered. After laboring tirelessly for over 2 months and paying a steep price, they found themselves with nothing to show for their efforts, their ambitions dashed like water poured into a basket. The members of the Su and Ji and Ziying were left speechless by the sudden turn of events. The source of that sword light, so domineering and fierce, was a mystery. It seemed that only a handful within the entire sect could wield such formidable sword energy. All eyes turned towards the still figure of Chu Jianqiu, pondering what extraordinary fortune he had obtained. Not only was his strength astonishing, but he also possessed such terrifying abilities. Among the disciples, none were more astonished than Zuoqiu Lian's. The sword light she had just witnessed surpassed even the protective talisman, the Su NQGNF, given to her by her father, Zuoqiu. This talisman, crafted by her father as a last resort for her survival, could unleash a powerful strike equivalent to the 9th level of the Sea Transformation Realm. However, the Su NQGNF required a practitioner of the Sea Transformation Realm to activate it, and since Zuoqiu Lian's had been sealed at her current level, she could not employ it despite having faced numerous perilous situations. The shock within her heart lingered, as the might emanating from that sword light was something her father, Zuoqiu, could scarcely match even at full strength. Clearly, the card that Chu Jianqiu had played was not derived from the Su NGNZing. Considering the remarkable abilities he had previously showcased, it was evident that the depth of the opportunities he had encountered was likely equal to that of the entire Su NGNZing. Chu Jianqiu himself was momentarily bewildered by the sword light. As the owner of the Chaos Supreme Tower, he recognized the ancient, rusted sword that had emerged from within. This rusted sword, unexpectedly, was the Long Yuan sword that he acquired at the Wanwu Trading Company's auction for a mere 5,000 first-grade spirit stones. Upon its arrival, this dilapidated blade was ensconced within the central formation of the Chaos Supreme Tower. Before Chu Jianqiu could fully decipher the intricate formations surrounding the central array of the tower, he was utterly unable to make contact with the sword. However, despite his inability to physically engage with this battered blade. Chu Jianqiu was aware that the Longyuan sword was being nurtured within the tower's formation. After more than a year of such nurturing, it appeared that the sword had undergone some transformation, though Chu Jianqiu had previously paid little heed to it, as it was beyond his reach. Any changes to the Longyuan sword were of no concern to him. Yet, he could not have anticipated the formidable power harbored within this unassuming blade, capable of severing that orb with a single stroke. Chapter 136. The Return of Jia Xinghe. After executing that remarkable strike, the Longyuan sword returned to the central formation of the Chaos Supreme Tower, continuing its silent nurturing. Chu Jianqiu could distinctly sense that following the sword's formidable action, the once vibrant blade, which had begun to show signs of life after a year of nurturing, had reverted to a state of lethargy, with its rust increasing yet again. It seemed that for the Longyuan sword to unleash another earth-shattering blow like the one just witnessed, it would require an indeterminate amount of further nurturing. Moreover, the sword's recent strike was not solely a manifestation of its inherent power. It had simultaneously drained all of Chu Jianqiu's vital energy. Although he appeared outwardly unaffected, his dantian, once brimming with vital energy, had been entirely depleted. Even the most ordinary disciple of the Bloodslaughter sect could easily take his life now. However, the disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect were already so terrified that their hearts quaked in fear, and they dared not approach him for an attack. After a prolonged moment of bewilderment, someone suddenly screamed, snapping the disciples back to reality, causing them to scatter in a frenzy, fleeing for their lives, uncaring even for their injured comrades. Though Han Feiyu and Ouyang Yuan were filled with extreme reluctance, they found themselves powerless against such a grim reality and hastily followed the retreating disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect. The terrifying sword light emitted by Chu Jianqiu had utterly shattered their courage. They were already unable to contend with Chu Jianqiu alone. How could they possibly face the formidable techniques he possessed? If they did not flee now, they might truly lose their lives here. Numerous disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect fled in all directions, desperate to evade being caught and eliminated by Chu Jianqiu. Their only hope lay in the possibility that Chu Jianqiu would not pursue them in this direction. Otherwise, regardless of their own capabilities, escaping his lethal sword would be an insurmountable challenge. The members of the Xian Sword sect initially assumed that Chu Jianqiu would fervently pursue the fleeing disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect, at the very least eliminating the talented Han Feiyu. Yet, as the last of the Bloodslaughter sect disciples began to disappear, Chu Jianqiu remained standing, motionless, showing no intent to chase after them. It was only then that Zuoqiu Lianzhu and the others realized that something might be amiss with Chu Jianqiu. In astonishment, they approached him, but before they could get close, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. The crowd was taken aback. Their initial joy from successfully thwarting the Blood Fiend sect's plans evaporating in an instant. If anything were to happen to Chu Jianqiu, even their accomplishment would hold no significance. However, upon observing her condition, they felt a wave of relief. She had merely exhausted her internal energy and fainted, which was not a grave issue. Just as they began to relax, a figure suddenly emerged from the nearby thicket, approaching them slowly. Their hearts tightened at the sight, fearing it was a returning disciple of the Blood Fiend sect. With Chu Jianqiu unconscious, the return of Han Feiyu would spell disaster for them. Yet, as the figure came into focus, they exhaled in relief. It was none other than the previously fleeing Jia Xinghe. Anger surged within them upon his arrival. Shinta Fish glared at Jia Xinghe, exclaiming furiously, "Jia Xinghe, how dare you return?" Jia Xinghe's expression fluctuated as he regarded the disciples of the Xianjian sect. He had fled at the first sign of trouble, yet had not gone far, instead observing the unfolding events from a nearby peak. The developments had far exceeded his expectations. From the Blood Fiend sect's initial disadvantage to Ouyang Yuan breaking the Lanbu Tianxiang sword formation with the Xuanma blood whip, leading to the Xianjian sect disciples being ensnared in peril. Then came the unexpected breakthrough by Chu Jianqiu, culminating in the appearance of that breathtaking sword light. The dramatic twists and turns left even Jia Xinghe, the bystander, feeling a profound sense of astonishment. Although the events unfolded in a convoluted manner, the Xianjian sect ultimately emerged victorious. While this should have been a momentous occasion, it, however, bore a disheartening implication for Jia Xinghe. Had all the members of the Xianjian sect fallen to the disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect, his retreat in the face of danger would have remained a secret, allowing him to return to the Xianjian sect. Even if he had failed to accomplish his mission, he would still receive recognition for his efforts, as the sect would not treat him unjustly. Yet now, with the disciples of the Xianjian sect having completed their task, the accolades were entirely beyond his reach. Moreover, news of his retreat would inevitably reach the sect, leading him to confront severe repercussions, which could potentially include the forfeiture of his cultivation and expulsion from the Xianjian sect. The thought of such a fate sent a chill through Chaxing's heart. Having labored so hard to reach this juncture, the prospect of losing his cultivation and being cast out felt more unbearable than death itself. He would do everything in his power to avert such an outcome. Upon noticing Chaxing's arrival, Chu Jianqiu displayed no signs of relaxation, her eyes betraying a sense of vigilance. Chaxing's appearance at this moment certainly did not signify a mere reunion with them. His expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness as he cast a glance over the crowd, particularly lingering on Chu Jianqiu, his gaze reflecting a profound wariness. However, upon confirming that Chu Jianqiu was indeed unconscious, a slight relief washed over him. He turned to Xin Tufei and, with a cold smirk, declared, "Why would I lack the face to return? Such a monumental achievement in thwarting the Bloodslaughter sect's operations awaits me. I shall become the greatest contributor to the Xinjian sect, with unparalleled honor poised to be bestowed upon me. How could I possibly lack the face to return?" A person who cowardly flees at the critical moment audaciously utters such words, demonstrating an appalling lack of shame. Tin Yoxin could not help but snicker disdainfully. Who can prove this cowardice in the face of danger? A mocking expression also crossed Chaxing's face. Xin Tufei, filled with indignation, retorted, "We have all witnessed this. Do you take us for blind fools? Chaxing, I never imagined you to be such a despicable and shameless individual." Chaxing coldly replied, "Once you are all dead, no one will know of this matter." As he spoke, he swung his long sword, and a disciple of the Xinjian sect let out a harrowing scream. Clutching his neck in disbelief at Chaxing's betrayal, falling lifelessly to the ground, his final moments filled with unwillingness. He did not perish in battle against the blood fiend sect, but instead at the hands of his own comrade. "Chaxing, what are you doing?" Xin Tufei and the others were simultaneously astonished and furious, unable to fathom that Chaxing could commit such a heartless act. "Form a formation," Zuoqiu Lianzu commanded in a grave tone. "It is too late to form a formation," Chaxing declared as he moved with agility, his sword flashing once more, resulting in the demise of several more disciples beneath his blade. In response to Chaxing's madness, the group hastily banded together to resist. However, Chaxing had always possessed the greatest strength among them. Even at their peak, they were no match for him, and now, burdened with injuries, they stood even less chance against his onslaught. The crowd was instantly engulfed in a tumult of shock, fury, and despair, unable to fathom that they had survived the onslaught of the Bloodslaughter sect's disciples, only to face demise at the hands of their own. Just as they resigned themselves to the inevitable calamity of the day, an astonishing turn of events occurred. Chaxing recoiled in sheer terror. His gaze fixated on a point behind the assembly, revealing a countenance steeped in astonishment. The onlookers, momentarily taken aback by Chaxing's reaction, turned to see none other than Chu Jianqiu gradually rising from the ground. A wave of elation swept through the crowd, akin to the arrival of a savior. With Chu Jianqiu regaining consciousness, what fear could they possibly harbor towards the likes of Chaxing? Although Zuoqiu Lianzhang felt a surge of joy at Chu Jianqiu's awakening, her heart remained heavy with concern. She was acutely aware of Chu Jianqiu's physical state, having personally assessed it. His internal energy was utterly depleted. Even with his revival, it would be of little consequence. "Chu Jianqiu, it is fortuitous that you have awakened. Hasten to vanquish that despicable scoundrel," Tang Mingxin exclaimed with delight. Unbeknownst to her, Zuoqiu Lianzhang had withheld the details of Chu Jianqiu's condition from the others, leaving Tang Mingxin oblivious to the fact that his vital energy had been completely exhausted. Upon Chu Jianqiu's awakening, Tang Mingxin felt a surge of courage well up within her. "Very well," Chu Jianqiu affirmed with a nod. No sooner had he uttered these words than Chaxing, stricken with fear, fled in a panic, his form darting away like a bolt of lightning. Having witnessed firsthand Chu Jianqiu's formidable prowess as he single-handedly confronted the elite of the Bloodslaughter sect, the sheer magnitude of that experience had left a profound impact on him. Now, merely the sight of Chu Jianqiu, even before any action was taken, was sufficient to unravel his courage. "Humph, despicable and shameless scoundrel. If you possess any courage, do not flee. Chu Jianqiu, hasten to slay him. This fiend has taken many of our lives." Tang Mingxin, oblivious to the circumstances, continued to shout loudly. Upon hearing her words, Chaxing's heart tightened, prompting him to flee even more swiftly, his astonishing speed leaving everyone astounded. When did he acquire such remarkable agility? Noticing that Chu Jianqiu remained rooted in place, showing no intention of striking, Tang Mingxin inquired, perplexed, "Chu Jianqiu, what are you waiting for? Why don't you kill him?" In response, Chu Jianqiu could only manage a wry smile. He currently possessed not a shred of true energy within him. Not only would he be unable to confront Chaxing, but he would likely struggle against even an ordinary practitioner of true energy. Instead of replying to Tang Ningxin, he promptly retrieved several spirit recovery pills, consuming them in handfuls, nearly 100 before he ceased. After ingesting a considerable quantity of the recovery pills, Chu Jianqiu wasted no time. He immediately seated himself cross-legged and fervently began to circulate the chaotic emperor technique, refining the energy from the pills within his body. He understood that the momentary fright he instilled in Jia Xinghe would not last. It would not be long before Jia Xinghe recognized the ruse and returned to exact vengeance. The only way to ensure the safety of everyone was to swiftly restore his true energy. At that moment, Tang Ningxin also sensed something amiss. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, Zuiqiu Lianzhong pulled her aside gently and disclosed Chu Jianqiu's condition. Upon hearing this, Tang Ningxin was instantly drenched in cold sweat, relieved that luck had inadvertently scared Jia Xinghe away. Otherwise, they would have been in grave danger. Zuiqiu Lianzhu distinctly sensed the urgency emanating from Chu Jianqiu. After spending considerable time in his company, she had gained some understanding of his character. Upon witnessing his frantic actions, she immediately comprehended his thoughts and promptly instructed the others to form the Lan Bu Tian Xiang sword formation as a precautionary measure. However, due to the recent ambush by Cha Xinghe, which had resulted in considerable losses for their ranks, the power of the formation they managed to establish was significantly diminished, far weaker than its previous might. Indeed, just as they completed the formation, Cha Xinghe dashed toward them like a shooting star. Observing the vigilant group and Chu Jianqiu sitting cross-legged on the ground, he couldn't help but sneer. "You are indeed gravely injured. I told you, after such a fierce battle, how could you possibly retain much combat strength? Is that so?" Chu Jianqiu opened his eyes, slowly rising to his feet and advancing forward. "Junior apprentice, you." Zuiqiu Lianzhu, seeing Chu Jianqiu step forward, anxiously attempted to intervene. "There's no need to worry. Although I have not fully recovered, eliminating such a waste is more than sufficient." Chu Jianqiu interjected with a wave of his hand, smiling. Cha Xing, he let out a cold snort and retorted. "What a facade. Do you think I would fall for your tricks again?" Yet this time, his response was not met with an explanation from Chu Jianqiu, but rather an incredibly sharp sword energy. Cha Xing, he was struck with terror, realizing that this individual still possessed such formidable strength. At that moment, evasion was no longer an option. He could only raise his sword to meet the impending attack. With a resounding crash, both individuals were thrown back several paces, with Chu Jianqiu staggering even further. Upon witnessing this, Cha Xinghe was elated, realizing that this fellow's strength had indeed been diminished by more than half. Moments ago, he had nearly startled himself. "Chu Jianqiu, next year on this day shall mark your demise," Cha Xinghe declared coldly, launching a full frontal assault against him. Given the current disparity in their strengths, he felt quite confident in his ability to slay Chu Jianqiu. After all, with such a significant depletion in Chu Jianqiu's power, he must have sustained considerable injuries, rendering him incapable of enduring a prolonged confrontation, while Cha Xinghe retained his full might. Thus, it was inevitable that Chu Jianqiu would not stand a chance against him. However, Chu Jianqiu paid no heed to Cha Xinghe's fervor. With a swift motion of his Qiushui sword, he unleashed yet another strike. At this moment, he had merely refined half of the recuperative pills within him, and his internal energy had only been restored to 50%. Although his current strength was insufficient to vanquish Cha Xinghe, and indeed, he was slightly weaker, he knew that as the battle progressed, the recuperative pills would continue to be transformed into internal energy. Once his energy regained another 20 to 30%, it would signal the end for Cha Xinghe. This was a confrontation devoid of suspense, yet regrettably, Cha Xinghe remained blissfully unaware, still dreaming of slaying Chu Jianqiu and claiming the monumental credit for the mission to dismantle the blood fiend sect. As the battle unfolded, Cha Xinghe began to sense something amiss. Chu Jianqiu's sword aura not only showed no signs of waning, but grew increasingly formidable. By the time he realized the gravity of the situation and sought to retreat, it was already too late. A fierce beam of sword light cleaved through him, rendering Cha Xinghe in two. Such was the fate of a once promising prodigy among the inner disciples of the Xianjin sect. The onlookers gazed upon the deceased Jia Xinghe, feeling not a shred of sorrow. His demise was entirely of his own making. Chapter 138. The Return Journey. Once Chu Jianqiu's sword light obliterated the Xuanma blood pearl, the disciples of the Xianjin sect had fulfilled their mission within the New Zhe secret realm. Over 2 months had elapsed since their entry into the realm, and the time for the entrance to reopen was drawing near. After tidying the battlefield, the group collected the treasures and medicinal pills left behind, while the bodies of the fallen disciples were interred on site. Despite the significant losses endured by the Xianjin sect during this expedition, those fortunate enough to survive reaped substantial rewards. With the merits they accumulated and the spoils they seized, they could easily exchange for a Huahai pill, enhancing their prospects of advancing to the Huahai realm. The Huahai pill, a third-tier elixir, aids martial artists at the pinnacle of the 9th level of true Qi in breaking through to the Huahai realm. For an ordinary martial artist at this level, such a breakthrough is exceedingly arduous, with a high failure rate. Absent the aid of elixirs, 9 out of 10 martial artists attempting to transcend the Huahai realm would fail. However, the Huahai pill can elevate the success rate of these martial artists by 50% during their breakthrough. Thus, the Huahai pill is a coveted treasure for those at the 9th level of true Qi. Nevertheless, the materials required for crafting the Huahai pill are exceedingly rare, and its production is fraught with difficulty, leading to its consistently high price. A single C transformation pill necessitates an astounding contribution value of 20,000 points. Such a colossal sum, even for martial artists at the 9th level of the true Qi realm, constitutes a significant fortune. Except for a select few top-tier experts, it is rare for inner disciples to amass such substantial contribution points. Hence, the disciples of the Xinjiang sect are exerting themselves fervently in this mission to enter the new Zhe secret realm. For opportunities to earn such a vast amount of contribution points are exceedingly rare. After organizing their belongings, the group commenced their journey back. They arrived at the entrance of the secret realm 3 days prior to its opening, where the majority of surviving Xinjiang disciples had also gathered. Waiting at the entrance for the portal to activate, Chu Jianqiu made a rough estimate and discerned that approximately 2,000 to 3,000 disciples had congregated at the entrance, a stark contrast to the nearly 10,000 who had initially entered, indicating a loss of nearly 70% of their number. Though the surviving disciples had made some gains, their expressions bore little semblance of joy, for they had lost too many fellow companions in this venture into the new Zhe secret realm. The Xinjiang sect has paid a heavy price for this mission. Following this battle, the morale among the mid-level disciples has been gravely affected. While the overall combat power of the sect remains largely intact, the number of disciples capable of advancing to higher tiers will undoubtedly be diminished in this generation. The long-term repercussions of this conflict will gradually come to light, and without a century of recuperation, the Xinjiang sect will find it arduous to restore its vitality. However, the Blood Fiend sect is not significantly better off than the Mystic Sword sect. In the battle at Red Wave Lake, nearly 70 to 80% of the elite disciples from the Blood Fiend sect were slain by Chu Jianqiu. In terms of the loss of top-tier elite disciples, the Blood Fiend sect's casualties surpassed those of the Mystic Sword sect. The arrival of Chu Jianqiu and his companions did not garner much attention. Firstly, the area was crowded with disciples, and the presence of over 20 individuals did not stand out. Secondly, Chu Jianqiu and his companions deliberately acted with discretion, wishing to avoid attracting notice. 3 days later, a series of spatial ripples emerged from a small hill, heralding the reappearance of the entrance vortex to the secret realm. Upon witnessing its emergence, the crowd erupted in joy, finally exhaling a collective sigh of relief. The dread instilled by the Blood Fiend sect weighed heavily on their hearts. Countless comrades had perished at the hands of those formidable blood-robed warriors, making the Blood Fiend sect feel like an insurmountable mountain pressing down on the hearts of many disciples from the Mystic Sword sect. Although they had returned near the entrance, concerns lingered that the Blood Fiend sect might send individuals to attack. It was only when the passage reappeared that they truly felt a sense of survival after calamity. Meanwhile, on the side of the Blood Fiend sect, Han Feiyu and the others finally felt a weight lift from their hearts upon seeing the vortex entrance. During the days spent waiting by the passage, each of them had been fraught with anxiety, fearing that Chu Jianqiu might suddenly appear and annihilate them. The formidable strength of Chu Jianqiu had left an indelible psychological shadow in each of their minds. At the exit of the passage, Zuoqiuan and 4 other peak masters had long been waiting alongside a group of elders from the Su Nji sect. Their gazes fixated on the whirlpool where disciples of the Su Nji and sect emerged. After nearly 2,000 to 3,000 disciples had passed through, the long-awaited figure had yet to appear. Even Zuoqiuan, known for his composure, could not help but feel a twinge of impatience. It was only when a silhouette clad in a floral long dress finally appeared that Zuoqiuan exhaled in relief. Though this was swiftly overshadowed by a surge of intense anger, Zuoqiuan, his own daughter, had audaciously defied his orders and recklessly suppressed her cultivation to enter the new Zhe secret realm. This was nothing short of rebellion. However, at that moment, he found little inclination to chastise her, as his concern extended beyond her to another individual, Chu Jianqiu. Zuoqiuan was his flesh and blood, and thus her well-being was of utmost importance to him. But Chu Jianqiu represented the true hope of the Su Nji sect, holding an equal measure of significance in Zuoqiuan's heart. Qin Mian, too, gazed anxiously at the whirlpool passage, worried for her young disciple's fate. Internally, she wrestled with conflicting emotions regarding Tang Mingxin's entry into the New Zhe secret realm. On one hand, she wished for Tang Mingxin to enter, for her abilities were commendable, and her presence might enhance the chances of acquiring the Tianji soon long grass. On the other hand, she dreaded the prospect of Tang Mingxin entering, for the perils within the New Zhe secret realm were exceedingly treacherous. Even with her considerable strength, survival in such a perilous environment could not be assured, especially as Tang Mingxin set out to gather the Tianji Zuanalong grass. Her encounter with the formidable sea-dwelling demon was fraught with peril. After allowing Tang Mingxin to enter the secret realm of Xinjia, Qin Miaoyan felt an overwhelming sense of regret. However, her heart finally eased when she spotted the petite figure clad in pink attire. Upon seeing Qin Miaoyan, Tang Mingxin dashed over and embraced her tightly, exclaiming, "Master, I'm back." Qin Miaoyan tenderly stroked her little head and responded, "It's wonderful that you've returned. Come, let us go home together." Tang Mingxin shook her head and replied, "No, I must wait for my man." Chapter 139. Report. Qin Miaoyan was momentarily taken aback, questioning, "Your man? Who is he?" A surge of anger welled up within her. How could any beastly individual dare to lay hands on such a young child? If she discovered the identity of this person, she would undoubtedly exact vengeance. With a triumphant expression, Tang Mingxin declared, "My man is, of course, Chu Jianqiu." Just then, Chu Jianqiu emerged from the passage and, upon hearing these words, his face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He thought to himself, "Is it truly necessary to put me in such a predicament? If this information spreads, how shall I ever maintain my dignity?" Not to mention, if Qin Miaoyan were to hear this, she would surely tear him apart. Chu Jianqiu silently prayed that there were not too many witnesses nearby. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze directed at him. Turning to look, he found Qin Miaoyan watching him with a decidedly unfriendly expression. In his heart, Chu Jianqiu could not help but silently lament his predicament. He stepped forward awkwardly and said, "Master Qin, do not heed Sister Tang's wild assertions. The matter is not as you envision." Qin Miaoyan's face darkened as she coldly interjected, "You had better elucidate this matter for me." A sheen of sweat broke out on Chu Jianqiu's forehead as he turned, casting an irate glare at Tang Mingxin, who met his gaze defiantly, even letting out a triumphant snort. "Now that Master is aware, you cannot evade responsibility any longer. All right, enough of this for now. Come with me, so we can discuss the circumstances within the New Zhe secret realm in detail." At this moment, Zuoqiuwen waved his hand dismissively. "Sister Qin, really? You ought to know that this little disciple of yours is somewhat lacking in discernment. Do not take her words at face value. Just look at her smug expression. It is clear she is deliberately stirring trouble." Observing that Chu Jianqiu, Zuoqiu Lianzhong, and Tang Mingxin were unharmed, his heart was significantly eased. What he most wished to ascertain was whether the blood slaughter sect's endeavors had borne fruit. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Qin Miaoyan decided to set this issue aside for the moment, but it did not imply that she would let Chu Jianqiu off lightly. Should Chu Jianqiu truly have wronged her little disciple, she would ensure he faced consequences. The various peak masters and significant elders of the Xianjian sect followed Zuoqiuwen back to the council hall of the first peak, with important disciples like Chu Jianqiu, Zuoqiu Lianzhong, Tang Mingxin, and Shin Tu Feiqing trailing closely behind. Zuoqiuwen first summoned Shin Tu Feiqing to report on the events that transpired within the New Zhe secret realm. As he had personally assigned tasks to key inner disciples such as Cha Xinghe and Shin Tu Feiqing, he was naturally eager to learn of their achievements in executing these missions. While he felt a sense of regret regarding the absence of Cha Xinghe and Luan Guanghui, it was not entirely unexpected. The undertaking was inherently perilous, and Zuoqiuwen had long prepared himself for potential losses among his disciples. However, upon hearing Shin Tu Feiqing's report that Cha Xinghe and Luan Guanghui had not perished at the hands of the Blood Fiend sect's disciples, but rather at the hands of their own, Zuoqiuwen was seized by a wave of indignation. While Luan Guanghui's betrayal was somewhat understandable, given his role as an infiltrator for the Blood Fiend sect, Cha Xinghe was a disciple Zuoqiuwen held in the highest regard. The fact that he had succumbed to cowardice at a critical moment, fleeing in fear, and ultimately turned against his fellow disciples, filled Zuoqiuwen with dread. Had it not been for Chu Jianqiu, the illustrious talents of the Xianjian sect might have been entirely vanquished by Cha Xinghe. Upon concluding Shin Tu Feiqing's report, the various peak masters and elders of the Xianjian sect were likewise struck with trepidation. This mission had truly been fraught with peril, nearly leading to the annihilation of the sect's elite. Fortunately, all dangers were ultimately averted, and the mission was accomplished. At this moment, all eyes turned to Chu Jianqiu, for the success of this endeavor was undeniably attributable to his efforts. Had it not been for Chu Jianqiu, it is likely that the elite disciples of the Xinjiang sect would have been entirely eradicated by the Bloodslaughter sect. The onlookers gazed at Chu Jianqiu, their astonishment transcending mere words. A year prior, when Chu Jianqiu first entered the sect as a mere warrior at the 9th level of body refinement, the crowd merely regarded his innate potential with cautious optimism. Little did they anticipate his rapid ascension to such heights. Now standing as one of the foremost figures among the mid-tier combatants of the Xinjiang sect. Moreover, despite his current cultivation level being only the 6th stage of true qi, he astonishingly defeated Han Feiyu of the Bloodslaughter sect, a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. It is important to note that Han Feiyu is no ordinary warrior at the 9th level of true qi. He possesses an elite bloodline of earth-grade quality. To triumph over a 9th level warrior while being at the 6th stage is already a remarkable feat, let alone vanquishing one with an earth-grade bloodline. Indeed, those who have cultivated the supreme martial physique are not of ordinary stock. When Chu Jianqiu achieved this formidable state, many foresaw his future accomplishments would be extraordinary. Yet no one could have fathomed the extent of his astonishing talent, which far exceeded their expectations. Upon hearing the report from Shindafish, Zhuo Qiuwen burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming his approval. Excellent, excellent. Your efforts shall not go unrewarded, and the sect will surely honor you, the meritorious. His gaze towards Chu Jianqiu brimmed with admiration and satisfaction. The Bloodslaughter sect's recent endeavor not only failed but also resulted in the significant loss of their elite disciples. A case of misfortune for them, ultimately relieving Zhuo Qiuwen of a considerable burden. Without the Xuanma blood pearl, the Blood Fiend sect's plan to forge the Xuanma blood beast is rendered impossible. Chu Jianqiu's performance has indeed not disappointed him. Given Chu Jianqiu's remarkable pace of growth, it is likely that he will soon become a true pillar of the Xinjiang sect. Zhuo Qiuwen is acutely aware of Chu Jianqiu's cultivation speed. Before Chu Jianqiu entered the New Zhe secret realm, during his visit to the 4th peak to see Cui Yiyun, Chu Jianqiu had merely reached the 3rd level of the true qi realm. Remarkably, just 3 months after entering the secret realm, he has consecutively broken through 3 levels, achieving the 6th level of the true qi realm. At this rate, it will not be long before Chu Jianqiu ascends to the Sea transformation realm. Zhuo Qiuwen has never doubted that Chu Jianqiu would succeed in this breakthrough. Historically, no cultivator who has attained the supreme martial body has ever been below the Yuan Dan realm. As long as Chu Jianqiu does not falter on his path, he is guaranteed to surpass the Yuan Dan realm, let alone the relatively humble Sea transformation realm. Historically, those geniuses who have achieved the supreme martial body are predominantly figures who have transcended the Tiangang realm. The sole exception, a supreme martial body cultivator who remained at the Yuan Dan realm, met with an unfortunate fate, which prevented him from advancing to the Tiangang realm. Chapter 140. Great contributions this time. Jianqiu has made significant contributions to the sect, and the sect will undoubtedly reward him handsomely. Zhuo Qiuwen exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he gazed at Chu Jianqiu. Thank you for your kind words, sect master. Chu Jianqiu responded with a respectful gesture, adding softly, I am concerned about my master. If the sect master has no further matters, I shall take my leave. 3 months have elapsed, and his heart remains burdened with concern for Cui Yiyun, leaving him devoid of the inclination to engage in discussions of merit and reward. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Qiuwen furrowed his brow. His reluctance to mention Cui Yiyun stemmed from the profound understanding that her situation was fraught with complexities, with scant hope for salvation. Initially, he had little faith in the prospect of harvesting the Tianji Xuanalong herb, but with Zhuo Qiu Lianzhong's safe return, perhaps there was a glimmer of possibility. Lianzhong, have you successfully gathered the Tianji Xuanalong herb? Zhuo Qiuwen inquired, turning his gaze towards Zhuo Qiu Lianzhong. Originally, he had tasked Luan Guanghui, Pu Xiaoming, and Bu Feiyue with the harvesting of the herb, but in light of their failure to return, he had no choice but to consult Lianzhong. The primary objective of Lianzhong's venture into the New Zhe secret realm was to procure the Tianji Xuanalong herb, so he ought to possess a clearer understanding of the circumstances. Rest assured, sect master, we have successfully gathered the Tianji Xuanalong herb, Chu Jianqiu declared, producing the herb from within his robes. In truth, the herb appeared to be drawn from his garments, yet it had been transferred from the Chaos Supreme Tower into his possession. As the Tianji Xuanalong herb was unveiled, a potent and rich aura of spiritual energy instantly filled the conference hall. The assembly gazed in astonishment at the herb in Chu Jianqiu's hand, incredulous that they had indeed managed to procure the Tianji Xuanalong herb. They were acutely aware that atop the Xinlong mountain within the New Zhe secret realm, a formidable ancient beast of the transformation sea realm guarded this herb, making it an endeavor akin to scaling the heavens for the disciples of the true qi realm to wrest it from the grasp of such a formidable guardian. Even if they were fortunate enough to obtain it, how could they possibly escape the relentless pursuit of that formidable demonic creature from the sea transformation realm? Thus, although Zhuai Qiuwen had dispatched disciples to Xianlong Mountain in search of the Tianji Xianlong grass, he harbored little hope, merely seeking solace for himself. Yet, to his astonishment, they indeed succeeded in acquiring the coveted Tianji Xianlong grass. As they beheld the plant in Chu Jianqiu's hand, radiating an exceptionally potent spiritual energy, a glint of greed flickered in the eyes of many. It is important to note that this particular Tianji Xianlong grass is a fourth-tier spiritual herb, and a rare variety among them. Even for those who have attained the Yuan Dan realm, this herb possesses immense efficacy. When combined with other materials to concoct a spiritual elixir, it could significantly enhance their cultivation levels. Fourth-tier spiritual herbs are exceedingly rare, and this outstanding specimen is even more so. For those powerful practitioners who have reached the Yuan Dan realm, obtaining assistance from elixirs becomes increasingly challenging at this stage, with their cultivation primarily relying on gradual accumulation, resulting in a slow progression. At this juncture, ordinary elixirs and spirit stones have minimal effect. Only resources of at least fourth-tier quality can yield tangible benefits. However, resources above the fourth tier are extraordinarily precious, not merely obtainable through monetary means, but requiring immense fortuitous circumstances as well. In the Xinzi secret realm, while there are more fourth-tier spiritual herbs beyond the Tianji Xianlong grass, each is fiercely guarded by formidable demonic beasts. Should these powerful cultivators of the Yuan Dan realm gain entry into the New Zhe secret realm, they would certainly not fear the ferocious beasts within. However, the passage into the secret realm is exclusively accessible to warriors of the sea transformation realm and below. Consequently, they can only watch helplessly as those invaluable spiritual herbs remain tantalizingly out of reach in the New Zhe secret realm. Upon spotting the Tianji Xuanlong herb, Zhuai Qiuwen was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, rising to his feet. With the acquisition of this herb, the chance of reviving Cui Yeyun would increase significantly, by at least 50%. His concern for Cui Yeyun's life was genuine, yet he found himself powerless against the blood fiend Qingming poison. Cui Yeyun was not merely his junior sister, she was also a formidable force within the Xinjian sect. Her demise would represent a tremendous loss for the sect. As Qin Miayan gazed upon the Tianji Xuanlong herb, the persistent sorrow etched upon her face began to ease ever so slightly. With this herb, Cui Yeyun's prospects for survival were greatly enhanced. The other peak masters also expressed their delight upon seeing the herb, except for the second peak master, Li Yuanqing, whose eyes flickered with a barely perceptible shadow of unease. Ultimately, Chu Jianqiu entrusted the Tianji Xuanlong herb to Qin Miayan before returning to the fourth peak with Zhuai Qiu Lianzu. Qin Miayan, being the only fourth-grade alchemist in the Xinjian sect, was uniquely capable of concocting the fourth-tier medicinal pill, Yuanyang Huasha Dan. Once Chu Jianqiu and Zhuai Qiu Lianzu arrived back at the fourth peak, their first order of business was to visit Cui Yeyun. Chu Jianqiu, observing the unconscious Cui Yeyun lying on the bed, wore a profoundly somber expression. At this moment, Cui Yeyun was enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, with sinister shadows swirling beneath her skin. The deadly poison had infiltrated every part of her being, and her vitality was nearly consumed by the blood fiend's azure dark poison, leaving her on the brink of lifelessness. Zhuai Qiu Lianzus observed Cui Yeyun's tragic state, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Little junior brother, what shall we do about master? Zhuai Qiu Lianzus, feeling utterly powerless, gazed helplessly at Chu Jianqiu, her eyes glistening with sorrow. Having lost her mother at a young age, she was raised by Cui Yeyun, who meant far more to her than mere mentorship. She harbored profound emotional dependence and affection for her. Do not fret, senior sister. Master will surely recover. Have we not already brought back the Tianji Xuanlong grass? Chu Jianqiu gently reassured her. Unable to contain herself any longer, Zhuai Qiu Lianzus finally collapsed into Chu Jianqiu's embrace. Weeping bitterly, Chu Jianqiu stiffened at her display of vulnerability, yet he allowed her to cling to him. Once her tears had subsided, he suggested, "Let us return for now. We must not disturb Master's rest." Zhuai Qiu Lianzus nodded obediently, but she continued to grasp Chu Jianqiu's arm, finding solace only in his presence, which offered her a sense of security. Though Chu Jianqiu felt a tinge of helplessness, he acquiesced to her need for comfort. After escorting Zhuai Qiu Lianzhu back to her grand hall, Chu Jianqiu returned to his own quarters. As night deepened, he quietly left the hall once more, making his way to the temple atop the mountain. His concerns for Cui Yeyun lingered, given her current condition. It seemed unlikely that even if Qin Miao Yin were to concoct the Yuan Yang Hua Sha Dan, it would suffice to rescue her. In Chapter 141, titled Treatment, Chu Jianqiu observed the swirling dark energy enveloping Cui Yiyun. This reminded him of the time he absorbed the malevolent aura from the Bloodsha swamp and the power from the Xian Mo blood chain in the Xianze secret realm. Perhaps, he thought, he could indeed extract the lethal poison from Cui Yiyun's body. The Bloodsha Qingming poison she bore was essentially akin to the malevolent energies he had previously absorbed, since he had managed to harness such powers before. It stood to reason that he could also absorb the Bloodsha Qingming poison. With this thought, Chu Jianqiu extended his hand towards the encircling dark energy, which recoiled as if struck by an electric shock. Having absorbed a significant amount of the malevolent aura from the Bloodsha swamp and more than half the power from the Xian Mo blood chain, his own chaos supreme bloodline had become extraordinarily refined. The latent power within began to manifest gradually, under the immense pressure of such elevated energy. The dark aura reacted as though it had encountered a natural adversary. 3 months prior, Chu Jianqiu's essence blood could barely suppress the toxicity within Cui Yiyun. Now, however, with the purity of his bloodline, he was more than capable of countering this lethal poison. The Chaos Supreme Bloodline inherently held a natural resistance against all forms of Bloodsha poison. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Jianqiu was filled with immense joy. He had indeed managed to restrain the bloodthirsty Qiming poison. He grasped Cui Yiyun's wrist, endeavoring to channel the chaotic celestial emperor's art to draw in the dark essence. Initially, the dark energies recoiled upon encountering Chu Jianqiu's palm, yet upon the invocation of the chaotic celestial emperor's art, they promptly surged obediently towards his hand. Once these dark energies entered Chu Jianqiu's body, they refrained from exhibiting any arrogance or ferocity, akin to a mouse in the presence of a cat, and were readily absorbed and refined by the bloodline within him, transforming into nourishment for his very essence. Those energies that could not be absorbed in time were then refined into true qi through the chaotic celestial emperor's art. This was indeed a fourth-tier poison, rivaling the potency of the Xuanma blood bond, and even a mere fraction transformed into true qi significantly enhanced Chu Jianqiu's cultivation. After absorbing the toxic essence for the duration of an incense stick, he ceased his efforts. Following this period of absorption, the venom afflicting Cui Yiyun had notably diminished. While it did not completely cure her, it was sufficient to halt any further deterioration of her condition. With daily absorption, it would be possible to sustain Cui Yiyun's life. Although Chu Jianqiu could have extracted all the poison from her body in one go, he refrained from doing so. For if the lethal poison were to inexplicably dissipate, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions among others, thereby heightening the risk of revealing the chaotic celestial emperor's art. Even if it necessitates inhaling all the toxic gas, one must wait for Qin Miaoyan to concoct the Yuan Yang transformation pill. With the Yuan Yang transformation pill to obscure one's intentions, others would be less inclined to suspect one's involvement. The reason why Chu Jianqiu was able to extract the blood fiend Qingming poison from Cui Yiyun's body this time is entirely attributed to the immense amount of blood fiend energy he absorbed from the blood fiend marsh and more than half of the power from the Xuanma blood thread during his sojourn in the Nuze secret realm, which significantly awakened the formidable prowess of his Chaos Supreme bloodline. Otherwise, even though his Chaos Supreme bloodline inherently suppressed the blood fiend Qingming poison, without the activation of its internal power, he would remain powerless against it. After absorbing a portion of the toxic gas from Cui Yiyun, Chu Jianqiu also infused some of his true energy into her body. Although his cultivation level is still modest, the true energy cultivated from the Chaos Heavenly Emperor scripture possesses remarkable vitality, which can indeed aid in the restoration of Cui Yiyun's life force. Given Cui Yiyun's current condition, her vitality has been largely obliterated by the blood fiend Qingming poison. Merely extracting the toxins without any restoration of her life force would likely mean that her life could not be sustained for much longer. Following Chu Jianqiu's treatment, although Cui Yiyun's vitality remains feeble, there is at least a glimmer of life within her, unlike before when she was engulfed in despair. Her existence as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, easily extinguished. After witnessing a slight improvement in Cui Yiyun's condition, Chu Jianqiu felt a measure of relief and returned to his residence. Upon returning to his quarters, Chu Jianqiu began to assess the gains acquired from the recent expedition into the Nuze secret realm. The most significant achievement from this experience was the remarkable advancement in his cultivation, as he successfully broke through 3 major realms consecutively. Additionally, the power of the Chaos Supreme bloodline within him had been greatly enhanced, its latent might significantly unleashed. Chu Jianqiu sensed that there remained untapped potential within the Chaos Supreme bloodline, which undoubtedly extended far beyond mere suppression of the blood evil force. Previously, he could only vaguely perceive the strength hidden within his bloodline. However, now he distinctly felt the terrifying force that lay dormant. Once this power was fully awakened, he could foresee his prowess surging to an unfathomable level. Beyond the enhancements in strength and bloodline, the most substantial gain for Chu Jianqiu was the piece of Shumi stone acquired from Shui Lian. He retrieved the sizable Shumi stone, measuring several feet in dimension. If crafted with meticulous care, it could yield dozens of spatial artifacts, rendering its worth immeasurable. Gazing at the Shumi stone on his desk, he stroked his chin, realizing that he needed to dedicate time to mastering the art of crafting. Otherwise, it would be a lamentable waste to squander such a magnificent piece of Shumi stone. Within the Xinjian sect, there were no artisans capable of forging spatial artifacts. Not only in the Xinjian sect, but throughout the entire Deqian dynasty. There were no reports of any craftsman skilled in the creation of spatial treasures. Perhaps beyond the borders of the Deqian dynasty, in the vast expanse of the southern continent, such artisans might exist. However, it is evident that Chu Jianqiu cannot seek out such a master artificer to forge a spatial artifact for himself. It is precisely for this reason that Shui Lian generously offered to exchange the Shumi stone for spirit talismans. Therefore, if Chu Jianqiu wishes to transform this Shumi stone into a spatial artifact, he must rely solely on his own capabilities. Within the inheritance of the formation arrays in the Chaos Supreme Tower, there exists a variety of spatial runes, ranging from low tier to high tier. As long as Chu Jianqiu masters these runes and combines them with his crafting skills, creating a spatial artifact will not pose a significant challenge. In addition to the Shumi stone, the multitude of spirit herbs and the corpses of demonic beasts he has stored in the Chaos Supreme Tower also represent a considerable fortune. Notably, among these spirit herbs, there is a substantial quantity of third-tier herbs. While these third-tier herbs are exceedingly rare in the outside world, they are quite common in the Nuze secret realm. With such an abundance of third-tier herbs, Chu Jianqiu can concoct numerous spirit pills. Chapter 142. Refining the Yuan Yang Transformation Pill Boom. With a resounding explosion, a massive tongue of flame erupted, enveloping the alchemy chamber in swirling azure smoke. Qin Miaoyan gazed at the shattered alchemical furnace, her complexion turning ashen. This marked the second time the furnace had exploded. The Tianji Xinyun grass, which Chu Jianqiu possessed, could only yield 3 portions, and now 2 attempts had been wasted, leaving her with but one final chance. Should this last endeavor prove unsuccessful, the life of Cui Yeyun would be irrevocably forfeited due to her failure. Yuan Yang Hua Sha Dan is a 4th-tier high-grade elixir, and among the 4th-tier high-grade elixirs, it is a particularly challenging one to concoct. While her alchemical skills suffice for producing mid-tier 4th-grade elixirs, attempting to refine a high-grade 4th-tier elixir proves quite strenuous, let alone the formidable Yuan Yang Hua Sha Dan. Yet, within the entire Xinjian sect, she stands as the sole practitioner capable of reaching the 4th-grade alchemist level. Despite the daunting nature of this task, she musters her courage to proceed. Even as a formidable Yuan Dan realm cultivator, she cannot help but feel a wave of helplessness wash over her, ultimately collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. She lacks the resolve to attempt the 3rd refinement. At that moment, Tang Mingxin, who had been rushing to find Qin Miaoyan, was taken aback upon witnessing this scene and exclaimed, "Master, what has happened to you?" Watching Tang Mingxin's despondent demeanor, Chu Jianqiu couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Given her carefree nature, it was surprising to see her in a state of discontent. Initially intrigued by her arrival, he now observed her drooping head and forlorn expression, prompting him to inquire, "What troubles you? Were you beaten?" Tang Mingxin, incensed, retorted, "You are the one who has been beaten. Who could possibly best me, Tang Mingxin?" Yet, she soon lowered her head again, her brow furrowed in distress, lamenting, "Master has been crying. I have never seen her so sorrowful." Chu Jianqiu, sensing the gravity of the situation, felt a pang of surprise. What could possibly disturb such a prominent figure as Qin Miaoyan, a powerful Yuan Dan realm cultivator, to such an extent? Chu Jianqiu soon recalled the matter of the Yuan Yang Hua Sha Dan. Could it be that Qin Miaoyan encountered an issue during the refinement of the Yuan Yang Hua Sha Dan? He inquired, "Did something happen to your master during the alchemical process?" Tang Mingxin, upon hearing this, abruptly raised her head in astonishment and exclaimed, "Chu Jianqiu, how do you know this? Are you some sort of immortal? This matter is known only to me, not even my senior sisters are aware." Chu Jianqiu, however, was not in the mood for jesting. His heart was heavy with concern. If Qin Miaoyan had indeed failed in the refinement of the Yuan Yang Hua Sha Dan, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. Although he could still assist Cui Yeyun in dispelling the deadly poison without the Yuan Yang Hua Sha Dan, the risk of exposing his own secrets would significantly increase. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Jianqiu said, "Take me there. Let us see if I can be of assistance." "Yes, yes." Tang Mingxin eagerly nodded and leapt from her chair, joyfully leading Chu Jianqiu towards the seventh peak. Through their experiences in the Xinjia secret realm, Tang Mingxin had developed an unwavering trust in Chu Jianqiu. For as long as he was present, no problem seemed insurmountable. Even the most perilous predicaments were deftly resolved by him, transforming danger into safety. She never considered that the challenges her master, a formidable figure, could not overcome could possibly be addressed by someone of Chu Jianqiu's modest cultivation. At that moment, Qin Miaoyan was deeply conflicted, contemplating whether to attempt the third refinement of the Yuanyang Huasha Dan, when she noticed Tang Mingxin approaching with Chu Jianqiu. Qin Miaoyan felt quite displeased, and coupled with her unfavorable impression of Chu Jianqiu, her expression immediately turned cold as she addressed him icily. "What do you want?" She then poked Tang Mingxin's forehead, exclaiming in frustration, "Can't you be more discerning? You mingle with anyone, completely oblivious to the fact that you might be sold out by others." In response to Qin Miaoyan's rebuke, Tang Mingxin took it lightly, chuckling, "Master, rest assured. Although Chu Jianqiu harbors ulterior motives, he is fundamentally a decent person. Besides, he is only vile towards our enemies. He treats us quite well." Chu Jianqiu, aware that Qin Miaoyan held some misconceptions about him, largely due to Tang Mingxin's foolishness, paid little mind to it. He clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Greetings, Master Qin." Qin Miaoyan waved her hand dismissively. "Enough of these formalities. Did you come to see me for something?" Despite her negative feelings towards Chu Jianqiu, she would not dismiss him without reason. "I heard that Master Qin encountered some mishap while refining pills, so I came to check on you." Chu Jianqiu knew that his statement might come across as presumptuous and could embarrass Qin Miaoyan, but the matter was of great importance, even if it might offend her. He had to brave the confrontation. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Qin Miaoyan's expression soured further. Had it not been for Chu Jianqiu's sincere demeanor, which did not seem intentionally mocking, she might have suspected that he had come to revel in her misfortune. "I did encounter a mishap while refining pills. What do you intend to do about it?" Qin Miaoyan's complexion darkened, her dissatisfaction with the matter at hand already palpable. Chu Jianqiu's words felt like salt rubbed into her wounds. Chu Jianqiu earnestly requested, "I implore you, Master Qin, to elucidate the formula for the Yuanyang Huasha Dan, so that I might discern if I could be of assistance." To outsiders, his words appeared exceedingly presumptuous. After all, Qin Miaoyan was a fourth-tier alchemist, far beyond the aid of a mere sixth-level true Qi martial artist like him. She nearly succumbed to the impulse to hurl him from the mountain, even questioning whether he was deliberately attempting to provoke her. Yet, gazing into Chu Jianqiu's earnest eyes, she ultimately restrained her ire. Moreover, considering the remarkable feats he had accomplished, perhaps he possessed insights yet unknown. Given the current circumstances, which could scarcely deteriorate further, sharing the formula for the Yuanyang Huasha Dan posed no detriment to her. Suppressing her simmering frustration, Qin Miaoyan meticulously detailed the formula, candidly revealing the challenges of concocting such a potion as well as her own missteps. Chu Jianqiu listened intently, swiftly grasping the crux of the issue. Although he lacked the ability to concoct fourth-tier elixirs at this moment, his profound comprehension of alchemy, derived from the Danfu array, placed him on a theoretical plane that rivaled Qin Miaoyan's expertise, and in many respects, he surpassed her significantly. His current inability to produce higher-tier elixirs was merely a limitation imposed by his cultivation level. Chapter 143. Formation. When Master Qin joined the clover, his temperature regulation was rather sluggish. This process necessitated a temperature change thrice within a fraction of a breath to ensure the harmonious integration of the various medicinal powers. Otherwise, discrepancies in temperature could lead to mutual repulsion among the potencies, thereby increasing the risk of an explosion in the furnace. After listening to Qin Miaoyan's account, Chu Jianqiu pondered for a moment and offered a suggestion. Qin Miaoyan was momentarily taken aback by his words. Upon further contemplation, she realized that this indeed was the reason behind her consecutive failures in alchemy. She cast a surprised glance at Chu Jianqiu, astonished that he could pinpoint the cause of her unsuccessful attempts. She had certainly heard of Chu Jianqiu's alchemical prowess. When he first entered the Xinjian sect, his notoriety among the disciples was relatively low. However, within the higher echelons of the sect, he was quite renowned. A disciple endowed with a celestial-level bloodline and possessing an unparalleled martial physique naturally garnered significant attention. At that time, every move he made was closely observed by the prominent figures of the Xinjian sect. During his studies in the outer sect, Qin Miaoyan was well aware of Chu Jianqiu's diverse coursework, including his exemplary performance in the alchemical curriculum. where he achieved top marks. While such a grade might be astonishing to ordinary disciples, to someone of her expertise in alchemy, it was rather unremarkable. The knowledge imparted in those courses constituted merely foundational concepts. Achieving top marks only indicated that Chu Jianqiu possessed commendable talent in the realm of alchemy. However, at that time, Qin Miaoyan held a favorable view of Chu Jianqiu, for historically, few disciples had achieved first-class results in alchemy. Initially, she believed that the Xinjian sect would soon welcome another master of the alchemical arts. Yet, upon witnessing Chu Jianqiu's propensity to learn everything, her hopes began to wane. Mastery in alchemy, talismans, formations, and weapon crafting each demands immense talent and time. Excelling in any one of these disciplines is already exceedingly challenging, let alone attempting to conquer so many simultaneously, which would inevitably lead to a dilution of effort. Qin Miaoyan foresaw that Chu Jianqiu would not traverse far along the path of alchemy. However, today, when he astutely identified the reasons behind her failure in concocting the yuan-yang transformation pill, she was profoundly shaken. Prior to his revelation, even she was oblivious to the issue, but once he pointed it out, enlightenment dawned upon her. Nevertheless, understanding the problem did not equate to its resolution. Though she felt a deep-seated admiration, her facade remained unyielding as she coldly retorted, "It is easy for you to say. Achieving 3 temperature fluctuations within a mere 1/100th of a breath is no simple feat." While Chu Jianqiu had pinpointed the critical issue, executing this task was far from straightforward. It demanded not only exceptional fire control skills and meticulous qi regulation, but also advanced alchemical techniques. Despite being a formidable Yuan Dan realm expert and a 4th-grade alchemist, attaining Chu Jianqiu's standards was no trivial endeavor for Qin Miaoyan. As for Chu Jianqiu, although he comprehended the principles, his cultivation level rendered it impossible for him to execute such advanced fire control techniques. Moreover, he lacked the requisite mastery to harness the immense energy released during the fusion of 4th-grade elixirs. After a period of contemplation, Chu Jianqiu returned with an assortment of materials to arrange formations within the alchemy chamber. Observing his actions, Qin Miaoyan felt a wave of perplexity, uncertain of his intentions. "What are you doing?" She could no longer refrain from inquiring. "Arranging formations," Chu Jianqiu replied. "Arranging formations? What kind of formations, and for what purpose?" Qin Miaoyan asked curiously. She recognized Chu Jianqiu's exceptional understanding of alchemy, which alleviated her fears of recklessness. Had it been anyone else daring to disrupt her alchemy chamber in such a manner, they would have been swiftly dismissed. To resolve the issue we encountered earlier, the key lies in controlling the alchemical fire and adjusting the fluctuations of true energy. By setting up a fire control formation and a minor true energy formation, I believe this will aid in addressing the problem, Chu Jianqiu elucidated as he arranged the formations. Given his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to establish a fully automated formation capable of refining the yuan-yang, transforming evil elixir. However, constructing a portion of the formation was certainly feasible. "All right, the formations are set. You may give it a try," he stated, executing a series of hand seals to activate the 2 formations. A mysterious radiance enveloped the elixir furnace. Qin Miaoyan, though somewhat skeptical, followed suit, performing the necessary hand seals to ignite the fire beneath the furnace. Chu Jianqiu elaborated on the methods for controlling the fire control array and the true qi micro-yuan array. Following his instructions, Qin Miaoyan immediately sensed that her manipulation of the alchemical flames was far more effortless than usual, flowing seamlessly as if guided by a skilled hand. Overwhelmed with joy, she was simultaneously struck by a deeper astonishment. Mastery over the alchemical flames is paramount for an alchemist. The success or failure of flame control can ultimately determine the outcome of the alchemical process. After Chu Jianqiu set up these 2 arrays, her command over the flames surged several-fold, and with the true qi micro-yuan array fine-tuning her manipulation of true qi, Qin Miaoyan felt her alchemical proficiency elevate dramatically. At that moment, not only did she feel capable of attempting the yuan-yang transformation elixir, but she also held confidence in challenging even the most exquisite 4th-tier elixirs. Her gaze towards Chu Jianqiu was filled with awe. These 2 arrays were undeniably invaluable tools for any alchemist. With their assistance, an alchemist's skills could potentially ascend significantly, perhaps even elevating them a rank. "Chu Jianqiu, where did you acquire these 2 arrays?" Qin Miaoyan inquired, suppressing her astonishment with curiosity. Chu Jianqiu, observing her, remained somewhat speechless. Indeed, a master reflects the nature of their disciples. Both seemed to lack a certain depth of understanding. Upon witnessing his reaction, Qin Miaoyan quickly realized that these were undoubtedly insights gained by Chu Jianqiu himself, and it was improbable he would divulge such secrets easily. Her earlier question had inadvertently brushed against a sensitive topic. In the realm of warriors, inquiring about another's fortunes is considered a grave taboo, even among the closest of relationships, such as that between a master and disciple. Delving into such matters is deemed highly inappropriate, unless the individual in question chooses to divulge this information willingly. The nature of fortune can vary greatly. Should one's fortune be of considerable magnitude and it becomes known, it could spell disaster for the fortunate individual, inciting countless envious pursuers to embark on relentless hunts. Unless the recipient of this fortune possesses formidable strength, survival amidst such ceaseless persecution becomes a daunting challenge. Chapter 144. The completion of the pill. Although Qin Miayan had come to her senses, she was overwhelmed with embarrassment and indignation at Chu Jianqiu's earlier gaze. Even if her momentary curiosity had led her to forget the established protocols, she was still his master's senior. What, then, did that look of bewilderment signify? Just as she contemplated settling the score with Chu Jianqiu, he hastily interjected. When did Master Qin begin concocting the Yuan Yang, transforming evil pill? It became evident to him that, despite her gentle and amiable demeanor, Qin Miayan was quite meticulous, accounting for every detail. Upon hearing his words, she lost all inclination to confront him further. With the assistance of Chu Jianqiu's two formations, and having identified the reasons behind her previous failures in refining the Yuan Yang, transforming evil pill, she should have faced no significant obstacles. However, with only one remaining batch of Tianji Xuanalong grass, even with her utmost confidence, she dared not be complacent. A slight misstep could result in the loss of Cui Yeyun's life, resting perilously in her hands. I still need a few more days to prepare, Qin Miayan stated gravely, emphasizing the necessity of achieving her optimal state before commencing alchemy, ensuring that all unstable factors are meticulously eliminated. Chu Jianqiu, recognizing the seriousness with which Qin Miayan approached this alchemical endeavor, refrained from disturbing her meditation and took his leave. Tang Ningxin, witnessing her master's renewed joy, followed behind Chu Jianqiu with a bright smile. Indeed, Chu Jianqiu never disappointed. Whenever he intervened, no problem seemed insurmountable. Upon returning to the fourth peak, he resumed his cultivation routine. Each day, he would accompany Zuoqiu Lianzu to visit Cui Yeyun, yet at night, he would venture alone to the grand hall atop the peak, aiding Cui Yeyun in dispelling the lethal poison. Although he absorbed only a fraction of it each time, the potency of the blood fiend Qingming poison was extraordinarily high. The vital energy transformed from this poison rapidly accumulated within Chu Jianqiu, and in just a few days, his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of Qi realm, tantalizingly close to breaking through to the 7th level. Over the past few days, Zuoqiu Lianzu observed that Cui Yeyun's condition not only ceased to deteriorate, but began to improve, alleviating some of the worry etched upon her brow. As long as her master's condition did not worsen, once Master Qin successfully concocted the Yuan Yang Huasha Dan, her master would no longer endure the torment of these toxins. 3 days later, a brilliant purple light soared into the sky atop the 7th peak. Qin Miayan emerged from the alchemy chamber, cradling a small brocade box in her hands. Her delicate face bore an expression of serene tranquility. However, no matter how she attempted to mask her emotions, the joy shimmering in her eyes and the corners of her brows were unmistakable. Zuoqiu Wan and the other peak masters had long been waiting outside the alchemy chamber. Upon seeing Qin Miayan, Zuoqiu Wan hurried forward, his voice brimming with excitement. 7th junior sister, has the elixir been successfully refined? In truth, the moment he witnessed that soaring purple light, he had already surmised that Qin Miayan had successfully concocted the Yuan Yang transformation pill. Nevertheless, he yearned for the assurance of her words. Qin Miayan nodded affirmatively and replied, "It is successful." At that moment, Tang Yushan, who stood nearby, also exhaled a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Thank heavens, 4th junior sister is finally saved." Without further ado, Zuoqiu Wan urged the group, "Let us hasten to administer this elixir to 4th junior sister." The group soared through the skies to the 4th peak, where they found Chu Jianqiu and Zuoqiu Lianzu already awaiting them at the entrance of the grand hall atop the peak. The moment the purple light ascended from the 7th peak, Chu Jianqiu had known that Qin Miayan had succeeded in her alchemical endeavor. Anticipating her arrival with the Yuan Yang transformation pill, he and Zuoqiu Lianzu had arrived early to stand vigil outside the hall of Cui Yeyun. However, to Chu Jianqiu's surprise, the other peak masters had also gathered alongside Qin Miayan. Together with Zuoqiu Lianzu, he greeted the esteemed peak masters, and they all proceeded into the grand hall. Upon witnessing Cui Yeyun lying on the bed with her eyes tightly shut, even those who had previously encountered her condition felt an overwhelming shock. The venom of the Bloodshot sect was indeed fearsome, capable of reducing a formidable Yuan Dan realm cultivator to such a pitiable state. The ominous aura enveloping Chui Yiyun instilled a profound sense of dread among the onlookers. They had already witnessed the devastating power of this ruthless toxin. Tang Yushan had once attempted to utilize his vital energy to expel the poison from Chui Yiyun's body, but instead, the venom infiltrated his own being through his palm, requiring tremendous effort to eliminate it. Gong Haorong had battled alongside Chui Yiyun against an elder of the Bloodshot sect, and had also fallen victim to the Bloodshot Qingming poison. However, unlike Chui Yiyun, who suffered a massive influx of the toxin, Gong Haorong merely sustained a wound during combat, where a drop of blood containing the poison seeped in, leaving him in a severely compromised state. Over 3 months had passed, and Gong Haorong still had not managed to expel the poison from his body, causing his cultivation to plummet from the Yuan Dan realm. While his life was not in immediate danger, he was perpetually burdened with the arduous task of suppressing the toxin within, rendering him incapable of engaging in any combat. For a martial artist, such a condition was akin to being rendered utterly useless. From the experiences of Chui Yiyun, Gong Haorong, and Tang Yushan, the assembled crowd had developed an aversion to this venom as if it were a venomous serpent. Even now, standing beside Chui Yiyun's bed, many felt a sense of trepidation, wary of being tainted by the noxious fumes. Upon witnessing the profound fear that these formidable figures from the Yuan Dan realm exhibited towards the noxious gases, Chu Jianqiu could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. Were these dark vapors truly so exaggerated in their potency? To Chu Jianqiu, these toxic mists represented the most exquisite nourishment. Were it not for the apprehension of inciting suspicion, he would have eagerly absorbed all the deadly poison from Chui Yiyun. He surmised that if he could completely assimilate and refine this potent toxin, his bloodline power would significantly amplify, and he might even transcend to the realm of Huahai. As for Zhuoqiu Lianzis, she possessed a rather limited understanding of these dark mists. She was only aware of the formidable toxicity emanating from her master. Yet she felt no particular trepidation towards the swirling black vapors surrounding Chui Yiyun. This indifference stemmed from the fact that she always entered this realm alongside Chu Jianqiu. The moment those dark gases encountered him, they would hastily retreat, showing no inclination to approach. Qin Miaoyan was taken aback by the condition of Chui Yiyun. During her previous visit, the toxin had pervaded every inch of Chui Yiyun's skin, nearly eradicating her vitality. However, upon this new observation, it seemed that the toxicity had lessened somewhat, and the life force within Chui Yiyun appeared more robust than before. Chapter 145, Healing. Qin Miaoyan cast a subtle glance at Chu Jianqiu, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts on the matter. The others, however, remained oblivious to these nuances. Since Chui Yiyun fell into a coma, it was primarily Qin Miaoyan who had taken on the responsibility of her care. Among everyone, only Qin Miaoyan showed a notable lack of fear towards the bloodthirsty Qingming poison, due to the fact that Qin Miaoyan is a 4th-grade physician and a 4th-grade alchemist. She frequently interacts with medicinal herbs and possesses a certain resistance to potent toxins. Additionally, her awakened bloodline is related to this. The 100 herbs containing Du bloodline she has awakened endows her with formidable detoxification and regeneration capabilities. When it comes to resilience and vitality, even Zhuoqiu Wen and Changsun Yuanbai cannot compare to her. During the period when Chui Yiyun was in a coma, apart from Qin Miaoyan, who regularly came to monitor her condition, others only occasionally glanced at her, failing to notice the subtle changes occurring within her. Although Qin Miaoyan's gaze was exceedingly discreet, it was keenly observed by Chu Jianqiu, causing her heart to skip a beat. Could it be that Qin Miaoyan has truly discerned something unusual? Unlike her foolish disciple Tang Ningxin, who often lacks awareness, Qin Miaoyan, despite occasionally displaying a hint of youthful innocence, is exceptionally perceptive. However, seeing that Qin Miaoyan did not mention this matter, Chu Jianqiu felt a slight sense of relief. As Qin Miaoyan opened the brocade box in her hands, an overwhelming force erupted from within, saturating the entire hall with an abundance of spiritual energy. The aura emanating from the box was so rich that it created ripples of spiritual energy that spread in all directions. Even merely sensing the medicinal potency radiating from the box, everyone felt immense benefits. The advantages of consuming such a spiritual pill for their cultivation were beyond imagination. Qin Miaoyan retrieved a thumb-sized spiritual pill from the brocade box and placed it into Chui Yiyun's mouth. As the elixir entered her abdomen, an overwhelming and formidable aura erupted from Chui Yiyun, causing the sinister black mist that enveloped her to be forcefully expelled, swirling around her like a tempest. With each passing moment, more of the dark vapors were driven from her form, gradually suffusing the entire hall. The black mist seemed almost sentient, rushing towards the onlookers as soon as it was liberated from Chu Jianqiu's body. However, none dared approach within 3 feet of Chu Jianqiu. Noticing this, and apprehensive of arousing suspicion, Chu Jianqiu deliberately drew the mist closer to himself. The spectators were taken aback by this spectacle, hastily retreating from the encroaching darkness. Left Xiuwen's countenance shifted as he shouted, "Everyone, retreat swiftly." With a powerful strike of his palm, he unleashed a torrent of energy that dispelled the mist threatening Chu Jianqiu and left Xiu Lianca's. At his command, the crowd quickly exited the hall, with Chu Jianqiu and left Xiu Lianca's escorted out by left Xiuwen. As the black mist filled the hall, it began to spill outward, but left Xiuwen swiftly employed his techniques to seal it within. Witnessing the roiling, lifelike dark vapor, the onlookers' faces paled, for this potent toxin was extraordinarily bizarre and terrifying. They had never encountered such a venomous substance before. The fact that Chu Jianqiu could endure such a formidable poison until now filled them with a sense of admiration. Upon witnessing the terrifying manifestations of this lethal poison, even formidable figures such as Zuoqiu and Changsun Yuanbai found themselves uncertain of their ability to endure for more than 3 months after succumbing to such toxicity. They were unaware that a significant reason behind Chu Jianqiu's prolonged resilience lay in Chu Jianqiu's sacrifice of a drop of his life essence, which he had infused into her being. It was under the suppression of this vital blood that Chu Jianqiu was able to persevere until now. Seeing the swirling black mist, Zuoqiu Lianzhong's face was etched with deep concern. "Will my master be all right inside?" Qin Miaoyan reassured her with a smile. "Rest assured, even within your master's body, this poison cannot harm her, let alone now that it has been expelled." After an hour had passed, a terrifying surge of power erupted within the hall, shattering it to pieces, rendering even Zuoqiu's protective barriers ineffective against this overwhelming force. The black mist, now free from its restraints, began to disperse chaotically in all directions. Zuoqiu's expression changed drastically. If allowed to spread unchecked, it would spell catastrophe for the Xinjiang sect. However, at that moment, as the hall crumbled, a slender figure clad in black soared into the sky amidst the swirling dust, exuding an unparalleled aura of strength, with tangible sword qi emanating from her form. Upon seeing the figure hovering in midair, Zuoqiu Lianzhong could not contain her joy and cried out, "Master!" The figure was none other than Chu Jianqiu. Chu Jianqiu, upon hearing the sound, turned her gaze and smiled while nodding gently at Zuoqiu Lianca's. However, upon witnessing the dispersing black mist, her brows furrowed slightly. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, she unleashed a multitude of razor-sharp sword energies that interwove to form an immense net of sword qi, ensnaring the escaping black mist. Ultimately, under the confinement of this sword qi net, the black mist gradually coalesced into a fist-sized orb of dark liquid. Chu Jianqiu then produced a jade vial, placing the orb of black liquid inside. Subsequently, she chanted an incantation, enveloping the vial in countless strands of sword qi to seal the dark liquid within. The onlookers were left in awe at the display of her prowess. After consuming the Yuan Yang Hua Sha Dan, not only had she healed from the toxic injury, but she had also remarkably advanced a level in her cultivation. It is well known that reaching the Yuandan realm poses immense challenges for further advancement. Some martial artists may spend decades or even centuries in seclusion without achieving a breakthrough. Moreover, the sword qi she demonstrated was clearly indicative of her comprehension of the 14th layer of the Qing Lu Zhaokong sword technique. Chu Jianqiu's misfortune had turned into a blessing. The deadly poison from the Bloodshaw sect had not only spared her life, but had also significantly enhanced her cultivation, allowing her to surpass the 14th layer of the Qing Lu Zhaokong sword technique. With her current strength, even Zuoqiu and Changsun Yuanbai would hesitate to claim superiority over her. After sealing the orb of black liquid, she tucked the jade vial into her sleeve and descended gracefully to stand before the gathered crowd. "Fourth junior sister, congratulations," exclaimed Tang Yushan, offering his heartfelt felicitations. "Fourth senior sister." Gong Haorong's eyes involuntarily glistened with a hint of crimson as he choked out his words. At that moment, it was precisely to save him that Chu Jianqiu had fallen victim to the blood fiend sect elder's blood poison. Now, witnessing Chu Jianqiu's recovery, the guilt that had burdened Gong Haorong began to ease. Chapter 146. Confinement. Chu Jianqiu nodded in acknowledgement to the crowd, then suddenly extended her hand, striking Gong Haorong with a palm. Countless sword energies surged into his body, and immediately, dark tendrils of energy began to emanate from him. Once these shadows detached from Gong Haorong, they were all captured by Chu Jianqiu into a jade vial. Gong Haorong felt the intense poison that had tormented him for over 3 months being expelled in an instant, and a wave of relief washed over him. Staring at Chu Jianqiu, he found himself momentarily speechless. The onlookers were astonished to witness such a display. The deadly toxin within Gong Haorong had eluded even Zhuoqiuwen and Changsun Yuanbai, yet Chu Jianqiu had managed to force it out with a single strike. It seemed that her strength had surpassed everyone's expectations. Please, do not regard me with such awe. My abilities are not as formidable as you imagine. I have merely spent countless days and nights grappling with these forces and have grasped some techniques in the process, Chu Jianqiu remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle at the astonished expressions of her peers. I must express my gratitude for your efforts on my behalf. You have all gone through considerable hardship for my sake. It is we who have done little. Rather, it is your 2 disciples who have risked their lives for this matter. Were it not for their bravery in retrieving the Tianji Xianlong grass from the Xinjia secret realm, we would have been at a loss regarding the poison afflicting you, Tang Yushan replied with a smile. Zhuoqiuwen nodded and remarked, indeed, this time, we owe a great debt of gratitude to Jianqiu and Zhu Er, particularly to Jianqiu, who has rendered immense service to our Xianjian sect in this endeavor. Not only did he successfully procure the Tianji Xianyun grass, but he also thwarted the Blood Fiend sect's efforts to acquire the Xuanma blood pearl. Chu Jianqiu was taken aback upon hearing this. She was aware that the Xianjian sect must have paid a substantial price to cure the deadly poison afflicting her. Yet she did not anticipate that it was actually Chu Jianqiu and Zhuoqiuwen who had ventured into the Nuzhe secret realm to gather the herbs. As Chu Jianqiu glanced at Chu Jianqiu, she was astonished to find that he had reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of True Qi realm. 3 months prior, when she last saw him, he was merely at the 3rd layer. In such a short span, his cultivation had ascended to the 6th layer. A remarkable rate of progress that was truly astonishing. She had witnessed the fervor with which he broke through from the body refinement realm to the True Qi realm. Chu Jianqiu's prowess defied conventional understanding. At this stage, he could likely rival an average practitioner of the 9th layer of True Qi realm. Nevertheless, it was evident that such accomplishments came at a significant cost. From Zhuoqiuwen's casual remark, Chu Jianqiu could only imagine the perils that Chu Jianqiu had faced. Zhuoqiuwen turned to Chu Jianqiu with a smile and said, last time, when your master was still burdened by poison, you were reluctant to accept a reward. This time, you must be in a more agreeable mood, I presume. Chu Jianqiu, feeling a touch of embarrassment at his previous rudeness towards Zhuoqiuwen, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and replied, I shall heed the commands of the sect leader. Due to the merits earned in the new secret realm, Chu Jianqiu was awarded over 2 million contribution points. Furthermore, Zhuoqiuwen permitted him to select 1 martial technique from the vast array available within the Xinjian sect, along with the privilege of choosing any artifact below the 4th rank. This reward is undoubtedly substantial. The contribution points alone are a testament to the arduous tasks completed by Chu Jianqiu. However, the ability to select any martial art and any artifact below the 4th rank represents an extraordinary boon. The opportunity to learn any martial art means that Chu Jianqiu could acquire the coveted Xiantian sword technique, a privilege that even many elders lack. The Xiantian sword technique is reserved for those who have rendered tremendous service to the sect. Aside from the sect leader, few are deemed worthy of its study. Typically, disciples entrusted with this technique are groomed as potential successors to the sect leader. The option to select any artifact below the 4th rank implies that Chu Jianqiu could choose a top-tier 3rd rank artifact, of which the Xinjian sect possesses only a limited number. Upon hearing Zhuoqiuwen's remarkable rewards, even the leaders of the various peaks were taken aback. When did this notoriously frugal sect leader become so generous? Nevertheless, Chu Jianqiu's accomplishments truly merit such a reward. After extending their congratulations to Chu Jianqiu, the assembly did not linger at the 4th peak for long and took their leave. Once everyone had departed, Chu Jianqiu turned her attention to her 2 disciples. Observing that Zhuoqiuwen had fallen into a state of instability in her vital energy, evidently having sustained damage to her foundational essence, Chu Jianqiu felt a pang of both sorrow and anger. It was astonishing that Zhuoqiuwen ultimately disregarded her counsel and breached the confines of her realm to enter the Nuzhe secret realm. Judging by her current condition, it was clear that she had employed techniques that jeopardized her foundation within that realm. As Zhuoqiuwen caught sight of Chu Jianqiu's icy expression directed at her, she instinctively lowered her head in trepidation. The authority that Chu Jianqiu commanded in her eyes far surpassed that of Zhuoqiuwen, while she could feign indifference in response to Zhuoqiuwen's reprimands. Facing Chu Jianqiu rendered her unable to maintain such aloofness. In her averted gaze, Zhuoqiuwen cast a glance of desperation towards Chu Jianqiu. Chu Jianqiu could not help but find amusement in the situation. At this moment, Zuoqiu Lianzhu truly resembled a 15 or 16-year-old girl. How many times did I advise you against entering the news a secret realm? Yet my words fell on deaf ears. Cui Yiyun spoke slowly, her eyes fixed on Zuoqiu Lianzhu. With her head bowed, Zuoqiu Lianzhu dared not utter a sound. You shall reflect upon your actions on the fourth peak for the next 3 years. Descending from the peak is strictly forbidden. Cui Yiyun finally pronounced her judgment. Zuoqiu Lianzhu was taken aback by the severity of the punishment. Her inherently spirited and restless nature made the prospect of remaining on the fourth peak for a full 3 years feel like a death sentence. Master, she exclaimed, her voice laced with grievance, her bright eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Upon witnessing her pitiable demeanor, Cui Yiyun's heart softened, and she nearly relented. However, Cui Yiyun was acutely aware of the grave circumstances surrounding Zuoqiu Lianzhu's. Without devoted and tranquil cultivation, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to restore the damaged foundation, leaving Zuoqiu Lianzhu's perpetually stagnating at the 9th level of true qi. Although Zuoqiu Lianzhu's possessed extraordinary talent, her temperament was rather impetuous, and Cui Yiyun intended to temper her disposition. Upon witnessing Zuoqiu Lianzhu's pitiable state, Chu Jianqiu could not help but speak up. Master, senior sister Zuoqiu Lianzhu entered the news a secret realm against your orders because she was deeply concerned for you. Furthermore, she has rendered tremendous service to the Xinjiang sect during her time in the news a secret realm. Is it not a bit harsh to punish her? Chapter 147. Claiming rewards. Seeing Chu Jianqiu speak, Cui Yiyun felt a pang of conflict within her heart. To be frank, she believed she had not fulfilled her responsibilities as a master towards Chu Jianqiu. Ever since he had come to the mountain, she had scarcely offered him guidance, leaving her with a profound sense of indebtedness. Additionally, given that Chu Jianqiu had saved her life by retrieving the Tianji Xuanalong herb in the news a secret realm, she found it increasingly difficult to regard herself as his master. She had never anticipated that Chu Jianqiu would venture into the news a secret realm, and thus had not admonished him. At that time, with his limited cultivation, entering such a perilous realm was tantamount to courting death. Yet, he had ultimately succeeded, accomplishing the mission for the Xinjiang sect and earning immense accolades. In her pursuit of excellence for the Xinjiang sect, Chu Jianqiu has made innumerable sacrifices for her, rendering it impossible for her to disregard his opinions, even in matters of minor consequence. After a moment of contemplation, Cui Yiyun declared, in light of your junior disciple's situation, I shall reduce the 3-year confinement to 1 year. It cannot be diminished further. At this, Zuoqiu Lianzhu's tears transformed into laughter as she embraced Cui Yiyun's arm, exclaiming, Thank you, master. Although a year of confinement on the fourth peak would still pose a considerable challenge for her, it was a far more tolerable arrangement than 3 years. She understood well that, given Cui Yiyun's temperament, a complete absence of punishment was simply inconceivable. Thus, a year of confinement on the fourth peak would be regarded as the most lenient penalty available. With Cui Yiyun in a state of unconsciousness, Chu Jianqiu and Zuoqiu Lianzhu ventured once more into the news a secret realm, where they faced a backlog of matters accumulated over the past 3 months. The number of disciples on the fourth peak was woefully inadequate, compelling Chu Jianqiu and Zuoqiu Lianzhu to personally address these issues for the next several days. After approximately half a month had elapsed, they had managed to resolve most of the outstanding matters. It was only then that Chu Jianqiu descended from the fourth peak with remarkable haste, heading straight for the Merit Hall and the Treasure Pavilion. At present, he possessed over 2 million contribution points, in addition to a martial arts technique and a magical artifact yet to be claimed. Chu Jianqiu was aflame with anticipation, for he had never before encountered such a substantial fortune. He was now ready to indulge himself extravagantly. The tome titled Detailed Analysis of Medicinal Formulas no longer required a partial exchange. He would redeem the entire volume at once. The essence of weapon forging was merely a trivial expenditure of 100,000 contribution points, an easy acquisition. As for the third tier, mid-grade alchemical furnace, it demanded 200,000 points. He urged, bring it to me forthwith. In terms of value, both detailed explanation of Dan formula and essence of artifact refinement are by no means inferior to the mid-grade alchemical furnace, and may even far surpass it. However, for the Xinjiang sect, these texts are resources that can be reused, whereas magical artifacts are consumables. As for the texts, those disciples who exchange them can return them later. In contrast, once a magical artifact has been exchanged, it is akin to depleting the treasures from the treasure pavilion. Consequently, the Xinjiang sect prices these resources significantly lower for texts compared to magical artifacts and elixirs. Chu Jianqiu frantically purchased items in both the scripture pavilion and the treasure pavilion, leaving the attending disciples in a state of trepidation. This was indeed a staggering display of extravagance. Even the elders of the Xianjian sect would likely lack such immense financial resources. However, news of Chu Jianqiu's exploits in the News A Secret Realm had already spread throughout the Xianjian sect, and he had become a figure of considerable renown within the sect. Thus, although the two disciples were shocked, they were not entirely taken aback. The contribution points that Chu Jianqiu had amassed were more than sufficient to support his lavish spending. Once he had procured the essential items, Chu Jianqiu began to seriously contemplate the martial arts and magical artifacts promised by Zhuqiuwen. When it comes to the rank and power of martial arts, none surpass the Xiantian sword technique within the Xianjian sect. The Xiantian sword technique is the only martial art within the sect that has achieved mid-grade status. Typically, an ordinary disciple of the Xianjian sect would unhesitatingly opt for this martial art. However, Chu Jianqiu took into account that he already possessed a sword technique, the King Liuzo Kong's sword technique from the fourth peak. Although it is one rank lower than the Xiantian sword technique, it remains a lower-grade, earth-level martial skill. If one were to cultivate the Xiantian sword technique further, it would offer little enhancement to one's combat prowess, merely squandering a precious opportunity. After careful consideration, Chu Jianqiu ultimately opted for a body-refining martial art known as the Nine Transformations Golden Body Technique. Mastery of this technique bestows a physique comparable to that of a magical artifact, with astonishing defensive capabilities. When combined with his unparalleled martial body, his resilience would reach an extraordinary level. Unless confronted by an overwhelmingly powerful adversary, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to be defeated. However, despite the formidable power of the Nine Transformations Golden Body Technique, its cultivation is exceptionally arduous, demanding not only immense innate talent, but also the consumption of vast quantities of rare materials. The resources required for training in this martial art are beyond the means of ordinary individuals, which is why so few have undertaken its study within the Xiansword sect. In terms of selecting a magical artifact, Chu Jianqiu deliberated for quite some time before choosing a defensive artifact, the Golden Silk Robe. After receiving his rewards and the exchanged items, he returned to the fourth peak with satisfaction. Zhuqiuwen was in discussion with Cui Yuyun and others regarding important matters when he learned about the two rewards Chu Jianqiu had claimed. Unable to contain himself, he exchanged glances with Cui Yuyun, pondering just how fearful of death this individual must be. As both the Nine Transformations Golden Body Technique and the Golden Silk Robe were designed to bolster defenses, Zhuqiuwen couldn't help but marvel. A person so averse to danger was willing to take such significant risks by entering the News A Secret Realm to procure the Tianji Xianscale grass for Cui Yuyun. His dedication to the Xiansword sect was indeed commendable. Zhuqiuwen initially presumed that Chu Jianqiu would opt for the Xiantian sword technique. However, Chu Jianqiu's ultimate choice not only did not disappoint Zhuqiuwen, but rather elevated his regard for him. Having already practiced the Qing Lu Zhaokong's sword technique, it would have been a diversion of considerable time and effort for Chu Jianqiu to pursue the Xiantian sword technique. Although it could augment his combat prowess, it would pale in comparison to the enhancement of his overall strength through the cultivation of the Jiuzhuan Jinshin technique. At this juncture, Zhuqiuwen began to entertain the notion of nurturing Chu Jianqiu as the prospective successor to the leadership of the Xianjian sect. Chu Jianqiu possesses the innate qualities of a formidable figure in terms of talent, temperament, and intellect, standing in stark contrast to some disciples who, despite their potential, are arrogant and lacking in wisdom. While talent and strength are indeed significant, the role of a sect leader cannot be fulfilled solely through these attributes. A deficiency in temperament and intellect could easily lead a sect to ruin. Furthermore, a martial artist lacking in character, regardless of their gifts, would find it exceedingly difficult to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Chapter 148. Luo Zhiyun, draped in a robe woven with gold thread and clutching a mid-tier alchemical furnace of the third grade, Chu Jianqiu returned to his residence, his heart brimming with excitement as he tucked the Jiuzhuan Jinshin technique and a plethora of treasures and resources acquired through contribution points into his embrace. Yet, upon pushing open the door to his chamber, he was instantly taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. It was a breathtakingly alluring depiction of a beauty emerging from a bath. Before Chu Jianqiu could recover from his astonishment, an overwhelmingly formidable force surged towards him. Taken by surprise, he realized it was too late to evade. In a moment of panic, he could only raise his hand in defense. With a thunderous roar, Chu Jianqiu was struck by an overwhelming force, his body launching backward like a cannonball, shattering multiple walls and soaring backward for several dozens of feet. A profound terror gripped his heart. The assailant was a formidable cultivator at the sea transformation stage, and not merely any practitioner of that realm. The immense aura radiating from her was exponentially stronger than that of the great demon at the sea transformation stage he encountered in the mysterious realm of Xinjia, rendering her an unfathomable threat. The impact of the blow left Chu Jianqiu grievously wounded, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. Confronted with such a powerful adversary, he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Had it not been for the exquisite robe of golden threads, a top-tier artifact of the third rank that adorned his form, this strike would have surely claimed his life. Even with the supreme martial body he had cultivated, he would have been unable to withstand such a formidable assault. Moreover, the woman had mercifully restrained half of her strength at the last moment. Otherwise, even with both the robe and his unparalleled physique, he would still have met his demise. As Chu Jianqiu crashed to the ground, he created a massive pit over 10 feet wide, dust and debris swirling in the air. By the time he managed to rise from the crater, a figure clad in white had already approached him. Just as this figure prepared to strike again, a startled exclamation rang out nearby. "Sister, what are you doing?" Swiftly, a figure in a floral dress rushed over, supporting the unsteady Chu Jianqiu with astonishment. "Little junior brother, what has happened to you?" she exclaimed. "Little junior brother? He is our little junior brother? When did we acquire a little junior brother?" The stunningly beautiful woman in white, who had initially worn a frosty expression, now revealed a hint of shock on her face. Zhuoqiu Lianzhu gazed at the woman in white. Noticing the droplets of water still clinging to her cascading hair, her body draped only in a simple white garment. A glance at the wretchedly battered Chu Jianqiu sent a jolt of realization through her. She understood the gravity of the situation. Internally, she chastised herself for having taken this just too far. Initially, she had merely intended to playfully assign Chu Jianqiu to reside within this grand hall. But it appeared that her lightheartedness had spiraled into something far more serious. With a forced smile, Zhuoqiu Lianzhu introduced, "This is my master's newly accepted disciple, Chu Jianqiu. Little junior brother, meet our esteemed senior sister, Luo Zhiyun." Upon hearing this, the chill in Luo Zhiyun's demeanor remained unyielding as she coldly regarded Chu Jianqiu. "What business do you have barging into my chamber?" she questioned, her tone indicating that this matter would not be easily dismissed, regardless of his status as a junior brother. She had never endured such a profound humiliation, having never even been touched by a man, let alone being so thoroughly exposed as she was today. Irritated, Chu Jianqiu retorted, "I have yet to inquire why you intruded upon my room for a bath." This woman was utterly deranged, invading his privacy and then bearing the brunt of his gaze. If not for the fact that he wore a luxurious robe today, his life might have been forfeit at her hands. Luo Zhiyun's snow-white face flushed with indignation upon hearing his words, and she exclaimed, both furious and embarrassed, "You brazen lecher, how dare you? This grand hall has always been my residence. When did it become yours?" Upon hearing the words, Chu Jianqiu was momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, he found it illogical for Luo Zhiyun to suddenly enter his room for a bath. He couldn't help but glance towards Zhuoqiu Lianzhu. Luo Zhiyun followed suit, and Zhuoqiu Lianzhu's heart sank, realizing the predicament. With a swift motion, she attempted to make her escape. Witnessing this scene, Luo Zhiyun quickly deduced the situation. It was undoubtedly the mischief of this unruly junior sister. With a graceful flick of her white attire, she effortlessly retrieved Zhuoqiu Lianzhu. Casting a sidelong glance at Chu Jianqiu, Luo Zhiyun coldly declared, "We shall settle this matter later." With that, she led Zhuoqiu Lianzhu back to the grand hall. In her grasp, Zhuoqiu Lianzhu was akin to a chick being carried, utterly submissive and devoid of any will to resist. Chu Jianqiu could not help but feel a wave of frustration wash over him. This was truly an unwarranted calamity, being targeted by such a capricious and irrational woman. He felt entirely out of sorts. It was imperative to find a place to evade the storm. Otherwise, should she come knocking, he would endure an undeserved beating. Her strength was formidable, and he certainly could not contend with her. After careful contemplation, Chu Jianqiu resolved to seek refuge at the seventh peak. After all, he had assisted Qin Mian significantly, and under the influence of his two formations, her alchemical skills had soared remarkably. Such a substantial favor should warrant a request for temporary lodging, he reasoned. It was also an opportune moment to borrow her alchemical chamber, allowing him to thoroughly study the intricacies of the alchemical formulas and enhance his own skills. He had managed to exchange for the comprehensive 3 volumes of detailed alchemical formulas, which encompassed all the recipes collected by the Xinjian sect. Although Chu Jianqiu possesses the inheritance of the Danfu array and possesses a profound understanding of alchemical techniques and methods, When it comes to knowledge of medicinal properties and the precise formulation of elixirs, he naturally cannot compare to Chu Jianqiu. With the detailed explanation of the elixir formula and his current cultivation level, Chu Jianqiu feels poised to strive towards becoming a third-tier alchemist. Coincidentally, his upcoming visit to the 7th peak provides an excellent opportunity to seek guidance from Chu Jianqiu. After considering this, Chu Jianqiu decided to gather the scattered items on the ground into the Chaos Supreme Tower. Fortunately, these items had not been shattered by that madwoman. Otherwise, he would have suffered great losses. Once he had tidied up, he promptly set off for the 7th peak. He had no desire to linger here, for the thought of living next to such a terrifying and violent individual filled him with dread for his own safety. The memory of that incredibly fearsome strike lingered in his mind, leaving him with lingering trepidation. However, after some time, he found that his injuries had healed completely, indicating that with the significant enhancement of his bloodline power, the healing capabilities of his supreme martial body had also increased considerably. Remarkably, such severe injuries had completely healed in such a short span of time. Chapter 149, Seeking Refuge at the 7th Peak. In truth, while Chu Jianqiu was astonished by Luo Zhiyun's formidable strength, the surprise in Luo Zhiyun's heart was no less than that of Chu Jianqiu. During the course of her attack, Luo Zhiyun discerned that Chu Jianqiu possessed merely a 6th-level cultivation in the true Qi realm, prompting her to promptly withdraw half of her palm's power. However, even this diminished force was sufficient to overwhelm an ordinary practitioner at the Qi transformation stage. Remarkably, Chu Jianqiu emerged with only severe injuries, without sustaining any life-threatening harm. While the efficacy of a third-grade supreme treasure undoubtedly contributed to his survival, it is evident that Chu Jianqiu's prowess was far from inferior to that of a typical Qi transformation warrior. Otherwise, a mere true Qi practitioner, regardless of whether they were at the 6th or even the 9th level, would find themselves unable to withstand the full brunt of her strike. Even while donned in a third-grade supreme treasure, the potency of any artifact is inherently linked to the strength of the wielder. Moreover, the fact that Chu Jianqiu, at such a low cultivation level, could possess a third-grade supreme treasure left Luo Zhiyun utterly astounded. It is worth noting that within the Xinjian sect, such treasures are exceedingly rare, and those who possess them are invariably esteemed elders of high rank. Even Luo Zhiyun herself could only afford a third-grade upper-tier artifact. The possession of such a high-ranking treasure at such a low cultivation level serves as a testament to Chu Jianqiu's extraordinary capabilities. Furthermore, the revelation that he was accepted as a disciple by his master in the guise of a male only intensified Luo Zhiyun's astonishment. As the eldest disciple of Cui Yeyun, she was acutely aware of her master's character. Cui Yeyun has never been particularly fond of men, and for the male disciples within the Xinjian sect, aspiring to become a disciple of the 4th peak is akin to an insurmountable challenge. Even in ordinary circumstances, these male disciples must seek the approval of the 4th peak before they can step foot on its sacred grounds. Otherwise, they are strictly forbidden from entering. However, Chu Jianqiu was directly accepted by Cui Yeyun as her personal disciple, which speaks volumes about the esteem in which she holds him. Consequently, even after revealing herself to him, Luo Zhiyun refrained from taking any lethal action against him. Ordinary disciples cannot simply wander into the 4th peak, let alone intrude upon her private quarters. In truth, after delivering that strike, Luo Zhiyun felt an immediate pang of regret. Although she had retracted half of her power in time, it was still beyond the capacity of a mere 6th-stage Qi master to endure. In that moment, she genuinely feared that her blow might have taken Chu Jianqiu's life. Thus, she hastily donned a garment and rushed outside, not to pursue him further, but rather to ascertain whether her strike had indeed proven fatal. However, the outcome was far beyond her expectations. Not only had Chu Jianqiu survived, but his injuries were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. This spectacle left Luo Zhiyun astounded. She could only recall the supreme martial physique as possessing such extraordinary regenerative abilities. Could it be that Chu Jianqiu had somehow attained the supreme martial physique? Yet, for the moment, Luo Zhiyun chose not to dwell on this possibility. Her foremost desire now was to thoroughly confront Zui Qiulian's. Upon seeing Chu Jianqiu rushing over, Chu Jianqiu furrowed her brow and inquired, "Chu Jianqiu, what brings you here?" She was most unwilling to see him approach the 7th peak. Despite his remarkable talents, his character was flawed, having ensnared his own disciples with some dubious means, causing them to incessantly clamor for his presence at the 4th peak. Had she not forcibly confined her own disciple to the 7th peak, Tang Ningxin might well have rushed to the 4th peak to seek him out. After much effort in keeping her disciple grounded, Chu Jianqiu had no desire to witness Chu Jianqiu's appearance at her domain. Chu Jianqiu, upon hearing her words, felt a surge of indignation. After all, he had contributed to the arrangement of two formations that significantly enhanced Qin Shirshu's alchemical prowess. Merely a few days had passed, and she had begun to turn her back on him. He exclaimed, "I almost forgot about the two formations in Qin Shirshu's alchemical chamber." Qin Miaoyan's expression stiffened, her vigilance rising as she demanded, "What do you intend to do?" Chu Jianqiu replied, "What else could it be? Naturally, I plan to dismantle those two formations and bring them back to our fourth peak. I invested a considerable amount of contribution points in them." At this declaration, Qin Miaoyan leapt up as if her tail had been stepped on, exclaiming sharply, "What? You intend to dismantle those two formations?" Those formations had greatly facilitated her alchemical practice, propelling her skills to new heights. She had grown so accustomed to employing them that her alchemical endeavors had become inseparable from their presence. How could she possibly allow Chu Jianqiu to take them away? Chu Jianqiu was taken aback by Qin Miaoyan's reaction. His intention was merely to use these two formations as a reminder, encouraging her not to hastily sever ties. However, he did not anticipate such a strong response from her, indicating that her reliance on these formations exceeded his expectations. After all, he had originally set up these formations. It was only natural for him to reclaim them. Chu Jianqiu feigned confusion and said, "This is unacceptable. You absolutely cannot take these formations away." Qin Miaoyan replied without hesitation, "Dear sister, let us discuss reason. These formations rightfully belong to me. I have invested a considerable amount of contribution value into them." Chu Jianqiu expressed, somewhat at a loss for words. "Chu Jianqiu, I crafted the Yuan Yang transformation pill for your master, and yet you would betray our bond." Qin Miaoyan glared at him, her teeth clenched in frustration. If Chu Jianqiu insisted on removing the formations, she, as a senior, would feel a pang of reluctance to resort to underhanded tactics against him. After all, the formations were indeed his creation, and he had every right to reclaim his own possessions. At that moment, Chu Jianqiu decided to cast aside his modesty and remarked, "But he is not solely your master. He is also your senior sister." Qin Miaoyan found herself momentarily speechless, for Chu Jianqiu's assertion held truth. She shared a sisterly bond with Cui Yinyun, and the creation of the Yuan Yang transformation pill was not solely for Chu Jianqiu's sake, making it difficult for her to argue against this point. However, this scoundrel is truly despicable and shameless. Though Qin Miaoyan felt an intense rage that made her grit her teeth, she lowered her stance for the sake of the two formations, forcing a strained smile upon her somewhat pale face. "Cousin Chu, let us discuss this amicably. Do not hesitate to express any requests for assistance." Qin Miaoyan understood that Chu Jianqiu had not come to the seventh peak merely for those two formations. Although they were costly, they were insignificant compared to Chu Jianqiu's current wealth. His actions were merely an attempt to provoke her. Chapter 150. Where is your junior brother? Chu Jianqiu cast a glance at Qin Miaoyan, acknowledging her newly adopted demeanor. Had she displayed this attitude earlier, it would have been much more agreeable. He had found her previous expression of disdain quite displeasing. It was nothing serious. He merely wished to stay at Qin Miaoyan's residence for a few days and make use of her alchemy chamber. He did not linger on the matter, but directly stated his intentions. Upon learning that he was not seeking Tang Ningxin, Qin Miaoyan felt a wave of relief. Staying for a few days was inconsequential, as there were ample accommodations on the peak. Furthermore, some of his alchemical philosophies intrigued her. Perhaps she could glean a few insights. Of course, she would never admit to learning from Chu Jianqiu's techniques. As a dignified fourth-grade alchemist, it was beneath her to learn from a junior. It was merely a testament to her exceptional intelligence, enabling her to draw connections and learn from various sources. Just as Chu Jianqiu felt a sense of pride in handling Qin Miaoyan, he suddenly noticed a figure in white swiftly ascending from below the peak. Chu Jianqiu's expression changed suddenly, and he hurriedly instructed Qin Miaoyan, "Do not mention my presence here." Without waiting for Qin Miaoyan's affirmation, he swiftly slipped into the alchemy chamber. Qin Miaoyan, perplexed, wondered what mischief he was up to. Turning back, she gazed at the figure clad in white, who approached with remarkable speed and soon stood before her. "Greetings, Master Qin." The figure in white clasped their hands in a respectful gesture. Qin Miaoyan nodded and helped Luo Zhiyun to her feet, expressing her surprise. "When did you emerge from seclusion, Yuna? Your cultivation has progressed significantly. You truly deserve your reputation as one of the 10 talented swords of Xianjian." Luo Zhiyun replied, "I just emerged today. You flatter me, Master." After a year of seclusion, she had finally overcome a significant bottleneck in her cultivation, advancing to a new level. However, despite her newfound strength, she was still far from being able to compare with a powerhouse like Qin Miaoyan. Luo Zhiyun glanced around and inquired, "Has Master Qin not yet met my junior brother, Chu?" Qin Miaoyan, intrigued, responded, Have you not encountered each other yet? Upon hearing this, Luo Zhiyun's face flushed, and she awkwardly admitted, we have met, though the circumstances of our meeting are somewhat difficult to articulate. Qin Miaoyan's curiosity deepened, judging by Luo Zhiyun's demeanor. Was it possible that Chu Jianqiu had engaged in some scandalous behavior upon their first encounter? Such audacity would indeed be remarkable. However, that is not quite right. Although Chu Jianqiu possesses considerable strength, it is merely relative to the martial artists of the true Qi realm. Given Luo Zhiyun's cultivation, 10 Chu Jianqius would be no match for her. Even if Chu Jianqiu desired to act against her, he would be incapable of doing so. Yet, his recent actions clearly revealed an extreme fear of Luo Zhiyun. It is likely that his arrival at the 7th peak was motivated by a desire to evade her. Upon reflecting on this, Qin Miaoyan felt a sense of satisfaction. Though she was unable to confront Chu Jianqiu herself, she would gladly welcome any assistance in settling the score. However, recalling the 2 formations within the alchemy chamber, she ultimately restrained herself from betraying Chu Jianqiu. Qin Miaoyan ambiguously remarked, it seems I have not seen him. Hiding within the alchemy chamber, Chu Jianqiu felt a wave of anxiety upon hearing her words. Not seen simply meant not seen. What did it seems even imply? Her reasoning mirrored that of Tang Ningxin. Indeed, upon hearing Qin Miaoyan's statement, a visible doubt flickered in Luo Zhiyun's eyes. Nonetheless, she refrained from exposing Qin Miaoyan's deception, merely adding this transgression to her account against Chu Jianqiu. The audacity to conspire with Master Qin to deceive her would undoubtedly be addressed when she next encountered Chu Jianqiu. Yet, Luo Zhiyun could not help but wonder what kind of extraordinary abilities Chu Jianqiu possessed that even Master Qin could be swayed by him. She remained unperturbed. After all, Chu Jianqiu could not indefinitely hide at the 7th peak. Eventually, he would have to return to the 4th peak. The longer he evaded her, the more substantial the debt would grow. As she observed Luo Zhiyun's departure, Qin Miaoyan called out, come out, your senior sister has left. Chu Jianqiu emerged from the alchemy chamber, watching the figure in white depart, and could not help but exhale in relief. He was not afraid of Qin Miaoyan's schemes. If it truly came to that, he would not hesitate to confront her. Curiously, Qin Miaoyan inquired, how did you provoke your senior sister Luo? As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Luo Zhiyun was known for her aloof demeanor, often indifferent to matters beyond cultivation. The fact that Chu Jianqiu managed to incite her interest enough for her to follow him to the 7th peak was indeed a remarkable feat. In response to Qin Miaoyan's question, Chu Jianqiu evasively deflected, feeling a sense of despair at how to articulate his predicament. Who could have anticipated such a melodramatic turn of events? Were he to divulge the truth, not only would it tarnish Luo Zhiyun's reputation, but Qin Miaoyan would undoubtedly dismiss it as a mere misunderstanding, suspecting him of ulterior motives. The impression left by the foolish Tang Ningxin had already cast a shadow over his standing in Qin Miaoyan's eyes, should she learn of this incident. He feared she would prevent him from ever setting foot on the 7th peak again, lest he bring misfortune to her disciple. Noticing Chu Jianqiu's reluctance to speak, Qin Miaoyan refrained from pressing further, allowing him to settle in at the 7th peak. After concluding discussions with Suqiuan, Cui Yaoyun returned to the 4th peak, only to be taken aback by the large pit that had appeared before the hall of Luo Zhiyun. Given the numerous events that had transpired over the past year, Cui Yaoyun was unaware of which hall Chu Jianqiu resided in. Such trivial matters were typically managed by Suqiuan, and she had not felt the need to inquire. Today, her most esteemed disciple emerged from seclusion, coincidentally while Chu Jianqiu had descended the peak, leaving her unable to gather the disciples for a reunion. Originally intending to convene everyone upon her return, she was taken aback by the scene before her. Upon witnessing the vast pit, spanning over 10 zhang, Cui Yaoyun felt a tightening in her chest. It was evident that this was the handiwork of her foremost disciple. On the 4th peak, aside from Luo Zhiyun, no one possessed such formidable strength. Known for her serene and composed demeanor, Luo Zhiyun would not strike without cause. The collapsed walls of the grand hall indicated that someone had been forcefully propelled by Luo Zhiyun's palm, leading to the destruction of those walls and the creation of the immense pit. Cui Yaoyun summoned 2 disciples, gesturing toward the chaotic scene, and inquired, what transpired here? Zuoqiu Lianzhong hung her head in silence, while Luo Zhiyun stood quietly beside her, observing with a calm demeanor. Sensing an ominous feeling growing within her, Cui Yaoyun asked, where is your junior disciple? Has he not returned? Hearing this, Luo Zhiyun replied coldly, he has gone to Master Qin's place. Chapter 151. Third-rank alchemist with a series of incantations infused into the alchemical furnace. Chu Jianqiu's dexterous fingers conjured fleeting illusions. As a radiant light illuminated the space, he let out a gentle sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. the third-tier elixir, the condensing essence pill, had been successfully refined. From that moment forth, Chu Jianqiu could be regarded as a third-rank alchemist. Observing from the side, Qin Miaoyan feigned indifference, yet internally, she was engulfed by an astonishment beyond imagination. A third-tier alchemist at the 6th level of the true qi realm is indeed an extraordinary phenomenon, one that Qin Miaoyan has never encountered nor heard of in her lifetime. Initially, when Chu Jianqiu intended to concoct the condensation pill, Qin Miaoyan harbored profound skepticism regarding his success, standing by to witness what she anticipated would be his folly. Although Chu Jianqiu's alchemical techniques and theories were commendable, the chasm between theory and practice is vast. Knowing how to perform a task does not equate to the ability to accomplish it. It is crucial to note that with her innate talent for alchemy, she only ascended to the rank of third-tier alchemist after reaching the 7th level of the sea transformation realm. Even if Chu Jianqiu surpassed her, it seemed implausible that he could achieve such a feat given his current level of cultivation. It was inconceivable that he could harness the explosive energy released during the fusion of third-tier pills. Moreover, the delicate control of fire and true qi during the alchemical process demands exceptional mastery, and Qin Miaoyan was merely awaiting the moment when Chu Jianqiu would inevitably fail. However, the outcome once again shattered her perceptions of Chu Jianqiu. Indeed, there exist individuals whose capabilities defy conventional understanding. When Chu Jianqiu unveiled the alchemical furnace and examined the condensation pills, their quality was commendable, albeit slightly impure due to his inexperience in crafting third-tier pills. Nonetheless, his success in producing such a pill was largely facilitated by the 2 formations he had previously arranged. Without them, his current cultivation would not have sufficed to yield pills of such high caliber. What merit is there in producing the most basic of third-tier pills, particularly when they are so riddled with impurities? It is quite audacious of him to present them for scrutiny. Seeing his smug expression, Qin Miaoyan could no longer restrain herself and let out a scornful remark, unable to tolerate his self-satisfied demeanor. At that moment, Chu Jianqiu was in a good mood and paid no heed to her biting sarcasm, recognizing that her prejudice against him ran deep. He found it beneath him to engage in a war of words with her. Nevertheless, he continued to inquire about the challenges he faced in alchemy, for having a free alchemy master at his side was an opportunity not to be squandered. Despite her reservations about Chu Jianqiu, Qin Miaoyan patiently addressed his queries. Understanding that with his remarkable talent for alchemy, failing to nurture it would indeed be a great loss to the Xianjian sect, a notion that she found regrettable. Within the expansive Xianjian sect, the number of third-tier alchemists scarcely exceeded 5, making high-grade medicinal resources exceedingly scarce. Even with these 5 alchemists laboring tirelessly day and night, they struggled to meet the sect's demands. Moreover, the crafting of high-tier elixirs did not guarantee success every time, and the failure rate for third-tier concoctions remained significant, exacerbating the scarcity of these vital resources. Consequently, the allocation of third-tier elixirs among the various peaks was strictly limited. Chu Jianqiu's ascension to the rank of third-tier alchemist was, without a doubt, a momentous occasion for the Xianjian sect. Once he had grasped the fundamental methods for crafting third-tier elixirs, he resolved to return to the 4th peak, as lingering at the 7th peak for over half a month was hardly ideal. At this juncture, remaining any longer would not significantly enhance his alchemical skills in the short term. After all, to ascend to the rank of a 4th-tier alchemist is beyond the reach of his current cultivation level. For his alchemical prowess to advance further, it is imperative not only to elevate his cultivation, but also to acquire essential alchemical flames. Relying solely on true qi to ignite the flames may suffice for concocting third-tier elixirs. However, it is utterly impossible to produce 4th-tier elixirs under such conditions. Yet, alchemical flames of this nature are rare and elusive. While some powerful sects possess unique methods to create ordinary flames, which can be obtained through purchase, those with immense potency are treasures born of heaven and earth, difficult to encounter and acquire. After contemplating, Chu Jianqiu surmised that Luo Jun must have departed from the 4th peak by now. Having been in seclusion for such an extended period, she would undoubtedly be weary. Upon her emergence, it would be improbable for her to linger atop the peak for long. She was likely out seeking solace. After tidying up, Chu Jianqiu took his leave of Qin Miaoyan, and at that moment, Tang Mingxin resolved to accompany him. During his time on the peak, Chu Jianqiu had been diligently crafting a considerable quantity of elixirs daily, and Tang Mingxin had taken to consuming them as one would sweets. Even her master did not indulge her to such an extent. Naturally, she felt compelled to stay close to Chu Jianqiu. Otherwise, should he depart, where would she find such an abundance of elixirs to consume? Throughout this period, amidst the accumulation of numerous elixirs, and with the meticulous care of Qin Miaoyan, The hidden dangers left by Tang Ningxin's secret techniques had long been eradicated, and she was subtly on the verge of a breakthrough into the sea transformation realm. At this moment, Qin Miaoyan had no intention of letting her go. Tang Ningxin had already consumed an ample amount of elixirs. Further indulgence bore little significance. What she truly needed was to enter seclusion and thoroughly digest the accumulated medicinal power, seizing the opportunity to break through to the seas of transformation realm. Although Tang Ningxin was wholly reluctant, she dared not defy Qin Miaoyan's orders and could only watch reluctantly as Chu Jianqiu departed. Upon returning to the fourth peak, Chu Jianqiu stealthily made his way to the Grand Hall where Zui Qiu Lianzhu resided, intent on gauging the situation. If Luo Zhiyun had not yet departed, he would need to seek refuge elsewhere. However, as he entered the Grand Hall, he was met with the sight of a figure clad in white, causing him to gasp in alarm. Just as he contemplated making a hasty retreat, a cold, emotionless voice rang out behind him. "Junior brother, where do you think you are going?" Chu Jianqiu's body stiffened. Realizing that Luo Zhiyun had already spotted him, escape was no longer an option. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, leaving him utterly defenseless. Accepting that whether he faced his fate head-on or not, it would amount to the same, he resolved to be bold. Turning around, he smiled and said, "What a coincidence, senior sister Luo. You are here too." Luo Zhiyun approached slowly, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing her exquisitely beautiful face. "Where has junior brother been gallivanting these past few days? It truly took me a while to find you." Chapter 152. To kill or to maim? Just give me a clear answer. As Chu Jianqiu gazed at the enigmatic smile on Luo Zhiyun's face, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. This woman wielded her strength without restraint, should she truly unleash her fury upon him. Even with his unparalleled martial physique endowed with formidable healing abilities, he would likely find himself bedridden for a fortnight. Mustering a strained smile, he inquired, "Senior sister, what brings you to seek me?" Instantaneously, Luo Zhiyun's expression turned icy, her voice dripping with frost as she retorted, "What could possibly bring me to you? Surely, you must have an inkling." The mere recollection of that day's events stirred a tempest of embarrassment, anger, and resentment within her. Had it been anyone else, she would have shown no mercy, pursuing them to the ends of the earth to exact vengeance. Yet, this individual was her own junior disciple. If Chu Jianqiu's actions had been intentional, she would have been relentless in her pursuit of justice, regardless of their bond. However, it was precisely because Chu Jianqiu had not acted with malice that she found herself in this predicament. Although the outcome had left her utterly exposed to his gaze, she could not justly place the blame upon him. The true instigator was the reckless Zui Qiu Lianzhong. Yet, Luo Zhiyun could not bring herself to take Zui Qiu Lianzhong's life, for her intentions had been playful rather than malicious. Moreover, Zui Qiu Lianzhong was currently suffering from the repercussions of entering the Nuzhe secret realm to procure the Tianji Xinyan grass for their master, having sealed her realm and consequently diminished her foundation and cultivation to the true qi stage. In light of this, how could Luo Zhiyun bear to lay excessive blame upon her, compounded by her own guilt for having been unaware of her master's injuries during her seclusion? She felt a profound sense of remorse for her lack of involvement in this affair. Such an immense burden has been placed upon the shoulders of two junior disciples. Zui Qiu Lianzhu has made significant sacrifices for the sect, and how could Luo Zhiyun bear to reproach her over such trivial matters? As for Chu Jianqiu, after hearing of his remarkable deeds, she had long since abandoned any thoughts of seeking retribution. It would be utterly unreasonable to hold a grudge against someone who has risked their life for their master and made such tremendous contributions to the Xianjian sect over a minor oversight. Thus, despite suffering a considerable loss, Luo Zhiyun could only swallow her indignation, with no recourse available to her. At that moment, upon seeing Chu Jianqiu, her frustration surged anew. To evade her, this fellow had hidden away in the seventh peak for a full fortnight, as if he considered her beneath him. She did not reflect on how that fateful strike nearly took his life. It was no wonder he was afraid. Chu Jianqiu, his heart racing, exclaimed, "Luo Shiji, what happened that day is truly not my fault. The true culprit is over there. If you wish to settle the score, you should confront her directly. She is the one who insisted I reside in that grand hall." He pointed towards Zui Qiu Lianzhu, seated nearby. Preserving his own life was paramount, and without hesitation, he shifted the blame. Given how severely Zui Qiu Lianzhu had ensnared him, it was fortunate he did not seek vengeance. He certainly would not bear the burden of her misdeeds. Zui Qiu Lianzhu cast a resentful glance at Chu Jianqiu. Leaning over the table in despair as she lamented, "Chu Jianqiu, I misjudged you. We have shared countless trials and tribulations as close sisters, and yet you betray me so easily. Oh, how unbearable this life has become. I truly am unfortunate." Chu Jianqiu, filled with indignation, retorted, "Who considers you a close sister? I am a man, a man. Is this how one treats a dear sister? That day, I was terrified of being ensnared by you. Do you think that by shifting the blame on his sister Lian's hus, I would let you off the hook?" Luo Zhiyun crossed her arms and scoffed coldly. Realizing she could not evade this impending confrontation, Chu Jianqiu adopted a defiant stance. "What does Sister Luo intend? If you wish to kill or torture me, then just say it plainly." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhiyun scrutinized him thoroughly, her gaze unwavering. Surprisingly, upon closer inspection, she found him rather handsome. With eyes that were clear and pure, devoid of the loathsome gaze many men possess when they look at her. Chu Jianqiu felt a shiver run down his spine under her scrutiny. If she truly meant to exact punishment, he preferred a swift and decisive resolution rather than prolonging the tension. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Zhiyun finally spoke. "Very well, since such circumstances have arisen, I shall grant you this favor. From now on, you shall be my man." Uft! Zhuoqiu Lian's hus, who was sipping her tea, suddenly spat it all out, utterly shocked. As she stood in astonishment, she knocked over the table and chairs before her. Luo Zhiyun's declaration was simply too astonishing. Was this truly the Luo sister she knew? Luo Zhiyun, who typically refrains from conversing with men, surprisingly uttered such words, leading Zhuoqiu Lian's to question whether Luo Zhiyun had inadvertently damaged her mind during her seclusion. Chu Jianqiu was equally taken aback by Luo Zhiyun's statement, stammering, "Sister, are you jesting? Who is joking with you?" Luo Zhiyun's expression instantly turned icy as she retorted, "Do you not wish to take responsibility for your actions?" But, Chu Jianqiu struggled to grasp the reality of the situation, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. "This matter is settled." With that declaration, Luo Zhiyun cast aside her words and departed. Though she appeared calm on the surface, her heart was tumultuous. Having uttered those words, she dared not linger any longer. Her declaration was not born out of newfound affection for Chu Jianqiu due to an accidental glimpse, but rather a culmination of her frustration with relentless pursuers. Seizing the opportunity to use Chu Jianqiu as a shield, she reasoned that by proclaiming him as her partner, those incessant suitors would surely relent, sparing her further harassment. Moreover, she bore no aversion to Chu Jianqiu, thus allowing him to assume the role of her nominal partner without inner conflict. After a considerable while had passed, Chu Jianqiu remained in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding events, gazing at the equally astonished Zhuoqiu Lian's and inquiring, "Elder sister, am I dreaming?" Zhuoqiu Lian's, with a bewildered expression, shook her head. "I do not know either." As she spoke, she reached out and pinched Chu Jianqiu's waist, twisting it forcefully, inquiring, "Does it hurt?" "Ouch!" Chu Jianqiu gasped in pain, exclaiming, "It hurts, let go." The sensation of pain confirmed that this was not a dream. Zhuoqiu Lian Zhu came back to her senses, astonished. Chu Jianqiu, unable to contain his irritation, retorted, "It's me who feels the pain." Zhuoqiu Lian Zhu playfully tapped his chest with the back of her hand, saying, "Hey, I've helped you win over the beautiful senior sister. What does this little pain amount to? How will you thank me now?" Chapter 153. Refining Tools. Chu Jianqiu did not dwell on the matter too much. With his intelligence, he could easily discern that Luo Zhiyun was not sincere in her desire to take him as her Dao partner. It was likely that she intended to use him as a shield, and he could only imagine the troubles that awaited him. Moreover, despite Luo Zhiyun's unparalleled beauty, Chu Jianqiu did not hold her in high regard. After the incident with Lu Tianyao, he had grown indifferent towards romantic entanglements. At that moment, his sole aspiration was to attain the supreme martial path. Even if Luo Zhiyun possessed celestial beauty, it held no significance for him. It is not to say that Luo Zhiyun was insincere. Even if she genuinely wished to become his Dao partner, he might not necessarily agree. It was precisely because her intentions were superficial and not earnest that he remained unconcerned. Otherwise, why would he casually acquiesce? In the air above the grand hall, a figure clad in black stood suspended. Cui Yayan watched as Luo Zhiyun exited Zhuoqiu Lianzhu's hall, and she could not help but let out a faint sigh. When Chu Jianqiu returned to the fourth peak, she had already arrived here, her heart laden with unease. Fearing that Luo Zhiyun might clash violently with Chu Jianqiu over a trivial matter, she had naturally witnessed the earlier scene and could not help but feel a twinge of concern regarding Luo Zhiyun's actions. Although Luo Zhiyun's demeanor appeared cold and detached, she was, in truth, quite naive and lacked a profound understanding of the intricacies of human nature. Furthermore, her self-awareness was insufficient. She mistakenly believed she could remain indifferent to men, yet this was merely because she had yet to encounter one capable of stirring her heart. Her behavior today has sown the seeds of a significant peril, one that may ultimately ensnare her own self. while Luo Zhiyun harbored little familiarity with Chu Jianqiu. Cui Yeyun possessed a deep understanding of him. Chu Jianqiu was unlike other men. His distinct qualities could easily captivate a woman's heart. Yet he himself was not one to be easily swayed by emotions. Cui Yeyun worried that one day, Luo Zhiyun would find herself ensnared by her own actions. However, she felt powerless to intervene, for her proud and ambitious disciple, even if she appeared to heed her advice, would likely disregard it internally. Moreover, mishandling this situation could create an insurmountable rift between Luo Zhiyun and Chu Jianqiu, leading to even greater complications. Thus, Cui Yeyun resolved to take one step at a time. Meanwhile, Chu Jianqiu settled into a grand hall adjacent to Zuoqiu Lianzhang. At this mid-mountain location, there existed a vast architectural complex, replete with numerous residences. Had it not been for Zuoqiu Lianzhu's deliberate misdirection, Chu Jianqiu would never have taken up residence in Luo Zhiyun's grand hall. Upon moving in, Chu Jianqiu promptly undertook renovations of the various chambers within the hall. Aside from the sleeping quarters, he transformed the remaining rooms into spaces for talisman arrays, alchemical concoction, artifact forging, and storage. In each of these rooms, he meticulously established protective formations to avert any accidental explosions during the processes of alchemy and forging that might otherwise obliterate the premises. Once everything was settled, Chu Jianqiu turned his attention to the art of forging. Among the three paramount disciplines of talisman crafting, alchemy, and artifact forging, he had previously devoted the least time and energy to forging, as his prior need for magical artifacts had not been pressing. His utilization of magical artifacts did not significantly differ from that of an ordinary warrior, unlike elixirs, for which he consumed nearly dozens of times the amount required by practitioners of the same realm with each ascension in cultivation. The extensive exchange of such elixirs at the treasure pavilion would not only be economically unfeasible, but would also arouse suspicion. Furthermore, unlike elixirs, magical artifacts are not consumables. Unless subjected to severe combat damage, a single artifact can serve its purpose for an extended period. The artifacts employed by Chu Jianqiu could be acquired at the treasure pavilion. However, the situation had now changed. To refine the piece of Shumi stone into a spatial artifact, Chu Jianqiu was compelled to engage in the process himself, thus necessitating an enhancement of his forging skills. The piece of Shumi stone gifted to him by Shui Lian is a third-tier Shumi stone, and even the most rudimentary spatial treasures are classified as at least third-tier artifacts. In order for Chu Jianqiu to refine the Shumi stone into a spatial treasure, he must elevate his crafting skills to that of a third-grade artifact master. Thus, Chu Jianqiu immersed himself in the study of the tome titled Essence of Artifact Refinement, which is regarded as the pinnacle of crafting literature within the Xianyuan sect. Should he master its contents, he may not only transcend to a fourth-grade artifact master, but at the very least attain the zenith of third-grade proficiency. Chu Jianqiu laid out all the ores he had acquired within the Nuze secret realm. Among them were numerous precious third-tier spiritual mines, which he now intended to utilize for practice. The three primary professions of talisman masters, alchemists, and artifact masters are exceedingly resource-intensive. Without the profound foundation of a formidable sect, one would scarcely possess the financial means to cultivate talents in these vocations. Even with Chu Jianqiu's remarkable insight and innate talent, he managed to successfully forge a third-tier artifact only after exhausting a significant quantity of materials, aided by the potency of talismans. Given the existence of an automatic alchemical talisman array within the Chaos Supreme Tower, it stands to reason that there also exists an automatic artifact crafting talisman array. Talisman arrays are the source of all methods. Runes and array diagrams represent the most direct manifestations of the myriad principles of heaven and earth. After mastering the inheritance of the myriad source flow talisman array, Chu Jianqiu found it considerably easier to learn other techniques. As he made breakthroughs in both alchemy and artifact crafting to the third grade, his comprehension of talisman arrays deepened, for his practices in both fields were intricately intertwined with the art of talismans. After successfully refining a third-tier magical artifact, Chu Jianqiu did not immediately embark on the creation of a spatial treasure. After all, there was only a single piece of Shumi stone at his disposal, and any mishap on his part that led to its wastage would be regrettable. He resolved to stabilize his crafting techniques thoroughly before proceeding with the spatial treasure. Chu Jianqiu transformed all the spiritual ores he obtained from the Nuze secret realm into magical artifacts, thus achieving a complete stabilization of his refining skills. These spiritual ores culminated in over 20 second-tier artifacts and 5 third-tier artifacts, one of which was even classified as a mid-grade third-tier treasure. Chu Jianqiu felt a sense of satisfaction with these accomplishments, especially considering that the Qiushui sword, wielded by his master during the Transformation C realm, was merely a mid-grade, third-tier artifact. Although his own mid-grade third-tier artifact had yet to reach the level of the Qiushui sword, it was not far off. Gazing at the collection of artifacts, he pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to take them to the treasure pavilion to exchange for contribution points. Given his current status, there was no longer a need to conceal his talents. Chapter 154. Are we not just senior and junior disciples? Among the 5 third-tier artifacts were the Zixia Xian Jade boots, the Wanshou gloves, the Biao Yao rope, the Guanshi bow, and the Chuan Yun arrows. Prior to crafting these artifacts, Chu Jianqiu had contemplated their purposes. Although he was practicing his skills, he endeavored to create artifacts that would be of utility to him, thus avoiding the squandering of resources. Having already possessed the Autumn Water Sword, a mid-tier third-grade magical artifact, along with the exquisite golden silk robe, a superior third-grade treasure, Chu Jianqiu refrained from forging additional swords or robes during his creation of third-grade artifacts. However, among the 20 or so second-grade artifacts, there were indeed numerous swords. Yet, given his current wealth, he found no use for second-grade treasures. Chu Jianqiu removed the wind-walking boots and donned the purple mist Xian Jade boots. For his present capabilities, the slight increase in speed offered by the wind-walking boots had become somewhat superfluous. The speed of movement is as crucial for survival as the protection offered by defensive robes. With his substantial fortune, it was only natural for Chu Jianqiu to enhance the performance of his equipment in this regard. Among the 5 third-grade artifacts he crafted, the purple mist Xian Jade boots stood out as the sole mid-tier third-grade treasure. Although Chu Jianqiu has yet to harness the full potential of the purple mist Xian Jade boots, they are sufficient to significantly amplify his speed. The vortex gloves greatly augment the physical strength of the warrior, enabling one to rend tigers and leopards with mere brute force. The binding demon rope, though a lower-tier third-grade artifact, proves formidable. Once ensnared, those below the third level of the sea transformation realm would find it impossible to escape even the slightest bit. Even warriors above that level cannot easily break free from its grasp in a fleeting moment. The stone-piercing bow and the cloud-piercing arrows are complementary artifacts designed with ranged combat in mind. In crafting these items, Chu Jianqiu considered the necessity for long-range attacks. While true Qi realm warriors can project their energy outward, the effective range seldom exceeds several dozen zhang. Even for those in the sea transformation realm, the reach of their true Qi is limited to around 100 zhang. However, with the strength of a true energy realm warrior, one can effortlessly surpass a shooting range of several miles with a bow and arrow. Should the bow and arrow be of superior quality, the range could extend even further. Chu Jianqiu estimated that with his current level of power, bolstered by the Wanxiang gloves, he could strike a target 10 miles away using the stone-piercing bow and the cloud-piercing arrow without any difficulty. Nevertheless, estimation is merely conjecture. Ultimate validation must come through practice. After equipping these magical artifacts, Chu Jianqiu felt an insatiable urge to test their might. With the treasures in hand, he exited the Grand Hall, seeking a suitable location to evaluate their power. However, just as he stepped out, he encountered Luo Zhiyun accompanied by a young man approaching his residence. The young man, adorned in a splendid robe, possessed strikingly handsome features and an aura as profound as the ocean. As he walked, he smiled and said, "Luo Jr. sister, you jest. Though I have just emerged from seclusion, you two have only recently come out. Where could you possibly find a companion? Moreover, where would there be male disciples on the 4th peak? I am well aware that Uncle Chui does not hold much fondness for us male disciples." Before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of Chu Jianqiu emerging from the hall, causing his expression to stiffen and a shadow to flicker in his eyes. Upon seeing Chu Jianqiu, Luo Zhiyun immediately called out, "Chu Jianqiu, you arrived just in time. Please clarify our relationship to senior brother Gu Liang." As she spoke, she stepped forward and entwined her arm with Chu Jianqiu's. Chu Jianqiu's body stiffened involuntarily. He thought to himself, must it be this way? He had long been aware that Luo Zhiyun's words on that day were unlikely to stem from any benevolent intentions. However, he never anticipated that the ensuing troubles would be so formidable. The realm and cultivation of the young man before him surpassed even those of Luo Zhiyun, instilling in Chu Jianqiu an overwhelming sense of dread. Observing the young man's countenance, as dark as a stormy sky, Chu Jianqiu felt an unbearable headache. Engaging with such a formidable adversary would likely lead to incessant complications. With a face as rigid as stone, Chu Jianqiu replied, "Are we not merely senior and junior disciples? What other connection could there be?" At this moment, he sought to feign ignorance as much as possible, for he had not acquiesced to her claims that day. It was merely Luo Zhiyun's unilateral desire. Faced with such a colossal dilemma, Chu Jianqiu wished to evade it, though he was not particularly fearful of this young man. Given his current standing within the Xinjiang sect, no one dared to lay a hand on him within its confines. Nevertheless, the sudden emergence of such a formidable rival was unwelcome, and he preferred to avoid any unnecessary burdens that might impede his cultivation. Upon hearing his words, Luo Zhiyun was instantly infuriated. She discreetly pinched Chu Jianqiu's waist, smiling sweetly as she said, "Little junior disciple, have you forgotten something? What transpired in my room that day seems to have slipped your mind. Shall we visit our master together to help you jog your memory?" The young man then offered a slight smile and remarked, "This Chu junior disciple, Luo's senior sister, claims you to be her Dao partner. I wonder if this assertion holds any truth." As he spoke, the young man's gaze bore into Chu Jianqiu, cold and filled with implicit threats. Upon his initial observation of Chu Jianqiu, a wave of disdain washed over him. How could such a negligible figure, a mere 6th-level true Qi realm wastrel, be considered as equal? At that moment, he dismissed Chu Jianqiu without a second thought. However, as he drew nearer, his eyes beheld Chu Jianqiu adorned with an array of opulent magical treasures, a 3rd-grade, middle-tier autumn water sword, a 3rd-grade, top-tier brocade gold-threaded robe, 3rd-grade, middle-tier purple glow jade boots. His entire being was draped in magical artifacts of considerable quality, resembling nothing short of a nouveau riche. Yet, it was precisely this ostentatious display that stirred a sense of gravity within him. Top-tier, 3rd-grade magical treasures were a rarity within the Xinjiang sect. Aside from the esteemed elders holding positions of power and influence, it was unheard of for any disciple to possess such an item. Even he, the personal disciple of the Xinjiang sect's premier peak, was not privileged enough to wield one. Each 3rd-grade magical treasure represented an immense fortune. Even the most inferior, low-grade 3rd-grade magical treasure demanded a minimum of 100,000 contribution points within the Xinjiang sect. The contribution points required for a top-tier 3rd-grade magical treasure were an exorbitant sum, even for a prominent disciple like himself. However, what lay before his eyes defied comprehension. This 6th-level true Qi realm nobody not only possessed a 3rd-grade, top-tier magical treasure that aroused his envy, but he also flaunted 4 3rd-grade, low-tier magical treasures and 2 3rd-grade, mid-tier magical treasures. It was as if he were operating a magical treasure emporium. Though he had just emerged from seclusion and was yet unaware of Chu Jianqiu's exploits within the New Zealand secret realm, the resplendent equipment adorning Chu Jianqiu made it clear that his standing in the Xinjiang sect was likely unparalleled, even surpassing that of the esteemed elder disciple of the first peak. For, despite his own considerable wealth, he felt woefully inadequate in comparison. Chapter 155. Have you been drenched in water these days? As Chu Jianqiu perceived the threatening glint in the youth's eyes, a surge of displeasure washed over him. Suddenly, he embraced Luo Zhiyun with a smile and remarked, "Sister Luo, you have entrusted me with your most precious possession. Does this not imply that we are fated partners?" Luo Zhiyun, taken aback by the sudden embrace, felt her body stiffen as her heart raced like a startled deer, a blush blooming on her cheeks. Observing this scene, the youth's eyes gleamed with a frigid light as he coldly declared, "Good, very good." With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and soared away from the 4th peak. Upon witnessing the youth's departure, a shiver ran through Luo Zhiyun as she recalled the chilling intensity in his gaze, and a twinge of regret pierced her heart. It was not that she lamented rejecting the youth, but rather that she regretted involving Chu Jianqiu in this matter. In her haste to extricate herself from the youth's clutches, she had failed to contemplate the potential ramifications for Chu Jianqiu until this very moment, when the youth's formidable nature dawned upon her. He was Gu Lianghong, the direct disciple of the first peak, whose strength was beyond question. Aside from the 7 peak masters and a few deeply cultivated elders, no one in the Xinjiang sect stood a chance against him. Moreover, Gu Lianghong not only possesses formidable strength, but also wields considerable cunning. Although Luo Zhiyun harbors no fear herself, she is acutely aware that Chu Jianqiu's current capabilities are still rather limited. In light of her selfish desires, she wonders if it is somewhat self-centered to thrust Chu Jianqiu into the path of such a formidable adversary. Lost in her thoughts, Luo Zhiyun momentarily forgets that she is still nestled in Chu Jianqiu's embrace, only coming to her senses when he releases her. With a swift motion, she pushes him away, casting him a glare and exclaiming in embarrassment and annoyance, "What are you doing?" Chu Jianqiu, feeling aggrieved, is taken aback by her reaction. It seems that no matter his compliance or lack thereof, he is met with disapproval. Just moments ago, she had leaned closer to him, and now that Gu Lianghong has departed, she is quick to sever their connection, questioning his intentions as if he were not merely playing along with her charade. Unable to endure this indignation, he smiles subtly and states, "Martial sister, since we are already destined partners, I shall move in with you tonight." Luo Jiun is momentarily taken aback, her heart racing with unease. She had merely intended to use Chu Jianqiu as a shield, never truly contemplating the prospect of genuine partnership. His words leave her at a loss, and she stammers, "I am not quite accustomed to sharing my space. It would be best if you resided alone." With that, she hastily turns and flees. Chu Jianqiu can't help but shake his head, realizing that if not for his good-natured temperament, Luo Jiun's actions would merely serve to dig her own grave. Chu Jianqiu did not dwell on the matter for long, swiftly casting it aside. Just as he contemplated seeking a place to test the might of the Guanshi Bao and the Chuan Yun arrow, a head suddenly emerged from the grand hall of Zhuo Jianqiu. The head scanned its surroundings and, upon discovering that Luo Jiun and Gu Lianghong had departed, let out a sigh of relief before leaping out and running towards Chu Jianqiu. "Oh dear, little junior brother, it seems you have struck it rich," Zhuo Lianzhu exclaimed, circling around Chu Jianqiu, her eyes appraising his fully armed appearance. For the past few days, she had been confined to the fourth peak by Cui Yeyun, where aside from Luo Jiun and Chu Jianqiu, there were only a few miscellaneous disciples engaged in menial tasks. She found herself unable to find anyone to converse with, leading to a sense of profound boredom. Luo Jiun spent her days either cultivating in the grand hall or practicing swordplay on the training grounds, and her cool demeanor made it difficult for Zhuo Lianzhu to strike up a conversation. Meanwhile, Chu Jianqiu had been holed up in his room forging weapons, to the point where she felt drowsy just watching him. Moreover, during this period, the insufferable Tang Mingxin had also neglected to visit, exacerbating her sense of ennui to the brink of illness. Zhuo Lianzhu, however, paid no heed to her own cultivation. Had it not been for her master's relentless insistence on practice, she would hardly have devoted herself to it so diligently. To her, the most tedious and dreary pursuit in the world was cultivation. Now, as her foundation had yet to be restored, she saw this as an opportune moment to indulge in leisure. She had initially hoped to enjoy herself during this time, but being confined to the peak by her master was driving her to despair. Today, upon encountering Chu Jianqiu, it was a rare opportunity she could not let slip away. With a huff, Chu Jianqiu turned her back, unwilling to engage with her. Having been led into such a dire predicament, she had yet to settle the score with her. How could Chu Jianqiu possibly exhibit a pleasant demeanor upon seeing her? Zhuo Lianzhu stepped forward, clutching his arm, and pleaded, "Junior brother, please don't be this way. I realize my mistake and promise I shall not dare to do so again." Chu Jianqiu felt a softening in his heart, grumbling, "Should you ever repeat such behavior, I shall not show leniency." Zhuo Lianzhu eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Even if Chu Jianqiu were to give her a beating, it would matter little to her. Her greatest fear was that he would cease to pay her any attention henceforth. The sword platform of the fourth peak was established atop the Xian cliff, a vast expanse stretching hundreds of feet wide. Upon hearing that Chu Jianqiu intended to practice archery, Zhuo Lianzhu could hardly contain her excitement and eagerly volunteered to stand by the target to retrieve arrows. This startled Chu Jianqiu. He had never practiced archery before, and if she stood there, a stray shot could lead to serious consequences. Given Zhuo Lianzhu's current abilities, she was ill-equipped to withstand the full force of his arrow. He hastily pulled her away, exclaiming in exasperation, "Have you lost your mind these past few days?" Ever since she emerged from the News A secret realm, her intelligence seemed to have plummeted. Chu Jianqiu scrutinized her with suspicion, wondering if the use of secret techniques had somehow impaired her faculties. Though Zhuo Lianzhu had always enjoyed playful antics, she had never been foolish to such an extent before. Zhuo Lianzhu felt a tinge of guilt under his gaze, her eyes evasive, and her speech became somewhat disjointed. "What are you staring at?" This statement was decidedly uncharacteristic of Zhuo Lianzhu. Normally, if she were displeased, she would have retaliated with a punch or a firm grip, rather than engaging in such idle chatter. To his astonishment, Chu Jianqiu reached out to gently touch her forehead, and what surprised him even more was that Zhuo Lianzhu did not resist. She merely flinched slightly and allowed his hand to rest upon her smooth forehead, a hint of shyness washing over her features. Chu Jianqiu gazed at her in disbelief, exclaiming, "Second sister, has your mind gone astray?" Instantly incensed, Zhuo Lianzhu shot her head up, her anger palpable as she retorted, "It is your mind that has gone awry. Go away." With that, she pushed Chu Jianqiu aside and stormed off in a huff. Watching her retreating figure, Chu Jianqiu was left perplexed. Wondering what had come over her during this time, it was truly baffling. He shook his head and soon dismissed the matter. drawing his bow and releasing an arrow towards a target several hundred feet away. Chapter 156. The might of an arrow. Chu Jianqiu reached the summit. Gazing out over the undulating sea of clouds, for the first time, she experienced a bewildering sense of disorientation. Even she herself could not comprehend what was amiss. Whenever she saw Chu Jianqiu, her heart brimmed with joy, yet in his absence, her mind was consumed with his image. She had attempted to expel this figure from her thoughts, but found herself irresistibly drawn to him. Even Chu Jianqiu herself began to question the soundness of her mind, pondering the peculiarity of the situation. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as Chu Jianqiu unleashed an arrow that obliterated a colossal boulder hundreds of yards away. Although his accuracy was somewhat lacking on this first attempt, as the arrow did not strike the bullseye, it nonetheless landed firmly upon the stone. Despite the considerable distance, the force of the shot remained astonishingly formidable. Chu Jianqiu glanced at the now-dimmed artifact in his hand, astonished by the remarkable synergy between the Guanshi bow, the Chuanyun arrow, and the Wanxiang gloves, which collectively yielded such tremendous power. Yet, he was not entirely satisfied. His thoughts drifted to a specific thunder talisman contained within the Chaos Supreme Tower. If affixed to the Chuanyun arrow, it would undoubtedly amplify its potency significantly. Resolute, he hastily retrieved the arrow and retreated to his chamber to delve into his studies. The thunder talisman, a third-tier spiritual talisman, demanded an immense expenditure of true energy to forge. Given Chu Jianqiu's current cultivation level, creating a single thunder talisman would consume nearly 1/10 of his internal energy, resulting only in a low-grade talisman. To craft a superior talisman would be rather challenging at his present level of cultivation, unless he achieved a breakthrough. Otherwise, his realm would impose a considerable limitation on his talisman crafting abilities. Nevertheless, Chu Jianqiu did not feel rushed regarding his cultivation. He had already made sufficient progress in recent times, and pursuing speed for its own sake would yield little beauty. After consuming the Qi recovery pill, Chu Jianqiu waited until his internal energy was fully restored before stepping outside with the cloud-piercing arrow, which was affixed with a thunderbolt talisman. Upon reaching sea and cliff, an idea struck him. What if he were to enhance the power of this arrow with a strengthening talisman? Without hesitation, Chu Jianqiu retrieved a second-tier strengthening talisman of superior quality and affixed it to himself. He then drew his bow and nocked the arrow, aiming at a small hill several tens of feet high below the peak. With the assistance of the Wuxiang gloves and the strengthening talisman, Chu Jianqiu nearly drew the Guanshi bow to its full capacity. He unleashed the full potential of the artifact in his hand, channeling his internal energy like a relentless tide into the bow and arrow. The cloud-piercing arrow began to emanate a faint glow, ripples of energy undulating along its shaft. With a swift release, the arrow shot forth like a meteor, reaching the distant hill in an instant. The earth-shattering roar that followed was akin to the detonation of thousands of pounds of explosives as the towering hill crumbled under the arrow's might. Debris and dust erupted in all directions, resembling cannonballs fired into the air. The sheer power of the arrow was terrifying. Chu Jianqiu himself was taken aback by the astonishing force of his shot. Even a formidable expert of the ocean transformation realm would find it nearly impossible to withstand such a strike. Furthermore, the speed of the arrow was astonishingly swift. Once locked onto a target, only an exceptionally powerful practitioner of the ocean transformation realm could hope to evade it, for even the slightest miscalculation could lead to certain doom. This singular arrow amalgamated all of Chu Jianqiu's skills, harmonizing the stone-penetrating bow, the cloud-piercing arrow, and the universal gloves, 3 third-tier artifacts, with the power enhancement and thunderbolt talismans, resulting in an awe-inspiring shot. However, the release of this arrow exacted a tremendous toll on Chu Jianqiu. Not only was his entire vital energy depleted, but the skin on his hands was also torn, revealing stark, white bones beneath. The muscles in his arms ruptured, blood pouring profusely. Given his current cultivation level, simultaneously activating 3 third-tier artifacts was an arduous task. Even with an immense reservoir of vital energy, the strain was palpable. Furthermore, under such overwhelming power, his body could scarcely endure. His arms and hands were horrifically torn apart by the sheer force. Fortunately, his supreme martial physique endowed him with remarkable resilience. Otherwise, such terrifying might would likely have caused his arms to explode. As the arrow struck the mountainside, Chu Jianqiu felt the cloud-piercing arrow detonate under the influence of the thunderbolt talisman, rendering a third-tier inferior artifact utterly ruined. The commotion generated by Chu Jianqiu's shot was monumental, instantly rousing countless onlookers. Among them, Cui Yeyun soared forth from the grand hall atop the peak and landed beside Chu Jianqiu. Upon witnessing his pitiful state and glancing at the collapsed mountain several miles away, her expression turned grave as she inquired, Jianqiu, what transpired? What has happened? As she spoke, Cui Yeyun surveyed her surroundings, yet found no other souls present, deepening her bewilderment. Could it be that a formidable enemy has infiltrated the Xinjian sect? Cui Yeyun was acutely aware of the prowess of each member within the sect, apart from the 7 peak masters. It was nearly impossible to find anyone capable of inflicting such extensive devastation. Chu Jianqiu shook his head and, with a wry smile, remarked, "It's nothing. I merely misfired an arrow while practicing and accidentally brought down that mountain peak." Cui Yeyun was taken aback by this revelation. To casually mention that one had inadvertently toppled a mountain peak with a single arrow was astonishing. Did he comprehend the magnitude of such a feat? If she had been the one to cleave the mountain with her sword, it would not have raised an eyebrow. However, considering Chu Jianqiu's current cultivation level, it was an unfathomable accomplishment. Even a formidable expert at the sea transformation realm would find it challenging to demolish that peak, let alone someone of Chu Jianqiu's mere 6th stage of true Qi realm. Cui Yeyun couldn't help but reassess the nature of this peculiar individual she had taken under her wing, who consistently produced such extraordinary feats. Upon noticing several figures rapidly approaching from other peaks, she chose not to pursue the inquiry further. Instead, she cautioned Chu Jianqiu, "Do not mention that you were responsible for the mountain's collapse. This matter must remain undisclosed for the time being." Given Chu Jianqiu's already remarkable capabilities, revealing his involvement in such a significant incident could place him in a perilous situation. Following the incident with Luan Guanghui, Cui Yeyun's trust in the internal affairs of the Xinjian sect had waned. No one could ascertain how many spies from the Blood Fiend sect lurked within their ranks. The greater the potential displayed by Chu Jianqiu, the more the Bloodslaughter sect would likely go to any lengths to eliminate him. Chapter 157, A New Ace. Chu Jianqiu naturally understood the good intentions of Cui Yeyun. It was indeed a stroke of fortune that she could help him conceal his past. Zhuo Qiuwen, Li Yuanqing, and Tang Yushan soon arrived at Siyun Cliff. Zhuo Qiuwen glanced at the collapsed peak and inquired of Cui Yeyun, 4th junior sister, what has transpired? Cui Yeyun pointed at Chu Jianqiu and replied nonchalantly, "Nothing much. I was merely instructing him in sword techniques when, by accident, I caused that peak to topple. I apologize for disturbing you all." Upon seeing Chu Jianqiu, covered in blood and appearing pitiful, Zhuo Qiuwen could not help but advise, 4th junior sister, "Do not be too hard on junior nephew Chu. He has already performed admirably." Cui Yeyun replied coolly, "If one's cultivation is lacking, one should remain well within the peak. However, if one is inexperienced yet still seeks to show off, daring to venture into the New Zhe secret realm, I would not wish for him to fall victim to the disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect next time." Hearing Cui Yeyun's words, the others felt a measure of awkwardness. As during this expedition into the New Zhe secret realm, apart from Luo Zhiyun, who was in seclusion, the other 2 disciples of the 4th peak had entered the realm. In contrast, among the other peaks, only Tang Ningxin from the 7th peak had ventured inside, while the remaining 6 peaks had no direct disciples participating. Zhuo Qiuwen cleared his throat a couple of times and forced a smile, saying, "Since it is 4th junior sister teaching her disciple, we shall not intrude any further." With that, he cupped his hands and departed into the air. The peak masters from the other sects also took their leave. At this moment, Zhuo Lianzhu and Luo Zhiyun had already arrived upon hearing the commotion, while Luo Zhiyun seemed relatively indifferent. Zhuo Lianzhu was aware that Chu Jianqiu had been practicing archery just moments ago. Given her understanding of Chu Jianqiu, she surmised that the noise was most likely caused by him. Witnessing her master and Chu Jianqiu engaging in a playful ruse, a peculiar expression crept onto Zhuo Lianzhu's face. She had not anticipated her master possessing such a whimsical side. Since her master wished to keep this matter under wraps, Zhuo Lianzhu naturally refrained from exposing it. However, her heart was filled with curiosity about what Chu Jianqiu had done to create such a ruckus. After everyone had departed, Cui Yeyun turned to the 3 and said, "You must keep today's events a secret. Do not speak of it to anyone. Jianqiu, come with me." With that, she soared back to the grand hall at the peak. Chu Jianqiu had no choice but to follow. Upon their return to the grand hall, Cui Yeyun looked at Chu Jianqiu and inquired, "What exactly transpired? Please explain it to me in detail." Chu Jianqiu, not wishing to withhold the truth, recounted the events thoroughly. Through these experiences, he had come to realize that Cui Yeyun genuinely cared for him and was a trustworthy ally. Aside from the most critical secret of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's art, he felt no inclination to deliberately conceal other matters from her. Moreover, sharing certain information with Cui Yeyun would enable her to assist in obscuring his methods even more effectively. Chu Jianqiu accepted the stone bow and the piercing cloud arrow handed to her by Chu Jianqiu, meticulously examining the intricate runes engraved upon them. A surge of emotion welled up within her. Although her understanding of weapon forging and the art of runes was not particularly profound, her elevated level of cultivation allowed her to discern the extraordinary nature of these inscriptions with ease. While the stone bow and the piercing cloud arrow were crafted based on the essentials of weapon forging found in the Xinjiang sect's scripture repository, the runes inscribed upon them were evidently more arcane and profound, far surpassing those depicted in the aforementioned text. Despite both treasures being categorized as low-grade, third-tier artifacts, their might was incomparable to that of the stone bow and piercing cloud arrow described in the essentials of weapon forging. The synergy of these two artifacts, augmented by the wanshur gloves and enhanced by thunder and amplification talismans, resulted in an astonishing display of power unleashed in an instant. Chu Jianqiu's innovative approach to their usage was undeniably remarkable. Of course, the realization of this concept was also attributed to Chu Jianqiu's exceptional capabilities, profound knowledge of rune formations, and superior weapon forging skills. Should this set of artifact runes be disseminated within the Xinjiang sect, the sect's power would experience a tremendous leap forward. In future encounters with the Blood Fiend sect, disciples of the Xinjiang sect wielding such a set of artifact runes would find it remarkably effortless to eliminate their adversaries. Thus, the dynamics between the Xinjiang sect and the Bloodslaughter sect are bound to shift dramatically. Previously, disciples of the Xinjiang sect, despite being of the same realm, were no match for their counterparts from the Bloodslaughter sect. However, once the disciples of the Xinjiang sect are equipped with such a formidable set of magical treasures and runes, confronting Bloodslaughter sect disciples of equivalent rank will be a mere formality, and even conquering foes beyond their realm will not pose a significant challenge. Nonetheless, while this array of magical treasures and runes wields immense power, it also incurs substantial costs. Each arrow shot represents an expenditure equivalent to a low-grade, third-tier magical artifact paired with a third-tier rune. Even if the cloud-piercing arrow is appraised at the most economical rate for a low-grade third-tier artifact, its worth would still amount to 100,000 contribution points. Furthermore, the third-tier spirit rune, Thunderbolt rune, would be valued at a minimum of 20,000 contribution points. By this calculation, the release of a single arrow would consume a staggering total of 120,000 contribution points, a significant depletion indeed. Only a wealthy individual like Chu Jianqiu could afford such equipment. For other disciples, it would be inconceivable to expend such a vast sum of contribution points on these items. Once an arrow is loosed, all savings would vanish. Moreover, given that Chu Jianqiu's current strength is still lacking, Chu Jianqiu is reluctant to reveal this method prematurely. It would be wiser to unveil this strategy when Chu Jianqiu has matured to a level where he can safeguard himself. Upon returning to his dwelling, adorned in his magical gear, Chu Jianqiu contemplated how to transform these treasures into his ultimate weapon. Having uncovered such a potent instrument of destruction, he certainly would not let this opportunity slip away. If utilized effectively, it could serve as an extraordinarily powerful ace up his sleeve. Chu Jianqiu planned to forge a dozen or so cloud-piercing arrows, for these items were consumables. Each shot diminished their count. To utilize them as a decisive weapon, a substantial quantity was essential. Although a dozen cloud-piercing arrows held a value exceeding 1 million contribution points, the cost of crafting them himself would not reach such extravagant heights. Based on his production expenses, the cost to create a single cloud-piercing arrow was approximately 5,000 contribution points, amounting to a total of around 100,000 for 20 arrows. Despite having previously spent over 1 million contribution points at the Treasure Pavilion and the Scripture Pavilion, he still retained more than 100,000, making the expenditure trivial. Furthermore, he possessed 22nd-tier magical artifacts, which could also be exchanged for a considerable amount of contribution points. Chapter 158. Conflict carrying a large bundle. Chu Jianqiu packed the 22nd-tier magical artifacts and made his way to the Treasure Pavilion. Outside the pavilion, he spotted several familiar figures from a distance. Among them were the long-unseen Fu Lingxue, along with Wan Xiuying and Tan Yoxing, juxtaposed with Zhao Gaoqi and his entourage. Chu Jianqiu was not surprised to see Wan Xiuying alive. He had bestowed upon her numerous spiritual talismans during their parting at Qianlong Mountain, ensuring her safety unless faced with formidable foes like Lu Yiming. However, the fact that Zhao Gaoqi had also survived left him somewhat astonished, especially considering that even Yin Junbai had perished within the New Zhe secret realm, yet Zhao had emerged unscathed. Beside Zhao Gaoqi stood a group of followers, along with a powerful figure at the Sea Transformation realm. Under the immense pressure, Fu Lingxue remained resolute, her delicate face reflecting unwavering defiance. Zhao Gaoqi coldly mocked. It is a tremendous fortune for you that young Master Ling Xiao has taken an interest in you and wishes for you to serve as a maid. Even our vice president has come personally to extend the invitation, affording you great honor. Do not be so ungrateful. Zhao Gaoqi, you must not overstep, Wan Xiaoying interjected. Despite her grievous injuries and the blood staining her garments, she remained determined to thwart Zhao Gaoqi's advance. Fu Lingxue is under the protection of junior brother Chu Jianqiu. Consider the consequences of your actions carefully. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gaoqi's expression shifted dramatically. He had witnessed Chu Jianqiu's formidable prowess firsthand, and the revelation that Fu Lingxue was associated with him caused him to waver. What is Chu Jianqiu compared to our esteemed president? He scoffed, his brow furrowing as he let out a dismissive snort. He had heard of Chu Jianqiu's exploits within the New Zeal secret realm, yet he remained skeptical, feeling that the accounts were somewhat exaggerated. After all, a mere group of true qi cultivators could only stir so much commotion. Wu Xingxiu, if Fu Lingxue is unwilling, why must you press the issue? Brother Feng already has more than enough maids. Why concern yourselves with just one? Tan Yoxin chimed in, supporting Fu Lingxue's stance. Regarding the members of Lingxiao society, Tan Yoxin was reluctant to offend them excessively, for the society's background was profoundly intricate. Even though she was a significant member of the Baifeng society, should she provoke Lingxiao society to the extreme? It was unlikely that Baifeng society would intervene on her behalf, leaving her own safety in jeopardy. At that moment, the young Wu Xingxiu from the Huahai realm cast a cold glance at Tan Yoxin and icily remarked, when has it ever been the prerogative of Baifeng society to meddle in the affairs of Lingxiao society? Were it not for the favor we hold for young Baifeng and junior brother Yan, our president would have taken a keen interest in you, Tan Shimi. Alas, with junior brother Yan's demise in the New Zhe secret realm, perhaps our president will reconsider your worth. Of course, given your cultivation and talents, it is unlikely that you would merely serve as a maid. Upon hearing this, Tan Yoxin felt a chill in her heart, her face paling. If Feng Lingxiao truly set his sights on her, it would spell immense trouble. Should Baifeng society choose not to support her, she would surely find herself ensnared by Feng Lingxiao's grasp. Wu Xingxiu, dismissing her, waved his hand and commanded, take her away. At his order, the attendants surrounding him advanced to seize Fu Lingxue. However, Fu Lingxue showed no intention of surrendering quietly. With a swift motion, she drew her longsword, determined to end her own life rather than succumb to such humiliation. No one anticipated that this seemingly delicate young woman would possess such fierce resolve. The incident unfolded so suddenly that they could only watch in horror as the blade aimed for her alabaster neck, unable to intervene in time. However, the longsword ultimately did not descend upon that snow-white, slender neck. Fu Lingxue's hand, which wielded the sword, was firmly grasped by a powerful hand, rendering her utterly immobile. At that moment, a gentle voice echoed in her ear. What troubles you so deeply? I am here for you. Upon hearing this voice, Fu Lingxue's entire being trembled, and she turned to see a long-lost, kind visage. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Unable to contain herself any longer, she plunged into Chu Jianqiu's embrace. Holding him tightly, Chu Jianqiu felt a wave of helplessness. His reluctance to meet Fu Lingxue stemmed from her overt affections towards him, which he did not wish to be distracted by. He had believed that under the protection of his identity, Fu Lingxue would remain safe from unforeseen events. Yet he had not anticipated that someone would still plot against her. What kind of fool dares to meddle in the affairs of our Lingxiao society? Dispose of him. Wu Xingxiu's eyes glinted with a cold light as he spoke. Though infuriated by Chu Jianqiu's actions, he still dared not order the assassination of Chu Jianqiu in broad daylight. No matter how chaotic their disputes became, as long as no lives were lost, the Lingxiao society had ways to cover it up. However, should a life be taken, the nature of the situation would change entirely. Although they had engaged in unsavory deeds in the shadows, those occurrences could be made to appear as unfortunate accidents. Yet, in plain sight, to murder openly, regardless of the formidable background of the Lingxiao society, they had not yet become so arrogant as to act in such a manner. However, to dispose of a person is considerably easier. The senior executives above are unlikely to pursue matters concerning a mere waste at the 6th level of true qi, especially when it pertains to their Lingxiao society. Even the members of the Law Hall would grant the Lingxiao society some leniency. Given that President Feng Lingxiao shares a cordial relationship with the Hall Master, Si Fingpa. Upon hearing this, the two attendants immediately moved to confront Chu Jianqiu. Both were practitioners at the 9th level of true qi, and with their combined strength, subduing Chu Jianqiu should have been effortless. However, this was merely the perspective of Wu Xingxiu and those who had yet to witness Chu Jianqiu's prowess. Individuals such as Wan Xiaoying, Tang Youxin, and Zhao Gaoqi, who had observed Chu Jianqiu's capabilities firsthand, could already foresee the fate that awaited the two disciples. With one arm around Fu Lingxue and a gentle wave of his other hand, the two disciples at the 9th level of true Qi were sent flying as if they were mere straw, utterly defenseless. Witnessing this, Wu Xingxiu was taken aback, his expression grave as he inquired, "Who exactly are you?" At this moment, he had begun to suspect the identity of the young man before him, for within the Xianjian sect, only the widely spoken of Chu Jianqiu could so effortlessly transcend levels to defeat his foes. Initially dismissive of the extraordinary rumors circulating about him, Wu Xingxiu now recognized that Chu Jianqiu's strength far exceeded even the most fantastical tales. Chapter 159. The handmaiden Chu Jianqiu replied indifferently, "Return and inform Feng Lingxiao that I shall remember this debt and will seek repayment when I am inclined." "You are Chu Jianqiu?" Wu Xingxiu asked, his countenance darkening. "Leave." Chu Jianqiu retorted sharply, refusing to engage further in dialogue. To converse with such an individual was, to Chu Jianqiu, a degradation of his dignity. In an instant, Wu Xingxiu was engulfed by fury, nearly losing control and resorting to violence against Chu Jianqiu. However, after considerable deliberation, he ultimately restrained himself. After all, Chu Jianqiu was no ordinary disciple. He was a direct disciple of the Fourth Peak. Should he injure him today, given the Fourth Peak's protective nature, Wu Xingxiu's fate would undoubtedly be dire. Moreover, judging by the prowess Chu Jianqiu had just displayed, it was uncertain whether Wu Xingxiu could prevail in a confrontation. Recognizing that with Chu Jianqiu present, their plans would come to naught, Wu Xingxiu darkly commanded his entourage, "Leave," and they retreated in disgrace. Zhao Gaoqi had kept his head bowed throughout, not daring to utter a word since Chu Jianqiu's arrival. Only when Wu Xingxiu ordered the retreat did he finally exhale in relief. Following the events in the Nuzhe secret realm, Zhao Gaoqi's dread of Chu Jianqiu had penetrated to the marrow of his bones. Despite Chu Jianqiu's seemingly harmless demeanor, he showed no mercy when provoked. Countless disciples of the Blood Fiend sect had perished at his hands within the Nuzhe secret realm. Once Wu Xingxiu and his companions had departed, Fu Lingxue became aware of her surroundings, recalling her earlier actions. Her face flushed crimson under the teasing gazes of those around her, prompting her to hastily extricate herself from Chu Jianqiu's embrace. Chu Jianqiu exchanged pleasantries with the others. Following this incident, he resolved to have Fu Lingxue reside at the Fourth Peak to prevent a recurrence of such events. However, he found himself quite perplexed regarding the justification for her stay at the Fourth Peak. In regard to the 7 peaks of Xianjian, those permitted to reside there, aside from the direct disciples, are either miscellaneous disciples or the attendants of the direct disciples. However, the activities of the miscellaneous disciples on the 7 peaks are subject to exceedingly stringent restrictions, and their status is profoundly low. Naturally, Chu Jianqiu could not allow Fu Lingxue to reside on the 4th peak as a miscellaneous disciple. Given Fu Lingxue's aptitude and cultivation, it is also improbable that Cui Yeyun would accept her as a direct disciple. Perhaps only when Fu Lingxue attains the status of a Huahai realm warrior might that possibility arise. Moreover, Chu Jianqiu was reluctant to trouble Cui Yeyun with his personal affairs. Thus, for Fu Lingxue to live on the 4th peak, it seemed that her only recourse would be to become his maid. The thought of this made Chu Jianqiu's head throb. If he were to share this notion with Fu Lingxue, he was uncertain what misunderstandings might ensue. Furthermore, managing Zuiqiu Lianhe's involvement in this matter would also prove to be a considerable hassle. After much contemplation, Chu Jianqiu ultimately resolved to take a step forward and directly convey his thoughts to Fu Lingxue. Upon hearing his words, Fu Lingxue's eyes brimmed with incredulity. She could hardly fathom that such a day would come for her. She had long harbored feelings for Chu Jianqiu, but the disparity in their aptitude, status, and cultivation had rendered her aspirations mere fantasies, devoid of any hope for realization. Yet, unexpectedly, the events unfolding today had bestowed upon her an unforeseen fortune, allowing her to finally fulfill her heart's desire. If she could remain by Chu Jianqiu's side, she would care little for the implications of her status. Upon encountering her, Chu Jianqiu remained in a state of astonishment for a considerable duration. Assuming that Fu Lingxue was reluctant to accept the role of a maid, he remarked, "If you are unwilling, then let it be. I shall contemplate other alternatives." Fu Lingxue, eager and resolute, promptly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "I am willing. I am willing." Such an opportunity was one she fervently desired, and she would never refuse it. Tang Youxin and Wan Xiuying, observing this exchange from the sidelines, could not help but exhibit expressions of envy. If only Chu Jianqiu would consider them as maids, they would unhesitatingly accept the offer. Unlike Feng Lingxiao, who regarded his maids merely as playthings, failing to acknowledge their humanity. Chu Jianqiu was a man of integrity and loyalty, a quality they had come to recognize through their shared experiences of life and death with him. His conduct within the Nuze secret realm had revealed him to be a person of deep affection and unwavering commitment, worthy of entrusting one's very existence. As for the possibility of being subjected to Chu Jianqiu's advances after becoming his maid, such concerns never crossed their minds. Not only was Chu Jianqiu devoid of lecherous inclinations, but even if he were to desire them, they would willingly offer themselves. To surrender their bodies to such a man was a choice they would embrace with joy. Alas, despite their yearning, Chu Jianqiu would not entertain such notions. Even in the presence of breathtaking beauties like Zuo Lianzis on the fourth peak, he remained unmoved, let alone with women of lesser standing. Chu Jianqiu glanced at the crowd, contemplated for a moment, and then unburdened himself of the large package on his back. He opened it and retrieved 3 magical artifacts. Handing the remainder to Tan Yoxin and Wan Xiaoying, he said, "Ladies, I have duly noted your assistance to Junior Sister Fu today. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to visit me at the fourth peak. These artifacts are a small token of my appreciation." Tan Yoxin and Wan Xiaoying were taken aback by the sight of the splendid treasures within the large sack. To their astonishment, most of these artifacts were of the second-tier premium grade, while the others were of the second-tier upper grade. Tan Yoxin had expended countless savings to procure a single second-tier premium artifact, and Wan Xiaoying was currently using only a second-tier middle-grade artifact, scarcely daring to hope for even a second-tier upper-grade one, let alone these second-tier premium treasures. "Are these truly for us?" Tan Yoxin asked, swallowing hard in disbelief. Chu Jianqiu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, consider this a small gift from Junior Sister Fu on my behalf." Though Tan Yoxin was covetous of these artifacts, she ultimately shook her head repeatedly, saying, "These gifts are far too extravagant. Junior Brother Chu, please take them back. Besides, we hardly contributed much." With a smile, Chu Jianqiu replied, "Sister Tan, are you implying that my gift is too meager for your esteemed selves? It seems my sincerity is insufficient, and I shall have to ponder how to enhance it." Hearing this, Tan Yoxin couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Since Chu Jianqiu had already expressed himself so earnestly, she felt compelled to accept this valuable offering alongside Wan Xiaoying. With this plethora of precious treasures in her possession, it is evident that her status within the Baifeng society will significantly elevate, and the society's president, Yang Baifeng, will further safeguard her interests. Following this event, Tan Yoxin also introduced Wan Xiaoying into the Baifeng society, ensuring mutual support between them. In Chapter 160, The Trap, Chu Jianqiu utilized a substantial amount of contribution points to exchange for a myriad of invaluable spiritual ores and talisman-making materials from the treasure pavilion, all essential for crafting the penetrating cloud arrows and thunderbolt talismans. Once he had procured these materials, Chu Jianqiu returned to his residence with Fu Lingxue, allowing her to tidy up before they both headed back to the fourth peak. Standing atop the grand hall's roof, Zuo Lianzhou spotted Chu Jianqiu's return from a distance, her heart swelling with joy. However, her expression swiftly hardened upon noticing the young lady accompanying him. As Chu Jianqiu led the girl to the front of the grand hall, Zuo Lianzhou leaped down from the roof, pointing at Fu Lingxue and demanding, "Junior brother, what is the meaning of this?" Chu Jianqiu cautiously smiled, replying, "This is my maid." Upon hearing this, Zuo Lianzhou was instantly filled with rage, pointing an accusing finger at Chu Jianqiu and exclaiming, "Chu Jianqiu, how dare you? Just as you have acquired a senior sister, you brazenly dally with others." Noticing the fury etched on her face, Chu Jianqiu realized she was genuinely incensed and hastily clarified, "Second senior sister, please do not misunderstand. Allow me to explain the situation." He then recounted the entire sequence of events. Although Zuo Lianzhou's expression softened after listening, the anger did not dissipate entirely as she cast a discontented glance at the timid Fu Lingxue standing beside him. Although she felt a considerable sympathy for Fu Lingxue's plight, and would certainly not stand idly by if she were to encounter such circumstances, the mere thought of Fu Lingxue spending her days and nights alongside Chu Jianqiu filled Zuo Lianzis with profound displeasure. Chu Jianqiu, equally bewildered, had anticipated that Zuo Lianzis might be upset, yet her reaction seemed rather exaggerated. Zuo Lianzis glanced at Fu Lingxue and suddenly had a spark of inspiration. She seized Fu Lingxue's hand and declared to Chu Jianqiu, "Since you wish for her to reside on our peak, let her serve as my maid." Fu Lingxue looked between Zuo Lianzis and Chu Jianqiu, her expression revealing her inner turmoil. She was unfamiliar with Zhuqiu Lianzis and had no idea whether she would be amiable or deliberately make things difficult for her. At that moment, Luo Zhiyun, having overheard the commotion, stepped out of the grand hall. She surveyed Chu Jianqiu and the others with a frown and inquired, "What are you arguing about?" Upon seeing Luo Zhiyun, Zhuqiu Lianzis' indignation swelled. She pointed at Chu Jianqiu and said, "Senior sister, your timing is impeccable. This fellow, even with you, remains unsatisfied. He has ventured outside to flirt and has brought someone to our peak." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhiyun felt a twinge of discomfort. Although she merely pretended to refer to Chu Jianqiu as her partner, witnessing him with another woman irked her. With a cold snort, she retorted, "I had thought you were different from other men, but it seems you are all cut from the same cloth." With that, she waved her sleeve and returned indoors. Chu Jianqiu was momentarily at a loss for words. He chose to cease his arguments and simply took Fu Lingshue's hand, leading her back into his grand hall. Zhuqiu Lian's bamboo was taken aback, exclaiming, "What are you doing? That is your room." With an impassive expression, Chu Jianqiu replied, "Since you have said so, where else would she stay if not in my room?" With that, he disregarded Zhuqiu Lian's bamboo's protests and ushered Fu Lingxue into the hall. Witnessing this scene, Zhuqiu Lian's bamboo was filled with a mix of anger and urgency. She stomped her feet in frustration, bit her lip, and stormed back to her own room, slamming the door with a resounding thud. As Fu Lingxue was pulled into the room by Chu Jianqiu, a wave of panic washed over her, her heart racing like a startled deer. Chu Jianqiu led her into the hall and opened the door to one of the rooms, stating, "From now on, you shall reside here, while I will occupy the room on the other side. Should anything arise, you may come to me at any time." Having said this, he turned and walked away, leaving her in a state of confusion. The vast hall separated their rooms, ensuring that even though they were under the same roof, their interactions would not disturb one another significantly. Fu Lingxue was bracing herself for any forthcoming intimate gestures from Chu Jianqiu, but was taken aback when he simply walked away. A sigh of relief escaped her, yet it was swiftly followed by a wave of disappointment. Once Chu Jianqiu returned to his room, he pondered the events of the day and quickly discerned the peculiarities of the situation. Upon returning to the peak and observing the reactions of Zhuqiu Lian's bamboo and Luo Zhiyun, he had already sensed that something was amiss. Although Fu Lingxue possesses a striking beauty, she does not quite reach the level of captivating allure seen in the likes of Luo Zhiyun and Zhuqiu Lianzhu, the truly extraordinary beauties. Moreover, Fu Lingxue's talents and cultivation are not particularly remarkable. From any perspective, she should not have captured Feng Lingxiao's attention. The timing of the Lingxiao Society's approach, precisely when she was descending the fourth peak, seems too fortuitous, suggesting a deliberate intention to have her accompany him. This moment coincides almost perfectly with Luo Zhiyun's recent declaration of their partnership. If it were true that he had indeed become Luo Zhiyun's companion, returning with a maid so soon would undoubtedly provoke her ire and exacerbate the discord between them. The ulterior motives behind this scheme are glaringly apparent. A concerted effort has been made to sow discord between himself and Luo Zhiyun. Among the members of the Xinjian sect who harbor ill intentions towards Luo Zhiyun, the most prominent is none other than Gu Lianghong, the direct disciple of the first peak. When he left the fourth peak in frustration that day, Chu Jianqiu sensed he would not relent easily, and it is shocking that he has already resorted to such despicable tactics. Had he not arrived in time that day, Fu Lingxue would likely have fallen into Feng Lingxiao's clutches. Should Fu Lingxue suffer at Feng Lingxiao's hands, his nature would compel him to pursue a bitter vendetta against him. Thus, regardless of the outcome, this situation would be profoundly distasteful to him. The coldness in Chu Jianqiu's gaze betrayed his displeasure. How dare Gu Lianghong commit such an act against him? He must pay the price for his actions. If Gu Lianghong's hostility were solely directed at him, Chu Jianqiu would begrudgingly accept it, recognizing that his own conduct regarding Luo Zhiyun was not without fault. However, if their personal grievances began to affect the innocent, that was something Chu Jianqiu could not abide. A cold smile played on his lips as he thought of Gu Lianghong's futile efforts, which would ultimately yield nothing but disappointment. For his relationship with Luo Zhiyun was merely a fade, a pretense rather than a true bond. The connection with Fu Lingxue would not be influenced by this charade. Chapter 161. Forging spatial artifacts. Quickly dismissing these chaotic thoughts, Chu Jianqiu immersed himself in the refining chamber, focusing intently on crafting the cloud-piercing arrow. In the opulent mansion of the inner sect subsidiary, Wu Xingxiu and Zhao Gaoqi stood with bowed heads, avoiding eye contact as they reported the situation. The young man before them was none other than the renowned Feng Lingxiao of the inner sect. Upon hearing Wu Xingxiu's report, Feng Lingxiao brusquely pushed aside the beautiful young woman who had been leaning against him, his brow furrowing as he inquired, "What did you say? That young woman is connected to Chu Jianqiu?" Wu Xingxiu kept his gaze lowered, affirming, "Yes." Feng Lingxiao pondered for a moment before a cold smile crept across his face. Gu Lianhong is indeed cunning, but am I, Feng Lingxiao, so easily manipulated? Upon learning of the connection between Fu Lingxue and Chu Jianqiu, Feng Lingxiao swiftly grasped Gu Lianhong's intentions, relieved that Fu Lingxue had not encountered any misfortune. If Fu Lingxue were to arrive here and succumb to humiliation to the point of death, it would indeed pose a significant dilemma for him. Despite his formidable cultivation, he harbored a profound apprehension towards Chu Jianqiu, particularly regarding the fourth peak that stood behind him. This assembly of individuals was akin to a cadre of lunatics. Indifferent to his background, should they take offense, he would likely find himself cleaved by their sword without hesitation. Prior to his arrival at the Xinjian sect, the ancestral elders of his clan had issued a stern warning. Within the confines of the Xinjian sect, he could disregard all, but the fourth peak must never be provoked. For if he were to incur their wrath, even the might of his clan's elders would be unable to salvage his life posthumously. While Feng Lingxiao's conduct within the Xinjian sect may appear brazen, he still adhered to certain boundaries. Although he had coerced numerous young women of the sect into servitude for his own amusement, these individuals were not among the most gifted. He also refrained from encroaching upon those favored by other factions within the Xinjian sect, showing them a modicum of respect. As for the denizens of the fourth peak, he would do his utmost to avoid any entanglement with them. He was acutely aware that Cui Yeyun had harbored a disdain for him for quite some time. Had it not been for the substantial power of his clan, she would have likely struck him down with a sword long ago. Not wishing to embroil the Xinjian sect in significant turmoil, should he further provoke the fourth peak, the cataclysmic sword energy could descend upon his residence at any moment. Feng Lingxiao instructed Wu Xingxiu and the others, "Henceforth, let us refrain from antagonizing the members of the Baifeng Society. Inform Gao Lianghong that he owes me, Feng Lingxiao, a debt. He should sensibly seek out several beauties to compensate me. Otherwise, when I make the effort to confront him for the debt, it will no longer be so inexpensive." Wu Xingxiu and others obediently acknowledged this, and then took their leave, never daring to lift their gaze at the enchanting scenery within the room, for the last individual who had done so had met a fate most dire. Within the grand hall of Zuoqiu Lianju, the door, which had just recently been closed, was opened once more. Zuoqiu Lianju peered out cautiously and stealthily made her way to the hall of Chu Jianqiu, discreetly slipping inside through the door. She tiptoed around the grand hall and eventually spotted Fu Lingxiu tidying up in a room. This room was situated a considerable distance from Chu Jianqiu's chamber. Allowing Zuoqiu Lianju to breathe a sigh of relief, it appeared her worries were unfounded, as she had feared Chu Jianqiu was engaging in illicit activities with Fu Lingxiu. Upon seeing Zuoqiu Lianju outside the room, Fu Lingxiu halted her actions and timidly called out, "Senior sisters Zuoqiu." A measure of trepidation lingered in Fu Lingxiu's heart, for Zuoqiu Lianju was well known, and the overt hostility she had just displayed left Fu Lingxiu uncertain of what Zuoqiu Lianju intended to do. Zuoqiu Lianju let out a cold snort, her exquisitely formed chin raised in disdain, and she sauntered away. Even if she felt discontent, her ire would be directed solely at Chu Jianqiu, rather than venting her frustrations upon this humble maidservant. Upon witnessing Zuoqiu Lianju depart, Fu Lingxiu couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief, surveying her new abode with considerable satisfaction. After bringing Fu Lingxiu back, Chu Jianqiu had not paid her any further attention, immersing himself in the crafting of the cloud-piercing arrow. He held no concerns regarding whether Fu Lingxiu might encounter difficulties from Zuoqiu Lianju or Luo Zhiyun. Given Zuoqiu Lianju's temperament, even if she harbored resentment, it would be directed solely at him, and she would never trouble Fu Lingxiu. As for Luo Zhiyun, she was far too preoccupied to engage in such trivialities. Chu Jianqiu had developed a profound understanding of the conduct of those at the fourth peak. While they might occasionally exhibit a lack of reason, their actions were invariably characterized by integrity and transparency, eschewing any underhanded tactics. This was precisely why Chu Jianqiu held a deep fondness for the fourth peak, where the people and affairs lacked the convoluted intricacies and sinister machinations found elsewhere. Here, there was only openness, candor, and sincerity. Once he had completed the crafting of the cloud-piercing arrow and the thunderbolt talisman, he began the arduous process of forging a spatial artifact. The spatial artifact was renowned as the most challenging of all to create. Despite having a profound comprehension of the spatial runes and considerable practice with numerous third-tier artifacts, he faced 3 initial failures. Fortunately, the piece of Shumi stone gifted by Shui Yin was sufficiently large, allowing for ample material even after 3 unsuccessful attempts. On the 4th attempt, Chu Jianqiu finally succeeded in forging the spatial artifact. It took the form of a belt, with an interior space measuring 10 zhang square, more than ample for everyday storage needs. Moreover, Chu Jianqiu merely employed this spatial artifact to conceal the existence of the Chaos Supreme Tower, as all significant items were still stored within the tower. The crafting of this spatial belt consumed only a minimal portion of the Shumi stone, and it was estimated that the remaining Shumi stone could be used to forge a dozen additional spatial artifacts. After contemplating, Chu Jianqiu decided to transform all the remaining Shumi stone into spatial artifacts. These artifacts took various forms, including rings, jade bracelets, and jade pendants, each crafted according to his whims. However, considering the convenience of transport, Chu Jianqiu predominantly fashioned spatial rings and jade bracelets. Due to her pique, Zuoqiu Lianzhu had refrained from visiting Chu Jianqiu for quite some time. Yet, upon noticing that he had not emerged for an entire month, she found herself feeling a mix of concern and longing. One day, while Zuoqiu Lianzhu was again wandering outside the grand hall of Chu Jianqiu, she observed the doors suddenly swing open. Her heart leaped with joy, but upon seeing Chu Jianqiu step forth, she huffed and turned away. "Second sister, wait a moment." Chu Jianqiu called out to Zuoqiu Lianzhu. "What is it?" Zuoqiu Lianzhu halted, turning around with an irritated expression. Chu Jianqiu presented her with a jade bracelet, saying, "This is for you." Instantly, Zuoqiu Lianzhu's spirits lifted. She thought that Chu Jianqiu had finally come to his senses and understood her feelings. While a jade bracelet may not be a grand treasure, its significance was profound. Zuoqiu Lianzhu accepted the jade bracelet. Although her heart brimmed with joy, she maintained a facade of indifference, coldly remarking, "Do you think I can be easily satisfied with just a jade bracelet?" Chu Jianqiu responded with a faint smile, "Sister, you must see clearly. This is no ordinary jade bracelet, but a spatial treasure." Upon hearing this, Zuoqiu Lianzhu was taken aback. She channeled her vital energy into the bracelet and, to her astonishment, discovered a vast interior space, one that could rival the grandeur of her own residence. She qickly returned the bracelet, stating, "This is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Zuoqiu Lianzhu was acutely aware of the rarity of spatial treasures. The entire Deqian dynasty could scarcely yield a handful of such artifacts. Within the expansive Xianjian sect, only her father, Zuoqiu I, possessed a spatial treasure, which had been obtained by the sect's founder through fortuitous circumstances. Moreover, the space within her father's treasure was but 10 feet square, a mere fraction of what this jade bracelet offered. Though Zuoqiu Lianzhu was unaware of the origins of this spatial treasure, she fully comprehended its immense value. The weight of this gift felt too burdensome, and she was reluctant to accept such a lavish offering from Chu Jianqiu. However, he gently intercepted the bracelet she attempted to return, smiling as he said, "Sister, please do not worry. You may accept it without reservation. I possess more than just this single spatial treasure. I have prepared one for both master and senior sister as well." With that, he retrieved 2 more jade bracelets from his robe. Zuoqiu Lianzhu was truly astonished, left speechless by Chu Jianqiu. The invaluable spatial treasures appeared to him as mere trinkets, easily produced at will. Unable to contain her curiosity, Zuoqiu Lianzhu finally inquired, "From where did you acquire these spatial treasures?" With an enigmatic smile, Chu Jianqiu leaned toward her ear and whispered, "I found them." Seeing his earnest demeanor, Lianzhu was poised to absorb this astonishing secret, only to be met with such a nonchalant response. Frustration surged within her, prompting her to deliver a punch to Chu Jianqiu. However, given his current cultivation level and the luxurious golden robe he donned, her blow was akin to a mere tickle. Ultimately, Lianzhu accepted the jade bracelet from Chu Jianqiu, as he possessed in abundance, considering it a token of filial respect for her as a senior sister. Yet, the joy she anticipated from receiving this spatial treasure was fleeting. She had hoped that Chu Jianqiu had finally acknowledged her feelings, presenting her with this bracelet, only to discover it was merely a gift prepared for everyone at the 4th peak. Lianzhu did not resent Chu Jianqiu for bestowing gifts upon her master and senior sister. On the contrary, she wished for them to share in the fortune of these precious treasures. What remained unclear to her was whether Chu Jianqiu genuinely remained oblivious to her affections or was willfully blind to them, feigning ignorance. Watching his retreating figure, Lianzhu felt a wave of bittersweet emotions wash over her. Upon receiving the jade bracelet presented by Chu Jianqiu, Luo Zhiyun found herself at a loss. Her composure momentarily shattered as she stammered, "Junior brother, this." She had merely intended to use Chu Jianqiu as a shield, never truly contemplating the prospect of becoming his partner. If he were to take her seriously, it would indeed pose a dilemma. Sensing her misunderstanding, Chu Jianqiu replied with a calm demeanor, "This is a spatial artifact. I have prepared one for both our master and second senior sister as well. It is not solely intended for you." At his words, Luo Zhiyun exhaled in relief, yet her astonishment only deepened. Where had Chu Jianqiu acquired such a precious treasure? After departing from Luo Zhiyun's palace, Chu Jianqiu made his way to Cui Yeyun's grand hall, where he presented another jade bracelet. Although Cui Yeyun had grown accustomed to the surprises her disciple frequently brought, she could not help but be taken aback upon receiving this spatial artifact. Such treasures were coveted by every martial artist, and Cui Yeyun was no exception. She had longed for a spatial artifact, yet these items were elusive, and even when found, their prices were astronomical, often beyond reach. As Cui Yeyun accepted the jade bracelet from Chu Jianqiu, a sense of guilt washed over her. "Disciple, if you have any requests or find yourself in difficult circumstances, do not hesitate to tell me. I shall certainly find a way to assist you." She felt increasingly indebted to Chu Jianqiu, realizing that since taking him as her disciple, she had contributed little to his growth, while he had made significant contributions to the fourth peak time and again. Upon hearing this, Chu Jianqiu was suddenly stirred, recalling that Fu Lingxue was currently practicing a rather elementary technique from the Xinjian sect. Why not seize this opportunity to request the advanced water moon flowing frost technique from the fourth peak for her? With this thought in mind, he recounted Fu Lingxue's circumstances to Cui Yeyun. "I have already imparted the water moon flowing frost technique to you. Henceforth, you may make such decisions independently, without consulting me." Cui Yeyun readily agreed, pausing for a moment before a playful smile graced her lips. "Have you recruited Fu Lingxue as your maid? Does your second senior sister have no objections?" At her words, Chu Jianqiu couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment, offering an awkward smile. "My second senior sister is quite reasonable." Although he voiced this, a sense of worry lingered in his heart. Zuoqiu Lian's had been sulking over this matter until now. Cui Yeyun, observing his demeanor with a knowing smile, chose not to press him further. No one understood Zuoqiu Lianju's temperament better than she did, having raised her single-handedly. She was well aware of Lianju's sentiments. However, she preferred not to meddle excessively in the emotional entanglements between the two. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. The eventual outcome would depend solely on the fate woven between them. Upon returning to his residence, Chu Jianqiu imparted the water moon flowing frost technique to Fu Lingxue. Her cultivation speed was already commendable. In just over a year, she advanced from the first to the third level of the true Qi realm. With the advanced technique of the water moon frost flow, and with his assistance, Fu Lingxue's cultivation would not fall short of those so-called prodigies. Chapter 163. Returned to hometown, Chu Jianqiu gazed at Fu Lingxue, and it reminded him of his maid, Ru Hua. At that time, due to the uncertainty surrounding the Xinjian sect, he had not brought Ru Hua with him, instead leaving her in the Chu family home in Tianshui City. However, now that Chu Jianqiu had firmly established himself in the Xinjian sect, although he could not yet compare to the top-tier powers in terms of cultivation, no one within the sect dared to challenge him. As long as Ru Hua resided on the fourth peak, her safety was assured. Ru Hua had served Chu Jianqiu since childhood, and the bond he shared with her was irreplaceable. Now that he had settled down, he naturally wished to fulfill his promise and bring her by his side. "Junior sister Fu, in a few days, I will return home. Would you care to join me?" Fu Lingxue, hailing from Tianshui City like himself, was welcomed in his invitation. Returning to Tianshui City, Fu Lingxue exclaimed in surprise. Having been away for so long, she harbored deep feelings of longing for her parents. However, the journey from the Xinjian sect to Tianshui City was long, and she could not afford to rent a cloud boat from the sect. Despite her yearning, she had no choice but to endure it in silence. Thus, upon hearing that Chu Jianqiu intended to return, her heart swelled with joy. Chu Jianqiu nodded, affirming, "Yes, to Tianshui City. Young master, you are truly too kind." Upon receiving the joyful embrace from Fu Lingxue, who could not help but plant a kiss upon his cheek, Chu Jianqiu smiled warmly and replied, "I shall prepare for our departure." With that, she turned and left, her heart light with elation. After becoming Chu Jianqiu's maid, Fu Lingxue had altered her address for him, her demeanor now imbued with a greater intimacy. Through their time spent together, Fu Lingxue had come to understand Chu Jianqiu's character well. Though he was not one to easily fall for someone, his nature was remarkably affable, and he found it hard to refuse her modest displays of affection. Fu Lingxue did not harbor aspirations of becoming Chu Jianqiu's beloved. She was simply content to remain by his side. Chu Jianqiu shook his head in resignation, fully aware of Fu Lingxue's fondness for him. However, his feelings towards her were akin to those one might have for a younger sister, devoid of romantic inclination, which naturally prevented any further development of their relationship. Yet, he could not bring himself to reject her affectionate gestures, fearing it might cause her distress, and thus he permitted her to express her feelings. After making the necessary preparations, he informed Chu Jianqiu of their departure and set off down the mountain with Fu Lingxue. Meanwhile, Zuoqiu Lianzhe, upon hearing of Chu Jianqiu's descent, wished to accompany them, but was restrained by Chu Jianqiu on the peak, aware that she could not leave the fourth peak without restoring her foundation and cultivation. Zuoqiu Lianzhe felt a surge of frustration and resentment as she watched Chu Jianqiu and Fu Lingxue depart, while she remained confined to the summit. However, after Chu Jianqiu's departure, she began to immerse herself in her cultivation, striving to restore her foundation and abilities swiftly, lest she encounter a similar predicament again. Upon returning to Tianshui County, Chu Jianqiu opted not to travel by cloud boat. Although Tianshui County falls under the jurisdiction of the Xinjiang sect, it remains a remote and modest county, where the sect's influence is not particularly profound. Additionally, the distance between Tianshui County and the Xinjiang sect is considerable. Traveling by cloud boat might attract undue attention, risking unforeseen incidents. After all, targets in the sky are significantly larger than those on the ground, and a cloud boat, being a valuable flying artifact, might tempt ill-intentioned individuals to commit heinous acts for gain. Therefore, when Chu Jianqiu descended the mountain, she merely exchanged her contribution points for 2 jiao horses at the Spirit Beast Peak. Though these horses were not of high rank, their endurance and speed were exceptional, allowing them to traverse 1,000 miles a day. Tianshui City is approximately 7,000 miles from the Xinjiang sect. With these jiao horses, she could reach her destination in about 7 days, barring any mishaps. This marked Chu Jianqiu's first genuine foray into the martial world. Previously, whether as the young master of the Chu family or later as a disciple of the Xinjiang sect, she had never truly roamed the Jianghu. During her time as the young master, she rarely left Tianshui City, and even when she did, her excursions were limited to the surrounding areas. After becoming a disciple of the Xinjiang sect, her only ventures outside were to undertake tasks in the Xinza secret realm, and she had not descended the mountain since. Meanwhile, Fu Lingxue felt a surge of excitement, as wandering the Jianghu with her beloved had always been her dream. She never expected that such a day would indeed come to fruition. 2 individuals journeyed through the night, encountering minor obstacles along the way, yet no significant mishaps occurred. On the 7th day, they finally returned to Tianshui City. Upon seeing the familiar city walls and streets once more, a complex and indescribable emotion welled up within Chu Jianqiu. This was the place of his birth and upbringing. No matter how unforgettable the pain he had experienced here, it was impossible to erase his profound affection for this land. However, after reuniting with Ruhua and heading to Xinyuan's sect, he realized that he might never return. After all, apart from Ruhua, he had no other ties to the Chu family. The thought of soon meeting Ruhua filled Chu Jianqiu with excitement. He wondered what delightful surprise awaited him when the little girl saw him. After entering the city, Chu Jianqiu parted ways with Fu Lingxue and made his way toward the Chu residence. A year had passed, yet Tianshui City had not undergone significant changes. The street arrangements remained unchanged. As he approached the Chu family home, he suddenly noticed a crowd gathered ahead. A young man, exuding arrogance and frivolity, was leading a group of servants in harassing a young girl, who turned out to be Chu Jianqiu. Today is the deadline, Chu Jianqiu. If you cannot produce the spirit stones to compensate this young master, then you shall obediently accompany me, lest I resort to force, the arrogant youth said, lifting Chu Jianqiu's chin with his folding fan, his actions dripping with insolence. Chu Jianqiu retorted angrily, that jade pendant of yours is merely an ordinary piece of jewelry. If it were truly a second-tier magical artifact, it would not have shattered so easily. Moreover, it was your own actions that led to its destruction. It has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, the flippant young man instantly darkened his expression. So, it appears you are out of funds. You dare to shatter my treasured artifact, and then accuse me in return. You truly must be weary of life. It seems that only by imparting a taste of my might will you awaken to the harshness of reality. However, rest assured, for a beauty such as yourself, I shall treat you with utmost care. He laughed heartily. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his attendants, take her away. Obeying the command, the attendants advanced to seize Chu Jianqiu. Caught between anger, anxiety, and panic, Chu Jianqiu realized that these attendants, each at least at the 9th level of body refinement, were formidable opponents she could not hope to match. The thought of falling into the hands of that frivolous young man brought tears to her eyes. Chapter 164. The predicament of Chu Jianqiu. Just as an attendant's hand was about to grasp Chu Jianqiu's shoulder, A hand suddenly emerged from the side and seized the attendant's wrist. The attendant felt as though a vice had clamped down upon him, rendering him utterly immobile. And he was taken aback. Turning to see the hand's owner, he found a dashing young man clad in white. "How dare you? Who are you to interfere in matters of our city lord's estate?" The attendant exclaimed, both astonished and enraged. He could not discern the depth of the white-clad youth's abilities. Yet he knew he was no match for him. In desperation, he invoked the name of the city lord, hoping to intimidate this newcomer. Upon seeing the young man in white, Chu Jianqiu was momentarily stunned. She could hardly believe she was fortunate enough to encounter Chu Jianqiu once more. Since Chu Jianqiu accompanied the Yunzhou to the Xinjian sect, she believed she would never see him again in this lifetime. "Young master." Chu Jianqiu stood in a daze for a long while, softly calling out, tears brimming in her eyes. "What is happening?" Chu Jianqiu furrowed his brow and inquired. Although Chu Jianqiu had once acted treacherously towards him after Lu Tianyu's betrayal, that was a matter of the past, and it was an internal affair of the Chu family. After all, Chu Jianqiu was his kin. Upon witnessing Chu Jianqiu being bullied by outsiders, Chu Jianqiu naturally could not stand idly by. Seeing Chu Jianqiu felt as if she had found her pillar of support and recounted the events in detail. It turned out that this frivolous young man was Zhou Yinglang, the son of the newly appointed prefect of Tianshui County. Since the former prefect, Ouyang Yin, had departed with the elderly Chong of the Blood Demon sect, the position had remained vacant for over half a year, until the new prefect Zhou was appointed 3 months ago, during the Lantern Festival half a month prior. While strolling through the streets, Chu Jianqiu encountered Zhou Yinglang, who deliberately collided with her, shattering a jade pendant and falsely accusing her of causing the damage. Although the pendant was clearly an ordinary piece, Zhou Yinglang insisted it was a second-tier magical artifact and demanded Chu Jianqiu compensate him. A second-tier magical artifact would cost at least tens of thousands of first-grade spirit stones, a sum far beyond Chu Jianqiu's means. However, Zhou Yinglang threatened that if she could not provide the funds for compensation, she would have to offer herself as collateral. Chu Jianqiu confided in the Grand Elder of the Chu family, who also held the position of the current head of the family. However, the Grand Elder was unwilling to offend the prefect of Tianshui Commandery for the sake of a minor member of the Chu family at the 7th level of body tempering, thus dismissing the matter. This led to Zhou Yinglang's coercive arrival today. Zhou Yinglang, fanning himself with a folding fan, listened to Chu Jianqiu's grievances with amusement. Although the white-robed youth seemed to possess unfathomable cultivation, he felt no fear. After all, he was the son of the prefect of Tianshui Commandery. And who would dare to touch him in Tianshui Commandery? Although the Chu family was one of the 3 great families of Tianshui City, they would never dare to oppose their city lord's mansion. Although he had heard that a young master of the Chu family had become a disciple of the Xinjian sect more than a year ago, Zhou Yinglang did not take it to heart. So what if someone from the Chu family became a disciple of the Xinjian sect? His father, Zhou Yinglang's father, was a disciple of the esteemed Stormwind Mountain Manor, whose influence within the great Qin dynasty far surpassed that of the Xinjian sect. Why should he fear a young master of the Chu family whom he had never even met? Are you finished? If so, obediently come with me. Otherwise, if you provoke me, not only will you suffer, but your Chu family will also suffer. Zhou Yinglang fanned his folding fan, exuding an arrogant demeanor. Is that so? Then we shall see if you have the ability, Chu Jianqiu said indifferently, casting a sidelong glance at him. Offering you a way out, yet you refuse to take it. Zhou Yinglang's expression instantly darkened as he brandished his folding fan, striking towards Chu Jianqiu. Initially, he noticed Chu Jianqiu's silent arrival with a tinge of apprehension. Yet upon discerning that Chu Jianqiu was merely a 6th-level practitioner of true qi, he dismissed any concern. After all, he himself was a formidable 8th-level practitioner of true qi. How could he regard Chu Jianqiu as a threat? Upon witnessing the sheer force of Zhou Yinglang's attack, Chu Jianqiu was taken aback. She had always known Zhou Yinglang's strength to be unfathomable, yet she never anticipated it to be to such an extent, prompting her to worry for Chu Jianqiu's safety. Without so much as a glance at him, Chu Jianqiu lightly waved his sleeve, sending Zhou Yinglang hurtling through the air like a cannonball, crashing into the city wall dozens of meters away with a resounding thud, embedding himself within it and spewing forth blood. The servants, taken aback by the spectacle, were gripped with fear. If their young master were to be killed by this youth in white, they would surely face the wrath of the master of the house. However, the youth's strength was overwhelmingly superior. Even their young master stood no chance against him, and their intervention would only lead to their own demise. In a panic, the servants rushed to extricate Zhou Yinglang from the wall, carrying him away in haste. Chu Jianqiu paid them no mind. He regarded Zhou Yinglang, a mere buffoon, with disdain. That strike had merely been a light reprimand, not an attempt on his life. Chu Jianqiu, witnessing this scene, was utterly astonished. It had not been long since Chu Jianqiu had departed from Tianshui City, and yet his power had grown to such an extent. The commotion was significant enough to alert the formidable figures within the Chu family, and several gray-robed figures swiftly emerged. The leader, upon seeing Chu Jianqiu, was struck with both surprise and joy, bowing respectfully and exclaiming, "Young master, you have returned." Chu Jianqiu clasped his hands in greeting, addressing the third elder. Among the Chu family, the only individual Chu Jianqiu held any fondness for was the third elder, Chu Jianqiu. Upon noticing the profound aura emanating from Chu Jianqiu, having ascended from the 9th layer of body refinement to the 6th layer of true qi within merely a year, the third elder felt a mix of shock and delight. "Congratulations, young master, on your significant advancement in cultivation," he remarked. After exchanging pleasantries, the third elder inquired, "What transpired earlier?" Chu Jianqiu recounted the events succinctly. The third elder fell into a long silence, eventually letting out a wry smile. "It seems our Chu family may be in for some trouble." Chu Jianqiu raised an eyebrow, asking, "What do you mean?" The third elder explained. "Zhou is a disciple of the Wind and Thunder Mountain Manor and a formidable practitioner at the 1st layer of the Ocean Transformation Realm. Given that you have injured his son, he will undoubtedly seek retribution." With a cold smirk, Chu Jianqiu retorted, "And what of the disciples of the Wind and Thunder Mountain Manor? Our Chu family is not to be trifled with." He held little regard for a practitioner at the 1st layer of the Ocean Transformation Realm, having grown accustomed to the likes of Cui Yeyun, Zui Qiuwen, and Qin Miaoyan. The mere presence of a practitioner at the Ocean Transformation Realm could hardly intimidate him. Chu Jianqiu had faced Ocean Transformation Realm beings before. Whether it was the Ocean Transformation Demon on Xianlong Mountain or the formidable Lu Yiming after employing secret techniques, neither had bested him. Even when he was merely at the 5th layer of true qi, with his current strength, he believed that even if he couldn't secure victory, defeat was not an option. Should Zhou truly dare to confront him, he would welcome the opportunity for combat. Chapter 165. The fall into the painting news of Chu Jianqiu's return to the Chu family rapidly spread to every corner of the estate. Everyone was aware that the young master, who had become a disciple of the Xinjian sect, had now returned. This revelation elicited a spectrum of emotions: joy from those elders who had previously supported him, and trepidation from the faction led by the family's eldest elder and their respective allies. Upon Chu Jianqiu's departure to the Xinjian sect, the eldest elder had seized the opportunity to assume the position of head of the Chu family, justifying his claim with the argument that the family could not remain leaderless. At that time, with Chu Jianqiu absent and uncertainty surrounding his return, the elders found themselves lacking a unifying figure, enabling the eldest elder to ascend to power with relative ease. Once in command, the eldest elder began to overtly and covertly suppress the elders who had previously supported Chu Jianqiu, gradually stripping them of their authority and placing them in a precarious position. Thus, upon hearing of Chu Jianqiu's return, these elders felt a surge of elation. Previously, they had no legitimate grounds to oppose the eldest elder, but with Chu Jianqiu's arrival, they could now act with righteous justification. As a disciple of the Xinjian sect, Chu Jianqiu would undoubtedly garner widespread support, making it exceedingly simple for him to challenge the eldest elder's authority. The eldest elder's countenance darkened at the news of Chu Jianqiu's return. Should Chu Jianqiu seek to reclaim the headship of the family, it would be an effortless endeavor. The ambitions he had nurtured for countless years now seemed poised to crumble at the hands of Chu Jianqiu. Paid no heed to the myriad thoughts of the Chu family members. He had returned solely to retrieve Ru Hua. Once he had taken her away, he would not return to this place, indifferent to their subtle skirmishes. However, when he excitedly arrived at his residence, he found no trace of the familiar figure. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through his heart, prompting him to search frantically. He scoured the entirety of the Chu estate, yet Ru Hua remained elusive. With his heart sinking, a chilling thought crossed his mind. Had something befallen her? He recalled the various covert schemes plotted against him by the first elder's faction before he left the Chu family, causing his heart to grow colder still. He understood that after becoming a disciple of the Xinjian sect, the first elder's faction would surely exercise caution and would not dare to harm Ru Hua. Yet, the current situation exceeded his expectations. He approached the third elder, his expression devoid of emotion as he inquired, "Where has Ru Hua gone?" He vowed that anyone who dared to lay a hand on her would pay an unimaginable price. The third elder, confronted with Chu Jianqiu's grim demeanor and icy gaze, felt an involuntary chill run down his spine. Despite his superior cultivation, he felt as powerless as an ant before an elephant in the face of Chu Jianqiu's fury. "Ru Hua, She passed away 6 months ago, the third elder began, a sigh escaping his lips. At these words, Chu Jianqiu felt as though struck by lightning, his face contorting in rage as he seized the third elder by the collar and demanded, "What did you say? Ru Hua is dead. Did I not ask you to keep an eye on things while I was away? Speak, who was responsible for this? Who committed such an act?" Chu Jianqiu thundered in fury. The third elder found himself ensnared by Chu Jianqiu's intense gaze, rendered utterly immobile. Witnessing the fury radiating from Chu Jianqiu, he felt as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss. He realized that if he did not clarify the situation promptly, he might very well meet his demise at Chu Jianqiu's hands. "Ru Hua is not dead. She has merely been taken away," the third elder hastily explained. Chu Jianqiu paused, releasing his grip on the third elder's collar, yet his expression remained inscrutable as he inquired, "By whom has she been taken?" The third elder took a shallow breath and replied, "I do not know the identity of that person. I only know she is an extraordinarily powerful individual. 6 months ago, a mysterious woman suddenly descended from the heavens upon our Chu family, to be precise, into Ru Hua's courtyard. At that moment, Ru Hua was practicing her palm techniques when this woman abruptly appeared before her, claiming that Ru Hua had awakened some celestial phoenix bloodline, making her exceptionally suited for the cultivation practices of her sect, and thus she sought to take Ru Hua as her disciple. However, Ru Hua insisted on waiting for the young master's return and refused to accompany her, yet she was forcibly taken away. The strength of that woman is something I have never encountered in my lifetime. Even the formidable figures from the Blood Slaughter sect and the Xian Sword sect that appeared in Tianshui City a year ago pale in comparison. At that time, I was in the adjacent courtyard, and as I attempted to intervene, it felt as if my entire body had been paralyzed, leaving me utterly unable to move." Upon hearing the third elder's account, though Chu Jianqiu's brow remained furrowed, his expression softened. It appeared that Ru Hua had been taken by an eminent individual, which could indeed be considered a rare opportunity for her. However, with the loss of direction and trace, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to meet her again in the future. Chu Jianqiu felt a surge of irritation towards the woman who had taken Ru Hua away without her consent. If he were to encounter her again, he would certainly seek to settle the score. He glanced at the third elder and earnestly apologized. "Third elder, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness." The third elder waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It is of no consequence. I cannot protect Ru Hua, as long as the young master does not hold me accountable. That suffices." Chu Jianqiu shook his head, asserting, "This incident cannot be attributed to you, third elder, for the intruders possessed overwhelming strength." As the two conversed, a powerful aura suddenly enveloped the sky above the Chu residence. "Chu Gaozhua, surrender the perpetrator who harmed my son, and I shall spare your family. Otherwise, do not blame me for my mercilessness." A resounding voice echoed ominously above the Chu family estate. The third elder's expression shifted. "Zhou Angxiong has arrived." Chu Jianqiu scoffed. "I am curious to discover the true identity of this Zhou Angxiong." With that, he strode confidently towards the main hall, observing Chu Jianqiu's unshakable demeanor. The third elder felt a mix of astonishment and intrigue, realizing that he could not fully comprehend Chu Jianqiu, especially given the formidable aura he had just exuded. Upon reaching the courtyard, they beheld a figure clad in blue hovering above the Chu family grounds, surrounded by several guards from the city lord's mansion. Opposite those guards stood a host of elders from the Chu family. "Please, my lord, do not be angry. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. No one from the Chu family has laid a hand on young Master Zhou. Moreover, with young Master Zhou's formidable strength, who could possibly harm him?" The elder of the Chu family bowed respectfully to Zhou Angxiong, who hovered above their estate. At that moment, a figure from the opposing faction pointed at Chu Jianqiu and exclaimed, "My lord, it is that boy who injured our young master." Chapter 166. The battle at the sea transformation realm. Upon witnessing this, the elder's heart stirred. He had been concerned that Chu Jianqiu's return might threaten his position as the head of the Chu family. Now, with Chu Jianqiu having offended Zhou Angxiong, an opportunity presented itself to rid himself of him. "If you truly have harmed young Master Zhou, you must quickly apologize to the Lord," the elder stated coldly. Fixing his gaze on Chu Jianqiu merely cast him a glance, indifferent to his words. "Do you think a mere apology will suffice?" Zhou Angxiong sneered. "First, kneel and bow to me 3 times, then renounce your cultivation. Perhaps I might spare your family. Otherwise, today will mark the end of the Chu clan. Do not defy the Lord's command. Do you wish to be the sinner of the Chu family?" The elder shouted at Chu Jianqiu, turning to face him. Chu Jianqiu replied icily, "You have no right to govern the Chu family." The elder's expression darkened instantly. Chu Jianqiu's words struck at his deepest insecurities. Despite all his efforts and scheming over the decades to ascend to the position of family head, he remained illegitimate. The moment Chu Jianqiu returned, his position was under dire threat. "How dare you question my capability to lead our family? You insignificant creature! I shall dispose of you. A disrespectful wretch who only brings calamity upon our clan." The Grand Elder, filled with fury, surged forward, aiming a powerful strike at Chu Jianqiu. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that the Grand Elder would dare to assault Chu Jianqiu, the rightful heir of the Chu family and a disciple of the Xinjian sect. The suddenness of the Grand Elder's aggression left no time for intervention. His attack was merciless, and the spectators could already envision the grim fate awaiting Chu Jianqiu. Despite his rapid advancement in cultivation, he was still merely a 6th-level practitioner of true qi, while the Grand Elder had spent years mastering the 9th level. Nearing the threshold of the transformative sea realm, however, the ensuing scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Instead of witnessing Chu Jianqiu's anticipated defeat, it was the Grand Elder who was sent flying across dozens of yards, crashing through the courtyard wall and collapsing amidst the rubble, unable to rise for a time. Spitting blood, the Grand Elder managed to sit up, his eyes wild as he pointed a trembling finger at Chu Jianqiu. "You dare to cripple me? How could you dare to cripple me?" The crowd, witnessing this astonishing turn of events, fell into stunned silence. A formidable practitioner on the verge of the transformative sea realm had been bested by a mere 6th-level true qi warrior. Such an occurrence was utterly preposterous. Chu Jianqiu cast a cold glance at the bloodied Grand Elder and, with an impassive expression, remarked, "Spare your life is already an act of mercy, considering our shared bloodline." Turning his gaze towards Jianqiu, who hovered above the courtyard of the Chu family, he spoke coldly, "Now, it is your turn." Upon hearing this, Jianqiu reacted as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. A mere warrior at the 6th level of the true qi realm dared to challenge him, a formidable master of the ocean transformation realm. Although he had been astonished by Chu Jianqiu's display of power earlier, he did not believe that Chu Jianqiu possessed the strength to contend with him. Pointing at the bloodied elder lying on the ground, Jianqiu sneered, "I am not sure whether to commend your courage or to deride your ignorance. Do you think that defeating such a worthless fool grants you the right to confront me? Allow me to demonstrate what true mastery of the ocean transformation realm entails." As he spoke, he swept his palm, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy toward Chu Jianqiu. Unfazed, Chu Jianqiu glanced at the incoming force and met it head-on with his own hand. Boom! The two colossal energies collided in midair, producing a thunderous sound. With ripples of energy radiating like water waves, Chu Jianqiu was pushed back several dozen feet, yet Jianqiu also found himself propelled backward through the sky. In their initial clash, although Chu Jianqiu was slightly at a disadvantage, Jianqiu did not gain a significant upper hand either. Jianqiu's expression darkened considerably. It was only after this true confrontation that he sensed the terrifying might of Chu Jianqiu. Although slightly weaker, Chu Jianqiu was not far behind in strength. It would not be as effortless as he had imagined to defeat him. With a swift motion, Jianqiu drew the long knife from his waist. Realizing that to triumph over Chu Jianqiu, he would need to rely on more than mere artifacts. This long blade is a 3rd-tier low-grade magical treasure, acquired at an exorbitant cost. He firmly believes that Chu Jianqiu's strength cannot possibly match the capability to withstand a 3rd-tier low-grade magical artifact, unless, of course, Chu Jianqiu possesses a 3rd-tier artifact himself, which is an impossibility. Even the most affordable 3rd-tier treasures require at least 1,000,000 1st-grade spirit stones, a sum far beyond the means of someone at the 6th level of the true qi realm like Chu Jianqiu. As he gazed at Jianqiu, who drew his long blade in midair, Chu Jianqiu could not help but let out a cold laugh, saying, "Magical treasures, you are not the only one who possesses them." With that, he spread his palm, and a long sword materialized in his hand. Chu Jianqiu drew the Qiushui sword, and a formidable aura surged forth. Upon witnessing the brilliantly radiant sword in Chu Jianqiu's grasp, Jianqiu's expression darkened, resembling a cloud heavy with impending rain. Not only did Chu Jianqiu wield a 3rd-tier magical artifact, but his was also a 3rd-tier medium-grade treasure, surpassing the rank of Jianqiu's own artifact. At this moment, Jianqiu felt trapped, as if riding a tiger. If it came to a real confrontation, he might not be able to defeat Chu Jianqiu. Yet, if he were to retreat in disgrace, he would lose all face. The commotion had long since attracted the attention of various factions in Tianshui City, and countless eyes were now fixed upon the scene. If he were to be frightened away by Chu Jianqiu, how would he ever establish himself in Tianshui City again? Gritting his teeth, Jianqiu's figure flickered as he swung his blade down toward Chu Jianqiu. After all, Chu Jianqiu was merely at the 6th level of the true qi realm. Even if he was powerful, such strength could not be sustained indefinitely. Zhou Angxiong believed that even if it came to a protracted struggle, he could wear Chu Jianqiu down. Moreover, he possessed an advantage. He was a formidable master of the sea transformation realm, capable of soaring through the skies, a skill that Chu Jianqiu lacked, rendering him significantly less agile. Even though Chu Jianqiu wielded a treasure of superior grade compared to his own, he still held a glimmer of hope for victory. As Zhou Angxiong launched a fierce attack, Chu Jianqiu remained steadfast, meeting the strike with his sword. In an instant, the air was filled with a dazzling display of blade light and sword energy, causing the disciples of the Chu family and the soldiers of the city lord's manor to hastily retreat to safety. The clash of such titans was perilous. Even the residual force could claim their lives. Zhou Angxiong hovered above, while Chu Jianqiu stood firm on the ground, their fierce energies intertwining midair and where their power reached. The ground was cleaved, creating bottomless ravines. Chapter 167. To live or to die amidst their intense battle, much of the Chu family estate lay in ruins. After half an hour, Chu Jianqiu bore numerous lacerations from Zhou Angxiong's relentless blade energy. In an effort to avoid drawing attention, he had refrained from donning his exquisite golden robe, a third-tier treasure, during his return to Tianshui City. Otherwise, Zhou Angxiong would have found it impossible to inflict any harm upon him. Nevertheless, the damage from Zhou Angxiong's blade energy was limited. Before the strikes could fully impact him, they had already been considerably weakened by his own sword energy. Furthermore, his unparalleled martial physique boasted remarkable regenerative capabilities. The moment those blade energies inflicted wounds upon him, they began to mend and heal. Thus, while Chu Jianqiu appeared to be in a dire state, in truth, his injuries were not as severe as they seemed. However, Zhou Angxiong found himself in a markedly different predicament. Although the sword qi unleashed by Chu Jianqiu had been significantly diminished upon striking him, his body's recovery and healing abilities paled in comparison to those of Chu Jianqiu. While each individual injury was not fatal, the cumulative effect of these wounds posed considerable challenges. Moreover, after such an extended battle, his internal true energy had been severely depleted, whereas the young man below remained vigorous and unyielding, showing no signs of exhaustion. Zhou Angxiong could not help but feel a rising sense of anxiety. If he were to be defeated by Chu Jianqiu, his standing in Tianshui City would be utterly compromised. As a formidable warrior of the first realm of the Transformation Sea, being vanquished by a mere practitioner of the 6th realm of true energy would strip him of all dignity. At that moment, Zhou Angxiong felt a pang of regret. Had he known this young man would prove to be such a formidable adversary, he would have refrained from seeking retribution. Simultaneously, he harbored a measure of resentment towards his son, Zhou Yinglang. Had it not been for his son's reckless pursuits, he would not have found himself entangled in such a substantial predicament. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Angxiong resolved that he could not continue in this manner. If he persisted in the battle, his defeat was inevitable. He swiftly evaded a sword qi attack from Chu Jianqiu and retrieved a medicinal pill from his robe, swallowing it. Observing this, Chu Jianqiu let out a cold, mocking laugh. Was he resorting to secret techniques? After countless encounters with the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect, Chu Jianqiu had come to recognize the tactic of resorting to secret arts when one was at a disadvantage. Furthermore, due to the repercussions of employing such techniques, Zuoqiu Lianzu had been confined by her master on the 4th peak. Chu Jianqiu was no longer inclined to entangle himself with his opponent. After enduring a prolonged battle, he had honed his skills sufficiently. Continuing to fight would yield little benefit. His engagement with Zhou Angxiong primarily served to gauge the true capabilities of a transcendent being of the Huahai realm, as well as to assess the disparity between their strengths. Through this confrontation, Chu Jianqiu gained a clear understanding of his own current level of power. Without relying on external forces, he recognized that, although he was slightly inferior to a first-level Huahai realm expert, he still harbored a chance of victory in a protracted struggle. In his hand, 2 spirit talismans materialized, a strengthening talisman and a flash talisman. Chu Jianqiu promptly pressed the strengthening talisman against himself, followed by shattering the flash talisman, causing his figure to suddenly vanish. After consuming a medicinal pill, Zhou Angxiong felt a surge of energy coursing through his veins, prompting him to strike down at the young man. However, he was startled to discover that his adversary had disappeared from view. At that moment, an overwhelming force surged from behind him, sending Zhou Angxiong into a panic as he hastily attempted to evade. Caught off guard, he could hardly escape. He merely avoided a fatal blow to his back. Instead, a powerful palm struck heavily upon his shoulder, propelling him from the air like a cannonball, crashing down to create a massive crater in the ground. As he struggled to rise from the pit, a gleaming long sword was pressed against his throat. Do you wish to live or die? Chu Jianqiu regarded Zhou Angxiong with an air of indifference. He had no intention of killing Zhou Angxiong. He merely struck him down from midair. Otherwise, it would not have been a mere palm strike, but a swift sword cut that would have ended Zhou Angxiong's life instantly. Zhou Angxiong's face turned ashen, his lips trembled. He could hardly fathom that he would one day be defeated by a martial artist of the 6th rank in the True Qi realm. Confronted by Chu Jianqiu's gleaming long sword, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Yet, faced with the choice between life and death, Zhou Angxiong could no longer maintain his composure, stammering, "You cannot kill me. I am a disciple of the Wind Thunder Manor." A flicker of indifference crossed Chu Jianqiu's eyes as he replied coolly, "What of the Wind Thunder Manor? The Xianyuan sword sect has no reason to fear you." With a flick of his wrist, a pill appeared in his hand, which he tossed to Zhou Angxiong, saying, "Consume this." Zhou Angxiong caught the pill, its surface swirling with an eerie dark energy, unmistakably a sinister substance. However, his immediate concern was survival, so he complied with Chu Jianqiu's command and swallowed it. Chu Jianqiu retracted his sword and stated calmly, "You will come to the 4th peak of the Xianyuan sword sect once a year to collect the antidote. But if you harbor any ill intentions toward the Chu family, and I discover that you have plotted against them, prepare to be reduced to a puddle of pus." After all, Zhou Angxiong was the governor of a county in the Great Qian dynasty and a disciple of the Wind Thunder Manor. While killing him would be straightforward, it would undoubtedly invite considerable trouble. Although Chu Jianqiu was not afraid of these troubles, he did not wish to provoke such formidable enemies for the Chu family. After all, the Chu family was not the Xinjian sect, and if embroiled in such a colossal conflict, it could very well lead to their utter annihilation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Angxiong was taken aback and exclaimed, "You are a disciple of the 4th peak of the Xinjian sect?" Even he, as a disciple of the Wind Thunder Mountain Manor, was well aware of the 4th peak's modus operandi. When faced with reason, disciples of the 4th peak would disregard the petty machinations of others and speak solely through their swords. Attempting to intimidate or entice them through backdoor connections would be utterly futile. Moreover, the Wind Thunder Mountain Manor would certainly not provoke the 4th peak on behalf of its disciple. Cui Yeyun, the notorious protector of her own, would only escalate matters if the situation were not in their favor. Should this matter be brought to her attention, it would only lead to her confronting the Wind Thunder Mountain Manor directly. At that juncture, it would be a stroke of luck if his master did not strike him down instead of coming to his aid. Had he known earlier that Chu Jianqiu was a disciple of the 4th peak, he would have refrained from antagonizing him. Now, he regretted his actions deeply. Even after suffering such a significant defeat, he had no choice but to accept his fate. Zhou Angxiong stormed over in a fit of rage, only to return humiliated and without daring to utter a single harsh word. The reputation of the Chu family in Tianshui City soared instantly. After today, the Chu family undoubtedly emerged as the preeminent force in Tianshui City. Chapter 168, Shadow Tower. After Zhou Angxiong's departure, Chu Jianqiu began to address the subsequent matters concerning the Chu family. After this incident, the lineage of the Grand Elder was utterly dismantled. The Grand Elder's cultivation was abolished by Chu Jianqiu, and he was imprisoned within the confines of the Chu family's dungeon. Those elders who had previously allied with the Grand Elder to suppress the clansmen were also stripped of their significant positions. Subsequently, Chu Jianqiu elevated the 3rd elder to the position of the head of the Chu family. Following his battle with Zhou Angxiong, Chu Jianqiu's reputation within the Chu family reached its zenith, and no one dared to oppose his directives. His commands were swiftly executed one after another. After attending to these matters, Chu Jianqiu visited the Wanwu commercial firm to pay his respects to Su Yinxiang, as she had rendered substantial assistance during his most challenging times. However, upon arriving at the firm, he learned that Su Yinxiang had departed from Tianshui City 6 months prior. Chu Jianqiu couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy. Those he held dear had all left Tianshui City. It seemed fate had ordained that he sever his ties and emotional attachments to the city, rendering him free from any lingering concerns in the future. No longer wishing to linger in Tianshui City, he bequeathed a wealth of cultivation resources to the Chu family as a final gesture of support before departing with Fu Lingxue. Fu Lingxue also left everything she possessed for her family, bidding a heartfelt farewell to her parents as she followed Chu Jianqiu, though she would no longer be able to fulfill her filial duties in their presence. The resources she left behind would be more than sufficient to assist her younger brother in becoming a true Qi realm martial artist, ensuring their family's prosperity in Tianshui City for a lifetime. With Chu Jianqiu and Fu Lingxue mounted on their dragon steeds, they rode out of Tianshui City, raising a cloud of dust behind them. On the battlements of Tianshui City, Chu Jianqiu gazed at the distant figures of the two riders, her heart swelling with boundless regret and bewilderment. Had she not forsaken her allegiance due to Chu Jianqiu's misfortunes, she might have been journeying alongside him to the Xinjiang sect now. Alas, the world offers no remedy for remorse. Chu Jianqiu longed for the day when she could once more encounter Chu Jianqiu, yet tragically, that day never arrived until the end of her days. As the sun dipped low, casting its warm glow, two magnificent dragon horses halted at a roadside inn. This establishment stood isolated in the wilderness, devoid of any neighboring villages or towns. While modest in size, it provided lodgings, with dining tables arranged in the open air beside the road. Upon seeing Chu Jianqiu and Fu Lingxue disembark, a spirited innkeeper eagerly approached them. Would you two be dining or seeking accommodation? Chu Jianqiu cast a glance at the innkeeper, surprised to discover that this seemingly unassuming individual was, in fact, a martial artist of the fifth realm of true Qi. However, Chu Jianqiu was accustomed to such revelations. In these remote outskirts, only those of considerable strength would dare establish a business, not to mention the lurking bandits and the wild beasts that could easily devour the unwary. We require both lodging and a meal, Chu Jianqiu replied, handing the reins of the dragon horses to the innkeeper. For accommodation, the upper rooms are 10 second-grade spirit stones, while the lower rooms are 5. The innkeeper, with a beaming smile, led Chu Jianqiu and his companion to a table, presenting the menu with enthusiasm. Upon hearing the words, Chu Jianqiu could not help but stiffen his expression. He turned to the innkeeper and exclaimed, "Good sir, are you extorting money? 10 pieces of second-grade spirit stones equate to 1,000 pieces of first-grade spirit stones. Although I have grown accustomed to the exorbitant prices of these establishments, this is the first time I find myself lodging in such an expensive inn. While 10 pieces of second-grade spirit stones are mere trifles for me, the sensation of being taken advantage of is undeniably displeasing." The innkeeper, sensing the discontent, straightened his posture and began to explain, esteemed guest, you may not be aware that this is the only inn within a 300-mile radius. Furthermore, we are in close proximity to the Yellow Wind Ridge, a region teeming with ferocious beasts that descend at night to prey upon the unwary. Our establishment has invested a significant sum to hire array masters to set up defensive formations against these predators. Though the rates may be steep, I assure you, they are justified by the safety provided. Not wishing to engage in further debate, Chu Jianqiu conceded. This inn was indeed the sole option in the vicinity, and missing the chance to stay here would mean a night's spent exposed to the wilderness. The innkeeper had strategically chosen this location, fully aware of the circumstances that allowed for such inflated prices. Chu Jianqiu requested 2 superior rooms and ordered several dishes, all of which were exorbitantly priced. The inn was bustling with patrons, all of whom were martial artists of the true Qi realm or above. Those brave enough to traverse the wilds and forests over long distances typically possessed significant strength. For survival in such treacherous terrain was nearly impossible for those of lesser cultivation or mere mortals. At a nearby table, a figure clad in a hooded gray cloak sat quietly. The aura emanating from him suggested that he was at least a half-step into the sea transformation realm. However, Chu Jianqiu could faintly sense a hint of danger emanating from this martial artist, a sensation even more intense than that which Zhou Angxiong had instilled in him. A sense of caution arose within him, prompting him to quietly alert Fu Lingxue to remain vigilant. While Chu Jianqiu and Fu Lingxue were partaking in their meal, a rider suddenly approached in haste from a distance. The knight appeared exceedingly anxious, showing no inclination to pause even as he passed the inn, continuing to gallop at a frantic pace. Just as the rider was about to rush past the inn, a gray figure flickered into view, causing the mounted warrior to tumble from his steed. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure seated nearby had vanished without a trace. Chu Jianqiu felt a jolt of surprise. The Dark Knight's sword technique, an exquisite martial art of the Shadow Tower, how could it manifest here? In a swift motion, Chu Jianqiu darted to the side of the fallen warrior. A slender, deep gash marred the man's neck, a lethal strike that sealed his throat. This ruthless and precise swordplay was unmistakably a hallmark of the Dark Knight sword technique. Chu Jianqiu's expression turned grave. The Shadow Tower was an exceedingly enigmatic assassins organization in the southern continent, yet he had never heard of its presence within the Great Qian Dynasty. The Great Qian Dynasty was merely a remote locale in the southern continent, devoid of anything significant enough to attract the attention of the Shadow Tower. Chu Jianqiu recognized the Dark Knight sword technique solely from a local chronicle detailing the southern continent, where its description had left a profound impression on him due to its unique and enigmatic nature. How could the people of the Shadow Tower appear within the realm of the Great Qian Dynasty, and without provocation, slay this martial artist. This territory is part of the 9 prefectures of southern Tiannan, belonging to the Xian Sword sect. Upon observing the attire of the slain warrior, it is evident that he hails from the Flying Fish Hall. Chapter 169. Staying in my shop requires proper conduct. The Flying Fish Hall is an affiliated sect of the Xian Sword sect, and the Shadow Tower's attack on its members suggests a potential conspiracy against the sect. The mere existence of the Flying Fish Hall hardly warrants the involvement of such a colossal entity as the Shadow Tower. Chu Jianqiu instructed Fu Lingxue to remain in the inn and not to move, assuring her that he would return shortly. With that, he swiftly pursued the shadowy figure. He summoned 2 movement talismans, slapping them against his legs, propelling himself forward like a wisp of smoke in hot pursuit of the elusive figure. The speed of the cloaked warrior was astonishingly swift. Had it not been for the aid of the movement talismans, Chu Jianqiu might have struggled to keep pace. After an arduous chase spanning several hundred miles, the figure finally halted within the confines of a dilapidated temple. Chu Jianqiu looked around and realized that his pursuit had led him to the outskirts of Qing Mountain City. This forsaken temple lay over 10 miles from the city itself. After such a prolonged chase, several hours had elapsed, and the night had deepened, with a flickering light now igniting within the temple. Outside, a colossal banyan tree stood sentinel. Sensing an overwhelmingly potent aura emanating from within the temple, Chu Jianqiu refrained from approaching directly. Instead, he quietly activated the Chaos Emperor technique to suppress his own presence and retrieved a flickering talisman, instantly relocating himself to the banyan tree. Within the dilapidated temple, a gathering of over a dozen individuals had assembled. At the forefront stood a formidable figure clad in black robes, emanating a powerful aura indicative of a transcendent realm expert. The remaining members, all possessing at least the prowess of half-step transcendent realm warriors, included 4 or 5 who were also masters of the transcendent realm. Chu Jianqiu felt a surge of alarm. The force amassed within this crumbling sanctuary was sufficient to annihilate a medium-sized sect of the great Qian dynasty. How many agents had the Shadow Tower dispatched into the territory of the great Qian dynasty, and what were their intentions? Upon entering the temple, a warrior in a gray cloak bowed respectfully to the black-robed leader, addressing him as master. The black-robed warrior glanced at him and inquired coolly, "Is the mission accomplished?" "Indeed. All those who fled from the Flying Fish Hall have been eliminated, and no information has escaped," the gray-cloaked warrior replied with a bow. The black-robed figure nodded approvingly, stating, "Excellent. The Flying Fish Hall is now under our control. Take a moment to rest. When Ding Xiu returns, we shall take action against Qingshan County." "Understood." The gray-cloaked warrior responded with deference and retreated to a corner, sitting cross-legged. Witnessing this scene, Chu Jianqiu was greatly astonished. The Flying Fish Hall had indeed fallen into the clutches of the Shadow Tower, and the Xianjian sect had received not the slightest whisper of this development. Moreover, from the black-robed warrior's words, it was evident they had further plans against Qingshan County. What could they possibly be scheming? Just as Chu Jianqiu contemplated eavesdropping further, the black-robed leader suddenly issued a thunderous command, raising his palm and directing it toward this direction. The furious force shattered the banyan tree, and the figure clad in black robes gracefully emerged from the broken temple's window, yet no trace of another presence was discernible. A hint of confusion crossed the black-robed warrior's face. Could it be that he had misheard? He then levitated into the air, scanning the surroundings, but still found no suspicious figures. If someone had indeed been present moments ago, they could not have vanished so swiftly. With no results to be gleaned, he descended from the sky, aware that lingering in the air for too long would inevitably draw unwanted attention, thereby heightening the risk of exposing their whereabouts. "Master, what troubles you?" The warriors from within the dilapidated temple emerged, one robust figure stepping forward to inquire. This imposing warrior also possessed the strength of the sea transformation realm. The black-robed warrior shook his head, responding, "It is nothing. I must have misheard." Initially startled, the gray-cloaked warrior had feared that they were indeed being followed. The thought of inadvertently attracting attention due to his oversight was daunting. According to the Shadow Tower's rules, such a mistake would lead to dire consequences. Hearing the black-robed warrior's words, he finally felt a sense of relief. "Huan Zimo, did you encounter any suspicious individuals during your mission?" Although the black-robed warrior had found no trace of anyone dubious, unease lingered, and he cast a glance at the gray-cloaked warrior. Huan Zimo shook his head, replying, "None. That is for the best. Should you have made any errors during your task, you are aware of the consequences," the black-robed warrior stated calmly. "Yes, Master," Huan Zimo responded, a tightness gripping his heart as he hastily acknowledged. Chu Jianqiu concealed himself within a humble dwelling in Qingshan City. Observing as the figure clad in black ascended into the sky, he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that in a moment of urgency, he had not erred in judgment. Had he fled into the desolate wilderness, he would undoubtedly have fallen under the watchful eye of the black-robed warrior, thus inciting a relentless pursuit. The instant the black-clad warrior had detected his presence, Chu Jianqiu had unhesitatingly employed a flash evasion talisman, retreating into the safety of the residence, a choice that now proved to be astutely wise. To his astonishment, despite his efforts to suppress his own aura, he had still been discovered. The prowess of the black-robed warrior was indeed formidable, far surpassing that of Chu Jianqiu and his ilk. Even the martial artists of the sea transformation realm surrounding him were significantly more powerful than Chu Jianqiu. This encounter illuminated certain shortcomings within Chu Jianqiu, revealing his inadequacies in stealth and concealment. He did not linger in Qingshan City for long. After the black-robed warrior descended, he patiently waited for the duration of an incense stick before emerging from the city to retrace his steps. Leaving Fu Lingxue alone in the inn for too long weighed on his mind. This time, Chu Jianqiu chose not to exercise excessive caution. After traversing several dozen miles, he summoned the wind flight talisman crane and soared back along his path. Within the hour, he had returned to the inn known as Qinghe Inn. Inside, apart from a solitary lamp still flickering in the hall, all other rooms were dark, indicating that the guests had long since retired for the night. As Chu Jianqiu entered the inn, he noticed the young attendant dozing off at a nearby table. Upon his arrival, the attendant merely glanced up before resuming his slumber. Observing this, Chu Jianqiu chose not to disturb him and proceeded towards the staircase. Just as he was about to ascend, a resounding crash echoed from above, and a figure was abruptly hurled out from the second floor. A voice followed, declaring, "If you wish to stay in my establishment, you must behave properly. Engaging in such despicable acts tarnishes my reputation." The figure, drenched in blood, struggled on the ground for a while before finally rising and fleeing without a backward glance. A sense of urgency gripped Chu Jianqiu as he hurried upstairs, only to find a woman clad in pink standing in the corridor, hands on her hips. Observing the fleeing figure with a cold smile, "Young man, abandoning your woman to flee is fortunate, for you are in my establishment. Otherwise, you would face dire consequences." The woman in pink remarked with a disdainful glance at Chu Jianqiu. Startled, he pondered whether the man had intended to harm Fu Lingxue, thus provoking the wrath of this woman. "Allow me to express my gratitude to the proprietress," Chu Jianqiu said, bowing respectfully to the woman in pink. He then approached Fu Lingxue's door, only to find it had already swung open. As Fu Lingxue beheld Chu Jianqiu's prolonged absence, sleep eluded her. At the sound of his voice, she hurriedly opened the door and exclaimed with delight, "Young master, you have returned." Chu Jianqiu appraised her from head to toe and inquired, "Are you unharmed?" Taken aback by his question, Fu Lingxue replied, "I am perfectly fine." Chu Jianqiu breathed a sigh of relief. "That is good to hear." During his pursuit of the cloaked warrior in gray, he had begun to question the rashness of his earlier decision. His limited familiarity with the Qinghe Inn made leaving Fu Lingxue alone there a perilous gamble. In such a desolate wilderness, her beauty could easily attract the unwanted attention of nefarious individuals. Thus, upon reaching Qing Mountain City while tracking the gray-cloaked figure, he dared not linger and hurried back with all haste, grateful that no misfortune had befallen her. The reason for her safety lay in her stay at his mother's establishment. Had she been elsewhere, he would now be inconsolable. During the day, he could not fathom which scoundrel had the audacity to criticize his mother's pricing. A woman clad in pink cast a disdainful glance at Chu Jianqiu, mocking him. Embarrassed, he produced a third-grade spiritual stone and offered it to the woman, saying, "This is but a modest token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it as a small gift of gratitude." "Oh, who would have thought the young brother was a bit of a tycoon? I must have misjudged you," she retorted with a smirk. The woman in the pink attire seized the spirit stone from Chu Jianqiu's hand. A third-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 second-grade spirit stones, or 10,000 first-grade spirit stones. This young man was indeed quite extravagant. With a beaming smile, the woman said, "Little brother, feel free to pursue whatever endeavor you desire. As long as this young lady remains in my establishment, no one shall lay a finger on her." Chu Jianqiu smiled faintly in response. "Then allow me to express my gratitude to the proprietress." The woman waved her hand dismissively. "No need for formalities. I shall not intrude upon you two any longer. Farewell." With that, she turned and departed. Chu Jianqiu watched her retreating figure in silence. Though she appeared to possess an ordinary aura, he could not discern her true depth. This uncertainty filled him with greater trepidation than the overtly powerful black-clad warrior from the Shadow Pavilion. However, her demeanor suggested she bore him no ill will. for someone of her caliber could easily have dealt with him without such elaborate circumspection. Dismissing his concerns, he entered the room of Fu Lingxue and instructed her to remain at the inn for the time being, awaiting the arrival of someone from their sect. Chu Jianqiu sensed that the machinations of the warriors from the Shadow Pavilion were likely far from simple, and he needed to inform his master for guidance. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to uncover the intentions of those Shadow Pavilion warriors at the dilapidated temple outside Qingshan City, as it was highly probable they were targeting the Xianjin sect. However, if he were to investigate, the arrangement for Fu Lingxue's safety posed a significant dilemma. If Fu Lingxue were to return alone to the Su Njin sect, Chu Jianqiu would not feel at ease. The journey back to the sect was exceedingly long, and Fu Lingxue's abilities were rather inadequate, leaving her vulnerable to unforeseen dangers. Although Fu Lingxue possessed numerous talismans that he had bestowed upon her, it was still not a particularly secure arrangement. Allowing Fu Lingxue to temporarily reside in this and while awaiting someone from the Su Njin sect was, comparatively, a safer option. Chu Jianqiu retrieved a communication jade talisman and relayed the situation to Cui Yun. Once everything was settled, dawn broke, and Chu Jianqiu approached the woman in the pink attire, saying, "Madam, my junior sister is staying here. I kindly asked for your assistance in looking after her." As he spoke, Chu Jianqiu produced a small pouch from his robe and presented it to the woman. Upon receiving the pouch and inspecting its contents, the woman's eyes sparkled with delight, for it contained no fewer than 20 or 30 third-grade spirit stones. With a beaming smile, she replied, "No need to worry, young brother. While she is under my care, no one shall lay a finger on her. By the way, my surname is Zhou. Just call me Aunt Zhou." Aunt Zhou. Chu Jianqiu could not help but scrutinize the woman once more. She appeared to be merely in her late 20s or early 30s, with a graceful and exquisite countenance, making it somewhat peculiar to address her as Aunt. However, he understood that the age of a martial artist could not be judged by mere appearance, much like Cui Yun, who, despite being over 100 years old, still looked to be in her 30s. The higher one's cultivation level, the slower the aging process. Those above the Yuandan realm often exhibited little to no change in their appearance. Chu Jianqiu clasped his hands together and said, "I appreciate your assistance, Aunt Zhou." With that, he vanished in a flash. He dared not linger in this place, for if the warriors of the Shadow Tower had already begun their actions and departed from Qingshan City, it would prove exceedingly difficult for him to track them down again. These warriors had infiltrated the Daiqian dynasty for quite some time, quietly dismantling the Feiyu Hall. And yet the Xianjin sect had received not a whisper of their existence, demonstrating the exceptional skill with which these fighters concealed their movements. He had already relayed the information back to the Xianjin sect and given his master's formidable cultivation. It would take less than a day for his master to arrive upon receiving his message. This was one of the reasons why Chu Jianqiu felt secure leaving Fu Lingxue at the Qinghe Inn. Aside from the inscrutable Aunt Zhou, there were no warriors exceeding the Transformation Sea realm present in the inn, and Fu Lingxue possessed the spiritual talismans he had left her, sufficient to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Without Fu Lingxue by his side, Chu Jianqiu felt little hesitation as he summoned the wind-winged crane talisman, soaring through the air with a speed that rivaled that of any ordinary Transformation Sea realm cultivator. An hour later, he halted 10 miles from the dilapidated temple. The perception abilities of the cloaked warrior were exceedingly formidable. To approach directly would undoubtedly raise his vigilance. After pondering briefly, Chu Jianqiu retrieved a spiritual talisman, shook it in the wind, and transformed it into a small paper crane, sending it flying towards the crumbling temple.